Haya was soaking in a hot spring alone. Her previously sexy, fair, and long legs had transformed back into a fishtail, and the way she floated on the water always attracted Su Yuan on the other side. It wasn't because of her ample bosom, but mainly because the half fishtail floating in the hot spring water looked somewhat like the boiled fish that the tribe often ate. Aside from the fact that the color of the fishtail and the scales look much better than those of boiled fish, the rest of it looks more and more like the real thing, and makes me hungrier and hungrier. Chapter 201. Both are white liquids. Why is there such a big difference in their reactions? Nicoya, Manhwa, your faces are so red. After soaking for a while, everyone changed their clothes and came to the hot spring entrance. Hayao, who had changed back to wearing legs, hopped and skipped around, stepping on the flowing water with her bare feet. Seeing the two people emerging from the hot spring, she curiously poked Nicoya's cheek, which was soft and slightly flushed. Huh? Is it very popular? Mao Yu rubbed her face, then glanced at Pan Yu, who was tidying up her clothes beside her, and said somewhat uncertainly, "It's probably because it soaked for too long. Su Yuan told me before that this is what happens when you soak for too long." In another hot spring, Xian Ku and Hei Yang walked over, their fair faces still dripping with dew. Black Sheep smiled mysteriously after seeing Cat Knight and Rebellious Moon. "Is everything ready? I'm planning to bring the water from here to the tribe. What do you think?" Su Yuan had also changed his clothes and looked at the hot spring water flowing downwards, asking everyone a question. "But how do we get this water to the tribe? Su Yuan, why don't we dig all the way to the tribe?" Nicoya's idea was based on the fact that the water was flowing in the direction of the camp, and all that was needed was to dig a channel to slowly divert the water to the camp. However, Su Yuan shook his head and explained earnestly, "This place is too far from the tribe. If we dig there, the tunnel will seep into the soil before we even reach the tribe." "Huh? Then should we put another layer of leaves underneath?" "Nicoya, when did you become so smart? Shouldn't a little fox be the one who loves to think and come up with ideas? How come Cat Knight, who runs wild and plays around all day, has so many ideas? Could it be that the fire spirit drink injected has the effect of improving intelligence? I've always been very smart." Su Yuan turned to look at Pan Yu. Logically speaking, she had also absorbed a lot of fire spirit drinks, and the life force and fire element energy she obtained were not much less than Mao Ye's. I've thought of that too. I'll make some ceramic shards to put underneath. That's much better than Nicoya's leaves." Pan Yu thought of the pottery shards that had recently become popular in the tribe. After the production of daily necessities such as pottery jars and bowls was sufficient, some beast girls liked to use clay to make some strange things. It may seem strange, but in the hands of these skillful beast girls, they were slowly transformed into beautiful ornaments. Pottery shards were one such example, an idea that Pan Yu came up with on the spur of the moment. "Great, you two have both become smarter. It's still uncertain whether it's due to the fire spirit drink. We can practice more during this time to conduct experiments. However, leaves are easily washed away, and making pottery shards is too troublesome." Su Yuan pointed to the nearby forest and asked Pan Yu, "Do you remember the place where you fought with Deshuang before?" "Of course, I almost beat it. It was a close call, considering that Deshuang had just given birth and was in a weakened state when she fought Pan Yu to a standstill. But then I thought about it again. Back then, Pan Yu was just an ordinary beast girl warrior. Although she was very close to becoming an awakened warrior, she was still just a slightly stronger beast girl. The ice crystal bamboo there might be useful for drawing water. Come with me and take a look." He still vaguely remembers the scenery of that place, where the cold weather had frozen the bamboo-like trees with ice crystals. If the internal structure of this plant is the same as that of bamboo, then a patch of bamboo can be assembled to divert water to the edge of the cliff, and then a reservoir can be built directly below the camp. From now on, it will be much more convenient for the tribe to have water for washing and daily life. Let's hurry up and go. I didn't notice that thing when I went there. Pan, you seem to miss the place where he first fought the frost wolf of the moon to the death and called everyone to run towards the ice crystal bamboo forest. The journey wasn't very long, and a forest of icy blue came into view. The harsh cold of the frost crystal season had no effect on these ice crystal bamboos. Ice crystals remained condensed on their bamboo stalks, and the leaves above remained unmoved even as the cold wind blew. He had come in too much of a hurry before and left in an even greater hurry, without paying any attention to what kind of plant these bamboos were. This time, however, he was in a less rush and stepped forward to examine them more closely. Snow crystal bamboo, a type of bamboo that grows deep in the snowfields. It has extremely strong vitality and can grow rapidly as long as it leaves a root. The ice crystals on its surface protect the bamboo and prevent the snow bamboo sap in its chambers from emitting a fragrance. Its sap is sweet and delicious and is very attractive to wild animals. Sweet, delicious? Very good. The wild beasts were not attracted, but a few savages were. Su Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the introduction of the creature called snow crystal bamboo. It seems this trip has been quite fruitful. Not only have they found a natural conduit, but they've also discovered a delicious sap from another world. Xian Ku, could you please use a knife to cut this snow crystal bamboo along this joint? By the way, be careful not to break it. Su Yuan was worried that Xian Ku's brute force would smash the ordinary snow crystal bamboo to pieces, so he quickly reminded her. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary plant. The ice crystals on the surface of the snow crystal bamboo were just ordinary ice blocks, and not particularly hard. Xian Ku drew the small knife from her waist and slashed through the ice into the bamboo with one stroke. This bamboo forest is particularly wide, but Su Yuan is not the kind of person who would drain a pond to catch all the fish. He left a few sections of the roots down so that the bamboo could regrow. After a while, we can harvest it again. As Xian Ku cleaved the snow crystal bamboo in a few strokes, a few drops of milky white sap seeped from the emerald green bamboo, and the sweet aroma was immediately detected by several beast girls with extremely sensitive senses of smell. It smells so good. Su Yuan, my intuition tells me that this is edible. Mao Yi held Su Yuan's arm very seriously. Her face tense as she stared at the milky, white liquid flowing from the bamboo tube, her throat moving uncontrollably. A milky white liquid? That's not what you said before. Su Yuan tapped her head and complained with exasperation, but still took the snow crystal bamboo that Xian Ku was carrying and scraped the milky white snow bamboo liquid with his fingers and put it in front of Mao Yi. So sweet. Mao Yi licked it, then immediately squinted her eyes excitedly, as if she wanted to bite off Su Yuan's finger. I want some too. I want to try some too. Several beast girls also gathered around and fed him one by one. Su Yuan then took a bite himself, and the taste was quite unique. It's not particularly thick, and when you put it in your mouth, it has a refreshing and cool sensation that dispels the residual heat from soaking in a hot spring. The sweet taste is not cloying. In addition to the minty coolness, there is also a hint of woody mellowness lingering in the mouth. This tastes really good. Cat Knight, you're fast. Go and tell everyone in the tribe to have Lion and Long bring some warriors over. Remember to bring axes and a few sealed wooden barrels. Su Yuan led the group to savor the juice from the chopped snow crystal bamboo. The sweet taste made them want to taste it again. All right, but Su Yuan, could I have some to try on the way? Cat Knight blinked her big eyes and stood pitifully to the side, looking at the snow crystal bamboo in Su Yuan's hand. Only the last snow crystal bamboo, less than a meter long, remained. Here you go, but don't forget to call them over quickly. Don't worry, I'll bring them here very soon. Chapter 202 This hot spring water smells. When Shir and Long arrived at the snow crystal bamboo forest carrying several large wooden buckets, several sections of snow crystal bamboo had already been piled up on the ground. Xian Ku and the others were still cutting bamboo on the side, while Su Yuan was sitting on the ground, fiddling with a bamboo tube with a long stick in his hand. Su Yuan, we're here. After calling for help, Mao Yi rushed back in a hurry. Beside her, a cute little figure pounced on Su Yuan's back, hugging his neck tightly. The little head peeked out from his shoulder, curiously staring at the snow crystal bamboo in his hand. Cough, cough, cough. Fox 9, you scared me to death. Hee hee, so this is the sweet-tasting tree that Nikoi was talking about. Fox 9 straightened up and brought her head close to the snow crystal bamboo in Su Yuan's hand, where some snow bamboo juice still remained. At this moment, the people behind them also came over. After putting down their tools, many of the beast girls began to sniff the sweet scent. This smells so good. It's even better than the honey I tasted yesterday. Yes, which are you making food? This must be the delicacy that the shaman begged from the gods. Smack. All right, come down now. Su Yuan slapped Fox 9's buttocks behind him, then stood up and dragged the nearly 5-meter-long snow crystal bamboo in his hand to the front of him. The fragrance is not from the food of the gods, but from the sap of this snow crystal bamboo. I called everyone here today to cut some snow crystal bamboo. Please try some first. She handed the snow crystal bamboo to everyone, and Lion first dipped her finger in it and tasted it. Although she remained expressionless, her wagging tail betrayed her emotions. It's so sweet. It really is the sweet tree that Nikoi described. The other beast girls also came forward to try it. The sweet taste was not unpleasant to any of the beast girls, and soon the snow bamboo liquid in the half bamboo tube was finished. Next, it was time to assign tasks. Su Yuan put down the bamboo and looked at everyone. Sure, Shinka. Each of you take 5 people to cut some bamboo and deliver it to the hot spring. Remember, cut it above 2 nodes on the root. The rest of you, bring your buckets and follow me. Since snow crystal bamboo contains such delicious sap, it still has value before it is made into bamboo pipes for drawing water. Su Yuan led the remaining people back to the hot spring. The steaming hot spring water tempted the newly arrived beast girls, since they hadn't taken a bath in the past few months of the frost crystal season. Although I don't feel particularly sticky, I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Then a pair of adorable big eyes looked at Su Yuan. Although they didn't say anything, it was as if they had said everything. You guys go take a shower first, but hurry up. Yeah, you're the best, Wu. Thank you, Witch. Which is so nice. I haven't cleaned my tail in so long. Look, it's all stuck together. Amidst the beautiful scenery, the beast girls, without any hesitation, took off their animal skin clothes and jumped into the hot spring. The sight of them playing around always made Su Yuan unable to resist glancing over. Yeah, that's so sinful. I never imagined there could be such a sinful sight. Beside him, Long remained standing quietly. Su Yuan glanced at her somewhat messy tail, and the fluffy fur inside her ears was now a bit tangled. Long, why don't you go take a shower too? Long was somewhat surprised. She glanced at her messy tail behind her, blushed slightly, nodded, and then found a hot spring pool that had been dug and soaked in it. This figure doesn't look like someone who has given birth to the little guy Zizi at all. The beast girl's physical condition is simply extraordinary. The recovery results are also amazing. The flat abdomen is completely free of scars. Just as Su Yuan was admiring the scenery, he heard sucking sounds coming from behind him. Pan Yu and Mao Yi were fighting over a snow crystal bamboo. Cat Knight, rebellious moon. If you want a drink, finish your work first. Use these sharpened wooden sticks to pry open the nodes inside the bamboo tubes. Pour the sap into the wooden bucket, and then hand the bamboo to me. I'll go back and share it with everyone after I've collected a whole bucketful. It is no easy task to open up each section of bamboo without damaging the bamboo, especially since this is not an ordinary bamboo and contains sweet snow bamboo juice. Soaking in water or steaming with hot water are no longer viable methods. The only option now is to rely on the powerful strength of the beast girls to violently break through. Snort. The two glared at each other with displeasure, but still obediently put the bamboo down. The group, who had just finished bathing, came to Su Yuan's side and watched him forcefully poke the inside of the bamboo with a sharp stick. Su Yuan, why did you pierce through this bamboo? If you want to collect the sap, you only need to make an opening on the outside, right? Your previous methods were both good, but there is an even more convenient way. Su Yuan patted the bamboo in his hand. Before the two of them could understand, the black sheep beside him seemed to have already figured it out, and a look of surprise appeared on its face. Perhaps she never imagined that this plant could be used to bring water to the tribe. Think about it. If you pierce this bamboo and put it in this stream, won't the water flow down the bamboo? As long as the bamboo. If we just join the bamboo stalks together, we can bring water into the tribe. I understand now, Su Yuan, you're so clever. Before he could finish explaining, Fox Nine's voice suddenly rang out. He turned his head and almost had a nosebleed. How could this guy have appeared behind him without making a sound? And he was completely soaking wet. Go wash up first, and then come over. Oh, could you wait until I get here before you explain it? I want to learn it first before I teach it to everyone. Fox 9 hesitated, wanting to clean her fur, but also wanting to learn the knowledge Su Yuan had shared. In the past few days, she had been teaching the beast girls in the tribe to read. The feeling of imparting amazing knowledge to others while they are completely bewildered is simply mesmerizing. All right, hurry up and go back. Having just expended his energy, Su Yuan hadn't yet recovered. He took a deep breath and washed his face with the still slightly warm hot spring water beneath him. Why does this water taste a bit strange? Su Yuan wiped the water off his face, then suddenly realized what was happening and turned to look at the beast girls playing above. Before long, everyone had cleaned up and came to Su Yuan's side, still wet with water droplets. Making bamboo pipes is not a complicated task. It only requires the simplest mortise and tenon joint technique taught when building the wooden house. Simply trim off some of the outer ends of the bamboo so that it can be inserted into another bamboo tube, and you're done. The bamboo that had been carried over was quickly connected to form a long pipe, which was laid across the ditch formed by the long-term erosion of the water. Gurgle. The sound of water flowing over the bamboo tube could be heard. Although not all of the water entered the bamboo tube, the bowl-sized tube still brought in quite a bit of clear water. Chapter 203 is gone, not a single drop left. Thump. The last section of bamboo was placed on the edge of a cliff, and a trickle of water began to flow from the bamboo tube that extended about a meter out of the cliff. The water cascaded down, landing straight in a corner at the edge of the camp, and the gurgling sound of the water drew many people from the tribe to gather around. Wow, amazing! Water actually appeared in the sky. The antler beast girl standing to the side was also shocked and delighted, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Then does that mean we won't have to boil water anymore?" Just as she was about to step forward and taste the heavenly water, the beast-eared girl beside her grabbed her antlers and pulled her back. "Silly Lulu, this is hot spring water that Chief Su Yuan created on the mountain. He said that hot spring water flowing down from the mountain is not drinkable." Although the hot spring water was hot, Su Yuan still didn't let the beast girls in the tribe drink it for safety reasons, not because he was worried about bacteria in it. Rather, the hot spring water coming from underground is likely to contain a large amount of harmful substances and indigestible minerals, in addition to flowing in the wild along the way. Unless the water source is completely depleted, there is no need to skip the process of burning snow to make drinking water. Of course, it seems unlikely that water sources would dry up in this snowfield. Oh, well then, I thought it was water falling from the sky. It's such a pity it just flowed away like that. The little deer girl named Lulu glanced at the flowing hot spring water with some regret, but still obediently returned to her original spot. Not long after, Su Yuan led everyone down the spiderweb ladder. Several beast girls had a wooden barrel tightly bound to their backs with spider silk. The barrel was filled with snow bamboo liquid and sealed tightly with a lid, but this did not prevent the fragrance from escaping. "We're back." Actually, there was no need to shout. The smell had already attracted the crowd. At this moment, Zizi was still holding a can of yak milk, with milk stains on the corners of her mouth, and she ran over in a big stride. "Su Yuan, I smell something wonderful. Little Squeaky's nose is so sharp." Su Yuan looked at the yak milk that she hadn't finished drinking in the jar. In fact, this kind of raw, unprocessed animal milk was rich and nutritious. However, there is one problem: it doesn't taste very good. These little beast girls, Zizi, are forced to drink milk every day under the pressure of adults, all because Su Yuan said that drinking more beast milk would make them grow taller and stronger. "Lansha, open the lid and share the snow bamboo liquid with everyone." There was still a large area of snow bamboo forest on the mountain, and Su Yuan didn't feel bad about the snow bamboo liquid being distributed, since the main purpose of cutting bamboo this time was to build water pipes. These snow bamboo liquids were just an unexpected bonus. "Squeaky, would you like to try some?" "Yes, I'll just collapse here." Zizi looked at the earthenware jar in her hand. There was still half left in the large jar of beast milk. Actually, under Long's supervision, she could hardly drink anymore. At this moment, she felt that the burps she was burping were milk burps. Salty roasted meat and sweet honey are still the best. Lansha chuckled and placed the wooden bucket tied to her body on the ground. The milky white snow bamboo liquid was somewhat similar to yak milk, but it was thicker. He found a wooden spoon and gently scooped out a large spoonful of snow bamboo liquid into the squeaky jar. The yak milk, which originally had no taste, now emitted an unusual fragrance. He swallowed hard, picked up the jar, and took a sip. "It's so delicious. I've never tasted such good animal milk before." "Is it really that good?" Su Yuan saw that Gigi looked even happier than Mao Yi and the others had looked in the snow bamboo forest. He couldn't resist asking Zizi for a bite. The flavor had an added layer compared to before. The coolness was reduced, and a mellow aroma had been added. It was like tasting a cup of excellent yogurt. The flavor would have been superb even in my past life, let alone in this primitive society. Squeak. Seeing that Su Yuan also had an expression of enjoyment, the beast girls around him were also tempted. Their longing eyes made Gigi immediately pick up the jar and drink the yak milk clean in a few gulps. "That's all. Really, there's absolutely none left. Go get some yourselves if you want some." Burp. Seeing their gazes, Zizi immediately turned the jar upside down, and sure enough, she had drunk it all clean, not a single drop left. But her ears immediately suffered the consequences. Long came up behind her, grabbed her little round ears, and said angrily, "Squeak, you need to learn to share with your friends, understand? Su Yuan, how about I go and make you a jar?" Su Yuan shook his head. He could drink it whenever he wanted, but now was not the time to drink milk. The hot spring water on the mountain was still flowing, and if they didn't deal with it quickly, the whole area would get wet. But how should we handle it? The bamboo tubes embedded on top are not all particularly tight. From the water outlet, they connect all the way to the edge of the cliff, and the original water flow is now only about the thickness of a thumb. Lion, dig a big hole under this water flow, the size of which should be about the same as big barbarian size. Su Yuan roughly estimated the tribe's water consumption. On weekdays, they would simply wash themselves, and the clean-loving beast girls would wash their own clothes. Then there's water for bathing. Although there are hot springs to soak in, some beast girls who find it troublesome or are timid prefer to simply clean themselves with water in the tribe. For example, a certain koala, even though the outside temperature wasn't particularly cold during this period, still preferred to stay in the tribe. He usually just helps White Rabbit with his work, and he can't even climb out of the camp to go to the training ground to practice archery. Okay, I understand. Everyone, please make way. Lion took off his animal skin clothes, picked up a large iron shovel, and went down to the bottom of the water. The water that fell on her was a little cold, but fortunately the tribe had a protective orb, so the temperature was better than in the snowy wilderness. She ignored the water splashing on her. With a few swings of the shovel, he soon dug a huge pit in the water. The water gradually submerged her body, and the lion in the cave, seeing that it was almost over, simply jumped back to the ground. The mud and water droplets that were originally on my body were completely cleaned off by a gentle breeze. After a day of breaking through to the advanced awakened warrior level, Lion has gradually adapted to the wind element she controls and can not only rely on the wind element to increase her agility when moving. When attacked, the wind can also blow away the impending danger. It can be said that not only were arrows no longer a threat to her, but even the enchanting mosquito coil from Su Yuan's special shop had lost its effect. A gust of wind will completely disperse the smoke from the mosquito coil. Lion, hurry up and put your clothes on. When Su Yuan saw Shirshir walking over barefoot, he quickly handed her her animal skin clothes. It wasn't that he was afraid she would get cold, but rather that everyone had gathered around. Several little beast girls had already set their sights on Su Yuan's lower body, seemingly curious about what he had hidden inside his clothes. Chapter 20 for the origin of the Sushing descendants. Before long, the water level at the cave entrance gradually rose, and the muddy water inside was washed out, with the turbid hot spring water overflowing in all directions. Finally, a man-made clear well was formed. The only drawback was that the well water was undrinkable, but it was much more convenient to use water than before. To prevent the water from overflowing, Su Yuan dug a channel to drain the excess water through a trough under the wooden stakes to a point outside the camp in the distance. The channel wasn't particularly large, barely enough to keep the water in the well from overflowing. When he returned after finishing his work, the cave entrance was filled with clear hot spring water. The water was so clean and clear that one couldn't help but want to scoop it up and drink it. Now the tribe's water problem is solved, and we won't have to travel all the way to the glacial lake to wash our clothes anymore. Seeing the flowing spring water, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously thought that there would be no water problem in the Snowfield. It wasn't until the frost crystal season arrived and everyone was unable to leave the camp that he realized the importance of having a water source. Although the water in this bamboo pipe will freeze again when the next frost crystal season arrives, at least the tribe will still have some water left over. Splash. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water caught Su Yuan's attention. When he turned around and looked closely, he almost died from a stroke. Want to come play in the water with me? Several beast girls couldn't wait to run to the well. The flowing water washed over them, and their laughter filled the snowy landscape with the feeling of spring. This scene seemed to have only been seen in a dream. Compared to a false dream, this was much more real, almost so real that it was reflected on his face. No, oh no. Before Su Yuan could refuse, several enthusiastic beast girls grabbed his arms and tried to pull him over. Not far away, Red Fox saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his lips. In the orc tribe, the most powerful chieftain and shaman are the most attractive to the opposite sex. Although this concept doesn't exist among the God-given clan, when Su Yuan arrived, this person, who was similar to them yet completely different, became a familiar figure. He not only led them to a better life, but his wisdom and leadership at all times made many people in the tribe like to stick by his side. Leader Su Yuan is really attractive. A figure silently approached the Red Fox and smiled faintly as he watched Su Yuan playing with the beast girls, his eyes filled with warmth. You should know that Pan, you said Su Yuan's body is somewhat different from ours, right? Of course, I've also experienced it myself. The seemingly calm conversation between the two made the surrounding beast girls feel a strong sense of oppression, and even a few huskies passing by were so frightened that they hurriedly ran away. You've experienced it? I see. Black Sheep looked Red Fox up and down, seemingly understanding something, and then slowly said, However, I have heard a similar story about Su Yuan in the misty forest. Red Fox's eyes narrowed, but he didn't reply. Once, Tiger was seriously injured during a hunt. He heard that in the forest beyond the Wangshui Mountains, there was a divinely gifted people called the Suxing Yi, whose blood, saliva, and even sweat had extremely strong restorative effects. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that severed limbs can regenerate. To save Tiger Hunter, I went to the misty forest alone. Luckily, I found a group of Suxing people who were hiding from capture. During my casual conversation with them, I heard a story different from the one on the Snowfield. In ancient times, the Mother Tree of Life used stars falling from the sky to create the first divinely bestowed people. It created a man and a woman according to the breeding methods of the orcs. The two of them possessed immense power. Not only could they regenerate severed limbs, but their blood could also bring the dead back to life. The story that the black sheep heard was quite different from the story that the red fox had heard since childhood in the Snowfield, but after careful consideration, she understood the story. Isn't this just the birth story of that group of retrograde descendants themselves? Black Sheep nodded in agreement, saying, "It is indeed related to them. But in their story, the original God-given race conceived their offspring through the union of two people. However, due to the attack by the orcs, the original divinely gifted tribe suffered heavy losses. The male divinely gifted one created by the Mother Tree of Life stole the fruit of life from the Mother Tree in order to save the tribe. He acquired extremely powerful abilities, including fire, lightning, and ice, which he could easily unleash with a wave of his hand. However, there was a divine revelation when the Mother Tree of Life created them that although the fruit of life would grant people great power, it would also devour their own life force. Moreover, this price is passed down through bloodlines. When the Mother Tree of Life awakens, only a few female divine beings will remain. When the Mother Tree of Life learned of this, although she was very angry, she ultimately sealed the power of all the God-given beings and then planned to use the stars to create another batch of people. It worked. The red fox was also drawn into the story, completely unaware of Su Yuan being surrounded by people by the well and his happy smile. It succeeded, but it didn't succeed either. The fruit of life seemed like a curse. When the Mother Tree of Life created humans, any male born would possess the abilities of a god. But they would also die within a few months, so the Mother Tree of Life had to cultivate a fruit that could make the God-given race pregnant, so that they would not have to have a male presence like the orcs. This story is entirely based on the life characteristics of the descendants of Suxing, and it's even more exaggerated than the stories circulating in their snowfields. After listening, Red Fox shook her head. "Why are you telling me all this? It's been a long time since I've talked to anyone about these things. I just remembered them again at the hot spring, so I thought I'd chat with you about it. Of course, most importantly." Black Sheep chuckled, then leaned close to Red Fox's ear and said, "You can try it more. According to the story of the descendants of the ancients, the divinely gifted race in this world should be the same as the beast men. They can also reproduce without relying on divinely bestowed fruit. Of course, if you don't want to try, then I'll give it a go. A child born with all sorts of powers. I believe the curse will disappear after 1,000 years." The voices faded into the distance, and Red Fox couldn't understand why Black Sheep was telling her all this. However, some things are indeed worth trying more often. Red Fox licked her red lips, as if recalling something, and a blush rose on her delicate face. Su Yuan, who was playing in the water in the distance, suddenly felt his left eyelid twitch. Just as he thought he was about to make a fortune, his right eyelid twitched even more violently. "No, disaster is coming. Watch out." Just then, a chill swept past behind him. Su Yuan turned around and saw a splash of cool spring water hitting his face. "Ha ha ha, Su Yuan, you are also my defeated opponent." In the distance, only the cheerful and arrogant laughter of Pan Yu could be heard. Chapter 205, What is Irregular Soul Manipulation? "Wow, I'm not playing anymore. I don't want to play anymore." A few minutes later, Pan Yu was soaked to the bone, her tail was wet, and her hair was stuck to her face, making her look extremely disheveled. "Have you given up yet?" Su Yuan proudly held up the water gun in his hand. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to playing in the water, and now with the added advantage, he was even more invincible. "Give up? How could I? I give up. My eyes are watering." After playing around, everyone was soaking wet, their fair skin covered in mud from the earlier roughhousing, and their feet were a dark, grimy mess. "How about we build an artificial hot spring here?" Although the spiderweb ladder made the ascent up the mountain much easier, there were still some dangers in the ravine, and the path up the mountain was still quite long. Therefore, ordinary beast girls actually prefer to go to the frozen lake, as the journey is shorter and less dangerous than going to the mountains. Looking at the flowing spring water, If a shallower and more spacious pool could be created nearby, and the blazing heating stones from the system's special shop could be placed in it to heat it up. Isn't that just a man-made natural hot spring? The idea that the pool was man-made and the water was natural lingered in Su Yuan's mind. He looked at the beast girls playing in the water around the small well and became even more certain of his thoughts. Without further ado, Su Yuan found a large iron shovel. Because the tribe had been illuminated by the molten fire guardian orb for so long, the frozen soil had become somewhat soft. What are you doing? Seeing that Su Yuan had found a large iron shovel and was working on it, the beast girls who were playing in the water stopped and crowded around Su Yuan, craning their necks to get closer. To prevent their physical abilities from collapsing, these little beast girls were forced to wear convenient animal skin skirts. But isn't that even more tempting? I plan to dig a pool here. In the future, the well over there will be used to collect water to water plants and wash clothes, while this pool will be used to wash the body. Really? We'll help too. Everyone was quite pleased, especially some of the beast girls who weren't good at fighting. Every time they went up the mountain, they had to wait for the warrior beast girls to finish their training before they could go together. This is too much trouble for others, and also a waste of your own time. So the group followed him and began to dig holes using bone and wooden tools. The hot spring pool doesn't need to be as deep as a well. Like the ones on the mountain, it only needs to reach about thigh level, so that when you squat down, you can submerge your body and only have your head sticking out. The bottom of the pool was made of half-timbered wood, forming a very flat wooden floor. These pieces of wood were coated with a layer of oil, so even if you pressed your body against them, it wouldn't be uncomfortable. The surrounding edges are made of rounded stones. It's finally done. The group spent more than an hour doing this, and everyone's face was covered in mud, resembling a big cat. Their bodies, which had just been washed, were now covered in mud as well. As Su Yuan opened the connection, the spring water from the well flowed into the pool, reaching exactly halfway up the surrounding stones before the connection was closed. Looking at the still somewhat murky pool water, Su Yuan exchanged some more fiery warm stones in the system shop. Combined with the ones he had already exchanged, he had exactly 50 or so. If you throw it in a fire for a day, it will continue to release heat for 7 days. One piece is better than 7 pieces. After the stone slab is cooked, it can also be used to heat the hot spring. As evening fell, almost the entire tribe gathered around this small corner pool, and dozens of hot, radiant stones were thrown into it. Before long, wisps of white mist rose from the pool. Long, take a few people to the cave and bring back 3 empty white jade clam shells. The empty hot spring pool felt like something was missing. Su Yuan thought for a moment and realized that the white jade clam shells he had collected from the seabed were quite good. They've been sitting there ever since I brought them back. Since they're not worth many points, I've just used them as several huge storage boxes for supplies. This is a large clam shell that can fit a person. Inside, you can enjoy a sauna-like steam therapy, and the smooth, white jade-like shell on the outside is a great place to lie down. Thump, whoosh. The falling of the clam shells raised the overall water level, and everyone looked on with anticipation as they gazed at the finally completed artificial natural hot spring. All right, you guys who are the dirtiest go in and wash up first. Su Yuan smiled as he looked at the several beast girls beside him, their hands and feet covered in mud. Pan Yu was among them. She had gotten soaked from the water fight earlier and now looked like a little mud figure. With Su Yuan's permission, everyone cheered and jumped into the pool. The pool could probably hold about 20 people, but to avoid crowding, only 10 people went in at a time. Su Yuan also took off his clothes, leaving only his pants, and jumped in. The public bathhouse is really comfortable. He lay on a white jade clam shell, gazing at the colorful and fair scenery around him. No wonder Rome loved the bathhouse culture so much. I would love it too. Su Yuan let the beast girls beside him frolic in the pool, their soft touch occasionally brushing against his body. Suddenly, a soft touch came from behind, followed by a pair of small hands placed on her back, and the gentle voice of the red fox rang out. Su Yuan, let me help you relax. Relax. The setting sun was blocked by the red fox's silhouette. Su Yuan felt a fragrance inhale through his nose and struggled to lift his head, saying, "There are so many people here. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "It's okay. When I was little, I would help my mom relax. Actually, my mom taught me to do that. Every time my mom and her friends came back from hunting, I would help her relax." "Oh, to help your mother relax?" Just as Su Yuan was wondering, 2 hands behind his back were placed on his shoulders and began to knead. The fingers were slender, but the strength was considerable, and the kneading seemed to be rhythmic. The hands, free of calluses, pressed against his back, each press sending a tingling sensation through Su Yuan's soul. "Oh, it's a massage. But Red Fox, your skills are really good. Massage? Su Yuan, did you have soul pinching in your tribe before? Red Fox was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and asked curiously. Soul manipulation? Okay, this does look somewhat similar. Those little hands are rubbing against his back, and each press seems to be pressing on his soul. Yes, we distinguish between formal and informal ones where we're from. Yours is considered relatively formal. Well, any more content, and it won't be proper. Red Fox was completely confused by what he said. He wiped the water droplets from his forehead, sat on Su Yuan's back, placed his palms on his waist and massaged it, and sighed. Your former tribe must have been very powerful, as they could even classify souls into 2 categories. But what constitutes irregular? Ahem, I'll teach you when I have time, then you'll know. Chapter 206. Are you planning to change your camp location? After resting for a few days, Su Yuan fully recovered, and the mental damage caused by the Siren King was transformed into his magical power. Although I couldn't feel any changes in my body, each time I released fire magic, the effect was slightly stronger than before, and the speed of the release was also faster than usual. It seems I've taken another small step closer to the next level of witchcraft. Su Yuan specifically asked Red Fox and Black Sheep about the classification of witch levels. What they knew was that newly awakened witches were basically clueless at this stage and needed to learn from the old witches. Next comes the formal shaman, just like the Red Fox. At this stage, they are already capable of standing on their own and can unleash some magic based on the elements they have mastered. At this stage, strength varies, depending on one's own magical power and the magical arts one possesses. Then there are great wizards like Black Sheep, who can make their own witch wands and spell cards and master the witchcraft techniques they know. As for higher levels, the 2 of them had heard of them, but only that such a person existed. It was said that when that person came to the Snowfield, he summoned the wrath of the ice god with just a wave of his hand. My strength has now reached the level of a formal wizard. Su Yuan stretched and withdrew the basketball-sized fireball from his hand. Now, he could not only release it easily, but also retract it with ease. When we stepped out of the cabin, the sun was already shining on the entire snowfield. The frost season had passed for some time, and this icy snowfield had returned to its former state. In the hot spring pool, beast girls could be seen washing their bodies at any time or lying blankly on the clam shells, making the corner scenery the best view in the entire tribe. Should we go and take a look at the place of death that the mutated werewolf mentioned earlier? There are several tasks ahead of us now. One option is to go to the desolate snowfield to investigate the current situation there. If it is safe, we can even go to the Wangshua mountain range to conduct reconnaissance. Secondly, he wanted to find iron or to verify his hypothesis, whether advancing to the second-tier market required the tribe to enter the Iron Age. If successful, it would greatly enhance his strength. Third, and what Su Yuan was most worried about, was the mutated werewolf he had encountered before. He still hadn't forgotten its deformed appearance, so much so that the number of people on night watch was now higher than usual. The fact that the mutated werewolf could find the Star Tribe means that the place it mentioned was not far from its own tribe. Previously, it was just one mutated werewolf. But what if in the future a group of mutated werewolves, a group of mutated wild beasts, or even a group of mutated magical beasts appeared outside the Star Tribe? After much deliberation, Su Yuan decided to go and see for himself. If they were no match for the enemy, they would have no choice but to move to the mine on the mountaintop for temporary refuge. The matter concerning Mu Guang still needs further consideration. After finalizing his own thoughts, Su Yuan gathered Chi Hu and the others together. What? You're going to the place where that mutated werewolf came from? Upon hearing where Su Yuan was going, Red Fox and the others immediately stood up in alarm, then quickly grabbed his arm and advised, "This is too dangerous. Cat Knight told me before that when you went to the seabed, you almost had an accident. This time, I absolutely cannot let you go in person again. I'll take them with me if you want to go." Red Fox's expression was very serious, and his originally docile nature became very tough because of this matter. Su Yuan glanced at the others around him. Lion nodded in agreement. Black Sheep looked at him with a smile, and the others turned their heads away. What a bunch of unreliable guys. Red Fox, I know you're worried about me, but last time was just an accident, right, Nicoya? The gritted teeth in the tone made the distracted Mao Yi shiver immediately. She forced a smile and stammered, Yes, it was just an accident back then. Su Yuan is amazing. Right. No means no. Regardless, Red Fox remained firm in her stance, and Lion agreed, saying she could investigate first. Red Fox, I am the leader. All right, this time is different. I must go and see for myself. Even the title of leader couldn't intimidate Red Fox at this moment. Seeing her immediately become teary-eyed, Su Yuan had no choice but to patiently explain. You all know I asked about that werewolf soul before, right? When the werewolf soul was awakened that night, Red Fox and the others were all present. Apart from Black Sheep and a few others who were guarding the camp, everyone else nodded. I suspect that the place the werewolf mentioned might be related to my former tribe. They turned into that form after touching that green liquid. As Su Yuan spoke, his expression turned very serious. He looked at the group of beast girls beside him. Even the tiger hunters who had just arrived in the tribe had spent quite some time with them. Now they're not even familiar with each other. He knows exactly where the mole on the tiger's buttock is. Those things are probably only understood by me. I don't want you to go there and end up like those werewolves, completely confused. So this time I have to go and see for myself no matter what. Don't worry, I'm confident I can leave once I go. If it were an alien spaceship that crashed unexpectedly, Su Yuan was confident he could escape. The ocean was not his territory before, and breathing was not the only problem. Even their vision and movement are hindered by the water flow, so they are often in a very passive position. Even if he gets locked up by the alien spaceship this time, he can simply trade the spaceship to the system. Even trading just a piece of metal from the spaceship will allow him to escape successfully. In short, since he couldn't get his hands on the alien spaceship, he had to go and see for himself. If it really was an alien spaceship, he would have to investigate when and why it crashed there. Were there any other spaceships that crashed, and did any of those spaceships reveal the coordinates of this planet to other civilizations? The civilization on this planet is currently in a primitive stage, and the beast girls who have just entered the Fire Seed civilization are definitely not as powerful as the civilization that has the ability to travel across interstellar distances. If other civilizations were to obtain the coordinates of this planet, it would be a catastrophe for both beast girls and beast men. Everyone, I know you're worried about me, but I don't want you all to end up as corpses. This time, no matter what, I have to go and investigate the situation. Can't you just not go? Nicoya pursed her lips and asked nervously. However, Su Yuan shook his head in response. Last time it was just a mutated werewolf. What if next time it's a group of mutated magical beasts? After a long silence, Lion finally stood up again and said firmly, I believe in you. The others also stood up, and just as Su Yuan was feeling somewhat moved, he heard them say in unison, but we want to go together too. Is this a plan to change camp locations? Chapter 207 The Divine Messenger from the Celestial Realm. Ultimately, for the sake of the tribe's safety and management, Red Fox was left in the tribe to handle all its affairs. Accompanying Su Yuan were, besides the strongest Xian Ku, Sure who had just broken through to the advanced awakened warrior level, the giant spider girl Hong Shuang, and the last one was Pan Yu. That's right, Pan Yu cried and insisted on coming along. Last time, we took Mao Yi but not her, and she was upset about it for a long time. This time, she insisted on going no matter what, and Su Yuan, who was already quite annoyed by the commotion, had no choice but to agree. One more rebel moon won't have a big impact, and of course, one less rebel moon won't have a big impact on the tribe either. After Gray and Little Barbarian awaken, the tribe's strength is no longer as weak as before. Besides them, there were also Long, Hu Si, and Hu Lai, a few awakened warriors who stayed behind in the tribe. So losing her wouldn't have a big impact on the tribe. It's just like taking a little wolf girl out for a stroll. After gathering the necessary weapons and food, the 5 of them stood outside the camp, riding on Big Silly, 2 Silly, and their 5 snow wolves. Su Yuan originally planned to invite Shuang, but recently its little wolf cubs seemed to have reached the evolution period, and he couldn't spare the time because he was focused on them. However, nourished by so much high-grade monster meat, the 5 snow wolves, including Sha, were all a size larger than before, although they were still smaller than Shuang. However, even with someone riding on its back, it can still easily run wildly through the snow, although it can't run as fast as Shuang when encountering danger. They were indeed faster than people like Su Yuan who had 2 legs. Then let's set off. In the next few days, Black Sheep, use the sensing crystal to investigate the surrounding area. Once you find Mu Guang and the others, immediately escape to the mine and hide. The mine entrance was narrow and long, and even if Mu Guang wanted to force his way in, it would take a lot of effort. Don't worry, but you all need to be careful. If there's any danger, run away immediately. Don't let it happen like last time. The scene of Su Yuan being attacked by the Sea Demon King was still vivid in her mind, and Black Sheep was also a little worried. However, at Su Yuan's repeated request, she could only stay in the tribe to guard him. Okay, wait for us to come back. Why haven't they come back yet? After the snowstorm, the barren Snowfield returned to its former vitality. At this moment, in an orc tribe standing in the forest, The one-eyed werewolf chieftain knelt on one knee before the werewolf shaman. There are no living people in the frost crystal season, and the wolf shepherd shaman should know this. I know, of course I know, but other tribes went too, and the matter of the totem concerns who will speak for this snowfield. The petite wolf, covered in white fur, looked anxious. If the werewolf leader hadn't stopped it, it would have already sent everyone to search for it. Wolf shaman, you should know that the Fox clan has already informed other tribes of the source of the totem message. Do you believe what those beastmen say? It's probably just a fake totem message. A hint of displeasure flashed in the werewolf leader's eyes. Just because of a rumor spread by the beastman shaman, his tribe's warriors were sent to their deaths in vain. Splash, splash, splash. But as soon as he finished speaking, the bone staff in the wolf's hand stirred up the surrounding snow, and the swirling snowflakes transformed into an arm that tightly gripped its neck. Wolf hair, I'm not one of those idiots, the pig people, who can be fooled into going to that damned place by some foreign shaman. Bang! Cough, cough, cough. The white hand through the wolf hair brush to the ground. The intense feeling of suffocation made the wolf hair brush kneel on the ground and cough with difficulty, its eyes no longer showing any dissatisfaction with the wolf-herding shaman. You know that the information about the totem from the Beast clan was given to other tribes by the Ghost Fox, but did it tell you that the Ghost Fox tribe also sent many people into the icy Snowfield? What? The Snowfield does not allow a powerful tribe to emerge. Neither the orcs nor the beast men will allow the other to establish a large tribe. Upon hearing this, Longhouse suddenly realized something, and a look of shock appeared in his only remaining eye. The wolf-herding shaman ignored it, stepped out of the animal skin tent, looked at the mountains hidden by the forest, and continued speaking with a somewhat serious expression. But this mysterious beast tribe shaman established a tribe in the Wangshui Mountains, capturing other beast tribes everywhere, and even extending his reach to the desolate snow plains. Guess why no orc tribes want to deal with her? She conquered a tribe within just a few days of appearing, and then took over several nearby tribes in a short period of time. At that time, the Jilin tribe, which was also in the Wangshui Mountains, warned her. A tribe with over 100 bloodstained warriors, a dozen berserkers, including 3 bone breakers, and even 3 shamans. But what was the result? They all died. The entire Crimson Scale tribe was wiped out by that shaman in just one night. Wolfhair was startled. Although the ranking system for the orcs and the beastmen was called by different names, a bloodstained warrior was an adult orc warrior who had seen blood, while a berserker was a warrior among the beastmen who had awakened. The Bonebreaker warriors were comparable to high-level awakened warriors among alien beasts, yet such a lineup was wiped out overnight? Then we don't need to send our people to their deaths just because of something she said. Maybe that guy is just lying to us, just to make us orcs fight each other. The frozen snowfield is so vast. How could we possibly find the person and totem that's rumored? Wait, people. Wolfhair suddenly remembered that when this news first came, there wasn't much description of the totem. It only said that the wielder possessed boundless power. However, it provides a detailed description of the beast man who possesses that totem, even detailing his hair color, skin, and so on. The shelf shaman, is she using us? It seems you're not so stupid after all. That shaman just wants us to capture that beast man hiding in the icy snowfield. But, the Shadow Rat tribe also gave us some information. This beastman shaman named Mu Guang is a divine shaman from the heavenly realm. What? Wolf's words were like a depth charge. Wolf swallowed hard and instinctively shook his head, exclaiming, impossible. No, maybe. She could very well be a divine messenger from the heavenly realm. The wolf shaman said with a serious expression, recalling what the Shadow Rat had shown him earlier. So even if it's fake, that sorcerer can make it real. Do you still think that totem is fake? After a long silence, Longhao regained his strength, stood up again, and asked the last question. Why doesn't she go to the icy wilderness herself to capture that person? She led the entire Snowfield tribe, yet she only sent the orcs of the desolate Snowfield to capture the person who had escaped to the icy Snowfield. What was she doing? She probably has other plans to deal with as well. Chapter 208 sets a flag that won't avalanche. Hooray for you loves tomatoes' extra chapter update, +1. Let's take a break first. The next evening, Su Yuan and his companions jumped off the snow wolf and walked along the way, stopping and starting, not knowing how far they had gone. The place where we stopped was at the foot of a white forest, with towering mountains connected in the distance, covered by dense forests. However, they were all tree trunks that had long since died. Otherwise, one might have been able to find some fruit here. Xi and Ku, you and Hong Shuang go collect wood to start a fire. Sure. Pan Yu, build the snow house here first. In the snowfield, the most convenient place to rest is still a snow house, as you can use local materials and won't feel bad about losing them if you leave. Su Yuan, won't we get buried by the snow falling from above if we rest here tonight? Buried. Su Yuan looked in the direction that Pan Yu pointed, and the high mountain not far away was not as steep as the snow mountain where the Star Tribe had built its site. The gently sloping mountain range rises into the distance, covered not only with dense, dead trees, but also with thick snow, making it seem as if it might fall at any moment. Don't worry, as long as you don't shout or yell, it shouldn't happen. Wait a minute, saying this at a time like this sounds like setting a flag, doesn't it? However, avalanches are not likely to occur unless someone deliberately does something reckless, and with so many dense forests, the risk is even lower. Even if he was buried, Su Yuan could use fire magic to disperse the surrounding snow. Everyone got busy with their tasks. The 5 snow wolves, including Desha, had been walking all day and were now resting together. Su Yuan found a small rock to sit on and took out the map he had drawn during the day. Since he got lost by Pan Yu when he went to the desolate snowfield last time, he learned his lesson. He not only used a compass to determine the direction, but also drew a simple map in his notebook. The map was very simple, recording the location of the Star Tribe, the location of the Red Fox Tribe, which I remembered, and various distinctive landmarks I had encountered on my way here this morning. Judging from this location, the werewolves did not go in the direction of the real death zone. The land of death that Long and the others escaped from was in the direction of sunset, while the land of death pointed out by the mutated werewolf was to the south, and if they continued on this path, they could even reach the edge of the desolate snowfield. That area is said to be the ocean. Looks like we'll have to cross this mountain again tomorrow morning. Luckily, I brought Big Fool and the others with me, otherwise walking through these mountains would be exhausting. Su Yuan glanced at the snow wolves resting nearby, thinking that he could give them some extra food tonight. Before long, Xian Ku and Hong Shuang returned, dragging a spider silk thread with a large bundle of branches and trunks of various sizes tied to the other end. Is this enough? If not, I'll go cut some more. Xian Ku patted the snow off her body, as if it hadn't taken much effort at all, and sat down next to Su Yuan to ask. That's enough, that's enough. You guys go help Shir and the others build their snow huts. I'll prepare the food. I want to eat. I want sweet potatoes and that sweet bamboo juice. Upon hearing the word meal, Pan Yu's eyes lit up as she stood in the distance in her snow hut. She waved and shouted, "Recently, my little wolf mother doesn't like eating meat anymore. Instead, she prefers sweet things. I don't know why she suddenly changed her taste. If it weren't for her flat little belly showing no signs of pregnancy, Su Yuan would have really thought someone had died." After thinking about it for a long time, I can only conclude that Pan Yu got tired of eating meat and wanted to change his taste. In a snow-covered wilderness, nestled in a mountain valley, several small figures wearing thick animal skin coats walked through the snow. The figure at the front removed its protective animal hide mask and stopped, gazing at the stars appearing in the sky. "Sister Fei, what's wrong?" The 6 beast girls following closely behind also took off their masks and called out in confusion after seeing that they had stopped ahead. "Let's rest here for the day. But there are no caves here, and it's very cold to sleep at night." Yes, we're out of food too. We'll be hungry tonight." AFI took off her hat. Her little cat ears twitched slightly, and she smiled confidently at the people behind her, saying, "Hey, don't worry. How could your sister Afei not find food?" After the frost crystal season ended, AFI led everyone slowly all the way to the ice and snow plains, only to find that the food there was pitifully scarce. It was only 3 days ago that the group found some wild fruits that were growing tenaciously, as well as wild animals that AFI caught along the way, which allowed them to continue traversing the icy and snowy plains. "Sister Fei, hurry up and use your abilities. I'm so hungry." "Then don't speak yet. Let me listen carefully to the sounds around here." AFI closed her eyes, and a bright rune light shone on her forehead. The sounds around her seemed to ripple and reach her ears. The sound of falling snow, flowing water, snow falling from tree branches, and the cry for help from some kind of animal. "Little ones, dinner's ready. We're having meat tonight." "Meat? Can we eat meat again? Then let's set off quickly." AFI glanced around. The snowfield was slightly brighter under the starlight, and the animal cries for help she had heard earlier came from the towering snow forest. Yes, only in this kind of forest is it possible for some small wild animals to appear. Although the dead trees have no leaves, some wild animals will still gnaw on the bark to fill their stomachs. It's likely that some wild beast was accidentally injured in the snowy forest and can only howl in agony on the spot. Having determined their direction, AFI led the group into the snow forest. After walking for a while, Not only she, but also the beast girls behind them heard faint cries. Meow. A sheep? The group's faces lit up instantly, and they sped up and ran toward the direction of the sound. Finally, in a crevice of a ravine, they saw the snow sheep lying on the ground. The mountain wall above was steep, so it must have accidentally fallen from there. AFI, you're amazing. We're having a big meal again tonight. Sister Faye, leave the sheep slaughtering to us. You go over there and rest. The 6 men took out their weapons and prepared to relieve the sheep's suffering. AFI, watching the struggling snow sheep, licked her lips with anticipation. She hadn't had a full meal in a while, so even raw mutton made her mouth water. Call. Suddenly, a soft cry came from beside me. The sound was very faint, but it was not the cry of the snow sheep calling for help not far away. It sounds more like snoring while sleeping. Huff, huff. And there was more than one. The sounds that she could hear without using her awakened power must not be too far away. How could she just let an injured snow sheep howl here? Something's wrong. It's a trap. Without having time to consider where the sound came from, AFI immediately yelled at the people who were about to approach. Come back quickly. There's danger. Chapter 209. A jinx, a real avalanche. A sharp sound accompanied the shaking of the mountain wall in front of them, and several people standing not far from the snow sheep fell to the snow one after another. Sister Faye. Hearing the panicked cries of the group, AFI gritted her teeth and ran over. The mountainside trembled, accompanied by falling rocks and snow. The snow sheep that had been lying below howling slowly floated into the sky, its silhouette shifting and changing under the starlight. Sheep, bird, wolf, cow. After countless transformations, it finally became a long, thin tail full of prisms. The serpent. AFI immediately recognized that familiar tail. From the mountainside, a head the size of a train engine emerged. It was a snake's head, its skull covered with tiny ice crystals that refracted an eerie light under the starlight, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing from the light. Quick, run downhill. AFI's face turned extremely pale. She pulled her companion, who had fallen on the snow, up and prepared to run down the mountain, but the stench coming from behind her made her hair stand on end. Damn Shuelu. I already told you the icy snowfield was extremely dangerous, yet you still made me come looking for someone. If I die, it's all your fault. Despite complaining, AFI did not give up hope. She reached into her clothes and took out a pine cone the size of a fist. The erection on her chest suddenly became somewhat uneven, and the pine cone on the other side also began to sway due to the loosening of her clothes. You monster, die! This is a magical pine cone that I begged from the sorcerer. After throwing the pine cone at the snake's head behind her, AFI immediately grabbed the youngest sister in the group and ran down the mountain, seemingly unconcerned about the snake's shadow covering her body. Behind them, a hint of human wariness flashed in the serpent's vertical eyes, and it immediately closed its mouth when the pine cone came flying at it. The pine cone struck the snake's head with a crisp cracking sound, but the expected explosion did not occur. After hitting the snake's head, it fell into the snow. Hiss! Even the serpent, being a magical beast, knew it had been tricked. It roared angrily and charged towards the group of people not far ahead. But as its body pressed down on the pine cone, a slight explosion rang out, and countless brown powders obscured the snake's vision. Inhaling it into the nose made it cough violently, and by the time the powder cleared up and the view in front of it became clear again, all that could be seen were the distant shadows of AFI and the others. Hiss! Crack! Bang! After roaring, the serpent's tail slammed angrily against the mountain wall, and the snow began to loosen, with the snow piled up at the top of the mountain rolling down. AFI, that huge thing is charging at us. The people below also ran very fast. AFI glanced back and saw that the avalanche, accompanied by a crystalline snake head, was closing in on them. The trees along the hillside offered no resistance whatsoever, shattering into pieces as the serpent charged. Their speed was no match for it, much slower than the increasingly terrifying avalanche behind them. Before long, they would either be caught in the snake's mouth or buried by the heavy snow. Then we entered Chico. Get out. Everyone, hug each other and get out. AFI looked at the entire slope and realized that the only thing she could do now was to curl up into a ball and roll downhill, just like when she was skiing, hoping that she could outrun the avalanche. Of course, in this situation, one could easily be knocked unconscious by a tree or rolled around until disoriented, with one's brain splattered and waiting for the serpent below to devour them. But AFI didn't have time to think. She grabbed the arms of her companions, and they all tumbled down the mountain together. The snow piled up and piled up, quickly forming a small snowball. Fortunately, the large area of snow below was open, with only a few small tree stumps a few centimeters long. However, what they didn't notice was that directly below them, 2 snow huts were standing in the empty snow, and some charred charcoal in front of the snow huts looked like they had just been extinguished. Lion, betrayer, did you hear something? Late at night, Su Yuan, who had just finished training the two, opened his eyes with some difficulty. The two beside him were a little tired, but now, thanks to the nourishment from the fire spirit drink, neither of them was a match for him in battle. It looks like, holy crap, an avalanche. After rubbing his eyes and muttering to himself, Su Yuan suddenly felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Wasn't it because of this voice that he had transmigrated here? He would never forget the sound of that avalanche. Lion, betray moon. Wake up, an avalanche is happening. Unexpectedly, Pan Yu's words came true at dusk. The snow mountain that seemed unlikely to avalanche did indeed experience an avalanche. Could it be that Pan Yu has awakened some special ability? Before Su Yuan could think, he picked up the still somewhat tired Pan Yu and and tried to find their clothes, but a huge black shadow crashed into his snow house. Bang! The snowball collided with the snow house, and Su Yuan felt something hit his chest, making his chest ache. In the chaos, he touched the soft ear and immediately hugged the person. The avalanche was so powerful that even the serpent behind it was caught off guard. The impact carried it down the mountain, where it rolled for some distance to the foot of the mountain. As the avalanche stopped, he shook his slightly dizzy head and stared intently at the snow-covered foot of the mountain. Hiss hiss hiss. Flame cyclone. As it prepared to search for those cunning prey, an orange-red vortex blew up the surrounding snow from the snowdrifts at the foot of the distant mountain. The cyclone transformed into flames, instantly melting the falling snow. The intense heat made the serpent wary, and it disappeared into the snow with a twist of its body. Pa, pa, pa. Thank goodness I learned some fire magic, otherwise I would have time-traveled again this time. The flames melted the entire snowfield, revealing the frozen soil beneath. Su Yuan sat naked on the frozen soil, with the animal skin-clad girl in front of him covering his private parts. Betrayal of the moon. Where did this kitten girl come from? The little beast girl in his arms had pale yellow ears and looked somewhat similar to Nikoya's, so he recognized her at a glance. The kitten girl's eyes were tightly closed, her delicate face was wrinkled, her cherry lips were tightly bitten, and warm breath could be seen coming from her mouth and nose. It seemed that she had only temporarily fainted due to the impact. Su Yuan. The others beside him also woke up. Shirshir's voice rang out. Su Yuan looked around and saw that besides them, there were several other beast-eared girls scattered around him. Each one was tiny, and like the little kitten in her arms, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lion. Cough, cough, cough. You guys should look for your own clothes first. Because there wasn't enough time, everyone was still in their sleeping clothes after he cleared the snow. Su Yuan coughed and started looking for his own clothes. At that moment, the little cat girl also fluttered her eyelashes. Chapter 210 Frosty Shadow Lures the Snake. Where did these little guys come from? Putting these unfamiliar little beast girls together, Su Yuan stroked his chin and looked at them with some curiosity. They were small in stature, and the white animal skins they wore looked somewhat like snow sheepskin. These herbivorous animals are nowhere to be seen in the icy, snowy plains. Abu Shaluo run. Amidst her dizziness, AFI's strong will to survive caused her to open her eyes instantly. Before her, several dark shadows obscured the sky, and she could only see the light of the stars through the gaps. Woke up. Su Yuan wanted to ask something more, but the little beast girl in front of him immediately stood up, looking nervously at the silent surroundings. In particular, he deliberately reached into his clothes and pulled out a fist-sized brown fruit, which immediately made the originally mismatched clothes look very loose. No wonder my chest hurt so much when I hit it earlier. I'm lucky I didn't break any bones. Although Nikoya and the others had hidden food inside their clothes before, they never placed it so precisely at both ends. Aren't they afraid of crushing the basin? Hey little guy you. Su Yuan wanted to say something, but Shirshir, who was beside him, sensed an abnormal flow of wind around him, and at the same time, a strong sense of crisis came from behind him. Careful. Su Yuan, watch out. Almost simultaneously, AFI also spotted the serpent hidden in the snow and forcefully hurled the pine cone she was holding at Lion's back. Bang! The pine cone burst open, and the blade of the long sword in Lion's hand was slightly curved in midair. A terrifying scream rang out in the air. Hiss! The pine cone smoke spread, and the serpent coughed again from the fumes. This time, however, because they were too close, AFI and the others were also enveloped in the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. What is this? Su Yuan could barely open his eyes. He could smell a strong, pungent, numbing odor with his breath. It was very familiar and immediately reminded him of something. Sichuan peppercorn powder. The only similar smell he remembered from when he was a child was when he spilled Sichuan peppercorn powder all over his face. Cough, cough, cough. I'll hold it off. Please help us get them away quickly. That thing is a treacherous snake. It's very difficult to deal with. A Fae pulled up her friends who were still unconscious on the ground amidst the smoke from the Sichuan peppercorns, but her petite body couldn't carry so many people, so she quickly called out to Su Yuan and the others. A monstrous serpent? A monster. Su Yuan immediately realized what was happening, and the four of them, including Shi and Pan Yu, immediately surrounded him. Big fool, second fool, come quick. Little cat girl, put your companions on big fools, those snow wolves' backs. The 5 snow wolves shuddered. The powerful pressure in the air made their legs tremble slightly, but they still ran over upon hearing the command. Each one could carry 1 or 2 people without any problem, but just as they were about to leave with the people on their backs, a very faint figure appeared beside them in the air. In an instant, a strong sense of death enveloped the area, and Asha and the other low-level magical beasts collapsed to the ground without any resistance. Fire blast. In the distance, Su Yuan also discovered the location of the monstrous snake through the identification system and shot a fist-sized, deep red sphere towards Dasha and the others. Collapse. The fireball flew to the open space but did not continue. Instead, it shattered upon contact with something and then immediately exploded violently. I never expected there to be such a bizarre magical beast. If it could be used for trade, there would definitely be plenty of rare items. Frosty Shadow Serpent. An adult, low-level 4th-tier magical beast that prefers to live in well-lit areas. It uses light to illuminate its scales for camouflage, and the freely moving prisms on its tail can disguise themselves as various objects to lure prey. Of course, the premise is that you can win the fight. The invisibility feature is indeed terrifying. Having taken a hit from Su Yuan's flame burst, they had already hidden themselves again. Lion and the others were in a state of readiness for battle, but they couldn't find any trace of the Frost Shadow Serpent. That thing has already hidden itself. You guys take them and leave first. I have a way to deal with it. Su Yuan looked at a Fae. The little beast girl's forehead was flashing with rune light. Her pale yellow ears trembled slightly, and her eyes quickly fixed on a clearing in the distance. The open space was quite ordinary. The black ground had been exposed after the snow was melted by the fiery vortex released by Su Yuan. There was also the system identification panel hanging in midair, but it quickly disappeared after passing a certain distance. System, exchange for 1 fluorescent jellyfish bomb. Su Yuan remembered the effects of each of the special items unlocked in the system shop, and immediately came up with an idea after seeing the Frost Shadow Serpent that could make one invisible. The 700-point fluorescent jellyfish bullet has no other function except for location tracking. It can not only locate the creature, but also track its movements over the next half hour. Hey, why aren't you leaving yet? If you keep going. Little cat girl, you take care of your friends first. Leave the big one to us. Su Yuan interrupted her urging, closed his eyes, and used the sensing crystal ball to search for the Frost Shadow Snake. Finally, in the distant, messy snow, he spotted the appraisal panel that was constantly being moved closer. Strangely, the snow on the ground did not change at all as it moved. But then you can suddenly see obvious signs of it being run over from behind. I see. I didn't expect this guy to have considered this. Su Yuan immediately understood and silently hit a crystal-clear blue sphere behind his back. Lion, Pan Yu, Xi and Ku, I'll throw something over there in a bit, and that thing will show its approximate location. You guys stop it and don't let it get away. Red Frost, once you find that thing, use spider silk to stick it to its body. Understood. The people beside him nodded, choosing not to flee but instead sticking close to Su Yuan. Hey, what are you talking about? That's a serpent. Don't you know it can silently devour an entire tribe? The serpent's defense and attack power are not particularly strong, but its most deadly ability is stealth, and using its tail to disguise prey to lure enemies into traps. Moreover, this creature is extremely intelligent and can use its tail to transform into a human form to ask for help from other members of the tribe. If you rush in hastily, you will only perish in the snake's mouth. Hush, be quiet. Su Yuan casually covered AFI's mouth and continued to use the sensing crystal to keep an eye on the increasingly approaching Frost Shadow Serpent. The group seemed a bit wary, but the guys on the other side clearly hadn't noticed them, and the man in the middle even had his eyes closed as if he were asleep. An eerie feeling made it hesitate, its body circling around Su Yuan and the others, neither daring to approach nor willing to leave. Looks like I'll have to expose some weaknesses in this guy. Su Yuan watched its writhing figure in the distance through the sensing crystal, but hesitated to go forward. Finally, his legs gave way and he collapsed into Lion's arms. Su Yuan. Chapter 2:11 Run. Run. The giant snake is coming to eat people. Su Yuan, what's wrong with you? The superb acting skills not only deceived Lion and the others, but also the frost shadow snake hiding in the distance. Just as Lion and the others were concerned, the hidden figure in the distance rushed over. Run, it's coming. The loud noise made AFI twitch her ears. Looking at Su Yuan lying on the ground and the snow wolf crawling behind him, she gritted her teeth and reached into her animal skin dress. Damn it, do you know how precious these things are? I finally managed to collect 3, and I can't bear to eat them. Hiss. Just then, Su Yuan opened his eyes and threw out a fluorescent jellyfish bomb, while simultaneously hurling a deep red fireball from his palm. We've been tricked. Frost Shadow Snake reacted immediately, disregarding its ability to conceal itself. It turned around and used its back to block the incoming fireball. Boom! After his experience in the underwater tomb, Su Yuan's magic power increased significantly, to the point that even 4th-tier magical beasts were unwilling to take such an attack head-on. After the explosion, the impact sent the Frost Shadow Serpent flying, but it quickly regained control of its body, and its scales disappeared once more. How did you do that? AFI's hand, which was reaching for her dress, froze, her eyes fixed on the spot where the Frost Shadow Snake was hiding. There, the blue fluorescence illuminated half of the snake's head. The creature seemed unaware of its own strangeness and remained quietly hidden in the corner, unwilling to leave. Just a little trick. All right, you take your friends and leave here first. Those snow wolves are mine, they won't attack you. Su Yuan ignored her and gave a signal to Lion, Sink, and the other 3. The 4 of them slowly moved closer to Frost Shadow Serpent. De Pan Yu and Hong Shuang were only intermediate awakened warriors, so they were naturally no match for the Frost Shadow Serpent, which had reached the 4th rank. Therefore, they stood guard on both sides to prevent it from escaping. The creature seemed to have sensed something was wrong. It flicked its tongue, a hint of fear flashing in its snake eyes, and slowly retreated. Trying to run. Fire. Thunder. Explode. Xian Ku flashed behind the Frost Shadow Serpent, his iron spear crackling with lightning as he hurled it toward the serpent's head, while a ball of fire followed closely behind. Bang! This power was far stronger than Su Yuan's flame burst. The 2 attributes merged and exploded instantly, causing dirt to fly around the Frost Shadow Serpent. In midair, a pale white blood suddenly appeared, and at the same time, a bloody gash was blasted out not far from the glowing snake head. The scales shattered, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Even without the illumination of the fluorescent jellyfish bomb, its presence could be easily detected by the wound alone. At this moment, Frost Shadow Snake realized that its proud concealment had already been seen through by the other party. So the figure stopped hiding, and its mirror-like, crystal-clear scales were exposed to the air, and the ferocious snake head was flicking its tongue at Su Yuan. His pale white vertical eyes were filled with murderous intent. This girl is quite pretty. Su Yuan gazed at its slender body from afar. It was much larger than the snow snake he had encountered before, and its scales swayed wildly as it swam. Each swing illuminates a variety of colors. Frosty Shadow Lure Snake still wanted to escape, but Red Frost and the others also sprang into action. Strands of red spider silk wrapped around the snake's tail, and with her and Great Rebel Moon pulling it along, the creature could only frantically thrash about in place. Wow, that's incredibly strong. Despite their desperate struggles, both Red Frost and Rebellious Moon were dragged forward by it. Suddenly, the scales on its tail rose up and cut the red spider's silk binding it. The 2 were thrown off balance by the momentum, and Xian Ku, who was behind, picked up his iron spear and charged towards the snake's head once again. Lioness moved even faster, with gusts of wind swirling around her. This huge, beast-eared girl, without the aid of Su Yuan's special items, actually glided through the air. Before Xian Ku even arrived, she had already reached the snake's head. Looking at the slightly bent long knife in her hand, she angrily slammed the hilt downwards. Bang! The scales on its head shattered like a mirror, and the struggling Frost Shadow Serpent collapsed instantly. Just then, a fireball suddenly attacked Lion's back. The fist-sized, deep red fireball was exactly the same as the one Su Yuan had released before. Lion, get out of the way. Ignore it. It's just a trick by the serpent. Hong Shuang called out anxiously, but a Fei ran over and quickly explained. The serpent can not only mimic the movements and forms of some animals, but also imitate some terrifying moves in an attempt to scare away enemies at crucial moments. Su Yuan also figured out the pattern of the fireball and shouted to the two fighting. Lion, ignore it. Xian Ku pierced through Lei's fireball. Upon hearing this, Lion immediately ignored the fireball behind him and once again slashed at the spot where the snake's head scales were shattered with his long sword. Go to hell. Xian Ku no longer cared about the terrifying fireball hurtling towards him. His iron spear, crackling with lightning, pierced the center of the fireball. The explosion did not occur, but a crisp cracking sound came from the fireball. The fireball had turned into a broken snake tail, and one of the three freely movable camouflage tail scales was now blasted apart. Sizzle sizzle. At this moment, sparks of electricity began to emerge from the iron spear. A massive surge of lightning element struck the snake's tail like a thunderbolt, and blue smoke accompanied by electric current flowed into the entire body of the Frost Shadow Serpent. After several rounds of trickery were exposed, Frost Shadow Snake lost its previous composure. Its broken tail still tried to entangle Lion, but Xian Ku gave it no chance. The iron spear in his hand acted like a lightning rod, frantically releasing all the lightning elements within his body toward his tail. Bang! Finally, after a violent explosion, the camouflaged prism tail shattered into several pieces, with flesh and blood flowing all over the ground. The snake's head fell to the ground with a tearing scream. Wow, that's amazing! AFI stared at the scene in shock. As an awakened warrior, he was simply faster and stronger, with his only advantage being his exceptionally sharp hearing. Becoming an awakened warrior seems to have little use other than helping with escaping. Sister Afei. The little animal-eared girls carried on the snow wolf's back also woke up. They looked up and around in confusion, their brains still not quite processing what was happening. Staring silently at the fallen corpse of the serpent not far away, he remained silent for several seconds before belatedly realizing what was happening. He hurriedly struggled to his feet and shouted, "Quick! Run! Run! The giant snake is coming to eat people. All right, Xiaobu, that guy is dead, but we really need to run." AFI glanced nervously at the group of people dealing with the giant snake's corpse. 2 high-level awakened warriors, 2 mid-level awakened warriors, and a shaman. Such a team is far more terrifying than the serpent. Chapter 212. We're here to find a guy with black hair. A woo-woo, help. Help. They're trying to escape. Just as AFI was leading the awakened beast girls, carrying their companions on their backs, to escape, the snow wolves bared their teeth and surrounded them. Stop howling. Go find your shaman. Look, that serpent isn't dead. They're in danger. AFI pointed in terror at the location of the Frost Shadow Snake, and Big Fool and the other 3 instinctively turned their heads to look. Run, run. Firewall. As soon as they took their first step, a wall of flames blocked their way, and Xiaobu and the other little ones were so frightened that they fell to the ground instantly. The companion on his back was also woken up by being pressed down on, and opened his eyes in a daze. Where are you going? This place is dangerous at any moment. An evil voice sounded from behind them. AFI was so frightened that goosebumps rose all over her body. She swallowed hard and turned her head with difficulty. In the firelight, a smiling face was staring straight at them. Half an hour later, a campfire was rekindled at the foot of the mountain, and the snow-white snake meat sizzled and dripped with oil, with white salt grains and AFI's brown peppercorn powder poured on top. The aroma wafted into everyone's nostrils. Xiaobu and her little beast girls hadn't had a proper meal in several days, especially one that had been roasted over a fire. My drool is practically dripping onto the ground right now. It tastes pretty good. The roasted snake meat was distributed to everyone. Su Yuan took a bite and found it to be delicious. Not only was the Frost Shadow Serpent meat tender and flavorful, but it also contained the otherworldly Sichuan peppercorn powder he had obtained from AFI. Wah, that's my lifeline. It's my last one, and you still want to take it? Do you know how rare this thing is? I searched for it for so long, collecting it bit by bit, and then, wah. The complaints ceased as a piece of snake meat was stuffed into her mouth. AFI squinted, enjoying the pleasure on her tongue, and gently tore off a piece to chew. The fresh, numbing, salty, and savory flavors filled her mouth, instantly dispelling her complaints. It smells so good. This sesame seed powder should definitely be added to food. This little cat girl has 2 faces. Su Yuan looked at her speechlessly. Her head, hidden beneath her pale yellow hair, was full of scheming. In comparison, his own innocent little cat, Yi, was much better. Why are you all here in this icy wasteland instead of staying in your own tribes? Then you guys come here too. Actually, we are wanderers. So happy to be a homeless person. Afei immediately twitched her ears. Her smile that had been enjoying the food vanished, and she looked at Su Yuan with a bitter and resentful expression, starting to complain. Wah, actually we fled from the desolate snowfield. The shaman was captured by the divine shaman under the Wanshua Mountains, and the rest of us had no choice but to flee to the icy snowfield. What's the name of that shaman you're talking about? Mu Guang. Her name is Mu Guang. AFI answered without hesitation, as if she had really experienced the scene of her tribe being conquered by Mu Guang. Actually, there wasn't much difference. It's just that at the time, their small tribal shaman chose to give up resistance and asked everyone to follow her to join the large tribe of the Radiant Shaman. Mu Guang. I didn't expect her to act so quickly. Yes, she acted incredibly fast. She led a huge group of people and wiped out our tribe. Even the shaman couldn't resist for long. I didn't expect them to be so capable, actually coming all the way here to look for someone. Yeah. After she finished capturing everything in the Wanshua Mountains, she went to the desolate snowfield. She's amazing. But the people they sent aren't very capable. It seems they're just here to investigate. Yes, their strength isn't that great. No, they're incredibly powerful, especially the two sisters under their command. They're also high-level awakened warriors, and even our commander can't beat them. As they were talking, AFI's feline intuition made her scalp tingle as she looked at Su Yuan. His faint smile made her immediately understand the meaning of his previous words. Plop. The snake meat that had been in her mouth didn't seem so delicious anymore. AFI swallowed the snake meat with difficulty and asked cautiously, "You're not from the Red Fox tribe, are you? You guess?" Looking at his mysterious smile, AFI knew she couldn't escape today. Dejected, she sat down and vented her frustration on the barbecue. What bad luck. I was assigned this kind of unlucky mission. On the way, I ran into Frost Crystal Season and then the Serpent. Now, I've been captured. Shuelu, have you forgotten who secretly fed you fruit all this time? Once I die, you'll be starving every day. Wah. All right, stop howling there. You guys came from Mu Guang's place. Su Yuan looked at the group suspiciously. Did they send these little guys to capture him? Is this yet another smokescreen dropped by Mu Guang? Sister AFI, the shaman once told us that we must not reveal our tribe to the enemy, lest the enemy come knocking on our door. Thump. Ouch. Sister Fei, why did you hit me? Didn't the witch teach you that you shouldn't talk while eating? I understand. It was just a smokescreen from Mu Guang, wasn't it? Did Mu Guang send you here to capture the Red Fox? When AFI heard Su Yuan's question, she assumed that these people were related to the Red Fox tribe, so she waved her hand and said, No, we're here to find a guy with black hair. He had short black hair, dark brown round eyes, and yellow skin. You. Oh, so you came to see me. Su Yuan nodded. Mu Guang's hatred for him had made him a priority over capturing those witches, but he didn't know what was holding him back and preventing him from personally capturing him. However, if they really led a large force into the icy snowfield to capture him, Su Yuan could simply lead his men to the land of death. He didn't believe that group of people would dare to follow them there. With the points he accumulated in the system store, he could easily spend several years in there with his tribe, but Mu Guang, such a large tribe, was in the icy snowfield. The food here won't last her long. Just then, Sure held the knife to Fei's neck. Of course, she wouldn't let go of the people Mu Guang sent to investigate Su Yuan. Wah, Snow Willow Witch, I really can't bring you food anymore. When I die, you must turn back into your original form. I'll never say you're greedy again. And here's the little jerky I hid under the bed. In despair, AFI was crying incoherently, and the other little beast girls dropped their food and stood in front of AFI to protect her. Chapter 213, The Tribe's Most Clever Person. Lion, that's enough, stop scaring them. The knife didn't fall just like that. Su Yuan looked at Fei, who was rambling incoherently, and a plan formed in his mind. They had been to the Wanshua Mountains and even stayed in the Muguang tribe. I can ejaculate inside them. Cough, cough, cough. I can turn them against me and have them spy on and gather intelligence on Muguang. However, this method requires checking their loyalty first. If they are loyal to Muguang, but not to their own tribe, then I will have no choice but to arrest them. Lion silently put away his knife and sat back down to eat his barbecue, leaving AFI, still shaken, sitting there blankly. He had already thought about what would happen after he died, and was about to plead with Su Yuan to spare his companions. He never expected that he would survive like this. You are such a kind and good person, Next, I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer them. If you lie to me, I'll put your tail on the fire and roast you slowly. Eek! AFI cried out in fear, nodding vigorously. The thought of her tail being roasted over the fire made her huddle tightly behind her, instinctively covering her bottom with both hands. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you everything I know, and there will be absolutely nothing I hide. Which tribe did you belong to before? We are the Snow Willow tribe, living in a snow forest on the Snow Moss Plain at the foot of the Snow Mountain Range. The old shaman passed away not long ago, and Snow Willow has only recently become a shaman. The tribe has a total of 18 people, including 3 intermediate awakened warriors. One of them is the strongest, and she is also our leader, named Anin. My name is AFI, and I'm also a mid-level awakened warrior. I'm skilled at listening to sounds. This is true openness and honesty. AFI's tense body seemed to want to tell everyone she knew. Stop, stop, stop. Do you even know what Mugwang is doing? Why are you capturing so many shamans and warriors? After thinking for a long time, AFI finally shook her head. I really don't know. The people who were captured were managed by the shamans of each tribe. The warriors were trained in a unified manner, and the others who were strong were hammering something. Ordinary people just collect food and take care of some daily tasks. What is the hammer hitting? Is that hammer really red hot, and does it require a lot of fire to strike? How did you know? It seems Mugwang is forging steel. Recalling the capture of the Yanhua and Yin Duo sisters, Su Yuan had already suspected their weapons and equipment. In this primitive society, no one knew how to make bows and arrows. Yet the 2 sisters possessed not only magical bows and arrows, but also a forged longsword. Although it doesn't reach the level of modern technology, it's far from something that should have existed in primitive society. Forging weapons and training soldiers, it seems Mugwang is definitely preparing for a major battle. As for the targets of the war, certainly not the Star Tribe. Of course, Su Yuan didn't believe her claim of saving the world. His only guess was that it was another large tribe in the Wangshui Mountains who was preparing to compete with her for the divine gift. I didn't realize the outside world had already entered the Iron Age. It seems I need to speed things up too. He should take the initiative to find iron ore when he has the chance. Once he finds iron ore, with the forging knowledge he can obtain from the system shop, he will definitely not be much worse than those big tribes. Su Yuan asked a few more questions. She didn't know much about the Mugwang tribe. In Su Yuan's words, she was basically lazy most of the time, so she didn't know much. One last question, why did Mugwang send you few? Unlike when Black Sheep sent Pan Yu and the others, because Black Sheep was under control back then, he disliked Pan Yu, who had over 200 bones in her body, 99% of which were rebellious. So sending the 3 of them out in the freezing cold was a death sentence. But this time, Mugwang's investigation was different. These young guys were genuinely there with an investigative mission in mind. I don't know either. Shuelu Wu told me that Mugwang needed to send some of the most clever and intelligent people to the ice and snow plains to investigate your whereabouts, so he sent us. The most clever and intelligent people? You guys. Yes, right. AFI gave an awkward smile, looking like she dared not express her anger. Sister Afei, actually, the shaman Mugwang wanted the most clever person in the tribe to investigate, and Shaman Shuelyo volunteered to say that you are the most clever and intelligent person in our tribe. You can always find the food that Anin usually hides. You're better at finding things than anyone else, so Shuelu Wu sent you to lead us here. The student behind him raised his hand and spoke up, sharing what he knew. Shue, Lu, you're completely incompetent as a shaman. AFI gritted her teeth and still didn't know why she had been chosen. She never expected that she would be tricked by her own witch and sold herself to the ice and snow plain. So that's the clever method. That's right. Su Yuan already knew about AFI's awakened ability during his previous questioning. She was an intermediate-level awakened warrior, and her enhanced ability was related to her ears. By activating her awakened power, she can collect any sound in the vicinity, making her exceptionally good at finding things. Do you want to live? Think. Without the slightest hesitation, AFI immediately nodded. Her eyes filled with expectation as she looked at him with the expression of a weak and helpless cat. Then I'll give you a task. Come here. Su Yuan led Afei aside. The kitten was a little nervous, looking at the lion with a cold face following behind, thinking that it was about to be sacrificed, and it hesitated with every step. You should know that your snow willow witches have changed from what they used to be. But when the group arrived at the hillside, Su Yuan's words silenced her, and she nodded after a long while. I know. She's not as naughty or greedy as before. She used to try to find ways to be lazy with me every day, but now she's busy running around in a strange tribe. She has changed. There's something going on. It seems that every shaman controlled by Mugwang will change. The black sheep becomes paranoid and will stop at nothing to achieve his goal, while the snow willow shaman is diligent and proactive. Have you ever wondered why they turned out this way after joining the Mugwang tribe? Of course, I know it's related to the shaman of the bathing light, but everyone is there, and there's nothing I can do. It seems that AFI is indeed much smarter than others, but unfortunately, solving this problem is simply beyond the capabilities of a mid-level awakened cat warrior like her. If Su Yuan hadn't possessed the system shop, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle Mu Guang's control. In the end, he could only watch as she gained more and more control and became increasingly powerful. In the end, they could only lead everyone to escape the Snowfield and slowly develop in the world on the other side of the mountain. Chapter 214, I need one of them to be a spy. I was originally a shaman of a top tribe, but I was betrayed by cunning orcs. The tribe fell apart, and my people were displaced. I had no choice but to flee to this snowy plain. Now, my first step in leading the Red Fox tribe is to defeat the light-bathing witch, but I need the smartest and most resourceful person to help me. Young lady, I can tell at a glance that you are no ordinary person. Come join me and listen to my revenge plan. The classic copywriting started off and left Fei completely bewildered, her eyes fixed on Su Yuan with confusion. Most importantly, I can help you restore the Snow Willow Witch to her original form. Okay, I promise you. What's the plan? While still judging Su Yuan's words, Fei immediately agreed, her calm expression revealing a hint of nervousness. The plan is that I need one of them to be a spy. Spy. Not only was AFI puzzled by this word, but Lion also listened with the curiosity of a child. Ahem, you appear to be one of Mu Guang's people, but you're actually one of ours. I need you to go back and tell Mu Guang about what's going on here. Tell them that you have discovered my presence in the Red Fox tribe. Many people froze to death during the frost crystal season a few days ago, and I have already taken the rest of the people into hiding. The current situation may not last long before we have to return to the snowy wilderness to find food and a new place to live. Su Yuan didn't have any particularly profound or unpredictable plans. Currently, Mu Guang's attention was mostly focused on that large tribe, so what he needed to do was to reduce her attention. It's best to make her think that your strength has been greatly reduced and that you are not to be feared, so that you can have enough time to develop. I understand, you don't want to attract Mu Guang's attention? But what does this have to do with saving the Snow Willow Witch? I have a bottle of divine medicine that can break the control of witches, and I have already successfully tested it. Can you guess why Mu Guang is so eager to capture me? Fei immediately looked at Su Yuan with hopeful eyes, her small hands instinctively grabbing his sleeve as if grasping at a lifeline. But if you drink this potion, Mu Guang will find out immediately. Even if we take it back to you, it won't help. Mu Guang will probably come looking for you as soon as you finish drinking it. I can take Wu Xian and escape from the territory of the Muguang tribe. What about your people? Do you want them to be hunted down by Mu Guang with you? Then flee all the way to the icy snowfields, without food or shelter, and freeze or starve to death here. Of course, this was just to scare her. He could have easily brought AFI and the tribe back to the tribe when they fled into the icy wilderness. This will further enhance the strength of the Star tribe. However, it seems more useful to keep AFI in the Muguang tribe, and he can't guarantee what the little cat girl in front of him thinks. Even if she immediately changes her tune after returning and tells Mu Guang all her information, they still won't be able to find her here. After traveling for 2 days, they were now quite far from the Star tribe. They estimated that the chances of finding the alien spaceship's crash site were greater than finding the Star tribe itself. Therefore, the best strategy at present is to win over AFI. Then shall I bring everyone to seek refuge with you? No, 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 that would not only expose you, but also expose us. I have a better plan. AFI had also thought of seeking refuge with the Star tribe, and Su Yuan no longer concealed his plans, revealing them to Su Yuan. When you go back, just repeat the same story I taught you, and tell Mu Guang that I'm at my limit. Cough cough, meaning I won't last much longer. The cat girl was a little confused by the subconscious use of idioms, so Su Yuan quickly changed the word to explain. If she intends to give up on capturing me, you will then help me investigate which tribes in the desolate snowfield are controlled by Mu Guang, and what their strength is. But if she intends to continue sending people to arrest me, you should tell me the number and strength of the people coming, and it would be best if you could have someone you trust mixed in with them. After a moment's thought, AFI roughly understood Su Yuan's idea. This would continuously weaken Mu Guang's strength, but what did that have to do with her? So he nodded and asked, then how can I inform you? It takes a lot of time to travel from the Wangshui Mountains to the ice and snow plains, and the message might not even get through. Dangers like today are not uncommon in the icy and snowy plains. One could lose their life at any moment. Wait for me a moment. Su Yuan was well prepared for this, so he immediately ran back to the camp and took out a small conch shell from his backpack. These are the sound-transmitting conch shells that Hailing made before. I specially asked Hailing to make them during the last transaction. There are 6 in total, and they can transmit sound to each other in pairs. Each transmission will consume the magical power left by Hailing. This conch shell is capable of transmitting messages to the Star Tribe. Red Fox always keeps it close to her chest, waiting for news from Su Yuan. System, unlock the replica system. Would you like to spend 5,000 points to unlock? Unlock. By the way, the conch shell you replicated also has the function of transmitting sound, right? If you can only replicate one appearance, then it's better not to unlock this replication system. Sound transmitting conch X2 can transmit sound for up to 24 hours. Turn on when needed, turn off when not needed. Ultra-long standby time. Replica points. 5,000 points. 2,500 each, and exchanging for one is practically useless. Although he had accumulated quite a few points, Su Yuan, who was used to being stingy, still felt a little heartbroken about exchanging 5,000 points for a one-time item. However, for the sake of his plan, Su Yuan still reluctantly spent 10,000 points to exchange for 2 sets. Sigh, I should have brought all the sound-transmitting conch shells from the camp. Back at a Faye's side, Su Yuan handed 2 of the conch shells to her. The small conch shells were very delicate, but Faye didn't quite understand what they were for. If you have any news, just tell it to this conch shell, and I will naturally receive your message. I'll keep one for you to report to me at any time. The other one is to be given to a girl named Man from the Muguang tribe. Lion, what are Man's characteristics? Upon mentioning Man, Shurshu's face showed a hint of emotion, and without hesitation, she said, she has a thick snake tail, is about this tall, and her chest is this size, a bit bigger than mine. Lion gestured with his hand, and the size was indeed a bit unfair. She also has long, dark green hair, hairless, pointed ears, and she's particularly sensitive to the cold, so she always wears very thick clothes. So the man that Lion mentioned before was actually a snake girl. But shouldn't snakes die from metabolic arrest due to internal freezing at low temperatures? I don't think I've ever seen a snake in the tribe. Etc. Su Yuan turned his gaze to the corpse of the frost shadow serpent not far away. He suddenly felt that the questions he had been considering were insulting to his intelligence. He had just killed a 4th-tier magical snake not long ago, and now he was actually thinking about whether the snake would die from the low temperature. During the battle just now, Frost Shadow Snake was even more energetic than I was, and didn't look like it was about to die at all. Chapter 215 Hyper-Realistic AR Augmented Reality Technology. In short, you must keep these 2 conch shells safe and never let anyone know about them. After giving one to Man, you should also quietly tell her about the conch shells. Both conch shells were handed to AFI, who carefully tucked them into her clothes. With that, her spy-turning plan was considered complete. As for whether she would give the conch shell to Muguang, or whether she would secretly give it to Man as planned, Su Yuan couldn't be sure. However, it was quite obvious from her expression that the snow willow which held a much higher position in her heart than this inexplicably appearing bathing light witch. She was also a clever beast girl, knowing how to make choices that would bring her greater benefits, whether for her own tribe or for a strange shaman. When will you be able to give me the divine medicine that will restore our witchcraft? AFI accepted the conch shell, her mind now filled with thoughts of how to save the witch and the tribe. However, any method would only work if Xue Lu Wu regained consciousness and returned to her original state. She would be willing to try anything, even leading her people across the Wanshua Mountains. Once I confirm that you have given the communication conch to Man, then investigate the locations of 5 tribes controlled by Mu Guang in the desolate Snowfield for me. Okay, I promise, but I need some time. AFI immediately agreed. These 2 tasks were not difficult for her. Anyway, she was always taking a break in the Muguang tribe, so she could take the opportunity to conduct the investigation. Of course, but don't make it too long. The 2 sides had reached a deal. When they returned to the camp, AFI looked much more relaxed and was no longer as worried as before. He was eating roasted snake meat with gusto. AFIU. The group of friends were still a little afraid of Su Yuan and his companions, so they hid carefully to the side, holding their food, and didn't make a sound. Eat up, everyone. What are you standing there for? We need to eat our fill so we have the energy to continue our mission. This mysterious leader shouldn't punish us, right? AFI emphasized the word mission and glanced at Su Yuan beside her. They had a mission for me, so even if I ate the whole corpse of this monstrous snake, it wouldn't be a problem. Without pausing, she immediately picked up another skewer of snake meat from beside the campfire as soon as she swallowed the snake meat in her mouth. Of course, you can take some snake meat with you when you leave. After finishing up the matter with AFI for the time being, Su Yuan casually ate some snake meat to fill his stomach before going to the place where the corpse of the frost shadow snake was placed. The enormous corpse lay there silently, its massive body still exuding a terrifying aura even though it was long dead. System, check the rare items contained in this snake. As he placed his hand on the cold, mirror-like scales, a series of mechanical notification sounds rang in his ears. At Su Yuan's request, the system listed 3 items. The snake scales and tail matched Su Yuan's guess, since the snake had relied on its scales and tail to hunt them before. But the fact that the snake's eye is considered a rare item is quite intriguing. Frosty Serpent Lure Serpent Eyes. Serpent eyes imbued with the powerful Frosty Serpent Lure Serpent ability, capable of seeing through enemy disguises and identifying all heat sources within vision. Through special crafting, they can be made into staves or potions. I see. If I hadn't discovered this guy, with his ability to hide and his eyes that can see through disguises, he probably could have been found no matter where he was hiding. However, Su Yuan and his group had no intention of hiding in this battle. They went head-to-head, catching Frost Shadow Serpent off guard. The descriptions of the remaining scales and tail are basically consistent with those on the previous panel, as are the moves that Frost Shadow Snake uses during battle. One tail can be crafted into an invisibility cloak, and the other tail can be made into an enchanted weapon. Of course, Su Yuan doesn't know any of them, but he can keep one snake eye to take back to the tribe and give it to Black Sheep to make a witch's staff. He can trade all the remaining parts to the system. After all, the purpose of this trip was to find the crash site of the suspected alien spaceship, and it would be inconvenient to bring such a big guy along. Unlocked special items. Prism Serpent Eye Goggles, Illusion Prism Case, Phantom Serpent Scale Cloak. Prism Snake Eye Goggles, 3,500 points. Note, after wearing, it enhances dynamic vision, allowing you to scan for moving heat sources without consuming mental energy. Phantom Prism Box, 1,500 points. Note, after activation, it generates random images of creatures or objects around the user using light, with a 99.99% realism. The images last for 3 minutes after release and can be recharged for repeated use for children's play. Phantom Serpent Scale Cloak, 9,900 points. Note, wearing this item and remaining stationary in a light source will grant invisibility. Moving every 3 meters will reflect light in all directions. None of the 3 unlocked special items exceeded Su Yuan's expectations, especially the invisibility cloak he was most looking forward to, although it would be exposed when moving. Why not just buy 2 and change them every 2 meters to become invisible while moving? I'm a genius. Of course, this brilliant idea was just something Su Yuan came up with by chance, not to mention how he could change his cloak under the watchful eyes of the enemy. The enormous cloak shown in the store images, large enough to cover at least 2 people, is not an easy task to carry. But what exactly is this shape-shifting prism box? Is it an AR, augmented reality, technology for children to play with? For a price of 1,500 points, Su Yuan immediately redeemed one and got it into his hands. Its appearance was the same as the tail of the Frost Shadow Serpent, a triangular pyramid with a small button at the bottom. After pressing it, the 3 sides of the prism suddenly emitted a burst of white light. Before Su Yuan could react, a dark shadow blocked the starlight above his head. Su Yuan, run! In the distance, the heart-wrenching screams of Shur and the others rang out. Su Yuan looked towards them and saw that all 4 of them had runes shining on their foreheads and were running towards him with weapons in their hands. Well, Su Yuan seemed to realize that something was wrong and slowly raised his head. At this moment, a ferocious beast face was staring at him. Roar! The giant gorilla, several meters long and covered in white fur, glared at him and let out a violent roar that seemed to come from nowhere, making his arms go numb. Damn, is this really real? Even though he knew it was a reflection generated by the illusionary prism box in his hand, the terrifying aura of the giant gorilla still made his legs go weak. Just as everyone was in panic and despair, the giant gorilla raised its forelimb and slapped Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Chapter 216, Something More Important Than Life. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used such a dangerous thing without telling you. At the foot of the snow-capped mountain, Su Yuan apologized to Shur and the other 3 with a face full of remorse. The group's faces were still somewhat pale, and they were still shaken by what had just happened. Humph, it's good that you know you're wrong. You always say that you should reward those who have made good deeds and punish those who have made mistakes, so I'll punish you. I'll punish you by making you treat me to a good meal, and let me play with that treasure. Xian Ku's eyes darted around, and she set her sights on Su Yuan, especially the shape-shifting prism box he was holding. This thing is no ordinary object. It can conjure up the phantom of a magical beast that is at least a 7th-tier being. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divinely bestowed treasure. Beside them, AFI and the others, who had been enjoying their meal, were also taken aback. They held the grilled meat in their hands but didn't bite into it, staring in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding around them. AFI looked even more disheveled than before. When she first saw the giant gorilla, she was so frightened that she immediately wanted to run away. However, he was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he fell down next to the fire. His face was now covered in black soot, and some of the hair on his ears was singed. Sister AFI, that witch is amazing. She can actually summon such a powerful monster clone. Hey, Faye, why is your face all dirty? AFI, your ears burned. When her companions came to their senses, they were quite surprised to see AFI's face, which looked like a little kitten's. Eat your food. Once you're full, we should continue our journey. Let's go. But the sun's gone. Where should we go next? Why don't we stay and rest for the night? I'm a little sleepy. Should we stay and rest? AFI glanced at the group of people lecturing Su Yuan and felt unsafe around them. It would be better to leave sooner rather than later. No need. Let's go back to the Maguang tribe and say we've found it. Huh? It's already found? Oh, I see. AFI was planning to deceive that sun goddess. Thump. The little beast girl got a headbutt, and AFI grabbed her ear and said very seriously, "We're not lying. Think about it. During the frost crystal season, wouldn't we have frozen to death here?" Even not far from the Wangshua Mountains, they huddled in a cave, shivering from the cold. The thought of being in the icy wilderness made them all turn pale. It'll definitely freeze into an ice cube. Yes, think about it. There's no shelter or food here. Those people would probably have frozen to death long ago. The little beast girl seemed to understand, and nodded, saying, "Then let's go back and tell the shaman of the bathing light that those people all froze to death." We can't say that, because we haven't seen any bodies yet. When we get back, we'll say that we only saw some corpses of the Red Fox tribe. The person that the shaman Maguang is looking for is hiding in some cave, or he may have frozen to death. But wouldn't deceiving the shaman of bathing light like this? Don't you want to go back? What if the ice god gets angry if we keep searching here? What if we encounter the treacherous snake again? If you can't go back, the food we've hidden will be stolen and eaten by others. These words immediately alarmed the little beast girls. It was common to not find food in the Snowfield, so many people would secretly save some food for themselves when they had a good hunting harvest. These foods were saved up little by them. They were more important than life itself. Let's go back quickly, just like Sister Afei said. As night fell, AFI led the group to say goodbye to Su Yuan and his companions. Su Yuan didn't try to stop them. After a night of fighting, it would probably be dawn soon. Watching the crowd gradually disappear, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The battle with Mu Guang had finally begun. If the plan goes smoothly, Man will be able to use the sound-transmitting conch shell to become his eyes in the Maguang tribe, while Afei will find several tribes in the desolate Snowfield that are controlled by Maguang. Once all these tribes are wiped out, cutting off Mu Guang's eyes in the desolate Snowfield, she will only have the option of continuing to wait in the Wangshua Mountains for the artifact battle against another large tribe. Or perhaps they will lead a large force to capture you in the desolate Snowfield. Back then, it wouldn't be so easy to send 1 or 2 tribes to attack us again. It wouldn't be like when we raided the Black Sheep tribe at night and were chased by the Wooing tribe. You guys need to rest. Damn it. Xian Ku. Stop playing around and give me back my things. Turning his head, Su Yuan saw Frost Shadow Serpent staring down at him. Startled, he quickly snatched the illusion prism box and turned it off. This thing can't be played with by children as the system describes, otherwise a monster might appear in the tribe at any time to scare everyone. When the real monsters arrive, I'll personally stage a real-life version of the boy who cried wolf. Do you want to rest a little longer, or do you want to set off now? Let's take a break. Lion noticed that Su Yuan looked tired. He had just finished a tough 1v2 battle in the first half of the night, and then a fierce 5v1 battle in the second half. Even she felt somewhat physically exhausted, let alone Su Yuan, who had been a key participant in the battle during the first half of the night. The snow house that was built has been smashed to pieces by the huge snowball that AFI and the others threw earlier. It would probably be dawn before they could build 2 more. So, they gathered some branches from nearby and rekindled the campfire at the foot of the mountain. The group was shielded by the massive corpse of the Frost Shadow Serpent. They took out the animal skin blankets they had used to rest and covered themselves with them, then huddled together in each other's arms. He had only been asleep for a short while when a feeling of suffocation made him struggle to open his eyes. Lion, Pan Yu, you guys are standing too close together. Little Pan Yuan nestled close to him. her small head buried in his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Shirshir and Shinka squeezed closely behind him, while Hongshuang stood in front of him, pressing against him tightly. It seemed as if the group wanted to protect him in the middle. It seems that the giant gorilla that the shape-shifting prism box conjured up earlier had terrified them, as they are now having trouble sleeping. Sigh, we've been tricked by the system. What kind of toys are these for children to play with? What child can bear such a fright? I thought it would only be able to conjure some minor tricks or small animals, just like the frost shadow serpent's tail, but I didn't expect it to be a lightning strike right from the start. Never mind, I'll just sleep like this. Now that the others had fallen asleep, Su Yuan didn't want to wake them. He adjusted his position slightly to ensure he could breathe easily before closing his eyes and going to sleep. In the wind and snow, a ray of morning light slowly illuminated the land. Several people in the snake circle were fast asleep, embracing each other tightly. In the distant mountains and forests, several other figures had also found a place to rest. Inside a withered giant tree, AFI, protecting several of her friends, was fast asleep, her smacking lips still savoring the delicious barbecue she had enjoyed that night. Chapter 217, A New Pastime While Traveling. Knitting. Early morning, beneath the snow-capped mountains. Su Yuan yawned and leaned weakly against Asha. Su Yuan, did you not sleep well last night? Pan Yu patted the dog's head, and Sha leaned over. The two of them walked side by side like that. Yes, a bit. The battle last night was too intense. By the way, Hongshuang, has the corpse of that serpent been disposed of? It's all taken care of. The remaining snake eyes have been removed, and some of the tail and scales on the body have also been pulled off. Oh, right, and that thing you mentioned, the snake gallbladder was also removed. Hongshuang's backpack was bulging, filled with the eyes and gallbladders of the frost shadow snake, and dozens of snake scales of varying sizes were tied to the outside with spider silk. That's good. I'll go back in exchange for a barrel of baijiu to make snake gall wine and try it. The snake gallbladder, the size of a monster's head, must make a medicinal wine. It's a pity that the tribe's current conditions don't allow them to brew their own liquor, and they've almost finished drinking the mixed fruit wine they made before. However, once the grapes planted at the camp have grown, we can prioritize making wine. Oh right, how is wine made again? You crush it with your feet, then put it in a jar? Well, Su Yuan certainly wouldn't step on it himself, so this wine must be very delicious. In the desolate snowfield, in a valley that shouldn't exist here, where biting cold winds howl. In a place where no living beings should exist, there is now a giant cave hundreds of meters deep on the cliff in the valley. Strange cries could be heard slowly emanating from inside from time to time. Has the shaman of the alien beast race investigated the matter thoroughly? On a high platform built of giant stones, a tall, humanoid creature with blue and white fur sat lazily, surrounded by countless short, hunched snow demons. One of them, who was kneeling under the boulder, quickly replied upon hearing the question. Priest, that fellow recently spread rumors about orc totems. Orc totem? Tell me more. The snow demon below told the snow demon on the stage, who was called the priestess, about what she had found out about the orc totem. It was not wrong with the news that had been spread, that there was a strange beast race in the icy snowfield who possessed a totem that allowed orcs to gain infinite power. The snow fairy priestess nodded thoughtfully, not surprised by the news. This orc totem is not the shaman's target, and we don't need to fight with those brainless bastards for it. By the way, have those people who went to capture that blessed star of the beast clan returned? The snow demon kneeling below tensed up and said in a slightly nervous tone, No, I sent people to look for it, but the aura was cut off in the icy snowfield. It's broken? Yes, we are completely unable to perceive their existence. Another frozen wasteland? The orc totem is there, and the people we sent lost their presence there. The snow demon race was born from the heavens and earth. They cannot reproduce or be completely killed. Each member of the race is aware of the others. Because the race is small, once a snow demon transforms into a crystal core, the other snow demons will go to rescue it. This perception comes from the connection between snow fairies and cannot be concealed by any means. If perception is completely severed, there is only one possibility. The snow demon scent has completely disappeared from the world, leaving no hope of rescue. The only one who could do this is probably this person from the Wanshua Mountains. I promised that I wouldn't interfere in her affairs, and that I would just go along to capture a member of the alien beast race. I didn't expect this person to be so ruthless. Priest, what should we do next? Send some people to keep an eye on the movements of that sorcerer, and send the rest to continue searching for the Starfall Blesser in the icy snowfields. Yes. The priest on the platform watched the departing snow demon, His eyes glazed over as he recalled events from over a decade ago. The previous generation's snow fairy priest, the legendary old priest who could not be killed by anything, returned to the tribe on his last breath and turned into a crystal core after saying only a few words. This time, however, the crystal core that symbolized resurrection was covered in cracks, and there was no sign of resurrection for more than a decade. Old priest, you are a beast man chosen by the stars. I will fulfill your mission. Finally finished. After several days of travel, Su Yuan grew tired of the monotonous white world. They had talked about everything they could along the way, so after some thought, he found a new way to pass the time. 2 wooden needles and a bundle of yarn. That's his new pastime, knitting. After knitting for several days, he displayed a beige hand-knitted sweater. The pattern on the sweater was twisted together like a braid, making it look very delicate. After all, it was a knitting technique he had redeemed from the system shop for several hundred points, and this sweater was made using cable knitting. Seeing how exquisite the white sweater Su Yuan displayed was, Pan Yu looked down at her own tangled mess of clothes. This is too difficult. I don't want to do it anymore. Pan Yu wanted to throw away the unsightly, twisted garment, but since Su Yuan had prayed to the gods for it, she had no choice but to take it back. Is it difficult? I think it's all right. The sound of a double strike rang out, and Hong Shuang also picked up 2 gray sweaters, one large and one small. She had learned how to knit them after watching Su Yuan's movements for a few moments. And her hand speed was getting faster and faster, with the spider spears behind her also assisting. In a short time, she had knitted 2 sweaters. Su Yuan had to admit that the spider girl was the humanoid spinning machine of another world. After hearing this, a string of black dots appeared on Pan Yu's forehead. Feeling a little nervous, she turned her head to look at Shir and Xianku. Lion was still struggling, but the yarn was all over her, with several strands hanging from her ears and tightly wrapped around her neck, as if she had been fighting with the yarn. Meanwhile, Xianku, with the ball of yarn wrapped around her weapon, was already playing a game of javelin throwing, completely unaware of what a sweater was. Seeing that someone else had the same score as her, Pan Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't the only one who got a 0, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lion, do you want to give it a try? Su Yuan held up the finished sweater and compared it to everyone. Since he had only knitted it to pass the time, he hadn't bothered to calculate the size. At this point, only Lion's figure can match the size of this sweater. Huh? Okay. Lion sheepishly gathered up the tangled yarn, but it was so tightly wrapped that it somehow ended up around the neck of the 3 idiots. Awoo! The extreme feeling of suffocation made the 3 idiots howl. Their heads were almost severed, but fortunately they were discovered in time, which saved their lives. Chapter 218. This is much scarier than the zombies in Resident Evil. Of the 3 outfits, the largest one belonged to Shir, while the one woven by Hong Shuang, one large and one small, fit Shinka and Panhua perfectly. The 3 of them changed their clothes on the wolf's back. Although they had enjoyed this many times before, the view was still refreshing. Nature's scenery is so beautiful. Shir was simply wearing a beige sweater, which her strong physique supported perfectly, though the design lacked any fancy details. The tight-fitting sweater only revealed her snow-white neck. The rest of her body was completely covered. Xianku and Pan Yu had also changed. Pan Yu didn't find the comfort of the new clothes particularly novel. She just curiously touched the slightly fuzzy sleeves. To prevent her clothes from tearing when she transforms into the Great Rebel Moon, she had specially changed into a set of super elastic thermal underwear beforehand. It feels so good, but I feel a little restricted and itchy. Xianku twisted her body. The red frost-woven dress was a little small for her, and every time she twisted her body, the dress would rub against her skin. Compared to her incredibly thin animal skin top that couldn't even cover her navel, this outfit was much warmer, and its softness made the group quickly fall in love with their new clothes. Su Yuan, I want to try again and make one for Hong Shuang as well. After putting on the sweater, Shir mustered up her courage again, picked up the somewhat tangled ball of yarn, and looked at Su Yuan very seriously. Okay, I'll teach you slowly. Just as he took the ball of yarn from Shir's hand, preparing to teach her carefully step by step, Desha, who was beneath him, suddenly stopped. A trembling whimper came from the mouths of several snow wolves. Su Yuan frowned and stared ahead, in the direction that Desha and the others had warned him about. Lion realized something was wrong and put the ball of yarn back into the animal skin bag, hanging beside the 3 fools. The group jumped off the wolf's back and gripped their weapons tightly in their hands. You all observe your surroundings carefully. I'll use the crystal to take a look. With snowflakes swirling in the air, the naked eye couldn't observe the surroundings. Su Yuan took out a sensing crystal and used his mental power to probe forward. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a strange mountain suddenly appeared before us. There wasn't a single plant on the mountain, and the bare summit was covered only with piles of snow. Something's not right. The surrounding area was filled with dead trees, and the mountain stood out so abruptly that it immediately caught his attention. Finally, after zooming in and circling the mountain, he could see the cave entrance that was buried in snow. The snow at the entrance was noticeably lower than in other areas, and the dimly lit entrance, about half a meter deep, was quite visible in the whiteness. Even when using the sensory crystal to probe inside, it was just pitch black. However, Su Yuan could clearly tell from the snow wolf's reaction that there was no need to investigate further. The crash site of the spaceship I'm looking for is very likely here. The mutated werewolf's spirit mentioned after its death that 2 other werewolves who came with it were infected first. If I'm not mistaken, what terrifies the snow wolf should be those 2 mutated werewolves. Be careful, we've arrived. Su Yuan retrieved the sensing crystal, and everyone immediately perked up. Wasn't the purpose of this trip to investigate the mutated werewolf? You stay behind us, Xian Ku, and I will go check first. Lion wanted to investigate first, but Su Yuan grabbed her arm and shook his head. No need. I checked, and they're not outside. They're most likely still in the cave over there. In a moment, you'll light this thing, then tie it to an arrow and shoot it in. Su Yuan exchanged for several cold light sparklers. If he wanted to gain access to the inside without going in, he had to find a way to light up the inside. The group led a few reluctant snow wolves to the outside of the cave. The narrow, dark entrance resembled a man-eating abyss, and Desha and the others were so frightened that they clung to their dog heads. Lion, let's begin. Su Yuan closed his eyes and continued to activate the sensory crystal vision. As an arrow flew past, it accurately shot into the hole. Bright flames and white smoke gradually rose. An array of white light illuminated this mysterious space in the dark cave. It was dark and cramped, with some congealed blood scattered around. As he continued forward, 2 dark figures startled him so much that he almost fell on the snow. Holy crap, this is even scarier than those deformed zombies in Resident Evil. Hong Shuang supported him. Under everyone's gaze, Su Yuan didn't say much and continued to look inside. The 2 deformed creatures had no hair, and their bodies were no longer human-shaped with arms and legs. Xian Ku, Panyu, go and look around for any live rats or rabbits or other small wild animals. Red Frost, wrap this flashlight with spider silk, and have Lion use an arrow to send it in later. Planning before acting, Su Yuan was unsure whether the deformed creature was still alive, so he thought of the old method he used when he went to the underwater tomb before, biological detection. The most crucial point is that you can always see clearly inside. Unlike the teleportation channel in the underwater tomb, if you can see the information inside first, you don't have to rush in recklessly. It's not too late to slowly probe in after making thorough preparations. Yes. The group began their task, and soon the energy-concentrating flashlight was wrapped in thick spider silk. According to Hong Shuang, this sticky spider silk would stick firmly to the wall once it was attached. The wind swirled around the arrow, and the runes on Lion's forehead glowed. This arrow was not as swift as before. After entering the cave, it slowly deviated due to the wind. The arrow struck the rock wall, sending the ball-shaped flashlight to its destination. A beam of white light made the deformed creature even clearer in front of them. In the dim light of the flashlight, Su Yuan finally spotted a pair of claws in the mass of flesh. The shape of the claws resembled that of Desha and the others, suggesting they were the 2 mutated werewolves. The distortion was quite severe. It resembled a boneless octopus made of flesh and blood, lying quietly on the ground. The mutated werewolf evolved from an ordinary first-tier werewolf through genetic mutation. It has completely lost its rationality, and due to the long period of mutation, it has lost its ability to think. Okay, the identification panel is out, but tell me, is it dangerous? Without its own consciousness, what are its attack methods? Will it mutate if you touch it, or will it suddenly grab your ankle if you get close? Lion, point the arrow downwards, fire another arrow. With the light shining through, Su Yuan no longer cared about the description on the appraisal panel. Since it wasn't mentioned in the description, he would try it himself. First, we had to test the mutated monster's reaction to being hit. This arrow hit the ground with great precision and shattered into pieces. A little higher. 1 point for each wooden arrow, so I didn't feel bad using them at all. With the angle constantly adjusted, 1 arrow finally pierced deep into that mass of flesh. The wooden arrow seemed to pierce through a swamp, slowly sinking into it. The mass of flesh moved, swallowing the wood fragments attached to its surface, before returning to a calm state. It was as if nothing had happened. Is this what they mean by losing consciousness? It didn't even put up a fight when attacked. Su Yuan frowned, staring intently at it with some doubt. His gaze almost pressed against the mass of flesh to confirm its movements. Chapter 219. If you don't go in, the god of the system will be very angry. We're back. After observing for a long time without finding any movement, they finally heard Xian Ku and the others' voices from afar. The two women were holding two large rats in their hands, each as big as a head. Judging from their dazed expressions, they must have been forcibly dragged out of some cave by Xian Ku and the others. Is that enough? We only caught two. Should we roast them or stew them? Eat. Eat. All you do is eat. If you keep eating like this, you'll gain weight. Su Yuan gave Xian Ku a sharp rap on the head, then grabbed one of the large rats. The little guy seemed to sense something terrifying and struggled desperately. What? I thought it was lunchtime, so I grabbed the biggest one. And I've definitely lost a lot of weight compared to before. Xian Ku rubbed her head and squeezed the little sweater. Her once smooth and flat tummy now had a bit of flesh that could be pinched out. Oh no, has he really gained weight? Hunters who are too fat can't catch any prey. Let me think of something. How about eating less? No, that's absolutely not going to work. Ignoring Xian Ku, who was worried about her full stomach from eating too much that morning, Su Yuan carried the mouse to Shi's side. Lion, can this be put in? Ideally, it should be in the same spot as the last arrow you shot earlier. If the mass of flesh doesn't react to any living being, it's either dead or the werewolf has mutated into a mindless monster. I'll give it a try. Lion weighed the arrow in his hand and quickly gained a firm grasp of its weight. A surge of energy flowed around him, converging on the arrow in his hand. The large rat was desperately bound to the arrow by spider silk. This time, the amorousness was even more pronounced as the arrow shot out, carrying a gentle breeze into the cave. This arrow was much lighter than the previous ones. It stopped as soon as it touched flesh, leaving only the rat screaming. This guy moved. Just when Su Yuan thought that the creature had moved, the rat clinging to the flesh suddenly began to struggle desperately as if in pain, and its body, which was originally the size of a head, suddenly swelled up. The body, tightly bound by spider silk, seemed to want to break free of its restraints, its deformed claws scratching frantically at the silk. Several minutes passed, and even after its body had doubled in size, it still couldn't tear the spider silk apart. Finally, it shattered into pieces with an explosion. It seems that genetic mutations don't cause the host to mutate too drastically. No matter how much an ordinary mouse mutates, it's impossible for it to break through Red Frost's spider silk. It should be noted that the 4th-tier Frost Shadow Serpent used all its strength to sever the Red Frost's spider silk, and this was just an ordinary snow rat. Nature, unable to withstand the hindrance during the mutation process, eventually exploded into fragments. I see. It seems that as long as I don't touch that flesh and blood, it'll be fine. Wait a minute. Last time Tiger Hunter smashed that werewolf into a pulp. Surely there must have been a tiny bit of flesh and blood on him, right? This is a mess. My CPU is going to burn out. Instead of pondering here, I should go in and investigate myself. As long as I make sure that the flesh and blood pose no threat, that's fine. Let's go in. Hong Shuang will stay outside and stick us with spider silk. If I shout pull, you'd better pull everyone out right away. The 5 of you stay outside and call us if there's any noise outside. Yes, I understand. Whoa. The 4 of them were covered in red spider silk. Shi and Xian Ku stood in front of them, each holding a large shield, while Pan Yu guarded Su Yuan from behind. A fireball cleared away the snow outside the hole, finally revealing the nearly 3-meter wide opening. The flashlights hanging on the rock wall and the one in his hand shone brightly, and the two were not far apart. Soon, Su Yuan and his group discovered the bloody and grotesque werewolf. There were also rats scattered everywhere after being fried. Fire serpent coil. Su Yuan covered his mouth and nose. The foul smell was even more disgusting than the werewolf sauce that Tiger Hunter had hammered out outside the camp. It was like a stinky sock that had been fermenting inside a fish's belly for dozens of days in the sewer and was placed in front of your nose. Then a giant serpent formed of flames appeared at the cave entrance, completely burning the flesh and blood clinging to the surrounding area into ashes. Then the smell turned into wisps of smoke, which made it even more unpleasant. Be careful. Next, Lion, you guys turn on the lights. I need to check the situation inside beforehand. Su Yuan buried his head in the lion's neck, sniffing the scent emanating from its hair before barely regaining his senses, and then once again manipulated the sensing crystal to investigate the road ahead. His mental power is now capable of covering a distance of over 300 meters, which is more than enough for this small cave. He can see any place with light. The cave passage was very long, and the group walked down it. Hong Shuang, who was outside, had to enter the cave entrance in order to hear Su Yuan's calls. The two sides maintained a distance of about 10 meters. As long as Su Yuan shouted, she could immediately pull everyone back. I don't know how long I walked, but the scene before me was no longer composed of the white light of a flashlight. Inside that dark interior, a red light flickered, blinking rhythmically like the eyes of a ghost. It really is a crashed alien spaceship. After passing through the narrow tunnel, the view became much more open, and Su Yuan no longer needed the sensing crystal. He could clearly see the enormous object in front of him with his naked eyes. Snow and frost had frozen its entire body, but the tip of the spaceship could still be seen through its silvery white shell and the red warning lights. Wow, how magnificent! Is this a relic of the gods? The little beast girls had never seen anything like it before and thought it was a relic left by a god. At this moment, they were even more shocked than Su Yuan. Su Yuan, wouldn't it be disrespectful to the god if we just go in like this? Won't it be angry? Pan Yu asked Su Yuan with her mouth wide open, somewhat uneasy. Now, the black sheep mother who took her in has recovered. Tiger Hunter, Sister Shuero, and everyone else are in the Star Tribe. She has also met so many friends, including her favorite Su Yuan. So he hesitated, unwilling that such a wonderful life would end after entering the miracle. It would be disrespectful to the gods not to go in. Let's go in and take a look. If you don't go in, the god of the system can't unlock new special items and can't gain a lot of points, which will make the god of the system very angry. Su Yuan used his perception crystal to investigate. Under the flashing red light, there were no living beings inside the spaceship, only some bottles and jars, somewhat like a biopod from a science fiction movie. To understand these things in detail, you'll have to go up and take a closer look yourself. I wonder if alien technology is considered a rare item in the system. Hong Shuang, you wait for us outside. Call us immediately if there are any problems. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you up there. Hong Shuang, standing outside, nodded. She knew her mission was the most important. If danger struck inside, it would be entirely up to her to rescue everyone. Several strands of spider silk emerged from his lower abdomen, suspending him in midair, while his flashlight shone down on the people below as they entered the doorway, which was about 2 meters high. As the white light shone into the spaceship, Su Yuan finally saw the internal structure of the alien spaceship. Chapter 220, Creating a Comprehensive Gene-Optimized Essential Oil Spa. Inside the spaceship, the ground was tilted inwards, indicating that it was not stable during the fall. Broken glass was scattered all over the ground, and messy hair and liquid that had long since frozen into ice were frozen on the ground. So this is the reason why the werewolf mutated. Under the white light, he could clearly see the strange liquid and the cylindrical culture chambers. There were quite a few in the narrow space, but most of them had already leaked out. Only a few relatively intact culture chamber bases remained, still flashing red light. Embryo optimization fluid. In stable state, a gene-optimized fluid used for targeted cultivation and optimization of fetal genes to improve the intelligence, appearance, physical abilities, and immunity of newborn fetuses. However, due to a lack of long-term updates, it is in an unstable state. Upon contact, it forcibly inserts and modifies biological gene fragments. The internal gene protection lock remains intact. Embryo optimization fluid. The original civilization of this spaceship not only possessed the ability to explore exoplanets, but had even ventured into genetic modification. Targeted development of a fetus's intelligence, appearance, physical abilities, and immunity. Isn't this essentially creating a new human species? Ugh, how terrifying. While Su Yuan was studying the liquids, Pan Yu saw a dark, gooey thing under the light. It looked somewhat like a person, which made her feel physically uncomfortable. Optimized embryo. Fetuses cultured with embryo optimization solution die because the optimization solution is not renewed for a long time. Are these the embryos of that civilization? Su Yuan suppressed his nausea and fear and carefully examined the creature with a flashlight. It did not resemble the beast men of this world. It had no tail, no ears on its head, and its body was very clean and hairless. Its eyes were tightly closed, and the more you looked at its body structure, the more it resembled a human. Su Yuan felt a chill run down his spine at his own thoughts. He stopped observing the other broken biological culture chambers and shone his flashlight on them. All those biological characteristics point to one fact. The alien creatures on this spaceship are very likely humans just like him. Su Yuan, are you alright? The three people around Su Yuan noticed that his expression was a little off. Sure freed one hand and tightly grasped Su Yuan's palm. His cold hand was now warm and moist. It's alright, Just be careful not to get any of these liquids on you. Su Yuan shook his head and said softly, looking at the three human faces. They were very beautiful. In all the time he had been in this world, all the beast girls he had seen were so beautiful. It was as if each one was meticulously sculpted by the gods. I had never seen even one that was somewhat ugly, nor even one that was particularly ordinary. There was also the story Lion told him about the origins of the beast girls. Legend has it that they were created by the gods and fell into this world like raindrops from the sky. Could it be that these raindrops are spaceships, and these deceased little guys are the ancestors of the beast girls? This conjecture is too absurd. Not to mention that they do not have the animal characteristics of beast girls. Even the divinely bestowed fruit that grows randomly all over the world cannot be explained. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? If we can find the spaceship's data and logs, then everything will be clear. Su Yuan put aside his guesses and thoughts for the time being, and looking at the solidified optimization liquid on the ground, a bold idea came to his mind. System, I should be able to receive traded items even while wearing gloves, right? Can. The system gave an exciting response, and Su Yuan smiled broadly, immediately exchanging 5 or 6 gloves in the system shop. From plastic gloves for eating food to sterile medical gloves, chemical protective gloves, and even firefighting gloves, they've created gloves to wear on your hands. The original arm was so bulky that it was impossible to lift anything, let alone move the fingers. Su Yuan, are your hands frozen? Do you want to put them inside my clothes to warm them up? Lioness and the others thought Su Yuan was afraid of the cold, so they all pulled down their collars, hoping their warm embraces would bring warmth to his icy hands. Gulp. Cough, cough, cough. No need. I'm not cold. Please move aside. Although the temptation is great, we must say no to bad temptations. At least we must say no now. The group didn't quite understand what Su Yuan was trying to do, so they stepped back to either side of him. As they approached the solidified liquid, Su Yuan slowly touched the optimization fluid with his fingers. Rare item detected. Unstable embryo enhancement fluid. Tradable for 10,000 points, or 1,000 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. 10,000 points. Su Yuan's face showed a shocked expression. This was one of the more valuable things he had ever seen. It was just a pity that many of them were broken, leaving only a few intact culture chambers. Unlock new items. Oh, and clean up all this mess on the ground. No, I mean, system, I need to trade all the scattered optimization fluid on the ground. This is something that will forcibly modify genes if touched. In order to prevent special circumstances from occurring, Su Yuan had no choice but to hand the trouble over to the system. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Comprehensive gene-optimized essential oil, 10,000 points. Note, this premium essential oil, extracted from embryonic optimization fluid, needs to be applied to all parts of the body to gradually strengthen muscles, bones, and the nervous system within a week, while also accelerating metabolism and improving the speed of injury recovery. Note, it needs to penetrate all parts of the body. A potion worth 10,000 points. Oops, I mean an essential oil. It's a bit pricey, but it significantly improves overall physical attributes, including the speed of injury recovery. If he had enough points, he would have liked to try it on every beast girl in the tribe, but the reality was that he didn't have that many points. As the transaction ended, the optimization liquid scattered on the ground also disappeared. Su Yuan did not intend to use all of today's transaction opportunities for the remaining optimization liquid. After cleaning up all the optimization fluid on the ground, the group dared to continue investigating their surroundings. Besides the huge biological cultivation chambers, there were other things in this chamber. There are some strange buttons in the very center, and the black sphere on top is probably the spaceship's artificial intelligence, or a virtual panel displaying data from the biological cultivation chamber. Su Yuan didn't recklessly press the buttons covered in frost. Although the spaceship seemed to have run out of power, if there was even a trace of power left, activating some strange program would put them in danger. Besides the main panel area for detecting data from the biological cultivation chamber, there were some small jars in another corner. The glass was broken, and it was unknown where the liquid inside had gone. Unlike the biological cultivation chambers, these small broken jars did not contain any corpses. They were completely empty, and it was unknown what had been filled inside them before. This is... When the white light shone in front of the broken pot, Su Yuan finally saw something he could understand: a door. Chapter 221, The Bizarre Disaster Inside the Medical Pod. There were 2 doors, one on the ground in front of them, with a square outline and no handles or switches. However, in the center of it, there is a black screen with some cracks on it, which seems to be an area that can only be entered after some kind of artificial intelligence recognition. Su Yuan stomped on it with his foot. The dull sound indicated that it wasn't so easy to open. At least, even these special primitive people wielding ordinary iron knives and spears, couldn't open it. Forget it. Once we have electricity, we'll get a plasma or laser cutter to try it out. The fact that the underground area couldn't be opened didn't bother Su Yuan too much. There was a second area in front of him, but compared to the underground door with only a black screen, this one wasn't as secure. To the side of the hexagonal honeycomb gate in the very center, a small pneumatic gate gear assembly is frozen in ice crystals. Fireball. Using flames to melt the ice crystals, the silver-white gears were revealed, connected to a honeycomb gate behind them. A picture was drawn on the card above, and some text was written below. The gear is probably for emergency escape. In the event of a power outage or a ship system failure, you can open it by pressing the middle button and then rotating it to the left. Hey, these symbols look a bit like the Chinese characters you taught us, Su Yuan. Suddenly, Pan Yu poked her head out from beside his shoulder, curiously examining the pictures and text. The familiar feeling made her frown slightly. Resembles Chinese characters? Su Yuan also felt something was strange. He looked over carefully, but the appraisal system did not explain the text and pictures. It only introduced the material of the door. As for those fonts, he could recognize a few that were similar to Chinese characters among some unfamiliar ones, just like when he looked at Japanese. The rest were completely unlike any font he knew on Earth. It might be a coincidence, Xian Ku. Can you try turning this gear to the left? Turn left? Su Yuan, you didn't discover something, did you? Yes, there are other spaces behind this door. You will be in charge of opening the main door later. Lion and I will guard the inside of the door, and Pan, you will be ready to notify Hong Shuang at the door at any time. After arranging everyone, Xian Ku put down his weapon, gripped the gear tightly with both hands, and as it turned little by little, the door emitted a piercing creak. Like the hoarse sigh of an old man awakened from a long slumber, it gradually dissipated as the door slowly opened. Boom! Finally, with a loud bang, the door was opened completely, and after who knows how many years, the dark cabin was finally illuminated by the first ray of light. Be careful, cover your nose and mouth. It's unclear how many years this spaceship hasn't been used, and the gases inside must be mixed together in some unknown way. Su Yuan pulled Sure away, then covered Xian Ku's nose and mouth before returning to the back. Wah! The four waited outside for a while, until the outside air was completely inside, before cautiously approaching. The flashlight beam shone inside, and Su Yuan, relying on the sensing crystal, glimpsed the internal structure. There were no colorful glass jars outside, but several life-size cabins resembling virtual game pods were placed horizontally inside, along with some exposed platforms, and some mechanical arms hanging limply in the air around them. A medical pod? But it looks like everyone inside is dead. In the dim light of his flashlight, Su Yuan saw the skeleton lying in the cabin, as well as some platforms and corners, with corpses and skeletons scattered everywhere. There were people, and some bugs. Let's go in and take a look. Although he wasn't sure what was going on, seeing that all the creatures inside the medical pod had already turned into skeletons, the gains outweighed the risks, so after thinking it over, Su Yuan decided to go in and take a look. The group passed through the narrow honeycomb gate one by one. Before entering, Su Yuan specially exchanged a metal rod from the system that matched the width of the gate. It has no other capabilities, but it is exceptionally resistant to pressure. Every time I watch a movie or TV show, once we're in a confined space, there's always that cliché scene where one person has to hold the door open so the others can get out. To prevent this from happening to oneself, necessary measures must be taken. If this steel bar, which can withstand 30 tons of pressure, can be broken in an instant. Even if you invited Captain America, it wouldn't make a difference. The group entered the medical bay, and Hong Shuang, who was outside, had already approached the breached door of the spaceship. Looking at the people inside, her face was full of worry. The inner door of the medical compartment was covered in scratches and bloodstains, the scratches penetrating deep into the wall and not appearing to have been caused by humans. The blood on the ground and walls had dried and turned black, its original color no longer discernible. The insects lying on the ground were quite eye-catching. They might be the source of the tragedy inside the cabin. The scratches on the walls and doors could also be their doing. What a peculiar bug. Could this thing unlock special items? Your system shop level is insufficient. Please upgrade before trading this special item. Su Yuan put on the gloves and tried them on. The moment his fingers touched them, the larva turned into a pile of broken bones scattered all over the ground. At the same time, a crisp notification sound rang in my ears. Hmm. Another rare item of excessively high quality. It's been a long time since I've heard this notification sound. The last time was with the large meteorite that the Red Fox tribe used to live on, which even couldn't be identified. How high must the quality of that insect corpse and that meteorite be? You know, this time they even successfully traded for alien technology optimization fluid. Su Yuan, look. These bones look a bit like you. They don't have a tail or furry ears. On the other side, Pan Yu and the others were also looking around with curiosity, and the skeletons lying in the operating room caught their attention. The shape of this skeleton is indeed somewhat similar to that of humans on Earth. It has no tail, and the body structure is almost identical. Inside a small medical operating room, one can see a corpse with remarkably well-preserved bones, approximately 1.8 meters tall, whose skeletal structure matches that of a human. However, some blue moss was still stuck to the surface of its skeleton. Medical nanoscale energy extraction machine cluster. A cluster of nanomachines used to extract energy from waste to supplement the human body with nutrients has been damaged due to prolonged exposure to ultra-low temperatures and power loss. Nanorobots. Unexpectedly, it's another technological product, but unfortunately, it's also damaged. Its only use is probably to provide him with a new special item. Su Yuan tried knocking a few times, but the glass dome covered in white frost was unlike ordinary glass on Earth. He knocked on it for a long time, but it didn't budge. It was even harder than bulletproof glass. You guys move back a bit. Xian Ku, try using the iron spear to see if you can break the glass cover outside. Don't worry about it. Leave it to me. There's nothing I can't open. Move aside a bit. Seeing that Su Yuan had been smashing things for a long time without making any progress, Xian Ku proudly pouted. Before she could finish speaking, her iron spear pierced the glass outside the operating room, shattering glass shards all over the floor. Fortunately, the nanobots stuck to the skeleton were not thrown out. Chapter 222. Who in their right mind would waste points to exchange for something like this? Bang! Damn, you're crazy. The loud noise startled Hong Shuang outside, who was about to pull him out, but fortunately Su Yuan quickly explained a few times to stop it. Although the noise was quite loud, at least the glass cover was shattered. The swarm of robots had long since run out of power, so they remained motionless, still clinging to the skeletal skull. Let me see if this little baby can surprise me. Su Yuan put on his gloves and carefully inserted his fingers into the operating chamber. When his fingers touched the cluster of nanobots, he heard a crisp sound. Detection. Stop talking nonsense. Unlock it. Just as he was unlocking the new item, a sudden noise came from beneath the skeleton. A sharp insect leg emerged from it, its sharp spikes aimed at Su Yuan's fingers, trying to pierce them. Careful. Lioness and the others had been closely observing Su Yuan's actions, so they discovered it very quickly. In an instant, the iron spear and the short knife pierced into the skeleton. Gah! A weak cry came from beneath the skeleton. Although the sound was weak, it was extremely piercing, as if it would pierce one's ears. However, the sound was not loud, and it gradually faded away after the release of the sinker current. Holy crap, that scared me. Su Yuan withdrew his hand. There was a faint mark on the outermost cut-resistant glove. If you gently tug it, you can see the glove underneath. Beneath the skeleton, he also clearly saw the monster that had attacked him. Similar to the dead insects lying outside, most of their bodies were stuck in the gaps below the operating chamber, with only their sharp toes and protruding mouthparts showing. A row of sharp teeth were slightly parted, and perhaps because it had been in darkness for too long, its eyes, which were originally narrowed into slits, were now staring intently at Su Yuan. What the hell is this? Having lived in a sealed chamber without food or water for thousands or tens of thousands of years, it's remarkable that it didn't die, but more importantly, it regained such immense power upon waking. Su Yuan couldn't say for sure whether this species had any cheat codes enabled. It was probably never turned off since their birth. Ugh, what an ugly bug, and there's not a drop of blood. The insect didn't struggle much. After a period of electrotherapy, it finally lay back down completely, and the claws that had attacked Su Yuan slowly came down. It must be because you've lived here for too long, you. Su Yuan broke off a small piece of the insect's corpse to take back with him. Once the mall system was upgraded, it would unlock new products along with the meteorite. Inspection, buzzing, door. But the previously dim spaceship suddenly began to flash a bright red light, and more lights began to come on around it, making the interior look like a disaster was about to strike. Quick, get out of here right now. Red Frost, get them. Su Yuan's expression changed drastically. He never expected that this kind of scenario would happen to him. Looking at the iron bar lying across the gate, he felt fortunate that he had guessed correctly. In an instant, a pulling force came from the spider silk, and the group lost their balance in the tilted spaceship cabin and were pulled out by red frost outside. Just like a spider hunting its prey, the group quickly passed through the creaking iron gate and returned to the other side of the biological cultivation chamber. Bang! Just seconds after they came out, the iron bar blocking the middle of the gate couldn't hold up any longer and was gradually squeezed and broken too, and the gate immediately slammed shut. Are you alright? It's nothing. It's just that something suddenly made a noise, and that red light was really scary. Panyu patted her chest, still reeling from what had just happened. Everything in this miracle was too mysterious. If it weren't for Su Yuan's shout, they would probably be completely trapped inside. Actually, it's not that scary. If everyone fails to get out, Hongshuang can turn that knob again to let everyone out. After escaping danger, Su Yuan calmed down and looked at the rotating gear that had turned back again. Even if all else fails, he can still use items from the system shop to carve a large hole inside the medical pod. Should we still go in? No need, I'll come again another time. There's no need to go back in now. The werewolf mutation has been investigated, and the crashed spaceship incident has been verified. There is no further passage inside the medical pod. To investigate the specific situation, we will probably have to find a way to open the tightly locked door below. Then let's go. Wait a minute, let me get rid of these things. Su Yuan looked at the few remaining intact jars of embryo optimization fluid in the biological incubation chamber. This stuff was terrifying. Just a little bit of it could modify human genes. While it can be used as a powerful weapon against others, if the genetic modification goes wrong, it could potentially make a powerful enemy even more terrifying. After thinking for a moment, I decided to trade all of these items to the system store. The frost crystal season had passed for some time, and the icy snowfields returned to their original state. Amidst the blowing snow, several figures emerged from a cave. Sure, Shinka, let's find a rock to cover this place up. The matter was over, and the area was cleaned up. To prevent contamination, the corpses in the optimization fluid were burned to ashes. The group stood in the wind and snow when the snow wolf guarding outside excitedly leaped over, shook off the snow, and its fear lessened considerably. Awoo. The terrifying aura inside had disappeared, and the things that posed a threat to them had been cleaned up by their owner. All right, you guys stop howling here. Pack up and get ready to go back. The original plan was to go back and look for information about iron or after the investigation, but this time they unexpectedly met AFI and the others, so the plan had to be changed. Once AFI contacted him, he prepared to take action in the desolate snowfield and eliminate Mu Guang's men there one by one. On the way back, Su Yuan finally had time to check the special items that the nanomachine cluster had unlocked earlier. Bioenergy extraction and fusion device, 50,000 points. Note: placing two objects inside allows for the extraction and fusion of their key energy sources. The fusion product is unknown. It can be fused 5 times per day and is powered by solar energy. 50,000 points? Su Yuan was slightly surprised. He hadn't noticed the transaction points because he was in a hurry. However, the price of this item was the most expensive of all the items he had unlocked. But there's a reason it's expensive. He understood its purpose from the notes. It can extract key energy from materials and fuse them, which is no ordinary use. For example, if 2 highly toxic snow snake fruits with awakening abilities are fused together, a snow snake fruit with a significantly increased awakening probability can be extracted. This reduced the points Su Yuan spent on purchasing potions in the shop. To ensure the production of awakened warriors in the tribe, he usually spent a lot of points feeding them to the tribe's people. Of course, since it is an unknown product, there is also a possibility that 2 snow serpent fruits have fused into a death fruit that is extremely poisonous. So, who in their right mind would waste points on something like this? Chapter 223. Damn it. Am I being looked down upon? A few days later, Su Yuan led the group back to the tribe. Nothing major happened during this period. Since the last rugby match, the beast girls from both tribes had become much more amicable. No one will complain about the sneak attack anymore. All the pride and frustration have been transformed into the strength to fight. All for the sake of winning first place in the next rugby tournament organized by Su Yuan. I'm fine. Don't worry about me anymore. That night, in a wooden cabin at the camp, Su Yuan patted Red Fox on the back to comfort her, and Lion had roughly told her about what had happened in the past few days. Especially regarding the matter of the frost shadow snake, he released a giant gorilla phantom through the illusion prism box and slapped himself to death, almost scaring everyone to death. Sure also told me about Man's situation. Red Fox propped herself up, the oppressive feeling from above making Su Yuan feel a little suffocated. He moved his head up and looked at her face, which was covered in sweat and flushed, and asked with some curiosity, What do you think of this approach? A hint of worry flashed in Red Fox's eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, although Man is very strong, she is somewhat naive. I'm worried that she might be exposed. She wasn't actually born in the snowy plains. She wandered there with adults when she was very young. Wondering? Su Yuan remained silent, listening quietly to the Red Fox's story. Many years ago, the Red Fox tribe was not called the Red Fox tribe, and they did not live in the desolate Snowfield. A group of only 6 or 7 wanderers arrived at the Wangshu Mountains. They had long tails and were very skilled in fighting. Compared to the long, thin, or furry tails of these people, the tails of these wanderers are thick and strong, and with a powerful flick, they can send a monster of the same size flying. Man is the only child in this group of wanderers. Where did they go? The Red Fox's expression turned somewhat sad. He closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, I don't know either. This was all told to me by Granny Shui, the previous shaman. She said that when Fox 9 was born, my mother and some of her clansmen disappeared along with them. So after Granny Shui passed away, my mother was unable to take over the position of witch and could only pass it on to me, who had only recently become a witch. Su Yuan didn't know how to comfort her, so he hugged her and gently patted her back. After a while, he comforted her. They probably went to Man's original tribe. Perhaps something has happened there that requires them to return. You know it's a long journey, so they just haven't come back yet. After we've sorted things out here, I'll take you to the other side of the mountain to find them. Perhaps one day my system shop will have special items for finding people. Since I want to rule the entire other world, I will definitely not give up any place. Let's not talk about that for now. If you want to assign a task to Man, you can give me the communication conch and let me tell her. That's what I was thinking too. If you receive her message, tell her to temporarily infiltrate the Maguang tribe and feign surrender, so she can find out how many warriors and awakened warriors there are. Then what about their food sources and weapons? Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then continued. If there's an opportunity, we can investigate who exactly is preparing for the battle in Muguang, but the prerequisite is to protect ourselves. Don't worry, Man isn't the only one there. The rest of the tribe are in there too. I'll make sure they complete their mission. After briefly discussing the plans, the bonfire party outside that was welcoming them was still going on. The kittens had cuddled with her in the afternoon and were now celebrating happily, playing with pieces of snake scales that were as clear as mirrors. By the way, how was your harvest this time? Did you figure out the situation? Red Fox knew the reasons why Su Yuan insisted on going this time. Firstly, because of the werewolf's mutation, and secondly, because it was related to his original tribe. Yes, that's what he said himself, but Red Fox has always kept it in mind. The investigation is almost complete. In short, a house fell from the sky, and the liquid used to cultivate fetuses inside leaked out. This liquid caused the werewolves that touched it to turn into that state. Is the house in heaven the dwelling place of God? I can't call him a god, but close enough. Anyway, I've taken care of that place, so there shouldn't be any more danger. He didn't know how to explain the alien spaceship, but for this primitive society, those aliens could indeed be considered gods. But this time we reaped a great harvest. Look at this. A crystal-clear glass bottle appeared in Su Yuan's hand. This was a special item worth 5 figures, and this time the system finally decided to use a glass bottle to store it. The pale green, viscous liquid shimmered faintly in the glass bottle, which was tightly sealed by a small stopper. What is this? Is it also a medicine that can restore your strength? Puff. Su Yuan felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. Ever since she saw Su Yuan secretly replenishing her fire spirit drink while fighting 2 opponents, she had been using it as a stamina recovery potion. This statement carries a sense of disdain, implying that Su lacks the necessary strength and requires external medication. However, he knew that this was just Red Fox's unintentional remark, so he suppressed his desire for revenge and patiently explained. This can be considered the reward for the sacrifice to the gods. As long as it is applied to the whole body, it can enhance all aspects of strength, and even the speed of injury recovery will be improved. Wow, that's amazing. Then lie down quickly, I'll apply it for you. No, you lie down first, I'll teach you how to apply it. If you do it wrong, it won't work. Su Yuan looked completely upright. He explained that the optimization liquid wouldn't be effective if it wasn't applied evenly and integrated into the body. If it was even slightly off, all 10,000 points would be wasted. No, judging from this amount, it seems like 5,000 points would be wasted. Oh well. The Red Fox knew how precious this thing was, so she obediently lay down, and under the starlight, her fair back could be seen. The 2 shoulder blades protrude slightly, like 2 mountain peaks enclosing the spine on his back. Even after spending so much time together, Su Yuan was still amazed. When the bottle cap was opened, a faint scent wafted out. The smell wasn't particularly strong. It was more like the faint milky smell of a newborn baby. Let me know if you feel unwell. Don't worry, I'll get through this. Red Fox thought it was a medicinal liquid to strengthen bones and muscles, as she had seen that in human pain in other tribes when she was a child. So she clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes closed and her brows furrowed, revealing the tension in her heart. A few drops of pale green liquid fell onto her back. Su Yuan put the bottle down, rubbed his hands together, and began to gently spread the liquid evenly on her back. The effect of this tool is quite user-friendly. Any part that is not evenly applied and enters the body will show a light green color until the back feels slightly warm after continuous rubbing, at which point it will penetrate the body. The hands move down from the shoulder blades. Soon the entire back, including the long tail, was completely soaked in the solution. Under the starlight, the area that had been coated shone with an alluring luster. Gulp. Red Fox, turn around. Chapter 224. I'm not a decent person. I've changed. I have to share my experience of applying this 10,000-point essential oil. The next morning, Su Yuan radiated a bright glow from head to toe, as if a god had descended to earth, attracting the attention of the beast girls wherever he went. Last night, under the care of Red Fox's soft, boneless hands, the last half bottle was finally used up. Luckily, he doesn't have a tail, otherwise it really wouldn't be enough. After all, it took Red Fox a long time to finish applying the last and most important part. They felt like they had inexhaustible energy right now. After both of them applied the ointment last night, they ended up in a draw. Su Yuan, tell me quickly why you and my sister can both glow. Children don't know much about these things. Have we finished teaching today's Chinese characters? Fox 9 hugged his arm, her lips pouting so much they could hang a rope from them. When asked, she proudly replied, Of course, now I've even taught the most troublesome Squeaky how to behave. Do you want to teach any new Chinese characters? Su Yuan thought for a moment. He had previously taught them the most common few hundred Chinese characters, which would basically enable them to conduct simple written communication once they learned them. However, to read books fluently, one needs to learn a lot, accumulating at least 3,000 words. As for whether one can understand the content of the book after reading it, that can only be considered later. The current goal is to teach all the beast girls in the tribe to read Chinese characters, so as to facilitate information transmission and content recording in the future. Okay, after breakfast, call Shui Ro and the smarter ones like Bai Tu over first, and I'll teach you some more. Now, can you tell me why you were shining just like your sister this morning? No, wait until you've taught everyone to read. He could manage supplying the beast girls in the tribe with the snow serpent elixir, which cost 1,000 points, on a regular basis. But this comprehensive gene optimization essential oil, which cost tens of thousands of points per bottle, was a different story. Of course, we should use it wisely first, ensuring that awakened warriors like Shirshir and Exine Ku are upgraded before considering its use on ordinary warriors. One bottle is enough for 2 people, but that's because he's only about 1.8 meters tall, while Red Fox is even smaller, about the size of Lion and Exine Ku. It's estimated that one person could use up a whole bottle. After seeing Hu Jiu off, Su Yuan found a quiet place to sit down and started fiddling with a mechanical device in his hand. The device is about the size of a wooden barrel, and its silvery white exterior makes it look somewhat like a stainless steel bucket. It has 2 inlets at both ends. There is a closed exit in the very center, which doesn't look futuristic at all, but rather like a child's toy. That's right. After hesitating for a few days, Su Yuan still bought the expensive bioenergy extraction and fusion device. The allure of the unknown is simply irresistible, like opening a blind box package. This is why he is so looking forward to rare items. If this machine accidentally fuses a top-tier potion, he would make a fortune. Since it's not a one-time use item anyway, it will come in handy in the future, so why not use it now and enjoy it a bit first? My little darling, it's your turn to step in. Su Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly and found a piece of meat and a fruit in the snow hut where supplies were stored. The meat was from a magical beast, and according to the system's assessment, eating it could improve a person's physique. However, he didn't feel anything after eating so much, probably because the effects of the fire spirit drink were masked. The other item was a fruit, about the size of a fist, which was an extremely sour fruit that could slightly restore one's mental state after eating it. The 2 items were placed into the entrances on either side. The entire fruit went in, while only a palm-sized piece of the frozen monster meat was taken. Beep, merging in progress. The little thing is quite intelligent, too small. Eye-like light bulbs are glowing red as if it's operating, and its body is trembling slightly, as if it's refining elixirs. Beep, Fusion complete. Soon, the tightly closed exit slowly opened, and a fruit exactly the same as the super sour fruit that had been put in fell out. Won't it be ineffective? Su Yuan picked up the item and, through the appraisal system, discovered that its description had changed. Even its name had undergone a significant change. Unknown fruit. Although it looks the same as the green sour fruit, it has undergone tremendous changes inside. Its pulp is full of nutrients, and eating it can restore physical and mental strength. Although the fusion is random, the product of the fusion is ultimately related to the original items put into it. Su Yuan picked up the unknown fruit, and it felt just like an ordinary fruit in his hand. One bite, and it's still juicy and sour. The fruit no longer tasted sour. Instead, a peculiar flavor filled his mouth. Before his brain could even process what it was, Su Yuan tried chewing it a few times. Then, his face immediately turned pale. Ugh! Holy crap, this fruit tastes like meat. How disgusting! Su Yuan quickly spat out the fruit pulp. The raw meat smell made him gag instantly. Shaman, who was playing with the polar bear, saw this and immediately ran over with water. Witch, are you alright? I've come to save you. The little guy thought something had happened to Su Yuan, so he quickly brought water and forced it into Su Yuan's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Okay, I'm fine now. Su Yuan rinsed his mouth a few times to get rid of the smell. This thing was indeed extremely random, so much so that the fruit had a strange, meaty smell. You scared me to death, but I'm glad you're alright. Could I try this fruit? Breakfast was still being prepared when little man's stomach rumbled. She smelled the meaty aroma of the fruit in Su Yuan's hand and leaned in to beg for food. This taste, never mind, you should try it. Su Yuan didn't know how to explain, so he placed the fruit in front of Xiao Man. The little bear mother didn't take it, but instead stretched out her head and took a bite. The chewing motion was quick, and the fruit was swallowed in just a few bites. Don't you think the taste is strange? The taste, it's just the taste of meat? But it's not as good as the meat you grill, woo. The raw meat smell was unbearable for Su Yuan, but for beast girls like Xiao Man who grew up in primitive society, eating raw meat was perfectly normal. In the past, when hunting, if they ran out of dried meat, they would look for wild animals to replenish their energy. Therefore, the peculiar taste of this mutated fruit was not unpalatable to Xiao Man. In fact, it was much tastier than the sour green sour fruit that made your teeth fall out. This fruit looks a lot like a green jujube. Alright, you can have all of these. The fruit was harmless and could restore physical and mental strength, so Su Yuan immediately handed it to Xiao Man, then turned to look at the machine beside him and fell silent. Chapter 225 Bath Jelly to improve physique and awakening probability. The randomness of this thing is just too extreme. Not only is the internal nutrition and energy random, but even the taste and appearance are random during the fusion process. After several more attempts, one of the nuts produced smelled so bad that even Xiao Man vomited. This is my last chance today. Maybe I shouldn't try to fuse two different items? Should I try using a commodity instead? Xiao Man had already been scared away by the smell of rotting corpses and nuts. Seeing that he still had one last chance, Su Yuan took out some more blue spirit drinks and poured in a bottle of snow serpent spirit liquid on the other side. The machine started up quickly, and as a jelly with blue stripes appeared at the exit, Su Yuan quickly picked it up. Unknown gel solid. A blue-veined transparent gel solid that secretes a blue liquid on its surface. It can be placed in water, and long-term soaking will slightly enhance physical constitution and increase the probability of successful awakening. Holy crap! It worked! Su Yuan's exclamation attracted the attention of the nearby beast-eared girls. Everyone stared curiously at the lump of transparent jelly in his hand, and Xanku, who had come by smelling the aroma, almost took a bite. Hey, Su Yuan, why are you stopping me? I just want to try a small bite. With Su Yuan's hand supporting her head, Xanku looked at the lump of jelly with great anticipation, her intuition telling her that it must taste delicious. Dinner will be served soon, but this isn't for eating. Su Yuan moved her head away and brought the jelly to the hot spring pool. Bathing is very convenient in the tribe now, and even in the early morning, there are beast girls playing in the hot spring. Whoosh! A splash of clear water landed in front of Su Yuan. In the hot spring, Hai Yao sat cross-legged on a clamshell, happily slapping the water's surface with her fishtail. Su Yuan, are you taking a shower too? Do you want me to scrub your back for you? Ahem. We'll be eating soon. Those of you who haven't finished washing up yet, hurry up. Also, this thing is in the hot spring pool, so don't touch it. So cute. The little beast girls came closer, the steam from their bath filling their nostrils, the mixed scents blending together, making it impossible to distinguish what the fragrance was for a moment. The little shoulders huddled together. They had never seen such a crystal-clear thing before and thought it was something to eat, so they all wanted to get closer and smell it. All right, stop crowding in. This isn't for eating. Cat White, after we finish eating, lead everyone to seal off the hot spring pool's outlet and dig a new channel to the vegetable planting area. This kind of hot spring water, which is good for improving physical fitness, should not be wasted. The vegetable and fruit area also needs to be watered regularly. By diverting the energy-rich hot spring water to the planting area, the daily process of carrying water to irrigate the plants is saved. All that's needed is to set up a water branch. If there's too much water, it can be drained out through another channel. This greatly saves water and makes irrigation more convenient. Yes, but why does the witch have to go through all this trouble? Maobai agreed, but there was still some doubt in her eyes. Usually, watering the plants was not troublesome for them. They could finish it in a few moments. Now that the two sides are not very far apart, digging a canal to the vegetable area is not as good as them drawing a bucket of water from the well to irrigate it. Because this thing releases a liquid that can enhance physical fitness and increase the chance of awakening after soaking in it, I plan to put it here so that everyone can become stronger when taking a bath in the future. Using the water from washing plants can improve their quality. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuan felt a wave of pressure coming over him. The beast girls around him happily hugged him, and the warm, wet feeling from his skin made him feel dizzy. Darkness pressed down on him. No, I need to get Red Fox and the others to save me after I finish eating. Which, is this true? Can we also become awakened warriors? Just taking a bath can turn you into an awakened warrior. That idiot Xiaoyan even trains with him every day. This lazy way of doing things is not allowed. Su Yuan grabbed the beast girl by the ear, and the little girl felt the pain in her ear and could only be pulled out of the crowd. Slacking off is wrong. This thing can only help you awaken. You still can't skip any of your regular training, understand? Wah, witch, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Her little ears were being pulled, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately let go and gently rubbed them a few times. All right, just put this thing in the hot spring pool and leave it alone. Just continue with your training and bathing as usual. Cat White, remember to let the water cool down before watering the plants when you need to change it. The hot stone can maintain its heat for 7 days if heated for 1 day, but only needs to be heated for half a day to maintain its heat for about 3 days. The hot spring pool is changed according to the stone losing its temperature. With this calculation, everyone would get up early every morning to change the water in the pool, and at that time, the hot stones in the pool would also be taken out and reheated. By the time the water is changed, the hot stones in the fire will have been able to maintain their warmth for about a day. The jelly was carefully placed into the hot spring pool, where a faint blue liquid gradually seeped out from the blue patterns, but it quickly disappeared into the water. Everyone knew that although the water was still as clear and transparent as before, it had become stronger. So everyone jumped in again, splashing water everywhere, and once again they felt a warm current entering their bodies as they were immersed in the water. Of course, this is just a psychological effect. After all, such a large pool only has such a small piece of jelly gel, which is naturally not enough. Su Yuan scooped up a handful of water to wash his face, then quickly brushed his teeth before coming to the campfire. The aroma wafted from the various campfires. Now that the number of beast girls in the tribe has increased, preparing food is no longer as simple as setting up a small fire. Shuero, what are you doing today? Today's head chef is Shuero, a gentle yet resolute beast girl from the Black Sheep tribe, who is currently stirring a pot of milky white soup with a spoon. Which, this is a new soup I've been trying. Would you like to try it? Shuero gently scooped out a spoonful, blew on it, and then tasted the temperature with her red lips before handing it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was amazed by the meticulous service and took a small sip of the milky white soup in the spoon. It has a milky aroma and a mushroom flavor. These must be white mushrooms that grew in the planting area not long ago. These white mushrooms are not a variety from his previous life, because they were not redeemed by Su Yuan from the system shop. Instead, they are a type of white mushroom that he found in the wild before. They grow in the crevices of rocks and are extremely resistant to cold. He only entrusted the vegetable planting to Shuero and the others after the system confirmed that the vegetables were non-toxic. I only gave them a brief explanation of the process, but I didn't expect them to actually manage to figure it out. Is this a creamy mushroom and meat soup? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Although some ingredients were missing and the soup wasn't thick because of the lack of flour, the taste was still quite good. The yak milk added a rich and mellow flavor to the soup. The aroma of mushrooms masked the faint fishy smell of animal milk. Chapter 226, The Never Growing Up, Fox 9. I didn't expect the witch to be so amazing. She knew how to do it after just tasting a little bit. Shuirou's face was full of gentle smiles, and Su Yuan was a little embarrassed by the praise. When we have the chance in the future, I'll teach you how to cook a few more dishes. Although the tribe is currently supported by the vegetable seeds he provided, as well as the fruits and vegetables grown from some plant seeds found outside. However, the Star Tribe is not very large. In addition to the houses, it also needs to make room for storing supplies, monitoring towers, toilets, and many other buildings. The area suitable for growing fruits and vegetables is not large. If you eat the vegetables grown there, they can be consumed in about 2 or 3 meals. The tribe's current territory is no longer sufficient for development, and Su Yuan has no intention of continuing to expand it. He will be returning to the desolate Snowfield soon, so there is no need to waste any more time in the icy wilderness. Breakfast was quickly prepared, and the beast girls who had been training outside, as well as those who had gone out hunting earlier, all returned to the tribe. Early in the morning, the red fox followed the black sheep to learn the craft of making witch wands. Su Yuan gave the frost shadow serpent's eyeball to Black Sheep. The staff he had made earlier couldn't withstand her power and had already shattered. Having the eyeballs of a more powerful 4th-tier magical beast as materials, Black Sheep called Red Fox away early in the morning, intending to teach her while making the artifacts. When it returned, the red fox still radiated its beauty. Its face and arms, which were not covered by the animal skin, were even whiter and more beautiful than before, as if you could squeeze water out of them if you pinched them lightly. Unable to glean any information from Su Yuan, Little Fox 9's unique fox-like curiosity led her to set her sights on her older sister, Red Fox. "Sis, why were you all so sparkling when you came out of Su Yuan's room this morning?" Fox 9 didn't know how to describe it, but today the Red Fox was full of energy and spirit, and she felt that the Red Fox was different from others today. I suppose it was a gift from Su Yuan. Instead of asking me, you should ask Su Yuan yourself. But Su Yuan said he would only tell me if I taught everyone how to write Chinese characters. Then you should work hard to help more people learn Chinese characters, and Su Yuan will tell you then. Red Fox took a small sip of the creamy mushroom and meat soup. The taste was somewhat unexpected, and she couldn't help but pick up the bowl and take another sip. Little Fox 9 beside her felt a little disappointed. The number of people in the tribe would only increase, and she didn't know when she would be able to teach everyone. "All right, Little Fox 9, don't be disappointed. You'll understand when you grow up." She had asked Su Yuan about this before, but Su Yuan wasn't that perverted. Fox 9 looked as small as Gigi, but her height only reached his waist. The most critical mistake must be avoided, at least in this area. Not to mention that he doesn't know if there will be deaths between humans and beast girls. If a death is indeed confirmed in Fox 9, then his life is over. Therefore, Su Yuan planned to stall Hu Jiu until she was older. "But Grandma Shui said that I was only born a few days later than my sister, wasn't I?" Fox 9 tilted her head, her clear eyes filled with confusion. This question completely stumped Red Fox. Fox 9 was so small that she had forgotten about it. The two argued about this issue when they were very young, about who was the older sister and who was the younger sister. When they were little, they both wanted to be the older sister. However, after learning from Granny Shui that it would take several dozen days for the Red Fox to arrive, Fox 9 began to call the Red Fox sister. Actually, compared to her, even Maoya should call Hujiu sister. That means you should eat more and grow bigger, until you grow as tall as Maoya. The Red Fox gently stroked his sister's head, a hint of doubt stirring in his heart. Why hasn't Hujiu's body grown back in all these years? It's as if everything stopped at that time, when Hujiu inexplicably fainted. I understand now. It must be because I haven't learned enough. I'll ask Su Yuan about this question after I've learned Chinese characters. The little fox's thoughts came and went quickly. Before the Red Fox could comfort him, he recovered and began to enjoy the food with gusto from his small bowl. "Ouch! It's so hot. Sister, please help me get it." Red Fox looked at the ceramic bowl that was filled to the brim, shook his head helplessly, and chuckled. He's such a child who never grows up. "All right, that's all for today. Have you all learned it?" "I've learned it." In a corner of the camp, Su Yuan sat on the ground, surrounded by beast girls. The ground in front of him was covered with different characters and pinyin. "Now that you've learned it, I'll test you." Su Yuan thought for a moment and redeemed a fairy tale book from the system shop. These early childhood education fairy tale books are mostly written in simple words and also have pinyin. Unlike newborn infants, beast girls don't need to slowly memorize pinyin and radicals before they can recognize Chinese characters. After teaching them almost once, everyone recognized them fairly well, and even those who didn't know the characters could be read aloud using pinyin. There are 100 stories in this book. You just need to tell the stories so that others can understand what the stories are, and that will complete the test. The book was exquisite, and the first one Su Yuan handed over was naturally his favorite, Fox 9. Little Fox 9 was almost the smartest beast girl he had ever seen. She could learn anything in no time. Compared to Red Fox's all-around elementalist, Little Fox 9 was practically an innate Dao body, as described in cultivation novels. Su Yuan, what is this? This is a book, used for recording words. You see, with books we no longer need to write or draw on the ground. Can we make it? Fox 9's eyes were full of hope, and a hint of curiosity to explore the unknown. Everyone turned their attention to Su Yuan. Of course, it's possible, but not now. Relying on the great paper-making technique invented in ancient China, making paper is not difficult. This place has bamboo, and can also make wood ash. The only trouble is using bamboo screens to make paper. But this most basic paper-making technique is completely unusable for writing. It's more like a tool for wiping your bottom. Wait, wipe your butt. Su Yuan suddenly had a fleeting thought. In order to adapt to life in primitive society, he endured the hardships and experienced how primitive people wiped their bottoms. He endured that torturous experience for half a month before finally giving up on it. He could endure any other hardship. He could eat bland beast meat soup with the beast girls, soak in hot springs with them every day in the cold wind, and sleep with the fragrant and soft beast girls every night. It didn't seem so hard anymore. Perhaps if we could set aside some time, we could actually produce paper first, at least ensuring that the beast girls wouldn't have to search for leaves everywhere when they go to the toilet. It's quite rare to find a leaf in this godforsaken place, and it's a tough leaf that won't get pierced by a finger. Yes, that's very important. Chapter 2:27 Unexpected, yet reasonable. In the end, the ugly duckling turned into a beautiful swan. The story was read aloud smoothly, although some difficult words stumped the beast girls. However, they managed to tell the story, albeit haltingly, by relying on pinyin. Clap, clap, clap. After the last beast girl finished reading, Su Yuan applauded enthusiastically. Now everyone's Chinese character proficiency was sufficient for basic reading, and the first part of the education could be considered to be progressing smoothly. In the future, all they need to do is spread Chinese characters to the entire tribe, and the second task of education can then begin. Knowledge is invaluable, and education must continue indefinitely. In addition to written language, there will be related knowledge in mathematics, geography, chemistry, and other subjects in the future. Perhaps in this world, knowledge of physics, chemistry, and biology may differ somewhat from that in my previous life, but it is still possible to continue learning. Continue in a critical and error-correcting manner, allowing the beast girls of the Star Tribe to learn to correct the errors and expand their thinking as much as possible. Then use your common sense and knowledge about the world to correct these mistakes. Alright, this book will stay with Fox 9 for now. Once you've fully understood it, I'll get you another copy. Although the fairy tales weren't particularly exciting, they still managed to attract the little beast girls. Everyone listened to the different stories with anticipation in their eyes. Su Yuan, can the ugly duckling really turn into a swan? Fox 9 nestled against Su Yuan, clutching the book. Her fluffy little ears and adorable, delicate face remained unchanged from when they first met. It felt like stepping back in time to when he first opened his eyes, with those adorable little heads crowding around him. Of course, the ugly duckling was never an ugly duckling. It was just a swan that never grew up. Call. At this moment, the conch shell hanging around Haiyao's neck made a sound, followed by a familiar voice. Haiyao. Unexpectedly, Hailing arrived with the news even faster than AFI and the others. Ever since they returned from the underwater tomb, they had set off to search for the Frost Sea Heart Crystal. At that time, Haiyao was still very weak and was left with Su Yuan and his tribe by Hailing. Just over a month later, news of them came again. Mom, are you back? Okay, Haiyao, have Chief Su Yuan and the others come to the frozen lake. We'll talk in detail later. Su Yuan. Su Yuan also heard the news and nodded, saying, Fox 9, you take everyone to teach the newly learned Chinese characters to Gigi and the others. I'll go to the frozen lake to take a look. I wonder how Hailing and the others fared on this trip, and whether they found the Frost Sea Heart Crystal they were looking for. That's something they divined could help them defeat their enemies and return to the Dream Coral Sea. I wonder what kind of effect it would have if I could unlock a new special item. But he could only think about it. He couldn't bring himself to betray a friend or steal their treasure for an unknown item. Soon, Su Yuan brought Shir and the others to the lakeside, carrying not only some supplies, but also several jars of leftover milk mushroom soup from the tribe. The temperature in the icy snowfield is very low. This freshly made soup would probably freeze as soon as it left the camp. However, Su Yuan had already realized this situation and placed some hot stones inside before leaving. So these pots of creamy mushroom soup were still steaming in the cold wind and snow. When they arrived at the frozen lake, Hai Ling and the others were already there, and the protective orbs they had been given earlier were emitting a dazzling red light. Only when they got closer did they realize that something was wrong with the group. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling involuntarily. "Mom, what's wrong?" Hai Yao strode to the edge of the frozen lake, and everyone was stunned when they saw her long, slender legs beneath the animal skin. Then a smile appeared on her pale face, and Hai Ling stroked her fair legs with satisfaction. "Hai Yao, you've successfully awakened?" "It's not that I've successfully awakened, it's that I've become a witch," Hai Yao said proudly, pouting her lips. "To become a witch, that's wonderful, that's truly wonderful." Su Yuan and the others also arrived at the lakeside. Looking at their pale faces and wounds, Su Yuan asked the same question. "Hai Ling, what's wrong with you all?" It was clear that not only did they have poor complexions, but their exposed skin also showed signs of frostbite, with patches of blue and purple that looked quite frightening. "Thank you for taking care of Hai Yao during this time, Chief Su Yuan." Hai Ling transformed back to her legs and stepped onto the ice, saluted Su Yuan, and then explained, "We encountered some dangers on our way to find the Frost Sea Heart Crystal and had to flee back." Perhaps due to exhaustion, Hai Ling's steps were unsteady, and Su Yuan immediately interrupted her. "Let's talk about it when we get back. First, let everyone have some soup to warm themselves up. The Molten Guardian Orb can only dispel cold and darkness. It cannot heal frostbite suffered by the user." The group of Lion and his companions brought over the soup, and the milky white and fragrant mushroom soup helped everyone's complexion recover a little after swallowing it. "Take your people to my tribe to rest for a while, and we can talk about it there." "Yes, I'm sorry to trouble you again." Half an hour later, in the warm hot spring pool, the mermaids were soaking comfortably in the water. Their black algae had fallen off, revealing their frostbitten skin. So that's how mermaids connect. It was both unexpected and reasonable. After all, even fish need to excrete waste, let alone mermaids whose appetite is much greater than that of fish. Just as he was lost in thought, Hai Ling wrapped the star-shaped bandages that he had given her, which could heal frostbite, around the people of her tribe. "Hai Ling, what danger did you encounter before?" At this moment, all the important members of the Star Tribe gathered around the hot spring pool. Hai Ling and the others were old friends, except for the black sheep who had just joined and were not very familiar with them. Upon hearing the question, Hai Ling's face showed a hint of fear, and she seemed somewhat shaken as she recalled the ordeal. "We had already discovered the location of the Frost Sea Heart Crystal, so we led everyone towards it. But the further we go, the colder the surrounding seawater becomes. Even with the magic orb you gave us, it's hard to withstand the cold of the seawater." This was not much different from what Su Yuan had guessed. Treasures are often accompanied by risks, which is why Su Yuan gave the whale soul resting bottle to Hai Ling and the others when they left. However, the risk they faced was not some monster or beast, but the increasingly cold seawater. "Wait, is the seawater getting colder?" "Hai Ling, which direction is the Frost Sea Heart Crystal you mentioned?" Chapter 228. Are your spaceships dropping in bulk? "Probably, around that location." Hai Ling recalled the direction of the underwater movement, then pointed in a direction and said. Su Yuan turned to look at Long, and Long immediately realized what was happening and looked in the direction Hai Ling was pointing. "The Land of Death." Sure enough, judging from Long's astonished expression, I knew my guess was right. The increasingly cold seawater was heading towards the legendary Land of Death. The Land of Death? The name wasn't very good. Su Yuan also remembered that he hadn't told them about the Land of Death before, so he gave them a brief explanation amidst Hai Ling's confusion. "I see." Hai Ling's face was somewhat bitter. The divination did not mention these things. If what Su Yuan said was true, then they would probably have been frozen into ice blocks before they even went in. "What are your plans next?" After a moment of silence, Su Yuan continued to ask. Now that he was about to return to the desolate Snowfield, he didn't have much energy to help Hai Ling and the others enter the Land of Death. Even tribes like Long's, who only lived in caves on the edge of the Land of Death, could hardly resist and gradually fled. Not to mention that treasures like the Frost Sea Heart Crystal were most likely located in the center. To speculate even more boldly, the cold of the Land of Death could very well be caused by the Frost Sea Heart Crystal. I don't know either. Maybe we should stay here for now and find a safe place to train Hai Yao into a qualified witch. Driven from their homeland, their people were captured, and the shaman led only a few people to this place in search of the Frost Sea Heart Crystal, a treasure trove of hope according to divination. One can imagine the struggle and helplessness she felt when she said those words. Are all these injuries just from frostbite caused by seawater? Su Yuan watched as the mermaid struggled to wrap the bandage around her arm with one hand, then personally took the bandage and gently stroked the wound with his fingers. The wounds on their frostbite sites were horrific and uneven, with some areas appearing purplish-black. Only after being treated with steam did a trace of dark red blood gradually appear. No, when we swam towards the frosty sea crystal, we encountered a group of jellyfish. Jellyfish. Yes, a group of very transparent jellyfish. Everyone thought it was just an ordinary jellyfish group and didn't bother them. But to our surprise, the jellyfish spotted us and rushed towards us like crazy. What terrified Hailing was not the cold seawater, but the jellyfish, which inflated into balloons as they approached. Then, their bodies immediately exploded, and dark blue powder splashed onto everyone as the seawater surged. Everyone was just covered in some powder, and their bodies were frozen like this. Exploding frost jellyfish? What kind of outrageous monster is this? Hiss! The mermaid girl's cry of pain interrupted Su Yuan's thoughts. Looking at the bandages that were tightened a bit, he quickly loosened them. By the way, this is a glowing stone that I found inside those jellyfish bodies. Hailing suddenly thought of something and rummaged through the clothes of the star algae on the nearby wooden stake, finding a silver-white stone. Its appearance was very uneven, as if it had broken off from somewhere. Even on her journey to find the frost sea heart crystal, she did not forget to help Su Yuan collect rare items from the sea. Looking at those arms covered in frostbite marks, Su Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. He had only thought about trading with them to exchange the tribe's abundant resources for the chance to unlock rare items. Unexpectedly, through their interactions and the encounters with the ice-toothed shark and the underwater tomb, the two have become good friends, even at great risk, determined to bring back the glowing object from Su Yuan's mouth. There's no need to take such risks next time. Your safety is more important than these things. Su Yuan took the strange stone, thinking it was some kind of magical beast core. Just as he was about to trade with the system and continue helping the merfolk heal their injuries, the appraisal description made him freeze in place. Meteorite silver composite steel, a composite steel with a silvery white appearance. Its strength is more than 300 times that of ordinary composite steel. It has extremely strong energy carrying and transmission properties and can effectively isolate cosmic radiation and high-energy particle impacts. It is often used in the construction of advanced starship hull frames. Meteorite silver synthesized steel, a spaceship. How come it's another alien spaceship? Although he already knew about the alien spaceship crash in this world, Su Yuan was still shocked and felt his scalp tingle when he saw this piece of starship wreckage. Is this alien spaceship from another world just dropping in bulk here? Also, why are there the wreckage of a spaceship in the land of death? And why are they combined with those jellyfish that emit cold mist? Before, I didn't know and thought they were the crystal cores of jellyfish monsters. Hailing, is this kind of stone present inside every jellyfish? Hailing shook her head. There were only a few, but because the cold fog had almost frozen the surrounding seawater, I only took one piece and then escaped with my people. It seems that these magical jellyfish are very likely connected to that spaceship, and even the frost sea heart crystal that Hailing and the others divined is very likely related to the spaceship. Su Yuan's expression tightened, and he said earnestly to Hailing, Hailing, I hope you will stop searching for the frost sea heart crystal for the time being. That thing, he didn't know how to explain it. He hadn't really explained the spaceship to the beast girl before. Firstly, it was too complicated and difficult to explain to a primitive society that was still in the belief of theology. Secondly, he himself had not investigated the matter thoroughly. After all, the technological level of his previous life had not reached the point of venturing into the universe and traveling among the stars. All his knowledge came from science fiction works. I understand. Leader Su Yuan, you don't need to worry about our safety. We won't be going there again for a while. Hailing glanced at Hai Yao, who was helping her clansmen bandage their wounds. Her thighs were soaking in the hot spring water, only her slender waist was exposed, and the abundant fruit floated halfway on the water's surface. Thank you very much for taking care of me these past few days. Hai Yao is a witch queen and knows nothing. I plan to find a secluded place here and settle down with my people for the time being. Once I have taught all the witchcraft to Hai Yao, giving her the ability to lead the remaining people of her tribe to survive, I will go to the land of death alone to find the frost sea heart crystal. You sigh. Su Yuan could only sigh. If the frost sea heart crystal involved a spaceship, it would be more than just troublesome and dangerous. Even if Hailing found it, she probably wouldn't be able to get inside. Just like the spaceship wreckage he found in the icy wilderness, he could only explore that small, damaged area. Then remember to let me know when you're about to leave. Chapter 229, he's already at his limit. +1 for the extra chapter from Fish Loves Tomatoes. Beneath a high cliff in the Wangshua Mountains, a wide wooden fence has been built. Similar to the wooden stake fence built by Su Yuan, but much taller, several thin figures walked over through the snow outside the wooden gate. The beast girl standing on the high platform above the wooden stake quickly spotted the group, drew her bow and arrow, and looked at them with a serious expression. Don't do it, don't do it. We are from the Maguang tribe. We were sent to the icy snowfields. With her head covered in snow, AFI pulled off the animal skin covering her face, revealing a somewhat haggard, pale, and tired complexion. Having witnessed Su Yuan and his friends riding wolves, on their way back, Fei and a few of her friends found several wild animals hunting in the snowfield to use as mounts. Then every day she would leisurely stroll back from the icy snowfield, and only she and a few friends knew the hardship of the journey. After all, he had to stay outside all day without eating or drinking, so that he would look a little haggard in order to gain the trust of the shaman of the bathing light. May I have your name? AFI is from the Shui Lu tribe. Hold on. One of the beast girls on the platform put away her weapon and left the observation deck. About 10 minutes later, the wooden door was slowly opened. Please come in. The divine shaman of Maguang is waiting for you, as is your shaman of Shuelyo. After you meet with the divine shaman of Maguang, she also has something to discuss with you. Thank you very much. After thanking them, AFI led a few friends inside. The tribe was bustling with activity, and everyone was blankly completing their tasks. Passing through these simple wooden huts, you enter a very luxurious house. The surroundings are quiet, with only 2 beast girls guarding the door. Remember what I told you before, or we'll go hungry. AFI gave her friends one last warning. Once they got past the shaman of the light, everything would be easier. Don't worry, Sister Fei, we're very clever. Okay, let's just not talk for a while. The group entered the house. Inside, a woman in a light green dress was sitting in a chair, busy with something while holding a parchment scroll. Her delicate face was covered by a white gauze, and the gem on her forehead was so bright that it was dazzling. The divine shaman bathed in light. AFI led everyone to kneel on one knee in front of Muguang, bowing their heads slightly to show respect. Well, how's your investigation going? Muguang asked indifferently, his head still down, busy with his own work. The investigation has been completed. The group of people were hiding at the foot of a mountain in the icy snowfield, where there are many trees. Are they hiding at the foot of the mountain? Muguang opened his eyes, looked at AFI's calm, yet somewhat haggard face, and asked, You discovered their tribe? Their tribe's architecture is very similar to ours. They also make houses out of wood, using trees from the mountains as the material. In fact, she had never met him. Su Yuan had never even talked about his tribe. He only asked her to tell Muguang that he and his tribe were already at their last gasp. Moreover, the previous frost crystal season caused some of them to freeze to death, and there were some corpses in those wooden houses, but I didn't see the person you mentioned. As she said this, AFI's heart began to pound with nervousness, but her expression remained calm as she pulled out something wrapped in animal hide from her bosom. This is what I found in their tribe. It must have been left behind when they left. Wrapped inside the animal hide was an arrow, the kind of iron-tipped arrow that Su Yuan had redeemed from the system shop. She found it casually in the bundle on the snow wolf's back when Su Yuan and the others were dealing with the frost shadow snake. It was originally intended as a weapon for self-defense. Before returning home last night, she thought about it carefully and decided that this could be used as a representative. Su Yuan gave her the same mysterious and powerful feeling as Muguang, so she just needed to tell Muguang about Su Yuan's situation based on the situation of Muguang's tribe. For example, this iron-tipped arrow is not something that has never been seen before in the Maguang tribe. An arrow? It really is something from the sky. Damn it. Queen Crystal said she only wanted things from the forest gods, but she still managed to reach here. Muguang cursed inwardly, his face turning grim. Now he had to deal with more than one person. However, there was good news. When she learned that some people had died on the other side because of the frost crystal season, she felt a little better, as long as she continued to expand this temporary tribe. Neither the Netherworld nor the Crystal Queen's subordinates are a match for him. Shadow Shaman, should we continue the investigation? No need. Next, I want you to go to the desolate snowfield. I will notify the people there, and they will find you. Then you will be responsible for leading them to find that person's hiding place. The orcs have started moving too. I'll try to catch that man before they do. I don't want to face those filthy, stinking beast men. Go to the desolate snowfield? AFI was overjoyed. She had originally planned to take some time to search for the tribes controlled by Muguang in the desolate snowfield, But she didn't expect it to be so convenient now. She didn't even need to look for them. Those people would come to her on their own. Yes, AFI guarantees to complete the mission. After leaving Mugwang's house, Afei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mugwang didn't want to spend too much time with her and quickly asked them questions before letting them leave. Sister Fei, do you still want us to accompany you from now on? Yeah. The shaman of the bathing light wants us to go back to the desolate Snowfield again. The little beast girls were a bit depressed. They had only been back for a short time, and now they had to rush back to the desolate Snowfield, even though AFI had come up with ideas to make their journey less tiring. But it's still traveling in the wild, and it's never as easy as traveling in a tribe. You two don't need to go. Go back and rest first. Leave the rest to me, AFI said with a gentle smile, stroking their hair. Really? Well, the shaman of the bathing light didn't say how many people would go, so I'll just go by myself. But it's too dangerous for AFI to be alone. AFI stared at the little guy who was speaking. His thin body didn't seem to have any strength. Her gentle expression suddenly changed, and she said with a playful look, I can run even faster without little Boo. Wow, Sister Fei is so mean. Amidst their playful antics, the group returned to the area belonging to the Shui Lu tribe, to a small wooden cabin tucked away in a corner. The house was about 10 square meters, and it housed more than a dozen beast girls, including her and Shui Lu. They usually rested together, huddled together tightly. Outside the cabin, a little animal girl with light green hair was diligently making a bow and arrow. Her small hands were covered in wounds, but she was having a great time. Ah, Shui Lu, I'm back. Upon hearing the sound, the beast girl named Shui Lu happily raised her head, waved to AFI, and then deftly put down what she was holding and walked over. But the first thing she said made AFI's face fall immediately. AFI, have you completed the task that the shaman of the bathing light gave you? Chapter 230, could the two extremes reverse again? No. AFI rolled her eyes at her, went into the cabin, and found the dried meat she had hidden. The quantity was not less, but there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. He had already told Shui Lu where he hid the dried meat. Hey, that's so unfair. AFI didn't even complete the task that the shaman of the bathing light gave us. Little Snow Willow was only up to AFI's neck in height, with short light green hair, a pair of small ears on either side of her head, and a pair of small antlers on her head. Yes, that's why I have to go out and continue my mission in a couple of days. Why did you call me? As AFI munched on her jerky, she calmly watched Shui Lu. She had no respect or awe for the girl who used to follow her around stealing food every day. It's like this. The shaman of bathing light is planning to attack some orc tribes near Frostburn Peak. I thought that since you're so clever and resourceful, AFI, you could go first. No time. Before AFI could even finish speaking, her face turned as black as charcoal. After finishing the jerky, she immediately left the cabin. Hey. Honestly, she never listens to my orders. Each tribe has its own unique circumstances and experiences. As AFI walked along the road, she looked back at Shui Lu, who was working hard there, and sighed helplessly, as if she wanted to vent all the frustration and resentment in her heart. Shui Lu was a shaman recently chosen by the tribe. She wasn't particularly strong, and the witchcraft she possessed was limited to auxiliary spells that could only heal and promote plant growth. Normally, they could ripen some fruit trees. In the past, the tribe was not short of food. When the hunting team had no harvest, Shui Lu would also use witchcraft to ripen some fruit to fill their stomachs. Despite her lazy and gluttonous nature, her strength hasn't changed much over time. The only thing she still knows is a few ripening techniques. Sigh, you silly Shui Lu. I still prefer the days when we used to get caught stealing food together. I hope you're not lying to me, Su Yuan. AFI turned her head away and ignored Shui Lu. She had more important tasks to complete. Based on the distribution of the tribes, she quickly located the prisoner area, where prisoners were held who had been captured but whose tribes had not surrendered. Outside the dark cave, only 2 dozing beast girls were guarding it. Inside, a fire was lit, and you could see some thorny vines binding the tattered beast girls. AFI. The 2 little beast girls guarding the tribe were from a tribe that was relatively close to the Snow Willow tribe. When AFI saw familiar faces, she took out her little jerky and handed it to the 2 of them. The witch Shui Lu asked me to see if I could persuade these slaves. You know, she came here hoping to help the witch Mugwang. Recently, they've been issuing all sorts of orders on and off. Instead of coming under the name of the Goddess of Light, it would be better to use the name of the Goddess of Snow Willow, since the beast girls in the surrounding area are all aware of her performance in the tribe. The 2 happily accepted the small pieces of dried meat and said without any ulterior motives, Snow Willow, which is too diligent, unlike our witch, who becomes so lazy after bringing us to the bathing light witch. Yeah, they stay indoors all day and refuse to come out. They even handle their tasks inside the house. Lazy. Could it be that the personality of a witch controlled by Mu Guang can be reversed? AFI didn't ask any questions, but chatted with the two for a few minutes before entering the cave. A snake tail, green hair, pointy ears, and she's especially afraid of the cold? Inside the cave, the prisoners were busy at work, the dim firelight illuminating their haggard and anxious faces. Each of their cells was piled with softened animal hides from being beaten. When they saw AFI come in, no one said much. They remained silent and sat there, many of them covered only by a thin layer of animal skin. Man's features are quite unique. Her dark green hair and thick snake tail are very rare in the entire cave prison, and she is practically the only one with them. So, she didn't have to spend much time finding the figure hiding in the corner, wrapped in animal hide, swaying as he tapped the hide on the ground with a small stone. While the other prisoners were diligently making their items, she was hiding in a corner, absent-mindedly working on something, her unfocused pupils seemingly lost in thought. Man. AFI leaned closer and called out softly, but the other person was still staring blankly at the stone in their hand, completely ignoring her. Dark green hair. Although the other person hadn't showered much in a long time, the muddy hair still showed a hint of green in the firelight. As for the large snake's tail, the thin blanket couldn't cover it at all. It was currently curled up tightly in front of its body, as if trying to get some warmth from its tail. Yes, I didn't choose the wrong person. Man. Hey, can you hear me? After calling out several times without any response, and seeing that people could easily come in from outside, AFI had no choice but to pick up a stone and throw it at Man's head. It hurts. The girl inside clutched her head, winced in pain, and looked up at the cat girl waving at her, asking with some confusion, "Are you looking for me? You're Man from the Red Fox tribe, right?" Seeing that Man had finally come over, Afei finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she couldn't call for anyone, she would have wanted to crawl into the wooden cell and shake her awake. What happened to Red Fox and the others? Man frowned slightly, her hands clenched into fists, and her huge tail slapped the ground, making a loud noise. Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. AFI comforted her, then glanced at the guards outside. The two of them just looked back once and ignored them, continuing to munch on their dried meat outside. The Red Fox tribe asked me to give you this, saying you can use it to contact them. You just need to talk to the conch shell. She took the conch shell wrapped in animal hide from her bosom and carefully handed it to Man. Although no one noticed, she was still a little worried looking at the somewhat dazed Man. Before leaving, he turned back and reminded him, "Don't say that I gave it to you, and don't let anyone else know about it. In short, be careful not to let anyone else find out that you're talking to this thing." After saying that, she immediately left the cave. Next, she had to quickly complete the task assigned by Su Yuan and then obtain the item to awaken the Snow Willow Witch. At worst, we can leave this snowfield. The Wangshu mountain range is so vast, I refuse to believe there isn't another way to leave. Inside the cave cell, Man returned to the ground and sat down again. Looking at the small conch shell wrapped in animal skin, a slight tremor stirred in her usually calm heart. However, after pondering for a few seconds, she still wrapped the conch shell in animal hide and carefully hid it in a crevice in the corner of the cell. Besides the conch shell, there was also a sharp bone knife. Chapter 231 Technique is also a form of law. After resting for a few days at the star camp, Hai Ling led her people away from the star tribe and back into the sea. Su Yuan did not stop them. Fish belonged to the sea, not a small pond on land, and there would be no benefit in keeping them here. So before he left, he only gave Hai Ling and the others some supplies and life-saving items. During the time that Hai Ling was teaching Hai Yao, she would also lead her people to help Su Yuan collect traces of some rare items, and the two sides continued to maintain contact through the sound-transmitting conch. The star camp was as lively as ever. The tribe of several hundred people already had the feel of a village, with well-arranged wooden houses under Su Yuan's planning, vegetable and fruit gardens on the side, public toilets, and a well. Outside the camp was a training ground with various targets set up, and another enclosed open-air enclosure for snow yak. At this moment, by the hot spring pool, Su Yuan enjoyed the massage from Mao Yi. After watching Qi, who performed the massage a few times, she confidently declared that she had learned it. So this time, when Black Sheep took Red Fox to learn how to make a witch's staff, he came to personally check on the results of their learning over the past few days. Oh dear, Nikoya, a massage is done by pinching with your fingers, not scratching with your claws. The little beast girl plopped down on Su Yuan's back, her little legs wrapped around his waist, and lay there, scratching his back with her fingers in a very professional manner. She treated the pale golden liquid as a toy, sometimes scratching it into a puddle with her claws, and sometimes spreading it evenly on Su Yuan's back with her palms. Rather than saying she came to help with the massage, it would be more accurate to say that Mao Yi was just bored and came to hang out with Su Yuan. Okay, I know. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan couldn't stand the sensation of being torn between ice and fire any longer, so he grabbed her leg and placed Mao Yi on the clamshell. You lie here, and I'll teach you how to massage. The beast girls who were playing around also came over. Teaching one was the same as teaching a group, so Su Yuan had them all gather around him and patiently began to operate. First, some massage oil was poured in. The bamboo tube contained the product he had blended a few days ago using a combination of genetically optimized essential oil and golden avocado in a fusion device. It also has no name, and its effects are much weaker than those of the comprehensive gene-optimized essential oil. It can heal injuries and slightly improve physical condition by massaging it into the skin, making the skin whiter and smoother. The only advantage is that the amount of essential oil used has been greatly reduced. This whole bamboo tube of essential oil only contains 1 capful of essential oil, and the rest is 3 golden avocados. Su Yuan named this thing the mini version of the health-strengthening essential oil, and he would place it by the hot spring pool from time to time for everyone to use. Let's begin. Go ahead, I'm ready. Cat Knight was a little nervous, lying motionless on the clamshell, her white and round toes tightly curled up, and her tail, which was flapping in midair, was immediately caught by Su Yuan. Meow. The viscous health-enhancing oil gradually spread on the tail, and the originally messy and fluffy tail fur became very smooth after being rubbed back and forth a few times. If your tail is all puffed up, ask your partner to comb it for you. This will not only help heal any injuries, but also make your fur softer. While stroking the tail, he didn't forget to explain to everyone that after the tail became completely shiny and smooth, he would start from the feet. To Mao Ye's astonishment, Su Yuan turned around and placed his fingers between her 5 glistening, plump toes, beginning his massage like an experienced master. Techniques are also methods, and foot massage is also a way, even though I have no experience in performing them myself. However, thanks to his experience of frequently observing and experiencing the techniques of young ladies in his previous life, Su Yuan was still able to demonstrate his new interpretation of the techniques with ease. Once the soles of their feet were rubbed until they turned red, the next step was to rub their calves. An hour later, Su Yuan rubbed his slightly sore arms. He hadn't enjoyed much service today. Instead, he had been the one providing the service. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but pat Cat Knight's tail. Have you learned it yet? Meow, this feels so good. Don't worry, I've already learned how. Mao Yi stretched her arms comfortably. After the body-strengthening essential oil was absorbed into her body, she felt full of energy. She could hear her bones cracking as she stretched her arms slightly. Okay, what about you guys? Su Yuan then looked at the beast girls surrounding him. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the bamboo tube he had placed to the side. When asked, they all nodded excitedly. Everyone, take a look and try it out. Remember to press it for a while, don't waste it. Nicoya, try it again. Just as he was about to test Mao Ye's learning results, Long picked up Gigi from not far away, as if she were a puppy that had made a mistake. The little Totoro had a mournful face, its face covered in purplish-red sticky substance, making it look like a tabby cat. Its restless little hands were also red. What's wrong, Long? Su Yuan, I'm so sorry I didn't raise her well. Gigi stole and ate the plants you planted. I've brought her here to atone for my sins. The plants you've grown? Su Yuan stood up and went to Gigi. After being put down, the little girl did not run away. She knelt on the ground with a crying face and apologized softly. I'm sorry. I was just curious about the fruit on that shelf, so I secretly tasted one. Your face is covered in smears. There must be more than one. Su Yuan looked at her with amusement, and at the same time picked up a small piece from the crumbs on her face and tasted it. The taste was sweet and familiar. He remembered that after the first batch of vegetables was harvested, when he was expanding the land, he had planted a small grape trellis for the second batch. Back then, seeing that Gigi and her group of little ones causing trouble everywhere all day, I even called on them to come and help. I never expected that in such a short time, all these grapes would have already grown well. I really only ate one. I'm not lying to you. The little one was very excited. Su Yuan rubbed her head to comfort her and said, Okay. Gigi only ate one, but next time you go to pick fruit, you should let everyone know first. That vegetable garden doesn't just grow grapes. The chili peppers that I lost at the game before are now being grown there too. If this little guy accidentally picks a chili pepper, he'll probably run to me crying for help. but I'll forgive you this time. After all, Gigi planted these grapes with you. But Long was about to say something when Su Yuan patted her on the shoulder and said seriously, "All right, Long, I have a very important task for you now." "Yes, please give your orders." Chapter 232. You want me to stomp on grapes? I'd rather not drink them. As a mother and an awakened warrior in her tribe, Long is busy completing various tasks for the tribe every day. Even when she has free time, she only takes Gigi to learn Chinese characters from Hujiao. Everyone has their own mission and goals. Chihu and her friends want to rescue their tribesmen who were captured by Maguang, while Shinko wants to defeat the Wuying tribe that attacked her and Maguang who captured her. Red Frost's dream is small. She only hopes to lead the remaining children of her former tribe to a peaceful life in this snowy plain. Long, though she never said it aloud, always harbored a firm goal in her heart. They will bring out the other tribesmen from the land of death and let them know that the shaman's decision was wrong. Why have they struggled and given their lives for the legendary divine plains tribe of their ancestors for so many years? Moreover, enduring hunger and cold in the snowy plains of that land of death, never seeing the sun, all for the sake of aimlessly searching for a vague and ethereal divine gift. Now, she has been following Su Yuan for almost a year, and seeing the people of her clan who came out with her living a happy life, and even Hui has successfully awakened, has made her even more convinced of her idea. Su Yuan is the true shaman from a large tribe. Only by learning from him can one become stronger and gain the trust of the tribesmen struggling in the land of death. This is the capability and responsibility that a powerful tribe should have. This task is very important, so I require you to complete it. Su Yuan stared at Long, whose face was equally tense. Although she wasn't very dirty, her messy hair showed that she hadn't bathed in a long time. Mission accomplished. All right, take off your clothes, go for a bath in the hot spring, and then let Nikoya give you a massage. I need you to check on Nikoya's learning progress. Okay, wait. What kind of mission is this? Long answered subconsciously, then paused, and looked at Mao Yi sitting on the clamshell behind her. At this moment, Mao Yi was looking at her with his palm outstretched, eagerly trying to grab the air in front of him. You not only need to test Mao Yi's learning progress, but you also need to learn how to massage yourself. This body-strengthening essential oil can improve the body's strength, so in the future, we will need you to massage everyone to improve their strength and physique. Hearing this, Long got excited. Being able to increase her strength was an incredible task. I understand. Please take care of Zizi. Hey, don't worry. I'll take Zizi with me to complete other tasks. Right. Su Yuan winked at Gigi, and the little girl, being quick-witted, immediately nodded seriously. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission with Su Yuan. Then we'll head over there first. Watching the two leave, Long breathed a sigh of relief and took off the animal skin clothes she had been wearing for a long time, then went to Mao Yi's side. Sister Long, let me show you my newly learned skill. These are the grapes you were talking about? In the plantation, Su Yuan stared wide-eyed at the grapes in front of him. The arched wooden supports above were bent low under the weight, and each grape was less than 10 centimeters from the ground. He remembered that when he planted them, they were at least a meter above the ground, but he never expected that just a few grapevines would weigh down the trellis. He also completely believed that Zizi had only eaten one grape, which was as big as a pineapple. No wonder Zizi's face was covered in grape paste. Yes, I only ate one. Look here. Zizi came to the grapevine and pointed to one of the grapes in a bunch. The gap was very obvious. Not only had the grape grown bigger, but the grapevine had also become very thick. Based on the first batch of mature plants, these grapes were at most about the size of eggs, so this scene really surprised Su Yuan. Suddenly, he remembered something. The small channel connecting to the hot spring water was still a little damp. Sure enough, these are really nutritious. The grapes are even bigger than apples now. Squeak, I'm giving you a task now. Notify Fox 9 and the others to come over and pick these grapes. Although the grapes had grown ridiculously large, it didn't stop him from preparing to brew a new batch of fruit wine, as the previous tribal celebrations had already consumed most of the previous batch. This time, Su Yuan plans to avoid mixing in any strange or unusual fruits and instead use only the purest grapes, employing traditional methods to make the wine. Not long after, Fox 9 led a group of little beast girls to the plantation. The little beast girls had a keen sense of smell, and with a gentle sniff, they smelled the sweet fragrance of fruit. Which, did you call us here to taste these fruits? The little ones were very excited, especially when they saw Zizi's face, which looked like a little tabby cat. Of course, no. I called everyone here today to pick these grapes, and then I planned to make a batch of wine. Liquor. Of course they knew about this sweet and sour liquid with a hint of aroma, But they had brewed too little of it the first few times, and there were too many people in the tribe. So everyone only had a small taste of 1 cup and never drank any more. But this time it will be different. We won't need any other fruits. We'll just use grapes to make wine. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously and didn't explain much. Instead, he asked everyone to collect all the grapes, as those that were about to fall to the ground were already ripe. If we wait a few more days until the moisture evaporates, we'll only be able to enjoy raisins. Due to the mutation of the grapes on the trellis were filled with about 7 pots. These wooden pots, which were about 1 meter in diameter, were made by Hu Jiao at Su Yuan's request. Its main function is to wash clothes, and it is also used to wash the face and feet on a daily basis. After all, before it was connected to the hot springs on the mountain, we had to go to the frozen lake to get water. Su Yuan, should we put the grapes into the bucket next? Before Fox 9 and the others picked the grapes, they had already brought over several clean wooden buckets, but the small openings of the buckets were not big enough to hold such large grapes. This troubled her somewhat, because the grapes were so juicy that if she broke them and threw them in, she was afraid a lot of juice would be wasted outside. Don't rush, Fox 9. Take the 7 little ones who are about the same weight to the hot spring pool to wash their feet, and then wait there. In traditional winemaking, grapes are treaded barefoot to prevent the seeds from being crushed and releasing bitter substances. At the same time, the treading process is necessary to allow the pigments and flavor compounds in the grape skins to fully dissolve into the juice. This knowledge is verified, and it was learned by Su Yuan from the system shop by spending points. The system would never lie to him, so the little beast girls have to work hard. Of course, if you were to ask Su Yuan to step on it himself, wouldn't a burly man of 1.8 meters tall easily crush the seed with a single step? The wine has gone bad, so it's better not to drink it. Chapter 233 Let Go. Let me do it. Soon, 7 adorable little creatures sat in a row by the hot spring pool, their animal skin leggings removed and placed aside, their fair and slender little feet swaying in the water. Thump. When the last pot of grapes was carried to the edge of the pool, Su Yuan followed, holding a filter cloth he had just redeemed from the system shop. Such narrow-slit filter nets cannot be made in the tribe in a short time. Based on the techniques taught by Su Yuan, Hong Shuang and the others can only weave some nets for fishing. Those fishing nets have large gaps and are very tough, so they are not very suitable for filtering grape juice. Therefore, for now, we can only exchange for them in the system store. Su Yuan placed the white gauze in a basin and clapped his hands as he watched the little beast girls splashing water with their legs. All right, stop playing around. Everyone listen carefully to what I have to say now. In the hot spring, everyone turned their heads seriously, and Long, who was lying on the clamshell with a rosy face, immediately sat up. In a moment, I need you to wash your feet, and then crush these grapes in the wooden basin. Huh? Why would you stomp on food with your feet? That's such a waste. Yes, these fruits are very sweet. Could you please not trample them? The little beast girls pleaded with a touch of heartache, for the fruit was crystal clear and plump, and even just placed in the wooden basin, it exuded a sweet, fruity aroma. Realizing that everyone had misunderstood him, Su Yuan had no choice but to quickly explain, stomping on it doesn't mean we don't want it. I plan to make some more wine, and I need everyone to crush the fruit pulp and peel with their feet. Then why not use your hands? One of the clever little creatures raised a crucial question, which naturally has an explanation. Everyone's strength is different, so it's easy to damage the seeds in the fruit, which will make the wine taste bad. Also, it's more convenient to use your feet. He thought everyone would complain that it was too dirty, but after he explained, everyone smiled with relief. As long as we don't waste food, that's fine. As for other things, just do as the shaman says. So the 7 little beast girls were carried into a wooden basin, their bare little feet dripping with water, and they hesitated a bit when they stepped into the fruit pulp. Remember to go slowly, don't splash the juice out, and be gentle when stepping on the hard grape seeds and stems, don't crush them. Su Yuan was still holding a mutated grape in his hand. The sweet taste after taking a bite almost made him decide to plant grapes all over the plantation. The seeds of these mutated giant grapes are not as big as walnuts as you might imagine. They are only the size of melon seeds, and there are about 7 or 8 seeds in each grape. The beast girls standing in the large wooden tubs were still a little cautious, but in one of the tubs, Panyu crushed a grape under her foot, and the sticky juice and pulp covered her black fingernails. With that one stomp, she crushed a grape, the pulp and juice being kneaded and twisted under her foot, and the wonderful sense of relief immediately made her feel intoxicated. Each stomp crushed a grape, filling the entire camp with a sweet aroma, drawing the attention of the beast girls who were busy with their own tasks. Seeing how happily Pan Yu was stomping, the other little beast girls also boldly joined in, and the glistening, plump grapes were quickly crushed into a paste. Thick juice and pulp covered their calves. Now that the grapes had been mashed into a paste, no one had any worries and started playing happily. Su Yuan, what's going on? The group walked for about 3 hours. The sun that had risen in the morning had changed direction and was now hanging on the other side, waiting for the sunset. Red Fox, who had gone out to learn how to make witch wands from black sheep, returned with black sheep. Xian Ku, who was training new recruits at the training ground outside the camp, also complained of being hungry and hurriedly returned to the camp. The group watched this scene with some confusion. If Su Yuan hadn't been there to watch over them, they probably would have given these little guys who were wasting food a good spanking. You're preparing to brew wine. How's the work on your witch staffs? Black Sheep smiled and picked up a uniquely shaped witch's staff from his waist. Unlike the one he had casually made from ordinary materials before, this witch's staff was much more exquisite. Red Fox is very talented. Look, this is the witch's staff she made for me. Su Yuan had heard Black Sheep describe the process of making a witch's staff before, but he had never had the time to try it himself. Looking at the exquisite witch's staff, he couldn't help but praise it. Not bad, this staff looks very exquisite. It seems that Red Fox is indeed quite talented. Before long, Red Fox will become a great witch. You two, stop praising me. Before, when we brewed wine, we just broke it up and put it into the wooden barrel. Why do we have to stomp on it with our feet this time? Red Fox interrupted the two's praises, looking at the sticky grape juice under their feet and asking in confusion. I didn't have time to make basins before, and the fruit was too hard. Grapes are a type of fruit that requires the pulp and juice to be separated, so I had everyone crush the grapes with their feet. The wine he made before could no longer be called wine. It was just slightly fermented fruit juice. However, it was his first attempt at brewing wine, and it was quite successful. Now that we've become more skilled, it's natural to raise the bar and produce even more delicious wines. The group spent another 2 hours stomping on the grapes. Normally, 2 hours would have been enough, but the skin and flesh of these mutated grapes were much thicker than those of ordinary ones. It takes more time to allow the pigments and flavor compounds in the skin and flesh to fully infuse into the juice. All right, that's enough. Everyone stop now. As the sun was about to set, Su Yuan finally called out to the group. After nearly 4 or 5 hours of continuous stomping, their foreheads were covered in sweat. Even Pan Yu, an awakened warrior, breathed a sigh of relief and stopped in her tracks. At this moment, she felt like her feet were being marinated. I can't even imagine how sweet it would be if I licked it. Everyone, come out and wash your feet, then rest for a while. Fox 9, Snow Row, bring a few more people to help me process this undiluted solution. After giving his instructions, Su Yuan prepared for the next step, getting the exchanged filter gauze, wooden bucket, and bamboo tube to collect the juice from the wooden basin. What? You want to wash it off? That's such a waste. The little beast girls standing in the basin lifted their feet, their originally fair calves now covered in a layer of purple liquid, and you could smell the sweetness of grape juice with just a gentle sniff. We didn't say how to clean it properly, so I can try it myself first. One of the little beast girls became clever and slowly raised her leg, hugging herself little by little in front of him. Her boneless body made Su Yuan, who was not far away, stare wide-eyed. Wow, that's amazing. But I can't lift it that high, Xiaoying. Why don't you lick it clean for me? What? There's such a good thing. Let go. Let me have it. Chapter 234, Why does the jam taste like meat? The grape juice in the wooden basin was slowly poured into the wooden bucket. The gauze could not filter out all the pulp, but that didn't matter. A little bit of pulp entering the bucket would not affect the taste. The little beast girl's feet were also cleaned. After stepping on them for 4 or 5 hours, everyone was a little tired and rubbed their calves while watching Su Yuan's next move. Since they had made it themselves, everyone felt a great sense of accomplishment. Although Pan Yu didn't say anything, she stood proudly to the side watching the grape juice from her wooden basin being poured into one of the wooden buckets. Then, taking advantage of Su Yuan's inattention, he secretly made a mark on it. There was still a lot of fruit pulp left in the wooden basin. Although the juice had been squeezed out, the pulp was not simply thrown away. Of course, it's not practical to eat them like that, as grape pulp without juice doesn't taste very good. Su Yuan picked up a small piece from the basin, put it in his mouth, and chewed it a few times. It was dry with a hint of sweetness. You had to use saliva to disperse the sugar in the grape residue to taste its flavor. System, do you have any knowledge on how to handle these grape pomace? Feeding them directly to the yaks is certainly possible, but it's too extravagant. If there's no other way, then the only option is to give the yaks a sweet meal. Brandy brewing skills, 1,000 points. Agricultural fertilizers, grape addition, 500 points. Fuel production, grape residue, 300 points. Grape candied fruit and jam making, 600 points. There are many things that can be made from grape residue. It seems that the grape residue has far more uses than he imagined. Let's make candied fruit and jam. After some thought, Su Yuan decided that there was no need to make any more brandy or fertilizer, since the fields were already nourished by the improved hot spring water. The tribe currently has no shortage of fuel, and after briefly reviewing some of the information, Su Yuan decided to make the most of the grape residue by turning it into snacks. As the knowledge entered his mind, he roughly understood the production method, which, simply put, involved boiling and marinating with white sugar. The tribe has no white sugar, nor the technology or materials to make it. If they want to make jam or candied fruit, they can only exchange for some white sugar from the system shop first. Fox 9, take a few people and carry these grape residues with me. Fox 9, who was about to put the wooden bucket into the cave, had no choice but to hand it to Shuiro. Then, he and several beast girls picked up the wooden tub and followed her to the campfire where they were cooking. Su Yuan, are you going to put these fruit pieces into the soup? Of course not. If this were put into meat broth, it would become some kind of devilish food. Su Yuan interrupted Hu Jio's wicked idea without hesitation. Cat Knight, stop wandering around. Have someone bring some empty cans. After Tilong finished massaging, Maoya seemed to have smelled something delicious and started circling around him, peeking her little head out from beside his arm every now and then. Unlike Fox 9, she simply enjoyed the food and had no intention of learning anything. Okay, if you make something delicious, remember to save some for me. Little Cat went to call for help, while Su Yuan, along with Fox 9 and the others, picked out the grape seeds from the fruit residue by the campfire. They didn't eat much dinner that evening, spending the whole time cleaning out the grape seeds from the fruit residue. Next came the crucial moment of preparation. Su Yuan led everyone to mash the grape residue into a paste in a wooden basin with a wooden mallet, and then layer it into the earthenware jar. Sprinkle a layer of white sugar on each layer, marinate overnight, and you can make candied fruit. We filled about 30 jars, and there's still enough for 2 basins. This time, we used all the jars in the tribe. If we want to fill more, we'll have to wait until everyone finishes eating and bring out the soup jars. However, what's the difference between this and cutting a watermelon with a knife covered in garlic? Su Yuan had no choice but to find 2 clean, large earthenware pots, pour in the fruit puree, and then sprinkle in all the remaining white sugar. Pour in the last few ladles of water, then use a stick to stir it. Such a simple process cost me 600 points. Knowledge really is expensive. Sitting to the side, Su Yuan watched the little beast girl, whose mouth was practically watering, earnestly cooking jam, and his heart was filled with admiration. Knowledge is more expensive than any material thing, but it is also very important. A little knowledge of how to build a snow house can help a beast girl survive in the icy wilderness by protecting her from the cold. Although knowledge about wine, jam, and preserves is not as important as knowledge about food and shelter, Su Yuan still wanted these beast girls to remember and learn it. Because life is not just about food and shelter, but also about fine wine and songs. This is the brilliant development that civilization should have. It smells so good. Soon, the water in the pot evaporated, and the grape puree inside turned into a thick, purple jam under the influence of water and sugar. When the wooden stick was gently lifted, the jam would stick to it. The aroma attracted everyone who was having dinner nearby. The man, who was holding a piece of meat, also stretched his head to look over when he smelled the sweet scent. Su Yuan picked out a few fruits from the snowdrift and brought them over. He hadn't eaten these fruits yet, for a simple reason. They were so sour they made his teeth ache. He usually used it as a substitute for lemon to add some flavor to food, but the beast girls didn't like it so complicated. They would just eat the meat as soon as it was cooked. Once I squeeze the juice from the fruit in my hand and stir it for a while, it's ready to serve. Chop the fruit into pieces, and droplets of cloudy juice fall into it, adding a touch of sourness to the originally sweet taste. However, after a few stirs, the sweetness is immediately diluted. After squeezing out the last few fruits, the 2 large pots of jam were finally finished. The thick jam was very clear, a world apart from the dull fruit puree of before. The jam, which had just come out of the pot, was still a little hot, but Maoya couldn't wait. After letting it cool in the snow for a few minutes, she gently dipped her finger into a small piece. However, she didn't taste it immediately. Instead, she came to Su Yuan and stretched out her fingers covered in jam. Su Yuan, quickly try it and see how it tastes. Looking at the fingers laid out in front of him, Su Yuan smiled gently. It seemed that in Maoya's heart, he was more important than her favorite food. Even while swallowing hard and staring longingly at the jam on her fingertips, she still placed it in front of Su Yuan first. Okay, I'll try it. Su Yuan gently bit her slender finger. The jam was now only slightly warm, and the taste was sweet and cloying, which greatly diluted the sourness of the fruit juice. It can only be appreciated through careful tasting. After all, only 7 or 8 sour fruits were added to the 2 large pots of jam, and the total juice was no more than half a bowl. After the sweetness subsided, what puzzled Su Yuan was that there was still a meaty aroma wafting over. He remembered that the 2 large earthenware pots were brand new and had always been kept in the house as reserve supplies. Huh, you can't possibly suck out the taste of meat by sucking your fingers, can you? Etc. Cat Knight, have you washed your hands? No. Chapter 235. Is this snake girl reliable? After the jam cooled in the snow, it was taken back to the tribe, and Su Yuan did not restrict it and stored it all. One pot was sealed and temporarily placed in the wooden house along with the candied fruit jar, while the other pot was distributed to everyone to taste. It's a pity we can't make bread, otherwise we could make bread and the foreigner's jam. Bread and milk breakfast would be complete. Nowadays, it's not a problem to grow some vegetables in the snowfield to alleviate the tribe's lack of fruits and vegetables and nutritional needs. Moreover, grinding the food into powder requires quite a few steps. There's no need to create these complicated things in the icy wilderness at this stage, lest we be unable to take them with us when we leave. It smells so good. This tastes delicious. Of course, the beast girl has her own methods. Just as Su Yuan was staring blankly at the jam, a cry of surprise drew his attention. For some reason, Xin spread a layer of grape jam on the sizzling, oily pork chops. The aroma of the meat and the sweet and sour taste of the jam surprisingly brought out a different flavor. Hearing her exclamation, everyone curiously smeared some on their own grilled meat. Instead of taking the meat, the white rabbit took a piece of sweet potato dipped in jam, and the taste made her squint her eyes in happiness. Black sheep, try my jam-covered roasted meat. It tastes really good. Tiger Hunter also learned this trick, handing the half-eaten piece of roasted meat to Black Sheep, looking at her with expectant eyes. Black Sheep didn't refuse, and took another bite along the mark she had made. The saltiness of the roast meat combined with the sweet and sour taste of the jam created a strange flavor. Of course, the taste is also not bad. Su Yuan sat on the wooden stake and watched the scene of laughter and joy in the tribe. The large group of people did not fight or scramble for food. They simply spread a layer of jam on their food. Afterwards, she left and shared the food with her friends and family. Squeaky shook off the gloom of being caught during the day and happily handed the food in her hand to her mother. Cat Knight was also researching new ways to eat, and an unknown food covered in jam was being held up in front of Cat White. Not knowing what she was holding, Mao Bai was so frightened that she kept backing away. Under Mao Ye's gaze, she tried to close her mouth several times, but she still softened and opened it slightly. The 2 sisters, Yanhua and Yanduo, tied to a shelf in the distance, also showed a rare smile. The jam on their lips was pushed onto their noses, and they couldn't reach it with their tongues no matter how hard they tried. Upon being seen by Su Yuan, he immediately turned his head away, looking as if he would rather die than submit. That's great. The entire tribe was filled with laughter and joy. This was the life he longed for, the life he was willing to dedicate all his energy to. Su Yuan, come and try my super delicious, unbeatable jam-filled pork kidney. Don't come any closer. The wine and a barrel of liquor that Su Yuan had exchanged for to soak snake gallbladders were placed together in the cave. Although there was no celebration party that night, everyone was still very happy. The sweet food brought a pleasant mood, and the whole pot of jam was devoured. Su Yuan then took Mao Yi, who had made the disastrous dish, back to the house and gave her a good talking to. Since her awakening, Nikoya's body has become increasingly flexible during training, and she can now be completely supple and boneless, changing into any posture. During the day, they innovated brewing methods, as well as the production methods of candied fruit and jam. At night, they also created many unique and unusual practices. The innovation of that night meant that Su Yuan was not woken up until noon the next day by the intruding red fox. At this time, Cat Knight was still fast asleep, but fortunately the red fox did not make a fuss. He simply pointed to the conch shell in his hand and went outside the wooden house. Su Yuan probably guessed what was going on, so he got dressed and followed them out. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice came from the conch shell. Man. Yes, I'm sure it's Man-Man's voice, and I just asked her a few questions that only she knows. Red Fox looked very happy. He learned from Man-Man about the current situation of the captured clansmen. Although it wasn't very good, everyone was still alive and healthy. Lei Yan, in particular, was valued by Mu Guang for his excellent forging skills, and was given more food to take care of the other captured members of the Red Fox tribe. Currently, the children and elderly of the Red Fox tribe are led by Lei Yin, while some warriors, including Man, who failed to capture the witch, are being kept locked up in caves. Red Fox Witch, who are you talking to? A soft, sweet female voice came from the conch shell. The voice was a little slurred, but it still conveyed concern. Our new tribal chief is Su Yuan. Anyway, let him tell you what to do next. Red Fox handed the communication conch to Su Yuan, then looked at him with a smile, giving off a feeling of, I don't want to try anymore. You figure it out yourself. Man on the other end of the conch shell paused for a moment, but showed no curiosity. Instead, she lowered her voice and asked quietly, All right then, Chief Su Yuan, what should I do next? Should I rush out and rescue my people? Didn't Mu Guang lock you up? How did you manage to escape? Of course, I've made preparations. You all wait for me in the previous tribal territory, and I'll lead everyone back right away. Holy crap, what an action-oriented snake girl. She hasn't even explained her plan yet, and she's already busy with it herself. As the sound from the conch shell grew fainter and fainter, Su Yuan's expression changed drastically. Ignoring the fact that he was waking the sleeping cat in the wooden house, he hurriedly shouted to the conch shell, Don't worry, listen to me first. Oh, then go ahead and tell me. There were no strange sounds coming from the other side. Hearing that Man had returned, Su Yuan hurriedly explained, We are all in the icy Snowfield right now, and Mu Guang doesn't have time to take care of us for the time being. So I hope you can temporarily join the Muguang tribe, investigate their every move, and then tell us through the conch shell. Even as he said this, Su Yuan hesitated. Was it really reliable to entrust this matter to this snake woman? He glanced at Red Fox with suspicion. Red Fox's bright red hair flew through the air as it nodded vigorously. Seeing that Red Fox was so determined, Su Yuan had no choice but to continue. During this time, find out how many of the warriors they have and the number of awakened warriors they possess, how many are completely loyal to her, and how many are loyal to the witches she controls. And their usual actions, which tribe they plan to attack, where they send people, what exactly Mu Guang is busy with. You can tell me anything you know. The conch shell, like a telephone, can no longer communicate once the magical power infused by the sea spirit inside is exhausted. After giving a general outline of the mission to Man, who was far away in the Wangshui Mountains, the two quickly hung up. At this distance, if they talked any longer, the magical energy inside would probably be completely depleted. It's not difficult to replicate another one, but the key is how to get the conch shell back into Man's hands. It was clearly impossible to get AFI, the cat girl, to take action again. The little kitten helping her investigate the Snowfield tribe was already the limit of her patience. If this continues, the kitten might rebel. Chapter 236 Let the stars illuminate the entire Snowfield. Red Fox, is Man really reliable? After the call ended, Su Yuan felt uneasy. He had a feeling that the snake girl was a bit too unreliable during their conversation. However, Red Fox laughed with great relief, moved closer, put her hands on Su Yuan's shoulders and whispered, Don't worry, Man may seem a little confused, but she's very perceptive. When they were little, she and Shir were arguing about who would be the future leader of the tribe. They had agreed to fight on the third day to decide the winner, but the night before, she secretly put fruit in Shir's food that would upset his stomach. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. Su Yuan's gossipy nature was stirred up. He gently put his arm around the Red Fox's slender waist. She seemed to have gained some weight recently, and he could feel that her once thin figure had become more fleshy. And then, Lion admitted defeat. No way, Lion is just too stubborn. Even though her stomach hurt so badly that tears were streaming down her face, she still fought with Man. In the end, it was a draw, and Man was caught by the old leader and given a beating. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Red Fox's eyes as she continued. Actually, Man knew from the beginning that she couldn't beat Lion, but in order to become the leader of the future warriors, she took a beating, but in return, she got to serve as the team leader alongside Lion. Who would have thought that dazed voice concealed such a cunning personality? The warrior wasn't interested in skills, but rather in military strategy. So don't worry about her anymore. By the way, I've recently learned how to make a witch's wand. How did the topic suddenly shift to this? Su Yuan looked at the Red Fox's eyes that were staring at him with a sly gaze, and at the familiar scent emanating from its body, and instantly understood what it meant. Some switches, once turned on, become ingrained in one's very being. Even the God-given race, who were once ignorant of the ways of the world, experienced the joy among the orcs. I mean, it's been a long time since we've gone to a hot spring together. The process of making candied fruit is not as long as that of making wine. After being marinated in sugar for a day, Su Yuan rubbed his sore body and went to the cave the next morning. Yesterday I worked all day, but I didn't get much done. I was planning to rest early after finishing my work, but Pan Yu suddenly barged in with a jar of jam. So I stayed up all night again and tasted the grape jam that Pan Yu had brought over and that she had remade. The cave was filled with jars. The meat and supplies that had been stored there had been moved, and now the cave was practically a wine cellar. Opening one of the jars, Su Yuan grabbed a piece of grape puree and tasted it. It was very sweet, and the sugar had been completely incorporated into it. What's the next step? Su Yuan recalled the knowledge of making candied fruit that he had exchanged. It was similar to making jam. He added some water to the grape puree and put it in a ceramic pot to simmer until it became very thick. Then he dripped it onto a smooth stone slab and waited for it to solidify. This might be something we could all do together, and Su Yuan immediately thought of an activity that would make everyone very happy and enthusiastic. Let's consider this the last celebration before the battle. Although things are still peaceful here, he always has a feeling that a storm is brewing, and perhaps this day should have come long ago. However, the previous Frost Crystal season had held him and the entire Star Tribe back for a period of time. Now that the Frost Crystal season has ended for some time, what's coming will eventually arrive. Gray, tell everyone to stop training today. Everyone gather together. I have something to tell you. Su Yuan saw Gray passing by on her way to training and quickly called her over. At the same time, he summoned a dozen beast girls to carry the jars out. Is this the jam you made yesterday? Can we still taste it today? The beast girls, who hadn't even had breakfast yet, looked at the earthenware jar at their feet with some excitement. Last night, they had only shared a small portion to taste, and they could still savor the flavor. There's still some jam in the house, but we'll eat it tonight. This is for making candied fruit. The beast girls obviously wouldn't understand what he meant by candied fruit, and Su Yuan wasn't sure if grape puree boiled with a little sugar could be considered candied fruit. However, in order to make it easier to find information about Chinese characters in the books he redeems later, he doesn't plan to create a new name for it. He'll just call it candied fruit. Please sit down and listen to me finish. Now that the tribe has nearly 200 people, it's no longer enough to just have a few dozen people surround them like before. Su Yuan stood on a tall wooden stake and looked down at the colorful hair below. Those beautiful faces looked at him with a variety of emotions: kindness, respect, enthusiasm, and overflowing love. Soon, we will be returning to the desolate Snowfield. I know everyone will be reluctant to leave this place and the peaceful life here. Upon hearing that they were to return to the desolate Snowfield, everyone's expressions indeed became somewhat tense. The icy Snowfield, which they once regarded as a terrifying place, had become their happy home. However, the desolate Snowfield where they had always lived made them somewhat repulsed. Su Yuan did not disregard their feelings and patiently explained, "However, we cannot hide here forever. We still have our own people and companions to save. And those tribes that are controlled and oppressed by Mu Guang. We are all children of the gods, but now we are frequently waging war against each other in the Snowfield because of her. The most important thing for a tribe is not its strong fighting power, but whether it is united in purpose, acts in unison, and can reach a consensus on key decisions. So even if there are some flaws in his words, as long as the tribe is united as one, everyone's belief will follow him unswervingly. The way to unite a tribe is to find a common enemy and make her the target of their resistance. So we must go back to the desolate snowfields, back to the Wangshua Mountains. Let Maguang roll back to where she came from, and let our people, our tribe, become the stars in the night, until it illuminates the entire snowfield. Light up the snowfield. Light up the snowfield." Cheers erupted in the tribe, and the tense atmosphere gradually ignited. Even the conflicted lion and tiger hunter exchanged glances at each other's raised fists. After a rare moment of not glancing at each other, they turned their heads away and nodded to each other, their eyes blazing with intense passion. All right. It'll be a while before we get back to the snowy wasteland. I didn't call you all here today because of that, but because of this." At the height of the atmosphere, Su Yuan pointed to the pottery jar placed in front of everyone, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Chapter 237. What foot? What inch? First, set up the pot. Remember to stir the grape puree well so it doesn't burn. After the encouragement ceremony ended, Su Yuan led everyone to pour jars of grape puree into the pot. There were more than 30 jars of grape puree that could not be used up at once, so 5 large earthenware pots were already being boiled. "Su Yuan, we're back." Pan Yu and the others all rushed over. After informing everyone how to make candied fruit, Su Yuan had instructed them to find a flat and smooth surface on their own. Everyone brought a variety of things, from smooth stone slabs found on the ground to wood chips coated with golden avocado. Lion was even more impressive. He washed the horse-slaying sword clean, revealing a smooth, flat blade that gleamed with a cold light. However, using this blade, which has slain countless creatures, to drip sugar is indeed a bit too outrageous. The glucose in the pot has almost boiled down. Slightly lift the wooden spoon, and you can see a purplish-red sugar thread being stretched longer and longer. That's about enough. 1 piece per person. Line up and come get yours. I'll show you how to do it first. Su Yuan gently scooped a spoonful and poured it onto the wooden board he had prepared. The small lump, about the size of a lychee, immediately spread out into a small purple pancake on the board. This stuff will gradually solidify as the temperature drops, so you can make it into any shape while it's still warm. Ouch, it's so hot. After blowing on it a few times, seeing that the grape preserves were almost stuck to the wooden board, Su Yuan took it off and quickly rolled it into a ball while it was still hot to the touch. What should I do? Su Yuan looked at the drooling expression on Mao Ye's face, her little ears twitching with excitement. You can't sculpt a human, but you can sculpt cat ears. In no time, he sculpted a candied cat ear that looked about 70% similar to Cat Knight's ear. Its purple appearance was very beautiful and tempting. See, once you've shaped it like this, just let it cool. The process looks just like making candied hawthorn skewers. The same process involves boiling syrup and waiting for it to solidify. However, this time the syrup has a strong grape flavor, so I don't plan to find a few more fruits to experiment with. Look how beautiful these are. These are Nicoya and the other's ears. Which, could you sculpt one of my ears? It seems so long and difficult to make. Su Yuan, may I try a bite of Mao Ye's ear? The first one who couldn't hold back was Xian Ku, who pressed her chin on Mao Ye's head, her impatient face clearly showing her eagerness. Let me have a taste. Of course, no, this is something I made. If you want to eat it, make it yourself. Su Yuan put the candied fruit in his mouth. Unlike the sugary coating he had imagined on candied hawthorns, this candied fruit with grape puree was not as crisp. It was soft and chewy when he took a bite. It was still a little hot, and the taste was similar to the grape jam I had last night, but it was a bit sweeter. How stingy. Fine, I'll do it myself. Here, give me a piece, a lot of it. I want to make a whole one. Xian Ku took out his own, which card from his pocket. Only Xian Ku could have come up with the idea of using this to drip sugar. However, seeing her nonchalant expression, Su Yuan still used a spoon to drip a piece of candied fruit for her. Before it had even cooled down for a few seconds, she was already busy working on the still warm piece of candied fruit. All right, everyone line up one by one. Keep the candied fruit you make. It won't spoil even after several dozen days. Su Yuan handed over the task of dripping sugar to Shui Rou, while he went into the crowd to watch everyone's skills, some of whom simply squeezed a ball into their mouths. There was also a white rabbit, meticulously carving with a small knife. Judging from the 2 ears standing up, it was probably carving its own head. All right, all done. Just as he was admiring everyone's masterpieces, Xian Ku looked at the masterpiece in his hand with a sigh of relief. It looked a bit like a little person, made up of 2 spheres and 4 long strips. The roundest ball at the top has 2 animal ears, and the little man's expression is very serious. The corners of his mouth, which Xian Ku has drawn with his fingernails, are always turned down. Her long, slender hands were tucked into her waistband, and she looked quite unhappy. Is this you? Su Yuan leaned closer to look at Xian Ku's masterpiece. It wasn't very pretty, but he could feel Xian Ku's happy mood. He stroked the unhappy little face of the sugar figurine and stared at it blankly. It's not me, it's emptiness. No. He remembered that when he first saw Xian Ku, he wondered how such a carefree and silly girl could manage a tribe. He had heard the name Xian Ku before. I just haven't heard Xian Ku mention it since, so I thought she had forgotten about it. But now it seems she has been thinking about it all along. Xian Ku, do you miss her a lot? It was rare to see Xian Ku so silent. She just kept stroking the little figure's face, as if only in this way could she touch Kong's figure. You know what, Su Yuan? Actually, even without what you said today, I was planning to go to the Wangshui Mountains in a few days. I'm very happy in the Star Tribe. I have no worries about food or drink every day, and there are all kinds of fun competitions and delicious food. But the happier I live like this, the more uneasy I feel, especially when I see Xiaoying and the others. I don't even dare to talk to them. Su Yuan felt a tightness in his chest. He hadn't expected that Xian Ku, who usually spent her days eating, drinking, and fighting, would suppress these emotions. However, he was completely unaware of it. Indeed, the Star Tribe was formed by the Black Sheep and Red Fox tribes, as well as groups of small wanderers like Long and Red Frost. Apart from the few little beast girls who were rescued from the Black Sheep tribe, Xian is all alone here. All the other tribesmen have been captured and imprisoned in the Muguang tribe. No wonder she kept shouting that she wanted to form a tribe to counterattack Muguang. It wasn't because of the humiliation of being defeated by Muguang, but because there were people there who needed to be saved. I'm sorry, I haven't noticed your mood. Okay, actually I just miss her a little. Without her keeping an eye on my food, I've gained weight. Su Yuan hugged Xian tightly, patting her back gently to comfort her. Although the beast girl was very imposing, he could still feel her heart pounding fiercely against his body. It's not as calm as it appears on the surface. You have your own plans, don't change them because of me. You are a very capable leader, while I am just a loser who ran away. Smack! A crisp sound came from her bottom, startling Xian so much that she almost dropped the candied fruit in her hand. Where did your usual confidence go? Why are you suddenly so sentimental today? I've been following you for so long, and I feel like you're so amazing. You can do everything. Unlike me when I used to manage the tribe and had to ask questions about everything. Su Yuan's expression was somewhat serious. After releasing Xian, he cupped her pretty face and said earnestly, Xian, remember, everyone is different. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. What foot, what inch? Chapter 238, A Snowy Plain, Two Divine Sorcerers? Xian's initial disappointment dissipated, and she listened with a bewildered expression as Su Yuan recited proverbs she couldn't understand. That is to say, everyone has their own strengths. If you judge a fish's strength by its ability to climb trees, then no fish is strong. But there are fish in this world that can climb trees, right? Xian scratched her head and said, puzzled, damn it, what kind of world is this? I finally managed to recall a famous quote from my past life. In short, Xian is very capable. If you're not good at thinking, just eat well and exercise hard. Don't worry, with me here, I'm sure I can rescue Kong and the others. His famous quote was interrupted, so Su Yuan had no choice but to patiently comfort her. Seeing that Xian was just staring at him without saying a word, he thought of another famous quote. In my heart, everyone is a leader. Although the white rabbit is timid, it can turn a tough animal hide into a soft garment. And shaman too. Although she's usually a bit clumsy and chokes when she's eating because she's too hasty, she's not careless at all when she's fighting. After awakening, her power is even more terrifying than Damon's, so you have to believe in yourself. Xian remained staring at him without saying a word, and Su Yuan felt his hands, which were holding Xian face, getting a little sweaty. No, why isn't it responding? What should I do? I only know these two phrases. Uft. Just as Su Yuan was feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xian finally burst out laughing. It wasn't her usual carefree, loud laughter. Instead, her laughter carried a sense of relief and ease. Okay, I understand what you're trying to say. I'll listen to you from now on. If you want me to climb a tree, I definitely won't go swimming. And thank you. As Xian leaned closer, a sweet aroma of candied grapes wafted from her lips, along with the scent of grape juice filling her mouth. Unlike the previous fleeting gestures of gratitude from the beast girls, this one left Su Yuan's mind completely blank. Su Yuan, look at how I sculpted you. Until Mao Ye's excited cheers came from the side, Xian let go of him, regained her usual expression, and a crystal bridge connected the two of them. After Mao Ye broke through and completely destroyed the bridge, Su Yuan finally realized what was happening. Xian you. Mao Ye held a small purple candied fruit figurine in her hand, staring intently at Xian with both eyes. After examining it several times, she excitedly pointed at the candied fruit in Xian hand and laughed. Huh, the little figure you made is so ugly. Xian you're so clumsy. Nicoya, you're not allowed to say my character is ugly. Watching the two playfully bickering, Su Yuan wiped the syrup from the corner of his mouth and smiled knowingly at the sweetness in his mouth. What a peaceful and heartwarming day. I never imagined that the noble and powerful wolf shaman would live in such a simple and hasty tree hole. The desolate Snowfield, the wolf-herding tribe. At this moment, the werewolves surrounded a small fox covered in long gray fur, which stood on two legs like a human. With his hands behind his back, he squinted his fox-like eyes at the surroundings of the wolf shepherd tribe. Humph, you fox cubs from the ghost fox tribe. What, didn't your shamans teach you the rule against spying on other tribes' territories? Of course, the fox shaman did teach me, but it was just a glimpse by chance. I hope the wolf shepherd chief won't blame me for this. In that case, I'll just have to cover my eyes. You cunning fox cub, humph, what did the cunning fox send you here for? A smile spread across the foxman's furry face as he rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Of course it's a good thing. We've received news from the Shadow Rat tribe that we've found the beast man with the orc totem that was hiding in the icy wilderness. Yeah. Shepherd Wolf appeared calm, instead looking at the foxman opposite him with a mocking expression and asking, shouldn't that fox shaman just lead his men to capture that strange beast? Having a totem means having the power to control the entire Snowfield. We fox shamans will not keep such good things to ourselves. Damn foxes, they're all so cunning. None of them are easy to deal with. Wolf Hair outside cursed inwardly, the sharp claws lurking in his palms, already slightly unfolded, ready to tear the foxman in front of him to shreds in the next second. All right, just say what you have to say. Everyone knows about the totem, so there's no need for so much nonsense. The foxman narrowed his eyes, looking at the werewolves surrounding him, and whispered in the wolf's ear. Of course, according to the information we found from the Shadow Rat tribe, the strange beast in the icy snowfield may also be a shaman. What? Even Mu Lang couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately stood up, his vertical eyes narrowed, and the fingers gripping the bone staff tightened their grip. How could there be two of those disgusting beasts? Shepherd Wolf felt a deep disgust for this group of hairless, white-skinned, mutated beastmen, because they had seized the territory that originally belonged to the beastmen and stolen their food. Yet, this disgusting beast was joined by a divine sorcerer from the heavens. Are you sure the news is true? The Shadow Rat encountered a hunting party of strange beasts in the icy snowfield. From them, it was learned that there might be a second strange beast in the icy snowfield being hunted down from the snow-gazing mountains. Damn it, my god is still sleeping too soundly, allowing two divine sorcerers to emerge from that group of strange beasts that reproduce by eating fruit. Since the person in the icy snowfield is also a divine shaman, the previous plan to capture that person and exchange them for benefits from Mu Guang can only be abandoned. However, when Mu Lang saw the foxman's smirking expression, he regained his composure and coldly stared at it, asking, the fox shaman wouldn't be so kind as to tell me this, would he? Of course, no, but we fox shamans have a good idea that can get a lot of benefits without offending either side. I just need a little help from the wolf shaman. Shepherd Wolf didn't speak, he just watched it quietly. The foxman was too cunning. His expression didn't change at all when he said these words. How many tribes know about this? Only a few tribal leaders as intelligent as the wolf shaman know this, such as the Blackrock tribe, the Frostfeather tribe, and probably the Icejaw tribe, and the Frostwolf tribe. When Mu Lang heard the last name, his furry brows furrowed slightly, and his fingers gripping the bone staff made a clucking sound. After a moment of silence, it looked at the fox person and said, I agree, but the Frostwolf tribe must be excluded. Will he come back after chapter 239? Okay, I understand. For now, you will stay in the tribe. If there is a battle, try to stay in the back and don't put yourself in danger. At night, in the Star tribe, Su Yuan hid inside a clam shell, listening to the soft chirping of a conch shell. It had been a week since their last call. Since his encouragement, he had not continued to develop the tribe, and all the important resources piled up in the cave had been moved to the flame pattern iron mine at the top of the mountain. Now, a small portion of the flame pattern iron ore in the cave has been mined and converted into points in Su Yuan's system shop, but most of the flame pattern iron ore has become somewhat dull due to the lack of blazing flame crystals to provide energy. Perhaps in the near future, they will become ordinary iron ore, so Su Yuan will no longer need to go to great lengths to find iron or to verify the system upgrade conditions. The sound of Man from the conch shell disappeared. According to her report, because the Muguang tribe had captured too many people, they couldn't even tell who belonged to which tribe. So she casually mentioned the name of a tribe that had not yet been captured by Muguang, and chose to surrender and join Muguang's tribe. These days, it seems there's been a war in the Muguang tribe, and they're busy recruiting people. Man, as an awakened warrior, has also been included in the recruitment effort. Through her investigation, Muguang realized that this time, Muguang was not dealing with the main target, but rather a few tribes that were still resisting in the Wangshu Mountains. The fact that these tribes had united together made Muguang feel that they were somewhat troublesome. However, this time something important seems to be pushing her forward, forcing her to speed up her efforts to conquer the entire Wangshu mountain range. It seems the Beast Girl tribe over at the Wangshu Mountains has also launched a counterattack. I wonder how long they can hold out. If we could unite with them to conquer Muguang in one fell swoop, and then use the purification syrup to release those controlled tribes, we might be able to completely defeat Muguang. Unfortunately, some of those ideas are not very realistic. It would take more than a month to get from here to the desolate Snowfield, and at least 2 months to reach the snow-viewing mountains, unless he rode the Great Frost alone. But the risk is too high. If the United Tribes cannot defeat Mugwang, wouldn't he just be throwing his head away for nothing? Man, if you have the chance, see if you can get in touch with the tribal leaders who are resisting and tell them that I have a way to bring the controlled tribes to their senses. Then you can try to find out if they are willing to cooperate. You want to join forces with them to attack Mugwang? The red fox propped itself up, its body turning red from the steam in the hot, moist clamshell. Its long legs were draped over Su Yuan, and its heavy tail pressed against Su Yuan's chest. Yes, it would be even better if we could unite with other tribes. We don't have any real conflict. We're all just trying to avoid being attacked by the Mugwang tribe. If he could resolve the issue of Mugwang, Su Yuan planned to go to the Wanshua Mountains, a place that wasn't so cold, to start building a city and develop a brilliant civilization. As for replacing Mugwang and attacking other tribes, what's the point of going through all that trouble? Could it be for the meager amount of animal hides and food from their tribes? He couldn't think of anything else he could covet besides some pretty and cute beast girls. Well, he couldn't even covet beast girls. They haven't even defeated these giant beast girls in their own tribe yet. So of course, they are welcome to join voluntarily, as one more person means one more source of labor to develop the tribe. If they are unwilling, he will not force them. I understand. Don't worry, I'll try to get in touch with them. Man's voice came from the other end of the conch shell again. In order to conserve the magic power in the conch shell, she hung up without chatting for long after confirming the information. Wow, time flies. We'll be going back soon. The red fox leaned its head to one side, its long legs kicking open the clamshell that was covering it, and through the dissipating mist, one could see a group of people laughing and joking in the distance. Before I knew it, I had been in the icy snowfield for more than a year. I was once forced to flee, but now I have developed feelings for this land. She gradually adapted to everything in life, to the small bed she shared with Fox 9, to the hot spring she could soak in every morning, and to the lush greenery in the corner of the camp. What's wrong? Are you still a little reluctant to part with it? Despite Su Yuan's encouragement these past few days, one can still feel the reluctance of many beast girls in the tribe, especially Long and Hongshuang, who originally lived here. For them, this is their home. Will we come back here? Red Fox did not deny it. She lowered her jade-like leg that was holding the clam shell slightly. The bright firelight and cheerful voice disappeared, leaving only the heartbeats between the two of them. Of course we'll come back. There are so many things we left behind in that cave. How could we possibly never come back? I mean, hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just then, the little conch shell hanging around Su Yuan's neck made a sound that was very lazy and casual, and also a bit curious. Stop shouting, I can't hear you. On the other side, in the desolate snowfield where the wind and snow were swirling, AFI was hiding in a cave, patting the conch shell in her hand. She sealed the cave entrance with snow, leaving only a small gap. Inside the pitch-black cave, there was only her figure. Hey, this little thing is amazing. How can it communicate from so far away? AFI curiously played with the little conch shell. Because it was too dark, she could only hold it to her ear and shake it vigorously. I'm telling you, if you don't have anything else to do, don't waste your magical power. Su Yuan's angry voice came from the other end of the conch shell, so loud that Afei almost dropped the conch shell in her hand. Cough, cough, cough. Of course there's something. This time, Mugwang asked me to bring several tribes from the desolate snowfield to capture you. Are you planning to take care of all 5 tribes at once, or one by one? Do you still want to catch me? Su Yuan was somewhat confused. Even with the urgency of the situation ahead, Mugwang was still keeping a close eye on him. He had not only bewitched the orc tribe, but he had also sent his own tribe to him. There was a feeling of being restrained, but still wanting to slap him to death. Could it be that you mistook me for a space mage before? She still remembered the name, Space Mage, that she had blurted out instinctively when she first clashed with Mugwang. Could it be that Mugwang also regarded her as someone who came from the sky like her? Hey, say something. I'll only help you deal with 5 tribes, and you have to hand over the stuff to me. All right, you can't deny it. When are they leaving? I don't know. I haven't seen them yet. Mugwang sent me to bring them to capture you. So what exactly is your plan? The plan? Of course, it's to lure the enemy into a trap, catch them like turtles in a jar, then lure them away from their mountain stronghold, relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao, and finally use a beauty trap. Cough, cough, cough. Bring them all over. Are you sure? Even the weakest tribe has at least 1 or 2 awakened warriors and a shaman. If I bring 5 tribes, it will take at least a dozen awakened warriors and at least 5 shamans. Of course I'm sure. Don't worry, it's only a dozen or so. Even the most powerful awakened warriors can't fly, can they? I'll lure them into a trap, then drug them or dig a snare, starve them for a few days, and see if they still have any fighting ability. Most importantly, Su Yuan suspected that every time the witch broke free from Mu Guang's control, she would sense it, and as soon as the first tribe was captured, Mu Guang would basically already know. The fact that 5 tribes went to their deaths in batches made it easy for Mu Guang to suspect a Fei. After all, he was a double agent who had helped me. I can't just let AFI fall into the desperate situation of being captured by Mu Guang. Alright then, I'll just be responsible for luring them over. The rest is none of my business. But you need to be careful lately. I heard from Mu Guang that those orcs have already gone to the frozen Snowfield to capture you. Chapter 240. This is a dried fish with a soul. Wah, my dear little dried fish, I'm about to leave you. Inside the flame pattern mine, Nicoya reluctantly placed a small dried fish that Su Yuan had previously sculpted from clay onto the ground. Many people around were also carrying supplies, including weapons and animal hides from the tribe, as well as the wine that had been stored there. AFI's words earlier forced him to take action ahead of time. Although the icy snowfield was vast, he could be discovered at any moment. After all, the Star Tribe's camp was not in a cave, but directly exposed outside the snowfield, making it very conspicuous in the vast snowfield. He wasn't the type to wait for the enemy to come to him and then passively defend himself. Rather than waiting for those orcs to come to him, he decided to take the initiative and head to the desolate snowfield. In order to leave smoothly, supplies such as Nicoya's favorite clay-dried fish and the wine that is still being brewed can only be left here for the time being. Alright, when we get to the snowy wilderness, I'll make you another one. Su Yuan carried a bunch of things into the cave. He watched as Mao Yi reluctantly rubbed against the arm-sized pottery dried fish and pinched her scrunched-up little face. You don't understand. This dried fish isn't your ordinary dried fish. Oh, could it be that it's become a dried fish with a soul? That's right, this dried fish has a soul. Su Yuan's face twitched. What exactly was this guy up to all day while he wasn't in the tribe? Every day after I finish eating grilled fish, I smear the essence of that grilled fish onto this little dried fish. Now it already possesses the soul of a fish. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? He had been wondering why the pottery had become so greasy. It turns out it had been coated with soul. Upon seeing Mao Yi sniffing at the dried clay fish, Su Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. His face darkened, and he grabbed her ear. Throw this thing away. The oil on it has turned black. No, this is my favorite dried fish. Outside the cave, a hurried figure ran in and, upon seeing Su Yuan, cried out anxiously. Chief, something terrible has happened. A group of orcs is heading this way. What? Where are we now? It's still a long way off, but it's definitely moving in our direction. Our location was exposed just like that? Could it be that they already knew the location of the Star Tribe beforehand? There's no time to think about that now. The most important thing is to get all the tribe's people into the cave to hide for a while. Cat Knight, you run fast. Go back and tell everyone to let those who are not capable of fighting hide in the cave. Ling Ling and Shuang, she will bring 20 warriors to protect everyone. The rest of you, come with me to the camp to prepare the battle plan. The group began their operation. Some of the beast girls who were already carrying supplies in the cave no longer needed to go down. By the time Su Yuan led the group to the camp, the beast girls had already started climbing up the mountain one by one. With all 3 ropes in operation, Su Yuan watched the beast girl climbing upwards, then simply exchanged for a molten fire cloak and slid down the hillside. Su Yuan. The crowd below the mountain gathered around, their expressions showing some anxiety. Even Black Sheep, who was usually calm in the face of trouble, frowned slightly. I used the crystal outside to check, and that group had at least 100 people, including werewolf tribes, lizardman tribes, lionman tribes, and ratman tribes. 4 tribes have come. They're really giving me face. The tribe's current fighting force consists of only 80-odd people, with 11 awakened warriors. However, about 20 people need to be sent away to guard the flame pattern mine to prevent the enemy from using a feint attack. The Star Tribe may have fewer warriors, but their combat strength is in no way inferior to the 4 orc tribes. But Su Yuan wanted a great victory where everyone survived, not a Pyrrhic victory filled with blood and tears. So he wouldn't act rashly unless the scales of the battle were 100% in his favor. Pass the word down. Tell everyone to go up the mountain and take everything they can, to Shuang. A whoop. Big Frost also came to the front, followed by several wolf cubs that were a meter tall. They looked quite majestic now. Take all the snow yak beasts and leave this place. Go to the former territory of the Pigman tribe and let them hide. The snow yak are the tribe's most important resources. Even if it means wasting a powerful member of the tribe, he has to keep these yaks alive. Whoa! Frost shook its head, then picked up the wolf cubs behind it one by one. Their white fur revealed a faint blue hue, and they exuded the majestic aura of Frost. You mean your child can lead them? Deshuang nodded. The child in front of her understood what she was saying and proudly came to Su Yuan and licked his palm. Su Yuan took a closer look and realized that Deshuang's 3 children had already entered the ranks of magical beasts. Even the lowest-level first-tier magical beasts were stronger than wild beasts. Under the suppression of their bloodline, even the snow yak beasts that were several meters taller than them could only obediently listen to them. All right, big man, big fool, if you can find the pigman's cave, take them inside and hide. If there's any danger, just call out to this conch shell twice. Su Yuan made another conch shell and hung it around Desha's neck. Several snow wolves were reluctant to part with it and came forward to rub against Su Yuan's body, wanting to stay and fight. All right, protecting them is more important. Do you still want to drink yak milk? Whoa, big fool, and the little frost wolf led the snowy yak away from the camp. Most of the tribe's supplies were moved to the caves, leaving only the wooden houses. There was also some food stored up in the house, which was originally intended to be taken on the road. It's time to say goodbye to this place. Xi and Ku, you guys should pile all this food into the cave first. For the safety of his people, Su Yuan could no longer care about preserving the camp he had painstakingly built. He took out important items from his wooden house and followed the others to the mountainside. Su Yuan, what should we do next? The remaining warriors of the tribe surrounded Su Yuan. At this moment, looking out from the mountaintop, they could see clusters of black dots gradually approaching. I'll distribute medicine, weapons, and armor to everyone first, then put them on and listen carefully to what I have to say. Unlike the previous few dozen pigmen, this ward didn't have time to dig traps in advance and then lay an ambush. The snow near the tribe had long since melted under the light of the guardian orb, and this time the number of orcs was not as large as before. 4 tribes mean that there is a high possibility that there are 4 shamans in the team who can use spells. Soon, Su Yuan found pieces of gleaming silver armor in the system shop and placed more than 30 bottles of white jade ointment on the ground. Chapter 241. The hoarder rat's health finally decreased a little. Everyone knows how to use the white jade ointment, so I don't need to teach you this time. Now, take off your clothes and apply the white jade ointment all over your body. 2 people can use 1 bottle. Upon receiving Su Yuan's order, more than 60 beast girls simultaneously removed their animal skin clothing. The magnificent scene captivated Su Yuan, who analyzed the strength of each beast girl. Of course, with a major battle imminent, he wouldn't think about anything else. After seeing that everyone had applied the ointment evenly, Su Yuan pulled Mao Yi and Depan Yu over. Now, put on your clothes, and everyone take a set of armor. I will teach you how to wear it. This time, it cost Su Yuan 200,000 points, almost 1/15 of the points Su Yuan had accumulated over the years, like a terrifying boss deducting a small piece of health. However, one should be frugal where necessary and spend lavishly where appropriate. Such exquisite armor is unnecessary for everyday hunting, but in this great battle, a single misstep could result in casualties. Picking up the armor from the ground, Su Yuan grabbed Mao Ye's calf and stuffed it into the armor. None of the beast girls in the tribe were weak, so this time they all exchanged for heavy armor. The heavy armor could only be worn separately. The lower body, the upper body, and then the hands and feet were also slipped into the armor. The small head looked somewhat comical under the huge armor. However, when the helmet covering the face was put on, a 1.7-meter tall warrior gleaming with silver light slowly walked towards the crowd. Click, click, click. The rhythmic clanging of armor during physical activity seemed to resonate in the hearts of everyone present. Isn't he handsome? The soft, delicate voice of Nicoya came from within the armor, somewhat diminishing the imposing presence of the silver-armored warrior. You'll be handsome when you grow a little taller. Look at mine. Xianku immediately put on her silver armor. Already nearly 2 meters tall, she looked even more imposing in the armor, and just standing there made everyone feel a sense of oppression. Xianku, you won't get electrocuted by your own lightning, will you? Su Yuan suddenly remembered Xianku's awakened element. If the electricity around him was electrocuted by the armor, he would be doomed. Of course not. How could I possibly hurt myself? Xianku brandished his iron spear, unleashing a dazzling display that excited everyone, who quickly picked up their armor and donned it. And this too, everyone should stick it on themselves, just in case. Having already spent 200,000, Su Yuan figured a little more wouldn't hurt. He then spent another 40,000 points to exchange for over 60 axolotl crystal protective stickers, each capable of withstanding an attack 3 times the armor's maximum withstand limit. With nearly 300,000 points of equipment, let alone the orcs of primitive tribes, even medieval iron swords and spears wouldn't be able to penetrate the beast girl's defenses. Phew, that should be about right. Before they arrive, everyone go and find some stones nearby, the bigger the better. Since they had the upper hand, they had to take advantage of the situation, which is why Su Yuan wanted to say goodbye to the former star camp. When the boulder rolls down the mountain, the small wooden cabins and hot spring pools that were once built will likely be severely damaged. Sigh, I don't know if I'll ever be able to find another place with natural hot springs again. Not being able to enjoy the beautiful scenery when I wake up every day makes me lose my appetite. Su Yuan, is there anything we can do for you? All the warriors went to move the stones, leaving only the 2 witches, Black Sheep and Red Fox. Their strength was not as great as the warriors, so Su Yuan only exchanged 2 pieces of light armor for them. Yes, there are. Black Sheep, take the sensing crystal and search the vicinity. Besides that group of orcs, are there any other lurking around? Red Fox, follow me and I will lead everyone in battle. Su Yuan had a feeling that the orcs were charging in as if they knew he was there. There couldn't be any traitors in the tribe, since he knew every single one of the orc girls. It's highly likely that some orcs discovered his presence in a place he couldn't find. The cold wind blew against the corner of his clothes. As he watched the gradually expanding black dots, a confident smile appeared on Su Yuan's lips. Let me see what you're made of. With our strength, we don't need the participation of those cowards. At that time, our 4 tribes will jointly control the totem. On the icy, snowy plains, 4 orc teams marched in a grand procession toward a high mountain. The 4 leaders, wielding bone knives and stone hammers, revealed human-like disdain beneath their blue faces and fangs. What are those guys thinking? The hunting leader of the Bloodmane tribe, a lion-headed man covered in deep red blood, gazed ahead. The snow forest was utterly silent, but there seemed to be the movement of birds on the distant mountains. They're just worried that the beast sorceress will deceive them. If you ask me, even though she's just an ugly beast, she's still from the realm of gods. Groundhog Shaman, how did you know? The commanders looked at the rat man in the middle, who was short, hunched over, and whose long, sharp claws were scratching restlessly at his body. Although the other party was a shaman, there was no respect in their eyes, but they made up for its status in their words. Of course I overheard it from the Shadow Rat tribe. I dug a tunnel to the Shadow Rat tribe, and they happened to be discussing this matter. The totem is not important, but the person is very important. As long as we capture that black-haired beast, we can possess the totem. Humph, you think you can bow down and submit to a mere beast god? You're just a bunch of wild beasts begging for food in the snowy plains. Beside him, the burly frost werewolf leader rode up slowly on a frost wolf, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the group of people discussing below. These people are not easy to deal with either. A hint of resentment flashed in Bloodstain's eyes. Before he could say anything, the scaled lizard beside him stuck out its tongue, a slight smile on its lips, and slowly opened its mouth. If I remember correctly, during the frost crystal season, the Frostwolf tribe shaman sent quite a few people to the ice and snow plains to search for totems. It is said that none of them have returned. So many warriors died because of a casual remark by the beast god shaman. Oh dear. In the immediate aftermath of the news, various orc tribes suffered losses of warriors due to the arrival of the frost crystal season, but none suffered as much as the Frostwolf tribe. The loss of more than 10 warriors would be a devastating blow to a small tribe. It's fortunate that the Frostwolf tribe is not a small tribe, as they were able to send some warriors this time. Dead lizard, that was just a sacrifice my tribe made in search of the totem. If you say another word, I'll cut your tongue off. The frost wolf beneath him glared at the scaled lizard, its ferocious maw revealing sharp fangs, and cold mist slowly billowed from its mouth. That's enough, that's enough. We're here to find totems. Fighting isn't good, not good. You lowly wild rat. Get lost. The figure on the frost wolf ignored the crowd. As it sped up, dozens of warriors behind it also left the group and ran towards the snow forest. Keep up, keep up. The group ignored the groundhog, leaving it alone, along with a dozen or so small ratman warriors behind it. Shaman. Damn orcs, just as disgusting as those beasts, disgusting. One day. The groundhog shaman scratched several bloody marks in front of himself with his sharp claws, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at the backs of the orcs. Walk. Chapter 242 Falling Rocks and Rolling Logs. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden stakes standing upright in the camp were kicked open with a few sudden kicks, and outside the camp, groups of orcs, armed with weapons, watched warily inside. No wonder these alien beasts can survive in the icy wilderness. They know how to use their cunning. The crowd surged into the star camp, where scattered wooden houses, dark soil, and a clear spring slowly cascading down from the sky created a living environment even better than theirs in the desolate Snowfield. Bloodstain, the leader of the Bloodmane tribe, walked to the wooden house and slammed his palm on it, but it didn't budge at all. Such a sturdy wooden house, even without animal hides covering the body, provides no protection from the harsh winds of the outside world. Those people ran away. The lizard stuck out its tongue and looked around. There were some disorderly footsteps around, and the campfire in the camp was still warm, indicating that they had just left. Groundhog Shaman, I'll trouble you to look for more people. Those strange beasts shouldn't have been gone for too long. Don't worry, leave it to me. The ground rat summoned several of its tribesmen behind it, gave them a few instructions, and then the rat men sniffed the ground before gradually approaching the mountain wall. The scent of the strange beasts around them was strong, and it became even stronger as they approached the mountain wall. Several rat men immediately raised their heads. Shamans they are. Before he could finish speaking, a huge rock crashed down from above, instantly crushing the rat man into pieces. Blood splattered like watermelon juice beneath the boulders. Before anyone could react, boulders rained down on the camp. Run! Those damned beast men are on the mountain. The four commanders stared in horror at the giant boulder falling from the sky. In no time, more than a dozen soldiers were crushed to death by the boulder. Even they could not withstand such a powerful impact. Bang! Cough, 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 damn it! The lion man Bloodstained felt the giant rock blocking the sunlight from its head. Enraged, it swung its bone club at the top of the rock, smashing it into pieces, but also breaking its bone club in two. The pebbles flew in its face, but it didn't have time to care. It dropped the bone club and rushed out of the camp. Bloodstained commander. Several lion men came to its side and used their crude wooden shields to block the falling boulder. Even the thick wooden shields could not withstand the impact and were instantly smashed to pieces. Fortunately, most of the force was dissipated, and the lion men below, clutching their broken arms, desperately tried to retreat out of the camp. Bang! 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 The falling rocks lasted for about 2 minutes. The remaining orc troops fled outside. The original star camp had long been covered by boulders, with only the outer wooden fence and a few wooden houses that were still standing. Hoo-ha hoo-ha. I should have known about those treacherous and cunning beasts long ago. I should have known. The usually jovial ground squirrel now had a contorted expression, its hands gripping the ground. Previously, its tribe of squirrels had been closest to the mountain wall, and the most of them had been crushed to death. Of the dozen or so rat men that originally followed, only 6 or 7 remain, and all of them are covered in wounds. All right, since they were able to climb the mountain, they must have found a way up. Let's search the area. There might still be orc warriors in the camp who hadn't been crushed to death, but they dared not approach any further. After quickly treating their wounds, they regrouped their troops. Of the original 100 or so, about 30 have died, leaving only a little over 100. The groundhog tribe has the fewest, while the scaled lizard tribe has the most warriors. Some of the remaining werewolves and lion men also died, leaving about 20 of each. The sudden attack dampened the morale of the team, and they still looked somewhat shaken. Groundhog Shaman, the task of finding the way is up to you. As you can see, our warriors have suffered considerable injuries. Who said those lizards were stupid? The groundhog looked at the scaled lizard beside him, and his face darkened. Their warriors were injured, but were none of their own kind injured? I understand. You can rest here for a while. With a gloomy face, the mole led the remaining members of its tribe away. If it weren't for the fact that its tribe had been attacked by a group of alien beast men a few days ago, leaving only these last dozen or so warriors, it wouldn't have been so looked down upon. This is why all 3 tribes sent their own leaders, but only this tribe personally led its people to come. Their homes were invaded, their people were attacked and killed, and those who remained had nowhere to take refuge. Walk. On the mountain, Su Yuan watched this good show through his binoculars. Those orcs were still fierce, with so many boulders falling, only about 30 died. Some orcs who were clearly going to be crushed to death managed to withstand it thanks to their strong bodies, but their arms were in bad shape. Su Yuan, we've thrown away all the stones. Should we go collect some more? Behind her, Xianka looked excited. She had killed more than 20 orcs so easily. She was very interested in watching the orcs fleeing below. No need. I've already cleared away the spider web ladders leading up the mountain. They'll definitely find another way up. Let's cut down some tree trunks. Su Yuan watched the departing ratmen through his binoculars. The road up the mountain was difficult, and there were still 100 orcs left. He needed to clear out at least some more to ensure the safety of his people. Okay, I'll go first. Although they didn't know what use trees were now, seeing how easily Su Yuan killed more than 20 orcs, Xi and Ku immediately left, and the other orc girls also left wearing heavy armor. Su Yuan. At this moment, Black Sheep walked over from the other side of the mountain, his face somewhat serious, holding the sensing crystal in his hand. There are also some traces of orcs over there. She pointed to the other side of the mountain, where the road near the ravine led up to a higher mountain peak, though getting there from there was a bit troublesome. Su Yuan had only led a group there to conduct a brief survey of the terrain before choosing to leave. How many are there over there? Su Yuan frowned. If there were too many, it would be easy to be attacked from both sides, and he would have to change his decision. There were more than 40 people, but they were far away and showed no signs of wanting to come over. They were just watching from a distance. What exactly do those guys mean? Su Yuan peered through his binoculars and saw several dark dots peeking out from the snow on the mountainside, seemingly unaware that they had been exposed. Never mind them for now, Black Sheep. You keep an eye on them. Let's deal with these guys down here first. Since those orcs did not join the attack with this orc force, they were probably not from the same allied tribe. For the time being, it was not worth making him change his strategy for more than 40 people. Before long, the ratmen below found a way up the mountain. The snow piled up on the ground made the uphill path difficult, but this also highlighted the orcs' advantage. The ratmen took off their animal skin shoes, revealing their hairy feet with sharp nails. They used both hands and feet to gently grip the ground and climb up. Let's go back and tell those guys the news. After climbing a few steps, the groundhog shaman immediately stopped his tribesmen from advancing. Looking at the snow-covered mountain path, he felt uneasy, especially when he recalled the scene of his tribesmen being crushed to death. Chapter 243, How Could It Be So Hard? Commanders, I found the way up the mountain. The groundhog shaman led his men back to the orc army. His previously gloomy expression returned to normal. He pointed to the hillside leading up the mountain and explained, there is a slope leading up the mountain, but we didn't see any footprints of those strange beasts. They probably don't even know there's a path up the mountain. Maybe we can launch a surprise attack. The groundhog revealed a cunning smile, but a hint of slyness flashed in its eyes as it rubbed its hands together and explained to the crowd. Let's go. Act quickly before they get away. I don't believe they can still throw stones on the hillside. After treating their wounds briefly, the group followed the groundhog to the hillside. As beast men, they had many innate advantages over the beast girls. Their thick fur makes them more resistant to cold, and their sharp, long claws allow them to climb places that beast girls cannot. In their eyes, those hairless creatures were more like degenerated and mutated orcs, ugly and weak, only capable of playing some underhanded tricks. After climbing up the hillside for a while, the road ahead became somewhat flat, with no tree trunks or loose rocks to block the view, and the steep mountainside on one side revealed patches of snow-covered forest in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. What was that sound? The Frostwolf leader ahead twitched its ears, and the Frostwolf beside it, struggling to crawl, also let out a low howl. The sound of footsteps on the snow was gradually getting closer. Everyone, prepare for battle. The wolf-eating creature gripped the ground tightly with its toenails, holding its bone knife horizontally in front of it as it watched the figure about to charge down the mountain. The others also raised their weapons and shields to block in front of them, swallowing hard in fear as they recalled the horrifying scene from before. Everyone don't panic. Even if rocks fall from this slope, they won't kill anyone. As long as we wait until they finish throwing them, there'll be no way to kill us. As the rumbling sound drew closer, and amidst the tense expressions of the crowd, one after another, massive tree trunks tumbled down. Defense. The orcs with shields came to the front, and the wooden shields formed a wooden wall in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. The impact of the tree trunks slammed against the wooden shields, the powerful force causing the orcs to retreat one after another. However, just as the groundhog had said, the things rolling down the mountain couldn't kill them. But at that moment, arrows began to shoot down from the mountainside. Sharp arrows pierced the orc's body. On the mountain, Su Yuan led more than 20 people, drawing their bows and firing arrows at the people below. With such a dense formation, there was no need to aim. The war supplies that the tribe had prepared came in handy at this time. Countless arrows were fired as if they were free. Although most of them were just bone arrowheads, they were still able to pierce through the enemy's flesh. Xin Ku was still throwing tree trunks, one after another rolling down the hillside and crashing into the wooden shield that was blocking them. Please give me one of your arrows. Fox Spirit looked at the orcs blocking his way. asked Su Yuan for an iron arrow, and the light of runes on his forehead surged. This arrow was accurately shot at the orcs below from such a great distance. The arrow pierced the skull of the orc, blocking their path. A look of astonishment flashed across their face before life faded away. The orc, exhausted, released their wooden shield, and tree trunks crashed down upon them. Charge! Wipe them out in one fell swoop. Taking advantage of your weakness, Su Yuan naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Watching the orc team being knocked down by tree trunks and rolling down the mountain, strands of spider silk were thrown down from the mountain wall. As Red Fox blew a whistle, the Star Tribe's heavy armored troops landed in full force. While the orcs were still rolling down the hillside, more than a dozen orc girls had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Without hesitation, she wielded her iron weapon and slashed at the orcs. The usually gentle and kind little beast girl now fought like a berserker. Black Sheep, you stay on the mountain and keep an eye on the orcs over there. Red Fox and I will go down and help. Currently, the strongest fighters in the Star Tribe are Xian Ku and Black Sheep. The balance of power in this battle has already shifted towards Su Yuan and his group. If Xian Ku is fighting on this side, then Black Sheep must be left to take care of the other side. Leave this to me. Knowing his duty, Black Sheep was not anxious about the battle below. He calmly used the sensing crystal to monitor the movements over there. Seemingly noticing the battle had begun, the orcs on the mountaintop moved to a different position, but still showed no signs of attacking. Su Yuan followed the Red Fox down below. The orcs were in complete chaos, their bodies riddled with arrows, looking like hedgehogs. "Ah, you damned beasts, I'll tear you to pieces." Bloodstain exuded a bloody aura and grabbed a small beast girl, scratching her chest armor with its sharp claws. Sizzle sizzle. A screeching sound came from the armor. Bloodstain felt like his claws were about to be worn off, while the silver armor was only scratched a few times. Damn it, this is a treasure that Su Yuanwu gave me. If you break it, Shaman will beat you to a pulp. The little beast girl under the armor was Shaman. Seeing the scratches on her body, she angrily swung her iron hammer and smashed it on the bloodstained head. Bang! The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Shaman is only a newly awakened novice awakened warrior, while Shu Wu is a bone-shattering warrior with the strength of an advanced awakened warrior. Little thing, do you think I can't kill you just because you're hiding inside your shell? Bloodstain grabbed Shaman's helmet, the powerful grip making it rattle. Wah! Su Yuanwu, Sister Lion, come quick and save Shaman. The moment Shaman cried out, Bloodstain sensed the approach of death from behind, forcing it to abandon Shaman and quickly roll away. Feng Lu slashed the ground with a long, gleaming blade, the terrifying force sending up snowflakes and dirt, carving a trench where the bloodstains had been. Before the bloodstain could react, a fiery snake came straight at its face. Damn it, it's a shaman from the Beastmen race. Go for shaman, stop that shaman. Bloodstained looked on in pain as the fur on his arm was burned off completely. His face darkened as he stared at Su Yuan in the distance, while Lion blocked his way again. Your opponent is me. Lion helped Shaman up. The little guy glared at the bloodstains, straightened his slightly crooked helmet, and then left with his sledgehammer. Bloodstains, long time no see. That sound. Bloodstain's pupils contracted sharply as he saw the iron armor being removed by Lion, her golden hair fluttering in the wind, and her pair of lion ears standing erect from her hair. So it was a lion man beast. I never imagined that the little cub from back then would grow up so big. We are truly destined to meet. Bloodstained realized what was happening, picked up his bone knife from the side, looked at Lion with a disdainful sneer. Yes, it's quite a coincidence, but this time, I'd like you to die. Lion remained expressionless, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. He put his helmet back on, raised his long sword, and the air around him stirred up the snow. The terrifying aura gradually made Xue Zhu's contemptuous expression turn serious. I never imagined that the little monster cub from back then would have such strength now. Chapter 244, Then Pay with Your Bodies. Su Yuan really wanted to ask about the hatred between Lion and Bloodstain, but he didn't have time for that right now. War isn't a chaotic mess. It needs someone to direct it. Red Fox, you go deal with that rat shaman first. Xian Ku, that werewolf is a high-level warrior. You handle it. Tiger Hunter, you take care of the lizard leader. Cat Knight, Rebel Moon, take care of those awakened warriors first. With the appraisal panel providing information, the opponent's strength was immediately apparent to him. Under Su Yuan's command, several berserkers from the orc tribe were besieged by Mao Yi and her group. The consumption of over 300,000 points made the war seem mundane. Even the orcs who rose up could not break through the thick iron armor despite their best efforts. On the contrary, The sharp long swords in the hands of Maoye and the others could easily cut through the weapons and wooden shields in the hands of the orcs, and then cut into their flesh without any resistance. By the beast god, what on earth is going on with these guys? These people are warriors of the gods. We can't defeat them. The howls made Bloodstain and the wolves look even worse, but the lioness in front of them was no weaker than them in combat. Having given up their defenses, they were even more ferocious. He only uses his weapon for offense, not defense, and is not afraid to even exchange wounds with his opponent. The wolf clutched the bloody hole in its body, from which the charred flesh still emitted a pungent smell of burnt flesh, the price it paid for trading blows with Exion. Exion's armor only had a few white marks on it. The protective axolotl crystal shield that was attached to it had been destroyed. Frostbite, go and capture that shaman of the strange beast first. The frost wolf beside it turned blood red, and with a chilling mist emanating from its body, it pounced on Su Yuan. Frosty wolf of the moon. Su Yuan also noticed this guy, who looked a lot like Deshuang, except that his belly revealed that he was a male wolf. His strength was also similar to Deshuang's, both being at the peak of the 3rd tier. Whoa! Deshuang also came to Su Yuan's side, looking at the frost wolf with a look of hatred and loathing. Su Yuan looked back and forth between the two of them, recalling the scene when he first encountered Deshuang. It was clearly being driven away, so it seemed that it was originally an appendage of this pack of werewolves. No, it can't be called subservient. Like the mossy boars of the pigman tribe, some magical beasts or wild animals will submit to orcs of the same race. In their eyes, these orcs were nothing more than people who could stand on 2 legs and speak languages they couldn't speak. They were essentially the same. However, those beast girls are different. Apart from their tails and ears, there's nothing about them that resembles them. Deshuang, your enemy. No, this is your sworn enemy, the wolf. Great Frost nodded. The frost wolf opposite him was somewhat surprised by Great Frost's appearance and stood not far away, scratching its paws. If it's a vengeful wolf, kill it and put this on. How could he allow his own people to suffer, not even his own wolf? Su Yuan immediately exchanged a set of steel teeth braces and a metal scale breastplate from the system shop. Protecting the frost's vital neck and abdomen is enough. Wolves are creatures with strong bodies and delicate waists. Too much equipment will only hinder their performance. The frost wolf on the other side wanted to rush forward, but the wall of fire in front of it made it hesitate and waver, not daring to cross the high wall of flames. As the flames died down, the Great Frost, its jaws gleaming with a menacing grin, bit down on the frost wolf with a pair of gleaming silver fangs. Whoa! Blood gushed from the frost wolves. Both wolves were frost wolves of the moonlit sky, and the icy mist surrounding them had no effect on each other. They fought each other using only their fangs and claws. The frost wolf also bit into the neck of the Great Frost wolf, its fangs striking the iron plate with a loud clang. Although the wolf fang successfully broke through the scale's defense, turning the frost's white fur red, the frost wolf itself had already had a piece of flesh torn off by the frost. The pain made the frost wolf struggle and desperately try to shake off the frost. Su Yuan, that ratman shaman, is trying to escape. Just as the orcs were being suppressed, the mob shaman realized that something was wrong and led the remaining members of his tribe to try to escape. He swung his bone staff a few times and blocked the red fox's fire attack. Damn it. No wonder those guys didn't want to come, and no wonder the shaman of that strange beast didn't want to come in person. We've all been fooled. This guy is a shaman too. Those warriors clad in silver armor were unlike anything it had ever encountered in all the years it had fought against the beast tribes. Even a stone knife couldn't shatter them. And the weapons in the hands of those warriors. Never before had any tribe's weapons been able to so easily cleave an orc in two with a single strike. Why should we let you leave now that you're here? These guys made me spend over 300,000 points, so I'll have to pay back that loss with my own body. Su Yuan immediately threw several frost mist spore bullets in the direction they fled. The moment they landed, the biting cold mist exploded in the swarm of ground squirrels with a loud bang. Even with the earthen wall summoned by the groundhog shaman as support, the earthen wall could not completely block the cold mist from all angles, and a layer of white frost gradually appeared on the groundhog shaman's body. You lowly, stinking rat. You've run away. My bloodmane tribe will be the first to kill you. The explosion made the surrounding orcs glance over instinctively. Seeing that the ground rats weren't fighting, but instead leading their people to escape, they wanted nothing more than to rush over and tear them to pieces. But the figure in front of them gave them no chance at all. The lion ignored the silver armor on its body and used its long sword to cut bloody marks all over the bloodstained body. The dried bloodstains on the mane became even more intense, and the bloodstains looked at the lion opposite them with its only remaining eye, whose silver armor on its arm was cracked. It had intended to trade one of its eyes for the other's arm, but when the silver armor was destroyed, the exposed, jade-white arm only fueled its despair. This time, he didn't even have the ability to leave a white mark on the arm of the lion-like beast opposite him. Instead, he lost an eye. If Su Yuan knew, he wouldn't be surprised. This set of armor and iron weapons wasn't even as expensive as the white jade ointment. If it wasn't good, would the system dare to sell it for such a high price? Hoo-ha hoo-ha. Run? At this moment, Bloodstained was furious at the ground rat's unauthorized escape, but he also had the idea of retreating. The surrounding orc warriors were killed one after another, leaving only the warriors led by the scaled lizard who still had the strength to fight. Perhaps we can use the dead lizard to hold them off. Looking at the lion in front of it, there was no trace of contempt or disdain in its eyes. Instead, the fear of death lingered in its heart. Finally, after the last lion-man warrior was killed by Xiaoman's hammer, Shuwu no longer hesitated, grabbed the lizard man next to him, and threw him at the lion. No, I can't die here. When I get back, I'll have all the orc tribes slaughter them. The surrounding wind became unusually brisk. The moment it lost its will to fight, the scales of victory no longer tipped in its favor. Bloodstain felt the cold wind blowing much faster than usual, making the fur on its neck flutter. The wind blew it so hard that it could see clearly with its own eyes the bloodstains on its body, a symbol of honor. Chapter 245. You won't learn your lesson until you feel pain. Cough, cough, cough. How could these strange beasts be so powerful? What exactly are they? As the sun sets, the twilight light shines on this battlefield stained with blood. The wolf was riddled with holes, its body soaked with blood. Xian Ku, on the other hand, was also in a state of near destruction, with several frosty bloodstains on his arms. Like Bloodstain, it thought of exchanging injury for injury, and while Xian Ku's spear was piercing its shoulder blade, it endured the pain and tore apart Xian Ku's silver armor. He thought his life-risking strike would tear apart the arm of the beast he was facing, but when he saw the white jade arm under the same silver armor as the lion, he froze on the spot. However, its fighting spirit was even stronger, and it continued to endure the iron spear churning inside its body, while its sharp claws desperately scratched at Xian Ku's arm. The white jade shattered, finally leaving streaks of blood on that arm. But one of its shoulders was also charred black from the electric shock, and now it could only droop its shoulder helplessly as it looked around in pain. Bloodstains. Is he dead? In the distance, the bloodstained head, having lost the courage to flee, fell to the ground in the snow. The wolf's pupils constricted as it turned to look at the lion standing quietly behind the bloodstained head. She stood there, the air around her slicing away at any approaching orcs as if by a blade, drops of bright red blood slowly gathering at the tip of her saber. Has Lion mastered the skill? Su Yuan also looked over. Since becoming a high-level awakened warrior, Lion had been training, trying to understand the wind element it had awakened. In primitive society, apart from shamans who passed down their magic from generation to generation, awakened warriors did not have teachers to instruct or teach them. Su Yuan was no exception. All breakthroughs could only be achieved through his own gradual understanding, just like Xian Ku's Fire Thunder Blast. To put it simply, she utilized the instability of the elements of thunder and fire, focusing her energy on a single point to unleash astonishing power. The same is true for Lioness now. The wind element around her surges wildly, making the knife in her hand incredibly fast, so fast that even Bloodstain couldn't take the first step to escape. Great! Lion, assist Tiger Hunter in killing that lizard man first. No need, I can handle it myself. Tiger Hunter also glanced over, watching Lion's powerful aura lingering on the battlefield as he gritted his teeth and frantically slashed at the scaled lizard opposite him. She was older than Shirshir, and it took her much longer to become an intermediate awakened warrior, but in the end, it was Shirshir who walked out of there first. Her pride and stubbornness made her unwilling to stop, nor did she want anyone else to get involved in this battle that belonged to her. I will not allow anyone to destroy my wonderful and happy life now. With his twin blades slashing at the scaled lizard like a storm, 2 of the 3 leaders had been defeated, and the ground rat shaman was being held back by Su Yuan and the red fox, leaving only it struggling to hold on. Damn it, those damned foxes tricked us. Everyone retreat. Ignoring everyone else, including the lizard warriors who followed him, the scaled lizard kicked up a cloud of snow with its tail at the tiger hunter and immediately fled into the distance. It didn't know which way it was. It only knew that if it didn't leave this place, it would perish here today. Trying to run? The mask blocked the incoming snow, and Tiger Hunter recklessly unleashed the awakened power within her body, but her opponent was a cut above her. Her heavy armor made it difficult for her to keep up with the fleeing opponent. Damn it. Am I the only one who can't complete Leader Su Yuan's mission? Tiger Hunter bit his lip, and Xianku beside him once again unleashed a violent explosion. Half of the wolf's body was blown up, and after taking a desperate look at the horrific scene around him, he slowly collapsed. The earthen wall that the groundhog had summoned was destroyed by the combined magic of Su Yuan and the red fox. Its fur was burned off by the flames, and it struggled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Despite the numerous knife wounds on its body, the lizard still managed to escape the battlefield with incredible speed. She longed to take off her heavy armor, but Su Yuan had only taught them how to wear it, so taking it off immediately was unrealistic. Tiger Hunter gripped his sword tightly, and his running pace gradually came to a stop. Suddenly, a gust of air surged around her, and an arm draped over her shoulder from behind. Lion took off her helmet, her calm face expressionless. He glanced at the scaled lizard in the distance and said calmly, "I'll help you." Need not. Even in defeat, Tiger Hunter's pride still compelled her to utter those two words, but as soon as she finished speaking, she felt her perspective constantly shifting. Her figure was tossed high into the sky like a lead ball, the surrounding wind elements accelerating her speed, and in no time she flew onto the head of the scaled lizard running in the snow. The red glow of the setting sun was blocked by a dark shadow, and a sense of unease welled up in the lizard's heart. He subconsciously turned around to look at the dark shadow that was blocking him. No, no. That one glance filled it with despair, and the twin blades fell from the sky, piercing precisely into its eyes. Blood spurted out, and Tiger Hunter, using the force of his fall, stepped on the scaled lizard's body and thrust his two long swords through the lizard's head in an instant. Thus, the battle came to an end. No one survived, and no one escaped. The last to fall was the frost wolf. It breathed its last under the relentless attacks of the frost, its dark blue fur now stained crimson, its wolf eyes fixed on the departing frost with resentment. It was as if I were seeing the former wolf king. We won. We defeated those orcs. Ha ha ha, I'm really amazing. I can kill an orc with a single hammer blow. They can't beat me at all. Cheers erupted on the battlefield as everyone raised their hands in celebration. Su Yuan quickly checked on everyone and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one had fallen. The most seriously injured were not the ordinary Beast Girl warriors, but Xianku and Sure. Ordinary Beast Girl warriors could only deal with ordinary orc warriors. Even the leader, the Wolves of Devouring Blood, could barely tear through the armor's defenses despite their best efforts. Not to mention the ordinary orcs. Even if their claws are worn down and their bone knives are broken, they still can't break through the silver armor's defense. Not to mention that there's a layer of white jade ointment after they break through. Ouch, that hurts. After the battle, Su Yuan ignored the corpses scattered on the ground. There was still a group of orcs observing from the shadows, and he had to hurry back to the flame pattern mine. On the way, Xianku stretched out her forearm and wrapped it with a bandage after Su Yuan poured a bottle of alcohol for disinfection. She usually didn't utter a sound during the fight, but now, with alcohol poured on her wounds, her face was contorted in pain. It's supposed to hurt, that's what you did. What if the other guy had actually broken your hand with one claw? Su Yuan glared at her sternly. Lion was also reprimanded. The two big beast girls lowered their heads and were scolded. Xianku sobbed for a long time before she finally managed to retort. It can't beat me, that's why I dare. Be gentle, it hurts. You won't learn your lesson if it doesn't hurt. Pour some more on it. Chapter 246 Little Fox is an exclusive nickname. Who is it? It turns out to be the high shaman of the Black Sheep tribe. Outside the flame pattern mine, several orcs were preparing to enter the cave, but several figures emerged from the dark tunnel. A black-haired fox person? You're from the Ghost Fox tribe. As a high priestess in the desolate Snowfield, Black Sheep naturally had a reputation, and some orc tribes that wanted to deal with her suffered a lot of setbacks at her hands. After all, those warm caves in the desolate Snowfield are not something a beast tribe without even a high-level awakened warrior can occupy. They can only either freeze outside or dig a hole in a tree to hide in. However, it wasn't until the nearby orc tribes suffered heavy losses against the Black Sheep tribe that they abandoned their plans to deal with the Black Sheep. A year ago, the Black Sheep and the entire Black Sheep tribe disappeared into that cave and were replaced by another powerful tribe of strange beasts. They had assumed the Black Sheep had died somewhere in the snow or had been captured by the shaman of the Wangshui Mountains, but they never expected to encounter it here today. What are you bunch of fox cubs doing here? The Black Sheep remained calm, and a layer of black mist emanated from the staff he gripped tightly in his hand, causing the orcs in front of him to take a few steps back in fear. Behind the black sheep, Lingling and Shuangxi stood guard on both sides. Now that the main force of the Star Tribe was going to annihilate the invading orcs, they were the strong shield of their people. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. We're just here to make a deal. The Foxman's furry face broke into a smile as he rubbed his hands together and chuckled. I've heard that a divine shaman has appeared among your beast race in the Wangshua Mountains. This news was no secret. With Mu Guang's large-scale capture in the desolate Snowfield, some information naturally reached the ears of these foxes with their keen hearing. We came here for that legendary totem. There are no totems here that you're looking for. Surely you fox spirit shamans wouldn't be so foolish as to believe such a thing. Of course, so we're actually here to make a deal. The fox person glanced at the cave. It knew without being told that the entire wealth of the Star Tribe was inside, but the black sheep blocking its way made it somewhat wary. What deal? Tell me. Black Sheep didn't rush to make a move. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she tightly gripped the sensing crystal in her hand hidden behind her back. The other orcs hidden in the snow were all exposed to her view. For now, we should stall for as long as possible. If all else fails, we'll have no choice but to do as Su Yuan suggested and smash the molten metal guardian orb that provides warmth to the tribe. Well, the frost crystal season has just ended, and our tribes are short of food and other supplies, so we'd like to do some trade with you. You couldn't hunt any wild beasts in the desolate Snowfield. Do you think we can hunt them while hiding in the icy Snowfield? Black Sheep sneered, her usual gentle and mild demeanor gone, replaced by an arrogant and cold air, her eyes looking down at the people in front of her. But I heard that your tribe. No, the tribe you just joined has a shaman who can pray to the gods for food, so... The Foxman smirked and didn't finish his sentence. It's those damn rats again. Black Sheep cursed inwardly. Seeing the Foxman's words, she immediately realized that it was an orc tribe closely connected with the fox tribe. Shadow Mouse tribe. Those shadow rats have extremely sensitive ears and like to hide in the forests of the Snowfield year-round, waiting for others to come hunting, so as to steal information from the hunting parties. Although not particularly strong, they are extremely adept at concealment, making them very difficult to spot when hiding in the snow and forests. Then what can you offer? Now that the biggest secret has been discovered, Black Sheep is too lazy to deny it. These fox people aren't stupid. They must have believed Shadow Rat's information to have come over like this. Of course we can. Help your tribe escape the orc attack. If I'm not mistaken, there are at least 4 orc teams attacking you right now, aren't there? The Black Sheep didn't speak, but continued to watch it quietly. If you are willing to provide us with enough meat and animal hides for 100 people every day, I can help you escape the pursuit of your Radiant Shaman and also deal with the attacks from the other orcs. Anyone who didn't know better would think predators had arrived. The predators mentioned by the Black Sheep are different from the Wanderers. The Wanderers are troops that roam around without the guidance of a witch or orc shaman. Predators, on the other hand, abandon the development of their original tribes and only consider plundering food from other tribes to supplement their own needs, and they will never stay in one place to live. Of course we are not predators. You should know that the conflict between the Beastmen and the orcs has lasted for thousands of years. Now, Mu Guang has sent the Beastmen tribes of the desolate Snowfield to hunt you down. The Black Sheep, which wouldn't want the entire tribe to be captured and taken to the snow-viewing mountains, would she? If we can get that sorcerer to grant us this small request, we will immediately go down to support the battlefield over there and cover your movements from now on. The Foxman's tone grew increasingly harsh, and the oppressive aura emanating from the other orc warriors beside him slowly pressed towards the Black Sheep, their hands already reaching for the weapons beside them. Just as Black Sheep frowned, about to make the first move, a familiar voice came from outside the cave. I think we don't need to. A blinding flash of light streaked across the cave entrance, and Su Yuan, bathed in light, slowly walked in alone. In his hand, the corpse of a foxman was tossed inside. Fox Fong. The foxman in front of them, along with the werewolves and other orcs behind them, all changed their expressions drastically. There hadn't been a sound outside at all. Just like that, a berserker foxman had died silently. Everyone disarm. The foxman's expression changed drastically, and he roared towards the outside of the cave. One by one, the orcs hiding in the snow immediately stood up and pointed their weapons at Su Yuan, who was right outside the cave entrance. The orcs who got up were also shocked when they saw Fox Fong's corpse. Fox Fong wasn't too far away from them, but they hadn't even noticed when he died. Lingling, Shuangxi, protect leader Su Yuan. Crackling sound. The battle between the two sides was about to break out, and behind Su Yuan, The clanging of armor made the hearts of everyone at the cave entrance pound involuntarily. In the distance, on the snowy slope, the Beast Girl army quickly rushed to the cave. Cool. Su Yuan's lips curled into a smug, triumphant smile. He had already used the sensing crystal to discover the orcs hiding outside the cave on his way back. There were still a few people talking inside, so he changed into a phantom snake scale cloak that could make him invisible. After Mao Ye finished ambushing the fox people hiding on the outermost edge, he took the corpse and used Shirshir's wind element to flash out of the cave. The sudden scene startled the cunning fox people, who froze on the spot, thinking that the outermost members of their tribe had been wiped out. So they immediately called out the remaining warriors who were lurking around them. Little fox, black fox, don't you know it's very impolite to sneak into someone else's tribe when they're not there? The term little fox is used for cute little fox girls like Fox 9. Su Yuan couldn't bring himself to call it that, looking at its furry face. Otherwise, how will he ever look at the beautiful and adorable fox girls like Red Fox 9 and Fox Thoughts the same way again? Chapter 247. One piece of fake news, and another piece of fake news. I'm sorry, please forgive my mistake. The Foxman had lost his composure. He looked at the Beast Girl warriors who were slowly approaching, each of their weapons and armor stained with blood. Their sensitive noses immediately alerted them to what was happening below. Those 4 tribes pulled out orc teams consisting of almost half of their tribal warriors, and they lost. Moreover, the defeat was devastating. The dozens of beasts here did not suffer many losses, and among the returning warriors, there were hardly any wounded. Forgiveness? How could we ask for your forgiveness? Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to defeat those orcs, would we? Don't you agree? Even the beastmen from the primitive society understood the meaning behind the sarcastic words, and a cold sweat immediately broke out on their foreheads. The hair on his face was stuck to his skin, and the strong smell of blood around him was nauseating. My sage, I don't know what we should do. The surrounding orcs had given up resisting and knelt before Su Yuan, discarding their bone knives and stone axes to the side. A transaction should naturally look like a transaction. I can provide you with food. A glimmer of hope flashed in the foxperson's eyes. Looking up at Su Yuan's smiling yet menacing expression, she replied somewhat timidly, "Then we need to pay a price. It's very simple. Just tell me where each of your tribes lives. These guys even broke into my house. If it weren't for the fact that I left a group of people and black sheep here, I'm afraid that Zizi and the other ordinary beast girls would have become hostages of these beast men." So beneath his smiling face lay a burning rage. Once he reached the desolate snowfield, he'd find an opportunity to scatter all your shamanic ashes. Aye. Impossible. The foxman hesitated for a moment, but a dark-furred werewolf next to him immediately refused Su Yuan's request, staring at Su Yuan with its wolf eyes and cursing, "Damn beast, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. What's the difference between telling you the location of your tribe and putting your own neck to your knife? There is a difference. For example, I can really put a knife to your neck." Su Yuan took a knife from Tiger Hunter's hand. The sharp blade still had some undried blood on it. He made a slight cut on the werewolf's neck, and a bloody mark appeared. Our wolf-herding tribe is located in a snow forest called Frost Gap Forest near the snow-viewing mountains in the desolate Snowfield. The surrender was so fast that even the fox people at the front couldn't react in time and were stunned in place. "Brother, that's a really fast change of heart." "Not bad. How about you guys?" The remaining scouts from other tribes all revealed the locations of their respective tribes, but whether they were true or not was debatable. Su Yuan nodded as he looked at the orcs kneeling on the ground. "Not bad. It seems you're still willing to trade with me. Tiger Hunter, go get some meat later to make sure they don't starve to death in the icy wilderness." Yes. Although no one knew what Su Yuan was going to do, they still obeyed his orders. After the Tiger Hunters left, Su Yuan turned his gaze back to them. No one complained that he only provided enough food for them to go back. When the knife was at their throats, they already knew Su Yuan's attitude, and even without food, they dared not say anything. "You have trespassed into my tribal territory. According to the rules, you should all have your heads cut off." The beast girls surrounded them, and the 60-odd people managed to suppress the 40-odd people. However, some of the beastmen, sensing that they were about to die, prepared to grab the weapons on the ground. "Don't touch it. Put everything down." The lead foxman roared, then continued to bow its head and tremble before Su Yuan, pleading, Spare my life, divine shaman." The 100+ people below had all been killed. These were just a few orc warriors randomly selected from their respective tribes at the request of the cunning fox to make a trade. Once the fighting starts, they will surely die a gruesome death on this steep hillside. "Don't worry, I'm a man of principle. But now that the transaction is over, let's talk about your unauthorized trespassing into my tribe's territory. Su Yuan put away his weapons. Killing these people would only leave a few more corpses here. The living would be more useful, and might even be used as a smokescreen. My lord, what do you mean? You should know what's going on with the totem news, right? Black Sheep told Su Yuan the purpose of these people's visit. A group of cunning orcs who wanted to profit from both sides while Mu Guang and he were fighting. You all know Mu Guang's methods. Now that those who needed to be captured in the Wangshui Mountains have been captured, and those who needed to be killed have been killed, do you think she might come to the desolate Snowfield? Once she rules over an incredibly powerful tribe, how long do you think you can live? Su Yuan looked at them with a disappointed expression, but after all, they were two different races, and these orcs didn't have much trust in Su Yuan's generous speech. I won't make things difficult for you. The previous frost crystal season left us with very little food. I've been praying to the gods, and they've shown me a way. In a few days, I plan to lead my people away from the snowfield to the other side of the mountain. I need you to tell Mu Guang that the bodies of our tribe have been found in the icy snowfields. We have suffered heavy losses after fighting with those orc tribes. Now they are hiding in a cave. Both messages were false. Su Yuan didn't expect these orcs to be very trustworthy. It wouldn't hurt if they told Mu Guang that he had left the snowfield. This actually slowed Mu Guang down in the Wangshui Mountains, allowing him to launch a steady raid on the tribes she controlled in the desolate snowfields. It would be even better if these guys kept their word and told Mu Guang that they were hiding in the icy wilderness, which would connect with the information Afei had told her before. If something goes wrong in the future, Mu Guang won't blame Afei immediately, since both pieces of information point to the same conclusion, which will also protect the little cat spy he planted inside. I understand. Thank you, shaman, for sparing our lives. We will definitely go back and tell Mu Guang the false news. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, the foxman breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer wanted to think about anything else. He had to leave this place and this cave first. All right, take this food and go back. Tiger Hunter returned, carrying several huge bones and some frozen animal entrails with teeth marks on them. These were the things that Big Fool and the others used to grind their teeth and pass the time. Thank you. Let's go back quickly. The feeling of escaping death made some of the kneeling orcs almost lose their footing. After packing up their belongings, the group quickly left the cave with their meager food. Watching them depart, the Black Sheep and the Red Fox both looked worried. Su Yuan, do you really want them to leave alive? Chapter 248, I'm going to slap her ass hard. What if they actually tell Mu Guang that we're leaving the snowfield? Surprisingly, his acting skills had even fooled the beast girl beside him. Su Yuan pinched Mao Ye's cheek and said, when did I say I was going to leave the snowfield? Huh? Was that also a lie to them? Otherwise what? Do you think I'm as stupid as you and would reveal my true intentions? I'm not stupid. Su Yuan watched the group of orcs leave the mountain stream through the sensing crystal, and only then did he completely relax. The matter with the orcs was temporarily over, but it also accelerated the time for him to leave the icy snowfield. De Shuang, go and bring back the man and those yaks. Now that a large part of the star camp has been destroyed, it is natural to speed up the operation. After De Shuang ran down the mountain, Su Yuan also led his men back to the flame pattern mine. Su Yuan, everyone hiding in the cave huddled together tightly. The soldiers in front of them only relaxed their guard after seeing Su Yuan and the others enter. Squeak dropped the homemade bone weapon in its hand and happily rushed over to pounce on Su Yuan. Wow, Mom, you all look so beautiful. After being picked up, the little Totoro looked at the crowd behind it with its big eyes. When it saw Longye in his silver armor, with his majestic and imposing figure, it darted back to its mother's side. This little guy. Su Yuan ignored her looking around and walked into the cave, whereupon everyone gathered around him. Chief Su Yuan, are you alright? Shuero, Hu Jiao, and the others came to Su Yuan's side. The sudden war caught them off guard, and they didn't react until Su Yuan returned with his men. Don't worry, it's all over. All those orcs have been wiped out. You're injured? I've prepared medicine here. White Rabbit squeezed in as well, carrying the small medicine box in her hand. Su Yuan had replenished the medical supplies that were missing from the box before, and she usually took care of the minor injuries that everyone suffered. All right, everyone's fine now. But we're setting off back to the snowfield tomorrow. Do you know any easy places to hide in the snowfield? Are you going back tomorrow? Although everyone knew this day would come, they still felt a pang of reluctance when they heard the specific time. How about we go to the place where we hid before? Shuero recalled the cliff edge from before. It was a remote location that would be difficult for ordinary people to find. If Xinka hadn't taken the little beast girl who was stealing food there, they might not have been able to find it. No, it's too dangerous there. There was a bottomless cliff right next to them, and that place was not very safe. The tribe was no longer just 30 or 40 people like before. Now it had a team of several hundred people plus those yaks, making it at least 200 units. Shall we go back to the old Red Fox tribe? Fox 9 suddenly said excitedly, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. However, Su Yuan shook his head. That meteorite site was easy to attack, but difficult to defend. The meteorite was open on all sides, and there was not much habitable space. It could not possibly accommodate more than 200 people. Moreover, the meteorite crater was a place known to the Wuying tribe controlled by Mu Guang, so he naturally wouldn't set up his tribe's territory there. It's too dangerous there. Mu Guang knows that place too. It's easy to be discovered. Oh dear, it's not that place. It's where the Red Fox tribe used to live. Little Fox 9 realized she had misspoke and quickly explained. The place I was talking about isn't inside that big rock from before. It's the place where Sister Red Fox and I lived when we were little. After this explanation, Su Yuan finally understood that the large, leaky meteorite was not the home that the Red Fox tribe had always lived in. When Red Fox and her mother, along with the old witch, were still alive, they lived in another part of the desolate Snowfield, in a deep cave. Not far from the cave is a clear lake. They said that when they were children, they were afraid to take baths in that cold lake. What's the surrounding environment like there? With a lake and caves, the environment is quite nice. It would be suitable for the tribe to live there for a period of time, but we'd have to see it for ourselves to know for sure. The sea is not far away, and there is a forest on the other side. If you walk through that forest for a while, you will reach the big rock where we were before. The Red Fox slowly walked over from the side, a hint of nostalgia in its eyes, and recounted the scenes of the tribe in the past. And with the sea, it will be much easier to communicate with Hai Ling and the others in the future. Su Yuan nodded. Then let's go there for now. But why would you leave such a good place to live? Sigh. They couldn't beat them, so they were driven away. Fox 9 mimicked Su Yuan's usual actions, shrugged helplessly, and said, We encountered an attack from a tribe of gods, but they didn't kill us. They just drove us away and then occupied the place. Then you really have had a rough life. What bad luck. After being driven from his previous home, he was attacked by controlled black sheep not long after arriving at the meteorite cave. Is this what it means to be a protagonist? If Mom and the others hadn't gone missing, how could those few guys have possibly defeated us? No, now that Lion has become a high-level awakened warrior, we have to get revenge. I'm going to slap those witches' butts hard. Fox 9 seemed to have a humiliating history, and the mere mention of that tribe filled her with rage. She clenched her little hand into a fist and punched Cat Knight, who had just arrived. Clang! Ouch! That hurts. Nicoya, what are you doing sneaking over here like that? With a crisp knocking sound, the fist slammed into Cat Knight's leg armor. The hard armor collided with the fox's fist, causing Fox 9 to wail in pain, tears welling in its eyes. Knight fell over the snowfield. Deshuang led the group of snow yaks back to their camp. The strong smell of blood around them made them uneasy. If Deshuang hadn't been leading the way, they would have scattered and fled long ago. Su Yuan led a few people down the mountain. After feeding them several bundles of hay, the group of big guys gradually calmed down and returned to the wooden enclosure to rest. The yaks and barbarians are too big to go up the mountain, so we'll stay here for the night. After all, the tribe only destroyed the buildings near the mountainside. The frost creatures don't usually live in houses, so the piles of stones at the star camp don't affect their rest. System, get to work. Same old rules, 20% off, bundled sale, priority given to rare items. After dealing with the frost and the others, Su Yuan arrived at the snowfield where the battle had taken place. Several wild beasts were gnawing on the corpses of the orcs, and quickly fled upon seeing Su Yuan and his group arrive. He was too lazy to capture these beasts that ate orcs, lest they cause him any health problems after eating them. Having witnessed the horrific scene of the last Pigman War, Su Yuan was much more accepting this time, placing his hands one by one on the corpses of the orcs. Chapter 249, Cheers to Our Victory. Of the more than 80 orc corpses, even if they were sold as a whole, only 10 were cleared out that night. 3 of them were the warrior leaders of the 3 tribes, Bloodstained, Devouring Wolf, and Scaled Lizard. As for the ground rat that he and Red Fox burned to charcoal, it had simply disappeared. It's unclear whether it was carried away by wild beasts or miraculously survived and escaped the battlefield. In any case, no trace of it was found in the scorched earth. The 3 orc leaders brought Su Yuan 3 rare items: the eyes of a scaled lizard, the heart of a bloodstained beast, and the skull of a wolf-eating creature. The lizard's eyes can quickly observe its surroundings, which is why it can assess its surroundings and choose to flee when fighting tigers. As for the bloodstained heart, it can provide it with great power, while the wolf's skull allows it to condense ice elements into its claws. Unfortunately, they never expected that their all-out attack would only break through the opponent's defensive silver armor. The damage they caused to Lion and the others was not even as deep as the wounds the groundhogs had inflicted on them. That night, the group returned to the flame pattern mine to rest for the night. Su Yuan did not take back the armor, but instead entrusted it to everyone for safekeeping. Furthermore, the 20-odd beast girl warriors in the cave were not treated differently. They were all given the same set of armor. Now that he has to risk returning to the desolate Snowfield, Su Yuan no longer intends to slowly develop the tribe's civilization. All development requires a stable life. Therefore, Su Yuan could only use a cheat code to bring the tribe into the Iron Age ahead of time, and then slowly search for iron mines and continue to develop the tribe's civilization after the war ended. However, unlike the previous plan, it seems unlikely that I will be able to return anytime soon. Su Yuan looked at the wine that had been brewing for some time. He had originally planned to wait until it became an aged wine before returning to taste it. However, now, various tribes were all heading towards the icy snowy plains to find him. The only way to return is for the war to end, or for him to be defeated and forced to flee back to the icy wilderness, but Su Yuan would not allow such a thing to happen. Crackling and popping. Inside the cave, bonfires were lit. Because the air circulation inside the cave was not as good as outside, Su Yuan did not dare to light too many, and everyone crowded around a few bonfires. Some of the food stored in the cave at the foot of the mountain was brought over, including various fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as pieces of frozen animal meat. We should try to get rid of these hard-to-carry items as much as possible. Otherwise, they'll just have to be piled up and buried in the snowy wilderness, waiting for some lucky little animal to find them. Fox 9, distribute those wines to everyone. We defeated those orcs who attacked us today, so we should celebrate properly. Su Yuan summoned Fox 9. The little fox was excited when she heard about the wine. She had been craving the candied grapes for a long time, but unfortunately, with so many people in the tribe, each person only got a few pieces. She had already secretly eaten all of her few pieces, and now she could only savor the sweet taste of grapes from her memories. Okay, I'll go and inform everyone right away. Soon, the barrels of wine that had been brewed earlier were brought over, and everyone gathered around when they heard the news. The beast girls with their keen sense of smell could smell the sweet aroma coming from the barrels. Can we drink it today? Yes, we're about to leave the icy wilderness. I don't know when we'll be back. These wines aren't at their best yet, but they're drinkable now. Upon opening the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted out. The purple liquid was still fermenting, with tiny bubbles floating on top, its rich and enticing scent drawing everyone around. All right, one bowl each. Try it first. Su Yuan scooped half a bowlful into a small bowl, took a small sip, and the mellow liquid entered his mouth. The sourness and astringency were accompanied by the original sweetness of the grapes, making it a refreshing and balanced taste compared to modernly made wines. The wine made by this primitive tribe using their feet has a sharper flavor, with prominent sweet, sour, and astringent notes, and you can also taste some residual fruit pulp in the liquid. As for which one is better, of course, the naturally brewed wine from the primitive society is better, because the most crucial element is something that the beast girl can't replace by stepping on it. The taste is quite good. When you eat later, you can enjoy the wine while you eat. Remember to queue and don't crowd. After finishing the remaining wine in his bowl, Su Yuan filled another bowl, found a campfire, and took the sizzling, oily roasted meat out of the fire. Besides several barrels of wine, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion, scooped out a bowl, and then sat down by the campfire like Su Yuan, biting into roasted meat while tasting the wine in their bowls. Come on, let's drink to our victory. Looking at the cheerful crowd in the mine, Su Yuan also smiled happily. Regardless of what the future holds, everyone was at least joyful and excited at this moment. Cheers. Everyone looked at Su Yuan and imitated him, raising their bowls high and taking a big gulp. After a few rounds of drinks, even the low-alcohol wine made these beast girls a little tipsy. At this moment, they were all wearing only animal skin skirts and dancing around the campfire. Su Yuan was also a little drunk, staring at the primitive and irregular dance moves, unable to take his eyes off them. Before he could finish watching, Xi and Ko from the crowd grabbed his neck and picked him up. Su Yuan, stop watching, come and jump with me. Hey, don't take my clothes off yet. In the firelight, Su Yuan was left with only a pair of trousers, dancing wildly through the crowd with a big smile on his face. Although wine doesn't make people drunk, the joy and scenery at this moment were intoxicating. Late at night, the group that had been laughing and joking earlier lay on the ground, each with a flushed face from the alcohol. Like an old father, Su Yuan hugged them one by one, tidied up their messy animal skin clothes, covered them with blankets, and then returned to his own makeshift bed. He rested near the cave entrance, next to a rock wall. A string of bells placed outside the cave entrance allowed him to clearly hear if anything was breaking in. After getting into bed, Su Yuan felt a little guy hugging him tightly. A pair of kitten ears peeked out from under the covers, with some messy light-colored downy hair inside. Mao Ye's flushed little face peeked out from under the covers, and she was wriggling in his arms like a water snake. Stop squirming and go to sleep. But it's so bright here, I can't sleep, and I feel warm all over after drinking that wine. It was already around 10 p.m., and although the night owl had drunk some alcohol, she was even more energetic. Su Yuan looked at the expectant look in the cat's eyes, reached out from under the covers, pinched her face, and warned her. Go to sleep well tonight. You're covered in the smell of blood. Get up early tomorrow, and we'll go to the hot springs for a bath. Well, okay then, but you have to wake me up if I fall asleep. Don't worry, I'll carry you over even if you're still asleep. Mao Yi nodded, pulled her head back under the covers, rubbed her face against Su Yuan's chest, and closed her eyes as if she wanted to fall asleep immediately. Su Yuan, who was outside the blanket, also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to broadcast this live, as the flame pattern mine was packed with so many people. Otherwise, if the other beast girls wake up from the noise and swarm in, that would be a situation where happiness and despair go hand in hand. Chapter 250, Forging the Three-Piece Alchemy Set. It's time to see what we've accomplished during the day. None of the 3 rare items were kept. They were all traded to the system to unlock new goods. I was busy dealing with things and celebrating in the evening and didn't have time to look at them yet. The first item is the one unlocked by the Lion Man's heart, a large golden block in the picture that looks somewhat like the black furnace in the game Minecraft. Lionheart Forge, 20,000 points. Note, this magical furnace, forged from the heart of a high-ranking lion man, generates heat exceeding that of ordinary flames. When forging weapons, there is a chance that the weapon will acquire a deterrent effect. Lizard Smith's Eye, 12,000 points. Note, made from a special lizard man eyeball, this item can be placed near a furnace to monitor the forging or roasting process, sound an alarm before the item is damaged, and also provide assistance when inscribing runes. Frostbone Crucible, 20,000 points. Note, this is a magical cauldron made from the skull of a high-ranking frost werewolf. In its normal ultra-low temperature state, it can preserve precious medicinal herbs and prevent them from rotting. In its activated state, it can be used to refine magical potions, reducing the failure rate. Damn it, 3 forging tools. Are you kidding me? Only after he had read through the effects of the 3 special items did he widen his eyes and stare at the product page descriptions in disbelief. System, did you set me up and trick me? The system ignored him, and Su Yuan accepted the fact. It wasn't that these 3 items were bad, but they were useless to the Star Tribe at present. Even after moving to a more stable place, they still can't forge ordinary ironware, let alone weapons with special effects. As for magical potions, needless to say, even Black Sheep only knows some basic witchcraft potions, so there's no way he could possibly make any with just a cauldron. Never mind, let's just consider it preparation for the future. After turning off the system panel, Su Yuan hugged the sleepy Mao Yi. During dinner earlier, he noticed that everyone was a little uncomfortable with the environment in the cave. The smoke from the fire was difficult to escape from the cave. If it weren't for the fact that the wood produced little smoke and the fact that only a few bonfires were lit during the celebration, everyone would have choked to death in the cave today. It seems that the idea of moving the camp to the Flameweave mine is not realistic. We decided to move in because it felt warm here, without considering issues such as air circulation, humidity, and water supply. As he was pondering, suddenly, a figure entered the blanket. Su Yuan felt the softness behind him and the familiar scent, and turned his body slightly to the side. Su Yuan, I also have trouble sleeping. The person who came was Shir. After lying down, she lay on her side, pressed against Su Yuan's back. Her calm tone was mixed with a strange emotion. What's going on? Nobody can sleep tonight? Lion didn't have insomnia when we left the tribe before. Su Yuan recalled the bloodstains from earlier that day and whispered in Shir's ear. Tell me about the bloodstains. It seems like it recognizes you. Actually, it was when I was a child that I went hunting with my mother. We caught a few very large snow deer and originally planned to get through the frost season with their meat. But when we returned to the tribe with the venison, we were attacked by the Bloodmane tribe. They stole 6 of our 8 snow deer, and my mother was also seriously injured by the tribe's leader. So they were just stealing food. That suits those guys perfectly. If I hadn't wiped them out today, the tribe would probably have been completely robbed by them. Even the shaman himself might be captured, either left in their tribe to be exchanged for food, or given to Mu Guang to exchange for benefits. That frost season was very difficult. Every day, everyone could only eat a thin slice of venison. When they were extremely hungry, they would go to the lake and break off some ice to chew on. The story is simple, but you can hear the suffering and hunger in Shishi's tone, which is not as easy as she makes it sound. It was because of that time that Maoye and the others learned to hide some food in their blankets so they wouldn't go hungry one day. Su Yuan hugged Maoye and turned around. He looked at the tiredness on Shishi's face under the red light, as well as some scars left during the day. There was a blush on both sides of her cheeks, and her aloof demeanor became very charming. He reached out and gently touched the tiny wound on his face, speaking earnestly. "Don't worry, I won't let you go hungry again. Goodbye, my beloved hot spring. Goodbye, my beloved little cabin." At dawn, as the first light of day appeared, Su Yuan led Maoye and Shishi to the hot springs to wash themselves. They didn't return to the star camp until the sun rose, after the others had finished washing and getting ready. "Okay, no need to say goodbye. I've already prepared your dried fish." Cat Knight gazed at the ruins with a touch of reluctance, a hint of sadness in her heart. She hadn't even soaked in the hot spring for a few days, and she hadn't even learned the massage techniques Su Yuan had taught her yet. "Now I'm leaving this place where I've lived for almost 2 years." Nicoya hugged her dried fish, unable to cheer up. The people around her were also somewhat downcast, each packing up the supplies they needed to take with them. This trip is destined to take longer than the previous half-month to return to the desolate Snowfield, not only because of the increase in the tribe's population, but also because the heavy armor they exchanged will delay their progress. Even though his advance was delayed, he was unwilling to let the tribe's warriors take off their armor, so that they would not be the ones to ambush the enemy in the future battles. Perhaps the sensing crystals will allow us to detect enemies in advance, but we won't ambush them like we did in the previous 2 battles, thus securing victory through easier and safer means. Therefore, this journey was destined to be neither short nor peaceful. "Su Yuan, everything is packed. Food, animal hides, blankets, weapons, are all tied to the snow yak." The red fox walked out from the herd of yaks. At this moment of parting, she no longer had the sad expression she had shown before, and said with a relaxed look, "I'm sorry, Red Fox. I'm afraid I have to break my promise." He had promised to come back, but now that the camp was destroyed, he didn't know when he would be able to return. Looking at the relaxed-looking Red Fox, he felt a little apologetic. Red Fox shook her head, took Su Yuan's hand, and held it tightly. Her calm eyes stared into Su Yuan's eyes, and this time the ease in her expression was genuine. "Okay, actually I figured it out. A tribe isn't just a cave, nor is it just this little wooden hut. As long as you're here, as long as everyone else is here. That's the tribe, that's our tribe." Yes, what Red Fox said makes a lot of sense. If the house is gone, we can rebuild it. If the hot spring is gone, we can dig it again, as long as we are all together. Black Sheep also came over with his men, with Tiger Hunter and the others carrying the corpses of the orcs behind him. These were the resources Su Yuan would use to increase his points in the near future. He's going to get back all the points he spent on these guys. Looking at the crowd gathered around him, Su Yuan smiled, gazing at the rising sun, his heart filled with anticipation for that world and the future. "Then let's set off." "Okay, let's go." Chapter 251 Knee Pillow in the opposite direction. The starlight was very bright at night, and in the snowfield, an even brighter orange-red light appeared on the ground. Led by Su Yuan, the Star Tribe's team rested for the night by a river, having already exhausted the food they had brought along the way. Nowadays, they rely on Su Yuan to exchange for food in the system shop, and occasionally they can also rely on Shishi and the others to hunt some prey in the snowfield to supplement their meals. Today, the aroma of fish wafts through the riverbank, and beyond the red glow of the guardian orb, pairs of hungry eyes are fixed intently on this place. But the corpses of more than a dozen magical beasts were lying in the snow, and Demand and Deshuang were enjoying them with their children and a few underlings. At this distance, we should reach the snowy wasteland tomorrow. Su Yuan sighed, feeling like he had forgotten something, so he quickly finished his food and ran to a quiet place to start making further plans. After roughly comparing the map recorded in the notes, it became clear that this journey was not heading towards the meteorite crater of the Red Fox tribe. Instead, it went in another direction, probably to the place where the Red Fox once lived, as she had mentioned. As for why it said probably, we have to mention that wolf-eared girl who led us astray. Su Yuan was still worried that the route would also go astray this time. But Red Fox isn't as directionally challenged as Rebel Moon, right? Chief, this road seems to lead to the place where the flying bird I once told you about once lives. As Su Yuan was tracing the route in his notebook, Hu Lai walked over from the side, his mouth still greasy, and his clearly visible abs exposed. Compared to her thin appearance when she first joined the tribe, she is now at her most radiant, reminding Su Yuan of her previous competition with Lion. The two fought back and forth, their indomitable spirit evident in their well-built bodies and their stubborn expressions. Tiger hunting certainly knew more about these things than Betrayal Moon, but he still chose Su Yuan without hesitation. This was an affirmation of Su Yuan and a submission to him. Leader? Su Yuan. Tiger Hunter noticed that Su Yuan was staring at her absent-mindedly and was a little confused, so he walked up to Su Yuan and gently shook his arm. Huh? What did you say? Tiger Hunter wasn't angry that Su Yuan hadn't paid attention to her words. Instead, she solemnly reiterated the previous message. If we encounter that strange bird, we'll probably be harassed. That thing can fly, and it will tease any people or animals that pass by. If possible, I think we can bypass that cliff and go directly to the other side of the mountain. Seeing her serious expression, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He wiped the grease from the corner of Hu Lai's mouth with his finger and then pointed at the soldiers guarding the camp with their weapons. You're worrying too much. It's just a bird that can fly. The tribe has quite a few sharpshooters these days. Tiger Hunter was the last to join the tribe and had only experienced 2 wars. The first was the invasion of the Frostrock giant lizards, which she had attracted, as their thick rock armor made arrows ineffective. The second was the recent orc invasion, where the orcs were caught off guard by the advantageous terrain, and the arrows only managed to disrupt their formation. Tiger Hunter has never witnessed Fox's top-notch archery skills, which are now unerring. Even if the bird is fast and can dodge other people's shots, can it dodge Fox's shots, which are already predicted? Just to be on the safe side, Su Yuan still asked, how strong is that bird? Is its aura as powerful as Great Frost's? Great Frost is currently at the peak of the 3rd tier. If someone surpasses it, then it's safer to ignore what he said before and take a detour. After all, the 4th tier warriors already possessed the strength of advanced awakened warriors. Lion and Cinco in the tribe did have comparable strength, but the magical bird beasts held the advantage of the sky. Just like when they hunted the 4th order ice-toothed shark, the advantage of ecological niche played a crucial role in the wars of primitive societies. Therefore, if the location were changed to water, even though Lioness was already a high-level awakened warrior, her group would still be no match for that ice-toothed shark. No, it can only capture low-level magical beasts on ordinary days. When it encounters a team led by an awakened warrior, it will only harass and attack, driving the people out of its territory. Tiger Hunter also realized that the Star Tribe was different from ordinary tribes. The fire that ordinary tribes longed for was something that everyone could create here. She also practiced archery for a while, which could defeat an enemy in one move from 100 paces away. Although she was not very used to it, she could not deny the power of the bow and arrow. You're just too nervous. Su Yuan gently embraced Hu Lai, pulled her to sit by the campfire, rested her head against his chest, and gently massaged her temples with a few fingers. Actually, with Black Sheep monitoring the surroundings using the sensing crystal, you two don't need to be so meticulous. They were referring to Tiger Hunter and Lion, who had been conducting reconnaissance ahead of the troops since leaving the Starry Sky camp, fearing that the Starry Sky tribe might encounter any danger. But I'm worried about the danger lurking in the Black Sheep Witch's oversight. There's a monster in the Wangshua Mountains that likes to hide in the ground. When someone gets close, it will suddenly jump out and drag the person into the mud to kill them. Su Yuan's lips twitched, and he remained silent as he looked at Tiger Hunting, who still had a serious expression on his face. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? The land of the icy plains is covered with countless layers of snow, and the soil underground is frozen as hard as ice. The monster hiding in there would either freeze to death or suffocate. Now, I command you to close your eyes, lie here quietly for a while, and don't move. Yes. Tiger Hunter immediately complied, and after closing his eyes for a short while, with the rhythmic massage, his tense expression gradually relaxed. A soft breathing sound escaped from his mouth. The tension that had been building up for so long was finally released. Tiger Hunter's body went limp, and his original tiger form transformed into a kitten like Cat White. What? You're asking why not Cat Knight? Tiger Hunt doesn't have that kind of boisterous energy. Su Yuan smiled as he looked at the Tiger Hunter in his arms, stroking its fluffy little ears, which were as soft as cat ears and felt very comfortable to touch. Unexpectedly, after being transported to another world, He didn't get to enjoy a beautiful girl's lap pillow. Instead, he ended up having a beautiful girl use his lap pillow on him. Su Yuan Shoo. At this moment, Lion also arrived. Su Yuan's shushing interrupted Lion's words, and his originally heavy steps gradually lightened as he tiptoed over. When she saw that the person in her arms was Tiger Hunter, a look of surprise flashed across her calm face. She hadn't expected that the fierce tiger would have such a kitten-like side. What's wrong, Lion? After placing the tiger on a pillow made of animal hide and covering it with a blanket, Su Yuan followed Shirshir to the other side. I just remembered something. Chapter 252, The Direction of the Sea Spirit Tribe. I just remembered something, Su Yuan. We've left our original location. Should we tell Hai Ling and the others? Su Yuan slapped his thigh, only then remembering what he felt he had forgotten. Damn it. Although the tribe has packed up most of its belongings, the buckets left by the frozen lake are still there, even though they're not worth much to Su Yuan now. Most importantly, he didn't even tell Hai Ling and the others that he had moved away from the icy snowfield. If they came to the frozen lake with a bunch of stuff to find him, wouldn't they have made a wasted trip? Oh dear, I almost forgot about that. Let me go find Red Fox first. The conch shell that could contact AFI was on him, but the conch shell that could contact hailing was given to Red Fox and the others, since carrying just one conch shell was already annoying enough. Moreover, these identical sea snails are easy to confuse, so they are managed separately. I'll go with you. Just as Shirshir was about to follow, Su Yuan noticed her tired expression and disheveled fur, so he immediately grabbed her ear and pulled her to the tiger hunting area. Your task now is to sleep well. No resistance allowed. This was the quietest spot he had chosen. Judging from Tiger Hunter's sound asleep expression, Su Yuan lifted the blanket, stuffed Lion into it, and looked at the two figures lying there before he felt at ease to go find Red Fox. Meanwhile, in the blanket not far from the campfire, a rare hint of panic appeared on Lion's usually calm face, especially as he sniffed the scent of Tiger Hunt beside him. The two always had conflicts and disagreements whenever they met, which eased up a bit after the rugby tournament, but they never slept together like this before. It's not that there weren't any, but Su Yuan was usually squeezed in the middle while the two of them were already fast asleep, and they weren't as close as they were today. Just as she was observing Tiger Hunter's profile, a soft moan sounded. Tiger Hunter seemed to have mistaken her for Su Yuan and turned over to hug her tightly. Your task is to get a good night's sleep. The echoes of Su Yuan's commands, the crackling of the campfire, and the soft calls of the Tiger Hunter before her still lingered in her ears. Lion gave up struggling, closed her eyes, and stopped thinking. Soon, another soft snore filled the air. Red Fox, use the conch shell to inform Hai Ling and the others that we have left the icy snowfield. If we want to make contact, we must find another place that connects to the ocean. When Su Yuan arrived at Chihu's side, she was learning Chinese characters from Hujiao. Some characters were crookedly written on the ground with a short knife. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Red Fox looked up at him and laughed. All right, I've already notified them. Hai Ling and the others are also heading in the direction of leaving the ice and snow plains. Huh? They left the icy snowfields too. Su Yuan had been too busy to pay attention to the Sea Spirit Tribe's affairs lately, so he was somewhat surprised to hear the news, but he felt mostly relieved. Fortunately, Hai Ling didn't stubbornly go to the land of death to search for the Frost Sea Heart Crystal, and fortunately, Hai Yao became a witch, so Hai Ling would focus her attention on nurturing Hai Yao. Red Fox took the warm, smooth conch shell from his bosom and handed it to Su Yuan. They just contacted me recently. You can talk to them. Hai Yao said she misses you, but you've been too busy lately. The recent days were the most difficult time to get through the snowy forests of the icy wilderness. Not only did he have to guard against the dangers hidden in the snow forests, but he also had to take charge of the lives of the tribesmen. Su Yuan also wanted to have a chat, so he took the conch shell and immediately called out to the other side of the ocean. Eek! Wah! A whale's cry suddenly rang out in the ocean. At that moment, Hai Yao, who was resting deep in the seabed, suddenly felt the conch shell pressed against her chest vibrate. Why would Sister Red Fox suddenly contact me so late? Hai Yao yawned, and a small bubble shot out of her mouth and floated to the surface of the sea. Sister Red Fox must have something to say since she's contacting us so late. Hai Yao thought for a moment and shook Hailing awake, who was guarding the cave entrance with her eyes half closed, watching over everyone. Mom, Sister Red Fox, and the others contacted me. Hailing opened her eyes, glanced at her people inside the cave, and quietly swam to a spot not far away to pick up the conch shell that transmits the sound. Hello, 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 can you hear me? The voice coming from the conch shell wasn't that of the Red Fox. Hailing was somewhat surprised and quickly asked, Leader Su Yuan, what's wrong? It's Hailing. Where are you now? Su Yuan realized he had asked the wrong question as soon as he finished speaking. In this primitive society, there wasn't even a map. Even if Hai Ling swam to the surface, she wouldn't know where the location she described was. But Hai Ling didn't hesitate at all and immediately blurted out, "We've already reached the other side of the ocean, and we won't be able to leave the snowfield for long. Have you swum that far? Have you decided where to settle down temporarily yet?" Hai Ling bit her lip. In recent days, she had led her people to search for several places, but all of them had problems with being unsuitable for living. Either the living space is too small, like the cave where they are resting now, which can barely fit all of them, and she needs to guard the cave entrance. Or perhaps there are several powerful fish monsters near the cave where they live, and the tribesmen may be hunted down when they go out hunting. We don't know either. The seas near the icy plains are too cold to catch prey, but once we leave the icy plains and the temperature rises, powerful monsters emerge one after another. Hai Ling told Su Yuan about her experiences during this period. In short, it was very miserable. Whenever she found a good place to live, there would always be magical beasts living nearby. Unlike the resource-rich Dream Coral Sea, the Snowfield Sea is home to extremely powerful marine monsters, survivors of countless battles fought for food. Why don't you follow my direction? There's a vast ocean over there. I remember that before setting off, Red Fox said that the cave near the old site of the Red Fox tribe was connected to the sea. If Hai Ling and the others could find it, the two tribes could help each other. Well, thank you very much for your help, Chief Su Yuan. Hai Ling was somewhat tempted. Now that her goal had shifted from Frost Sea Heart Crystal to nurturing Hai Yao, she would find a stable place. But the seas of this frigid land were not as peaceful as she had imagined. So, which direction did you travel in the early morning? The two switched directions. Su Yuan headed to the left of the rising sun, which was the direction that Pan Yu had led astray, but he didn't deviate by 90 degrees. Along the way, we saw endless glaciers and towering snow-capped mountains. We are not far from the sea now, but we don't know which side of the sea we are on, and what kind of terrain this snowfield is. Chapter 253 Snow Shadow Owl. Chief, that's the territory of that strange bird ahead. Nearly 2 months have passed since we left our former territory. We've traveled on and off, and without the worry of hunger and cold, everyone's mood is pretty good. The longing for leaving the camp where they had lived for so long gradually faded away as they encountered the beautiful scenery in various places. The scenery that I once rushed past for survival now seems so beautiful when I look at it closely. Wild Snowfield. Tiger Hunter's expression was somewhat serious. The group had now arrived at a mountain forest, and it would take half a day to reach the meteorite crater in the other direction. If you walk forward from here, you'll reach the cliff where the magical bird mentioned by the Tiger Hunter is located, and this is also the direction that the Red Fox pointed to as the former territory of the Red Fox tribe. Fox thoughts, you and Cat Knight go ahead and investigate that guy's location. If you encounter him, don't attack him. Come back and let me know first. Yes. Fox Thought took the bow and arrows from behind him, with several carefully polished arrows tucked into the animal skin bag at his waist. He then pulled the listless Cat Knight behind him and left the group. Honestly, I'm so sleepy after all that fuss last night. Maoya yawned, her tail drooping limply to the ground. When I get back from the investigation, I'll share some of the candied fruit I made with you. You haven't finished eating what you made? I'll go right away. Upon hearing this, Mao Yi instantly became energized. Without saying a word, she released Hu Xi's tightly gripped wrist and instead grabbed Hu Xi's arm, running forward. With light steps, she almost leaped onto the tree trunk, and in a few leaps, she disappeared from everyone's sight. You've gotten stronger again, Nikoya. Su Yuan was somewhat amazed. Mao Yi had only been an awakened warrior for a short time, but her current strength had already surpassed that of Hu Xi. It seemed that becoming a high-level awakened warrior was only a matter of time. Not only her, but also Pan Yu. Their strength has improved very quickly. The representative of advanced awakened warriors is elemental energy, and coincidentally, the fire spirit beverage I drink also provides elemental energy. It seems that the elements provided after being injected into their bodies may be the key to becoming an advanced awakened warrior. The life force provided by drinking the blue spirit beverage only improved the physical qualities of Su Yuan and Mao Yi, making them more likely to become awakened warriors. Therefore, the awakening of Nikoya and Pan Yue a long time ago was not a coincidence, but rather the life force within them had reached the conditions for awakening. Wow, I hope this tribe's development won't go astray. This is amazing. Su Yuan, we found that guy. Before Su Yuan could even conjure up a beautiful vision of the future, Hu Xi and Mao Yi returned from afar. The two figures remained the same, but Mao Yi, who had previously looked listless, was now full of energy. That bird is huge, but it's clumsy. It searched for ages and still couldn't find us. Mao Yi tossed the white cloak in her hand, and it shimmered with dazzling light as she tossed it down. When did you take my phantom cloak? It would be a miracle if anyone could see it. Even the orcs at such close range didn't notice it, let alone the birds circling high in the sky. Huh? Didn't you use us as blankets in there yesterday? Here's your candied fruit. Please put the cloak back in my supply bag. Su Yuan immediately took out a piece of candied grape and stuffed it into Mao Ye's mouth. The little cat didn't care and, after biting the candied grape, hugged the cloak and returned to the yak herd. Chief Su Yuan, should I go and take care of it first? Fox Thoughts also came to Su Yuan's side, holding an arrow in his other hand. It seemed that he had planned to take action earlier, but he still followed Su Yuan's orders and rushed back with Cat Knight. No rush, let me think about it. A living magical beast is far more useful than a dead one. A dead one is at most a barbecue, but a living one is different. It can be used for reconnaissance and communication, and its range is much greater than the 500-meter range of his sensing crystal. The premise is that this guy has to be obedient enough. Back then, De Shuang was controlled by Su Yuan because she had a child, while De Man was driven by his will to survive before he died. Have you seen its nest? Are there any bird eggs? That creature lives on the dead branches on the cliff face. It has built a nest there with a lot of animal skins and leaves, but we haven't found any eggs. It has no offspring. If it has no offspring, then it'll just have to suffer a bit. Fox, you're in charge of shooting that guy down later. Don't kill it, just wound it. Red Fox, Black Sheep, you two will lead the warriors and be responsible for the safety of the team. A look of confusion appeared on the faces of the Red Fox and the others. Judging from Fox Thought's tone and what Tiger Hunt had told them these past few days, dealing with such a bird was not difficult. Why make things so complicated? Su Yuan noticed everyone's confusion, smiled slightly, pointed to the sky, and said, I want it to become the eye of my sky. The group began their journey, with Red Fox and Black Sheep leading the troops at a slow pace from the rear, while Lion and Tiger Hunter, one in front and the other behind, protected the group's safety. Xin Ku followed Su Yuan and Hu Si at the front. After walking a few steps, they arrived at the foot of a mountain wall, where the water above turned into a waterfall flowing down. Halfway up the mountainside, several tree trunks hang down beside the waterfall, their winding branches forming a dense protective net. A somewhat rudimentary nest could be vaguely seen above, but the nest's owner was not inside. This guy seems to be enjoying himself. Su Yuan looked down at the small lake formed by the waterfall below, where a giant, pure white bird was catching fish in the water. In a flash, its sharp claws tightly gripped a plump fish. The environment here is nice, with fresh, drinkable water, fish and shrimp in the lake, open and flat terrain, straight and smooth rock walls, and dense forests all around providing timber. If it weren't for Red Fox mentioning the place where they used to live, this place might have been a secondary choice for Su Yuan's camp, and even much better than the star camp he had temporarily chosen before. The giant bird in the distance seemed to sense that someone had intruded into its little world. It tossed the large fish in its hand into the air, turned around, and snatched the fish into its mouth. Its eagle eyes looked around warily. In a short while, those eyes were fixed on Su Yuan's direction, and his figure quickly leaped into the air. Snow Shadow Owl, a peak second-tier magical beast with extremely fast flight speed and excellent agility. It is highly vigilant and can see movements a kilometer away in well-lit conditions. When it senses danger, it will use its white feathers to hide in the snow forest and launch a sneak attack. A kilometer away, it goes without saying that this guy had already discovered their movements. Su Yuan watched it leave the lake and put his finger in his mouth. Call out. A sharp whistle pierced the sky, causing the Snow Shadow Owl's gaze to immediately penetrate the forest and lock onto him. Chapter 254. Couldn't you have mentioned the free meals and accommodation beforehand? The Snow Shadow Owl swooped down with lightning speed, its sharp claws gleaming coldly as it aimed at Su Yuan's head. If a giant bird with a wingspan of over a meter were to be caught by its massive claws, its head would probably be ripped off on the spot. Fox Thoughts, standing to the side, had a cold expression. She drew her bow and aimed at the Snow Shadow Owl that was rushing towards her in midair. The light of the runes on her forehead flickered, and the afterimage that was originally in the sky gradually became clear in her eyes. Call out. The moment the arrow was released, the spirit owl, which had been charging towards them, came to an abrupt stop, flapping its wings forward, and several of its white feathers collided with the arrow. However, it underestimated the power of Fox's arrow. After knocking off several feathers, the arrow continued to shoot toward its wing without slowing down at all. The arrow pierced through the wing and flew towards the waterfall, leaving a bloody hole in the snow-white owl's wing, from which drops of blood seeped out, staining half of the wing red. Fortunately, it was huge, and the attacks it received were arrows from Husi, not spears thrown by Exine Ku. Otherwise, half of its wing would have been blown off by now. Although it could still fly in the sky, its speed and agility were far less than before. The spirit owl cried out in pain as its figure gradually rose higher, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes as it looked down. Thanks to its innate advantage of flight, it thrives here. Every day, if it wants to drink water, it just sticks its head out of the nest, and if it wants to eat fish, it only needs to circle around the bottom of the nest a few times. Such a prime location has been vacant for so long. Is it possible that no tribe will come to settle here? Of course there are. Even the tiger hunters originally planned to arrange for Shui Ro and the others to come here, but they left because they couldn't stand the harassment from the snow shadow owl above. The snow shadow owl was also extremely clever, knowing that it would be easy to fall into the hands of some humans who knew witchcraft if it went out. It kept hiding in this mountain forest. When they encounter a powerful witch, they simply hide on the top of the cliff and wait until late at night when the witches are tired and resting before trying to sneak up and harass them. As a result, most of the tribes that came here chose to leave, preferring to find a poorer place rather than be threatened and harassed every day. Unexpectedly, the snow shadow owl finally succumbed to its fate today, as a strange piece of wood pierced its wing before it could even react. In midair, despite the pain, the snow shadow owl continued to flap its wings, intending to leave. However, the second arrow arrived much faster than it had anticipated, and the sound of the arrow slicing through the air behind it made it fly even faster toward the waterfall. But the arrow seemed to have eyes, and it happened to pierce its other wing again. This time, the wing bone was pierced, and the intense pain caused it to stagger and fall into the lake. Go, don't let it die. If it were just a dead bird, he would have sent Husi to deal with it long ago. By the time he arrived with his troops, the bird would probably be almost cooked. A fish in his mouth at some point. It was as if he wanted to have one last good meal before he died. He's like a starving ghost reincarnated. Su Yuan picked it up. Its nearly 1 meter long body resembled a pure white husky, with 2 beady eyes staring angrily at him. But fate had its neck firmly gripped, and as it was pulled from the water, it used its last bit of strength to swallow the fish before closing its eyes. Hey, can you understand human speech? Seeing its resigned attitude, Su Yuan patted its head. A glimmer of hope appeared in the little guy's despairing expression, and it opened its eyes and immediately nodded. Coo. I'll give you a chance. From now on, listen to me. I'll provide you with food and lodging. You won't need to fight. You'll just need to patrol the area for me to avoid danger. Of course, if you disagree with the above conditions, there is another option. I will pluck all your feathers, roast you over a fire, and eat you. Don't worry, I'll cut you very quickly. Nodding means submission. Shaking your head means becoming roast chicken. You choose. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, the spirit owl nodded its head vigorously, a look of human-like helplessness appearing in its eyes. If you had just said you'd provide food and lodging, that would have been enough. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless, shooting off someone's wings? Couldn't you have just discussed things properly? All right, I'll treat you now. Don't move around. A soft red light emanated from Su Yuan's hand, which he gently placed on the pierced wing of the spirit owl. The bleeding immediately stopped, and tender flesh began to grow around the wound. Wow, it seems I've improved quite a bit too. I haven't tested my strength for a while, and I didn't expect it to improve so much. The fire healing magic that could only stop bleeding can now actually heal flesh and bone. There wasn't much meat. The tender flesh around the blood hole stopped growing after it had grown a little. All right, that's enough. Stay put for the next few days and don't fly around. Behind him, the Red Fox and her clansmen had already arrived. Su Yuan clapped his hands, looking at the spirit owl in front of him with its wings wrapped up like a dumpling, quite satisfied. Even if it weren't injured, it wouldn't be able to fly even if it were tied up like that. By the way, Big Frost and the others all have names, so you can be called Snow Gugu. Originally, I planned to name her Xueling, which would have been a good choice using 2 characters from her race's name. However, the Star Tribe happens to have a beast girl named Xueling. Unable to think of any other name, Su Yuan directly used its fur and calls to create a new name for it. Snowy Gugu. What's Snowy Gugu? Is it delicious? Mao Yi and Pan Yu ran over excitedly, and were pleasantly surprised to see the spirit owl being carried by Su Yuan. It was so big, it could probably feed them for many meals. Su Yuan, is this our extra treat for today? Should we grill it by the lake? Coo. What's with all of you in this tribe? Your first reaction upon meeting someone is to roast the bird. This is our tribe's new partner, Shwegugu. Hand it over to Husi. You take care of it for now. If it dares to attack our tribe or run away, pluck its fur and roast it over a fire. Actually, since the spirit owl is injured, it would be best to leave it to Shwero. However, they are just ordinary beast girls without combat power, and even if they are injured, second-tier magical beasts can easily deal with them. After much thought, it seems better to just hand it over to the fox spirit that caused it harm, which would also keep it in check. Yes, I will keep a close watch on it, and prevent it from attacking anyone. Catching the bird was just a minor incident during their journey. After handing Shwegugu over to Husi, Su Yuan led his men to rest by the waterfall. Back then, Red Fox and her companions were driven away by a divinely gifted tribe. This time, when they return, there will surely be tribes still living in such a good place, and a conflict will be inevitable. Chapter 255 Sister, how could you be so selfish? Be careful, and never rush to attack someone you encounter. Late at night, the group arrived at the cave where Red Fox and her companions had once lived, a circular depression not far from the sea. Below was a wide expanse, with a clear blue lake reflecting the stars in the sky. Two dark cave entrances to the side were pitch black, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, some traces of trampling can still be seen on the lakeside, unlike the frozen snowfields where all traces are frozen and covered. Besides the footprints, there were many other signs of activity around the area, with leftover fruit pits carelessly scattered on the ground and several sharpened pieces of wood stuck in the lakeside. But these traces of life don't seem like what a large tribe should look like. Putting everything else aside, they don't even have the most basic patrols and watchmen. Being so careless in a place like the desolate Snowfield is bound to get them attacked. Red Fox, how strong was the tribe that drove you out back then? The Red Fox beside him frowned, recalling the group of divinely gifted people from back then, and said, there was a shaman, a high-level awakened warrior, and 6 awakened warriors. I can't remember how many other warriors there were. This configuration is even more powerful than the original Black Sheep tribe, but it is not a formidable opponent for the Star tribe that has been formed now. Since that's the case, there's no need to stay here any longer. Su Yuan took out 2 arrows and, using the same method he used against the Black Sheep tribe, shot 2 coils of enchanting mosquito incense at the edges of the 2 caves. White smoke drifted into the cave with the cold wind. The cave was very quiet, as if no one was there. No movement was found until the smoke dissipated. I'll take Xi and Ku and Sure down to check first. You guys stay up here, and, if there's any movement, immediately take men and capture those warriors. He acknowledged the strength of the enchanting mosquito coil. After this round, the people inside were probably already in a daze, with only a few awakened warriors likely remaining somewhat conscious. After making the arrangements, the 3 of them followed the spider silk of red frost to the bottom. There was plenty of open space by the lake, and there were traces of stone carvings on the rock wall next to it. The 2 caves are not too far apart, about 60 or 70 degrees apart, and are located on opposite sides of the lake, like the 2 little ears of a cat. I'll use my flashlight to illuminate the inside later. Lion, you capture their witch first, and Xian can hold off that high-level awakened warrior. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Even though the opponent is just a tribe with only 7 awakened warriors, we cannot be careless. Su Yuan stood outside the cave entrance, ready to rush down and provide immediate support should anything go wrong inside. As a beam of light shone into the cave, Sure and Shinka nimbly rushed in, their eyes gleaming as they observed this cave that was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. But when she saw the scene inside the cave clearly, her sprinting steps gradually came to a halt, and her sharp eyes became somewhat confused. Xi and Ku, standing behind, squinted, looking as bewildered as an elderly person using a cell phone on the subway. Huh? This is the powerful tribe that Red Fox was talking about. Su Yuan shone the lamplight on the ground, his lips twitching slightly. Before them, more than 20 beast girls lay on the ground embracing each other, seemingly influenced by the enchanting mosquito coils, each regarding the other as delicious food. Half an hour later, all the members of the Star tribe had entered the cave. At this moment, more than 20 little beast girls in front of Su Yuan were writhing as if they were drunk. One of them, a petite and cute pink-haired beast girl, was tightly hugging Su Yuan's leg. This fish smells so good, and it's so big. Red Fox. Su Yuan looked at the group of little beast girls, then turned to look at Red Fox. Red Fox, who had been calm, couldn't hold back any longer. It turned out that the cave was occupied by just a group of very weak little beast girls. These aren't from that tribe. They must be little guys who wandered off from somewhere. The red fox hugged the beast girl who was tightly gripping Su Yuan's leg. This group of guys hadn't seen this beast girl among the group that attacked them, especially the pink-haired girl holding Su Yuan, whom she had never seen before. How could this place be occupied by a bunch of little brats who don't even have a witch or an awakened warrior? Su Yuan also looked at the little ones, pinched the pink-haired girl's cheek. The little beast girl was quite cute, with her long pink hair tied into 2 ponytails. She was very thin and plain-looking, wearing a tattered animal skin skirt that barely covered her upper thighs. Her slender legs were bound with leaves and bark, making her look rather incongruous. Above his chest, there were only 2 palm-sized pieces of white animal hide entangled with vines. His fair skin was covered with bruises from frostbite, and his fair back was rubbed raw by the hard ground, leaving several blisters. He looked quite miserable. The other beast girls were similar. Their clothes consisted of tree leaves, bark, and a few tattered animal hides. These clothes barely covered their vital parts, let alone kept them warm. How tragic. I've never seen such a miserable tribe. Perhaps this is the true wanderer without a shaman, unlike Long, who became a wanderer back then. Long and her companions were unable to accept the old shaman's beliefs and led a portion of their tribe to escape the land of death. They themselves came from a large tribe to the icy Snowfield. But if they hadn't met Su Yuan, their situation would probably have been even more difficult, since the icy snowfields are not as safe as the desolate snowfields. Never mind them for now, Lingling. You're in charge of looking after them. Remember to call me when they wake up. Lingling, who was preparing dinner by building a fire outside the cave, was stopped. Looking at the group of little beast girls, she pleaded, why don't you find someone else? Taking care of people is tiring. Then you continue to look after the rock flowers and rock clusters. I'm here. You can leave these little guys to me without worry. The New Star camp is very busy at night, not only cleaning the cave, but also dealing with the snow yak outside. Fortunately, with De Shuang and De Man around, these yaks had no intention of running away and obediently stood on the grass next to the cave, grazing. Late at night, the campfire illuminated the tranquil lake. After arriving at the new campsite, the group finally relaxed after their long journey and gathered around the campfire in 2s and 3s. The meat in my hand sizzled and dripped oil in the campfire, and the rock flowers and rocks nearby leaned comfortably against the wall. This arduous journey was finally over. Su Yuan and the others were just a little tired, but the 2 of them were truly desperate. They had been hanging in midair for a whole month. They used to be able to take a shower occasionally when they were at the star camp. After all, once Shirshir also became a high-level awakened warrior, the 2 of them were neither full nor starving, and their strength was no longer enough to defeat Shirshir and Exine Ku. During this month-long journey, I didn't even have a chance to take a bath or clean my fur, let alone wash it. My tail felt so itchy that it was almost infested with fleas. Sister, what do you think is the meaning of our lives now? Chew, chew, chew for barbecue. What are you talking about? That's my barbecue. When did you become so selfish, little sister? Give it back to me. Sister, you're asking yourself what the meaning of life is. I saw you weren't eating, so I ate it for you. Chew, 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 and I've already put it in my mouth. You have to spit it all out, even if you swallow it. Chapter 256. Are these the soldiers you once led? In the Muguang tribe, overlooking the Wangshua Mountains, a fox person was kneeling outside the wooden door, with 2 warriors of the God-given race looking down at it. The immense humiliation made it clench its fists. What are you orcs doing in my tribe? Inside the house, Muguang's disgusted tone reached outside the door. The foxman lowered his head and slowly said, Our fox tribe has brought good news to the shaman Muguang. Oh, you found the totem? No, not at all. The foxes cursed inwardly, thinking that this shaman was even more cunning than they were, pretending to be ignorant about the totem. It seemed that they wouldn't get the better of him today. However, we discovered the divinely gifted tribesman with a totem in the icy snowfields. Recalling what the fox shaman had told him, the foxman quickly continued. The orcs sent 4 tribes to search for the totem, but they were all killed by that person in the icy wilderness. The people of my ghost fox tribe were also fortunate enough to escape with their lives, and we have come here to inform the shaman of their situation. These orcs actually found that guy? She wasn't surprised at all that the orcs had been killed. If she couldn't even handle these orcs who hadn't evolved yet, she wouldn't be working for Queen Crystal. I already know about his situation, so there's no need for you fox people to worry about it. The foxman kneeling outside the door was speechless. This wasn't part of the fox shaman's plan. For the sake of the fox shaman's mission, the foxman still braced himself and continued. That person is very strong now, but he has been injured and is currently hiding in a cave in the icy snowfield to recuperate. Oh, Oh, what does that mean? Doesn't the divine shaman intend to capture that divinely gifted person? Our ghost fox tribe is willing to lead the divine shaman to find that fellow's lair. No need. The totem is useless to me. If you want the totem, just cut off that person's head. The nonsense they spouted was increasingly outrageous. It wasn't that it hadn't witnessed the power of the shaman from the icy snowfields, who had slaughtered over 100 warriors from 4 tribes. If I could cut off that sorcerer's head myself, would I still be here spouting nonsense to you? The foxman knew he wouldn't get anything out of this place, so he stopped arguing with Mu Guang and took his leave, heading to a secluded cave. Rotten fox, what did that beast shaman say? From the darkness, a figure emerged, hunched over, completely covered in black hair, with only a pair of eyes peeking out from the thick fur. The fox shaman, that damn thing won't budge an inch. It's our Orcish business if we bite the totem to death. It has nothing to do with her. The black fox closed its eyes and remained silent, and its tribesmen beside it dared not make a sound, standing quietly to the side and waiting. Let's go back to the frozen snowfield, find the other shaman, and realize that the fake news is the real one. Find him, use the information about Mu Guang to exchange for some benefits, and then leave immediately. Leave? Shaman, where are we leaving? The fox spirit stepped out of the cave, gazed at the sprawling mountain range, and coldly uttered 2 words. Snowy plains. This? Shaman. As you know, the Wangshua Mountains are teeming with magical beasts, and the only road is blocked by an invading orc tribe. How are we supposed to leave? The surrounding tribesmen were somewhat flustered, and with pained expressions, they asked the fox shaman for an answer. Then let's trade a lot of food with that sorcerer Su Yuan, and then find a secluded cave to hide in. The snowfield is probably about to descend into chaos. Bai Dong, it's time to get up. It's your turn to catch fish today. Bai Dong, Bai Dong. Huanming twitched her little nose. The aroma of roasted meat wafted into her nostrils. Roasted meat. The last time she ate barbecue was when Wu was around. She had a palm-sized piece of grilled fish, which was the most delicious meal she had ever eaten. Wah, I'm hallucinating. Am I going to die? The aroma of barbecue in the air grew stronger. You could smell not only the fragrance but also the heat emanating from the meat, and something warm and salty pressed against your lips. Whoa. To dream of the taste of barbecue before dying is just wonderful, and the taste is even better than what my older sister makes. Suddenly, Huanming, who was eating too fast, bit herself. The blood and intense pain in her mouth made her open her eyes immediately. Hiss! In front of her, a person was holding a skewer of grilled meat to her lips, his smiling eyes full of curiosity. Are you full? Would you like some water? Thank you. Who are you? Huanming was so frightened that she sat up abruptly. Just as she was about to raise her hands, she found herself bound hand and foot, with only her little head able to move. I was asking you who you are? What are you doing barging into our tribe while we were away? Su Yuan was talking nonsense with a straight face, but it wasn't completely nonsensical, since Red Fox and the others had indeed been living here all along, only to be driven away by another tribe and forced to leave. In a sense, this place could also be considered his tribal camp. The little beast girl seemed frightened. A hint of panic flashed across her originally fierce face. She stammered, I'm sorry. We had nowhere else to go, so we hid here because no one was around. It's okay. I forgive you. Really? Thank you. You're such a kind person. Seeing that she looked clumsy, Su Yuan untied the ropes binding her and handed her the half-eaten roast meat. Let's eat something first. By the way, what's your name? My name is Huanming. After receiving the roasted meat, Huanming didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she looked around and asked, Have you seen my companions? It's over there. Su Yuan pointed to the campfire camp outside the cave, where several poorly dressed little beast girls were surrounding Mao Yi and the others, their eyes fixed longingly on the roasting meat on the fire. Sister, how much longer until it's done baking? Sister Mao Yi, is this beef? It smells so good. Sister. You heartless people. I was always concerned about you, and you woke up and went to eat, without paying any attention to the fact that there was a companion sleeping here. Enraged, Huanming took a big bite of the roasted meat. The fist-sized piece was chewy, but because it was too big, it got stuck in her throat and she couldn't swallow it. Cough, cough, cough. Her fair face turned red from holding her breath, and the way she pounded her chest with her little hands made Su Yuan helplessly cover his head. Xian Ku, come here and take a look. Are these the soldiers you used to lead? Chapter 257, The Strange Beast Girl from the Forest. To put it simply, you got lost from your shaman, and you stayed in this cave to escape the cold. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Huanming told Su Yuan about their experiences. From their tone and conversation, It was clear that these girls didn't seem to be beast girls who grew up in the snowy plains. His outfit didn't look like what one would wear on a snowfield. His exposed lower abdomen, arms, and long legs were red from the cold, and he was wrapped in strange leaves and bark. Such a peculiar outfit has never been seen in the snowfield. If someone had come to the snowfield before the frost crystal season, they would probably have been frozen solid by the time Su Yuan arrived. Yeah, mainly because it's too cold outside, and there are fish to catch here. So, did you catch them? Su Yuan looked on with suspicion. These guys were like they hadn't eaten for more than 10 days. They ate 7 or 8 fist-sized chunks of meat, and even gnawed on a sweet potato before finally lying down comfortably on the ground. Of course we caught them. Otherwise we would have starved to death long ago. Look over there. Huanming pointed to a small wooden stick stuck in the lake not far away. Now that it was daylight, it was easier to see that there were still some traces of blood on the stick. You guys actually have this ability? Su Yuan underestimated these beast girls. Fish stuck in tree branches were not as easy as he had imagined. The creatures in this world were much stronger than those in his previous life in every aspect. By the time you thrust your wooden spear down, the fish will have already vanished. Of course, that's how he used to fish, and it was very easy to catch them. Huaming seemed very proud. After finishing the barbecue, she wanted to show Su Yuan her skills, so she dragged him to the lakeside. At this moment, some dark shadows could be vaguely seen swimming in the lake. They seemed to have spotted the two people and quickly disappeared. If you cast a line, then find a place to hide and wait for a fish to bite, you might be able to catch one and poke it with a wooden spear. Su Yuan watched as Huanming drew a wooden spear on her own and walked straight to the lakeside, where she plunged her fair and slender arm into the water. A faint ripple spread across the lake. After about half a minute, Huanming raised her arm, wiped the water off it, and waited quietly. What kind of method is this for hooking fish? Su Yuan was completely confused. Was that all? 10 minutes later, fish the size of a forearm floated to the surface of the lake belly up, and he finally understood what was happening. This way it'll work. Ah, who pulled my hair? Su Yuan looked at the fish lying dead in the lake and Huanming, who was standing in front of him with a smug look on her face. He tapped her on the head and asked angrily, "Did you poison the lake?" "Yeah, just a little bit." "If you've poisoned the lake water, how are we supposed to drink it? The snow in the desolate snowfield is not as thick as that in the icy snowfield. If he loses this freshwater lake, he will have to continue to look for other places, or move back to the territory that Snow Gugu used to belong to." But one was too time-consuming, and the other was too revealing, so she angrily pulled Huanming back. "This poison is fine. It will wear off in a while. Let me collect the fish first." The little guy escaped Su Yuan's clutches and rushed to the lakeside, using a wooden spear to stab all the fish that were upside down and bring them back. The abundant harvest left everyone else stunned. "That's amazing." Fox 9 also came to Su Yuan's side. When Huanming arrived, everyone stared intently at her. Why are you all staring at me? I'll share this fish with you." Huanming thought everyone was eyeing the fish in her hand, so she took the fish off the wooden spear and handed them to Su Yuan. The fish's eyes rolled back, and its mouth was still twitching. It seemed that the poison had only stunned it and had not killed it directly. "What's the situation with your poison?" Su Yuan ignored the fish and grabbed Huanming's hand to examine it closely. Her slender, fair fingers were like scallion roots, and her nails were very long, even longer than those of the transformed Panyu. And under the sunlight, it displays a shimmering color, like a manicure. Alluring and beautiful, as if a flowing liquid was hidden beneath those fingernails. And indeed, that proved to be true. Seeing her benefactor's curiosity about her fingers, Huanming happily explained, "This is my venom?" "Is this venom?" Huanming nodded, pressing her fingernail against her palm. A drop of colored liquid dripped onto her hand, but it wasn't a bright color. It was more like adding a few bold, unusual strokes to black. "Here it is. My venom isn't as potent as my sister's. It can only stun animals that inhale it for a short time. The venom of other tribesmen is different too. Bai Dong's venom can numb the hands and feet, causing loss of sensation, while Bai Meng's venom can cause diarrhea." Amazing, absolutely amazing. Even Red Fox and the others gathered around with curiosity, listening to Huanming's explanation with astonishment. This group of little wanderers seemed pretty formidable. Looking at Bai Dong again, the little beast girl swallowed the food in her mouth with difficulty, pointed to her fair fingernails, and quickly said, "I've used up all my venom. I was hungry before and couldn't produce any more venom, so I'm still empty." "You're not the divinely gifted race from the snowfields, are you? Where did you come from?" Su Yuan looked at the black sheep and the red fox. Neither of the two knowledgeable shamans had ever seen such a miraculous divinely gifted race, and they both shook their heads at him. Having spent so many years together, some things were already self-evident. Su Yuan understood what they meant, so he looked at Huanming and asked, "Us? We came from the thorny forest over there. Many large tribes over there were capturing people, so we followed the shaman and fled here." "Over there?" Su Yuan looked in the direction she was pointing, and it was the direction of the Wanshua Mountains. "The road over there is blocked, and the mountains are teeming with terrifying magical beasts. How did you manage to get here with your limited strength? The seaside? This place is so close to the sea, we just walked here along the beach." Huanming looked at Su Yuan with puzzlement, as if he were an idiot, not understanding why anyone would be curious about such a question. He was careless. He hadn't expected there to be a beach that ran through the Wanshua Mountains. However, it also served as a reminder to Su Yuan that if he really couldn't defeat Mu Guang, he could still escape from this beach. "All right, no matter where you came from, now that we're back, you either leave my tribe's territory or we want to join. Please take us in. We haven't eaten such delicious food and such a warm fire in such a long, long time. If you make us leave, we'll freeze to death." Before Su Yuan could even say the second option, Huanming grabbed his leg, and the other little beast girls reacted quickly, rushing over to hug his leg tightly as well. She recounted her tragic experiences over the past few days with tears and snot streaming down her face. "No, what about your dignity? At least put up a fight. And please don't get any venom on me, hey." Chapter 258, I really want to experience a warm beach. Thanks for taking us in, Wu. From now on, whatever you ask us to do, we'll do it. Su Yuan had originally planned to take in the group of Venom girls, and since Huanming spoke first, he pretended to reluctantly agree. "Dream, you should know that our tribe doesn't have much food. Taking in people like you who have poor hunting skills will only add to our burden. Therefore, I do not want you to betray us if you encounter the witches of the past again in the future." Su Yuan was earnestly instructing the newly joined beast girls when, before he could finish speaking, Huanming nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, witch, we will never betray the tribe. The dream shaman has wanted us to leave for a long time, so that the tribe would have one less mouth to feed. If she wasn't afraid that we would starve to death, she probably would have run away by herself long ago. As expected, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too." Su Yuan suspected that the dream analyzer was also able to fool her with a few pieces of roasted meat. It's just unknown where she and the other members of her tribe went. In that case, Shui Rou, take them to find some suitable clothes, change them, and then take Huan Ming to find Xine Ku. She's in charge of the hunt today. But witch, I don't know how to hunt." "No, you can. The beast girl, who possesses various poisons with different effects, can knock down an opponent with just a scratch. However, her small frame is of little help in the tribe's development. It would be better to follow Lion and Cinco to learn hunting and make full use of the characteristics of their venom." After thoroughly dealing with the little ones, Su Yuan returned to the top of the cave. Now that construction had begun, the tribe was developing very rapidly, and the rope ladder had been completed by Hong Shuang this morning. The herd of yaks above has also adapted to this environment where they once lived. When they are hungry, they can eat the green grass wherever they are, and when they are thirsty, they can lick the snow on the ground. Clear spring water slowly seeps from the stone wall not far away. Although it is not as leisurely as before, it is more free than being in the fence. After a good meal each day, I come to this hillside to rest for a while. If danger arises, I don't even need to lift a finger. I just shout, "Help! Someone come save me." The person who once captured you will come to rescue you. You don't need to worry about safety or food. All you need to do is provide some milk each day. Su Yuan climbed the rope ladder to the top. Everyone was busy at the time. The two caves below were very spacious, but not all the buildings could be moved inside. He planned to build the toilet outside, without too much trouble. He just needed to plant a spot, dig a hole, and lay a few planks on it. After all, this location is only a temporary stronghold. Although it is close to the sea and can easily obtain salt and food, this mountainous area is not flat and is not suitable for building a city. Red Fox, which direction is the sea you're talking about? At this moment, the red fox, who was gazing around and reminiscing about its former home, heard the shout and quickly came to Su Yuan's side, pointing to a sparsely wooded area. "You can see it once you go through this forest. When I was little, Fox 9 and I played there and saw a really big fish." Red Fox stretched out his arms in front of him, his cheerful expression befitting someone his age. His usual gentle and calm demeanor made him seem like he was the same age as Ling Ling's mother. "Let's go take a look." Just as the two were about to leave, Maoya and Shirshir came over, jumped onto Su Yuan's back, and stuck their little heads out excitedly, saying, "I want to go too." It's been so long since I've played in the water. Maybe I can even catch an ice vine shell. Go away, get off my back first. After entrusting the affairs of the tribe to Black Sheep, the group followed the hillside all the way to the seaside. Unlike the dazzling, scorching sun and beach they had imagined, this place was cold, quiet, and filled with countless ice floes floating on the sea. Every now and then a few seabirds would fly by, breaking the silence of the sea, but they would quickly fly away after catching food on the shore. Take off your boots first, so they don't get wet later. Seeing that Mao Yi was about to rush over excitedly, Su Yuan grabbed her tail and pulled her back, then ripped off her little animal skin boots with both hands. Her crystalline fingers were much fuller than before, and the blood vessels on her feet were very noticeable under her fair skin. Her nails were very translucent and long, and the nude color didn't look as alluring as the moon's, but it had its own unique charm. More than a year of cultivation has allowed that barren flower to gradually bloom, and the two flowers beside it are blooming even more brightly and beautifully. The four of them took off their boots and came to the beach. The cold ground made the fur on their tails and ears stand up. They tried to take a few steps before they gradually got used to it. Su Yuan also felt his feet were so cold that goosebumps rose all over his body. Fortunately, his physical fitness had improved a lot in the past year or so. Back when he first transmigrated, his feet would probably have been frozen numb. If only it were a warm, bright beach. The beach in front of me was piled with black sand and pebbles, and ice shards of varying sizes were scattered all over the sand. When the icy seawater washed over my feet, I felt as if my soul had been cleansed. If it's a warm beach, swimsuits, parasols, a volleyball tournament, and sunscreen, he could transform this place into a Venus Beach volleyball arena in another world. Alas, what a pity. Most people can't stand such cold places, let alone appreciate the scenery. Su Yuan, come here quickly. Look. As he was envisioning a bright future, Nicoya, in the distance, held up a black object and waved it happily at him. The three women stood in the sea, letting the cold water wash over their calves, each holding a fist-sized black seashell. Look, these are the ice vine clams we ate when we were kids. Don't be fooled by their disgusting appearance. You can eat the meat inside once you pry open the shell. Try it. After saying that, she used the small knife tied to her thigh to pry open the vine shell and handed it to Su Yuan. Actually, Mao Yi wasn't craving the clam meat. She just wanted to share her most cherished childhood item with her favorite person. However, she was also worried that Su Yuan might be afraid of this ugly thing. Okay, I'll try it. Su Yuan rubbed her head and took the vine shell into his hands. What ugly things hasn't he eaten? In his past life, lobsters, crabs, spiders, and scorpions were all uglier than this ice vine clam. Even barnacles, which are somewhat similar to this ice vine clam, could be served on the dinner table in his past life. A flame ignited in his palm, cooking the clam meat through its shell, and the fresh seafood aroma, along with a hint of mint, filled his nostrils. Seeing the expectant looks in the three people's eyes, he tore off a piece and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, the minty taste was not a problem with his sense of smell. This vine shell actually had a minty flavor on its own. Delicious. Even after it's cooked, it still has a cool feeling to it. Right? In the past, when people were hungry, they would pick up those clams here. If they were lucky, they could even catch some fish that had washed ashore. Smiles finally appeared on the faces of the three. Red Fox looked at Cat Knight, who was gesturing wildly, and said with a grin, I wonder who was so scared by the ice vine shell that they almost cried back then. I wasn't crying. It's the fire that's burning my eyes. Really? Nicoya was actually scared to tears by such a tiny thing. Yes. Back then she said that even if she starved to death or drowned in the sea, she would never eat a bite. Then her mother cut off a small piece and lied to her that it was fish, and she ate it happily. The trio's banter made Mao Yi blush with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth as she pounced on them. Yeah, I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 259. Filling in the blanks next time is very simple. Achio. Inside the cave, Su Yuan held Mao Yi in his arms, soaking in a large wooden tub with heated stones underneath, eliminating the need for the troublesome task of boiling water as before. The daytime play caused all four of them to fall into the sea. When they returned, they were all soaked to the bone, each carrying a large pile of ice vine shells. I told you not to make a fuss anymore. Look, you've caught a cold. Su Yuan sat in the wooden tub holding Mao Yi. The little guy's body was a bit limp, his face was red, and he almost sneezed so hard that he sprayed snot out of his nose. Who told you to laugh at me? I was only a few years old back then, not even as tall as a baby. Of course I was afraid of these things. Cat Knight shook its head in dissatisfaction, splashing water everywhere. Fortunately, There were few people in the cave, only Red Fox and Lion on the other side, who were also soaking in the tub. Although the cave was a temporary dwelling, Su Yuan had clearly planned it out. The most spacious area was designated as a rest area, where everyone's animal skin blankets and clothes were placed. The smaller cave here is the living area, where people wash up, eat, and carry out their daily work and tasks. Alright, now that Maoya is a powerful warrior, of course she's not afraid of these things. Don't move, your ears are full of sand. Su Yuan comforted the kitten and turned its head towards him. The kitten's clothes and fur were still covered in fine black sand from playing on the beach earlier. Especially in those wet ears, you can pluck out quite a few grains from the soft, damp hair if you stick your fingers inside. Alright, then I forgive you. The comfortable sensation in her ears made her lean against Su Yuan, her other cheek and ear pressed against his chest. She closed her eyes slightly, feeling drowsy from the soothing ear therapy. The slight scraping sound seemed to rhythmically patter into her soul, and even the distant voices of Lion and Red Fox became faint. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a loud shout suddenly came to her ears. Hello, hello, please respond. Please respond. In an instant, the sound woke her up like a thunderclap. If Su Yuan hadn't held her tightly, she would have jumped out of the wooden tub in fright. Shoo, be quiet first. Su Yuan covered Mao Ye's mouth, then placed the sound-transmitting conch shell to her ear, speaking in a loud voice as if she wanted everyone around her to know she was on the phone. Stop howling, what do you want? The sea spirit magic contained in the conch shell was no longer particularly strong, so the two of them would not take the initiative to contact each other unless there was something very important. Well, I've already arrived at the desolate Snowfield. What are you planning to do? What's the situation on your end right now? AFI glanced at the crowded people in the distant cave and spoke into the phone without lowering her voice. We have gathered 3 tribes, a total of 200 people, including 120 warriors, 2 high-level awakened warriors, 13 awakened warriors, and 2 shamans leading them. Taking down that guy will definitely not be a problem. More than 130 warriors, plus over 60 support staff with their families. It seems Mu Guang takes this quite seriously. The number of these 3 tribes is almost equal to the entire population of the Star Tribe. Moreover, judging from what AFI said, other tribes will continue to gather, and this time they are probably determined to capture her. It seems things are about to get turbulent on this snowy plain. Su Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing that the enemy Mu Guang had been waiting for would probably arrive soon, which was why he planned to completely eliminate the hidden dangers in the rear. However, they still did not regard themselves as the strongest opponent, and even so, they were unwilling to come in person, but only send a few tribes under their control into the icy snowfield. Hey, what should we do next? Give me a suggestion. Keep them gathering together, gather as many as you can, then lead them to the right at sunset, and keep going forward until you reach a waterfall. Let them rest there for a while. I'll send someone to give you some things, and I'll contact you again later. 80 people against 140, the advantage is in my hands. During his time in the desolate snowfield, Su Yuan had been thinking about how to take down these tribes without losing a single soldier. After all, with the system and modern knowledge, he was afraid that he would only be able to achieve a Pyrrhic victory. That would be somewhat embarrassing. All right then, remember the conditions you promised me. Don't worry, I'll definitely give it to you then. But think it over. Mu Guang lost several hundred men, but you managed to return safely. She'll definitely become suspicious. Don't worry about this, I'll figure something out. All right, it's time to get up. If you soak any longer, your skin will get wrinkled. After explaining the situation, Su Yuan pinched the sleepy little face of Mao Yi. Because of the hot stones placed under the wooden tub, the water temperature remained constant. The hot steam made her a little dizzy, and coupled with the small battle she had just fought here, she was now so tired and weak that she slumped down in front of Su Yuan. Please pick me up, I'm so sleepy. You fell asleep at this hour? You're a night owl again, aren't you? Hurry up and get up to dry yourself off. Dinner will be ready soon. It's only 5 or 6 in the afternoon. If we let her sleep like this, she'll probably be full of energy and causing trouble in bed around 4 or 5 in the morning. To prevent such a terrible thing from happening again, Su Yuan directly lifted her out of the bucket by her arms. Lion and Red Fox had finished washing up. They watched as Cat Knight was lifted up by Su Yuan and slid back into the wooden tub like a puddle of liquid. After chuckling twice, they left the cave in a flash, crackling and popping. At night, bonfires rose by the lake. Cat Knight lay in Su Yuan's arms, her eyes half closed, her mouth occasionally chewing on the food that was fed to her. How was your day? Hu Si sat to the side, and his face lit up with joy when he heard the question. Not bad, especially with the help of these little guys. Commander Xian didn't even have to lift a finger, and we still managed to hunt a horned bull. Don't you all not know how to hunt? Now I know how. Hunting is so simple. The shaman always said it was very difficult, saying that it was hard to raise us, and that a piece of meat had to be divided into dozens of pieces. I bet she secretly ate it herself. Seeing Huanming's relaxed expression, Su Yuan looked at Husi with some curiosity and asked, "Is it as simple as they say? How did you hunt today?" "Actually, it's just that Huanming and the others coat the arrows with venom. As long as the prey that is hit by the arrows doesn't run more than a few steps, it will be completely knocked unconscious." At this point, Huanming happily took a bite of meat, then puffed out her cheeks proudly and said, "From now on, I'll be able to hunt too. All I have to do is smear venom on a stick and throw it." So this is what you meant by simple. Chapter 260. Takayaki arrives, just in time. No, it's so uncomfortable to cut it. No, it has to be cut off. But it won't look good if I cut it off. The first rays of morning sunlight shone on the snowfield. On the hillside not far away, the herd of yaks was awakened by two noisy voices. After glancing at the two people arguing, they went back to their hiding places. A leisurely life begins with the first bite of grass in the morning. Su Yuan brought up Mao Yi early in the morning. He had originally planned to have Mao Yi be the first to experience the new combat form last night, but he did not expect that her jade-like nails would be so sharp. He almost bleed in the middle of the night, so he was caught and brought to this hillside before dawn. "Be a good boy/girl, and I'll treat you to something delicious later, okay? You said it yourself, I want to eat that little black stone we ate last time." Black pebbles? Su Yuan immediately realized that this guy had eaten a lot of good food on weekdays, but he didn't expect that in the end he was still thinking about cat food. Okay, I promise, but you have to cut your nails shorter. You almost cut me yesterday. Who told you to do something so weird? Well then, we have an agreement. You can only cut a tiny bit. Just a little bit. Please sit down first." Su Yuan pulled Mao Yi to sit on a rock and immediately grabbed her calf to take off her boots. Her fair and tender little feet curled up in the cold wind. The fingernails on those fingers were very sharp, about 1 centimeter long, forming a sharp triangular shape. This was the guy who almost injured himself last night. "Don't be nervous. It's not like we pulled out your toenails. Stick your foot out." Su Yuan grabbed Mao Ye's paw and began trimming the nails with the nail clippers he had exchanged, his serious expression resembling that of a gardener pruning greenery. Click! The crisp sound made Mao Yi close his eyes tightly in tension. With his eyes clenched so tightly, it was impossible to make a move. So he simply squeezed through the gap and used his fingers to pull her toes out again. "Okay, this bag of food will be your breakfast." Seeing the kitten trembling, Su Yuan tossed it a bag of cat food. The animal skin wrapping wasn't very secure, and the aroma immediately filled her nose. With the lure of food, he was finally able to start working, and his long and used nails gradually became smooth and even under his trimming. The thorns on the rose have been removed, leaving only its beauty and elegance. "Su Yuan, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for ages." Just as he was about to switch feet, he heard Red Fox's call from behind. Stepping forward and seeing the two of them, he asked curiously, "What's going on here?" "I'm trimming her nails. She almost scratched me while she was sleeping yesterday." "What do you mean, asleep?" "I'm definitely not asleep." "Wah." Su Yuan immediately covered her mouth and looked at the Red Fox who had sat down next to him, asking curiously, "Do you have something urgent to tell me?" Red Fox didn't answer immediately. Instead, she grabbed Cat Knight's foot, looked at it, and then patted it, saying, "It should have been trimmed a long time ago. Every time I trim her nails, I run away faster than anyone else. Because it hurts so much when lion cuts with the bone knife." Cat Knight protested, prying Su Yuan's hand away. Trimming nails is not particularly unusual in primitive tribes. Based on my observations, besides Nicoya having long nails, the transformed Panyu and the newly joined Huanming also have quite long nails, while He Yang and Shuiro's nails are much neater. After all, a sharp edge is very easy to puncture the animal hide boots, leaving a large hole. Making boots from a freshly skinned animal hide is not an easy task. Hailing and the others contacted me earlier, saying they were on their way here, but their voices suddenly disappeared before they could finish speaking. Could something have happened again? Su Yuan frowned. The ocean was more dangerous than he had imagined. Red Fox, Red Fox. Fortunately, at this moment, the conch shell hanging on the Red Fox's chest suddenly rang again, and the familiar voice belonged to Hai Ling. "All right, I've finished cutting your hair. Go play now." Su Yuan immediately fixed the last toe, released Mao Ye's foot, and stood up. The conch shell sounded somewhat flustered, probably just as he had thought. What danger have Hailing and the others encountered this time? In the deep sea, Hai Ling led her people in a desperate escape, while a giant shadow behind them was entangled around a crystal ball that emitted a red glow. Under the pressure of its body, the crystal ball shattered instantly, and a bright, scorching light instantly formed a circle that enveloped it. Run? We're no match for that monster. Among the crowd swimming desperately, Hayao was holding a girl with bright red hair in her arms. However, the girl's eyes were closed, and she was unconscious, clinging tightly to Hayao. Mom, that guy was attracted by the red light. He shouldn't be chasing after us, right? Hayao, holding the red-haired girl, turned around and glanced back. The enormous creature was still waving its tentacles, as if trying to devour all the red light into its body. But when they discovered that there was nothing in the red light, their small eyes immediately locked onto Hai Ling and the others who were fleeing rapidly in the distance. No, it's not chasing the red light. It's chasing the little one in your arms. Hayao, you lead everyone to continue swimming forward. I need to notify Chief Su Yuan to help us get ashore. Hailing changed positions, letting her daughter lead the way, while she herself moved to the back and took the conch shell out of her bosom. Red fox, red fox. As she was contacting the red fox, a dark shadow loomed overhead, its eyes, larger than her head, fixed on them. Upon spotting the red-haired girl in Hayao's arms, the massive body crashed down on them like a collapsing mountain. A giant octopus? Just how big is that thing? About twice the size of a giant octopus. Su Yuan accepted the conch shell with a shocked expression. Hai Ling's voice on the other end of the line was no longer as panicked as before, and she was still telling him about the enormous creature. A giant octopus nearly 10 meters long. Wow, this size is probably even more terrifying than the shadow falcon back then, right? Red fox, start a fire. Ugh, call 30 people to come with me to the beach to support Hai Ling and the others. Oh, and call Fox Thoughts and Red Frost too. Great risks often come with great rewards. Su Yuan didn't care at all that Hai Ling and the others had attracted another monster, and a very delicious one at that. You should know that in the month he traveled from the icy snowfields to here, he didn't even get a single rare item, only a few thousand or tens of thousands of cold points in his account every day. It seems that the previous journeys have unlocked everything that could be unlocked, and the large group of hundreds of people along the way has kept some highly intelligent monsters away. Now that such a giant octopus has arrived, not only has the food problem been solved, but it might also provide him with some rare items. It couldn't have come at the perfect time. Chapter 261. No, I was just saying it casually, and you actually mastered it? On the shore, Su Yuan was communicating with the sea spirit while holding a conch shell. They were still desperately trying to escape, and the octopus monster behind them showed no sign of giving up. According to their guess, the reason is very likely related to the red-haired little girl that Hayao is holding. However, Su Yuan did not let them abandon the little girl. His original intention was to hunt the giant octopus. As long as it was not a matter of life and death, he would try his best to lead everyone to the sea. They're here. They're here. In the distance, as the waves crashed, figures emerged from the water. Su Yuan immediately led his men toward the sea, ignoring the cold seawater soaking his boots, gripping his weapon tightly, and gazing intently at the gloomy sea. Hoo-ha-hoo-ha. Su Yuan arrived at Hai Yao's side, and the little mermaid immediately transformed into legs. Her face was somewhat pale, and she was kneeling on the beach, breathing heavily. Huh, Su Yuan, I can't swim anymore. I've swum so much that even my tail is exhausted. That guy is really persistent. Just now I almost died. Don't stay here any longer. Give me the person, and let's hide in the back. He pulled Hayao up, took the red-haired girl from his arms, and then helped Hayao leave the beach. Puff. Careful. On the sea's surface, a giant tentacle burst forth from the water and lashed out at Su Yuan without pausing. The tentacles slammed onto the shore, the terrifying force stirring up a storm of seawater and mud. Su Yuan rolled around to the side, holding two people in his arms, his face and body covered in mud. Pa, pa, pa. Fireball. An orange-red fireball shot out instantly, burning a patch of charred black color onto the tentacles that had not yet retracted. Gah! The seawater suddenly surged, and the beast girls who were carrying the mermaid and fleeing towards the shore almost fell into the water. In the distance, the red frost spider silk stuck to them and struggled to drag them over. Lion and her companions also began their operation. Before the tentacles could retract, they used the wind to slash at the tentacles with their long swords, instantly creating a half-meter deep gash. What a fat octopus! Hayao, take her and run a little further away. Su Yuan stood up, preparing to hand the girl over to Hayao, but halfway through, he He found himself tightly wrapped around the waist by red tentacles, while powerful suction cups were firmly gripping his body. Holy crap, so you were holding an octopus girl? Su Yuan had initially thought that the bright red color was her clothes, but it turned out to be her tentacles. He quickly looked down to examine them closely. Those long legs hung down to the ground as if boneless, with two tentacles wrapped around them like two red ribbons adorning them. Tentacles encircled his waist, like a long red dress. Only this dress was now full of life, billowing high and wrapped around his waist. He'd already seen spider girls, so octopus girls weren't anything particularly unusual. He just didn't understand why that giant octopus was so persistent in chasing this octopus girl. Could this be its child? Okay, this conjecture is a bit too far-fetched. If beast girls were really born from magical beasts, wouldn't this world be in chaos? Besides, the beast girls in this world are called the God-given race. Hayao, you should step back onto the shore first. I'll hold this one for now. After several attempts, he was unable to pry open the tentacles, and he couldn't cut them off either, so he could only hold onto the octopus girl and retreat towards the shore. In the ocean, the enormous head also surfaced, its eyes searching around. After locking onto the bright red figure in Su Yuan's arms, it immediately extended a tentacle and slammed it down. However, another tentacle also extended out, its target the red fox that was casting witchcraft on the other side. Watch out. Dark shield. The tentacle slammed into the black shield in front of the red fox. The red fox reacted and turned the giant fire python that was aiming at Su Yuan towards the tentacle in front of it. Fire serpent coils. The giant serpent made of flames coiled around the tentacle. Due to its enormous size, no matter how much the creature thrashed about, it couldn't shake off the fire serpent. It wasn't until its entire tentacle was roasted and smelled charred that it exhausted all its fire element. The red fox below finally breathed a sigh of relief when it saw everyone retreat back to the shore. Thanks. The black sheep beside him smiled gently, said nothing, and looked once again at the giant octopus that had landed on the shore, its enormous body slowly moving toward the land. Frosty Crimson Emblem, a mid-tier fourth-order magical beast, enormous in size, extremely hostile to its own kind. Its tentacles can easily crush other magical beasts of the same tier. It can condense frost mist in its mouth and spit out ice balls. Its flight trajectory is unstable, usually used to intimidate and control enemies, and it will regard red creatures as its own kind that must be killed. Su Yuan stood far away on the shore reading the introduction, but for a long time, he wasn't interested in the octopus girl in his arms, but rather in the red color on her body. He had thought this little girl was some kind of mysterious figure, the only child of a reclusive clan, and that after he saved her, the entire clan would come to repay him. Ahem, wrong story. In this primitive society, there are no reclusive clans. If I continue to stay in the icy wilderness, I'll soon become a reclusive clan myself. I guess this little octopus girl is one of the unlucky ones who ended up here while fleeing from some tribe. Fox Spirit, find a way to blind her. Lion, Xian Ku, you two chop off its protruding tentacles. Tiger Hunter, lead the rest of you and retreat. It's just a mid-level 4th tier giant octopus. The ice-tooth shark, which was at the peak of the 4th tier, was already killed, so this giant octopus naturally didn't pose much of a threat. Clear. I see. With Su Yuan's command, the group was no longer a chaotic mess fighting their own battles. Tiger Hunter led everyone back to the muddy ground, each of them holding a mermaid in their arms. Hayao and Hailing did not retreat here, but instead came to the witchcraft camp next to the red fox. The witchcraft tokens in their hands emitted a blue light, and the surrounding seawater instantly turned into 2 sea tornadoes. Gah! A sharp cry rang out again. The giant octopus glared angrily at the 2 people rushing forward. Several tentacles thrashed wildly, and amidst the flying sand and stones, 2 arrows shot from afar. Double arrow. Su Yuan was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected that his boast would actually be mastered by Husi. She had come to see Su Yuan before, feeling that she had reached the limit of her archery skills, and that her arrows could hit the target almost 100% of the way within range. Nowadays, excessive practice, whether on stationary or moving targets, seems to have lost much of its meaning. Therefore, Su Yuan proposed the multiple arrow technique and the 9-star linked arrow technique. The former involves shooting several arrows at once, ensuring that each one hits the target. The latter treats the bow and arrow like a gun, firing a continuous series of shots, but always hitting the same spot. These moves were rarely seen in his previous life. Su Yuan had only seen them in novels and movies and had only mentioned them to Husi. He never expected that she would actually master them. It feels like a trick you casually mentioned has been mastered by someone else and turned into an unparalleled skill. Chapter 262 Octopus Girl Spawns from Coral Crevice. The arrow pierced the giant octopus's eye when it was completely unprepared, and bluish-green blood gushed from the wound, causing its tentacles, which had been slapping the lions, to become disordered. The ink it spewed from its mouth turned the seawater beneath it black. The two dodged the ink and, in a flash, landed on the octopus's body, crackling and popping. Instead of the long spear he usually used, Xin-Ku wielded a large cleaver. He raised the cleaver high and chopped down at the giant octopus's head. The smell of burning flesh wafted from the wound, and a huge tentacle slammed back from behind. The intense pain in its body and the blindness in its eyes made it particularly irritable, and the tentacles on Xin-Ku's back pressed down on her completely. The two were locked in a stalemate, with the terrifying force slamming Xin-Ku onto the sand. With the long sword in his hand pressed against his head, the octopus's blade carved deeper into its tentacle with each thrust. "Sever its tentacles first," Su Yuan shouted, and his staff released a fire serpent that coiled around the octopus's tentacles. This time, the charred tentacles didn't even have time to dodge before they were instantly cut in two. The nearly 6-meter-long tentacle crashed onto the beach like a towering tree. Xin-Ku, who was pinned beneath it, raised her fist at Su Yuan and continued running towards the other tentacle. The giant octopus, now without sight, could still use its senses and sounds to locate the approaching figure, but as the number of tentacles dwindled, pain and panic quickly overwhelmed it. The remaining tentacles wriggled, trying to reach the sea, but countless arrows rained down on it from afar, leaving numerous wounds from which blood flowed. Thump! Finally, the giant octopus, now only a head, lost its ability to move and collapsed helplessly on the beach. A long knife slashed through its body, bringing the beach to a standstill. "Oh, we've won again." Cheers erupted again. The battle seemed to have given everyone a sense of reassurance, sweeping away their worries and fears about returning to the desolate Snowfield. "Finally, we can improve our meals. Octopus legs that are thicker than trees. You can't even buy them in the system shop." Su Yuan was somewhat delighted and was about to step forward to inspect his spoils of war when he almost tripped over them. The little creature tightly hugged him in front of him, its tentacles already enveloping his legs, its lotus root-like arms holding him tightly, its furrowed brows suggesting it was dreaming of something frightening. "This thing sucks really tight." He tugged at the tentacle on his leg, but the suction cups were firmly attached, and he couldn't pull it off unless he used all his strength to tear the tentacle off. "Never mind, let's leave it at that for now." After several unsuccessful attempts, Su Yuan had no choice but to carry the girl slowly to the beach. The abundant harvest prompted everyone to take action, and the tentacles were dismantled and carried back to the tribe. First, there was the rare item. The thick tentacles didn't trigger any notification sound, but he heard it when he placed his palm on the octopus's head. Trading special commodities. The rare item is a tiny blue ice crystal, about the size of a grain of rice, located in the center of the giant octopus's head. Its effect is the same as the fiery warm stone in the system shop. It can release a cold mist that freezes the surrounding water. This effect isn't even as strong as the frost mist spore bullets from the system's own shop. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Takoyaki, 1,000 points. Note, restores a large amount of magic power after consumption. This feels so familiar. Su Yuan flipped through the previous pages and quickly saw the finger-licking good chapter, which he had unlocked a long time ago. It was the food that could restore a lot of stamina for 1,000 points. Are all the nicknames for your octopus family members this concise and clear? Although there was only one food item to restore mana, Su Yuan was in a good mood. You see, before this, the system shop didn't have any items that restored mana. Su Yuan, who is this little guy? The red fox and his companions approached Su Yuan, looking at the red-haired girl clinging to him with curiosity. "This is the person we picked up earlier, Red Fox Witch. You have no idea how miserable we were. That big guy shattered the protective sphere Su Yuan gave us and tried to crush us into meat patties. Is it fish cake?" Su Yuan said with amusement, looking at the gills twitching on her cheeks as she panted. "Oh dear, meat patties and fish patties are all pretty much the same. Luckily, I learned the witchcraft my mother taught me, which allowed me to get rid of that big monster." "You know witchcraft?" The red fox was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't been able to teach Haiyao witchcraft before because of the different elements, but she hadn't expected that Haiyao would have already mastered her first witchcraft after only a short time apart. "Of course, but I only know one. The magic my mother taught me can speed up the flow of water, which is how we escaped the pursuit of that big monster." I'm so angry. Thinking back to the scene where her life hung by a thread, Hai Yao pouted angrily and kicked the head of the giant octopus next to her with her bare feet. Long time no see. Thank you for saving our lives again. Hai Ling also came to her side with a smile on her face. She first thanked everyone and then looked at the girl in Su Yuan's arms. This child, it can't be taken off. Su Yuan tugged, but the suction cup locked onto him, and he helplessly shrugged. By the way, where did you find this little guy? In a coral crevice. When we arrived, the giant octopus was still trying to pull her out with its tentacles, but when it saw us, it immediately rushed towards us. When I got scared, I was about to throw the guardian ball you gave me and smash it, but the ball floated up halfway through the throw, and the giant octopus saw the guardian ball and ran after it. Why don't you just smash it with the weapon you have? Seeing Hai Yao's adorable blank expression, Su Yuan swallowed his complaints and continued listening. Then, I thought that we were all divinely ordained people, so I rescued her while the giant octopus was playing with the ball. After the ball was broken, the giant octopus continued to chase us. This little guy is really lucky. It's amazing that a subordinate of the 4th-tier magical beast giant octopus has been able to sleep so peacefully until now, and is completely unharmed. But how did an octopus girl suddenly appear in the coral crevice? Sigh, let's wait until she wakes up before asking her. Hailing, there's a lake in our new camp. Why don't you go there and rest for a while? This? Hai Ling hesitated, not because she didn't trust Su Yuan, but because the repeated troubles she had caused made her feel guilty. She had brought these people here, and they had either gone hungry or been hunted down. Several times when they encountered danger, Su Yuan led people to rescue them, and all she could do was find some small trinkets scattered around the seabed for him. All right, stop hesitating. Anyway, that place is quite big. While you're teaching Hai Yao witchcraft, let's be neighbors. And look, it's already too late. Cat Knight suddenly appeared out of nowhere, pointed at the mermaids being carried away in the distance, and a smug smile appeared on her face. All right then. By the way, Chief Su Yuan, these are a few treasures I've collected over this period of time. Consider them a token of my gratitude. Hai Ling pulled a small package wrapped in black seaweed from her chest. It wasn't particularly large, only about the size of a fist, and the aura emanating from it was clearly visible. She called the large clamshell that was brought over before, as well as the things that were delivered last time, decorations and trinkets, while she called this black package a treasure. The ocean is full of treasures. When will I be able to unlock an underwater breathing apparatus with unlimited time? Su Yuan was somewhat envious, but he didn't refuse and directly accepted the black package. Then I'll take it. When we leave, I'll give you some things for self-defense. All right, let's stop chatting here and carry this giant octopus back. It wants to eat me, and I'm going to eat my fill today. On the beach, several figures jostled each other as they walked towards the shore, their laughter fading into the distance with the sound of waves crashing against the sand. Let's open a restaurant after Chapter 263. At dusk, the star camp was filled with lively noise. The giant octopus carcass had been cleaned up, several large tentacles were placed in the cave, and the large head had been divided into several small parts. Hailing temporarily led her people to live in the lake below the cave. Although this new environment was not as vast as the ocean, they only found some skeletons at the bottom of the lake. There were no ferocious beasts in the lake, and a group of calm fish glanced at them and then ignored them. Su Yuanwu, come and try my new research on food. The area around the campfire was bustling with activity, as the beast girls sat together, and the octopus meat grilling on the rack emitted an enticing aroma. Since the mermaids couldn't come ashore, several campfires were lit by the lake, so they could enjoy delicious food simply by getting close to the lake. Shui Rou then brought over a bowl of dark porridge. Shui Rou, is this sesame paste? Wait a minute, I don't remember trading sesame paste in the system shop. So where did I get sesame paste in this snowy weather? Sesame paste? This is a broth I made with octopus and fish meat. After cooking it, I drizzled some octopus sauce on top. Come and try it. How does it taste? What kind of divine method is this? Su Yuan swallowed hard, looking at the bowl of dark mush with a sense of foreboding. The expectant look in the girl's eyes made him pick up the bowl with some difficulty. The steam turned into wisps of smoke that floated in the air. It wasn't bad. It just had a strong seafood smell. Plop. Su Yuan, Hey, Black Sheep, you've come at the perfect time. Come and try the new dishes Shui Rou made. The savior appeared behind him. Su Yuan was still holding the red-haired octopus girl. He turned around with difficulty and grabbed the black sheep's leg. His bluish fingers showed how determined he was not to let the black sheep leave. Shui Rou's new dishes. It should be said that bowl of black porridge. Black Sheep seemed to have thought of something. An knowing smile appeared on his lips. Seeing that he couldn't leave, he had no choice but to sit down next to Su Yuan. He took the bowl of dark porridge from Su Yuan, stirred it, and said with a light-hearted laugh, "Actually, Shuero has a real talent for cooking. Back when the tribe was starving, Tiger Hunter and his warriors went for half a month without getting any food. At that time, another member of the tribe had a baby. Under difficult circumstances, she led people to other tribes to collect the snow thorn vines that they didn't want. She dried the bitter vines she brought back, then soaked them in water, and dried them repeatedly until the bitterness was removed. So we survived for more than a month on those vines that others didn't want." When recounting this experience, Shuero's expression was somewhat nostalgic. She had spent quite some time researching how to get everyone to eat it. I didn't expect Shuero to be so smart. It seems I underestimated this bowl of octopus ink black goo. Just as Su Yuan was praising it, Black Sheep continued with a laugh. "Yes, even when we had food later, she still liked to make this. Last time, the entrails paste I made almost made Pan Yu faint. You praised me too early." The dark paste in the bowl had cooled down enough. Black Sheep gently scooped up a spoonful and put it in her mouth. The two people next to her were a little nervous until she moved her cheeks and swallowed the paste. "It tastes pretty good, why don't you try it?" Since that's what they've said, Su Yuan watched as the Black Sheep scooped up another spoonful and placed it in front of him, so he opened his mouth as well. The nausea I had imagined didn't come. The paste had a seafood flavor, accompanied by a salty taste and a grainy texture that moved around in my mouth, much like the crab roe sauce I ate in my past life. How is it? How is it?" Shuero's gentle face rarely showed a childlike look of anticipation. After swallowing the octopus sauce, Su Yuan nodded affirmatively and said, "The taste is not bad. It would be even better if spread on grilled meat. It would be even better if it could be poured over noodles, but unfortunately, the tribe doesn't even have rice or wheat. At most, we can exchange some from the system store to try it out." "Thank you, Wu. I'll try it later." "Does Shuero really enjoy researching food?" Su Yuan asked with interest, noticing her delighted expression. "Yes, hunger is not a pleasant feeling. I have endured hunger many times. After the Black Sheep, which was controlled, I led my people to collect some green moss to eat. But the taste is extremely bitter. Every time, I think about how to make it taste better so that the children can swallow it and not starve to death." "I'm sorry, Shuero, it's all my fault." Hae-young looked somewhat remorseful. The mistake she made had always been a thorn in her side. Shuero shook her head, her tone somewhat sentimental. "It's all right. I was lucky enough to figure it out back then. We survived by relying on the green moss in the mountain crevices until we were captured by Xian Ku Wu. So I think that as long as we can research more ways to cook food, we can give our people a greater chance to survive. So that's how it is. Back then, when they so resolutely led their people to join them, they must have been at their wits' end. Then when we build a city in the future, you can open a restaurant. A restaurant. It's dedicated to making all sorts of delicious food for everyone to enjoy. You'll find out later. As the tribe grows larger and larger in the future, the tribal system will eventually be phased out. Some people will farm, some will hunt, some will defend their homes, and some will open shops and run businesses. Although it is cruel, the transition from the sharing era of primitive society to the transaction era of monetary economy is an inevitable result of social development. And even if he has a system mall, he is powerless to change it. After all, the fact that these tribes had already begun trading goods with each other was a clue. Even without his appearance, it wouldn't be long before the first currency of this alien world was developed. It could be some kind of beautiful seashell, or it could be some kind of rare crystal. All right then, I'll go make a few more for everyone to try. Shuero was no longer curious. She picked up the ceramic bowls that Su Yuan and Hae-young had left over and ran back in a flash. Her passion for making food was even stronger than that for soldiers' training. By the way, Su Yuan. After Shuero left, Hae-young remembered what he had wanted to say earlier. Now that I've come to the desolate Snowfield, I'd like to have the opportunity to go back to the cave where I used to live and see if the things I hid there are still there. When she saw Hailing present those treasures to Su Yuan today, she remembered that she had also collected some before. Some were used to make witch wands, and some were used to help her people awaken. However, after being controlled, they didn't know where the things they had collected were still hidden. The cave from before? Let Tiger Hunter go back and look for it after we deal with those tribes that are coming in a few days. Sniff. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out. The two glanced at each other, and Su Yuan saw that the Black Sheep was looking at his chest, so he lowered his head. In his arms, the red-haired girl opened her eyes. Her bright blue eyes contrasted sharply with her red attire. She greeted him when she saw the gaze fixed on her. Hello. Chapter 264 Innovation Half Finished, 2 Failures. Little one, what's your name? Which tribe are you from? After seeing that the octopus girl had woken up, Black Sheep and Su Yuan also turned their attention to her. But the little octopus girl seemed confused by Black Sheep's questions. I don't remember either. I only remember that my name is Bea. A girl with amnesia? According to the novel's plot, her identity must be extraordinary. Su Yuan cupped Bea's face in his hands, looked her neck from side to side, and then pried open her mouth with his fingers. There were no engraved inscriptions on her pink little tongue. The naked body was covered only by a piece of seaweed less than 5 or 6 centimeters wide. Except for the area under the tentacles, the rest of the body had been examined. So where did this amnesia come from? Could it be related to the secrets of the world? Or perhaps it's the divine artifact that Mu Guang is pursuing. That body must contain traces of a seal. Suddenly, a cold wind blew Bea's hair, revealing the still healing wound on her forehead. So it was just a head injury? I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? The octopus girl didn't seem to care about Su Yuan's rude behavior. She rubbed her belly, which was so flat from hunger that you could see her ribs. Yes, I do, but can you let me go? Being wrapped up for so long, although the wet and slippery feeling was quite comfortable, my lower body was almost numb from being wrapped up for so long. So he pointed to Bea's tentacles and said, I'm so sorry. A red-haired girl appeared by the campfire, currently enjoying a piece of venison. Today was supposed to be an octopus feast, but Bea feels unwell after eating octopus, so they can only use the venison that Tiger Hunter and his team hunted not long ago. After only a few minutes of roasting, Bea, who was sitting anxiously waiting to the side, couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her eyes fixed intently on the roasted venison. Is it ready yet? I think it's ready to eat. No, this meat isn't cooked through. We can't eat raw food once we're on land. Su Yuan pushed her head away from the campfire. If she moved any closer, her fiery red hair would really catch fire. Bea, may I take a look at your tentacles? This one? You can take a look. Bea nonchalantly placed the skirt-like tentacles into Su Yuan's arms. It was these things that sucked marks onto his body. Like cupping therapy, once a city is built, Bea will definitely be able to open a cupping shop to improve circulation. Don't you feel these tentacles? Su Yuan was a little curious and gently scratched the pinkish-white suction cup with his finger. Of course I can feel it. This is my body, not clothes or anything. And could you please stop tickling me? Bea's face was slightly flushed, and her tentacles slapped Su Yuan as if startled. The texture was somewhat different from that of the giant octopus. It wasn't as thick as the giant octopus's tentacles. Instead, it was as slender and long as her legs, with the tips comparable to the spider hairs of Red Frost and the others. Wait, could this be an ocean version of the 8 spider lances? Holding the tentacle in your hand, you can feel its soft and slightly warm texture. Gently placing it to your nose, you can smell the salty and pungent aroma of seawater mixed with the subtle fragrance of aquatic plants. After playing for a while, the venison was almost cooked. Su Yuan put down her tentacles, went to the campfire, and took the venison out of the fire. After sprinkling some salt, the authentic roasted venison is now ready. Be careful, it's hot. By this time, Bea couldn't wait any longer. After taking the roast meat, she symbolically blew on it, and then tore off a big bite. It's so hot. Wow, food on land is so delicious. I used to find fish so hard to eat, with my mouth full of scales and bones, and I could easily get them stuck in my throat. It seems you and Hai Yao have a good understanding. Su Yuan glanced at Hai Yao, who was enthusiastically gnawing on a large tentacle on the other side, while he ate and spread Shui Ro's special paste on the meat. Fish are plentiful in the ocean, and starving mermaids will choose to eat them, but the disgust they feel is not as severe as that of other types of beast girls. However, Hai Yao found it quite novel, and while she couldn't accept the nausea, the most important thing was that there were too many fish bones stuck in her throat. Hai Yao, it's that mermaid behind you. You were targeted by a giant octopus. If she hadn't saved you, you would probably have been digested by that giant octopus by now. A giant octopus? Hiss, I think I remember now. I was escaping in the ocean with my companions, and after we encountered the giant octopus, I stayed behind. Then what? I don't remember. I have to go thank my benefactor properly now. Bea swallowed the venison in a few bites, wiped her mouth with her tentacles, and immediately ran over. My benefactor. At night, the sky is full of stars that illuminate this land. The surrounding environment is not as desolate as the icy snowfield. Occasionally, sparse calls can be heard from the woods. Shall we continue tonight? Of course, keep your voice down, don't wake everyone up. Last night's innovation failed halfway through, and Su Yuan, unwilling to give up easily, trimmed Mao Ye's nails perfectly this time, making them shine like pearls under the starlight. The two quietly climbed the spiderweb ladder. Not far away, A herd of yaks slept soundly, with Deshuang guarding them, several cubs lying in her arms. Where are we going? Seaside. Unbeknownst to the two, as they climbed to the top, several small bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, and a head emerged from one of them, its eyes shining as it looked upwards. Could they have secretly gone to steal some good food? Haiyao looked down and patted her belly. She had eaten too much in the evening, and her belly was still sticking out. She couldn't digest it properly at night and couldn't fall asleep. However, the thought of the food Su Yuan made brought tears to her eyes again. No, I have to go check. I'll swim around in the sea a couple of times later to make some room in my stomach. The fishtail transformed into legs, and Haiyao climbed the ladder to the top. In the distance, only two figures could be seen on the rocks by the sea. Before they start making it, I'll sneak over and give them a surprise. They're sneaking food without me. Having made up her mind, Haiyao quietly crept over to another spot on the beach, transformed into a fish tail, and then slowly swam up behind Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I'm a little tired. Soon, almost. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, a dark figure darted out from behind him. Mao Ye's previously scattered attention instantly focused, and just as he was about to make a move, he heard Haiyao's cheerful laughter. Haha, did you scare you? Why didn't you take me with you when you were sneaking food? I still have room for a little more. No way, not again. Su Yuan felt like he was going to vomit blood. His innovation had failed twice before it was even halfway done. We absolutely have to teach this little mermaid a lesson today. Let's go. I remember we can find a lot of shellfish on the shore. We can Haiyao, turn back into a fishtail first. Chapter 265. If I stay up all night again, I'm a dog. Haiyao, what's wrong with you? In the early morning, Hailing saw her daughter limping back home, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Haiyao, who usually loves to sleep in, disappeared early in the morning. If we weren't in Su Yuan's tribe, she would probably be frantically searching for her. It's nothing. I just ate too much last night, so I'm going to digest it this morning. For some reason, recalling the past made Haiyao feel a tingling sensation in her heart, as if a small insect was crawling on her. However, the soreness in her body made it impossible for her to continue, so she quietly slipped back while Su Yuan and the other man were tidying up. I knew it. You need to eat in moderation. I've never let you go hungry. But Su Yuan and the others' grilled meat tastes better. The two then turned their attention to food. After arriving at the lake, Haiyao transformed into a fish tail. She hadn't slept all night, and although she was full, she was a little sleepy. Why is everything so strange today? Hailing frowned. The azure sky was reflected in the lake, and a white streak slowly spread across the surface with the ripples. Unable to figure out her daughter's situation, she stopped thinking about it. The Star Tribe had already begun their daily work at dawn, and as someone who had been taken in there, she naturally wouldn't continue to laze around in the water. Achio. At the beach, Su Yuan sneezed. A battle had lasted all night, and now his eyes were tired and sleepy, but the sea breeze reminded him that he couldn't rest here. Holy crap, I almost fell asleep here yesterday. The two completely new experiences kept him up all night. Haiyao was used to the coolness of the seawater and had gone home this morning after sleeping for a while last night. He was busy dressing the fluid cat right now. Her body, supple and boneless, was completely at her mercy. If it weren't for her heaving chest and the smacking of her lips in her sleep, one would have thought that the night had passed. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to try one experience at a time. You can't do this again next time. He patted his cheeks, mustered his strength, and carried Maoya back to the tribe. The tribe's people were already preparing breakfast. Su Yuan, Su Yuanwu. Several little beast girls happily ran over and hugged Su Yuan tightly, wanting to share the grilled octopus meat they had prepared with him. Okay, you guys take your time eating. I'm not hungry right now. I'm just a little sleepy. Red Fox, I'm going to take a nap. You and Black Sheep can handle anything. Don't rush into action until we hear from AFI. The tribe's current task is to wait for AFI to gather all the tribes together so that he can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Okay, I understand. But are you all right? What happened last night? Red Fox looked at Su Yuan's mental state with some concern, wondering why he was in such a state overnight. It's nothing. I just stayed up a little late. He glanced at the cat in his arms, and the Red Fox looked over as well. He instantly understood what was going on and couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you like this too? Although it's very comfortable, you should know how to restrain yourself. Hee, it's because a certain little mermaid came to bother me late at night, so it took up a little time. Red Fox rolled its eyes, but still stepped forward and placed its hands on Su Yuan's temples, whereupon a green light slowly emanated. Give him to me, and you can go and get some rest. Oh, right, give this back to White Rabbit and put it in my backpack. Remember, No one else can touch it or eat it. The sleeping snow pills can only be redeemed in limited quantities each day, but he had already prepared his plan when he left the icy and snowy land, and the redeemed pills had already filled a backpack. After handing the person over to Red Fox, Su Yuan kissed her affectionately on the lips, then went into the cave, found a spot, and lay down. Ugh, witch, you're pressing down on my tail. There was another figure in the bed. Su Yuan touched the ear and pinched the little face, and immediately recognized it. Yue, why aren't you going to eat? I haven't had enough sleep yet. Let me get enough sleep first, and then eat my fill. Then quickly lie down and continue sleeping. Xiao Yue was startled awake by Su Yuan pressing down on her tail, but before she could say anything, her eyelids started to droop again. Su Yuan didn't disturb her any further and lay down with the little figure in his arms. If I stay up all night again, I'll be a dog. AFI, everyone's here. Can we set off now? Elsewhere, a crowd had gathered around a cave, all dressed in very tattered and simple clothes, their exposed skin covered in scars and frostbite. He held various weapons tightly in his hands, most of which were already full of holes, but he still did not throw them away. Is everyone here? AFI stood on tiptoe and looked over. There were 6 tribes, totaling about 500 people. This number was more than enough to defeat Su Yuan, let alone wipe out his tribe. She was also a little worried, as the number exceeded her estimate, but thinking of Su Yuan's words, she could only grit her teeth and say, then let's set off. We need to find a place to rest before dark to prepare. The beast girl in front of him frowned and said impatiently, why bother with preparations? Let's just set off. Set off directly? There are over 500 people here. Are you sure the food we brought can sustain over 500 people to walk into the icy snowfield? AFI had no pleasantries for these brainwashed guys. All she wanted to do was complete Su Yuan's mission as soon as possible, get the items, and go back to save Xuelu. If we speed things up, 10 days should be enough. But what if 10 days isn't enough? How can you be sure that 10 days is enough, and that you won't need to eat when you get back? You want to die, but I don't want to die. The beast girl leader clenched her fists, but a mature woman with antlers stepped forward with a cold expression, raised her arm slightly, and blocked her way with her staff. That's enough. The shaman of the bathing light has given instructions that AFI will be in charge of leading this trip. But we can't waste too much time. You've brought all the warriors out. What will the tribe rely on to hunt? There's still food in the tribe, enough for more than 20 days. Stop talking nonsense, and let's go. It was like this again. AFI stared at the antler-clad woman, and for a moment, she seemed to see Xuelu's figure. Fortunately, that small figure was not so resolute. Go on. Don't worry. We'll be back soon, and your people will be all right. AFI approached the commander. Since they were all the same kind of people, her tone was no longer as impatient as before. She patted the commander's shoulder and comforted her. If Su Yuan's plan succeeds, they will indeed be able to return soon. As for whether they will be brought back tied up or hung up, that remains to be seen. Anyway, it won't be her problem then. Chapter 266. Be obedient. Let me see. Crackling and popping. Splash. The sounds of the waterfall and the burning campfire by the lake mingled together as dusk fell. Led by AFI, the group arrived at the place where Shui Gugu had once lived. Let's do it here. There's water here, and we can catch fish down here. AFI looked around the place. It looked very much like what Su Yuan had described. It seemed this was the place. Next, she should think of a way to contact Su Yuan. All right, let's rest here for the night. Rinshi, take some men to the lake and see if we can catch some fish. Nightgrass, you go too. Although the shamans all obeyed Mu Guang, they didn't have much affection for each other, and each sent their own people to catch fish in the lake. Then you guys hold on to them for now. I'll go check if there are any wild fruits or anything nearby. It was time to find an excuse to leave, so AFI made a pretext and ran into the woods. She went straight to a tree with a few green fruits hanging on it, and then pretended to take out the conch shell. Hello, hello, hello. Su Yuan, can you hear me? Where are you? The bed felt as warm as a small stove. Su Yuan dreamed again of the sumptuous meal he had eaten the night before. The food was fresh and delicious. But in this blissful moment, several angry voices startled him awake. Yue, the little one in my arms hadn't left yet. There were still drool marks on his face, and his eyes were brimming with tears as he looked at him. I'm so hungry. Everyone's almost finished dinner. Then why didn't you go to eat? You're pinning me down. I don't want to wake you. Had he been sleeping with Yue in his arms all day? Seeing her hungry and tearful expression, he quickly redeemed 2 honey breads and a large pudding from the system shop. Okay, stop crying. After everyone finishes dinner, you can eat this first. Smells good. I'll be going now. I can't let Pan Yu find out. The little guy sniffed the bread and smelled a sweet aroma, as well as a large, translucent jelly that was even more translucent than octopus meat. He looked around and then sneaked off to another corner. By the way, did someone just call me? Su Yuan, are you dead? This time the sound was clear enough that the conch shell vibrated so loudly that his chest went numb. Su Yuan quickly picked up the conch shell. Yes, I just woke up. A fae, who was on the other side of the tree, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she couldn't contact Su Yuan, she didn't know what to do next. She couldn't really risk going back to the icy snowfield, could she? Sleeping during the day, that person is really living a good life, unlike me, who went through all the trouble of bringing him here. You brought people to the waterfall? How much were they in total? About 500 people. 500 is a bit beyond my expectations. Su Yuan's expected number was 400, because he only had 400 sleeping snow pills prepared. However, it doesn't matter. As long as he can knock out a few key combatants, that will be enough. With equipment that surpasses current technology, the most an ordinary beast girl can do is delay his actions. What should we do next? We're heading to the icy plains first thing tomorrow morning. We can't really take you to your tribe's territory, can we? When you run up to the top of the waterfall, a white bird will come and give you a package. It's full of medicine that can make even a high-level awakened warrior faint. There are more than 400 pieces in total. When they are eating, try to get them to eat them. Su Yuan immediately sat up from the bed, went to the lakeside, and found Shwegugu. With the treatment over the past few days, she had recovered well. Except for the fact that her feathers had not grown back. Her flesh had completely healed. Are you kidding me? Over 400 pills, you want me to feed them all? Do you think they're idiots? If even one of them faints, the others will skin me alive. You don't have to charm them all. The key is to target a few witches and those high-level awakened warriors. As for the rest, you can do your best. If you charm a lot of people, I can even provide you with life-saving divine items. A life-saving miracle? AFI had no doubt that Su Yuan possessed such a thing. To her, Su Yuan was even more mysterious than Mu Guang, and even more like a sorcerer, possessing all sorts of magical items. Okay, don't forget what you said. Gritting her teeth, she accepted the condition. After confirming the location, Su Yuan wrapped the medicine in her backpack with an animal hide. I'm giving you a task. Take this to where you used to live and give it to the human on the waterfall, the one with yellow hair, who's this tall. The waterfall was some distance away, and it would be too late for others to get there. So the important task naturally fell to Shwegugu, who had just recovered. Su Yuan gestured wildly and explained to it with great emotion what a waterfall was and what yellow meant, then placed the package at its feet. Complete the task, and I'll treat you to a big meal. Fail, and I'll pluck your fur and turn it into a feast. Coo. Shwegugu nodded quickly, grabbed the package, and flew away into the distance. Red Fox, Black Sheep, gather everyone into the cave. Now that they've started their operation, I need to prepare as soon as possible. In the distance, the two who had finished their meal were sitting together. The Black Sheep continued to teach the Red Fox some knowledge about making witchcraft potions and immediately took action after hearing the call. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the cave. Not far away by the lake, Hai Ling and the others also poked their heads out to listen to Su Yuan's speech. The people controlled by Mu Guang have arrived. Tonight we will return to the waterfall. Red Fox, this time you will stay in the tribe and manage everyone. We, Shaman, and Lingling, the three of you take 10 men and guard the camp. Oh, it's me again. Lingling was a little frustrated. Every time they went into battle, she stayed in the camp. Although it was quite easy, she still wanted to go out and fight. Hui and Xiaoman have only been awakened for a short time, so you have to take care of those two stubborn ones, Yanhua and Yanduo. Anyway, the three of you are already so familiar with each other. Who's familiar with them? The two sisters in the distance were also craning their necks, trying to steal information from Su Yuan, but after being glared at by Ling Ling, they pouted and turned their heads away. All right, you're perfect for this task. Hey Ling, please keep an eye on things for us as well. Don't worry, we won't back down if we encounter danger. You saved the lives of everyone in the Hailing tribe. With Hai Ling and her warriors, as well as the dozen or so people left behind, nothing serious would happen while hiding in this cave. However, even if a powerful enemy were to invade, he still had quite a few items left in Chi-Hu's possession. He values his life more than points, since he can always earn them back even if he runs out. After explaining everything, everyone began their operation. Just as Su Yuan was about to climb the rope ladder, a figure rushed towards him like a whirlwind. Vanhua, this is food Su Yuan gave me. Don't even think about taking it. Yu was so fast that even Pan Yu couldn't catch up. She slipped behind Su Yuan, poked her little head out, and made a face at Pan Yu on the other side. Yuyue, have you forgotten who saved you when you were being chased? For every dried fish I gave you, you got a bite of meat. Now you won't even let me see a little food. The little wolf girl was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth, but Yuyue remained unmoved, her tone very calm. Who provoked this chase? And little fish always makes me eat his butt and head. I don't want to. Be good. Let me see. Don't want. Chapter 267. My mission is complete. Oh dear, why aren't they here yet? They'll be coming out to look for me if they're any later. Above the cliff, a surging waterfall cascaded down beside AFI. Looking down at the group of people who had already gathered the wood, she felt a little anxious. Coo coo coo. A deep bird call rang out in the sky, and a snow-white figure landed on a tree and looked around. Hey, I'm here. What a huge bird. AFI was almost startled. Was this the bird Su Yuan had mentioned? Looking at the imposing third-tier magical beast in the tree, she would have run away long ago if it weren't for the animal hide she was holding on to. Shui Gugu also heard her call. She tilted her head, looked her over a few times, and after confirming that it was the person Su Yuan was talking about, she threw the package down. Ouch you. The package hit her face. Hundreds of pills falling like that must have hurt quite a bit. AFI covered her nose, glaring angrily at the departing figure. Garlic bird, I'm not strong enough to deal with that wretched guy. A good cat doesn't get angry with a bad bird. I'm going to make Su Yuan pluck all your feathers one of these days. Picking up the package, AFI rubbed her sore nose and comforted herself by telling herself not to bother with this bad bird. Inside the package wrapped in animal hide were hundreds of small white pills that gave her a headache. Those people were controlled by Mu Guang, but they hadn't become idiots. Such strange little pills, feeding them to people, would only fool an idiot. Besides, with 500 people, by the time I feed the 10th one, the first one would probably have already fainted. Should we tell them it's a condiment? AFI glanced at the tiny pills, no bigger than a fingernail. She wouldn't believe anyone who called them seasonings. However, in order to rescue Shui Lu Wu and the rest of the tribe, she had to convince others, even if they didn't believe her. No, I need to think about it carefully. The people below had already caught some fish in the lake, and several figures were looking in the direction she had left, under the instructions of their respective shamans. AFI caught one of the pills in her hand. It was hard, but she could still crush it into powder with a little force. Its snow-white appearance and fine powder reminded her of something. Cold crystal saltstone is a small mineral found in solid ice in the sea that can add saltiness to food and replenish its salt content. It is extremely rare due to the difficulty of mining and its very limited production. If it could dissolve in water like alkaline minerals. At this moment, AFI had a plan in mind. She dripped some water into her palm, mixed it with the white powder, and it quickly turned into a cloudy liquid with a light white color. I've got it. They definitely won't find out this way. It's infuriating that they just dumped the problem and then ignored it. I finally managed to save up this little bit. A look of pain crossed AFI's face. She gritted her teeth, packed her bags, and quickly left the mountaintop. Beside the waterfall lake, a campfire had been lit by the shaman's fire magic, and the scorching flames eased the tension of everyone around. Where's AFI? Why hasn't she come back yet? Several shamans sat together. There was no sound from the distant mountains and forests. Even the warriors who had been collecting firewood had returned by now. At this moment, their brows were slightly furrowed, and they turned to look at the spot where AFI had left, which remained very quiet. They waved to the soldiers beside them. Send someone to look for it. I'm back. As the soldiers were preparing to leave, a figure darted out of the woods on the other side, carrying a huge tree stump. After arriving at the camp, the figure put the stump down. The tree stump had been hollowed out and was filled with liquid, with some green fruits floating in the slightly murky liquid. Where are you going to? Everyone stared at her with suspicion. Under countless gazes, AFI clapped her hands calmly and smiled naturally, saying, You always need strength before you can do any work. There's a sea nearby. I collected some frost crystal salt stones from the sea, but there weren't enough, so I melted them down with water from a rotten tree stump and brought them back. Oh, and I also picked some sky feather fruits. Did you catch any fish? Want some to share with me? AFI felt slightly nervous and quietly swallowed. The truth was mixed with a lie. The lie was that it had just been collected at the beach, while the truth was that it really contained salt stones. I cherished these dried fish so much, and each time I would just lick them once and then rub them with some salty stone flavor. Now it's all gone, all sacrificed in the water of this tree stump. If she fails, she has no other choice. The murky liquid in this tree stump has exhausted all her saltstone. And the large bag of pills Su Yuan gave her, the murky white liquid made her feel that her lie was a bit jarring. Plop. Upon hearing that it was salt stone, a longing appeared in everyone's eyes, and their primal physical needs made them unable to resist looking at the large hole in the tree stump. Your fish. Beside her, a girl with light gray hair and folded ears, named Rabbit Ears, handed over 2 fish about the size of her forearm. The fish scales had been scraped off with a bone knife, and they were still swaying. Thanks. Without offering to speak, AFI placed the tree stump on the ground, accepted the fish offered by the girl, and sat down by the campfire where the shamans were. The 2 fish were dipped in salt water and then placed in the fire with a bone knife. Everyone seemed to have forgotten their mission and were all looking in this direction. Even the shamans sitting next to them were the same. When a living being is deficient in salt, its body will send a series of signals to indicate that it needs to replenish salt. These tribes, having been tormented by Mu Guang for some time, had not been able to collect salt stones or hunt for meat to replenish their salt reserves. Their emaciated bodies and listless expressions were signs of severe salt deficiency. Do you want some? I can't finish it all here, and it's too much trouble to take it away. The fish meat, coated in salt water, emitted an enticing aroma as it roasted over the campfire. Many of the beast girls around them nodded subconsciously, but then resisted the temptation and turned to look at the shaman. Then bring all the food over and coat it with some salt water. The shamans showed no politeness whatsoever. In their minds, everyone was serving the god of light, and resources should be distributed among them. Yes, all the beast girls secretly whispered excitedly. The leading beast girl stepped forward first, stuck several fish in place, and coated them with salt water. Only after the liquid stopped dripping did they carefully hand the fish to the shamans of their respective tribes. They've finally taken the bait. You said all you had to do was feed them the medicine, and if it didn't work, it wasn't my problem. AFI breathed a sigh of relief as she watched everyone's actions, secretly pleased with her own cleverness. Now all she had to do was wait for them to finish eating the fish, and her mission would be completely accomplished. My mission is finally complete. Chapter 268 AFI, you traitor. Be careful. A few of us will go ahead and check it out first. Xi and Ku, you stay here with the others and wait. When I blow the whistle, you all rush over immediately. Remember, your only task is to hold off the others. Xi and Ku, sure. You two follow me and go directly to capture their witch. Yes. In the forest, this familiar place reminded Su Yuan that the waterfall was not far ahead. He was still unsure of AFI's situation, and it would be easy for his large force to be exposed if they rushed over there. To perfectly defeat more than 500 people with only 60 or 70 people, in addition to using drugs, we must first capture the leaders and force the others to stop by capturing the 4 shamans. He wasn't sure how many people the pills he had exchanged would knock out, but judging by the quantity, even those high-level awakened warriors and the shaman might not be able to pass out. You follow along too, and don't cause any trouble. I know, really, I was just teasing that stingy Yuzuki. Pan Yu pouted and rubbed her still slightly sore bottom as she followed. She, along with Maoye, Sure, and Su Yuan, formed a 4-person investigation team that darted swiftly through the jungle and soon arrived at the waterfall. The sound of the flowing water was somewhat noisy, but the distant firelight was particularly noticeable. The group stopped in a thicket of bushes. Starlight couldn't penetrate the dense forest. Su Yuan held back Pan Yu and the others, and stuck his head out from the bushes by himself. Let me see too. Cat Knight felt a little nervous. She nimbly climbed onto Su Yuan's back, resting her little head on his, and stared sharply at the several campfires rising in the distance. I want to see it too. Before Su Yuan could get a clear look, a figure appeared in his arms, its little head resting below Su Yuan, curiously staring at the large group in the distance. The 3 of them piled their heads on top of each other. Lion looked around and moved over, placing his head above Cat Knight. I'm fed up with you guys. Quiet down, don't let them find out. Fortunately, the group didn't make much noise, for pairs of eyes were fixed on AFI in the distance. At this moment, the delicious grilled fish was emitting a fragrant aroma, and many beast girls were gathered around the grilled fish in 2s and 3s. Where's the medicine? Could it be that Shui Gugu hasn't arrived yet? Su Yuan, look at that tree stump. Nikoya's eyesight was much sharper, and she immediately noticed that several of the little beast girls would put the fish into tree stumps before grilling them, and a few drops of liquid would drip down the fish. Su Yuan couldn't see that far away clearly, but he roughly understood after Mao Yi and the others explained it to him. Should I dissolve the medicine in water? System, will the efficacy of the sleeping snow pills be weakened if they are dissolved in water? The efficacy of a drug is determined solely by the dosage. The efficacy of the medicine is only related to the dosage. So, Is the dosage too much or too little when dissolved in water? With over 400 pills in that small tree stump, the water would probably be almost as concentrated as milk. Never mind that for now. As soon as someone faints, take action immediately. Someone fainting will definitely arouse suspicion, and the only suspect is AFI. I am not a ruthless person who would use someone and then betray them. Therefore, for AFI's safety, action must be taken quickly. It's finally done baking. AFI's attention was focused on the grilled fish, as if she had forgotten her task. When the aroma of the grilled fish filled the air, she immediately took it out. The rest of the people had already cooked their food. There was a rule in the tribe that the chief and the shaman had to eat first before the others could start eating. However, under Su Yuan's casual attitude, the Star Tribe gradually downplayed this rule. After all, sometimes he could sleep until the afternoon in broad daylight, and by the time he ate, some people would probably have fainted from hunger. Let's eat. As the shamans put the grilled fish into their mouths, AFI pretended to be hungry and bit into the fish. The fresh and fragrant fish was in her mouth, but she hesitated to take a bite. It's so hot. It's so hot. The thought that Su Yuan had given her the unknown witchcraft potion inside made her resist the temptation to take the fish out of her mouth and blow on it. The others ignored them and continued to enjoy the rare treat of grilled fish. Which, tomorrow morning just as everyone was eating and discussing tomorrow's plans, a wave of dizziness hit them, and the grilled fish in front of them seemed to have afterimages. What's going on? The drowsiness in their minds prevented them from reacting. In the distance, a clear whistle suddenly rang out, and an uneasy feeling spread from the large group. Everyone assemble. Quickly, move closer to the shaman. As a beast girl who survived in primitive society, her sense of danger is naturally very sharp. Some noises came from the quiet forest in the distance. Someone's there. The noise caught the attention of one of the high-level awakened warriors. Just as he was about to rush out, drowsiness overwhelmed him, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? It's that fish? AFI? When she realized who the culprit was, she looked back and saw that the figure who had been sitting by the campfire enjoying the grilled fish had disappeared. AFI. In the forest, what was originally a slight movement turned into a tremor, with the crisp sound of armor clashing and the sound of people running. The people who gathered around also started to shake their bodies. Even high-level awakened warriors would fall asleep like dead pigs after taking a few pills, let alone ordinary warriors like them. Fortunately, since the substance was applied to the fish and they hadn't eaten much, the stronger beast girls were still able to barely keep their bodies afloat, while the smaller ones had already fallen asleep peacefully. Protect the witch. In the distance, a glass bottle emitting a blue glow was thrown towards the group from the mountains and forests. The obvious blue color was immediately spotted by the advanced awakened warrior named Rinchi. The bone spear in his hand pierced the blue object that had been thrown with remarkable precision. Yo! In an instant, a long, piercing shriek echoed throughout the valley, restoring some of the weariness in everyone's expressions, but a sense of fear filled their hearts in its wake. It felt as if a giant hand was gripping my heart tightly, and everywhere I looked was filled with despair and helplessness. Hold on, everyone. The leaders gritted their teeth, and the shaman behind them was already struggling to bear the despair and drowsiness. He tremblingly tried to raise his shaman's staff and talisman, while many of the tribesmen around him knelt on the ground with expressions of despair. AFI, you traitor! Despair and fear gripped their hearts, and each of them ignited their own elemental power. Crimson flames, blue water, green vitality, and sharp golden light. Arrest the people first, and knock out anyone who resists. Finally, amidst the chaos and fear, a group of warriors in silver armor rushed out of the woods, their steps heavy, their figures rapidly approaching this place. Lion and his companions were not wearing heavy armor, and with a few quick movements, they arrived in front of the shamans holding staffs. In front of them were 4 high-level awakened warriors and 20 or 30 other awakened warriors. With this number plus the other 400 or so people, if a fight really broke out, even if the Star Tribe was well-equipped, they would probably suffer heavy losses. Chapter 269, Don't be nervous. Pain is normal. Bang! The powerful force sent the 2 people on the battlefield flying. The beast girl, who fell to the ground, felt a bit numb in her arm, and her bone knife had been chipped. The other person, on the other hand, only had a slight dent in his silver chest. How is this possible? How is this possible? The fear in her heart and the mental exhaustion plunged her mind into chaos. She even suspected that she was hallucinating because the other party was just an ordinary soldier who had not yet awakened. Ouch, my butt hurts so much. The figure opposite was also sent flying by her, But after rolling a few times on the ground, it got up quickly. Su Yuanwu had told them not to fight awakened warriors. So she glanced at the stunned beast girl opposite her, and then ran off to another place. Xi and Ke stopped them both. In the core area by the lake, a crowd surrounded several shamans. Su Yuan's expression changed as he watched them raise their shamanic staffs, which they were raising despite their exhaustion and fear. It would be dangerous to summon Mu Guang. We must interrupt them before they can act. Several awakened warriors who rushed over from behind were swept away by Xi and Ke's spear. There were 4 high-level awakened warriors in front of him, 2 of whom were stopped by Shi. The other 2 tried to stop Su Yuan from rushing over, but a long spear shot out from a distance and crashed into the mud in front of them. Powerful electricity flickered on the spear, and a figure stood on the spear, looking down at them. The flames that ignited in their hands caused the group to instinctively take a few steps back. So strong. This guy is Xi and Ke. The 2 women were already in poor condition, and the person standing on the gun had an aura much stronger than them. One of them even recognized Xi and Ke's symbolic power of thunder and fire. Leave them to me. You go quickly. Well done. The essential oil you applied before wasn't a waste of time. She has applied countless doses of the comprehensive gene optimization oil worth tens of thousands of points to them, and their strength is now vastly different from before. Even if the 2 opponents hadn't been drugged, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat her. Su Yuan immediately rushed towards the shamans. The commanders who tried to intercept him on both sides were entangled by Xi and Ke, and the dozens of awakened warriors who were struggling to rush over from behind were completely enveloped by a black mist. All obstacles were blocked. Su Yuan had prepared the strips of cloth and ropes. The antlered girl in front of him bit her lip, and the blood and pain caused her witch's staff to release a golden light. A sharp golden light. Su Yuan felt a sense of foreboding and immediately conjured an iron shield in his hand to block the impact. Golden light. Bang. Crack. 2 sounds rang out simultaneously. The antler-faced girl on the opposite side was knocked away by the shield, while the metal shield in Su Yuan's hand was also shattered into pieces under the golden light. Damn it, I was careless. I didn't expect there to be magic with such destructive power. Su Yuan looked somewhat frightened, and drops of blood flowed from his palm. The golden light seemed like countless sharp golden needles piercing his palm. Fortunately, I threw the shield quickly enough, otherwise my hand would have been ruined. Fire healing. The flames repaired his hand, and just as he was about to continue attacking the antler-wearing girl, the other witches blocked his way. Behind him, the antler-wearing girl spat out a mouthful of blood and raised her witch's staff once more. Shadow Shaman, I am here. Oh no, if Mu Guang were to descend here, it would be extremely difficult to defeat them. Su Yuan immediately retreated to break free from the encirclement of the 3 people in front of him. Although these individuals are not as powerful as the antlered maiden later on, if they are held back, they will not be able to break free in a short time. He drew his bow and arrow from behind, and a silent arrow was aimed at the deer antler girl as he drew the bowstring taut. If you don't want your witches to die, put down your weapons. Just as the arrow was about to be released, a figure leaped out of the lake behind the deer antlers maiden, swiftly slapping away her witch's staff and placing a sharp dagger against her neck. AFI. Ha ha ha, Su Yuan. Aren't I amazing? AFI was soaking wet, with a few strands of seaweed on her head, but she smiled happily when she saw Su Yuan. Which, the people around him panicked, and the other 5 shamans in front of him also realized that something was wrong. But they weren't as powerful as the deer antler maiden. Even if they raised their staffs, their weary minds couldn't support them in unleashing any magic. Call out. A loud, violent roar rang out in front of them, and a severe wave of dizziness caused them to collapse. Those who do not wish for your witches to be killed, lay down your weapons. Su Yuan repeated AFI's words and came to the 5 unconscious beast girl witches. He put strips of cloth over their eyes and tightly bound their bodies with ropes. The antler girl was also grabbed by AFI. I thought you had left. In the chaos just now, he hadn't noticed AFI's movements. He thought she had run off somewhere to hide, but he didn't expect her to be lurking in the lake behind them. Hee, pretty good, right? Want me some more reward? Afei spat out the hollow root she was eating and tossed the antler-covered deer she was holding to Su Yuan. Then you absolutely have to be rewarded. Just name whatever you want later. Su Yuan was in a great mood and didn't care at all about Afei's little scheme. After capturing the antler-wielding woman, she struggled to look up at Su Yuan. Her delicate face and the blood streaming from her lips made her look incredibly tragic. You're in cahoots. Are you the person the shaman of the bathing light is trying to capture? Congratulations, you got it right. Here's a treat for you. Su Yuan grabbed her face and threw a sleeping snow pill directly into her mouth. The weak deer antler girl swallowed the pill before she could react. You just wait, Mugwangzi. Before she could finish her harsh words, the antler-faced girl's vision began to spin, and then she tilted her head and fell asleep. The people behind them had already stopped fighting. Those who were weak collapsed to the ground, leaving only 4 high-level awakened warriors kneeling on the ground, supported by Shirshir and Xianku. Spare our witch, and I will wait for her to be captured. With things having come to this point, the 4 of them had no hope of resisting. Yi Chao gritted her teeth, looked up at Su Yuan, and pleaded. Su Yuan looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. I originally came here to capture those few, and you're already our prisoner. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Don't be nervous. I am the person Mugwang wants to capture, and I'm not here to kill you this time. So you are. Knowing Su Yuan's identity, the group became even more nervous. What a joke. They had thought that AFI had betrayed them to some tribe in exchange for benefits. And now you're telling me you sold us to your enemy? Oh dear, it's no use talking to them all this time. Quickly take out your witch potion and try it. AFI interrupted their conversation by coming to the middle of the room. Her eyes were filled with urgency, and she instinctively grabbed Su Yuan's hand. She naturally guessed why Su Yuan hadn't killed these people. Her reason for not escaping earlier wasn't so much to assist Su Yuan, but rather because she wanted to witness firsthand the medicine Su Yuan had mentioned that could awaken the witch. Okay, don't be nervous. It's normal for the 4 of them to scream in pain later. Having personally experienced the effects of the purifying syrup, she knew how painful it was. Even if the 4 of them were asleep, they would probably be woken up by the pain. Chapter 270. Why do I feel like a villain again? How do you feed someone who's asleep? It's very simple. Su Yuan used the traditional manual method, feeding each of the 4 beast girls a bottle of blazing purification syrup diluted with water. As the illusory flames burned, the 4 girls, who were being held up, struggled anxiously. Okay, don't be nervous. I'm not trying to hurt them. The 4 of them were currently being suppressed by Shirshir and Shinka, making it very difficult for them to get up. Su Yuan briefly explained their current situation. However, contrary to his expectations, these guys were completely unaware that their tribal shaman was being controlled, and were only curious about the sudden change in the shaman's personality during this period. I hope you're not lying to me, or I'll risk my life to kill you. I really want to kill you all. They just died. Look for yourselves. Su Yuan pointed to the group of beast girls lying on the ground behind him. Although many of them were injured, there was no scene of blood flowing everywhere. The awakened warriors who were still kneeling on the ground were only bound by red frost spider silk, and the most seriously injured of them only had a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of their mouths. Ugh hi! Suddenly, a low, painful cry rang out behind me, and the effects of the purifying syrup began to appear. A phantom swayed in the flames, as if the burning ghost was struggling. Witch, stop them. There was no point in saying anything more to these guys who didn't know the details. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Xianku immediately grabbed his spear and slammed it into the knees of the 2 men beneath him, interrupting their attempts to get up. It has to be useful. AFI stood there nervously, her eyes fixed on the unconscious figures struggling in pain. She thought that Shui Lu's small body couldn't possibly withstand such pain. Looking towards the snow-capped mountains and the frost-burning peak. As an active volcano in the Snowfield, the temperature around Frost Peak is extremely hot, with hot water flowing around the mountain and layers of volcanic rock solidified on the ground. Finally found it. Queen, as long as I kill the people of this netherworld and eliminate the Crystal Queen's subordinates, no one will be able to compete with me for the artifact that controls the cycle of the 4 seasons. Mugwang arrived at the crater. The scorching lava below made her and the beast girls around her sweat profusely, but their eyes remained fixed on the dazzling lava below, and they did not take a single step back. For the sake of the Starry Sky family, for your great rule, I will definitely find a way to rescue you and overthrow that woman, Dawn. With her conviction strengthened, Mugwang's exquisite staff emitted a tremendous golden light, which transformed into threads that outlined an intricate array on the volcano's crater. The time has come to use you all. Everyone, pour your magical power into the golden array. We will seal the demon underground. Inspired by her, the shamans behind her stretched out their staffs or talismans, and the various elemental energies in their bodies gathered together to outline beautiful rainbow lines. Even when their internal magical power was exhausted to the limit, no one stopped. Their eyes were filled with reverence and madness, and blood trickled from their pale lips. Very good, as long as we inject their energy into the magic circle when those guys below arrive. Mugwang's lips curled slightly. Just as everyone around her had turned pale and was about to faint, and the magic circle in the middle was extremely full of energy. A sharp pain came from her mind. That familiar feeling, that familiar burning sensation, was even more intense this time than with Black Sheep. The pain caused her to immediately kneel down, clutching her head and slamming it against the ground. "Ah, damn it, I'm going to. Ah, it hurts." The sorcerer. "Master Divine Witch. Quickly, retreat first. Take the shaman back with you. The demon's power is too great." Everyone assumed it was caused by the demon within the seal, and they rushed to Mu Guang's side to pull her back. Mu Guang, who always disliked others, now held them tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. "You all step aside. I'll take the shaman of the bathing light back first." The white-haired older woman behind Mu Guang came to his side and struck him on the neck with a chop to the neck. The scream stopped, but her trembling body showed that she was in great pain. What exactly is going on? Holding Mu Guang in her arms, the mature woman frowned as she stared at the crater. Was it really caused by that so-called demon? She knew far more about Mu Guang than anyone else, including her background, her plans, and the deal she had made with her. If the demon Mu Guang described were truly that powerful, she wouldn't have dared to personally venture into the crater. Could it be that person from the icy Snowfield? In her memory, Mu Guang had screamed so desperately before. At that time, Mu Guang was still somewhat conscious. She tried to rush in, but was driven out. Suddenly, Mu Guang's trembling body stopped abruptly. The white-haired woman anxiously placed her hand on Mu Guang's chest, and only after feeling the faint heartbeat did she breathe a sigh of relief. "You can't die. Our deal isn't done yet." She led Mu Guang to the foot of the mountain, where the arriving team was still waiting. She looked at the several high-level awakened warriors who stepped forward and said coldly, "Your shaman has lost his power on the mountain. Go and take them back to the tribe." She wasn't as ruthless as Mu Guang. She treated these controlled beast girls as mere spectators, as long as it didn't affect her transactions. Which, beneath the waterfall, the antler-wearing girl and the others completely stopped trembling. Su Yuan ignored the struggling girls, knelt down in front of them, and tested their heartbeats with his soft hands. Her heartbeat is steady. It looks like she's fallen asleep. If she falls asleep, it will be difficult to deal with. Unlike the sleeping snow pills that Xian took, which could be pulled out by shoving them down her throat, these pills have probably been completely absorbed by now. If they don't wake up, he can't control this group of beast girls, and if he can't control them, he won't dare to lead them back to the tribe. Damn, I should have used a different method. Su Yuan looked at the unfriendly beast girls, their slightly bared fangs resembling those of an enraged tigress, ready to pounce and bite him to death. Got it. Seeing that the few of them could still stand up, Su Yuan had a plan in mind. He smiled like a villain and walked up to them. They're very important to you people, aren't they? What are you doing? You promised us you wouldn't hurt the witch. Wah, please, don't kill her. One of the small beast girls, supporting her weak body, crawled to the front, looking at the shaman in the distance with a bewildered expression, and immediately burst into tears. Why am I making myself sound like a villain again? Wait, why did I say again? Su Yuan shook off the strange thoughts in his mind. Of course I won't hurt them, but you have to agree to one condition. Chapter 271. If I keep talking like this, my toes will dig a hole in the mountain. For shamans and 6 tribes. Obviously, 2 of the tribe's shamans did not come. Su Yuan looked at the 4 people in front of him and smiled mysteriously. What are the conditions? The group looked somewhat subdued. The shaman is the spirit and belief of a tribe. Only a tribe with a shaman can be called a tribe. Otherwise, like Long and the others who escaped, they can only be called wanderers. No one would want to join a group of wanderers unless they were desperate. I will take them away. You just need to wait here and do not allow the other 2 tribes that did not come to leave. After they recover and wake up in a few days, I will bring them back. No, they have a choice, but you don't. But if they leave, I can't guarantee what they might do to your witches. Su Yuan also wanted to tie them all up and take them back to the tribe, but he only had a few dozen people, while the other side had 500. If he wanted to tie them up, each of them would have to bring 7 or 8 people with them. Moreover, if they cause trouble in the Star Tribe after they wake up, it will be even more troublesome. 500 people are not easy for Manhwa and Yin Duo to control. Stay here and relax. If we really wanted to kill you, you would be dead already. We'll be back in a few days. Su Yuan tucked the 2 sleeping witches into his arms, one in each hand. Before he could say anything, AFI on the other side stepped forward and picked them up. Chief Su Yuan, would you mind inviting me to your tribe? She needed to confirm whether the witchcraft medicine Su Yuan had given her had any effect. She couldn't rush to collect her reward and leave at this point. However, The friendly smile on her face immediately made Su Yuan see through her little scheme. Then let's go. Take good care of your people. We'll be back in 5 days at the latest. The group immediately headed towards the woods. Not many people were injured in this battle. Most of the enemy soldiers were affected by the drugs and fell asleep after a short while. Those who managed to stay awake were also ambushed by Su Yuan in a second wave of attacks, leaving very few fighters behind. Rin Shi wanted to chase after her, but Yi Chao, who was kneeling beside her, grabbed her arm. Her face was a little pale, and the breath she had been holding in finally turned into a helpless sigh. Don't chase them. You won't be able to beat them even if you do. Then let them take the witch away. Rin Shi struggled for a moment, but stopped walking. The other two beside him were also somewhat disappointed, their hands tightly gripping the soil on the ground. What else can we do? We can only trust him now. Don't forget you still have your people here. What will happen to them if we leave? It's already late at night, and these people have collapsed here. Any wild wolf could easily kill them. Sai, let's try to wake everyone up first. Is this where your tribe lives? Upon arriving outside the cave, AFI was somewhat shocked. This place was even more secluded than the tribe she had previously lived in. If it weren't for the snow yak beasts living above, she would probably have thought it was just a desolate, uninhabited area. How is it? Much better than your old tribe's place, isn't it? It looks not bad. Our tribal settlements aren't this cramped. You have to climb outside to feel the wind. On a snowy plain in this freezing weather, why are you blowing northwest winds? Su Yuan was amused by her stubborn words and watched her playfully put the two witches on the ground and thoughtfully cover them with an animal skin blanket. Your tribe must be very spacious, right? That's right. Our snow willow tribe is huge. That whole snow forest is where we live. A tree hole. AFI's face flushed slightly as she glared angrily at Su Yuan. What's wrong with a tree hole? A tree hole is convenient, and the outside is spacious. It's so warm and cozy when everyone hides in a tree hole and sleeps together. Tree hole is good. Tree hole is good. Monsters can run up there. Su Yuan joked and put the two witches he was carrying on the ground. The perfunctory tone made AFI look embarrassed. She immediately turned her head away when she smelled the aroma of barbecue coming from outside. I'm not talking to you anymore. I've done such a great service today, so it's okay for me to eat some of your food, right? Eat whatever you want, just don't eat until you're stuffed. The giant octopus hasn't eaten much yet, and with the food that Tiger Hunter and his team have hunted, the tribe won't lack food for a while. Of course, there won't be a shortage for a long time, and the remaining points can easily last for several years without any problem. It smells so good. Honestly, if Xue Lu had known fire magic, I wouldn't have been eating raw meat for so many years. The warmth from the flames touched AFI's expression, and she couldn't help but smile as she recalled the embarrassing scene when she and Xue Lu were eating raw meat. Despite saying that, she was still proud of Xue Lu's abilities. While other tribes suffered from hunger and thirst due to special weather conditions, her tribe never went hungry. The fragrance wafting from her nose pulled her back from her reverie. Cat White, standing beside her, approached with a small bamboo tube filled with snow-white powder. Isn't this the powder Su Yuan used to knock out the enemy? This is salt. Hearing the cat girl standing behind him ask in confusion, Maobai pulled her hand and sat down, smiling kindly at her. Salt. It's just salty stone powder, but without the bitter taste. Our shaman obtained it from the gods for our people. That guy Su Yuan. Unexpectedly, that wicked fellow was so capable and kind, directly distributing the snow-white saltstone powder to his clansmen. Come on, have a taste. Actually, we could have made it even more delicious back in the snowy wilderness, but unfortunately all the vegetables we brought with us were eaten. Cat White saw a strange cat that looked just like her and Cat Knight, and happily handed a skewer of octopus meat sprinkled with some salt to AFI. Thank you. Before her, the ordinary roasted meat seemed like a treasure. AFI swallowed hard and took a bite. Hot, 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 ha ha ha. You're just like Maoya, always blowing on your barbecue before eating it. The cheerful sounds attracted Cat Knight from the other side. The kitten suddenly pounced over, sticking its body to Cat White's back and rubbing its little face against Cat White's forehead hair. Hey, you're the Ahui that Su Yuan was talking about. It's AFI. That's right. Ahui, my name is Cat Knight. It's Fei. Mom said the character Fei represents vitality and energy, and she hopes that I will always be full of energy when I grow up. Maobai knew that Mao Yi was joking with a Fei, and when he heard a Fei's serious explanation, he angrily tapped Mao Yi on the head. I'm sorry, I've actually heard of you before. You're the most clever person Mu Guang sent, right? Pan Yu told me about you. The most clever person. Recalling the snowball chase by the serpent and how she almost fainted, AFI blushed slightly, her head almost buried in her chest, and her toes, hidden in her animal hide shoes, couldn't help but scratch the soles. Su Yuan also praised you to me, saying you're exceptionally smart, quick-witted, and brave. Please stop talking, please stop. If I keep talking, my shoes will get ripped. Chapter 272. It hurts a little bit. That night, the tribe held a small celebration for their previous victory. Having just arrived, AFI couldn't sleep all night and would occasionally look towards the other end of the cave. The four shamans, their hands and feet bound, slept quietly on animal skin mats. Su Yuan's words were sincere, and she genuinely believed that they could save Xuelu. The next morning, Nicoya was sent to investigate the beast girls who had stayed behind at the waterfall. At noon, with the sun high in the sky, Haiyao was carried back to the camp by Su Yuan. Ever since she accidentally wandered in last time, she had become addicted to this kind of thing. However, after challenging Su Yuan alone last night, he can't even lift his arms right now. There are still some tears in the corners of his eyes, and sweat has stuck his hair to his forehead. When they returned to the tribe, Haiyao had regained some strength. She lifted her head from Su Yuan's arms, her eyes still a little dazed, and only came to her senses when she saw the lake water beneath her. I'll go back and rest first. Still feeling a bit numb, Haiyao reverted to her fishtail form and immediately jumped into the water, startling the octopus girl inside with a huge splash. Upon seeing that it was his benefactor, he happily swam over. Haiyao, you smell strange. Really? It's probably just sweat. Haiyao touched her face. It was sticky, and not only her forehead but also her face was covered in sweat. Oh, it was sweat. By the way, tell me the details of how you found me before. I think I'm about to remember. When we returned to the tribe, everyone was busy with their own work, and those who had nothing to do sat together and played silly tricks. With the arrival of these innocent and kind-hearted mermaids, their interest in deceiving people increased considerably. They dragged the mermaids along to play games and patiently explained the rules. This game only brings joy when you watch others suffer. How boring. By the way, when will they wake up? Su Yuan looked at the people inside the cave, who were still sleeping soundly. The pain they had shown earlier had disappeared, and their pretty and lovely faces were filled with a comfortable and peaceful expression. I'm back. Cat Knight, who had left early in the morning, also leaped down from above, automatically positioning itself and immediately pouncing towards Su Yuan. How's the investigation going? They haven't left yet, have they? Yes, most of them have woken up. It seems that a high-level awakened warrior was trying to leave with his people, but he was beaten up by the other three. The commanders are now directing them to gather food. It looks like they plan to stay there for a few days. At this point, Mao Yi perked up, wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck and shook him, saying with a hint of pride, and I also discovered their scheme. A trick? Those guys actually know how to use tricks. Yes, they secretly sent a team of awakened warriors to search for our tracks. I disrupted our trail from yesterday, and now they're lost. Well done. Su Yuan couldn't resist giving her a peck on her rosy cheek. Although he took a detour to get back last night, such a large, heavily armored team would definitely leave some traces. However, he wasn't worried at the time. If they really came looking for him, he could use the witch to command the warriors of various tribes. Of course. Shall we go to the beach again tonight? Tonight, Su Yuan nodded. He hadn't had enough of the new experience from last time, but this time he didn't need to call Haiyao. He would take this opportunity to call Pan Yu from Obsidian Nails. Su Yuan, Man has sent a message. As the two embraced and pondered their plans for the evening, Red Fox arrived, the conch shell hanging from his chest. What's wrong? I heard that Mu Guang was severely injured by the demon and suddenly fainted at the Eye of Vulcan last night. The Eye of Vulcan? Su Yuan pondered for a moment before realizing it was a term used in primitive societies. It must refer to an active volcano. What is she going there for? The information that Man found in the Muguang tribe said that after Muguang took over the United Tribe, he left the tribe with a large number of shamans and warriors a few days ago, and those shamans were only brought back this morning. They said they went to seal away a demon. With talk of saving the world and sealing demons, could it be that that guy has really started a plan to save the world? Compared to that, he is more inclined to believe that Mu Guang is going to find a divine artifact. Could that divine artifact be inside that volcano? His initial guess was that the so-called divine artifact was the frost sea heart crystal that Hai Ling and the others had traveled thousands of miles to find. But now Mu Guang's attention has been drawn to a volcano, which has raised some more doubts in Su Yuan's mind. Could it be that he guessed wrong? According to Man, Mu Guang had already fainted when she returned. The Mu Guang tribe is now being managed by one of her subordinates, and the tribe is starting to fall into chaos. Red Fox's tone was somewhat excited as she explained, her hand holding the conch shell tightening secretly, her eyes looking at Su Yuan with a glimmer of hope. The matter of the divine artifact is not very important. He now has a cheat system, so the so-called divine artifact is dispensable to him. However, the fact that Mu Guang fainted is something that deserves serious attention. Last night, it happened to be the time when he fed the 4 beast girls the purification syrup. It seems that this blazing purification syrup not only burns the controlled, but also the controller. No wonder Mu Guang was so angry after rescuing the black sheep last time. He probably almost lost half his life in the fire last time. This time the pain was 4 times worse than the last time. Just thinking about it made Su Yuan's scalp tingle. The original pain was already torturous enough. Under 4 times the pain, he would have found a place to smash his head against and died long ago. It's a miracle that Mu Guang didn't die from the pain. Should we attack her while she's seriously injured? The Red Fox was somewhat tempted and voiced his thoughts. Some of the tribe's people were captured there, and now they had a golden opportunity and saw hope in their hearts. With Mu Guang seriously injured and the Mu Guang tribe in chaos, there might be a chance to rescue them. However, the specific decision still needs to be made by Su Yuan. Yes, but we have to wait until we've subdued the tribes in the desolate Snowfield before heading to the Wangshu Mountains. Taking advantage of your weakness to kill you, controlling your mind is Mu Guang's greatest reliance, and now it has also become her greatest weakness. As long as she catches the controlled witch, she will have to endure the pain of being burned by raging fire. System, I will never complain about your blazing purification syrup being too painful again. If he had known earlier that Mu Guang would also suffer from the side effects of the purification syrup, he would never have stayed in the icy snowfield. He could have captured the controlled witch in the desolate snowfield, and with just 1 bottle each, he could have easily killed Mu Guang. Upon hearing Su Yuan's permission, the Red Fox excitedly leaned forward and kissed him. This time, it was no longer a polite, fleeting kiss, but a passionate embrace during the night when their souls intertwined. I'll tell Xian Ku and the others the good news right away. Thank you. It wasn't just the Red Fox tribe that wanted to retake the Wangshu Mountains and save their people. There was also Xian Ku, the lone wolf, and the black sheep, who was waiting to atone for his sins. Chapter 273. You're awake? This is... As the first rays of morning sunlight shone on her face, Lu Ling struggled to open her eyes. Her head felt as if it were being pricked by thorns, and the aches in her body made every movement a struggle. Even so, they had to get up. The surroundings were completely unfamiliar. A group of people were sitting around a campfire in the distance, and outside the cave was a lake with several mermaids swimming happily in it. This was not her cave, nor her tribe. She tried to struggle to get up, but found her body tightly bound. Well, beside her, a cry of pain almost made her jump. Turning around, she saw a small beast girl moving her lips, seemingly about to wake up as well. What exactly happened? Where are Rinchi and the others? Lu Ling wanted to look around, trying to find Rinchi's figure, but instead she spotted 2 familiar faces on the other side. 2 familiar faces tied up like salted fish. Rock flowers, rock clusters. In my memory, I had met these 2 before. They were warriors from the Muguang tribe, and often carried out missions dispatched by Muguang. Were they even arrested? It's simply, you're awake. A clear, crisp sound rang in her ears. Lu Ling looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a cute little creature in front of her, its greasy hands holding a piece of meat, and its big eyes blinking as it looked at her. You? Lu Ling wanted to ask who they were, but before she could ask, the little guy immediately ran out of the cave, shouting loudly, Su Yuan, they're awake. That's how it is. If you regain your senses, I can take you back to the waterfall. Your people and warriors should all be there. 2 days later, the effects of the medicine finally wore off, and the beast girls woke up one after another. Su Yuan told them what had happened, and what had happened in the past few days. I see. The tense expressions of the group eased somewhat, but they still looked at Su Yuan with some wariness. Unlike Black Sheep, the person explaining the reason to them was not the most important person to them. It's a stranger who kidnapped them. Even the best intentions are no match for a single word from their closest loved one. Then please trouble the leader to take us back to the waterfall. I would like to see Ninja and the others. Lu Ling bit her lip and agreed first. Now she was waiting here like a lamb to the slaughter, so she might as well take a gamble and believe that what the person in front of her said was true. We'd like to go see them too. Half of the 5 days he had promised the beast girls had already passed. Su Yuan nodded, loosened the ropes binding the 4 people, and put away the witch's staff. Has anyone seen their witch wands? Su Yuan certainly hasn't. It's likely that during the previous fight, those witch wands and talismans were accidentally kicked into the lake, and after so much time, they're probably hard to find now. Let's eat something first, and my soldiers also need to assemble. Su Yuan's original intention in sending the 4 people back was to have them go blindfolded, so that if they didn't join his tribe, their location wouldn't be exposed. However, Mu Guang was seriously injured and unconscious, and there were no other Beast Girl tribes in the Snowfield who had a grudge against him, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. Yes, thank you. Having not eaten for several days, the 4 of them were starving. The aroma emanating from the campfire made their previously dry mouths start to salivate. The moment the food entered their mouths, the savory and fragrant flavor made their eyes widen. What was this taste? It was so delicious. Isn't it delicious? It's sprinkled with lots of salty stone powder, and it's not even bitter. AFI looked at the group with a happy expression. They had recovered. They really had recovered. They no longer had that fierce attitude from before, and instead had forgotten everything that had happened. Holding several skewers of grilled octopus, he handed them to the 4 of them, asking with a hint of excitement in his voice, "Do you remember going to the Muguang tribe?" "The Muguang tribe?" Lu Ling nodded, swallowed the food in her mouth, and slowly said, "I only remember going to the Muguang tribe to trade, and I've forgotten everything after that." "Do you still remember your tribe?" "Certainly." "That's great." Su Yuan wasn't lying to her. The potion really works. This means Xue Lu can be saved. Lu Ling answered Afei's questions with some confusion, but seeing Afei laughing happily to herself again, she could only suppress her doubts. "Have you eaten enough? We can set off now." After a while, Su Yuan came over, and Afei quickly got up and came to his side, her little expression pitiful but with a hint of expectation. "Su Yuan, can I have that medicine now? I thought you were going to verify it a bit more." Su Yuan knew perfectly well why Afei had been staying here all these days and hadn't taken the initiative to seek medicine from him. This girl still harbored some doubts about what he had said. No, I just ate your tribe's food. It was so delicious, I didn't want to leave." Chewing. To express her affection and reluctance to part, AFI even grabbed a skewer of roasted meat from beside the campfire and took a bite. With her puffed-out cheeks and exaggerated expressions, she's sure to have a place in the world of theatrical performance once the city is established. "Then eat more. We're leaving." Hey, my medicine. Don't you like our tribe's food? Then eat more." How could this be allowed? AFI had heard Red Fox talk about Mu Guang's injury before, and now was the perfect time to save Xue Lu and lead her people to escape. I. Even the best food will fill me up. I still need to go back to the Wanshuo Mountains. Please give me my medicine instead." In her haste, she quickly grabbed Su Yuan's leg as he tried to move away, looking at him pitifully with her little face. "All right, Su Yuan has prepared your medicine." The Red Fox, unable to bear seeing the kitten being teased any longer, came over with a package in hand. Besides the bottle of blazing purification syrup, the package also contained the 3 life-saving items Su Yuan had prepared for her: the Molten Fire Guardian Orb, the Whale Soul Resting Bottle, and the Shark Eye Sensing Crystal. In addition, there was some food for the journey and a bag of Snow White salt. Ordinary items aren't worth many points, but the life-saving 3-piece set and the bottle of purification syrup together are worth about 30,000 points, which is Su Yuan's largest investment to outsiders. Because he was genuinely grateful for AFI's help, from acting as a spy to deliver the conch shell, to attracting Mu Guang to control the tribe, and finally risking his life to come out of the water to kidnap Lu Ling. Although it was just a transaction between the two, Su Yuan was still quite moved by Su Yuan's life-risking help at the last moment. After all, if those 4 were to summon Mu Guang, not only her, but everyone in her tribe would be doomed. Chapter 274, Is Your Poison Even Real? Thank you. AFI's heart was pounding. She clutched the package tightly. After Red Fox explained, she realized that the contents were extremely valuable, comparable to the presence of a witch in a group of wanderers. "AFI, I've given you so many amazing artifacts, so we should be considered good friends, right?" Suddenly, Su Yuan popped his head out from behind, placed his hand on Afei's shoulder, and smiled broadly, looking just like a lecherous old man taking a child to see goldfish. AFI's initially touched expression was startled by his pat, and when she turned to look, she sensed a hint of malice in his smile. Fine. Could you do me a favor?" Sure enough, her senses were right. AFI's excited face fell, but when she thought of all the precious items Su Yuan had given her, she gritted her teeth and said, "Go ahead and tell me." Su Yuan took out 5 more bottles of blazing purification syrup from behind him. Ever since he learned that Mu Guang would also suffer some pain from the side effects of the purification syrup, he had a better plan in mind. "Take these 5 bottles of potions. When you get back, find a way to feed them to those controlled witches. You know that Mu Guang will suffer from the backlash of the potions, right? So this is what you meant by being busy. AFI patted her chest, thinking that Su Yuan was going to make her torture herself by bringing over several tribes to repeat the previous operation, and she was currently very short of time. However, returning to the Maguang tribe to administer the medicine would be much easier, and might even allow Maguang to suffer an even more severe injury, giving them the opportunity to escape with Shui Lu and the others. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. AFI took the 5 bottles of purifying syrup and carefully put them into her package. With these items, she felt more confident in saving the witch and her people. We have to get back quickly, things are about to get chaotic. Shui Lu's current mindset might very well lead an into fight for Mu Guang. Feeling a bit anxious, AFI quickly packed her things and went to the top of the cave. The team had already assembled, and she jogged over to Su Yuan's side. Su Yuan, I'm going back now. I will definitely complete your mission. Yes, I believe you. AFI is the most clever warrior designated by Maguang. Mentioning this again, AFI's face flushed red, and she stopped listening to Su Yuan's flattery, fleeing hurriedly into the woods. Su Yuan, let's go. Once they join us, I'll be the Grand Commander. Xin Ku was in high spirits at this moment. She came up behind Su Yuan and hugged him tightly. Her surging waves pressed tightly against him, making Su Yuan feel a real and fatal impact. All right, let me go first. They might not even join us yet. Not joining? If they don't join, I'll beat them until they join. Su Yuan's face darkened, and he turned around to pinch her beautiful little face angrily, saying, Then how is your way of letting them join any different from Mu Guang's? If they are forced to join and then become disloyal, it will not benefit the tribe at all, but will instead drag it down. That's true. How about I lure them with food, like you lured me into joining before? You were tempted. You even ate the meat bones back then, and you didn't stop eating. Look at your belly. You could pinch out the fat. Xin Ko lowered her head, grabbed a handful, and it seemed to be somewhat similar to what Su Yuan had said, but not quite as outrageous. She just lightly pinched out a layer of delicate skin. So she slapped Su Yuan's hand away in dissatisfaction, pushed her arm forward, and said, How could that be? All the meat I eat grows here. Mother said that when I'm bigger, I can feed more children. Cough, cough, cough. That's not wrong. There was no milk powder in primitive society. Even yak milk was only consumed by the tribe after Su Yuan captured the group of snow yak. Then you should eat more meat in the future, in case there isn't enough. Not enough. Xin Ko measured carefully, then frowned and said, No, my mother's measurements were more than enough to raise me. I'm much better off than her. People will fight over it with the children. Led by Su Yuan, the group quickly arrived at the waterfall. At this time, the shamans were somewhat nervous, confused as to why they had no memory of the past few days and worried about the unknown situation of the tribe. Only when they saw the group of tribesmen sitting by the lake with dejected expressions did they excitedly run over. Rinchi, Nightgrass. Several shouts awakened the crowd in the distance. Seeing the 4 familiar figures, everyone was moved to tears, especially the 2 commanders who were called. The crowd embraced passionately, and the others around them, seeing Su Yuan and the armored warriors behind him, cautiously raised their weapons. All right, put down your weapon. You are Mi Huan from the Silver Illusion tribe. Lu Ling quickly called out to everyone, but when she saw the petite girl with light green hair beside her, she immediately froze on the spot. Even Yin Huan has been controlled by Mu Guang. Control? Mi Huan recalled what Su Yuan had said before, and the drastic changes in Lu Ling. She nodded mechanically, having no idea what had happened. Of the 6 tribes, 2 of the shamans did not arrive. One of the 2 tribes that had been threatened and were not allowed to leave was led by this Mi Huan. Her own, which seems to have just become a bit lazy lately, and not as strict as before. To be honest, she's actually quite happy with the changes in Silver Illusion Witch. Sigh, I never thought even Yin Huan would be controlled. Which, could it be that what that person said before was true? Are you really being controlled? Ren Shi and the others were also somewhat incredulous. In an instant, their tribe's shaman had been controlled. Even Yin Huan, whom Lu Ling had mentioned, could not do such a thing. Who is Yin Huan? Is he very powerful? Su Yuan was somewhat puzzled and asked the black sheep beside him. Yes, I've heard of her name too. The Silver Illusion tribe is a powerful tribe in the Snow Viewing Mountains. The leader is Witch Silver Illusion, and the warrior leader is Mi Huan. Few people dare to provoke them. Is Mi Huan referring to the short, petite girl in front of you? Su Yuan had seen that the high-level awakened warriors were all quite well built. Even the Yin Hua and Yin Duo sisters were voluptuous, but after being captured for so long and not having enough to eat, their voluptuousness had shrunk considerably. The little girl in front of me was of average build, had no furry ears, and a chubby tail, as if all her nutrition had been devoted to her tail. A powerful tribe? Are they really that powerful? Yes, it is said that all the liquids on Mihwan's body have hallucinogenic effects, and getting even a little bit on her will cause her to fall into a hallucinogenic state. A hint of recollection flashed in Black Sheep's eyes, and then he whispered in Su Yuan's ear. Their silver illusion witches are even more powerful. It is said that if a person gets even a little bit of their body fluid on them, they will fall into an even more special state. Special state? What special state? At this point, Black Sheep revealed a meaningful smile, pressed his body tightly against Su Yuan's side, hugged his arm, and whispered in his ear. I've heard from other tribal shamans that the beast men are most reluctant to provoke her. Even if they get a little bit of silver illusion saliva on them, their eyes will turn red, their minds will go blank, their bodies will become uncontrollable, and they will have no will to fight. They will only search for the women of their own tribes. Chapter 275. I'm going to have this person. What if we can't find it? Beside the waterfall, behind a heartwarming scene of family reunion, the two whispered to each other, their eyes occasionally glancing at me, Huan standing in the distance. The young soldier had a keen intuition and immediately noticed the gaze in the distance, a gaze that contained both admiration and shock, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Can't find them? If they can't find them, they'll look for their own kind. Puff. Su Yuan's tense expression finally broke down, and his desire to recruit Yin Huan reached its peak. These two are a high-level awakened warrior and a witch with such powerful poison skills that they are even more terrifying than the unconscious poison released by Frog Dream when he joined the Star Tribe. Wait, you two aren't the witches of Huanming and the others, are you? When we get back, we must ask Huanming and the others a lot of questions. This kind of beast girl is absolutely terrifying. Black Sheep, I have another question. What if she were to fight a beast girl, a member of the God-given race? The people of the God-given race will either completely lose control of their bodies and faint, or Yin Huan will actively release witchcraft to dispel it. That's true. It does unfold in a way that differs from some of the otherworldly scenarios Su Yuan had imagined. All the beastmen and God-given races I had encountered before were vastly different in size, either too large, like werewolves, lionmen, and other high God-given races. Or it could be a rat man or a foxman, those short creatures who aren't even half his height. The story of a beauty and a beast is naturally impossible in this world. But the Star Tribe doesn't need to worry, because with Chief Su Yuan here, none of Yin Huan's tricks will work. A sly glint flashed in the Black Sheep's eyes. She pressed her body even closer, her soft lips gently biting his earlobe, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Be careful when you encounter Yin Huan in the future. Either don't fight her, or just subdue her. He didn't want to broadcast things live to the other beast girls on the battlefield. Silver illusion was probably his biggest enemy in attacking Mugwang. Thank you for your help. We apologize for our previous behavior. After the group finished their conversation and learned the whole story, the commanders stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Su Yuan, their tired faces showing a mixture of excitement and guilt. All right, I saved you because Mugwang and I are enemies, and I have to weaken her strength. Of course, I also have my own ideas. We don't have enough people to deal with Mugwang, so we need your help. Faced with Su Yuan's invitation, the group exchanged glances, ultimately leaving the decision to the four shamans behind them. The four of them hesitated, unsure of what to do. No rush, you can discuss it carefully. Su Yuan ignored the others and joined the group. The sixth tribe to arrive was a small tribe, and he found the leader of this group. A bear girl who is an intermediate awakened warrior. Judging from her physique, she is more like an advanced awakened warrior, with a voluptuous figure and a pair of long, bare legs. Your witch is still under Mugwang's control. Her so-called salvation is nothing more than wanting to control all the tribes to compete with a certain large tribe from the outside world for the divine artifact. If we don't stop her, not only your shaman, but also our people who have been captured there will face meaningless deaths. Whether or not you trust them is up to you. If you join us, we can help you save your shaman and your people. Of course, we won't force you if you don't want to. Here is some food, enough to help you return to your tribe. Su Yuan had the warriors carrying food behind him take out some roasted beast meat. After eating the giant octopus for several days, they still hadn't finished dealing with those tentacles. Bringing food was partly to win people's hearts. The gift of food, along with the previous words, made these beast girls realize that they were different from Mugwang. Secondly, it's to demonstrate my strength. Once you come to my tribe, you won't have to worry about food and drink. The white bear girl appears to be a cool and aloof older sister, but her expression and actions are quite simple and honest. After scratching her messy hair, she hesitated and looked at her companion behind her. Everyone stared longingly at the grilled octopus meat. The fish they had caught in the lake earlier had been poisoned and were inedible. For the past 2 days, they had been able to find some fruit in the woods to fill their stomachs. We will join, but the shaman said our tribe doesn't have enough warriors, so she brought some ordinary tribesmen with her. They might not be able to help you fight. No, but don't worry, they eat very little and can help make weapons, so they won't waste food. Bear Mother was a little nervous. She wanted to bring her companions with her, but she was reluctant to leave behind the dozens of her tribe members who had no fighting ability. It's okay. Once you join us, we're all one family. We won't abandon anyone. Wasting food? What I have in abundance is food. I can exchange 1,000,000 points for grain and feed them until they die. What I need now is population. Only with enough people can the tribe grow and thrive. All right, we'll join. Thank you for your generosity. My name is Mangsing, and I used to be a warrior in the Songyue tribe. The warriors of the Songyue tribe pledged their loyalty to Su Yuan. Su Yuan then turned to look at Mi Huan, deciding to deal with these 2 tribes without shamans first. No need. I will go and rescue Silver Illusion Witch myself. Can we leave now? The petite and slender Mi Huan and the sexy and voluptuous man Xing were practically swapped in personality. Mi Huan coldly said a few words and then prepared to leave with her people. Of course, any time is fine, but you need to think it through. Mu Guang controls at least 20 tribes. With just a few of you, and without my potion, your shamans won't be able to wake up. Little girl, you want to go it alone? A bottle of purification syrup appeared in Su Yuan's hand. Looking at the familiar potion, Mi Huan subconsciously reached out to take it. But before she could even step forward, she was blocked by Shirshir's long sword. Although she had been suppressed by poison last time, she could still sense the opponent's strength. Even if the 2 of them fought one-on-one in a fair fight, she would not be able to defeat the opponent. I can only guarantee that I will join myself, but after rescuing the Silver Illusion Witch, they will definitely follow the Silver Illusion Witch again. Mi Huan gritted her teeth and agreed to Su Yuan's request. Of course, she only agreed halfway. Knowing that she was in the wrong and had eaten the tribe's food, she quickly explained. Silver Illusion, which has a somewhat volatile and domineering personality. She was like this before she was controlled. If I were to betray her with my people, I'm afraid they would be. At this point, Mi Huan's expression turned slightly red, and her legs trembled slightly, as if she had recalled some unpleasant scene. The meaning was obvious. Su Yuan's lips curled into a speechless grin. This Silver Illusion, which was truly ruthless. She even used such a vicious trick against her own people. Without the crucial item, how are they supposed to detoxify? They'll likely have no choice but to wait for Yin Huan to personally cure them. Otherwise, they'll just be tormented indefinitely. All right, you guys join first. As for Silver Illusion Witch, I'll have a good exchange with her. With his volatile and vicious personality and extremely cruel methods, this Silver Illusion, which must be brought into the Star Tribe and kept under control. Even Jesus couldn't keep her. Chapter 276. The tribe has no need for traitors. How did your discussions go? After dealing with the 2 teams without shamans, Su Yuan looked at the other 4 people. After discussing it, their expressions were still somewhat hesitant. They had overheard Su Yuan and Mi Huan's conversation, especially the part about considering the ordinary people of other tribes and not treating them as slaves for war. I wonder if Chief Su Yuan can guarantee that our people will receive the same treatment as yours. Lu Ling asked with some interest, but still with concern. Naturally, in my opinion, whether it is the elderly, children, or ordinary people without fighting ability, they are all treasures of a tribe and should not be distinguished. Moreover, all people of the God-given race should be one big family, without distinction between each other, and only through cooperation can we create a better future. Although these words were old-fashioned, they were still quite effective on these simple-minded beast girls from primitive society. After a moment of silence, Lu Ling knelt on one knee in front of Su Yuan. I am willing to lead the Deerbell tribe to join. Ren Shi had just told her about the tribe's previous situation. Only a portion of the fighting force remained here, while the others, along with the younger members of the tribe, had been taken to the Mu Guang tribe. Nowadays, their tribe is also left with only some children and the elderly. The warriors have been taken out of the tribe, leaving only some food to ensure the survival of the remaining tribesmen. Even if Lu Ling recovers now, it will be difficult for her to continue managing the tribe after returning, since their tribe has a very clear division of labor, and she has lost that part of the tribe. Then there would be no one to process animal hides, dissect corpses, or prepare food. Forcing some warriors to switch to these jobs would only make the tribe more chaotic and make it even harder to hunt prey. Where are you guys? I'm in. We'll join too. But you have to guarantee we'll have enough to eat. Very good. With these 500 people and the rest of their clansmen, even if it doesn't reach 1,000, it's not far off. They no longer need to hide in the cave. Don't worry, you won't go hungry. Su Yuan was a little excited. He pinched the little girl's cheek and began to plan his next move. According to Man and her team's investigation, there are approximately 3,000 people in the Mguang tribe, with about 1,000 capable of fighting. As for how many awakened warriors there are, she doesn't know. She knew even less about those outside the tribe, like Lu Ling, who were being controlled to complete other tasks. But according to the information Black Sheep, Red Fox, and AFI knew, in addition to these 6 tribes, there were several other tribes in the wasteland Snowfield that were also being controlled. They might be hiding in a cave or living in a tree hollow in a forest. Small tribes of 12 or so people, or large tribes of several hundred, all live in this area. Let's go back to the tribe first. After you've eaten, you can bring your people over. Let me make things clear first. Su Yuan looked at the dark mass of warriors behind him and gestured to Shur. She immediately picked him up and put him on her shoulders. Only when he was 2 meters in the air could he see everyone clearly. Star Tribe, which is your future tribe and your future home. I do not want anyone to betray us for their own benefit. The tribe also does not need lazy people who refuse to listen to orders. Behind them, Mao Yi glanced at Pan Yu, leaned closer, and said with a grin, "Hey, little wolf cub, guess who Su Yuan is talking about as a traitor? You're the one who's rebellious. Your whole family is rebellious. I'm listening to Su Yuan now." Pan Yu gritted her teeth, turned her head, and glared at him. Recalling her rebellious behavior when she first met Su Yuan, she couldn't help but shrink her neck and explain. "Will you listen to me? Su Yuan has a big task for the 2 of us, but there's a condition. I know you're rebellious and unwilling to do it, so I refused it for you." "Who asked you to refuse for me? Tell me, what are your conditions?" "Cut off your transformed nails." I'll cut it then." "Hee, another one has fallen for my trick." Mao Yi silently turned her head away, but finally couldn't help but reveal a smug smile as she tried to suppress her laughter. Su Yuan's warning did not elicit complaints or worries from the warriors. Instead, they all followed the shaman and knelt on one knee, offering their loyalty. "Very well, then, let's go home." This time, the harvest exceeded his expectations. He thought that at most only 1 or 2 tribes would choose to join him. After all, few chiefs would be willing to give up their power and belong to another tribe. But then I thought about it again, and these were just some little beast girls who had been put on the position of witch. Of the 4 witches, only Lu Ling was a little older. Of the other 3, the youngest is even younger than the Red Fox, and her short and weak appearance makes it hard to believe that she leads a tribe. Now that so many people have been recruited, the cave is not large enough to accommodate 700 or 800 people. However, Su Yuan had no intention of moving away from this area for the time being, and could only expand it according to the methods used by the former Star Tribe. The area is open, with forests nearby for building campsites, the sea on the other side providing food, and a road leading to the other side of the Wanshui Mountains. After defeating Mguang, we can form a team to travel from here to the other side of the Wanshui Mountains. We can move there later if we find a better place. The conditions for living in the Snowfield are still too harsh, and it is very difficult to be self-sufficient. If it weren't for Su Yuan's system bonus, he wouldn't have dared to make such a big deal about food and let more than 500 people join. With varying feelings, the group arrived outside the cave. The sight of the snow yak, which was gradually being domesticated in the distance, made them widen their eyes, filled with a mixture of envy and excitement. "Wow, so much meat. How long will it take to eat all this?" Bear Girl Manxing smiled happily, and her excited gaze made the snowy yak not far away feel a chill down its spine. It quickly turned around, leaving only a bunch of furry buttocks facing the crowd. "Let me tell you, these are the animals Su Yuan raised for milking. The children in the tribe need to drink animal milk to grow tall and strong." Xian came to her side and suddenly gave a warning, her powerful aura surrounding her. However, she underestimated Manxing's simple mind. He believed that after joining the Star Tribe, he was a part of the tribe and did not care about the oppressive atmosphere at all. He casually scratched his head and showed his big white teeth. "I understand. The children in our tribe were too thin and small. Can they drink it too?" "Of course, I can guarantee that you will be able to drink it in the future, but you have to promise me one thing." You go first." Xian Ku instantly dispelled her aura, grabbed Man Xing's hand, and said excitedly, "Now there are so many people in the tribe, but it's just me, sure, and those 4 newly arrived high-level awakened warriors. They all have their own teams, but I'm still alone. Do you want to join my team? Don't worry, I'm very good. To demonstrate his power, Xianku unleashed a burst of flames and lightning, leaving Manxing speechless. When did advanced awakened warriors acquire 2 abilities? You're so amazing, why don't they join your team? Manxing pointed to the warriors wearing silver armor. After returning to the tribe, everyone took it off. They had thought it was some kind of terrifying monster, but under the iron armor were just cute or sexy beast girls. Good question, of course it is. Of course, it's because someone acted without thinking and led a group of people into someone else's monster cave. Chapter 277. Can I acknowledge you as my boss? No way. I was leading the warriors to hunt those giant spiders. Xianku pouted in dissatisfaction, and when she turned around, it was indeed Su Yuan who was undermining her. Anyone else would have been spanked by her and left crying. How can warriors become stronger without experiencing danger? Don't you agree, Barbarian Star? Xianku makes a good point. But those giant spiders are all at least at the level of intermediate awakened warriors, and one of them is even weaker than you. You rushed in without even investigating. You're just leading everyone to their deaths. What do you say, Barbarian Star? Leader Su Yuan is right. What do you mean by suicide? I'm so powerful, I've already cut off all those spider legs. The others just need to be careful not to get stuck in their silk, and I can handle them perfectly well. Manxing, do you think you can defeat a spider without legs? This isn't difficult. Xianku did the right thing. Have you ever thought that the spider silk of those spiders has a cold poison, and getting stuck to it can cause serious injury? It was indeed her fault. Xianku blushed with shame. If she hadn't reacted quickly and blocked the fire, someone might have been seriously injured. Even so, she was still affected, and one of her arms turned into the shape of an avatar. If Su Yuan hadn't used the starburst bandage to bind it, and fed her a lot of snow demon ginger tea, she would have been saved. It's estimated that she has permanently acquired a blue avatar arm. I understand. If you don't want to join, you don't have to. I'm pretty capable on my own. Xianku knew that she was sometimes impulsive and prone to acting rashly without thinking, so she lowered her tail and lowered her excited head in disappointment. Just as she was about to leave in a panic with tears in her eyes, Su Yuan grabbed her slender waist and pulled her back. What's your hurry? I haven't finished speaking yet. Stand still. It's hard to imagine that the once bold and brave white-haired queen who dared to tackle Su Yuan to the ground is now standing there like a wronged little wife, head bowed and tears streaming down her face. I never force anyone to do anything. Seriously? Didn't you just force me to go a couple of days ago? Mao Yi passed by from behind and, after hearing Su Yuan's words, gave an example in protest. These are dried fish-flavored biscuits. Take them and eat them. Then I won't bother you anymore. After chasing away a mischievous cat, Su Yuan continued. So I need to hear Manxing's own thoughts on this matter. Although Xianku is usually impulsive, careless, and stubborn to the point of never admitting defeat until she's beaten to death, she's not a bad person at heart. She would do everything in her power to protect everyone when danger was around, share good food with her subordinates, and teach everyone what she knew without reservation. If you are willing to fight alongside Xianku, be prepared to face danger at any time, and maintain a fearless heart to fight the enemy to the last moment. Manxing grinned as she looked at Xianku, who was looking at her with tears in her eyes, a mixture of expectation and fear. I am willing to join the army led by Xianku. My mother often told me that if a wolf bites through my bones, I will bite its throat. My last drop of blood will not be on my people, but on the face of my enemy. So many famous sayings from the polar bear mother. Su Yuan looked at the somewhat simple-minded Manxing and became curious about her philosophical mother. All right then, you can manage your own team. Remember, don't let your people die because of your impulsiveness. I understand. Don't worry, I will learn combat and hunting from Fox Spirit from now on. Xianku wiped away her tears and excitedly gave Su Yuan a quick kiss of gratitude. Before he could even savor the salty taste of the mixture of tears and saliva, she had already run to Manxing's side. Come here. Let me show you the new weapons Su Yuan rewarded me with. This one is called the Flying Star Spear, and this one is called the Shattered Crystal Frost Spear. Oh, right, I still have the weapon Su Yuan rewarded me with before. I can give you one later. Su Yuan's lips twitched. He wasn't sure if his decision was right, but at this moment, looking at Xianku's genuine smile, he didn't regret his choice. At worst, we can just prepare more life-saving items for Xianku in the future. As special items are unlocked, the variety and power of life-saving items he has will only increase. The tribe's construction has to start all over again, but it's not starting from scratch. Many beast girls in the Star Tribe are very good at building houses. With food and shelter solved, the rest can be developed slowly. All right, everyone, let's eat. After you finish eating, take some people back to bring your clansmen here. Only when everyone works together can we have a warm home and plenty of food. The giant octopus tentacles inside the cave were carried out, and in the forest, everyone gathered around them, as the huge tentacle flesh was cut into pieces. It smells so good. I hope I won't faint again after eating this. Oh dear, you're so stupid. We're all from the Star Tribe now. How could we possibly poison them? Then I must eat more? I only ate one bite of the fish last time. What a waste. Hiding in a corner, Mihwan stared alone at the octopus meat roasting in the campfire, with no one else around. This was her requirement. Everyone in the tribe had to keep a certain distance from her and the silver illusion which, otherwise even a spittle or a drop of sweat unintentionally on their arm could knock someone unconscious. It's finally done grilling. This must be octopus meat. It smells so good. Although he remained expressionless, he was already starting to wonder, his eyes scanning the rather strange roasted meat. After half a minute, he put the meat in his mouth. This is so delicious. No way. If I leave, I won't be able to eat such delicious food anymore. Inhuan's stubborn temper is impossible to handle. Should I try to get Inhuan to join us? Let me think of a way to get her to join willingly. So you're the leader of the bewitching beauty that Su Yuan mentioned? Hello, I'm Huanming. As she was pondering, a figure appeared beside her. Huanming happily greeted Mihuan, her eyes curiously observing her. Is this the tribe leader Su Yuan asked earlier? Why does she look so thin and a bit cold? Hello. Mihuan also abandoned her idea of dragging In Huanwu into the mess and nodded politely to Huanming. I heard from Su Yuanwu that your body can release venom. Huanming wasn't a shy person and immediately led a few friends to sit next to Mihuan, showing her delicate fingers to Mihuan. We can also release venom. This is the venom I've stored. Just a few drops are enough to take down the other side. Mihuan was a little surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. It wasn't unusual for fingernails to contain venom. After all, even her saliva, sweat, or going to the toilet could knock out passing insects. She was quite envious of this kind of venom that could be released in a controlled manner. Leader Su Yuan said everyone should form their own team. So, can we join your team and acknowledge you as our leader? Huh? Me. Chapter 278, Building a Seaside Territory Like a Star Base. More than 700 people, now it finally looks like a tribe. Looking at the groups of people sitting around the campfire, Su Yuan felt a sense of relief. The terrain by the sea is not suitable for building a city, but it can be done like the Star Base in the Monster Hunter game I played in my previous life. Star Camp, a coastal settlement with residential, workshop, trading, and living areas, is nestled between mountains and the sea and is rich in resources. But the revolution is not yet complete. We must take advantage of Muguang's serious injury and seize some more tribes. Let me think. Su Yuan stroked his chin and suddenly remembered the external reinforcements he had been worried about during the night raid on the Black Sheep tribe. Her name is Wu Ying, right? We can have Tiger Hunter lead the way to their tribe and capture her. Unlike before when there was only Xian Ku, a high-level awakened warrior, taking over the Wu Ying tribe doesn't require any strategy. We can just crush them and kidnap Wu Ying. The campfire in the forest didn't last long. After they had eaten their fill, the newly joined tribal leaders came to Su Yuan's side, their beautiful faces filled with gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Chief. We hope to return to our former territory before nightfall and bring our people back. The situation in the Deerbell tribe was relatively good. At least Ninjachi left some food in the camp when he left, but the others were not so fortunate. Now that they had regained their senses, everyone was a little worried. So after they finished eating, they immediately made a request to Su Yuan. Yes, let's go early. Each team leader should take 20 people with them. These are protective orbs that are immune to darkness and cold. Each team should take one back first. Also, here's some food and weapons. If the journey is too long, hurry on and don't waste time hunting along the way. Su Yuan had already made preparations and handed the package to the 6 team leaders. The light emanating from the Guardian orb warmed everyone's bodies and hearts. And those weapons that gleamed with a cold light. It was Su Yuan who led his team to defeat them with these silver weapons before. The stone knives and bone knives were no match for them. Thank you, we'll be back soon. Fearing that Su Yuan might misunderstand, several shamans and some tribesmen stayed behind. More than 100 people quickly left the camp, while the remaining 300 or so followed the Star Tribe to learn how to build wooden houses. Fox 9, come here for a second. Transforming this seaside camp into a vast and magnificent seaside stronghold like the Starry Sky stronghold in the previous game, is not something that can be easily accomplished in a short time. Currently, he needs to lead his warriors to eliminate the several tribes controlled by the wasteland Snowfield, and then lead his team to launch a general offensive against the Muguang tribe. Therefore, the construction of the camp on the coast could only be left to the clever Fox 9. What? You're going to give me the entire mission? When Fox 9 heard Su Yuan's instructions, she said with a bitter face, I don't know how. You only taught me how to build wooden houses. She was worried that she would mess it up. After all, Su Yuan was talking about a huge project, a project that was related to the future lives of nearly 1,000 people. Don't worry, I'll definitely teach you first. Besides, it's not like I'm leaving for good and never coming back. Don't worry. Su Yuan led Hu Jiu to a huge rock outside the camp and sat down next to each other. He bought a piece of white paper from the system and sketched out the overall structure of the seaside area. Although the drawing wasn't very good, the general environmental structure was still clearly visible. During his time here, he hadn't just been busy catching and enjoying the beast girls. I explored the entire coastline, beaches, and surrounding woods, getting a general understanding of the environment. First, here, we'll clear all the trees and use the land to build a residential area. Then, there's a spacious area above that mountainside with a stream. Once the houses are built, we can move all the snow yak beasts up there. Before defeating Muguang, even if the tribe grew to thousands of people, the shared social relationships could not be changed. Su Yuan's initial plan was a residential area and a small area for planting and breeding. By building a base by the sea, there's no need to worry about food. In the future, once ships are built, Hai Ling and the others can lead them to distant oceans for fishing. However, not all food sources can be placed on the ocean. The traditional farming can continue, and a small planting area can be established by relying on the warmth provided by the guardian orb. So how do we get up there? Let's build the rope ladder for now. Once the house is built in a few days, we can use the cave to store supplies. After discussing it for a while, Fox 9 not only listened but also offered her own opinions based on Su Yuan's plan. Fox 9 carefully kept the blank sheet of paper filled with plans. The confusion in her eyes was gone, and she was full of confidence in building a new home. Late at night, the construction of the houses was suspended, and the two caves below the cave were crowded with people. Su Yuan did not make any exceptions and squeezed into the crowd. The lights were turned off, leaving only a sliver of starlight coming from the outside. It's so hot. 200 or 300 people were crammed together, making Su Yuan sweat profusely. He was only wearing a pair of tight pants to protect him from the heat. At this moment, he didn't know whether it was the heat in his body or the heat in his heart. He took a deep breath, and the air was filled with a mixture of various smells. It wasn't sweet, and he couldn't tell what the smell was at all. Before he could get up, the figure next to him pressed down on him. This texture? It feels a bit unfamiliar. Isn't this lion next to me? Why does it feel so strange? Xian Ko. At this moment, the figure rolled over and pressed down on Su Yuan, just as hot and sweaty as Su Yuan. The moonlight made Su Yuan's mouth dry. Su Yuan, thank you for today. Before he could admire her figure for long, she pressed against him. The pressure on his chest made him a little dizzy, but he still swallowed hard and said, No, it's nothing. Actually, Xian Ko, you are very capable, but you tend to act impulsively. You need to know that you are very capable, but not everyone is as capable as you. But without experiencing life and death, no one can become stronger. Xian Ko wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck, and to prevent herself from suffocating, Su Yuan quickly stuck his head out. My mother and I came from a nomadic group, and we used to trade the food we hunted with the tribes for necessities. However, because of my status as a wanderer, I was always bullied by the children from those tribes when I was a child. My mother taught me back then that if I didn't want to be bullied, I had to become a strong warrior. This process required going through life or death battles. She awakened in battle, and she also died in battle. I want to become stronger, and the only way is to keep fighting and facing life or death situations, so that no one will bully me anymore. Chapter 279, I'll definitely make you bleed someday. Alright, now you're strong enough that no one will bully you anymore. Su Yuan hugged Xian Ko tightly. The pounding in his heart subsided a bit. He looked at her beautiful yet stubborn face and gently rubbed it. But I don't want the tribe to be bullied. I'm so happy living here. I don't want you to be defeated by Muguang. I don't want these happy days to end suddenly. What are you thinking? Muguang has already fainted. You still underestimate me. The hand that had been rubbing her little face turned into a vicious claw, pinching her cheeks tightly until her once dashing face turned bright red. This time, Xian Ko, unusually, did not fight back. I was wrong. I will be more patient in the future and will think things through before acting. I won't let you down again. I've never been disappointed in you. Okay, go to sleep now. Although the excitement in my heart was hard to calm down, the fact that all these beast girls were lying together meant that if they accidentally made a noise, something terrible could happen. It's too hot. I don't want to sleep. Black Sheep told me a way to become stronger this evening. Xin Ku released her arm from Su Yuan's, propped herself up, and looked at him with a smile. Su Yuan's expression immediately changed upon sensing something was wrong. Had He Yang told Xin Ku the same tricks Mao Yi used to deceive Pan Yu? No way. This guy always hides in the back with a smile, causing trouble and watching the show. I'll make him scream in pain one of these days. Shall we go somewhere else? Xin Ku didn't speak, but pointed outside. The entire cave was filled with sleeping beast girls. Their location was inside, and the only way to avoid disturbing others was to fly. All right, I'll test your patience. Keep your mouth shut and don't make any noise. Don't worry, it's just not talking. I'll definitely be able to Early in the morning, Su Yuan carried a small wooden basin outside. Xin Ku had managed to do it last night. It was indeed very quiet, but she was feeling unwell and was still fast asleep at this hour. Su Yuan, how did you feel last night? Black Sheep appeared out of nowhere with a meaningful smile on his face. He might have already given her a live broadcast last night. Of course it's good, but I'd like to have a chat with the Black Sheep Witch. Su Yuan put down the wooden basin and forced the black sheep to a tree trunk. Her expression remained calm, and her smile became even more pronounced. Of course. How about we do it now? Su Yuan. The distant shouts interrupted the two. Black Sheep glanced over and then said softly, looks like there's no time today. I'll be all clean and ready for you next time. A warm breath brushed against my ear, and by the time Cat Night arrived, Black Sheep had already disappeared. Ouch, the hair on your face is so prickly. Mao Yi pounced over, rubbing her face against Su Yuan, the fine stubble on her fair face stinging slightly. The last time I trimmed my stubble was when I came from the icy wilderness, and in just half a month, the stubble has grown quite a bit. This is a beard, not fuzz. I'm going to take a shower and shave. Do you want to come with me? Take a bath? Sure. The snow in the desolate snowfield is not as thick as that in the icy snowfield, and the tribe's population has increased, so water consumption has increased dramatically. Currently, there is no alternative, and the lake water in the cave has become everyone's drinking water. The bathing was done in a small stream on a nearby mountainside, the water of which flowed towards the waterfall they had encountered on their way there. Wait a minute, I'll call Pan Yu. She's going too. Okay, hurry up, we'll be eating soon. Su Yuan released her and nodded. A triumphant smile appeared on Mao Yi's lips. She let go of her arm and ran over in a flash, not even asking who she was. Her gaze immediately settled on Pan Yu's location. At this moment, Pan Yu exposed her calves and looked at her beautiful obsidian-like nails, gently stroking them with a touch of tenderness. Her sharp nails are her second weapon. In the past, when her weapons broke in battle, she would use her sharp nails to tear the enemy's skin. Su Yuan was just about to take a shower when he told me to call you. You keep tearing your boots, so he needs to cut your nails. You're not feeling sorry for me, are you? If you don't want to, I'll go with Su Yuan first. Fine, let's go. Pan Yu, who had been hesitant, immediately bristled, put on her boots, grabbed Mao Ye's arm, and ran towards Su Yuan. Everyone's here? Let's go then. Su Yuan scratched his head in confusion. Why did taking a bath look like he was going to the execution ground? The wolf's tail was flapping wildly. Having known Pan Yu for so long, he knew that this was a sign of Pan Yu's nervousness. What's going on? Did Black Sheep say something strange to her again? Since Hong Shuang and the others hadn't yet set up the rope ladder, the three of them had to go around in a circle and slowly climb up from another hillside. On the snow, lush green grass sprouted, and a small river flowed in another direction. There were some animal tracks around, but the arrival of the Star Tribe and the hunting activities of tiger and lion had scared away all the wild animals in the area. The few remaining birds flew away as soon as they saw Su Yuan and his companions. Su Yuan, Pan Yu said her nails are too long and asked you to help her trim them. On the way, while Pan Yu was distracted and striding forward, Mao Yi seized the opportunity to whisper something in Su Yuan's ear, and before he could say anything, she ran over. What's going on? Did Nicoya persuade him? Why is it that not only Black Sheep is acting mysteriously lately, but Cat Knight is also sneaking around? Has the warming of the desolate snowfield rekindled their mischievous hearts? The three of them arrived at the riverbank. The stream was not very deep, only reaching about waist level to Su Yuan. You two, don't rush, help me shave first. Seeing the two arrive at the riverbank and prepare to change their clothes and jump in, Su Yuan immediately stopped them and took out a liquid in a bamboo tube and a razor from a wooden basin. Shave. Su Yuan had been doing it himself before, but he always felt that it wasn't clean enough. Now he could call on the two of them to help him out. This is the knife I used to shave the beard off my face. I know how to do this. White Rabbit taught me how to scrape pig hair before. First pour boiling water over it. Ouch. Mao Yi received a sharp rap on the head from Su Yuan, and in pain, she clutched her head and shrank back. Why did you hit me? Su Yuan ignored her, took some of the liquid from the bamboo tube, and applied it to his hands. After rubbing it several times, white foam appeared. This wasn't redeemed from the system shop. It was synthesized using a bioenergy extraction and fusion device some time ago, making it one of the few useful items available. It's even more effective at cleaning than shower gel and shampoo. A multifunctional cleaning product that combines the benefits of shower gel, shampoo, shaving cream, toothpaste, conditioner, and detergent. Chapter 280 Claws aren't as useful as my knife. The materials are two very common items. A snow condensation fruit, whose viscous liquid can be squeezed out to clean impurities from the fur, making it a common item used by most furry beast girls in the snowfield to clean their bodies and fur. The other item is snow moss, a type of moss that softens hair, a valuable find from when searching for rare items in the desolate snowfield. Just scrape along the blade like that. Su Yuan demonstrated for a while, then lay half of his body in the stream, letting the water wash over him. Here I come. Mao Ye sat on Su Yuan's stomach, holding the blade and moving closer. The warm, soft touch soothed the icy feeling from the stream, and he closed his eyes to quietly enjoy the two little hands cupping his cheeks. As Nikoyo spun the blade, it scraped away the white slime on her face, along with the black stubble. With increasing skill, her movements became faster and faster. Slow down, don't scratch my face until it bleeds. Oh, don't worry, I've already learned it, it's very simple. Beside her, Pan Yu's mind was not on the matter at all. She sat by the stream with her head down, looking a little nervous, and her legs were soaking in the water. After shaving for about 10 minutes, Mao Yi looked at Su Yuan, who was clean and tidy, even more dazzling than when she first saw him, and felt a strange flutter in her heart, wanting to stay close to him like this forever. All right, all done. Of course, she didn't forget her own business, but she was about to drag Fan Yu into it, and seeing her absent-minded expression, she hesitated. Maybe you should just forget about it. She didn't understand why Pan Yu was resisting even more than her. Actually, she wasn't that nervous after that haircut. It didn't hurt or itch, but her legs felt a little weak from lifting them for so long. What's there to calculate? If Su Yuan says to cut it, then I'll cut it. I'm very obedient. Pan Yu gritted her teeth and, as if determined, came to Su Yuan's side. She put her right leg directly on his chest, her face flushed, and turned her head away, like a child about to get a shot. The stream was very cold, but the warm red light from the guardian orb made Su Yuan, who had been working hard all night, feel drowsy. Suddenly, a thud in his chest jolted him awake from his half-closed enjoyment. He saw the obsidian gem less than half a meter away, and his trembling legs started shaking. Cut it, I won't resist. Su Yuan looked at her nervous expression with some speechlessness. Wasn't it him who asked for his nails to be trimmed? Why was she looking at him with the same expression as Mao Yi back then? Nikoya, bring me the wooden tub. Since they're being so proactive, he won't refuse. Otherwise, he'd have to ask Shui Ro and the others to mend the animal hide boots every time they got holes. Having already tried the white sapphire, I can now experience the difference with obsidian. This time, having learned from previous experience, Su Yuan held her hands tightly beforehand to prevent her from moving around. As he slowly trimmed her hair, Pan Yu's expression seemed less tense than before. However, his tense expression did not return to normal. Why are you so nervous? I don't think I hurt myself, did I? I had left myself plenty of leeway, so why am I still so nervous? No, it's just that I was thinking about my childhood. We went hunting with the adults and encountered orcs. Both of our bone knives broke, but our claws were not as sharp as the orcs, so many people died. I'm afraid that one day my knife will break and my claws won't be sharp enough, so I've always been reluctant to. Ouch! Pan Yu also received a hard knock on the head. Seeing Su Yuan's dark face, she could only stubbornly purse her lips and dare not resist. Sharp my foot. Do you think the knife I gave you could cut through bones? No. That knife wasn't just for cutting bones. During her previous battle with the orcs, she even chopped off their heads with a single strike. So you think an orc's claws are sharper than this iron blade? No. Then that solves the problem. Now I finally understand why these guys are so reluctant to cut their nails, or rather, everyone likes to sharpen their nails to a point, as sharp as wild beasts and orcs. You think so too? Su Yuan then looked at Mao Yi, who was watching the show from the side. Of course not. The kitten immediately shook her head, but his gaze seemed to see right through her, so she could only lower her head sheepishly and say guiltily, "Okay, me too. The weapon that Sister Lei Yin made for me before wasn't as good as my claws." Cat Knight licked its paws, looked at its smooth, round fingers, and immediately lowered its hand with a disappointed expression. "I'm really impressed by you two." With Su Yuan's questioning, Pan Yu was less resistant. Soon her hands and feet were trimmed, and after regaining her composure, she immediately stared at Mao Yi. "Now, what's your next request?" "Next is..." A wicked smile appeared on Mao Yi's lips as she pounced on Su Yuan, knocking him down into the stream. As dusk fell, a dark shadow flew in from the sky. The three people by the stream had just finished washing themselves, and their tails and hair were still a little wet. "Coo coo coo. Snowy goo goo?" Su Yuan looked at the snow goose flying over, which was carrying a piece of wood in its mouth with knife marks and some words written crookedly on it. "The person who left has returned." The few simple Chinese characters looked like they were written by Hu Jiao. As for the words, they must mean that the 6 teams that had left had returned. Su Yuan's originally tired expression also perked up. "Hurry back, they're back." "Those who left." "Yes, it must be them bringing their people back." When the 3 returned to the tribe, there was another group among the busy crowd. Rinshi and her group were not too far away and brought people over in a day. Lu Ling was explaining something to her people, and when she saw Su Yuan, she pointed at him. Do we really want to join someone else's tribe?" Among the tribe's people, there were still some beast girls who were unwilling to submit to other tribes. Lu Ling nodded helplessly, as the tribe was already riddled with problems because of her. Apart from the cave that provided shelter from the wind, food, water, and even warm clothing were all used up. Even if they immediately hunted wild animals, they would have no way to make animal skin clothing. Many of the ordinary beast girls who followed had only a tattered animal skin covering their bodies, which offered little protection, let alone warmth. This appearance is just like that of the wanderer Huanming who hid in this cave back then. He was dressed in tattered clothes, petite and thin, and looked malnourished. I won't say much else. Here, I hope you will obey Chief Su Yuan's orders, not betray the tribe, not be lazy, and not disobey the chief. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking her out." As the former leader, Lu Ling still possessed a very dignified side. Her sharp eyes, as keen as her metal-based witchcraft, swept around the group, and everyone immediately withdrew their resentful expressions. Wah! Suddenly, a clear baby's cry rang out from the crowd, instantly shattering the imposing deer bell. People hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a familiar face holding a child wrapped in animal skin, looking somewhat flustered. Sister Lucy? Chapter 281. He swam so fast when he was first born. Lu Yun, don't cry, you can eat soon. The beast girl in the crowd panicked and gently patted the baby in her arms, trying to soothe her crying. But the more panicked she became, the louder the baby cried. Sister Lucy. Lu Ling ran over and grabbed the antler woman holding the child. Compared to her, the antler woman was much thinner, and her tall figure had lost its proper plumpness. Dear Bell Witch. Sister Lucy, Xiaoyan has been born? Lu Ling asked nervously, looking at the child in the other woman's arms. How long has she been controlled? Back then, her older sister Lu Shi, who had a flat stomach, discovered a divinely bestowed fruit and ate it without hesitation for the sake of the tribe's survival. At that time, she was the one who named Lu Yun. Little did she know that in the blink of an eye, the child would be born. Yes, she was just born recently, but my health is too poor to feed her. Lu Shi looked somewhat bitter. She didn't complain about Lu Ling, but instead lifted up her tattered animal skin clothes and silently hugged Lu Yun tightly, wanting to try again. The little one's clear crying stopped for a few seconds, but soon he started wailing again. It's no use, your body is too damaged. Seeing this, Su Yuan also walked over. Compared to the warriors, these ordinary beast girls reacted differently to him. They were nervous, scared, and their petite bodies stood there awkwardly. Lu Shi knew the reason, of course. With a nervous heart, she slowly stepped forward, a few strands of long hair falling beside her cheeks, filled with a tragic sense of brokenness. Chief, could you give me some fruit? I'll chew it up and feed it to her. All right, give me the child now. Chief, Lu Shi's eyes showed some panic, and she subconsciously hugged the child tightly and took a few steps back. Sister Lu Shi, give Xiao Yun to him. Leader Su Yuan won't hurt us. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the atmosphere of the Star Tribe filled her with trust in the leader who had captured them. Only at her request did Lu Shi nervously hand over the child. The little one was wrapped in thick animal hides. The tribe's people did not mistreat her. Even though they themselves were dressed in rags, the warmest animal hides were on her. Shuiro, go and tell Lingyu to quickly fetch some fresh yak milk. Shuiro, who was watching from a distance, nodded and immediately ran out. A short while later, she brought back a jar of fresh, warm beast milk. The aroma made the newly joined beast girls swallow hard. This is animal milk. The newly arrived beast girls were somewhat surprised, especially Lu Shi. The beast milk in this jar tasted different from hers. When she saw Su Yuan put it in a small bottle and feed it to Lu Yun, her crying stopped instantly. Her heart gradually filled with hope. For a while, Lu Yun had been eating her food, but she herself hadn't eaten much, so how could she possibly feed the child? She could only chew the fruit pulp into a paste and feed it to Lu Yun. This wasn't a solution, and seeing her child growing weaker and weaker, Lu Shi decided to go hunting herself. The little guy is so cute. Su Yuan fed the little beast girl in his arms with a small baby bottle. The two tiny antlers growing out of her sparse hair were very cute. Her skin was as white as a piece of soft tofu, and she had a sweet milky smell. Her mouth was moving incessantly, and she finished the entire bottle in less than 3 minutes. Seeing her opening her mouth wide in dissatisfaction and crying out, Su Yuan immediately poured another bottle and stuffed it into her mouth. Go and get something to eat first. Lu Ling has already told you what needs to be said. What I need are close tribesmen and companions, not slaves and prisoners. So everyone, don't worry. Let's rest for the night, and tomorrow we'll join the others in building our new home. Home. Because of Xiao Luyun's incident, everyone's tense and fearful expressions have eased somewhat. A temporary gathering point was set up on an open space not far away. Fragrant beast meat was sizzling and dripping with oil over bonfires, making the beast girls' mouths water uncontrollably. Red Fox, I'm leaving them to you. Su Yuan gave an instruction to the Red Fox, and she led the group away. As they passed by, Lu Shi looked at the child in Su Yuan's arms with some concern. With his arms slightly extended forward, Su Yuan could be seen gently holding Lu Yun. The strange bottle of beast milk was quickly emptied, and then slowly retracted. Sister Lu Shi, can I take care of Lu Yun? Why don't you go and eat something to recover first? Then I'll have to trouble you, Chief Su Yuan, as it has consumed such a precious source of milk from the tribe. Oh, it's okay. Just don't blame me for taking her food in the future. Of course not. You are the chief, and you have the right to enjoy all the tribe's food first. After exchanging a few jokes, Su Yuan carried the little guy to the side. Neither Mao Yi nor Pan Yu had ever seen a baby before, so they craned their necks to peer inside the animal's skin. Little Lu Yun wasn't shy at all. Her big eyes rolled around as she stared at the two of them, and her mouth never stopped. She seemed to really like the yak milk. Her two little arms were tightly wrapped around Su Yuan's hands. Is this what it looks like right after birth? So cute. It's soft and smells nice. I really want one too. The two were having a great time. After finishing the bottle, the little guy was probably full. He ignored their play and curled up in Su Yuan's arms to fall asleep. Su Yuan, is this the newborn of your land God-given clan? Why can't he walk yet? Haiyao put down her food and skipped over to Su Yuan's side. Lu Yun, who was being held, looked at him with some confusion. She also stuck her head out to examine him. She's still too young. She needs to grow a bit older before she can walk. But we could swim right after we were born. My mom said I swam really fast back then, and I even bumped into a coral and cried for a long time. You can swim and bump into corals right after you're born. That's amazing. The plentiful food gave the newly arrived beast girls a sense of belonging. In the evening, after eating their fill, they did not rest but actively followed the warriors into the forest to chop wood. Really, you don't need that many people to build a house. Su Yuan couldn't persuade everyone, except for Lu Shi, whose most important task was to take care of her sleeping child. Perhaps no one wants to be abandoned. They've probably been longing for this kind of life for a long time. The black sheep slowly walked over, its tone tinged with emotion. Weren't its own people in the same situation? Fortunately, they had found a leader they could trust and respect. Those warriors who were summoned to the Mguang tribe, their current situation is unknown. Yes, that's why I want to make the life that everyone longs for a reality, so that the laughter and joy will not only exist in the past. It's about continuing into the present, into the future, and onward. Chapter 282: The Revenge of the Giant Ocean Octopus. Over the next few days, the other teams gradually returned, leaving only Mi Huan's team still without any news. The snow-covered forest outside the cave was gradually replaced by small wooden cabins, and the methods of building them gradually became more varied. Among these sexy or cute beast girls, there are quite a few very talented people. After learning from them a few times, they roughly understood the principles and even made some modifications based on them. At dawn, A suffocating feeling forced Su Yuan to open his eyes with difficulty. A red-haired girl was pressing down on him, her tentacles wrapped around his waist. My body was all wet, and I had this hallucination of a tentacle doujinshi, where I was the heroine. Bea, what are you doing here? Su Yuan's wooden house was the first to be built. It was located in an open space not far from the cave. The small window faced the distant sea, and one could see the vast ocean by lifting the animal skin curtain. Bea usually preferred to rest in the lake with Hai Yao and the others, so Su Yuan thought it was Chi Hu and the others before he opened his eyes. Good morning. I regained some of my memories yesterday and was just about to come and talk to you. Then, the blanket was so comfortable, I fell asleep. Do you know how much this appearance affects a young man who has just woken up? Su Yuan struggled to extend the tentacles that were wrapped around his hand. Bea also realized that her tentacles were wrapped around Su Yuan's body, so she quickly let go. What do you remember? You weren't living in some mysterious, uninhabited world all along, were you? Then I have reason to suspect that you are connected to some big secret. A mysterious world? I don't know about that, but I remember when I was swimming in the sea, there were many, many people around me, and they were worshipping something. A person? Someone like you. Yes, but there are also some other kinds of people. Bea sat back down on the bed, her tentacles cushioning her bottom like fleshy pads. Biting her finger, she recalled, I remember there was a clamshell older sister who took me into her clamshell to protect me. Everyone was in a panic, but I can't remember what happened. Big sister clamshell? Su Yuan was not surprised at all by this. The types of divinely gifted races in this world are incredibly diverse. He wouldn't be surprised if a tree turned into a human one day. Do you remember anything about that place? Was it cold? Did it snow? It's not cold. It doesn't seem very cold. There's no snow, and it's sunny and warm every day. It seems like there's another piece of land nearby, and there are lots and lots of people there. It's not very cold, so it shouldn't be in the snowfield. Then why is Bea unconscious in the sea of snow? Could it be that the outside temperature suddenly warmed up as soon as she left the area she was standing on? Su Yuan shook his head. He couldn't use the knowledge he had gained from his previous life to assess this world. Perhaps a warm island could be found not far from the edge of the icy plains. It seems like we could develop the shipbuilding industry here in the future. After telling Su Yuan what she remembered, Bea ran away again. Su Yuan didn't try to help her regain her memory for the time being. He just told her to let him know when she remembered something. Stepping out of the cabin, the lively scene outside filled Su Yuan with fighting spirit. Back when there were only a few dozen people in the icy snowfield, he wished he could do the work of 3 people. Every time Lion returned from a hunt, he would leave White Rabbit so exhausted that her ears would droop and she would unconsciously wave her arms even in her sleep at night. Little silly spider, where are Fox 9 and Cat Knight? At this moment, Hong Chi, who was helping to build the house, turned around, puffed out her cheeks angrily, and pointed to the distant seaside. They are at the seaside. It seems they encountered a sea monster and ran ashore. A monster has run ashore? Which monster is so fearless that it doesn't stay in its own territory and dares to come ashore and attack people? Su Yuan also became interested, and before Hong Chi could complain, he dashed to the beach. Wow. I won't do it again, Mom. I promise I'll never do it again. As soon as they arrived at the beach, they heard several cries, the loudest of which was Gigi's. In the distance, the people of the Star Tribe were gathered there, with a huge octopus carcass lying quietly beside them. In the crowd, Long, with a dark face, held Gigi and slapped her bottom mercilessly. The sound was so loud that even Su Yuan, who was so far away, could hear it. What happened? It was rare to see Long looking so pale. So Su Yuan quickly came to the side of the group, and the beast girls on both sides made way for them. Which? Leader. Long also saw Su Yuan and put Gigi down. The little guy was very clever and immediately shrank into Su Yuan's arms, his face covered in snot and tears. Well, this bath was wasted, and so was the washing of my clothes. Su Yuan, my butt hurts. How could it not hurt? Su Yuan knew that Long had just used her full strength, so he moved the arm that was holding her buttocks down a little. What happened? Gigi and the others sneaked out and then encountered this giant octopus. Mao Yu was also in the crowd, blood still dripping from the steel claws on his hands. His excitement had not yet subsided, and he immediately raised his hand when he heard Su Yuan ask him a question. I'm sorry, Chief Su Yuan, I made you worry. Long said apologetically, though her anger had subsided. Her lingering panic was still visible. After everyone talked at once, Su Yuan understood what had happened. A while ago, a lot of new little beast girls arrived, and in order to show off his status as the leader of the tribe's children, Zizi led these little beast girls to the seaside. At first, it just led everyone a distance from the beach to dig up some seafood hidden in the sand and rocks with small wooden shovels. But later this little Totoro actually dared to lead people closer to the beach. Fortunately, Black Sheep had planned to come to the beach this morning to find some materials to make witch potions. Just as the giant octopus was about to roll up and eat Zizi and the others, Black Sheep rescued the little ones. When Long, who had followed, saw Gigi being captured, she was terrified. After fiercely killing the giant octopus, she learned that the leader was her daughter. She was both angry and afraid, and beat Gigi up. "I told you not to go near the beach. What if you get grabbed by a giant octopus or some other monster?" Su Yuan originally wanted to scold her, but seeing Gigi sniffling, he could only pinch her cheek helplessly. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again." The little tortoise's voice was choked with emotion, and it twitched from time to time. Many of the little ones around it had their ears pulled by their elders, and they stood there obediently with their heads down, not daring to look at Su Yuan. "Black Sheep, let everyone take the octopus carcass back first. Leave this to me." Chapter 283 Super Delicious Snack Gift Pack. Why did you all run to the beach just now? Some of the soldiers took the octopus carcass back, while Su Yuan had Mao Yi lead the other group to collect some seafood that had just washed ashore. He then found an open space on the shore and sat down. Besides the dozen or so little ones around him, Long also sat next to Su Yuan, her complexion much better after Su Yuan comforted her. "Just now, Boss Zizi said there's a strange black stone there, and that it might be a treasure that we can give to you, our leader." Zizi hadn't recovered yet. Her eyes were red, and she twitched occasionally, which was quite adorable. Su Yuan hugged her and gently patted her back. "And what about your stone?" There. Zizi jumped down from Su Yuan's arms and ran to an open space on the beach. The small wooden bucket that Zizi had brought earlier was smashed into pieces by the octopus. Inside were some small seashells and small crabs that Zizi had picked up. After searching for a while, she finally found a fist-sized black stone among a pile of trinkets, and then took her short legs and returned to Su Yuan's side. "This is it. We found it to be very magical and planned to pick it up and give it to you." Zizi wiped away her tears and held up the stone with an expectant look on her face. "This stone, how should I put it? It feels so familiar, but I just can't quite place it." After explaining, worried that Su Yuan wouldn't understand, Gigi even demonstrated it again. She brought the stone close to the sand on the ground, rolled it around on the beach, and fine black sand stuck to the surface of the stone. "This is a magnet." Su Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He had been searching for iron ore for so long, but he never expected to find iron sand on this beach. He immediately picked up the piece of magnetite. When you pinch the fine sand between your fingers and place it in your palm, the magnetite's attraction immediately draws it onto the surface of the ore. "There's iron ore here, no? There's iron sand. It seems I've really found a good place." Su Yuan was filled with excitement. He wanted to return to the camp immediately and forge the iron sand into weapons. Even if he couldn't upgrade the system, he could still bring the tribe into the Iron Age. "Su Yuan, I promise I won't cause trouble again next time. Could you please not let the adults punish them?" The little Totoro recovered, tugged at Su Yuan's clothes, and looked at him pitifully. "Punishment? This time you ran out recklessly and almost got into danger, so you definitely deserve punishment. Then you can punish me." They came out with me. Zizi looked a little scared, but seeing Long wiping away her tears, she obediently knelt down in front of Su Yuan to await her punishment. "Which, going treasure hunting is also our request, and we are willing to be punished." These little beast girls are quite loyal. They all came forward with pained little faces. If this scene were any bigger, Zizi's leadership skills would really make her suitable to be a tribal leader. "You should have been punished, but since you found an extremely valuable treasure and made a significant contribution, I will punish you instead." The group of little beast girls raised their heads and looked at Su Yuan with some nervousness. "As punishment, you have been reduced from 5 wishes to only 2. You have found a very important treasure, so you may make 2 requests of me." Leader Long was a little anxious, worried that Su Yuan was showing too much favoritism towards Gigi. However, Su Yuan grabbed her arm and comforted her. "Long, punishing them won't help. Besides, they really did find the treasure, which is very important to the tribe. The important thing wasn't the magnetite, but that Zizi and the others' antics opened Su Yuan's mind. Iron wasn't only found in mines." I understand. I'll go and help them gather food." Long looked at Gigi with heartache, wanting to say something, but seeing Gigi shrinking her head, she walked over to Maoya instead. With the adults gone, the little beast girls became much bolder. Hearing that they had found a treasure that was very important to the tribe, they excitedly surrounded Su Yuan and hugged him. "Really? Can we ask for anything? Of course, the premise is that I can do it, and you all have to discuss it and not argue about this wish. Okay, then let's discuss it. A group of people ran to the side and started discussing it amongst themselves. Su Yuan didn't ask about it, but instead found a relatively intact wooden bucket on the beach. There were also a few small crabs that Zizi and the others had picked up, fewer than the ones in the broken wooden bucket from before. He released the few thumb-sized crabs, then picked up the piece of magnetite, thinking he could collect some tonight and try to forge some iron. As they used magnets to draw the iron sand from the beach into the wooden bucket, it quickly filled it to about half full. It turned out that the black sand beach in this place was not a feature of this other world. Instead, this beach is basically made up of black iron sand. Su Yuan, we've made up our minds. After filling about a small bucket, the group of little guys ran over again. This time, they were no longer sad and were all very excited because they had found treasure and received a reward. So what are your 2 wishes? This bucket is enough, Su Yuan said with a smile as he put down the magnetite and looked at the crowd that had gathered around him again. First up was Zizi. After being pushed forward by everyone, she thought for a long time before speaking. We want to learn archery from Sister Hughesy so that I can protect everyone if we encounter danger. Learn archery? Su Yuan looked at the tiny little bean sprout, barely a meter tall, and felt a headache coming on. It seemed he had spoken too soon. This wasn't a question of whether he could do it or not, but whether he was willing to do it. I promise you, but you can't pull the bow and arrow. I'll have Sister Fox make you a smaller bow and arrow another day. And what's the second request? I want that delicious food I had last time. Last time? There was quite a long time ago. Back when the tribe only had 2 or 3 little ones like Gigi, Su Yuan had already rewarded them with all sorts of modern delicacies. I don't even know which time Gigi was referring to as the last time. We don't have any left from last time, but since you all contributed this time, we'll reward you with this. Su Yuan was too lazy to recall whether it was compressed biscuits or some kind of small cake last time, so he directly redeemed a set meal called Super Invincible Delicious Snack Gift Pack from the system shop. The large gift package wrapped in animal hide was taller than them, and the bulging bag was so big that even Su Yuan couldn't lift it up. This is a delicious treat as a reward for finding the treasure. But remember, next time, even if you see something very important, you must tell the warrior sisters first, understand? Yes, we understand. A group of little beast girls excitedly picked up the large gift bag. The animal hides couldn't contain the aroma of the food, and a sweet fragrance wafted through the hides and into their noses. Before they could even smell what it was, the gift bag vanished in an instant. In the distance, a figure was seen teasing them playfully while holding up the snack gift bag. Wow, Mom, Cat Knight's sister stole our reward. Chapter 284, is this the forging method of a divine artifact? Here, this is yours, and this is yours too. After returning to their tribe, Zizi and the others shared the snacks they had earned with everyone. The group of little ones who had followed Gigi out almost got a good spanking from their mothers, but luckily news spread from the tribe that they had found a treasure for their chief. The various exquisite and novel foods wrapped in animal hides quickly attracted everyone's attention, and Zizi gave a wink to its little subordinates. The little ones immediately grabbed their snacks and went to their mothers, offering them the snacks with pitiful expressions. Mom, this is a treat the leader gave us as a reward. We won't run away again next time. Now, Su Yuan's level of faith in the tribe is almost the same as that of a god. The most important thing about these snacks is not their deliciousness, but Su Yuan's recognition of them. All right. Next time you go out to play, remember to let me know. I'll look for your sister Gray no matter what, okay? Long also rubbed Gigi's little head, her expression no longer as serious as before, and the accusation in her mouth had turned into instruction after Su Yuan's previous guidance. Yes, I'll definitely tell you next time. Seeing that Gigi had cleverly solved the problem, Su Yuan, who was carrying a bucket of iron sand in the distance, did not interfere and instead went to find Hu Jiao, who was teaching the new beast girl how to build a house. Fox 9, find a few people to build a blast furnace on that open space over there later. The forging workshop was not in Su Yuan's original plan, but fortunately there was a small, independent open space on the other side of the mountain, which was perfect for building the forging workshop. In the event of an explosion, fire, or other danger, the residents on this side of the house will not be affected. Blast furnace. I remember now, it's that very tall, empty mound of earth, isn't it? In a sense, there's nothing wrong with saying that. Since Fox 9 still remembers, he won't explain anymore. Now there's an even more important question. And call Hong Shuang over too. That secluded open space could be accessed by jumping down from the mountain near the stream where Su Yuan used to bathe, but that would require climbing up the mountain and then jumping down from a great height, which was too troublesome. In that case, why not just build a bridge to get to the other side? Hong Shuang arrived shortly afterward, and Hu Jiao did not leave either. Su Yuan told the two about building the bridge. I understand. It means turning the rope ladder horizontally, right? The little fox is so clever, but not only do you have to nail both ends tightly, you also have to make sure the spider silk won't break after a long time. Red Frost, is your spider silk up to the task? He wasn't worried about the weight-bearing capacity. The stone salamander in the cave had tried its best, but couldn't break free, so the weight of a dozen little beast girls wouldn't break it. Yes, but for safety reasons, it's best to replace it every 5 years. 5 years. That's enough. Although the modern ropes he redeemed have a longer durability, there's no need to rely on the system for problems that the beast girls can solve themselves. Who knows, maybe one day the spider girls of the Star Empire will become a professional bridge construction team. Then let's prepare some planks first. The wood should be thick and not easily rotten. Falling from here wouldn't be dangerous. Below is a black sand beach, where mud and sand meet, and the location isn't particularly high. Soon the two returned with some tools, followed by some beast girls, whom Fox 9 had called to help build the wooden bridge. The planks were connected one by one, and the two locations were about 10 meters apart. After the wooden bridge was completed, Hong Shuang, like Spider-Man, used her webs to stick to the mountain wall and easily swung to the open space. More and more people came to visit, all curious about what Su Yuan was doing. The ropes at both locations were straightened, and the wooden stakes wrapped with spider silk were hammered into the ground. After placing 2 more boulders on top, Su Yuan clapped his hands and carefully walked onto the wooden bridge. Watch out. What is this? A piece of wood is tied to midair. The beast girls nearby also approached the wooden bridge. Su Yuan gripped the spider silk handrails on both sides. The wooden bridge swayed slightly as he walked on it, but there was no sign of it loosening or breaking even when he reached the other end. Good. We'll use this place to make some tools from now on. The open space is quite spacious, but it's just an isolated platform with no access roads. The only way to get in and out is by jumping down from above or by the wooden bridge. The location has been chosen. Now it's time to start smelting the iron. The blast furnace was built once before in the icy Snowfield, but because the fire element inside the flame pattern iron ore was abundant, it was not melted into molten iron. Now it is just ordinary iron sand. Beside the blast furnace, the scorching heat made Su Yuan sweat profusely. He took off his clothes, revealing his well-built physique, with fine beads of sweat clinging to his body. Because he lived in a snowy wilderness where the sun was never shining, his skin was unusually fair, just as fair as the group of beast girls around him who were also covered in sweat. At this moment, the scorching firelight had already attracted Red Fox and Black Sheep, and even Deer Bell couldn't resist her curiosity and hid to the side to watch carefully. Fox 9 would occasionally peek over the stove, but the blazing flames that shot out from it would startle her, and she would quickly hide to the side. Is this really okay? Won't the stones get burned? The point is to burn these stones to see if you've finished shaping the clay. Su Yuan watched as the pottery in the furnace glowed red-hot, the red liquid inside resembling the flowing red liquid in the flame pattern iron Oregon. He quickly urged Hu Jiao to hurry up. It's been ready for a while now, and I even made 2 extra. Fox 9 took out 3 square pieces of fired pottery from the side, each with a dagger-shaped groove inside. That's about it. Su Yuan carefully used 2 wooden sticks to lift the pottery vessel out of the pot, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, the crimson liquid was poured into the groove that Hu Jiao had made. The groove wasn't very deep. After pouring into 2 clay molds, Su Yuan poked a small hole in the last clay mold with his finger and poured the remaining clay into it. The most difficult step has finally been completed. Su Yuan, what exactly is this? As Su Yuan put down the pottery, he was still excited when Hu Jiao couldn't help but ask what the crimson liquid was. Didn't I tell you? All eyes turned to him, and this expression made him scratch his head in embarrassment, as if he hadn't explained things clearly before and had just been busy with his own things. Actually, this is the forging of iron. The weapons I give you, the weapons you pray to the gods for are forged in this way. Oh, and your silver armor as well. Although there are some differences, modern handicrafts incorporate more than just iron, but for primitive societies that still use bone and stone tools today, the difference is not significant. Su Yuan pulled out the dagger from his waist and gestured to the others. The Star Tribe mainly uses bone and stone tools, but they also have some iron weapons that he previously redeemed from the system shop. People generally understand the advantages of these iron tools, and many beast girls even call them weapons used by gods. You mean this is the method for forging divine artifacts? Chapter 285 System Upgrade, Iron Age. Well, it's not exactly a divine artifact. It's just a piece of iron that's a bit sharper than bones or stones. This is a fantasy world with martial arts and magic, so this kind of primitive ironware can hardly be called a divine artifact unless it has been enchanted or made with special materials from another world. However, the Iron Age of the tribes has only just begun, and enchanting or improving materials can only be developed gradually in the future. The most important thing now is whether the system can unlock the next level. As the temperature dropped, the molten iron gradually turned black. Su Yuan did not intend to reduce the carbon content in the iron through repeated hammering. After it had completely cooled down, he took out the black little stick. Mission accomplished. The next step is to polish it into a weapon. The confusion in the eyes of the people around him did not dissipate, but they did not disturb Su Yuan. After the small wooden stick was taken out, Su Yuan took it to a stone, poured water on it, and began to rub it repeatedly. After polishing for a while, the black oxide layer was worn away, revealing a silvery sheen underneath, though it wasn't as exquisite as the ones they usually used. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is the ironware they usually use with great care and cherish. It's done. It's a real success. Wow, that's amazing. So we can make weapons that even gods use. Chief Su Yuan is a divine shaman. He can obtain a power called knowledge from the gods. He even taught us how to make fire before, so now we don't eat raw meat when we go hunting. Really? Can I cast fire spells like a sorcerer? Among the crowd discussing behind, a member of the Star Tribe poked the head of the newly joined beast girl with his finger and said earnestly, "Idiot, I already said it's knowledge, not witchcraft." After polishing for more than an hour, Su Yuan's arms were a little sore. Seeing that several delicate little faces were almost close to his chest, he tapped their heads one by one. "You guys come and polish it. Remember, you only need to polish one side until it's sharp." Polishing is not a particularly difficult skill for the beast girls. Long before he transmigrated here, tribes already had the ability to polish stones and bones into sharp weapons. Now it's just that the stones and bones have been replaced with iron blocks. "I'll do it. I'll do it." Little Fox 9 was the first to rush over and try, but before he could get his hands on the iron block, Lion snatched one away first. "I learned weapon forging from Lei Yan. Let me give it a try." "All right then, give me the second one." Before she could even make a move, the second piece was snatched away by the quick-thinking and agile Pan Yu, who placed the weapon in Black Sheep's palm while she was still stunned. "Su Yuan, could you give this to the Black Sheep Witch and have her make me a weapon?" The little wolf girl has recently learned to act cute from somewhere. The way she tilts her head and wags her tail made Su Yuan pause for a moment. Why does she look a bit like how Big Fool and the others act when they're eating? This damn hallucination. Approved, Black Sheep. Try carving some totems on it and see if there are any changes. "Yes, I'll give it a try." Su Yuan. Seeing that both weapons had been taken away, the little fox grabbed Su Yuan's arm, tears streaming down her face. She knew she was about to burst into tears if there wasn't a solution. Su Yuan was also a bit troubled. He handed the last palm-sized piece of iron to Hu Jio and said hesitantly, "Why don't you try this and grind it into a small iron knife to give to White Rabbit?" Recently, many beast girls have been following the White Rabbit to process the carcasses of the prey they bring back each day. They believe that the precious artifacts should be used by hunting teams, so they still use bone knives to process the carcasses. It was naturally much more strenuous than using an iron knife, and sometimes even if the knife broke, it still couldn't cut through the animal hide. Oh well. The little fox also accepted the small iron block, and the three of them immediately began to try polishing it. Their speed and skill were far superior to those of Su Yuan, a complete novice. Before long, the iron knife in Lion's hand was forged. The blade had no wooden handle, and although the front edge was somewhat mottled, it still gleamed with a cold light. The ironware is done. Su Yuan was somewhat excited and waited quietly. However, his expectations were high after Lion finished polishing his work, but Fox 9's face darkened after finishing, until Black Sheep was also finished. "Damn it, system, are you really planning to usher me into the industrial age? Congratulations, host, on entering the Iron Age. Level 2 shop, map function, and analysis function have been unlocked. Note, there are 2 conditions for unlocking the Tier 3 shop, currently 0 out of 2. Fortunately, the crisp system voice finally rang out, just as he had guessed. Entering the Iron Age was the condition for unlocking the Level 2 shop. However, the conditions for unlocking the Level 3 shop dampened his initial excitement. There were 2 conditions. If things continued as they were in his previous life, The next step would be the medieval era of firearms. One of the options is either to create firearms or to create the industrial age of steam engines. Su Yuan leans towards the latter. As for the other one, could it be the age of exploration? Forget it, Su Yuan shook his head. It was too early to talk about these things. He had only just opened the level 2 shop, and he was already thinking about the level 3 shop. There's still some iron filings here. Try doing what I just did, but be careful not to get burned by the molten iron. If you get it on your skin before it cools down, it will burn your flesh to pieces. Su Yuan watched as Xian Ku and the others looked at the homemade weapons with a hint of longing in their eyes, their desire almost overwhelming him. After giving them a few instructions, he immediately hid on the other side to supervise their iron smelting. System, what are the two newly unlocked features? Map function, 20,000 points. Note, this feature can record locations visited by the host or map beacon holder. A map beacon can be generated by consuming 1,000 points. Analysis function, 50,000 points. Note, by analyzing the processed items, their techniques can be compiled into a book. These two features are quite surprising, especially the map system. You know, he used to draw the map of the Snowfield himself in a notebook. That abstract painting isn't entirely useless, but if Mu Guang found it and wanted to find Su Yuan in the icy Snowfield, it would probably take him a lot of effort. Is everything unlocked? With a surplus of points, Su Yuan immediately unlocked both functions. The moment the map opened, the blue panel in front of him turned completely black. A small area in the lower right corner was lit up. As you zoomed in, you could finally see the snow-white land. This was the location of the Snowfield. Judging from the map's scale, this world was much larger than he had imagined. To the right of the illuminated Snowfield was a large black area, which, judging by its location, should be the land of death. The other side was also dark. The only illuminated areas were a small patch of the icy Snowfield with its flowing lines, a red glow on the desolate Snowfield, and a small section of the sea nearby. This should be my current location. Chapter 286, a second-tier shopping mall reaching modern standards. This sea area? Su Yuan frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the sea area next to his tribe. The area was not wide, roughly the range of his vision. I thought it was just an ordinary sea area, but then a faint outline of land appeared in the vast expanse of black. Have you ever found any traces of the mainland on the beach? Recalling the scene at the beach with Nicoya and the others, she didn't seem to have noticed the existence of any islands. Let's go check it out when we've built a ship, or let Shui Gugu fly over with the map beacon to unlock the map first. The most important thing right now is to check what new items have been added to the store. The map only revealed the tip of the iceberg, the rest was pitch black, and there was nothing to pay attention to. After closing the map, Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop he had been longing for. System, get me a sniper rifle. The most important thing, of course, is the large caliber sniper rifle. Su Yuan immediately opened the sniper rifle page, and on the blue screen, pictures of firearms he had seen or had not seen before came into view. If we had this kind of equipment back in the icy wilderness, why would he be playing with firecrackers? He could have just bombarded that underwater tomb with firepower. AWM sniper rifle, 28888. SVD sniper rifle, 28,888. M200 sniper rifle, 28888. 7.62 by 51 bullets, 1888. .408 ammunition, 2888. .338 magnum bullet, 3888. So expensive. Damn it, a single bullet costs over 1,000 points, and a gun costs 30,000 points. Su Yuan looked at the weapons with some pain, realizing that his plan to arm a modern army was out of the question. He then looked at the prices of other firearms, which were mostly expensive. Buying 100 or so guns would completely drain his points, not to mention the bullets that cost thousands of points each. Compared to this tribal society that doesn't even know how to make bows and arrows, using modern firearms is a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Su Yuan shook his head and immediately closed the firearms page. It can be used, but only by oneself or by the person one trusts most. Otherwise, if the gun is pointed at one's own people one day, he will not be able to dodge the bullets. System open. Ugh, can't you just list what's been updated? Products updated this time. Medical supplies, penicillin, cephalosporins, morphine, adrenaline injection. Energy products, diesel generators, high-efficiency solar panels, wind turbines, hydroelectric generators. Industrial applications, laser cutting machines, hydraulic breakers. Military-related products, firearms, drones, signal jammers. Survival-related, seawater desalination equipment, ground-penetrating radar detection. Knowledge-based, 100 Rules for Firearms Development. If I had 3 years to research steam engines, exploring 30,000 leagues under the sea, firearms usage knowledge memorization. The Level 2 mall truly lives up to its reputation. It has already reached the level of modern industry. What about the Level 3 mall? As Su Yuan scrolled through the massively updated item page, the more he flipped through, the more shocked he became. It could be said that, apart from missiles, nuclear energy, and aircraft carriers, it basically covered all modern industrial products. From small items like mobile phones and televisions to large items like cruise ships and cars, he can build a modern city within 3 months as long as he has enough points. Yes, of course, the most important thing is to have enough points. 2 million points may seem like a lot now, but you can completely squeeze them out by exchanging them for 100 guns and giving each person some bullets. A car costs anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of points, and he's not crazy enough to drive in this godforsaken place. Not to mention the fuel consumption, he'd probably be stopped by rocks and snow halfway there. Therefore, if it's not a necessity, he won't waste points to redeem these expensive items. System, can you tell me what updates are available in the Tier 3 shop? He racked his brains for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a solution. He couldn't possibly unlock missiles in the Level 3 shop, could he? He wouldn't have any use for those things anyway. Perhaps he could try to get some information from the system. Although the system doesn't seem very intelligent, it generally responds to his requests, only choosing not to reply when it can't. The Level 3 shop unlocks under 2 conditions, with each unlocked item corresponding to one of the 2 conditions. It is no longer limited to technology specific to the host planet. Corresponding to 2 conditions? No longer limited to Earth's technology. Isn't that cyberblack technology? What's the other one? It can't really be about cultivating immortality, right? If only I could cultivate immortality. Although I have only lived in this world for a little over 2 years, I am reluctant to leave. I am reluctant to see my tribe, which I have worked so hard to build, fall apart after losing me, and my people become displaced. He couldn't bear to see his little beast girls go hungry again after he was gone. Now he really wondered if, after spending half his life ruling this alien world, he would end up pursuing immortality like the first emperor. Forget it, let's think too far ahead. Let's focus on the present. In a couple of days, once Mihuan returns, we'll take down Wuing first, and after we've finished conquering the wasteland, we'll immediately attack the snow-viewing mountains and capture Muguang. Only by eliminating this major threat can I develop my business with peace of mind. As night fell, fewer people gathered at the camp to eat. Of course, compared to the previous 2 or 3 groups of people sitting together, it was now filled with beast girls of all sizes. Not only was there a little beast girl named Lu Yun, but there were also some newborns or little ones who had just learned to walk among the other tribes that came. Looking at these beast girls who were still a bit reserved after arriving, I was filled with emotion. Even the simple wish of being well-fed and clothed was hard to fulfill in this other world. Suddenly, a soft sensation pressed against the back of his head, carrying a sweet ocean scent, and half of his body almost absorbed his entire head. Su Yuan put down the roasted meat in his hand, tapped Haiyao who was lying on his back, and the little mermaid immediately turned over and burrowed into his arms like an eel. At the same time, taking advantage of Su Yuan's inattention, he bit into the remaining roasted meat in his hand. Where are Fox 9 and Black Sheep? Aren't they all hungry? Fox 9 and the others? Haiyao recalled the excited faces of the crowd earlier and explained. Them? They should be at the beach right now. Fox 9 and the others asked their mother to help them collect those black stones from the sea, saying they need to smelt iron or something. Wow, these guys are really persistent. Their small buckets weren't enough to make any more, so they probably started collecting iron sand from the beach using magnetite, just like Su Yuan did. Should I call them back for dinner? After finishing the grilled meat in Su Yuan's hand, Haiyao was also quite full. Perhaps because of the previous close encounters, she now always likes to stick close to Su Yuan. Seeing those 2 long legs wrapped around his waist, and that slightly flushed little face pressed against him, Su Yuan figured out the little mermaid's switch and immediately helped her stand up. They'll come back when they're hungry, right? Chapter 287. What a joke. Am I a person of integrity? On the desolate snowfield, starlight illuminated the silver-clad land. A group of people were walking on the snow, with a young girl leading the way, pulling a little girl along, her face barely concealing her impending collapse. Mihuan's mother, is it really true that we don't have to worry about food in that place? Could it be a trap, deliberately capturing other people to be eaten? Mihuan took a deep breath, held back her anger, and patiently explained, the food you ate before was given to you by them. Okay, the grilled meat you gave me just now was really delicious, but if we go like this, Won't Silver Illusion Witch get angry? She's terrifying when she's angry. If she comes back in a while and doesn't see us, she'll, m. Before the little girl could finish speaking, Manhwa tightly covered her mouth, his dark face staring intently at her, making the little girl instinctively cover her mouth herself. I'll say it again, I'm not your mother, Shweli. I found you. You have horns, but I don't understand. Also, shut up and just follow along. When we get there, you can eat as much as you want, and eat however you want. She had witnessed firsthand the sheer amount of food consumed by the Star Tribe led by Su Yuan. There were over a dozen octopus tentacles, each thicker than a human body, inside the cave. Not to mention other foods. There were also the carcasses of hunted prey, large pieces of frozen fish, and even a kind of round fruit that was sweet and soft. Eating 2 of them made her feel full. Now that the remaining members of the Silver Illusion tribe could not hold out for much longer, she led the warriors back and left without much explanation. Shweli kept talking the whole way, and it was thought that being hungry for the past few days would quiet her down. But the growl from her stomach made Shweli unable to help but let go of her mouth again, and she tugged at Manhwa's clothes with a wronged expression and said, "Pleasure." Shut up. Everyone, get behind me. Manhwa's expression changed drastically. Her sharp eyes were fixed on the howling wind and snow in the distance, and her grip on Shweli's hand tightened involuntarily. Missed Illusion, go back to the Star Tribe and ask the chief for help. I will stay here with the others to protect our people. What's going on? Shweli, whose strength wasn't that great, looked at the 2 of them with a puzzled expression. Manhwa ignored her and drew an iron knife from her waist. This was the knife Su Yuan had given her to use on the journey to deal with dangers. Now, danger has arrived. The calamity left behind by the Silver Illusion, which has finally arrived. You must hurry back to the Star Tribe. Don't delay, or we'll all die. I understand. The awakened warrior named Mist Illusion panicked and, under Manhwa's second instruction, gritted his teeth and charged back the way he came. The distant snowstorm had reached Manhwa, and in the snowstorm, dark figures stood with their heads down, their crimson eyes fixed on what lay ahead. Long time no see, you poisonous brats of the Silver Illusion tribe. I told you that one day I would grab you and sever your limbs one by one, to avenge the shame of my race. Late at night, everyone was fast asleep. Su Yuan was feeling a bit tired as he held Hai Yao in his arms. The Little Mermaid's fighting skills had been honed recently, and she actually dared to take on him, the great demon king, all by herself. Chief! Chief! Faint shouts rose from afar, and soon the quiet tribe became very lively. Su Yuan opened his eyes, gently placed Hai Yao aside, changed his clothes, and came out. His eyes were still a little sleepy, but seeing the noisy campsite, he forced himself to stay awake and walked over. What happens? Which, Manhwa and her team are back. Several little beast girls brought over a silver-haired little beast girl whose body was covered in wounds, and whose pale face immediately reached out to grab Su Yuan upon seeing him. A sense of unease flashed through Su Yuan's mind, and he quickly stepped forward and grasped Wu Huan's hand, the blazing flames transforming into energy to repair her body. Save me, Huan. Before she fainted, she tried her best to lift her fingers, but she passed out before she could even lift her trembling hand. Red Fox, treat her injuries first, wake up White Rabbit, and then stitch up her wounds. These are anti-inflammatory medicines. Apply them to the wounds after they are stitched up. Lion, enemy attack. Enemy attack. Just as he was arranging the personnel, shouts came from the entrance gate of the snow forest, which had already been surrounded. Dozens of soldiers grabbed their weapons and stood guard outside the wooden gate. Come with me and take a look. Su Yuan also arrived outside the wooden door. Before he could even make a move, 5 or 6 orcs had already been captured. Each struggle caused the weapon held to their necks to penetrate deeper into their flesh. Leader, these guys rushed at us and demanded we hand over the person. They tried to escape after seeing us rush out, but we caught them. The beast girl on night watch explained everything. Several dark gray-scaled beast men in front of her flicked their tongues, looked Su Yuan up and down with their vertical eyes, and then spoke. We are from the Pupil Serpent tribe and have no intention of disturbing your tribe. Hand over the people who escaped in and release us. Our shamans will be very grateful to you. You want me to hand over the people, and you want me to release you? Do you want me to cut some more food for you to take back, and maybe give you some animal hides too? If Lord Wu is willing. Smack. Su Yuan slapped the snake's head and said speechlessly, you're really shameless. You get all the good things. Don't you know that the people who just escaped here are from my tribe? Impossible. That's a poisonous brat from the Silver Illusion tribe. The Silver Illusion tribe isn't here. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Tell me which way Mi Huan and the others are, and I won't kill you. Dream. In an instant, the snake man who uttered those words had his eye socket pierced by Su Yuan's blade. His expression was still somewhat bewildered and shocked. As soon as the blade was pulled out, he collapsed to the ground. You say, they're in that direction. The other snake people were somewhat terrified. One of them pointed in a direction shakily, and the others, coming to their senses, also pointed in that direction, hoping to survive. Very good. Sure. Xi and Ku, tell 80 men to follow. Take these guys over and deal with them. Remember to throw them far away. Su Yuan pointed to the few beast girls on night watch. The innocent little beast girls thought that the punishment meant to release them, but the lion, who understood what he meant, immediately grabbed them and made a throat-slitting gesture. You promised you wouldn't kill us. As the leader, you can't break your promise. What a joke. Am I some kind of trustworthy, good person? Su Yuan turned around, grinned at them, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and said, That's right. So I didn't do anything. You're keeping your word, right? Liar. You lowly beast, you've broken your promise. Please, spare us. Chapter 288 System. Send me a sniper rifle. Bang! This damn turtle shell. In the desolate snowfield, a red barrier of flames rose within it, and even the dozens of snake men in front of them, who had cut gaps in their bone knives, could not budge it in the slightest. Mi Huan, hiding among them, looked grim. She didn't know if Wu Huan had escaped back to the tribe. All she knew now was that the protective orb Su Yuan had given her wouldn't last much longer. Give up struggling. I won't kill you. Once I use you to capture that woman in Huan, I'll release you. How about it? The strange flame barrier in front of it made the silver serpent a little wary, and it had only received invitations from a few other tribes to go to the Blood Mane tribe to discuss matters concerning totems. If it keeps dragging on here, those bastards won't wait for it. Bah, silver serpent, do you dare swear by the lives of your poison Fong shamans? Spit landed on the arm of an orc outside the barrier. The orc, who was still hacking away, felt a dizzying sensation and quickly collapsed beside the fire barrier. The scorching flames burned its scales until a companion pulled it away, saving it from being burned to death. The other orcs who were slashing at the barrier also avoided Mi Huan with some apprehension. Their hatred for Silver Illusion made them forget that Mi Huan, the leader of the tribal warriors, also possessed a terrifying poison. The Snake Man leader, Silver Snake, moved his eyes slightly but did not continue speaking. In a primitive society filled with faith, no one dared to swear an oath with the life and honor of their tribe's shaman. If it breaks this oath, the tribe will not tolerate it. Since that's the case, then I'll play with you properly. I don't believe your shell won't disappear eventually, and besides, how much food do you have left to last? The silver snake flicked its tongue, displaying an attitude of sticking up and sticking with you to the very end. If it could force Mi Huan and the others out, it could avenge the humiliation of the past. But if these guys didn't come out before dawn, it would have to leave with its people first, since the shaman's task was more important. Mi Huan was unaware of all this. As she watched the barrier grow dimmer and dimmer, a thought arose in her mind to lead her people out of it. In a moment, you all keep running in the direction that the misty illusions are fleeing, and I'll stop them. But, Mommy Mi Huan, you can't stop them all by yourself. If you die, Silver Illusion, which will be very angry. You know she's been acting strangely lately. Even in the midst of a crisis, Shui Li's nagging never stopped, but this time Mi Huan didn't interrupt her. Instead, she reached out her little hand and rubbed her head. Don't worry, they can't kill me. As long as my blood splatters on them, they will be completely knocked unconscious, and then I can take the opportunity to sneak away. Mi Huan pretended to explain it to her casually, but she knew very well in her heart that this method would still be somewhat effective against tribes that did not know them. This wasn't the first time they'd encountered the old rival, the Poison Fong tribe, so they were naturally very clear about their awakened special abilities. But, as he hesitated, the flame barrier weakened even more, this time quite noticeably. Even the snake men outside could see it clearly. Ha, so there's a limit. Everyone, give it your all and smash this turtle shell. The noise outside the barrier intensified, and some timid beast girls had already covered their ears and hid behind them. Mi Huan pointed the weapon Su Yuan had given her at her arm. I'll lead everyone away later. None of you are leaving today. The silver snake emitted a silver light, grabbed the weapon of its tribesman beside it, and threw it at Mi Huan. The bone knife hit the barrier and stirred up ripples. Before the barrier could recover, it grabbed the other people's weapons again and smashed them against the barrier. The shattered bone fragments were consumed by the flames, and the barrier, which was flashing red light, collapsed in an instant. How could this be? You've also broken through to the bone-shattering stage. The strength of a Bonebreaker warrior corresponds to that of a high-level awakened warrior. The characteristic of a Bonebreaker warrior is the dazzling light around their body. The brighter the light, the longer it has taken to reach the level of a Bonebreaker warrior. Mi-Hwan stared at the dazzling light with a start, her grip on her weapon tightening involuntarily. If it were a Bonebreaker warrior, she feared she wouldn't be able to safely escort all her people behind her. Hiss, I told you, give up struggling. If it weren't for bringing you back to the tribe, you would have died by my blade long ago. Your little bit of poison is useless against the Bonebreaker warrior. The silver snake flicked its tongue, a hint of triumph and pleasure flashing in its eyes. The humiliation of the past would finally be avenged. Once it caught Mi-Hwan, it would make these ugly beasts taste the torment they had endured. Give up. The silver illusion, which doesn't care about our lives anymore. It's no use for you to capture us. Mi-Hwan scoffed, but still raised his weapon as he watched the approaching snake man. She doesn't care if you live or die? Then you can go die. After the silver snake finished speaking, it charged towards Mi-Hwan, but before it could strike, a loud noise came from the snow in the distance. When it instinctively turned its head to look, a bloodstain appeared, and the head of the snake man next to it exploded into pieces in an instant. Damn, this thing has a really strong recoil. On a hillside several hundred meters away, Su Yuan rubbed his shoulders. The soldiers behind him had already launched an attack on Mi-Hwan's side. Having just awakened his level 2 shop, he immediately switched to a sniper rifle and learned how to use firearms. Although I'm not a sharpshooter who hits the bullseye every time, I can still hit a huge target that's nearly 2 meters tall from 700 or 800 meters away. Damn it, more than 2,000 points worth of bullets were wasted on an ordinary orc. It's not worth it at all. At this moment, Shur and the others had already led their men to a spot not far from the snake people. Su Yuan also quickly put away his weapons and ran down the mountain. Who are you? This is a conflict between my Poison Fang tribe and the Silver Illusion tribe. Please do not interfere. Silver Serpent took a deep breath. Opposite him were 2 high-level awakened warriors exuding powerful auras, and countless other awakened beast warriors with glowing foreheads. This number of people could easily wipe out their entire team of several dozen. Put down your weapons. Tiger Hunter was the first to approach them, his ice spike hammer pointing at Silver Serpent's face, while Lion led his people to Mi-Hwan and the others. You really want to? Put down your weapons. Tiger Hunter shouted again. Poison Fang glanced at Xian beside her, pondered for a moment, then deactivated the silver light around him and threw the bone knife he hadn't yet thrown to the ground. Silver Serpent, I didn't expect you to still only know how to bully young trash. Who are you? Black Sheep Tribe. Do you still remember that hunting party you ambushed back then? Black Sheep Tribe. Black Sheep Tribe. Silver Serpent's expression changed drastically, and its body glowed with silver light again as it charged towards Tiger Hunter. Its claws, similar to those of the lizard men, immediately aimed at Tiger Hunter's neck. Bang! Before Tiger Hunter could swing his heavy hammer, another sound came from behind, and the outstretched claw instantly exploded into powder. Chapter 289. Welcome to the Star Tribe. Sigh, I still need to practice more. Su Yuan was somewhat helpless. Afraid of hitting the Tiger Hunter, he didn't dare to get too close with his gun, so he only hit the claw of the silver-scaled snake man opposite him. Which? Leader. The cries of the beast girls alerted Silver Serpent to the identity of the newcomer and how his claws had been severed. Name, location of the tribe, and purpose of coming here. The familiar 3 questions caught the silver snake off guard, but learning the other party's identity gave it a glimmer of hope to escape. It raised its tail and tried to rush over to take Su Yuan hostage. Bang! This time it wasn't the sound of a gun. A heavy hammer slammed into it, sending the person flying. The silver light around it also showed signs of collapsing. The bone crusher is that weak? Tiger Hunter was somewhat puzzled. Looking at the blood on his weapon, he realized that the opponent's strength did not seem to be that of an Orcish Bonebreaker warrior comparable to a high-level awakened warrior. Cough, cough, cough. The silver snake spat out blood and some fragments from its mouth. The fragments did not resemble internal organs, but rather the undigested remains of some fruit. Explosive spirit fruit, a fruit that slightly increases strength for a short period after consumption. Long-term consumption may decrease one's strength. It's a rare item, but it's disgusting. Su Yuan felt nauseous looking at the bloody mess. He walked up to the silver snake, pointed at the bloody mess, and asked, "Are there any more of those fruits that enhanced your abilities?" Yes, please, Lord Wu, spare me, just this once." The silver snake, its speech slurred, dragged its injured body, and used its other paw to pull a red fruit from inside the animal's skin clothing. Tiger Hunter immediately stepped forward and took it. The fruit was small, about the size of an egg. Sure enough, he heard the system's crisp notification sound the moment he held it. Detection. Unlock special items. Transaction complete. Open the special store page. Emergency Enhancement Potion, 2,500 points. Note: after drinking, it will slightly enhance mental and physical well-being and accelerate recovery within 3 hours. It should only be consumed once a day. Excessive consumption may lead to loss of bodily control. Not bad. To find a bottle of enhancement potion so late at night, Su Yuan smiled. Your Excellency, could you please release us? Let you go? You haven't told us your names, your tribe's location, or the purpose of your visit. A glimmer of hope flashed in Silver Serpent's eyes, and he quickly replied, My name is Silver Serpent. The Poison Fong tribe is located in a cave in the snowy moss field. This time, we were invited by the Bloodmane tribe. An invitation from the Bloodmane tribe? Why would they invite you? Su Yuan frowned. He remembered the Bloodmane tribe. The orc team that attacked the Starry Sky tribe before was from the Bloodmane tribe. I heard it's about totems, but they didn't go into details. Totem? Is it about myself again? Could it be because their team was wiped out last time they went to the icy wilderness? Where are they inviting people to go? There's a cave over there, and there's a red fruit tree nearby that can be used as a guide. It seems necessary to investigate. From the moment these guys were bewitched by Mu Guang and attacked us, the two sides had already become enemy tribes. If they intend to deal with me again this time, I can take the opportunity to chop off the claws of these tribes once more. Lord Wu, regarding our release, I promise I will never come to the desolate Snowfield again. If you spare me, I will leave the Snowfield immediately. Let you go? Then ask Mi Huan. After all, she's from the Star Tribe. Mi Huan also stepped out from the crowd. Upon seeing the silver snake, she didn't say a word and instantly pierced its neck with the blade in her hand. The remaining snake men did not escape either. The beast girls guarding the surrounding area also mercilessly slaughtered them. Thank you. After dealing with the silver snake, Mi Huan knelt down on one knee before Su Yuan again, her cold expression showing a hint of emotion. Get up. You are now members of my tribe. However, you don't have much food on you. Why are they guarding you? Even if the orcs and the divine race are at odds, it shouldn't be to the point of being irreconcilable and fighting to the death whenever they meet, right? Mi Huan and her companions were traveling light at night, and they had eaten most of their food in the previous cave. Moreover, they couldn't be eaten even if they were killed. The silver illusion which led us to steal their food, and then she used a little poison, causing the snake men to. Mi Huan's face flushed slightly, and she stammered as she explained, I heard that other tribes of orcs passed by and saw them there. Hiss. Is that poison? Su Yuan had heard Black Sheep mention it before. The poison on Silver Illusion's body was deadly. It was hard to imagine these orc warriors releasing their life force in the snow. A fierce scene of 2 or 3 male orcs embracing each other. Holy crap, this Yin Huan is ruthless. These people are really stingy. The Silver Illusion, which didn't intend to kill them. They were just frozen in the snow for a while. All they do is fight and kill each other all day long. Behind Mi Huan, a small head peeked out, looked at the silver snake lying in a pool of blood, and kicked it in dissatisfaction. Hello, my name is Shueli, and I am Mi Huan's mother's most beloved daughter. How could Mi Huan, with such a barren body, give birth to a daughter, and raise her to adulthood? Su Yuan's gaze fell on Mi Huan's barren chest. Thump. Ouch, that hurts. Do you know that hitting my head like that will stunt my growth? And Mi Huan slammed her hammer on Shueli's head and said with a dark face, This is a little guy I found in the wild. I haven't had any children yet. Su Yuan took a few steps back. For some reason, he felt that knowing this nagging little girl meant he would probably never have a peaceful day. Lion, go to the cave and find out what they're talking about. Remember, your safety is the most important thing. Report back immediately if you hear anything. Don't fight alone. Although Lion's strength has now reached the level of a high-level awakened warrior, and he also has a weapon with thousands of points that Su Yuan exchanged from the system shop. But better safe than sorry, this is no game. After Su Yuan repeatedly reminded him, Shir nodded seriously. Yes, I will be careful. He trusted Shir. If Xian Ku went, he would probably either die there or come back carrying the heads of dozens of orcs. After spending some time together, Su Yuan gave her some life-saving items and then led the beast girls back to the tribe. At this moment, the tribe's people, who should have been resting long ago, woke up one after another and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Su Yuan returning with the main force. Seeing such a lively scene, with houses scattered among the trees and roasting meat around the campfire, as if welcoming their arrival. The tension of the unknown in the hearts of the people behind me, Juan, eased somewhat. Welcome to the Star Tribe. Chapter 290, I have a brilliant plan. Looking towards the snow-capped mountains, bathed in sunlight, in the tribe. Now that Mu Guang has fainted, all actions seem to have come to a standstill. Many of the beast girls didn't know what to do, repeating their previous tasks while glancing occasionally at the very luxurious little wooden house in the center of the tribe. AFI, where have you been? Do you know something terrible has happened? I've been looking for you for so long, and I still can't find you. After traveling for a while, AFI returned to the Muguang tribe. As soon as she entered, she saw Xue Lu anxiously approaching her. The atmosphere in the tribe seemed a little different. She remained expressionless and didn't say much. Instead, she bypassed Xue Lu and went directly to their little wooden house. AFI, you're getting more and more disobedient. I'm talking to you. Even though I'm a little short, you can't pretend you can't see me, can you? Xue Lu followed behind, and Afei looked around after arriving at their small area. Xue Lu Wu, where's an inn? And what's this big thing you mentioned? Xue Lu could not be trusted now, so Afei pretended to be confused and secretly hid her small package in the place where she had always hidden the dried meat. Once outside, they found other members of the Xue Lu tribe, but not any trace of an un. You finally saw me. Honestly, do you know that the shaman of light has fainted and hasn't woken up yet? Of course, I sent an in to hunt the radiant beast. Several shamans who went with Mu Guang to seal the demon said that the shaman Mu Guang must have been hurt by the demon and that we must capture the radiant beast to heal her. Are you all crazy? That's just a story that's been passed down. You're banishing an in. The radiant beast is a legendary creature passed down among the snowy tribes, believed to heal any injury or illness and dispel cold and darkness. It is said to be seen when someone faces death in the snow. It will revive a person on the verge of death, take her to a safe place, and then quietly leave. So although this story has been passed down in the Snowfield, no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Even the name of the radiant beast was given to it based on the glimmer of light that people saw before they fainted. Anin had only recently become a mid-level awakened warrior, and being exiled alone in the Snowfield was extremely dangerous. AFI looked at Xue Lu with a somewhat solemn expression and asked, when did they leave? I just left. Xue Lu was also startled by Afei's solemn expression and stammered an explanation. She only realized what was happening after Afei hurriedly ran away, and then muttered angrily to herself. Wait a minute, I'm the sorceress, why would I be afraid of her? How strange. The Snow Willow tribe is a very small tribe in the Snowfield. They used to live in the hollow of a dead giant tree and survive on the fruits in the nearby snow forest. Besides AFI, the clever awakened warrior, there is only one other awakened warrior in the tribe named Anin. Compared to her, who was lazy all day long, Anin was much more responsible. She managed all the affairs of the tribe on a daily basis and also had to deal with Xue Lu and Afei, two thieves who often stole food. No, we need to act quickly. This time, Mu Guang is in trouble. When she wakes up, she will definitely realize that I was the one who did it. Then she won't be able to escape. Without Anin, it would be difficult for her alone to feed the controlled which the purifying syrup given by Su Yuan, but if she were to feed the potion to Xue Lu alone. She had witnessed the horrific scene when Su Yuan forcibly fed those witches syrup, so suppressing it and deceiving everyone would be even more difficult. We need to find some help. There was no time to go outside and call Anin back. AFI looked around, and the dark cave cage reminded her of a tribe. I've got it. I'll get the people from the Red Fox tribe who were captured to cooperate with me. 5 bottles of potion will be enough to throw the whole tribe into chaos. Then I can take advantage of the chaos to escape with everyone. As AFI pondered her plans, a smile graced her face as she walked out of the cave. The 2 beast girls guarding the gate were old acquaintances she had met before. She skillfully handed them a few pieces of dried meat that she had taken from Su Yuan. Wow, AFI, did you find some salt stones while you were out? This jerky is so delicious. Yes, the shaman of the bathing light asked me to go to the ice and snow plains to capture people, and I collected some by the sea near that glacier. After chatting with the 2 for a while, she made another excuse to go into the cave, where the busy prisoners were still expressionlessly completing their tasks. His thin, pale body clearly hadn't seen the sun for some time, but his expression still revealed a hint of stubbornness. AFI ignored them and instead made her way to the outside of the cage where Man was. What happened? Where did they go? Man, who was in the cage, had disappeared. AFI frowned and went back to the cave entrance to ask her. You mean that person? She surrendered to the shaman of the bathing light a long time ago. Now, She's probably been assigned over there to help make weapons. They surrendered? AFI immediately realized that this must be Su Yuan's plan. She didn't believe that the other party would immediately surrender after obtaining the communication conch. So she immediately went to find Man, who had changed her spot to slack off. Weapon making was no simpler than making animal hides. At this moment, Man was following a bullhorn girl with fiery red short hair. She was only wearing a thin animal skin garment, which restrained her breasts that swayed wildly with her movements. Yin, there's no need to be so serious. Nobody's watching. Making weapons requires seriousness. There's no need for someone else to watch. Besides, your presence is perfect. I can teach you how to make them. You always make excuses. Man rubbed her sore shoulders with a bit of helplessness. Making weapons was no easier than hunting. Normally, she could trick Fox 9 into helping her. Now that I've been captured and ended up in a place like this, I don't even know who to turn to for help. Hey, aren't you that? Oh, Faye, you're back. Man was looking around when she saw Faye walking over. She immediately said to Lei Yin, Yin, that person is the one who helped us deliver the conch shell that allows us to communicate with the red fox. She must have something on her mind. I'll go over and talk to her first. Could you help me with this? After tossing her unfinished weapon to Lei Yin, Man immediately ran to Faye and dragged her away before she could speak. AFI was also stunned. She hadn't even mentioned her plan yet. So how did the Red Fox tribe seem to already know? Phew, we're saved. What brings you here, Su Yuan Wu? The two hid in a secluded corner. As Man watched Faye rush towards them, she guessed that this matter was related to Su Yuan. It's not him, it's me. I have a brilliant plan that will throw the Maguang tribe into chaos, and then you and I can both escape with our people. Chapter 291, The Item Battle in the Level 2 Shop. Is this the place? Yes, it was the Black Sheep who led us here to find the Wu Ying tribe. In a dense forest, Su Yuan and his team of warriors hid, the darkness adding to their mystery. The group was dressed in simple clothes. Su Yuan's original plan was to arm a group of people and forcefully infiltrate the market, but after unlocking the second-level store, there was much more room for maneuver. Military firearms that were not previously planned were brought into the plan, so the bulky armor was cancelled during this night raid. Look, right there. The shaman of the Wu Ying tribe doesn't know fire magic, but there are many items in the tribe that she infuses with her magic power that emit light, brighter than flames. Su Yuan looked in the direction Tiger Hunter pointed and saw a bright white light emanating from the cave entrance, like a lamp, beside a clear lake at the foot of the hill. Unlike the two scattered beast girls from the Black Sheep tribe who guarded the gate before, there are now 4 or 5 beast girls outside the Wu Ying tribe who are focused on guarding their surroundings. It's no longer possible to use the old method of shooting the enchanting mosquito coil into the cave with arrows. Everyone, put on these masks in a moment. When I call the attack, rush in and capture them all. Xi and Ku, you go deal with that high-level awakened warrior. Tiger Hunter, Rebel Moon, you take the rest of the awakened warriors to deal with their awakened warriors. Mihuan, I'm leaving the task of bewitching them to you. Based on previous information, the Wu Ying tribe has approximately 1 shaman, 1 high-level awakened warrior, and 4 mid-level awakened warriors. This number is not considered a formidable enemy for the Star Tribe at present, so they did not bring many warriors this time. Their numbers are roughly twice that of the Wu Ying tribe. Su Yuan, why are you wearing this ugly mask? After the plan was finalized, Su Yuan exchanged for the gas mask. The black mask looked very strange, and Pan Yu frowned as she examined it. If you don't wear it when you go in, you'll cry. This thing is very important. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously. Once he exchanged for the gas mask, he no longer planned to use the enchanting mosquito coil to slowly knock out the opponent before attacking. Why would I cry? Okay, I'll wear it. Pan Yu suddenly realized something. Every time Su Yuan laughed like that, it wasn't a good thing. So she obediently stretched out her neck, gathered her long hair, and put the gas mask on her head. I feel so awful. The buzzing sound of the rebellious moon came from under the mask. Su Yuan tapped her head and exchanged dozens more masks, handing them to the people behind him. Once everyone was dressed, Su Yuan put on his mask as well. It was uncomfortable to have his vision blocked, but it would be even more uncomfortable if he didn't wear it. Let's go, a direct assault. De Shuang, you escort me to the cave entrance and immediately stand guard outside. If anyone comes out, grab her and throw her back in. Huh, they're just going to attack like that? The crowd was a little taken aback when they saw Su Yuan riding on De Shuang's back, and they all pulled out their own weapons, iron rods that they had forged themselves. As De Shuang charged down the mountain, Su Yuan immediately exchanged 2 tear gas canisters for 1, and several beast girls in the distance spotted him instantly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! After shouting a few times into the cave, a tear gas canister was immediately thrown into the cave entrance. Instantly, thick white smoke spread out, making the cave, under the bright lights, very hazy. Enemy. Cough, cough, cough. The beast girls guarding the cave entrance were the first to suffer. The intense stimulation caused them to cough incessantly, their eyes filled with tears through the smoke, and their originally colorful eyes turned blood red. When Deshuang arrived at the cave entrance, it immediately stopped. As the smoke drifted over, it smelled it and felt somewhat uncomfortable, so it immediately retreated to the riverbank in the distance. Cough, cough, cough. The second tear gas canister was also thrown into the cave. The beast girls guarding the entrance tried to grab the charging enemy, but they not only coughed, but tears and snot also flowed out of their eyes. He felt as if he was about to vomit up everything he had eaten during the day, and drool kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. Mi-Huan, Huanming, you two go behind and knock them out. Hongshuang, tie them up. The rest of you attack. As Su Yuan approached, he saw several beast girls lying on the ground in the smoke. He was shocked by the power of this stuff, as he had thought it would only make the other party cough and tear up, like capsaicin. The effect of the tear gas far exceeded his expectations. Inside the cave, a commotion broke out. Wu Ying was awakened from her stone bed, and the bright light around her illuminated the enemies who rushed in. The tribesmen lying below had already picked up their weapons, but several tear gas canisters flew in, and thick smoke enveloped the entire cave. Cough, cough, cough. The coughing continued, and Wu Ying immediately held her breath, gripped the staff beside her, and emitted a bright white light, as if the black sheep had been possessed by the light. Cough, cough, cough. However, she underestimated tear gas. Unlike mosquito coils that need to be inhaled, tear gas can still cause particulate matter in the smoke even if you hold your breath. They would adhere to the conjunctiva of the eyes, the mucous membranes of the mouth and nose, and the irritating itching and burning sensation would immediately break Wu Ying's composure, causing her to cough on the spot. Bai Ying, take the people and break out. Below, a white-haired girl endured her discomfort and did not cough like the other members of her tribe, her body enveloped in the rising water. Let me take you out first. Bai Ying arrived at Wu Ying's side, grabbed her, and rushed out of the cave. However, Su Yuan and the others also arrived, and Xianku immediately thrust the iron rod in her hand towards Bai Ying in the mist. The two had a different aura than the others. Xianku recognized the girl opposite her at a glance, and Bai Ying also noticed Xianku wearing a mask. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ying tossed Wu Ying behind her and instantly drew a bone knife from her waist to block in front of her. Thump! The iron rod struck the bone knife, immediately creating a nick in the blade. Xianku's face was now extremely angry, and the iron rod was crackling with electricity in response to her rage. She pointed outside and said, "Let's go out and have a competition." Good. Bai Ying nodded. If the two of them fought here, it would be easy to cause the cave to collapse. So she picked up the stone axe of her tribesmen on the ground and went outside the cave. The two stood by the river. Bai Ying saw the frost wolf guarding the river, and her uneasy heart was filled with worry. You who attacked my tribe, today I will make you my defeated foe. Even knowing that the other party was bewitched by Mu Guang, Xianku, as a victim, would not forgive the other party so easily, especially since her own clansmen had the time to be captured. Once outside, Xianku took off her gas mask, and Bai Ying immediately recognized her, her expression showing a mixture of surprise and confusion. Xianku, how could it be you? Chapter 292. Your cough is so bad. Have some medicine to calm you down. Cough, cough, cough. The battle inside the cave did not last long. Perhaps Su Yuan underestimated the terror of tear gas, thinking it would only cause coughing and tearing at most. Looking at the beast girl lying on the ground, gagging uncontrollably, her eyes unable to open, she finally understood the power of tear gas. Even the awakened warriors were not in good condition and were easily defeated by Tiger Hunter and his team. At this moment, apart from Wu Ying, the other beast girls had been drugged and brought out of the cave. Wu Ying was not in good condition and sat on the stone bed holding her witch staff. Wow, the firefly girl really glows. Su Yuan didn't rush to make a move. He looked at Wu Ying sitting opposite him through the mask. The white light emanating from her body really gave her the feeling of a firefly, except that it wasn't just her buttocks that were glowing. She shone with a dazzling light from head to toe. Cough, cough, cough. Who exactly are you people? Us? We're the ones who saved you. Wu Ying gave a mocking smile through her tears and said with some difficulty, Save me, save me. Cough, cough, cough. Does that mean using witchcraft to capture us all? Of course, treating a little rabbit's injuries is different from treating a polar bear's injuries. I just hope you can be quiet. Should you walk by yourself, or should I tie you up? Su Yuan saw through her little scheme, but now Mu Guang was in dire straits, so she probably wouldn't be able to summon Mu Guang even if she shouted until her voice was hoarse. Cough cough, tui. I can walk by myself. Now that things were like this, Wu Ying had no other choice. She spat out the sour water that made her nauseous, picked up the witch's staff beside her, and prepared to stand up to perform the summoning ritual. Once I summon the god of light, Ugh. Before Wu Ying could finish expressing her resentment, her radiant body was lifted into the sky, and her witch's staff was taken away. Let go of me. Cough cough. Didn't we agree that I would leave by myself? You actually chose the option I was given? In reality, both options are the same. Be honest or be dishonest, and I'll arrest you. A smug smile appeared behind Su Yuan's mask. He had only told Wu Ying to leave on her own to lower her guard. Although she could no longer summon Mu Guang, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't unleash other witchcraft to resist. Liar. Cough cough cough. Villain. Smack. Seeing the girl being tucked under his armpits coughing and cursing, Su Yuan couldn't help but slap her buttocks. The animal skin skirt couldn't contain the crisp sound. The intense pain made Wu Ying close her mouth in agony, and the tears streaming down her face were hard to tell whether they were from the tear gas or from the pain in her buttocks. When they came out of the cave, a group of people were lying on the ground outside. By the river, Xian Ku had shattered Bai Ying's crude stone axe with his spear, and now the spear tip was stuck in her collarbone. You lost. Why didn't you kill me? Bai Ying was panting heavily, her face pale. She covered the bloody hole in her collarbone with her fingers, her eyes looking at Xian Ku and the long spear that was gleaming with icy spikes with resentment. If it weren't for the strange weapon in Xian Ku's hand, she wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Whether I kill you or not is not up to me, but I can say now that you've lost. If your weapon weren't so powerful, I wouldn't have lost at all. She didn't understand what the gun and the black clubs in the enemy's hands were. The weapons they wielded, glowing with light, were blessed by Wu Ying through witchcraft. They were sharper and more durable than ordinary weapons, yet they could not withstand a single blow from this spear. Humph, but you still lost one hit. Xian Ku was a little happy. Unlike Shi, who was defeated by Tiger Hunter, her revenge was not for any particular reason. She simply wanted to defeat Bai Ying. She put away her spear, a smile playing on her lips, and dragged Bai Ying to Su Yuan's side. At this moment, Wu Ying was also dragged out, the stinging pain in her eyes, mouth, and nose still lingering. You're coughing so badly. Drink this medicine and it will help you feel better. Su Yuan put her down, picked up a bottle of purification syrup, and fed it to her. Thanks, wait a minute. Wu Ying subconsciously opened her mouth, but when the purifying syrup entered her mouth, the unease in her heart made her resist violently. Su Yuan sat on her chest, his legs pressing down hard on her arms. The syrup slowly flowed into her mouth as she struggled, and only whimpers could be heard from her clenched mouth. Wu Ying. The only one still conscious on the field was Bai Ying. She wanted to rush over and save Wu Ying, but Xian Ku held her shoulders tightly, making her kneel to the side and unable to get up. Finish it. Every time I catch her, I have to explain for ages. Now that I'm so powerful, I'm too lazy to waste words explaining. I'm not dealing with Wu Ying to get her to join me. It was purely to provoke Mu Guang again. If she died from the pain of the blazing purification syrup side effects without him having to do anything, then he would have easily eliminated the threat. With her cheeks being pinched, she couldn't exert any strength. The syrup in the bottle slowly dripped into her mouth, and when it was all poured out, her mouth was tightly covered again. Having already suffered severe stimulation, the increased saliva production caused her cheeks to puff up rapidly, and the syrup slowly flowed down her throat. Finally, the phantom flame representing purification began to burn, and Wu Ying, who had been lying on the ground, began to struggle desperately. The burning pain in her soul made her want to die immediately, but her upper body was pressed down tightly, and even her head was held in place, so she couldn't even open her mouth to scream. Wu Ying. Puff. Lord Muyue. In the dimly lit castle, the black-haired elf sitting beside the throne above coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sound of spitting blood startled the surrounding elves, who all rushed over. Damn it! How much of that damn potion does that guy still have? Muyu's complexion was extremely poor. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her purple pupils were filled with hatred. For this opportunity to go to the lower realm and obtain the divine gift, she spared no effort in controlling Mu Guang and even knelt before that damned woman, Qinshi. The thought of the woman in white she remembered when she was misled in the snowfield immediately filled her eyes with hatred, and her clenched teeth made a grinding sound. Dawn. Just you wait. There's no way I'm out of this game. Anyone can have a divine gift, but it can't be you. Muyu propped herself up, and the staff in her hand released a dark light into the void. Her already unhealthy complexion became even paler, but her angry face also revealed a mocking smile. Pass down the word. Take half of the queen's treasury. I'm going to see the goddess of the realms. The elf below hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Mu Yu's ferocious face, she immediately walked towards the secret passage to the side, leaving her alone in the entire dark castle. Let them fight. That guy from the netherworld is about to appear, along with other people sent by the queen to search for the divine artifact. I want to see who will be the winner on this Snowfield this time. Chapter 293, The Decadent Beauty, Whose Body Glows. Ouch, that hurts. The morning sunlight shone on Wu Ying's face. Her body ached as if she had been brutally beaten, and it was extremely difficult for her to even lift a finger. After waiting for more than half an hour, she gradually adjusted to her body, opened her eyes, and saw the bright sunlight shining on her face. Bai Ying, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Bai Ying you. The sunlight was blocked by a dark shadow. Wu Ying looked at the unfamiliar face with some confusion. In her memory, she seemed to be, well, never mind. Good morning. Good morning. Wu Ying greeted them somewhat blankly, then propped herself up and looked around. All her people were bound. Bai Ying looked depressed as she was tied up and leaned against a boulder. See? I told you it was all right. You didn't even know your own, which was being controlled. How did you become a leader with a brain like that? Last night, despite Bai Ying's desperate struggle, Su Yuan finally told her about Mu Guang, but she refused to believe it and refused to accept the fact that she, as a witch, was being controlled. Oh, I forgot your mouth was gagged. Su Yuan removed the strip of cloth, and Bai Ying immediately said angrily, Of course I know. What kind of look is that? Do you think I'm an idiot? Knowing that, why did you resist so fiercely? Do you think you haven't killed enough of your own people? I can take care of my people. I don't need your concern. Besides, I'd rather she be controlled. As long as she's still Wu Ying, that's enough. Huh? What's going on? Su Yuan stared at her with wide eyes. When Bai Ying saw Wu Ying wake up, her originally sharp and capable eyes became very dull, and a single hair on her head slowly rose up. In the end, Bai Ying's anger turned into helplessness, and she sighed deeply. Since Wu Ying returned from the Mu Guang tribe, she has changed completely. She is no longer so lazy, picky about food, or procrastinating, and she is also willing to manage the tribe. Do you know what this cave was like before? It's dark and damp, and the air smells so bad you can't breathe. It's in this state now because Wu Ying used her witch power to light up this cave after she returned from the Mu Guang tribe. It only requires some food and resources, and helping the Mu Guang tribe complete some tasks, but of course I'm willing to exchange them for Wu Ying. Su Yuan glanced at Wu Ying behind him. She had clearly woken up, but she was lying there like a lazy bum, gazing at the sky and contemplating life. Mu Guang's control involves altering one's personality when one believes in her. The gentle black sheep becomes extremely violent under her control, and the other witches who were rescued are not much different. However, he never expected that there would be such a wicked shaman, who could make Bai Ying willing to attack other tribes just to replace Wu Ying's wicked personality. Xian Ku, Tiger Hunter, let's go. This is not good. Now that Wu Ying has been awakened, I can run away. Mu Guang has been severely injured again. Next, I can prepare to take her down in one fell swoop. But just as he passed by Wu Ying, this lazy bum turned on the rails and grabbed Su Yuan's leg. Don't go. You must be a very powerful tribe to have defeated Bai Ying, right? Let us join us. We don't need anything. Just give me food every day. Bai Ying was just talking bad about me. She's just not very good at witchcraft. Not very good at witchcraft? That imposing aura earlier wasn't a lie. Su Yuan's face immediately darkened, and he continued striding forward without stopping. But the plaster was stuck to his thigh, and he couldn't shake it off no matter what he did. He would probably have to cling to his thigh all the way to the Star Tribe. It's not that I don't want to agree, but look at your people and your leader. They don't want to join. Are you going to abandon them? I do. We'd love to. If Sister Bai Ying joins, I'll join too. How unpopular you are. Su Yuan sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had seen gentle witches, he had seen domineering witches, and he had even seen Xian Ku, who was carefree and easygoing. But he had never seen anyone like Wu Ying. How exactly did this tribe come to be and become so powerful that it not only defeated Xian Ku, who was skilled in both magic and martial arts, but also captured many tribe prisoners for Mu Guang? Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Bai Ying not far away. The white-haired girl looked sorrowful, as if Wu Ying was the one being controlled. What a talent! To be able to develop the tribe so well under the guidance of a witch like Wu Ying, this person's abilities are no less than those of Calm, who helped Xian Ku manage the tribe. You can join if you want, but we have to set a few rules. First, you must complete the tasks I ask you to do, without delay or laziness. Second, you are not allowed to cause trouble in the tribe, and you are not allowed to bully or arrange for others using your status as a shaman. Third, you are not allowed to be picky about food. You must eat whatever everyone else is eating, and you are not allowed to waste food. 4. Buying listed more than a dozen of Wu Ying's shortcomings, almost all of which were covered by this rule. After listening, Wu Ying immediately let go of her arm, frowned, and said angrily, "You've listed over a dozen rules already. Didn't you say there were only a few? Then I'll say it again. You must follow more than a dozen rules." Wu Ying hesitated. It was actually quite comfortable here, except that she was often bullied by Bai Ying and had to eat raw meat that was hard to swallow. Our tribe has plenty of cooked food, and salt is unlimited. I'm in, Chief. From now on, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Sure enough, food can attract 90% of the beast girls. The remaining 10% depends on how delicious the food is. Can you make your butt glow? Of course no. Who would deliberately make their butt shine? Wu Ying blushed deeply. How could she possibly do something so shameful as to have her buttocks glowing? Then you're pretty useless. I can't stand seeing a firefly-shaped girl with a glowing butt. I'm about to go crazy. Wait, Wu Ying didn't say that other places can't glow. Su Yuan looked at Wu Ying and sized her up. Of course I'm useful. My witchcraft can give objects light and bless weapons to make them even sharper. Wu Ying hugged her chest and explained with a dissatisfied look. She bestows light upon objects, like a bright cave. Her magic can make all kinds of objects emit white light. How long will that light last? Su Yuan pointed to the cave, which was still very bright even during the day. Wu Ying looked up with some pride and said, "I only injected a little bit of witch power, but it should be able to keep it shining for more than 10 days. Great, you're the owner of the lighting factory from now on." What lighting factory? Su Yuan didn't explain what the light factory was. He looked at Wu Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, and reached out his hand. Welcome to the Star Tribe. Chapter 294. So hungry, almost disappearing. Wow, this is your tribe? It's so big. Wu Ying's personality is the complete opposite of when she is being controlled. Now, after arriving at the Star Tribe, she looks around at her surroundings. After a period of busy work, many houses have been built. After teaching Lu Ling and the others, Fox 9 stopped overseeing the construction and instead began designing the overall structure of the tribe based on Su Yuan's blueprints. She has connected the several broken and isolated platforms around her with spiderweb ladders, and also dug a path on the hillside leading to the sea. Now that Lu Ling and her tribespeople have joined, the Starry Sky tribe has more than 500 members, and their activities are no longer limited to the small area near the cave. Wu Ying, now I'm giving you your first task. Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Wu Ying immediately came to Su Yuan and raised her witch's staff with a serious expression. Go and use your abilities to light up 100 fist-sized stones for me, and make sure they don't go out within a month. 100 yuan? I just woke up, and I have no strength, and my stomach is also. Sniff. What's that smell? It smells so good. Just as she was wailing, a meaty aroma wafted over. Wu Ying sniffed and immediately saw Yu and Beiyu sitting by the campfire in the distance. At this moment, Beiyu was excitedly holding some green leaves wrapped around roasted meat and feeding it to Yu beside her. How is it? How is it? Does it taste good? Yuzuki chewed a few times, then nodded calmly and said, "Delicious. It's just that the taste is a little strange." I knew it. I tried it before, so it must be true. The successful attempt at the dish made Beiwa laugh out loud. She immediately picked up a leaf to wrap the roasted meat, but before she could take a bite, it was snatched away. The speed was so fast that she didn't even have time to react. By the time she saw who it was, the roasted meat in her hand had already been eaten. Chew, delicious. Who invented this barbecue? It's salty and savory, with a hint of sourness. It's really good. My barbecue. The little crybaby immediately welled up with tears, but before she could even cry out, she suddenly remembered the person in front of her. She seemed to have seen them somewhere before. Which Ingwu? You know me? You didn't defect from my tribe, did you? I'm just a bit lazy, but I'm really good to everyone, so why would anyone defect? That's incredibly disloyal. Beiyu didn't care about any of that. She immediately ran behind Su Yuan, grabbed his arm, and said in a frightened voice, "Wow, Su Yuan. She is the witch from the Wu Ying tribe." The attack on the Wu Ying tribe was not communicated to the entire tribe. Only the Beast Girl warriors who followed him knew about it. Therefore, Beiwe thought that the Wu Ying tribe had attacked. Su Yuan rubbed her long ears and comforted her. All right, Wu Ying has joined our tribe now. Don't be nervous. She joined too. Wu Ying, who is decisive and brave, has actually joined the Star Tribe. This barbecue is so delicious. From now on, you'll cook exclusively for me, and I'll forgive your defection. Don't bother them. And I haven't finished what I asked you to do yet. Ouch! Ouch! Don't pull my antennae. With a dark expression, Su Yuan yanked off the antennae on her head. The pain made Wu Ying cry out for mercy, and she followed him to the vicinity of the suspension bridge. Fox 9. The little fox, who was building a bridge, happily ran over when it heard the call and kept rubbing its little head against Su Yuan. You're back. Look, I've fixed all the bridges nearby. Great job, Fox 9. There's something I'm planning to ask you to do. Su Yuan pointed to Wu Ying, who was pouting and following behind him. She was still savoring the aroma of the meat in her mouth and only swallowed after feeling the gaze on her. She is Wu Ying, and she has now joined our tribe. Go and make some small wooden bowls later, and make a lid that can fit tightly around the rim of each bowl. He had taught Fox 9 how to make the lid and the bowl. This time, he had Fox 9 and Wu Ying busy making a convenient street lamp that could be turned off when the lid was closed. Now that the tribe had expanded, they couldn't keep using the guardian orb forever. It just so happened that Wu Ying possessed such practical light magic, so he immediately thought of building some streetlights, the kind that could be placed outside houses and turned off without having to be covered with a bowl. I understand. This is very simple. I can do it right away. Okay, I'll go right away, but you have to let me eat first after I finish making 100. If I don't eat, I'm going to disappear soon. Wu Ying originally wanted to slack off, but when she felt the hand appearing on her head, she could only obediently follow Hu Jiao and run towards the other cave. I didn't expect you witches to be so optimistic. Bai Ying heard the teasing voices beside her, but said nothing. She simply tightened the things on her back and silently followed the little beast girls toward the location where the supplies were stored. Finally, another task has been accomplished. Should we continue to investigate the desolate snowfield and torment Muguang a little more? Su Yuan clapped his hands, looking at the vibrant scene, feeling a sense of joy. He believed that this land would likely become even more glorious in the future. Su Yuan. Just then, the conch shell in his chest rang. Su Yuan put the conch shell to his ear, and it was a Fei's voice. She sounded a little anxious, and he could hear her panting from time to time. AFI, what's wrong? I escaped. The Muguang tribe is in chaos. Man and the others also escaped with their people. Please come and save your people. Things have gotten chaotic? Even when Muguang fainted before, things didn't get chaotic. Why has it suddenly become chaotic now? Did the purifying syrup I gave Wu Ying yesterday cause Muguang so much pain that he died? Tell me first, what happened? Last night, we were going to use the medicine you gave us to save some witches, but we couldn't find an opportunity, and we were almost discovered. In the emergency, I poured all the medicine into their cooking pot. As expected of Fei, each poisoning attempt is more extreme than the last. Anyway, hurry up and come. I have to take Shuelu Wu and everyone else and leave first. We'll meet again sometime. Good luck. The conch shell broke, and when AFI uttered her last words, her tone was unusually cheerful, and a soft voice could be faintly heard calling her name beside her. Things are getting chaotic. It seems our opportunity has arrived. This time, we'll take down Muguang directly, ask him about the God Realm, and then focus on developing our tribe. Anyone who dares to interfere with my development will be crushed to death. Su Yuan put down the conch shell that transmits sound, and then quickly took out another one. This was a new conch shell that Hai Ling had made a few days ago. The other one was with Shir. After a few light taps, the sound of a lion came from the other side after about 10 seconds. Lion, how's the investigation going? The investigation is complete. The people of the Ghost Fox tribe said they discovered another shaman in the icy Snowfield and plan to gather orcs to bring supplies to trade with you. You cunning old fox, they won't be able to find us for a while. Never mind them. Come back quickly. The Muguang tribe is in chaos. Man and the others have escaped. What? I'll be right back. Chapter 295. No one can ruin our wonderful life. Hoo-ha. AFI, we should be able to get here now. Everyone is exhausted. Somewhere in the Wangshui Mountains, AFI was holding two beast girls, with some others running hard across the snow behind her. Shuelu's face was still somewhat pale. The pain she had suffered before was still very clear, and she could still feel a dull ache in her body. It's not enough, it's too dangerous here. Then, how about we go hide in the tribe of the people who saved us, as you mentioned, for a while? Shuelu, now recovered, was completely different from her previous positive self. Her small and cute face was full of fatigue, and her eyes had become clear and foolish. Go to Su Yuan's place? AFI shook her head. Going to Su Yuan's place at this time would be very dangerous, especially since she had told Su Yuan the information. She was afraid that Su Yuan would fight with Guang. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose, and she doesn't want Lu to be captured again. When the incident happened this morning, she heard noises coming from the small house where Guang lived. Although she didn't know what had happened, all she had to do was escape. Where are we going? Anin is starving. Anin walked over, her calm expression unchanged. She was quite clever. She had never intended to listen to Lu's advice to go find any radiant beast. Instead, they hid in another part of the Guang tribe. After noticing the commotion, they immediately followed AFI and brought all the tribe's people out. At this moment, Anin glanced at Lu and calmly said, I'm not hungry, but everyone is indeed falling behind. AFI, tell everyone where you're going first. AFI glanced at the tribe's people following closely behind her. The Lu tribe was just a small tribe of about 20 people. If it weren't for Lu, the shaman who had only recently awakened, it probably wouldn't even be considered a tribe. The little ones were panting heavily, clearly struggling to keep up with her pace as an awakened warrior. Go to the icy Snowfield. A frozen wasteland. Are you crazy? People would freeze to death there. AFI shook her head and insisted, I'm not crazy. I can solve the cold problem, and the snow willow can also promote the growth of some plants. We just need to bring some more food into the snowy wilderness. She took out the molten fire guardian orb that Su Yuan had given her. The energy she had previously injected into it had been completely exhausted, and now it was just an ordinary glass orb. So beautiful. Now is not the time to be pretty. Lu, hurry up and inject your magic power into it. Lu was a little confused, but she still accepted the guardian orb. She gathered her magical power into the orb, and the transparent glass orb immediately emitted a red light. This light, it's so warm. Now you believe me, right? Let's go hide in the snowy plains for a while and come out when the time is right. The opportune moment, of course, is when the victor emerges from the contest in the Wangshu Mountains, not only Su Yuan and Guang, but also the being that Guang is going to deal with in the eye of the fire god on Frost Peak, which she has learned about. And there's also the matter of orcs. Everything settled down, which was why she had hurriedly hung up on Su Yuan's communication conch shell earlier. Now that the conch's energy is almost depleted, she must ensure that she has a chance to contact Su Yuan again. Are we really going to the icy, snowy plains? Lu was still a little hesitant. In the desolate snowfield, she could still send and the others out to collect food every day. But if she went to the icy snowfield, wouldn't she be the one to take care of all the food for the entire tribe? The thought of waking up every day and immediately starting work made her feel a little overwhelmed. She grabbed AFI's arm and asked with a pleading look on her face. Yes, I definitely have to go. Oh well. AFI glanced instinctively at the location of the Star Tribe, a glimmer of hope in her heart, and secretly clenched her fists. Let's go. Let's find a cave to hide in for the night and gather some food. Lion returned in no time, with Cat Knight panting beside him. The distance was so far, yet it only took half an hour to reach the destination. You can imagine how exhausted the cat was. At this moment, it turned into a puddle of liquid and collapsed on Su Yuan. Shui. There was no water nearby, so Su Yuan quickly handed her the squeaky milk can, which was then completely consumed in no time. My milk. Zizi sounded a little aggrieved, but couldn't help but smile. The snow crystal bamboo roots she had brought with her hadn't developed yet in this new place. The animal milk they drank every day had returned to its previous bland and tasteless state, and these little ones still had to drink it every day. You'll get your share. I'll have Shuero squeeze another can for you later. It'll be fresh. No. After teasing Zizi for a while, it was time to get down to business. Apart from the two Beast Girl sisters who were tied to the rack and had long lost their ideals in life, all the other awakened warriors and witches came to Su Yuan's side. Everyone, according to the information I received, the Guang tribe is in chaos. We can take this opportunity to capture Guang. Can't you just not go? Isn't it fine to hide here like this? Wu Ying was happily eating roasted meat when she heard that Su Yuan was going to attack other tribes. She hesitated for a moment and then raised her hand. This casual remark from Su Yuan immediately broke Bai Ying's defenses. She looked at Su Yuan with a resentful expression, her face seemingly saying, Idol, you chose him, didn't you? We have a grudge against her. If we don't beat her up, she'll come and beat you up once she's recovered. Do you still want to eat meat every day? Once she comes, you'll be starving and hiding everywhere, not knowing where your next meal will come from, and you'll be eating raw meat. Hit her. We have to hit her. Arrest her. I'm going to spank her hard. Anyone who dares to cut off my food supply will be tied up and spanked. Very good. The most troublesome person has been persuaded. None of the others refused. When they first joined, they agreed to follow Su Yuan's orders in everything. Everyone lived a very peaceful life here, and they did not want to experience the life of hiding and running away, as Su Yuan had described. All right, Red Fox, you stay in the tribe to manage everyone. After much deliberation, Su Yuan decided to entrust the management of the rear to Red Fox. He couldn't entrust the safety of the entire tribe to the other newly joined beast girls. The better candidate was originally Black Sheep, but at the crucial moment of the battle with Mu Guang, he was worried that Mu Guang might have a backup plan to control these witches who had been controlled before. For safety's sake, he still handed over the reins of the tribe to Red Fox, the woman he trusted most. I understand. I will take good care of the tribe and wait for everyone to return. Although Red Fox really wanted to save everyone, she also understood her more important responsibility. She nodded and gave Su Yuan a reassuring smile. Next came the dispatch of warriors. The Red Fox tribe mobilized its entire force, and the other tribes also sent some people, forming a team of about 200 people. Basically, 2/3 of the tribe's most important warriors were deployed, and to prevent other tribes from raiding their base, he also exchanged some weapons and protective gear for Red Fox to keep safe. If someone were to raid our base, these several large boxes of grenades and rockets would be more than enough to give them a run for their money. Chapter 296 Black Tide, Ocean Cleaners. Lord Shuemi, their condition is very strange. They haven't woken up yet. In the Muguang tribe, Shuemi frowned deeply, and the smile that was always on her face disappeared. At present, many shamans in the tribe were lying unconscious on the ground with their eyes closed. Many warriors surrounded them, their eyes filled with tension and worry. If this matter was not handled properly, it could easily escalate into a tribal conflict. The subordinate paused for a moment, then asked, "And what about those who escaped? Should we bring them back? There's someone named AFI, right?" Yes, she is the person that the divine shaman of the bathing light sent to investigate the situation in the frozen snowfield. Shuemi immediately understood what was going on. She rubbed her temples and said in an icy tone, "Send some people to bring them back, as well as another group that escaped." Now that things have come to this, even though she doesn't know much about Mu Guang and the person from the ice and snow plains, she roughly understands some things. This rite is similar to Mu Guang spitting blood before. And these screaming, struggling, and unconscious witches, it's obvious that the guy named AFI was in cahoots with the other side. It's all right, everyone dispersed. Someone poisoned the witches' food, and they're all just unconscious now. We need to capture them to find out where the antidote is. Wow, let's go too. The group was anxious, but Shuemi remained calm. She assigned a few strong individuals with excellent tracking abilities to the task and left the other warriors behind. Mu Guang is still asleep, and she must take charge of the overall situation. Don't just die like this. You haven't finished what you promised me. Shuemi's eyes were somewhat dazed as she gazed at the sky, recalling a scene from her childhood. She couldn't help but bite her red lips. You guys wander around the area and sniff out if anyone's sent. On the other side, Su Yuan also summoned Deshuang and Desha, as the conch shell he had given to Man was out of energy. The last thing it told them was to flee towards the sea, as the last bit of energy in the conch shell was exhausted. At this moment, the big fools following closely behind Su Yuan received the order and started jumping around on the beach, occasionally sneaking into a cave they saw, without any worry about encountering powerful magical beasts. The imposing presence of the large tribe behind them gave them plenty of confidence, making them feel like dogs relying on their master's power. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Desha caught a whiff of something and trotted over to Su Yuan's side. Despite his silly appearance, he was surprisingly quick to imitate a dog's bark. What did you find? Desha nodded, shouted, and immediately ran off into the distance. Deshuang also seemed to have caught a whiff of the scent and nuzzled Su Yuan's body with her head. Let's go, follow them. Even the frost could sense that there must be a problem ahead. Su Yuan rode on the frost's back and immediately headed forward. As they drew closer, Su Yuan noticed something amiss. In the distance, a black wave surged in the sea, its blackness even darker than the black iron sand on the beach, drifting towards the shore with the ocean currents. Bang! Suddenly, a faint crashing sound rang out, passing through the mountain wall, and a black wave was already surging towards the beach in the distance. No, it's not a wave. Su Yuan patted Deshuang's head, then turned around and shouted behind him, "Ready for battle." Get your weapons out. Ordinary soldiers, form teams of 3. Teams of 3, 1 archer, 1 shield man, and 1 swordsman. This was the formation Su Yuan arranged for his squads to prevent encountering such overwhelming waves of enemies. In the distance, a black object was also knocked over. A wisp of black mist flew from Black Sheep's hand and caught the black shadow. Only when it slowly landed did Su Yuan get a clear look at the black monster. It was covered in dark green scales, looked somewhat like a dog, had thick limbs, webbed claws like sickles, and a long, powerful tail. It was still alive and trying to swing its tail to attack Su Yuan. What an ugly thing. It looks like a fish and a dog at the same time. This other world has all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures. Su Yuan frowned as he looked at it. Apart from its dark green scales, this creature had a long, thin head that was flat like a fish and a pair of cloudy yellow pupils looking to the sides. A clucking sound came from its mouth full of fangs, and before it could even flick its tail, Su Yuan cleaved it in two with a single stroke. Tide Claw, a Tier 1 intermediate magical beast, known as the Ocean Scavenger. It is a scaled clawed magical beast that uses the tide mother claw to swarm onto the beach during high tide and hunt land creatures by attacking them in packs. It is afraid of fire and high temperatures, and its scales will fall off, and it will become sluggish if it stays out of water for a long time. Man, Lian. Before Su Yuan could finish reading the monster's information, Lion's anxious cry interrupted him. In the distance, among a group of tide claws, he saw several figures blocking the outside of a cave. With a punch and a kick, they sent the tide claws that had come ashore flying, but in the distance, a continuous stream of tide claws kept attacking them. Most importantly, Su Yuan recalled the information in the description of the tide claws. These monsters called tide claws were all led by a giant tide mother claw. If the giant tidal wave mother claw is not killed, these monsters will continue to attack until they kill Man and the others and devour their corpses before finally leaving. Lioness didn't have time to wait for the main force behind her. A strong gust of wind swept around her, propelling her high into the air as she landed among the tide claws. With a swift slash of her longsword, she cut 5 or 6 tide claws in half. You are? Lion. We've finally found you. Man, Lian, and a dozen or so warriors stood guard outside the cave. The little beast girl inside peeked out when she heard the calls. Sister Lion. Boss Lion, you're finally here. The tide claws in front did not retreat despite the approaching figure's imposing presence. Instead, they charged even more frantically towards the cave. Let's not talk about that now, Lion. You quickly take them away from here. We'll hold off these monsters. No need. Su Yuan has brought his men. Lion trusted Su Yuan completely and had no intention of retreating. She continued to swiftly slash at the monster in front of her with her long sword. Su Yuan. She remembered the person the Red Fox had mentioned in the conch shell. In their previous conversation, the Red Fox had practically praised that person as a celestial being. Their gazes drifted slightly toward the direction Lion was heading, when suddenly a massive fireball hurtled toward them. Oh! The intense heat from the fireball startled her until it crashed onto the beach in front of them, tearing a huge gash in the Black Sea swarm. The smell of burning flesh mingled with the corpses of dozens of tide claws. These first and second tier magical beasts were no match for Su Yuan's magic, especially since they were magical beasts that were afraid of fire. Chapter 297. If you don't want me to leave, then nobody should leave today. A fierce battle broke out on the beach. These tide claws were just some first-tier magical beasts, with the stronger ones being only second-tier. They could easily kill not only ordinary orcs or beast girls, but also other magical beasts. Furthermore, their sheer numbers allow them to overwhelm and annihilate even some awakened warriors, biting them off one by one. Even high-level awakened warriors will have their bodies torn apart and bleed to death. The only way out is to escape. However, this time, the group of beast girls who came with Su Yuan were already armed to the teeth, and their relentless attacks couldn't even break through the riot shields. Its fangs, barely open, couldn't bite the curved shield effectively. It only managed to leave a few white marks before being slashed to death by a longsword beside it. On the beach, Xian Ku and the other awakened warriors became even more unrestrained, cutting down large numbers of corpses with each shot and slash, their dark green blood gradually covering the black beach. No, this can't go on like this. This time, I brought so many people, and everyone was so heavily armed, not just for these first and second tier magical beasts. We still need to capture Mugwang later. Firewall. After a moment's thought, Su Yuan immediately made a decision to take Man and the other clansmen away from the beach first, and then consider what to do next. A long wall of flames blocked the coastline, and the tide claws that had originally planned to continue their charge retreated back to the shore. Some tide claws on land also fled in panic. Quick, take the men back up there first. Upon hearing Su Yuan's shout, everyone immediately sprang into action. Some of the beast girls who were unable to fight were carried out of the cave by Lion and the others, and flames blocked the tide claws that wanted to rush over. Hiss! The roar came from the other side of the wall of fire. Su Yuan frowned and stared at the commotion on the other side of the wall of fire, a bad feeling flashing through his heart. Although fire magic was useful, he couldn't build a 1,000-meter-long wall that covered the entire coastline, and after that violent roar, the tide claws' offensive momentum resumed. The tide claws on both sides were rushing around, and even the flames were covered by some of the tide claws rushing over. Flames scorched their bodies, and as the corpses piled up, Su Yuan felt his magical power being rapidly depleted. The giant tidal claw in the sea seemed to realize that the flames were released by him using his magic, and roared as it slammed its tidal claws toward the shore. No, we need to be more cautious. Now is not the time to save points. System, give me a few buckets of napalm. Su Yuan originally planned to exchange for napalm bombs, but napalm bombs hanging under fighter jets require launchers, which he couldn't equip at the moment, and he couldn't afford to buy fighter jets either. Holding a handheld launcher wasn't cost-effective, and the group of tide claws weren't far away. He could easily throw them. So, buckets of napalm appeared at Su Yuan's feet. Damn it, would it kill you to use a better bucket? He looked down and was almost scared to death. The wooden bucket contained clumps of brownish-brown, jelly-like, viscous liquid, laid bare at his feet. If even a spark were to fall into it, he wouldn't be able to run away. Fox Spirit, come here. Husi, who was still leading the evacuation at the rear, immediately handed the person on his back to the others and came to Su Yuan's side with a bow and arrow. I'm going to throw these things under my feet into the sea later. You have to shoot them through with a rocket before they hit the sea. Can you do that? Which, I have no problem. As one of the earliest beast girls to learn archery, Fox's archery skills are already superb, even surpassing those of her instructor, Su Yuan. Get ready, but not prematurely. You must be ready just before you hit the sea. He didn't want to get splashed by this terrifying stuff. He had seen it in short videos before. Once it got on his skin, it wouldn't go out until a layer of skin was peeled off. Fox's spirit nodded solemnly. As an awakened warrior, her intuition was much sharper than that of ordinary people. When she first came to Su Yuan's side, she felt an aura of death constantly surrounding her. If Su Yuan hadn't been standing there, she probably would have run far away long ago. Hiss! The cries from underwater grew more urgent, and the people behind them were gradually fleeing into the distance. The wall of fire, covered by corpses, had become a low line of fire. Prepare. Su Yuan grabbed the wooden bucket and threw it into the distance. The bucket wasn't sealed shut, and thick, solidified gasoline jumped out like a lump of slime. Call out. The arrow flew past in an instant, and the flames on the arrowhead burst into a huge fire the moment they touched the solidified gasoline. Puff, puff, puff. The burning napalm was scattered by the arrow, turning the sea's surface orange-red. The tide claws that were still on the surface of the sea hid back into the water in fear. Quack! Another bucket of napalm was thrown over, and the flames on the sea grew stronger and stronger. Seeing that it was about time, Su Yuan removed the wall of fire and grabbed Husi, running towards the back. Suddenly, a loud splashing sound came from behind. Su Yuan felt uneasy. Before he could act, Husi tackled him to the ground. Uft! Hiss! A torrent of water shot from behind, passing over their heads and crashing into a boulder with a corrosive hissing sound. Su Yuan immediately hugged Husi and turned around. Half of his body was exposed on the burning sea surface. Compared to Tide Claw, which was like a puppy, this guy was about 3 meters long. His back bulged with patches of gray, coral-like keratin, and his open mouth contained no teeth, but rather rings of muscle folds. At that moment, he shot out a stream of corrosive liquid. Flame shield. A fiery red shield blocked the way, and the liquid evaporated into black smoke under the scorching flames, with an odor even more pungent than the black smoke from the incomplete combustion of the tractor. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, if they don't want me to leave, then nobody's leaving today. Su Yuan stared fiercely at the huge monster in the sea. Its 4th-tier strength wasn't particularly impressive, and it had quite a few weaknesses. Mother Claw of the Tide, a Tier 4 low-level magical beast that commands a swarm of claws to attack its prey. It can release corrosive acid from its mouth to attack its prey. It is afraid of fire. The keratin on its back can store liquid to prevent its skin from drying out and peeling. Su Yuan, after leading their people to a safe area, Sure and the others ran back, looking at Su Yuan lying on the ground with some panic. Return everything. That guy's saliva is poisonous. Lion, hand me the bag De Shuang is carrying. The giant tidal mother claw was hiding in the sea, so even if Lion and the others came, it would be useless. Su Yuan quickly stood up and shot a ball of flame towards the giant tidal mother claw's mouth. However, the giant tidal mother claw sensed the flames and immediately closed its giant mouth to hide in the water. The fireball was not flying fast and eventually just crashed into the sea behind it. Chapter 298, that's amazing. I want to learn this. Fox, when you use the rocket, make sure it doesn't open its mouth and spit. The napalm was still burning, and the sea gnats that rushed ashore would be burned to death by the flames. Only the big guys lurking in the sea were the most difficult to deal with. Lioness also brought her bag. At this moment, they still disobeyed Su Yuan's orders and came to his side, holding riot shields tightly in front of them. Su Yuan didn't pay any attention to these things. He opened his backpack, which contained the sniper rifle he had exchanged earlier. It wasn't a particularly large caliber rifle, but it was enough to penetrate the giant tidal mother's claw. After all, the previous Snake Man bone-crushing warrior had already tried it, and a single shot shattered its arm. Its scales offered absolutely no defense. Click. After loading 2 newly acquired bullets, Su Yuan opened the scope and looked into the distance. The giant tidal mother claw was quite clever, knowing that it would be hit by arrows every time it peeked out. So, with some tide claws blocking its way, Fox's rocket only pierced through one tide claw before stopping, allowing it to raise its head from beneath the sea again. On Su Yuan's side, the red dot of the scope was aimed at the giant tidal mother's eyeball. With a loud gunshot, he felt a tingling and numb sensation in his arm. If it were when he was in his weak physique when he first transmigrated, his arm would probably have been dislocated. Bullets don't travel as slowly as fireballs, giving you some reaction time. Sensing the approach of death, the giant tide mother claw began to tremble, and its previously open maw immediately closed. But before it could dive into the water, a sharp pain shot through its eyes. Blood and bits of flesh burst open instantly, and the head, as big as the giant barbarian's, split in half in an instant. The roar of attack abruptly ceased. The giant tidal mother claw was not completely dead. Its only remaining eye was filled with terror, and its body thrashed as it tried to escape. Click! But the second bullet was already loaded, and without the slightest delay, it shattered the scales and entered the body of the giant tidal mother claw in her terror. Wow! The recoil of this thing is really scary. 2 bullets, one shattered its head, the other shattered its body. With the death of the giant tide claw, the surrounding tide claws began to flee. Wow, that's amazing. Su Yuan, I want to learn this. They hadn't noticed Su Yuan using a sniper rifle to smash the Snake Man before, and thought it was a divine technique he had used. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, everyone around them was shocked. Xin Ku rushed over and hugged Su Yuan, her face full of longing, her tail wagging behind her, clearly showing that she was indeed tempted. Learn my ass. You've already struggled so much with just archery, and now you're trying to learn how to shoot a gun. Su Yuan retrieved the spent cartridges and put the gun back in his backpack. With the tide claws gone, everyone was less panicked. Once the flames on the sea died down, he would go and collect his reward. As fellow 4th-tier magical beasts, they should be able to drop some rare items, right? The flames on the sea were blown away by Lion's wind to other places, and the still burning tide claw corpse on the shore was buried with sand. Apart from the unbearable stench, everything returned to its original calm. The group went out into the sea and carried the corpse of the giant tidal mother claw back. Its ugly and ferocious appearance frightened some of the timid beast girls, who hid in the back. System, get to work. As soon as I placed my palm on the dark green scales, a clear notification sound rang out. Tide claw keratin. The keratinous material on the back of the giant tide mother's claw, used to filter seawater and store freshwater, can be processed into water-related items through special techniques. Acid etching sac. The giant tide mother claw stores acid-tipped sacs containing strong acid secretions that can be used to corrode prey for attack. These sacs can be crafted into acid-tipping weapons using special techniques. Only 2 items. Let's unlock all the special items. I thought scales were rare items, or that this thing had a crystal core in its head or something, but it turned out to be just keratin on its back and a sac inside its body. However, since this thing looked so disgusting, even if it was useful, Su Yuan had no intention of keeping it. After reading the notes of the 2 rare items, he immediately chose to trade. 2 new items were immediately added to the special products page. Coral storage tank, 3,000 points. Note, made from the keratin and coral of the giant tidal mother claw, it can automatically filter seawater salt, storing salt at the top and fresh water at the bottom. Acid etching coating, 5,000 points. Note: this product is made by mixing the acid from the giant tidal wave mother claw with fish oil. After being applied and dried, it forms a pungent, toxic film that repels large marine animals in the vicinity, and the slight acid corrosion prevents algae from growing. These two items are pretty good. Nowadays, it's not difficult to exchange for a seawater filter in the level 2 shop, and you can even do it through some old-fashioned methods without a seawater filter. However, distillation is too time-consuming and energy-intensive. There isn't enough wood to build houses, let alone to distill salt and fresh water. Therefore, the existence of a special product that can separate salt and water can be considered a complete liberation for Su Yuan, as he no longer needs to use the system's store to provide salt for the tribe. Fresh water no longer needs to be collected from mountain streams and boiled back in the village before it can be drunk. System, trade the other valuable parts to me as well. After shattering the giant tide mother claw's deal, Su Yuan led Lion and the others back to the mountain. Everyone waited there, their worries disappearing only after they saw Su Yuan and the others. Is everything all right? Su Yuan looked around and saw that only some of the Beast Girl's riot shields had some wear and tear. The tide claws were not strong, so there were no casualties. Lion, I miss you so much. And Nicoya, she's grown so tall. From the crowd, Man ran over excitedly and hugged Shirshir tightly. Its big tail swayed behind it, hitting Su Yuan's legs with a loud thud. How come this guy and Lion are so close? Weren't they rivals for the leadership when they were kids? Su Yuan grabbed the tail, somewhat speechless. It was extremely cold, and the smooth tail felt like a piece of cool jade to the touch. He even found himself getting a little addicted to rubbing it a couple of times. This feels weird, something's not right. Let me test it again. It itches so much. You better not touch my tail, it's so itchy. Originally, she was planning to catch up with Lion, but when Lion's paws almost touched the base of her tail, and she felt an itch on her body, Man blushed and complained. Are you the leader that Red Fox mentioned? Hello, my name is Man. My name is Su Yuan, you should know that. Man nodded solemnly, then said in a serious tone, Red Fox has been talking about you all along. You're a great person, an extremely capable person. Hey. Stop. What have you guys been talking about all day? No wonder the magical power of the conch shell was exhausted so quickly. Su Yuan felt so embarrassed listening to Man praising him with such a serious expression that he wanted to find a place to hide. Let's talk about you. Red Fox said we should hold on, and you'll definitely come to save us. Chapter 299. Can you please stop shaking your leg when you say that? Who goes there? Just as the two were chatting, Lion's expression changed, and he immediately looked towards the distant mountain wall. Run! Behind the mountain wall, on the snow, several figures turned and fled into the distance without hesitation, but even faster than them was a long spear crackling with electricity. Sizzle, sizzle. Hearing the sound of wind breaking and the approaching electric current from behind, the fleeing beast-eared girl immediately turned around and held a finely polished silver dagger from her sleeve in front of her. Clang! The spear tip struck the short sword with a crisp sound, and the silver short sword broke in two without any hesitation. Fortunately, the spear, which was aimed straight at him, deviated from its direction and grazed the side of his chest. The gun tip pierced the ground, and the girl who was hit covered her wound, a look of pain appearing on her face, and blood slowly seeped from her fingertips from her ribs. Fog, how are you? The fleeing figures stopped, turned around, and helped the injured girl up. Before Su Yuan could move, Xian Ku and Shir had already arrived behind these people, throwing a large net woven from spider silk towards them. Let's go? We can't beat these guys. Since the escaped Man and her companions were just a group of ordinary beast girls, with the strongest Man being only a mid-level awakened warrior, Shuami only sent a high-level awakened warrior and a few other mid-level awakened warriors. If Xian Ku's attack hadn't been aimed at the mist, the other beast girls would have already been impaled and fallen to the ground. Fog, go back and tell Wu and the others, we can't leave. Knowing they were no match for her strength, the group immediately stepped in front of the mist and pushed her away, causing the spiderweb to fall and envelop them. Without the slightest hesitation, the figure transformed into a wisp of white mist and vanished instantly into the snow, leaving only a patch of white mist lingering around. It was impossible to tell which direction she had fled. Did they run away? Su Yuan also ran over at this moment. Everything happened too fast. He had just arrived on his great frost when he saw the fleeing figure turn into a white mist and disappear. The abilities of these advanced awakened warriors are truly bizarre. I used to think Xianku's electric current was quite peculiar, but now it seems to be just another ordinary type. Damn it, I almost knocked her down. Xianku looked at the group of weak beast girls in the net, but had no will to fight. She put away her spear and returned to Su Yuan's side. Were you sent by Mu Guang? I don't know. The little beast girl is quite principled, but Su Yuan doesn't plan to give them a long explanation. If they're as stubborn as the two sisters, Yanhua and Yin Duo, it would be a waste of breath. Tie them up and let Man and the others take them back to the tribe. By the way, send 10 soldiers to go back with them. Hearing this, Man, who had followed behind, immediately protested and ran to Su Yuan's side, shouting, Me. I want to go fight with you guys too. Listen to me. Your task now is to escort everyone back to the tribe. Do you want Red Fox to worry? Red Fox. All right then, but you must be careful. Although Mu Guang has fainted, that divinely gifted clansman named Xuemi is extremely powerful. Man shuddered as she recalled Xuemi, the woman who always wore a smile. It was fortunate that the tribe was in chaos and Mu Guang had fainted, making her the one in charge of the overall situation. While Xuemi was busy with internal and external affairs, she was able to cooperate with the Fae to lead her people out of the tribe. Otherwise, if that woman had caught them, there would have been no way to escape. Snow Fan. A white-haired girl. Even her eyebrows are white. She always has a smile on her face, and she's incredibly fast. Man, still shaken, slowly explained. She resolved the grievances of every soldier who was captured. She was incredibly fast. She could send people flying before you even saw them. She almost destroyed this place back then. Man pointed to the scale of her fowl. The animal hide strips couldn't cover it at all, and both the northern and southern hemispheres were exposed, leaving only the mysterious equator obscured by the star rings. Is it fast? Su Yuan glanced at the enormous planet, but didn't continue admiring it. There would be many more days to appreciate it in the future. Right now, he had to think about that woman named Xuemi. Speed is not a good thing. He would rather the opponent be someone with high defense or great strength, since everything is equal under armor-piercing bullets. But with such speed, he wasn't confident he could hit the target. According to Man's description, it was so fast that even the naked eye couldn't catch it. Do you know which tribe she belongs to? If we knew which tribe it was, we could capture her shaman first, so she wouldn't dare to continue. But Man shook her head and sighed. She doesn't belong to any tribe. I heard from some people that she appeared with Mu Guang. That would make it much harder to persuade her to surrender. She might even know that Wu is being controlled by Mu Guang, or even be involved in it. I understand. You take everyone back first, and wait for my good news about the rest. Su Yuan touched Man's green hair, which was messy and rough. She had probably not taken a bath for a year or two after being locked in the cave for so long. It's fortunate that he's a beast girl with a special physique. If he didn't bathe for a year or two, he would probably be covered in patina, but on Man, he would only have a layer of tan. The stench emanating from his body wasn't as strong as I had imagined. Yes, you all have to be careful. If you can't win, just run back. Red Fox told me that we can all live peacefully in the icy snowfield. At worst, we can just go back to the icy wilderness. I'm not afraid of the cold. Can you please stop shaking your leg when you say that? Don't worry, I won't let you go back to the icy wilderness. 10 fully armed soldiers in the group followed them out of the group. Su Yuan was not too worried about their danger, as those soldiers were not only wearing iron armor. Among the luggage she carried were some props prepared by Su Yuan, which were more than enough to handle any crisis and also allowed her to report to Su Yuan at any time using the sound-transmitting conch shell. After rescuing Man and the others, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. All that was left was to capture Mu Guang and defeat the entire Mu Guang tribe to completely eliminate this major threat that was hindering his development. Let's go. When we get to the Muguang tribe, follow my orders. Sure. Shinka, you two deal with Xuemi immediately. Heiyang, you take men to capture those witches. If you capture one, put a knife to her neck and tell the warriors that if they don't surrender, they will be killed. What if they still refuse to surrender? Tiger Hunter asked, puzzled. Su Yuan shook his head and said with certainty, it's impossible not to surrender. Those who came to this place with their shamans are all warriors loyal to them. If Black Sheep brought you to the Muguang tribe, would you come? Certainly. Tiger Hunter nodded without hesitation. Even if Black Sheep had taken her to the land of death, she would have followed without hesitation, let alone Black Sheep bringing her to the Muguang tribe. Cat Knight, you and Pan, you are fast runners. Once inside, lie in wait and find Mu Guang's location. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Once the shaman is captured, the warriors will not dare to continue fighting. And if Mu Guang is captured, the snow fan will naturally not dare to continue attacking. Chapter 300 Flame Fist. Is this the place? The Maguang tribe was built beside a mountain peak, with the high mountain behind it resembling a frozen behemoth, and the snow filling the jagged rock walls with white ravines. The tribe's wooden houses are located beneath this giant beast, and the lush green forests nearby provide natural shelter for the tribe. The pale white clouds in the vicinity also shroud this fairyland-like place. Su Yuan gazed at the wooden fence in the distance and slowly exhaled a breath of mist. The wooden fence of this tribe was somewhat similar to the one he had built in the icy Snowfield, except that this one was larger. The long, snow-covered slopes were completely obscured by these dark brown logs, making it impossible to see what was inside. Just rush in now. Don't pay attention to the illusions you see. Have you all prepared what I gave you? Everything's done. For everyone's safety, Su Yuan spent the most points he had ever accumulated, and his millions of points were reduced by half. The buffs added to each beast girl could now be displayed in a row. Xian Ku, who was standing to the side, was still hiccuping, and the crumbs on the corner of her mouth made her lick her lips. Xian Ku, the gate is in your hands now. Hundreds of people arrived at the tribe's gate. Su Yuan tossed an iron rod to Xian Ku, and electricity flowed from her palm into the rod. As she threw it forward like a javelin, lightning and fire were unleashed on the heavy wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was blown to pieces. Ordinary wood could not stop the attack of a high-level awakened warrior, especially one like Xian Ku who used a combination of lightning and fire elements, which was primarily based on violence. Superior. Su Yuan exchanged for several bottles of whale soul resting bottles. Before the whale souls inside could even complete a single rotation, he tossed them high into the gate of the Maguang tribe. Inside the gate, Xuemi, having received the news, also rushed out with her people. The white-haired woman had a very sharp look in her eyes and rushed towards Su Yuan with light steps. Yo! The mournful cries shattered the fighting spirit of the warriors who had been bracing themselves for battle. Only a few awakened warriors remained capable of fighting. It was really fast. Su Yuan was somewhat shocked. Xuemi dodged the influence of the whale soul's mournful cry and moved across the snow like a dragonfly skimming the water. Before the snow could be compacted, she instantly moved in front of Su Yuan. Lion dared not be careless and blocked Su Yuan's path. The surging wind allowed her to immediately spot Xuemi's whereabouts, and she slashed her long sword at the air in front of her. Ironware and enchanted weapons. You're from the celestial realm too. Xuemi held her spear in front of her, and the long sword struck the spear, knocking her away again. At this moment, she did not continue to attack, but instead looked at the weapons in the hands of Shi and Xian Ku with surprise. Whether it's right or not, I'll tell you slowly after you surrender. Su Yuan threw several prisms forward, and the prisms, emitting white light, fell into the tribe. Immediately afterwards, one terrifying figure after another appeared in the tribe. Among them were not only several meter-long white pythons, but also some ferocious giant beasts looking down at them with the gaze of someone looking down on ants. You're insane. Summoning those monsters will kill us all. Snowflakes were also stunned by the appearance of those magical beasts, but the fearless beast girls of the Star Tribe ignored the gaze of the magical beasts above their heads and kept their eyes fixed on the shaman who was performing witchcraft in the tribe. The team organized by the Maguang tribe was already showing signs of collapse. Some timid beast girls even squatted down, hugged their heads tightly, and collapsed to the ground, trembling, completely losing their fighting ability. Xuemi was also somewhat alarmed, and secretly took a few steps towards the edge of the village. However, when she saw that the monsters were just scaring people and did not actually carry out a massacre, she began to have some doubts. Oh no, these are all fake. Everyone, stop them. But how could her voice alone suppress the beast girl's fear of these magical beasts, especially since she had already been deeply affected by the whale soul resting bottle and had now reached her mental threshold. Even the hands of several high-ranking awakened warriors holding weapons were trembling, and biting their lips until they bled couldn't stop the fear in their hearts. Soon, before Snowflake could call out, Black Sheep had already led Tiger Hunter and the others to the center of the enemy camp. The shaman who had fainted earlier had not yet recovered, and his condition was not good. Compared to the warrior leaders who often hunt outside, they were just a group of girls blessed by the heavens, the symbols and mascots of the tribe. Only a few shamans had the courage to fight these magical beasts. Before they could recover, a black mist bound them up like chains. Listen up, all of you. Your sorceresses have been captured. If you don't want them to die, put down your weapons. The usually gentle and mild-mannered Black Sheep now had a clear voice and a sharp expression. Black mist tightened around the necks of the beast girls, large and small, and hoisted them up. Which, some of the beast girls who still wanted to get up and fight immediately put down their weapons. The ordinary beast girls hiding in the corner in the distance were anxious, but they did not dare to go forward and hugged each other tightly. The crowd, which had been preparing to rally, instantly descended into chaos. Shuemi's usual smile was gone, replaced by a grim expression. At this moment, the tribe's defenses were being torn apart like paper, even though there were still a dozen or so high-level awakened warriors capable of fighting. But the black mist locked around the shaman's neck was no joke. Between the Muguang tribe and their own tribe, they still chose their own tribe and their own shaman. Of course, there were some who wanted to choose the Muguang tribe, but that was no longer important. Those 2 or 3 people couldn't change the course of the battle. Damn it, this guy must be from the celestial realm too. 3 minutes passed quickly. The beast shadows in the sky dissipated, the illusion prism box on the ground closed again, and Shuemi glanced slightly towards the tribe. As she glanced sideways, just as she was about to rush in and take Muguang away, the appearance of 2 figures completely interrupted her plans. Bathing in the light. Su Yuan, we caught her. Wahahaha. No, if you don't want Muguang to die, put down your weapon. The unconscious Muguang was captured by Mao Yi and Pan Yu. The ropes they had given her earlier were used to tie Muguang up like a dumpling, leaving only her head sticking out. Cat Knight's threat was much more immature than Black Sheep's. Her sweet and coquettish words were not threatening at all. Fortunately, the short knife in her hand held to Muguang's neck added a bit of intimidation. Shuemi had originally planned to take Muguang away. As long as she was alive, her deal could continue. But now that Muguang was being held at knife point, the only option was. Shuemi tore open the thin animal skin clothing, and just as Su Yuan saw the white cleavage, a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings behind Shuemi began to flutter. This time the speed was even faster. Su Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately summoned a fire shield to block in front of him. The fire shield did not stop him at all. With a crisp cracking sound, a snow-white arm reached for his neck. Damn, do you really think I have no ability? A terrifying aura pressed against his face. Su Yuan let her grip his neck, while a flame coiled around his right fist, and he smashed it towards Shuemi's face. Flame Fist. Chapter 3:01 Good morning. Would you like a bottle of syrup to soothe your throat? This move wasn't some kind of fire magic. It was something Su Yuan invented himself. Utilizing the ability to cast magic out of thin air without a staff, he gathers flames in his hands and smashes them forward, much like Fire Fist Ace, which is quite impressive. Smack! Shuemi dodged the punch, but it still landed on her shoulder and neck. Su Yuan felt a pulling force around his neck and immediately grabbed Shuemi's body with his other hand to pull her back. Su Yuan. After a round of attacks between the two, Lion also reacted and mercilessly slashed at Shuemi's head with his long sword. Put down your weapon if you don't want him to die. You learn pretty fast. Su Yuan's face turned pale, the flames in his right hand dissipated, and he gripped Shuemi's throat tightly as well. After receiving a nightly massage with optimized essential oils from Red Fox, his strength and physique were comparable to some awakened warriors. Snowfan could crush him, and he could crush Snowfan as well. The two of them, as if by telepathy, loosened their grip a little. Under Shuemi's threat, Shirshir's long sword stopped in midair. The two lay on the snow, with Shuemi pressing tightly against Su Yuan and speaking with a very serious expression. Let me and Muguang leave. You can deal with these people as you see fit. Impossible. The hand gripping her neck tightened, but Su Yuan showed no fear on his face. Instead, he looked at her with some curiosity and smiled. I'm curious why you've been helping her all this time. She can't possibly be from the same tribe as you, can she? Tiger hunting followed Black Sheep because she was picked up by Black Sheep when she was a child, and the two grew up together, relying on each other. Lioness and Red Fox were the same. They were companions and family members who grew up together in the same tribe. Muguang is supposedly a person from heaven. So could this woman with dragonfly wings in front of him also be from heaven? Su Yuan glanced at the side of Shuemi's head. Her snow-white hair covered her ears, unlike Muguang who had protruding elf ears. I made a deal with her. She can't die here yet. Shuemi hesitated for a moment, and her fingers loosened slightly. She didn't want to kill Su Yuan either, with a knife held against her back. If she tightened her fingers, she would be in trouble. The knife above her head would fall immediately, and the surrounding winds locked her body, leaving her no chance of escape. A deal? What can she give you? Are you also chasing after some so-called divine gift? No, I don't want that thing. She promised me that if I got what she wanted, she would take me to the heavens. The celestial realm? Could it be that there really is a divine realm in this world? That's right. Neither the sea spirits from the dream coral sea nor the dreamers from the forest had ever seen ironware. Only Mu Guang possessed it. Surely she couldn't have invented it all by herself. However, Su Yuan was still somewhat puzzled as to why Xuanmi was so convinced of the existence of the heavenly god realm, so he asked after a moment of silence, "Do you really believe there's another world in heaven?" "Yes, I've seen it before." With a hint of reminiscence in her eyes, Xuanmi replied with a sorrowful tone, "When I was little, I saw my mother and her people being carried to the sky by a giant vine. Then the vine disappeared, and they never came down again. I must go to heaven to find them." "What kind of fairy tale is this?" "Jack and the Beanstalk. Is there some kind of giant castle in the sky with a hen that lays golden eggs?" Su Yuan dismissed his inner complaints and looked at the snow fan who was only a dozen centimeters away from him. At this moment, a trace of loneliness appeared on his face. He immediately opened the system and redeemed a flashbang. Bang! The hand that was being held down by Xuanmi pulled open the ring. With a loud bang, the blinding light and sharp noise made Xuanmi instinctively close her eyes. Before she could escape, Su Yuan pinned her down, his legs locked around Xuanmi's arms, his buttocks pressed against Gaofeng. However, he was also hit by the flashbang at close range, and his head was a little dizzy, with double images appearing in front of him. Xuanmi opened her eyes and tried to run away, but Shir's blade was still at her neck, leaving a bloody mark on her snow-white neck. "Don't move. You don't want to die and be unable to go to the heavens to save your people, do you?" Xuanmi struggled for a moment, then gave up as if resigned to her fate. Her eyes stared blankly at the sky, the smile on her lips disappeared, and the sadness that had been stirred up earlier made her eyes redden. "Tie her up. Oh, and find her a coat to put on, so she doesn't catch a cold. This snowfield is already white enough. There's no need to compare it to hers. Wait, if you are from the heavenly realm, could you take me there? I want to see my mother and the others. I am willing to become your slave." The bound Xuanmi did not struggle at all, and looked at Su Yuan who was leaving, asking him with a pleading tone. At this moment, she was no longer the mysterious and powerful white-haired mature woman she once was. Instead, she resembled a helpless child, trying to grasp at the only glimmer of hope before her. "I didn't come from heaven." Su Yuan shook his head. Although he could be considered to have come from the heavens, this heaven was a bit too high, almost to another star system. Therefore, he didn't know much about the heavenly world, so he naturally didn't come from the heavenly world. Xuanmi looked somewhat dejected, as if she had lost all her strength. She leaned against Hong Shuang's bound legs, her eyes devoid of light. "But if you want to go to the sky, you should trust me rather than Mu Guang." Su Yuan didn't explain much. After speaking, he immediately walked towards Mao Yi and the others. Xuanmi behind him wanted to ask something, but in the end, she bit her lower lip and followed Hong Shuang to the group of prisoners. "Black Sheep, go and appease those ordinary people. Tiger Hunt, go to the cave and release all the prisoners trapped there." He did not come here to rule these people. He would not refuse those who wanted to follow him, nor would he force those who did not. I'll go. Hand over the prisoners to me." Before the tiger hunt could begin, Xi and Ku ran nonstop towards the cave. Only then did Su Yuan remember that Man and the others had escaped, but Kong and other members of Xi and Ku's tribe were still imprisoned. "All right, Xi and Ku, go and rescue the prisoners. Tiger Hunter and Lion, go and tie up the awakened warriors who are still capable of fighting. By the way, Mi Huan, your silver illusion witchcraft is in your hands now. Remember, don't get poisoned." Su Yuan recalled the terrifying Yin Huan. If someone accidentally got close and was spat on, it would probably be a live broadcast in the snow. I understand. Mi Huan was also a little guilty, and after thinking for a moment, she decided to strike first. Then, with a flash of light from the runes on her forehead, Mi Huan wiped the sweat from her brow, straightened her armor, and went to Silver Illusion Witch's side. Silver Illusion Witch. After explaining the post-war matters, Su Yuan came to Mu Guang's side. This was the first time he had seen Mu Guang in person. She had long, slender, white ears, long golden hair, and a dazzling gem on her forehead. When she was fast asleep, her fair and delicate face was so gentle and beautiful, she didn't look like the great demon king who captured slaves in the snowy plains at all. Suddenly, Mu Guang's eyelashes twitched. Su Yuan immediately exchanged for a bottle of purification syrup in his hand. As long as Mu Guang dared to control himself, he would immediately drink the syrup. Anyway, everyone suffers together. He had experience dealing with the Siren King before, and he also took out a towel with his other hand. Her eyes slowly opened, and there was still a hint of doubt in her crystal-clear eyes, like a dazed and ignorant girl who had just woken up. She frowned only after she saw the person in front of her clearly. "Su Yuan, Damn it, we're too late. Mu Guang gritted his teeth, seeing such a hateful expression on her face for the first time. But paired with that cute face, she didn't seem threatening at all. Good morning. How's the recovery going? Would you like another bottle of syrup to soothe your throat? He shook the purifying syrup in his hand. The black, viscous liquid made Mu Guang look like a cat with its fur standing on end. She had suffered terribly from this monstrous thing, so she immediately started to struggle. Take this thing further away. But without a witch's staff in his hand, and with his body tightly bound by Su Yuan's Dini Ma rope used to bind rock flowers and rocks, he had no way to move except to twist his body. Chapter 302. So, it was a little golden pig that came to deliver treasures. Take that thing away from me. The scent she caught in her nostrils filled her with dread. She had spent most of the queen's treasury to exchange for the chance to descend to the mortal realm again from the goddess of the realm. If she were to return again, she would likely lose her chance to compete for the divine gift in the Snowfield. Oh, you still dare to act tough with me now that you're tied up? Su Yuan didn't indulge her. He reached out and tugged at her round, fair face. Mu Guang's disgust was almost overflowing. She shook her head, trying to break free. Get your dirty hands off me, Wah. He used both hands to pull her face almost to her ears, pinching her fair cheeks until they turned red, and she was muttering something through her half-open mouth. Get away now. You filthy, barbaric mortals. Oh, I heard you clearly now. This celestial sprite actually has obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness and even discriminates against people from the lower realm. No wonder he hurriedly ran away when he was suppressed by me while possessing the black sheep. But what does your obsession with cleanliness have to do with me? Today I'll teach you a lesson for your contempt for people from the lower realms. With a villainous smile, Su Yuan approached Mu Guang, who looked terrified, and then leaned over and gave her a hard kiss on the face, leaving a bright red mark that lingered for a long time. The taste of the saliva and its sticky, wet sensation completely overwhelmed Mu Guang. The smell she could still smell made the hairs on her body stand on end, and her face immediately lost all color. Was I licked by a barbarian from the lower realm? I'll kill you, you filthy barbarian. Su Yuan ignored her and took another bite on the other side. This time, Mu Guang went completely mad. The gem on her forehead flashed, and a dagger appeared out of thin air, which she bit into. Then the blade slashed towards Su Yuan's neck. This little girl is quite good at hiding her true colors. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he instantly grabbed Mu Guang's long golden hair, forcing her head back and making it impossible for her to move as she bit down on the dagger. I'll confiscate the things, but as a reward, I'll give you another kiss. Get out of here. I thought the only valuable thing Mu Guang had was the witch's staff that Mao Yi and the others had seized, but I never expected to find such an important treasure here. The gem hanging on her forehead was not an ornament after all. Su Yuan removed the gemstone pendant from her head, and a crisp system notification sounded the moment his fingers touched the gemstone. Rare item detected. Space crystal. Tradable for 70,000 points, or 7,000 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. It turned out to be another item related to space. Su Yuan ignored Mu Guang, whose eyes were unfocused and who had been played with, and carefully examined the gem in his hand. Space storage necklace. A space storage necklace made from space crystals using special alchemy techniques. It has a built-in 5 square meter storage space, but cannot store living things. Storage space. I've been in this other world for almost 2 or 3 years now, and I finally have a storage space. Do you know how painful it is to carry big bags and small packages back to the tribe every time I collect things? Su Yuan snapped out of his daze and happily went to Mu Guang and kissed her again. She was a great contributor. Without her giving him the treasure, he didn't know when he would have been able to unlock the storage space. You filthy, barbaric mortal. I'll hack you to death, hack you to death. Ignoring Mu Guang's frenzy behind him, Su Yuan went to a quiet spot to examine the storage necklace. He activated his magic power to try and communicate with it, and opened it in no time. It seems that the storage space in the celestial realm is not restricted like in cultivation novels. It can be opened as long as you can inject magic power. In that small 5 square meter space, there were some strange things piled up. Su Yuan tried to use his mind to take out an item from inside. A white cloth garment appeared in his hand. Its texture was far superior to that of rough animal hides. It was very smooth to the touch. The garment was not large, about the size of 2 of his palms. It's not as smooth as silk. It's probably cotton or linen or something like that. It seems the civilization in the heavens isn't very advanced. But this clothing looks a bit like. A faint fragrance wafted from his nose. Su Yuan turned his head away, ignoring Mu Guang's murderous glare, and compared the thin frame of her body before realizing what it was. You even have to hide your clothes in storage space. How obsessive-compulsive are you? In the 5 square meter storage space, besides the pile of clothes, there were several exquisite iron weapons, and he dumped out all the other odds and ends. Among the pile of goods was a book, which Su Yuan picked up. The cover was very old-fashioned, the paper was rough, and there were some unreadable characters written on it. Has the celestial world already developed its own writing system? Su Yuan's heart tightened, and then he realized that he was just a small tribe in the snowy plains. So what did it have to do with how the world and the sky developed? System, can you translate this? Translation function is not yet unlocked. Please upgrade your system level. Okay, now the system is unreliable too. Should I ask Muguang? I'd probably get spat in her face if I went there now, and I'm not a pervert. If I unlock the analysis function and analyze this gem, can I still use it to unlock special items? There is no conflict. Su Yuan stroked his chin. Although he had used up a lot of points, he still had more than 1,000,000 points. So he quickly said, make me 2 replicas first. This thing is far more valuable than anything we've encountered before, not even the scales of the Void Ray, since we didn't know how to use those after we got them. The storage necklace in his hand was already crafted, and a brand new one could be replicated for only 70,000 points. Most importantly, there is probably only one of these on land. If it is given to the system to unlock new special items, the only way to obtain it again is to search in the heavenly world. Soon, the original gemstone necklace turned into 3. Muguang, who was cursing angrily in the back, was also stunned and stared in disbelief at the extra storage necklaces that Su Yuan had. This storage necklace was a treasure bestowed upon the original True Light by the Queen of Dawn, and as the Queen of Moonlight's confidant, she naturally knew the preciousness of the space crystal. Incredible, absolutely incredible. If this person can turn one treasure into 3, then perhaps even a divine artifact. The cursing stopped, and at that moment, Muguang began to formulate a new plan. Of the 3 storage gems, one is kept as a template, and the other 2 are used to unlock special items. The 3rd gem will be used after the analysis is completed. System, unlock the special items. New special items have been unlocked. Please check the special items page. Spirit of Space Drink, apple flavored, 10,000 points. Note, drinking this product will grant a small amount of spatial elemental energy and life force. With no side effects, 3 bottles can be redeemed daily. Chapter 303, Let's Make a Deal. Unlocking the Space Spirit Drink was a pleasant surprise. With this, I can accelerate my progress in learning space magic. Su Yuan calmed his excitement and took the other space gem in his hand. System, analyze this space stone. Analysis requires spending the same number of points again. Continue. Continue. The analysis wasn't free to begin with, so Su Yuan wasn't surprised at all. Anyway, the space gem wouldn't disappear because of the analysis, and he'd even get an extra book on how to make this storage necklace. Analysis in progress. Analysis successful. New knowledge-based special items have been unlocked. Please check the special shop page. What? You want to charge me a second time after I've already analyzed it? You beast. I thought that after the analysis, the manufacturing process would be turned into a book and handed to me. But now you're telling me that I have to spend points to buy it from the store myself? Geneva. Refund. The system started playing dead again. Su Yuan complained a few times, but then ignored it. Now that Muguang had been defeated, the tribe could develop slowly and accumulate points gradually. He opened the special store page again and soon found a book behind the Space Spirit beverage that looked just like the one he had found before that he couldn't read. Space Forging explained. From beginner to end, 20,000 points. Note, books about items related to the forging space, covering everything from basic understanding of materials to forging techniques. Fortunately, the system was parsing Chinese characters. Otherwise, he would have wasted 70,000 points. Su Yuan didn't exchange these items immediately, as he still had many things to do. For example, some information about the celestial world could be gleaned from Muguang's mouth. Hey, not cursing anymore? Is your throat sore? Want some syrup to soothe it? Faced with Su Yuan's mockery, Muguang, contrary to his usual behavior, did not refute him. His 2 big eyes stared at him, making him feel a little uneasy, and he took a few steps back in a chill. Is this guy plotting some dirty trick again? How about we make a deal? Trade. Muguang nodded and said seriously, you can get anything from me. I just need you to help me get one thing. Aren't you saving the world now? Su Yuan said with a mocking smile. Sure enough, his intuition was right. Muguang's lame excuse was completely untenable. However, Muguang showed no shame whatsoever, and instead laughed nonchalantly, saying, it's just an excuse to deceive the barbarians of the lower realms. Another barbarian from the lower realm. Su Yuan thought with some displeasure. So what if the upper realm develops faster? Why are you acting all high and mighty? Then you should release those controlled witches first. With so many witches, even a bottle of purification syrup for each of them could reduce his points by a lot. Seeing that Mu Guang was no longer acting crazy, he pointed to the person tied up by the black sheep and said, "Of course, but you have to give me a staff." "Don't worry, I would never use it to attack you." Worried that Su Yuan might misunderstand, Mu Guang quickly explained, his eagerness in his eyes seeming genuine. "Cat Knight, find a witch's staff." Cat Knight, who was busy in the distance, responded and immediately found a very simple witch's staff next to the group of witches tied up by the black sheep and handed it to Su Yuan. "Let's use this one." This kind of ordinary witch staff would break if Mu Guang used a little force, so he wasn't afraid of any tricks the other party might play. Mu Guang looked at him and gestured to her bound body, but Su Yuan ignored her and directly shoved the witch's staff into her mouth. Those damn barbarians. I must." She grumbled helplessly, but still began to cast her spell. White light gathered in the old, worn-out staff, and a crisp snapping sound rang out. "Pooh!" Mu Guang spat out the broken pieces from his mouth, glared at Su Yuan, and said coldly, "They've recovered. Now you can trade with me, right?" "Wait a minute. I need to verify this first, right?" The shamans in the distance did seem to have changed somewhat. Su Yuan dropped the half of his shaman's staff and came to the black sheep's side. At this moment, the shamans were still somewhat confused, seemingly unaware of what had happened. When they saw their tribesmen and many warriors lying on the ground, their faces turned pale, and they all thought their tribe had been attacked. "They're all awake. Let them drink some medicine to help them recover." Before they could react, Su Yuan found an adorable bullwoman and fed her the purification syrup he had exchanged earlier. The cow, which was a little dazed, she subconsciously opened her mouth and drank the black purifying syrup. The sweet taste made her smack her lips and stick out her tongue to lick the remaining syrup. "Thank you. It's sweet. It's so delicious. Do you have any more?" "Which?" Several bound warriors in the distance panicked as they watched Su Yuan feed the strange thing to their tribal shaman, and immediately began calling out to him. "Hey, what's going on here?" Even if she was slow to react, she probably realized something was wrong by now. Seeing that she wasn't in the same excruciating pain as before, Su Yuan felt relieved. That makes sense. Mu Guang has been tormented to the point of near death by the blazing purification syrup several times in a row, so she probably wouldn't dare to play any tricks, unless she's a masochist who enjoys the feeling of her soul being burned and torn apart. "Black sheep, you explain things to them slowly. I need to deal with the prisoners first." "Don't worry, I'll talk to them nicely, but whether they should stay or not." Black sheep was somewhat uncertain about this matter. While forming a large tribe was certainly a good thing, an increase in the number of tribe members meant an increase in food consumption. Moreover, they are particularly easy targets for orc tribes to attack, since the rule in the Snowfields is that large tribes are not allowed to be formed. "Those who wish to stay and join our tribe can stay here. I will ensure that everyone has enough food. Those who do not wish to join should not be forced. This place can be left to them as a camp when we leave." Su Yuan naturally looked down on the wooden tribes like Mu Guang's, which were only slightly larger than his former territory in the icy snowfields, and even the wooden houses were poorly constructed. If this were placed in the icy wilderness, a wooden house of this quality would have collapsed long ago, so it would be better to leave it to the beast girls who have no place to live. "Yes, I understand." Arriving before the warriors rescued by Exine Ku, there weren't many of these imprisoned beast girls, only about 100 or so, but each of them exuded a stronger aura than the ordinary beast girls. Among them were some awakened warriors, but like the Manhwa and Yin Duo sisters, they were barely clinging to life, neither starving nor getting enough to eat, and had to work for Mu Guang every day. The difference is that Manhwa and Yin Duo don't lack nutrition in the Star Tribe's meals, and they don't lack salt either, while these beast girls are thin and look weak. It seems that Mu Guang doesn't have much salt to supply them. "Mu Guang has been captured by me. Now you can go find your own tribe, or join my tribe. You can go find your own tribe after you have recovered." Chapter 304. These are all talented individuals who have contributed to the development of our civilization. Su Yuan didn't immediately ask them to join him. Instead, he gave them two options to find his tribe. The first option is to leave immediately, but due to the long-term lack of salt, they are so weak that they probably won't even be able to cross the desolate snowfield before fainting somewhere and being frozen into an ice sculpture. Secondly, although they said they would go back to their tribe after they had recovered, they had been captured for who knows how long, and their original tribal territory was probably already deserted. The chances of finding one's tribe aimlessly in the vast snowfield are only slightly higher than finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, even if they find it, living in the star tribe for a period of time will make them miss it constantly, and they might even suggest that Wu also bring his people to join when they return to their own tribe. After all, it's not a case of one tribe enslaving another. The star tribe is essentially a fusion of many tribes, where everyone lives equally within the tribe, without distinction of rank or status. So everyone else has joined, why can't I? Sure enough, after Su Yuan finished speaking, everyone looked confused. After glancing at Su Yuan warily for a few moments, some of them thought for a moment and then started walking towards the outside of the camp. But after taking only a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The long-awaited sunlight on his face caused his blood vessels to dilate, and his pale complexion gained a rare rosy hue. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Your original tribesmen and witches may no longer be in their original homes due to Mu Guang's capture. If you want to find them, you'll probably have to go deep into the snowy wilderness to search carefully. This statement is not an exaggeration. When he arrived at the Wangshu Mountains, he found that many places with human presence along the way were covered by a thick layer of snow. The war in the snowfields caused many tribes to go into hiding, especially some small tribes that were hiding cautiously in places they had no idea where to go. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone knelt down, their eyes filled with confusion, unsure of what to do next. They have gained their freedom, but they do not know where their tribe is or where they should go. Those who wish to temporarily join my tribe can stay here for now. We'll have something to eat later and then return with us. Once you've recovered, if you want to go find your own tribe, I won't stop you. However, there is no such thing as free prey. Before you leave, you must help me build the tribe's houses and hunt the appropriate prey before you can leave. Now, a large number of people will definitely join the Star Tribe, but even if no one joins, his city-building plan must begin, so he must recruit some strong beast girls. It even gives them a sense of belonging after they stay in their own tribe for a while, and when they discover that their tribe has disappeared, the first thing they think of is the time they spent here. As for those who are still determined to find their tribe, Su Yuan doesn't need to stop them anymore, since they can have their own feet. After finishing his sentence, Su Yuan didn't wait for their choice. He handed the matter over to Hu Lai and Hu Si, and then hurriedly went to the shamans who were being controlled by the black sheep. After a brief explanation, everyone roughly understood what had happened. At this moment, everyone looked somewhat disappointed, realizing that they had simply become prisoners of another tribe instead of one. Upon seeing Su Yuan's arrival, these pretty beast girls still had a hint of worry and fear in their eyes. As you all know, it's a pleasure to see you all. I am the leader of the Star Tribe, named Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled. Seeing so many magicians, he knew there must be some with divine bodies in civil engineering, botanical experts, metallurgical masters, and hydraulic engineers among them. These are all important figures who will later establish cities and develop civilization. I won't waste any more words. I came here to defeat Mu Guang, not to capture you, but to rescue my people who were captured and to eliminate the threat posed by Mu Guang. Now that I have captured them, I am going to take them back to rebuild the tribe. Those who are willing to join me can be guaranteed daily food and a stable living environment. I won't do anything to those who don't want to join. This place is yours. I'll leave with my people after I've finished dealing with my business. Several of the beast women had a hint of interest in their eyes. They were just shamans from small tribes, and they had a hard time finding food every day. They also had to live in fear of attacks and raids by beastman tribes. It's good to be under the protection of a large tribe, provided that the tribe is strong enough to withstand a combined attack from orc tribes in the snowfield without being defeated. Looking at the black smoke swirling around the fingertips of the black sheep beside them, and Xian playing with the lightning-fast spear in her hand not far away, as well as those warriors in iron armor, the aura emanating from each of them was something they had never seen before. Even the legendary super tribe from long ago probably didn't have such strength. I'm willing to bring everyone with me. One of the little beast girls weakly raised her hand. The little guy was really too weak and looked like a pushover, easy to bully. I don't know why Mu Guang captured such a little guy. Black sheep, I'm leaving this place to you. Things here are almost over. Once they have tallied up the number of people willing to join them, they can return to the Star Tribe's seaside outpost. After resting for a while, you can find an excellent location to build your first city. How's the verification going? Can you agree to my deal now? Back at Mu Guang's side, a glimmer of hope flashed in Mu Guang's eyes when he saw him return, and he hurriedly moved his body and asked anxiously, "Tell me what kind of deal it is? To help you obtain something bestowed by God." "Yes, help me obtain the divine artifact, which is a gift from the gods." Then you can use your abilities to make a copy of the divine artifact for me. It will be an easy thing for you. As expected, it was a gift from the gods. Su Yuan squatted down and looked at Mu Guang, who was lying on the ground and moving around like a caterpillar, and a smile appeared on his lips. Then what will you use to trade with me? Or what do you have that you can use to trade with me? I have news about the divine gift. I will return to the heavens as soon as I get a copy. Once you obtain the divine gift, you will have no problem ruling the entire Snowfield. Oh, so you wanted to get it for free. Su Yuan sat on Mu Guang's stomach, looking at her undisguised expression of disgust, and couldn't help but chuckle as he poked her face and said, "Is it possible that I can rule the entire Snowfield without that divine gift? You get off me. And don't touch me. Take your hands away from me. Is this how you ask for help?" Su Yuan not only didn't let go, but instead moved even closer, his eyes openly scrutinizing Mu Guang's ears. My fingers pinched that pointed part, and how should I put it? It felt a bit like a human ear. I could even bend it with a gentle touch, and after just a couple of times, it became flushed and engorged with blood. You relax. Mu Guang's face turned red, and he clenched his teeth. Thinking that he needed Mu Guang's help, he could only close his eyes silently and try to comfort himself. Don't be disgusted, don't be disgusted. It's not your own body, it's just Mu Guang's body. Let her be tainted with these filthy, savage smells. Chapter 305, A 100-year-old underage girl. Tell me about the gifts from God and the heavenly world. After playing with her for a while, seeing that Mu Guang was almost biting her lips raw, Su Yuan had no choice but to let go of her ear, sit up again, and look at her to ask. Mu Guang frowned slightly as she looked at Su Yuan. She had previously thought that the other party was one of the Crystal Queen's people, but judging from those strange props and the previous actions of replicating items, she realized that. It seems that the previous assumptions were wrong, since even the Crystal Queen cannot create an item out of thin air. Many figures flashed through his mind, but none of them had any connection with the guy in front of him. Judging from his curiosity about the celestial realm, the other person was not from the celestial realm. It would be even better if they weren't from the celestial realm. Whether they were from the netherworld or this lower realm, at least they wouldn't threaten his plans. Thinking of this, Mu Guang's wariness towards Su Yuan lessened somewhat. What do you want to know? Su Yuan thought for a moment and then asked, why are you so obsessed with that divine gift? What is its purpose? I can't tell you the first point, but the second point is that the divine gift in the Snowfield is one of the gods' powers, an artifact that controls the climate and temperature. It is said that once you possess it, you can change the world's temperature and climate at will. Changing the climate and temperature? If it could really do that, it would truly be a marvel. What's going on in the sky? What's the current situation there? In the heavens. I'm not quite sure either. It's said to be because of the mother tree of life. There was clearly a lot more to say than what Mu Guang had left unsaid. What he almost blurted out was, the mother tree of life separated the two realms by distinguishing between barbarians and the chosen ones like them. But now she still needs Su Yuan's help. After being ridiculed by Su Yuan before, she no longer dares to show a contemptuous attitude, and her way of speaking has become somewhat awkward. Currently, 7 queens rule the heavenly world, but the cities of 3 of them have been conquered. 7 queens rule the heavenly world? Su Yuan hurriedly asked. Which 7 queens? Queen of Dawn, Queen of Moonlight, Queen of Crystal, Goddess of Realms, Queen of the Tides, Mother Goddess of Harvest, Goddess of Star Orbit. Even the heavenly world is full of women. Could it be that there are divine gifts in the heavenly world as well? Su Yuan then asked a few more simple questions about the celestial realm. Simply put, the so-called God realm or celestial realm in the sky is just a Western fantasy world that has developed to the Middle Ages. Each of those queens or goddesses controlled a region of the celestial realm. Originally, everyone lived and worked in peace and developed their own way, occasionally exchanging visits, until the war that inexplicably broke out before. The 7 queens fought fiercely, and in the end, the Moon Queen, the Tide Queen, and the Harvest Mother were defeated, and the city was completely destroyed by the others. The 3 queens were imprisoned in the cities of the Dawn Queen, the Crystal Queen, and the Star Orbit Goddess, respectively. I didn't expect the heavenly realm to be so chaotic. Which faction do you belong to? At this stage, war is inevitable. According to Mu Guang's explanation, the heavenly realm is only so big. If its own country's resources are insufficient, it will naturally plunder other countries. The world, after a long period of unity, will inevitably divide. After a long period of division, it will inevitably unite. We are probably in the stage of unity now, but we don't know who will be able to unify the entire celestial realm. Forget it. None of this has anything to do with me. It's not like I'm the one who unified the entire heavenly realm. Su Yuan stopped thinking about the heavenly realm's forces and began to inquire about Mu Guang's identity with some curiosity. I naturally belong to Queen Moonlight. Mu Guang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to deceive Su Yuan. This person did not belong to any faction in the heavenly realm, and perhaps he could be recruited to rescue Queen Yueshi. Oh, people of a fallen kingdom. So you stole the divine gift to help Queen Moonrise regain her throne? Yes, if you can help me. Stop. I'm not interested in this, and it's not even certain whether I can or will go to the heavenly realm. The old trope of, I am Qin Shi Huang. Give me 2,000 followers, and I will appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, naturally wouldn't move Su Yuan. Even if he had the ability, he wouldn't help that so-called Queen Yueshi. What do things in the heavens have to do with a person on earth like him? So what were you busy with in the Wangshu Mountains all this time? Of course, you have to promise me first that I'll tell you about the divine gift, and once you get your hands on it, you'll make a replica for me. I promise you, okay? Su Yuan said casually. Mu Guang paused, seemingly somewhat surprised by Su Yuan's decisiveness, before slowly speaking. Besides the people of the God realm searching for the divine gift, the people of the netherworld are also searching for it. They came to compete for it 100 years ago, and they stole the key that could unlock the divine gift. But I stole the information about the location of the divine gift. This time, I arrived early to snatch the key from their hands. I see. Didn't you come down here more than 100 years ago? This fair-skinned, adorable blonde elf is actually over 100 years old. Wait, an elf? Oh, it's all right now. What's the difference between an elf who's over 100 years old and a human who's in their teens? Maybe Mu Guang is still a minor among elves. Would attacking her be considered bullying a minor who's over 100 years old? The two talked for half an hour. In the distance, Black Sheep and Tiger Hunter had finished dealing with their business, and Cat Knight, at Su Yuan's prompting, also ransacked Mu Guang's house. I've said everything I needed to say. Is there anything else you want to ask? No more for now. Then let me go? Let those people come with us to the crater of Frostfire Peak. Before those guys from the Netherworld show up, let's finish completing the magic array to capture them. Mu Guang struggled for a moment, but seeing that Su Yuan didn't move at all, a bad feeling welled up in her heart. Are you kidding me? Hey, don't insult me. I'm not kidding you. It's just that your abilities are unparalleled and invincible, so I can't just let you go like this. Su Yuan stood up with a smile and lifted Mu Guang up. From beginning to end, he had no intention of cooperating with Mu Guang. Letting the other party get the staff would be the death of him. If you accidentally gain control of all the shamans in your tribe, you won't be able to escape and will become the fish on the chopping block. You damned barbarian, filthy, despicable, vile, you lied to me. Insulting words poured out of Mu Guang's mouth one after another. But these words were not even half as powerful as what Su Yuan had encountered while surfing the internet. However, the sound was indeed quite noisy. Su Yuan changed the tape and wrapped it around Mu Guang's mouth, turning the noisy insults into muffled sounds. He then hung Mu Guang onto Shuang's back and went to the center of the tribe. All right, it's time to go. Anyone who wants to come with us. Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the conch shell on Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan quickly picked up the conch shell and put it to his ear. He heard Hu Jiu crying inside. Wah, Su Yuan. My sister's been kidnapped. What? The red fox has been captured. Chapter 306 The Snowfield Legend from 20 years ago. When Sister Man and the others came back with people, my sister was so happy that she ran out to greet them. Unexpectedly, a lot of snow demons suddenly rushed out from the corner. Although the Deer Bell Witch and her companions killed quite a few, there was one that was hiding that grabbed my sister and immediately ran away. The whimpering sound from the conch shell turned into a sorrowful weeping. Su Yuan's brows furrowed tightly as he was busy dealing with Mu Guang and had completely forgotten about the group of snow demons from before. It turns out that their target was always the red fox, not the entire Snowfield's divinely bestowed people. Recalling the batch of snow demons he had wiped out, Su Yuan's face grew even more gloomy. Hearing the crying from the conch shell, he suppressed his anger and comforted her. Fox 9, don't cry yet. Your sister isn't here, so temporarily entrust the affairs of the tribe to Shui Rou. Tell everyone to wait for me. I'll be right back. Now the tribe has no leader, and most of its people have been brought by Su Yuan to attack the Muguang tribe. Therefore, it is necessary to select someone from the tribe to temporarily take charge of the situation, and Shui Rou, who led the tribe to hide in the cave, is the best candidate at present. I understand. Please come back quickly. After disconnecting the conch shell, Su Yuan immediately went to the tribe and found Mu Guang. Damn barbarians, despicable natives. She used the same few insults, but Su Yuan didn't have time to argue with her right now. He walked up to Mu Guang and said coldly, "Do you know where the Snow Demon's tribe is?" "Snow Demon? Why should I tell you?" "Die, you barbarian. Tell me, and I'll agree to cooperate with you." After a moment of silence, Mu Guang finally spoke. "Snow demons are creatures that do not reproduce. They communicate with each other. When I came to the Snowfield last time, I only knew that they hid in an extremely cold place." "The land of death?" "No, they're not that bad. Although they're not afraid of the cold, they still need to eat. There's no food in the land of death, so they won't stay in that godforsaken place." Su Yuan's face darkened, and he glared at her, hurriedly asking, "Then do you even know where the Snow Demon's tribe is?" "No, I don't know. I've never had any contact with them. Those guys are ugly and filthy." After a long string of nonsense, Su Yuan simply pulled her off to Shuang's back and immediately mounted her himself. "Hey, wait for me to return to the heavenly realm and ask the goddess of star orbit. Perhaps she can divine the answer. By the time you return to the celestial realm and finish your inquiry, it will be too late." Su Yuan rode the great frost to the crowd and shouted with a serious expression, "Black Sheep, Red Fox has been captured by the Snow Demon. I have to rush back. I'm leaving everything here to you. Lead everyone back to the tribe." "What? Sister Red Fox has been captured. I want to go back too." Upon hearing this news, Lion and Cat Knight immediately climbed on a Frost's back. Fortunately, it was Frost. Otherwise, Big Fool wouldn't have been able to support the weight of Su Yuan and the other two. "Then Lion and Cat Knight will come back with me. Oh, and whatever you do, don't let Mu Guang touch the magic staff, and don't let her out of your sight. Remember that." "Yes, you all must be careful too." Black Sheep knew the seriousness of the situation. She had also heard of Snow Fairy, a very mysterious tribe that did not belong to the God-given race, but also did not admit to being beastmen. With their unique breeding methods, they call themselves the demon race. They are usually very mysterious. Because they can sense each other, killing them only turns them into smelly and hard stones, so no one wants to provoke them. How did those guys manage to capture the Red Fox? Could it be? About 20 years ago, a legend about snow demons and the divinely gifted tribe circulated in the snowfields. It was said that a certain tribe of the divinely gifted tribe had completely killed the priests of the snow demon tribe. The fact that an immortal being could actually be killed is something that those who hear this story naturally find hard to believe. At that time, Black Sheep was just a wanderer who hunted for food with a tiger in the snow, so he naturally didn't know much about this matter. He had only heard about it by chance in a tribe. In the snowy plains, Su Yuan fed Shuang piece by piece of food. The super chewy beef tendon noodles were being fed into Shuang's mouth little by little, and the long noodles were getting stuck in its throat. "Shuang, there's an emergency this time. I'll make you a big meal when we get back. Make sure you finish this beef tendon noodle soup." "Whoa." Shuang understood the seriousness of the situation and swallowed the rest of the beef tendon noodles in one gulp. In an instant, the cold mist around her dissipated, and she felt as if she had inexhaustible strength within her body. Footsteps moved across the snow, leaving afterimages. Cat Knight, sitting on Su Yuan's back, clung tightly to him, while Lion leaned down behind to protect them from falling. Almost every 10 minutes, Shuang is given a serving of super chewy beef tendon noodles. This is a bug-level item. As long as she can swallow it, she can maintain the super chewy state without consuming stamina. Fortunately, with its current height of nearly 3 meters, the beef tendon noodles that Lion and the others could plow 2 miles with their necks were only a bit of a struggle for it. Of course, there are also other items to fill the gaps. Besides beef tendon noodles, there are hamburgers that increase agility and allow you to float briefly, as well as various items that enhance strength and speed. Whoa. It took almost a whole day to run from the Wangshua Mountains to the desolate snowfield. As dawn broke, the 3 people and 1 wolf returned to the outside of the tribe the next morning. At this moment, the beast girl guarding the gate was overjoyed. The witch is back. Leader. Almost everyone ran out. The previous battle had startled them, but fortunately, they were well prepared and had the items left by Su Yuan, so there were no casualties. However, the capture of the Red Fox which still cast a shadow over the tribe. "All right, everyone go back first. Fox 9, bring me those snow demon crystal cores." "Slurp, I'm coming right now." Fox 9 wiped away her tears, her eyes red, and ran into the house, handing over a dozen snow demon crystal cores to Su Yuan. Just like the snow demons he had killed before, Su Yuan silently prayed as he looked at the crystal cores of these snow demons. "It absolutely has to work out, otherwise I'll have to resort to my last resort." Su Yuan handed the crystal core and a new sea soul amber staff to Hai Ling. The reason he rushed back was to try to awaken the snow demon's soul. He wasn't sure if this method would work, since, in a sense, snow demons shouldn't die, but the stone itself didn't seem to have any sign of life. I understand, let me try. After Su Yuan's explanation, Hai Ling understood the importance of the staff. She took it and immediately began to try it out. According to the classification of elemental magic, she and Hai Yao were both water elemental mages. Aside from the great elementalist Red Fox, only water elemental witches like them could use the Sea Soul Amber Staff so smoothly after receiving it for a short time. Hai Ling fumbled around for a while, and as a surge of witch power flowed into the snow demon crystal core, the originally calm crystal core began to tremble, as if it were enduring something. The witch power continued to be poured into the crystal core. As a sharp sound rang out from the crystal core, Hai Ling's face instantly turned pale, but she did not stop pouring witch power into her hands. Click, click, click. Finally, after several cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal core, Su Yuan finally saw the remnant soul figure he had been longing for. Chapter 307. Su's arms resources are quite abundant. The monster, as ugly as the snow demon I had seen before, now stared blankly ahead, its expression dazed, just like the werewolf ghost from before. The first question is, where did you take the beastman shaman you captured today? The snow demon's spirit struggled somewhat, but still answered honestly, Snow Demon Valley. We plan to take her to Snow Demon Valley. Snow Demon Valley. Judging from the name, it should be their base. So, the second question is, where is Snow Demon Valley located? It's there. You only need to walk in that direction for 5 days to get there. 5 days have passed, so they haven't returned to the tribe yet. But why would they specifically come to this place to ambush the Red Fox? Could it be because the Red Fox is a top genius who is proficient in all elements? Come on, this primitive society didn't have the concept of elements at all. Everyone believed that the abilities awakened by shamans and sorcerers were bestowed upon them by their respective gods. My third question is, why did you arrest her? The reason why the snow demon captured the Red Fox was Su Yuan's third question. After listening, the snow demon's spirit stood there blankly for a moment before slowly speaking. I don't know, it's the high priest's order. After the 3 questions were asked, the snow demon's spirit completely dissipated, and the snow demon's crystal core was completely shattered in 2. As for the last question, there is no answer, and it seems that even these obedient snow demons do not know the reason. The resurrection of these snow demons is related to the souls in the crystal core. Previously, Hai Ling forcibly summoned the souls of the dead that were stored in the crystal core. After answering 3 questions, they died completely, just like the werewolf soul. It seems that the snow medicine in this crystal core is completely dead. Having formed a rough guess about these snow demons, Su Yuan glanced at the shattered crystal cores that were worth no more than a few points, and without lingering, patted Fox 9's head to comfort her. All right, Fox 9, stop crying. We'll go rescue your sister right now. This time, Su Yuan was determined to kill them all. If he didn't kill all the snow demons, the Red Fox would probably be targeted by them at any time in the future. It would be better to eliminate them completely this time and wipe them out. Looking at the remaining points, based on the tribe's development, he needed to keep at least 500,000 to ensure the tribe's food supply in case of unexpected extreme situations. However, the chances of this extreme situation occurring are extremely small. Currently, the Star Tribe is located by the sea, which not only has abundant marine resources, but also a sufficient supply of salt, and the nearby freshwater resources are also plentiful. Su Yuan, I also want to go and save my sister. I know I'm too weak, but after my mother passed away, I only had my sister as my family. Fox 9 was somewhat disappointed. She was just an ordinary beast girl, only slightly taller than the little kids like Squeak. Her 2 small arms couldn't even fully draw the bows that Fox C and the others used. Let's go together then. Also, we are all your family. Su Yuan picked her up and placed her onto Shuang's back, while Mao Yi chuckled and rubbed her head to comfort her. That's right. You've forgotten that you used to call me sister when you were little. Normally, Fox 9 would be fighting with Cat Knight, but right now her mind was full of her sister's affairs, and she nervously grabbed the fur on Big Frost's back. It's too crowded for Big Frost to carry 4 people, so I'll wait for you to come back in the tribe. Little Fox 9, we agreed to pick wild fruits together to make candied fruit, don't forget. Yes, we will definitely bring my sister back. Actually, having one more Fox 9 who has no combat ability wouldn't make much difference. Su Yuan didn't plan to bring too many people with him this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to catch up with the snow demons. As for how the 3 of them will rescue the Red Fox, Then we'll have to ask those snow demons if they have enough of my Su's military resources for bombardment. Su Yuan is prepared to reduce his 7-figure points to 6 figures. The desolate snowfield was still shrouded in a vast expanse of white, with a stream flowing slowly by. In the snow, a small white creature was hurrying forward. Hurry up! The snow demon in front tugged at the white vines binding the red fox. These remaining 30-odd snow demons were the same group that had attacked the Star Tribe earlier. More than 20 snow demons died outside the territory of the Star Tribe, but fortunately, they captured the person the High Priest needed. Moreover, once the High Priest's mission is completed, they can bring back the dead snow demons under its guidance. Be nicer to that beastman shaman. If you bump into him or get hurt, the High Priest might seal you in a secluded cave for 100 years. The tallest snow demon at the front glanced behind her and said coldly, Yes, but if this guy keeps dawdling like this, won't their people catch up? Don't worry, I've covered our tracks. They won't find us. The red fox, whose hands were bound behind him, showed no fear or worry. Instead, he stared at the snow demons with curiosity, wondering about what had happened, just like Su Yuan. She had initially thought the black sheep had sent them to capture them, but after the black sheep joined the tribe, her suspicions shifted to Mu Guang. Unexpectedly, the person behind these snow demons turned out to be their high priest, and his target was none other than himself. Since I've already been captured, can you tell me why your high priest captured me before I die? It's no use asking us. This is the high priest's task, and we are just carrying it out. But it is said to be related to the old priest. Bang! The snow demon who was speaking was pierced through the shoulder by an ice spike shot by the leader in front, and a cold voice came from ahead. I already told you to stop talking nonsense and ignore that beast. Anyone who comes into contact with it should return to their core state. The surrounding snow demons immediately shut their mouths, lowered their heads, and walked forward. The red fox's expression was solemn as he recalled what the snow demon had said earlier. Old priest, what does my arrest have to do with you? Etc. Red Fox remembered what Granny Snow had told her. When Fox 9 was born, the tribe had once encountered a war related to the snow demon. She, Fox 9's mother, and Man and Lion's mother all disappeared because of that war. When she was little, she thought her mother had died in the war. Whenever she was sad, Grandma Shui would comfort herself by saying that her mother and the others had not died, but had simply disappeared. Granny Shui's tone was very certain, but Red Fox couldn't understand why she was so sure they had just disappeared. Perhaps it was related to these snow demons capturing her? Her mind was in turmoil. Red Fox shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. Although the snow demon had concealed the escape route, she couldn't help but believe one thing. Su Yuan will find this place. He will find himself here. In the distance, a loud noise rang out. Just as everyone was focused on their journey, the snow demon's head, which was gripping the white vines, suddenly exploded and turned into fragments. The figure swayed and fell to the ground, then transformed into a snow demon crystal core. Who goes there? Chapter 308. If I trade directly to the system, aren't you doomed? Red Fox, lie down. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Red Fox didn't hesitate to drop to the ground and throw a black grenade into the snow demon horde. Throwing stones? You beasts are really regressing. Bang! The loud explosion interrupted the snow demon's words. The grenade had created a deep crater, and the surrounding snow had been blown away, revealing the black soil inside. By the demon god above, what exactly is this thing? Beware of the enemy's witchcraft. Stop them. The grenade didn't kill any of the snow monsters. Only the one closest to it had its leg blown off and lay on the ground howling in pain. In the distance, a dark shadow floated in the sky, and then, under the watchful eyes of many snow demons, a beast man wielding a long sword slashed down at them. The blade was incredibly fast, instantly cleaving a snow demon in two. The fallen snow demon tried to launch a sneak attack, but the giant white wolf instantly bit off its head. Elder sister. Behind De Shuang, Su Yuan and Hu Jiu also jumped down. The group retreated to the side of the red fox and cut the vines that were tightly wrapped around the red fox's wrists. I didn't expect you to find us after all. What's your relationship with that tribe? 30-odd people were fighting against 4 wolves, one of whom was a small, powerless child, another was a sorcerer without a staff, and the third didn't even have a decent weapon, just a big black stick. The advantage lies with me. The snow demons immediately surrounded Su Yuan and his companions, and the leader of the snow demons walked over with a mocking smile and asked them questions. Chief, and also a shaman. While Su Yuan put the sniper rifle back into his storage gem, he also bought an assault rifle and calmly loaded it while standing in the encirclement. Leader, do you really think that sending a high-level awakened warrior will be enough to rescue them? As they spoke, The snow demon revealed its power, and the surrounding snow froze into ice spikes that shot towards the group. Clang, clang, clang. The ice spike struck the riot shield in Lion's hand, piercing several holes in it. However, it couldn't go any further after going halfway through and got stuck inside the riot shield. A snow demon with the strength of a great shaman? No, it's not quite there yet. Red Fox's expression was somewhat solemn. The guy opposite him seemed quite ordinary, but he didn't expect his aura to be so powerful. The last time he experienced this was with Black Sheep, but this snow demon's aura was still somewhat weaker than Black Sheep's. Then that snow demon high priest has probably already reached the level of a great witch. Although I don't know how you found us, since you've come along looking for death, then come back with us. Click. Su Yuan moved quickly, loaded the bullet, and pulled the trigger. The snow demon priest looked at the black stick with a sense of unease, and began to brew an ice storm with her witch's staff in her hand. The storm was about to hit Su Yuan and his group, and the black gun barrels were aimed at the head of the snow demon priest. When the gun was pointed at it, the snow demon felt the pressure of death pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. The snow in front of them turned into an ice wall, but the aura of death had not yet dissipated. The ice wall grew thicker and thicker, and it even grabbed one of its own kind. Da-da-da. A magazine of 30 bullets was unleashed almost instantly, piling up a meter-thick wall of ice that could even withstand thrown spears. However, faced with the high-speed impact of the bullets, the ice wall was shattered in just 2 or 3 seconds, and the remaining bullets were used to blast its own kind in front of it. Damn it, damn it. By the demon god, what on earth is this thing? The snow demon priest's ashen face was filled with boundless fear. It had never felt this fear before, not even when it was killed by a demonic beast in the snowfield. It was a fear of the unknown. His staff is useless now. Rush up and kill him. The snow demons around them tried to rush forward, but the next magazine was already loaded and the gun was pointed at them, causing them to retreat in fear. Idiots. Don't forget you won't die. Once you've completed the high priest's task, it will naturally rescue you. That's right, they won't die. The snow demons realized, and charged towards Su Yuan like madmen. Da-da-da. Another burst of bullets took away several snow demons. Watching them charge fearlessly, Su Yuan took out a snow demon crystal core from his pocket and held it high above his head. Gentlemen, do you really think you won't die? System, get to work. The interconnectedness of the snow demons led them to discover the crystal core in Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan raised the snow demon crystal core high, and with a flash of white light, it instantly disappeared between his fingers. It was that same feeling again. The snow demon priest's expression changed drastically. He had never understood how the snow demons he had sent to the icy snowfields to capture people could disappear into thin air, as if they had evaporated from the world. I thought it was the work of a shaman from the Wangshui Mountains, but it turns out it was this guy. Go. Everyone go. Don't be fooled. Whether it's a lie or not, everyone knows perfectly well. Their connection isn't based on sight, but on a kind of mutual intuition. Once it's gone, it's gone. In an instant, many snow demons retreated, and many had already considered escaping. They glanced at the snow demon priest, then at Su Yuan, and immediately fled into the distance. Damn you! The snow demon priestess wanted to say something, but more than a dozen bullets had already pierced through its body. Its eyes returned from the fleeing snow demon to Su Yuan, and its outstretched hand seemed to want to say something, but its figure had already fallen to the ground. Su Yuan, should I go and kill them all? All right, I'll leave it to you. I'll see how Red Fox is. Some of them were just ordinary warriors, at most only mid-level awakened warriors, so Lion and Frost had no problem facing them. Su Yuan put away his weapons and went to the snow demon priest to retrieve its crystal core and the Red Fox's staff. Although this snow fairy crystal core did not unlock any special items, the points earned from trading it with the system were significantly higher than those for a regular snow fairy crystal core. Red Fox, are you alright? Back with Red Fox and Fox 9, Su Yuan hugged Red Fox. Fortunately, she wasn't seriously injured, except for some cuts on her wrist from the thorns of the snow vine. His face was still a little pale, and it seemed that after being captured, he had fought with the snow demon and exhausted all his magical power. It's nothing. How's things going on your end? Red Fox was worried that her capture would affect Su Yuan's plan to deal with Mu Guang, and her expression was somewhat anxious. However, Su Yuan took out seashell ointment and applied it to Red Fox's wrist while carefully comforting her. Don't worry, that's been taken care of. Mu Guang should have been captured by the Black Sheep and taken back to the tribe. As for you, he wanted to blame Red Fox for being careless and falling into the snow demon's ambush, since he had given the tribe a lot of items, including sensing crystals for scouting the surroundings. But then again, No one could have guessed that a snow demon would attack them while they were welcoming Man and the others back, and that it would be a team led by a snow demon priest with power close to that of a great witch. But why did they come to capture you? This time, the snow demon suffered heavy losses in order to capture the red fox. Not only did it lose a snow demon priest who was close to the level of a great witch, but it also lost 2 snow demon warriors who were comparable to high-level awakened warriors outside the Star Tribe. The red fox shook its head and sighed. I don't know either. They said it was for the snow demon high priest. Maybe only the deceased snow granny and the snow demon high priest know about this. I see. I understand now. Does that mean the only way to find out is to ask the snow demon high priest in person? Chapter 309 I am a caveman skilled in using modern technology. Su Yuan looked toward the direction of Snow Demon Valley, which was also the direction the snow demons had fled, but now escaping was just wishful thinking. The wind blew the snowflakes across the ground, blocking the snow demons' escape route. The murderous intent emanating from behind made them tremble and turn around. No, no. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan picked up a snow demon crystal core and tried to put it back into the space gem, but it was judged to be a living organism and could not be stored in the storage necklace. Su Yuan, should we continue to Snow Demon Valley? Lion was somewhat tempted, gripping the long knife in her hand and looking at Su Yuan. The frustration she had suffered in the Maguang tribe was finally released, and her mind was filled with the image of the white-haired woman. Should I go or not? Now that Su Yuan had rescued the red fox, he had calmed down. Destroying the snow demon was a certainty, and he needed to figure out why the snow demon wanted to capture the red fox. The tribe doesn't have many fighters left, and they also have to stay behind to protect the tribe's people. However, if we wait for Black Sheep and the others to arrive, it will probably take at least 10 days. Even if Tiger Hunter and the others leave the main force and come alone, it will still take 7 or 8 days. It's important to know that Deshuang risked being overstuffed to death and spent 20 hours making this journey without slowing down. In addition, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to reach Snow Demon Valley, almost a month to lead the main force there. By then, the Snow Demon High Priest might have already noticed something was wrong. Go? Let's go take a look first. If those guys are easy to deal with, let's kill them all. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan decided to take action before being discovered. Of course, if he hadn't unlocked the second-level shop, he wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. He could have easily used the remaining 1,000,000 points to thoroughly search the area where the Snow Demon was hiding. Lioness's worried expression immediately turned to excitement. She had known Su Yuan's steady character for a long time, and for the safety of the group, going back and waiting for the main force was the best option. Red Fox, then you take Fox 9 with you. But the Red Fox stopped Su Yuan, saying seriously, no, this is too dangerous. Let's go together. I also want to know why they captured me. Then it's Fox 9. Me? I want to go too. Fox 9 immediately chimed in, tugging at Su Yuan's clothes and saying pitifully, you're not going to make me walk back by myself, are you? It's so far, it'll take a whole day and night. If we encounter a wolf, a snake, or an orc along the way, we're doomed. This little fox used all her wit on me. Su Yuan grabbed her ear and lifted her up. Then let Deshuang take you back. But you're not going to walk for 4 days, are you? Don't worry, we'll stay far away and run away as soon as there's any danger. Why do they all seem to love joining in the fun? How did this human nature get tainted to beast girls? Su Yuan released Fox 9 and rubbed his temples. He knew that Red Fox and the others were worried about him, facing a powerful shaman and countless awakened snow demon warriors. With just him and Shur, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? Seeing that they couldn't persuade Su Yuan, they protested and insisted on going with him. Then let's go together. But you're not allowed to act alone without my orders. Anyway, we're not sending them to the front lines, so having 1 or 2 more won't hurt. Yay! The 4 of them rode onto Shuang's back together, but their speed was naturally not as fast as before, especially since they had been running for a day and a night, and Shuang was still feeling a bit bloated. After rushing along the way, we finally saw a valley where the cold wind was blowing. The wind blowing from both sides converged in it, and the moment we stepped in, it felt like we had returned to a snowy wilderness. Okay, I'll be careful. Don't worry, we're just investigating. We won't rush into our deaths. Besides feeding Mu Guang a couple of bites during meals, don't let her speak at all other times. Putting the conch shell back, Su Yuan refocused his gaze on the valley. They were now above the valley, where a fierce, cold wind howled below, and even the snow could not linger. We've finally found you. The valley wasn't particularly high. Su Yuan used the sensing crystal to search below and immediately found the cave entrance. The cave was very bright, with some blue stones emitting a faint glow. The The snow demons living in the cave lay sprawled on the ground, unable to reproduce. In this primitive society, they had nothing to do but lie there and pass the time. Looking around the cave, Su Yuan did not find any trace of the snow demon high priest. However, the cave was winding and twisting, with many intersecting routes, and some long tunnels were beyond the range of the sensing crystal. How should we do it? Should we just fry it? Many snow demons are hiding inside the caves, so unless the caves are blown up and they are sealed inside, it probably won't have much of an impact. However, if they wanted to throw the weapons in, they would have to get close to the cave. If they encountered the large force of the snow demons, they probably wouldn't be a match for them. After living like a caveman for so long, I've actually forgotten that I have a modern identity. I can just use military drones to infiltrate. Having not known much about this thing in his previous life, Su Yuan only thought of firearms when unlocking the level 2 shop. In fact, there were quite a few military items available, so he immediately opened the shop. The updated weapons include not only the napalm he used before, but also the more lethal white phosphorus bombs, and there are also many types of drones. Lion, take this, and when they come out, immediately aim at the hole below and press down on this spot. Su Yuan exchanged for a single soldier white phosphorus incendiary bomb launcher. The incendiary agent inside is mainly white phosphorus. As long as it is a carbon-based life form, even a snow demon with the strength of a high-level awakened warrior will have to suffer a lot. Be careful. Make sure you aim correctly. It's not that I'm worried about losing points, but if this thing goes slightly wrong and explodes in front of them, we're completely doomed. I understand. Lion's face was tense, his arms gripping the launcher tightly as he aimed at the cave entrance below. Next, they used a drone to force the guys inside out. Su Yuan switched to a visual and mobile drone with a lot of tear gas attached to its bottom. Although it can hold some grenades, these things can only blast a small area. It would be better to use a strong irritant gas to force them out and gather them together first. After hanging up the items, Su Yuan began to control the drone to fly downwards. Fox 9, who was next to him, stared wide-eyed, clinging to Su Yuan's back and burying her little head in the screen. Wow, that's amazing. They can actually see what that bird is seeing. Su Yuan, is this witchcraft again? The thought of witchcraft dampened Hujio's interest. She wasn't a witch and couldn't cast spells. Even if Su Yuan had told her, she wouldn't have been able to learn them. Of course not, but this is too complicated for you. I'll teach you how to play another day when I have time. Making it is of course impossible, but we can teach Fox 9 how to use it. He can play with it when he has nothing to do, and it would be nice to investigate the situation in the vicinity of the territory. Chapter 3:10 The Dimensional Reduction Strike of Modern Weapons. The drone carefully flew towards the valley. Although the cold wind made the drone sway, it still managed to slowly find its way into the cave. Buzzing. The noise from the wings made the snow demon, who was sleeping on the ground, raise its head. A large black bird had appeared above the cave at some unknown time. It's so noisy. Shoot that big bird down. I never expected a wild beast to run in here to die. Let me kill it and have some meat. The snow demons began to move, licking their lips with their long, thin tongues and picking up several stones that emitted blue light, which they then threw into the air. The stone struck the tear gas canister with a crisp sound. Seeing that he was in the right position, Su Yuan noticed that the latch on the device with the pull ring suddenly came loose. Bottles of tear gas shot towards the ground, scattering evenly in every direction of the cave. For a moment, the snow demons below didn't realize what was happening, thinking it was something the giant blackbird had excreted. Sizzle sizzle. This time, the tear gas is more potent and toxic, and it requires more points than the tear gas used in the previous attack on the Wuing tribe, which only caused coughing and blindness. Instantly, white smoke enveloped the entire cave. The snow demons that inhaled the gas coughed violently. They had only lost their ability to reproduce, but not their ability to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. When the gas was inhaled into their mouths and noses, the intense stimulation and suffocation caused all the snow demons to cough violently, and their already narrow eyes were also covered with a burning sensation. Attack! Monster attack! Watch out! Cough, cough, cough! Watch out for the strange birds in the sky. But by the time they realized what was happening, the drone had already flown out of the cave and quickly returned to Su Yuan's hand. He preferred the God's Eye view from the sensing crystal to the drone's first-person perspective. Quickly, get away from this white mist. I'll go tell the high priest. There was a leader among the snow demons who immediately covered his mouth and nose, letting the other snow demons escape from the cave, while he himself ran towards the narrow tunnel inside the cave. They're here, get ready. Su Yuan saw the snow demons running towards the cave entrance. There were about 100 of them, and many of them were the same size as the ones he had encountered for the first time, short, ugly, and clumsy. Some of the snow demons running ahead were larger in size and exuded a powerful aura. When all the snow demons emerged from the white smoke and arrived outside the cave, Su Yuan seized the opportunity and shouted to the lion beside him. According to, the launcher was pressed, and the powerful thrust made Lion tense up. The power of the runes on his forehead surged, and he didn't shake at all the moment the white phosphorus incendiary bomb was launched. The incendiary bomb flew very fast, and it flew away with a loud bang, just as the snow demons below were escaping from the cave. Watch out. This is an attack from that strange bird. Cover your mouths and noses. They initially mistook it for tear gas that made it hard to breathe, and covered their mouths and noses. However, a strange feeling of death arose above them, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Run fast. One of the snow demon warriors, who was quick to sense things, reacted immediately, but before he could say anything, a violent explosion erupted among the snow demons, scattering countless white phosphorus particles across each snow demon. The flames, as intense as bone-eating fire, were difficult to extinguish even when they collapsed onto the snow. Some snow demons, their bodies ablaze with flames, rolled around in the snowdrifts. But not long after, the intense burning pain made it unable to resist crawling out again, roaring as it crashed into the stone wall beside it. It hurts. It hurts so much. Quickly, I'm going to kill myself. I can't take it anymore. The word suicide brought many snow demons tainted with white phosphorus to their senses. They realized that even if they died, they weren't truly dead. They could simply wait a while and be resurrected. But the pain they were experiencing at that moment was unbearable. As a result, the number of suicides increased, and even some powerful snow demon warriors gave up hope of living and took out bone weapons from their waists to stab themselves. Holy crap, that's incredibly powerful. Su Yuan underestimated the power of modern military-grade restricted weapons. Not to mention the snow demon tribe. If the Mugwang tribe had been hit by a few of these weapons during the previous war, they would probably be almost all dead by the time he entered. This weapon must never be used recklessly unless the person is absolutely certain to be killed. After the initial shock, Su Yuan continued to observe the situation below. Of the more than 100 people who rushed out first, more than 70 had died and turned into crystal cores. The remaining ones were struggling to hold on. Dragging their broken bodies, they walked into the cave. Some snow demons who wanted to escape were stopped by them. Through the white mist of tear gas, a scene of hell on earth appeared outside. The flames continued to burn, crystal cores were scattered on the ground, and the blood of the snow demons stained the entire snowfield. However, the situation inside the cave was also unbearable. The thick white fog caused some snow demons to faint, and those who could not bear the pain immediately chose to commit suicide. Their immortality grants them the courage to face death, but it also makes them cowardly. Once they encounter pain and torment, they will immediately choose to commit suicide. Call. Suddenly, a hurricane blew away the white mist in the cave. Su Yuan's expression tightened as he looked at the snow demon that came out of the tunnel. It was taller than the average snow demon. His body remained as emaciated as ever. Compared to the short and ugly snow demon, this guy looked like a starving ghost. His thin body was wrapped in some animal skins, and he held a staff in his hand. Those hurricanes were released from its staff. What happened? The snow demon high priest stared grimly at the horrific scene outside. Countless snow demons' blood was spilled on the ground, and the crystal cores that symbolized their lives were scattered on the ground like pebbles. High priest, a magical bird has just attacked us. Warcraft aren't stupid. On the contrary, their intelligence is about the same as that of orcs. Why would they launch an attack on Snow Demon Valley for no reason? Do they want to die? It's true. That magical beast can fly in the sky and release white smoke and flames. It's probably a powerful magical beast with the strength of a fourth-tier monster. Useless. I'm going out to check. The high priest frowned. It was just a fourth-tier magical beast. He had killed it before. He kicked the kneeling snow demon to the ground and went outside the cave alone. The air around them smelled terrible, and flames were still burning in some places. The snow fairy priest tried to blow them out with the wind, but it took a layer of the stone to extinguish them. What a strange flame. Even my wind can't extinguish it. Its expression gradually turned serious. A strange bird had suddenly appeared near Snow Demon Valley, and it was clearly targeting them. Just as it was pondering the origin of the bird, a loud noise in the distance made its eyelids twitch, and almost instinctively, it summoned a gust of wind in front of it. The wind affected the incoming bullet. Originally, the bullet was aimed at the snow fairy priest's hand holding the staff, but the strong wind caused the bullet to change direction and hit its abdomen. Holy crap, am I going to get killed? Chapter 3:11 Equivalent Exchange. Fortunately, this snow demon high priest was no ordinary person. He took something out of his waist and pressed it against the wound, and a layer of white frost covered the bloody hole that had been pierced through. While Su Yuan was switching bullets, it had already gotten up again, and the white frost on its chest was slowly repairing its injuries. All around, ice walls blocked its path, and its sharp gaze immediately turned towards the valley above, in the direction from which the bullets had come. Who are you people? The few figures that were barely visible were obscured by the rapidly swirling snow. The snow demon high priest was greatly alarmed and retreated back into the cave with a cautious expression. Damn it, this isn't some magical bird at all. It's a person, and judging from its size, it's very likely one of those strangely shaped alien beasts. The tear gas inside the cave had been blown out by the wind. The remaining 100 or so snow demons lay on the ground convulsing, foam dripping from their pale mouths, and vomiting foul-smelling vomit continuously. When we attacked the Wuiying tribe before, those 1 or 2 bottles were enough to torment those beast girls to the point of death. If they hadn't all been carried out, they probably would have fainted in the cave. This time, the tear gas was more toxic and in greater quantity. In particular, it was also blasted by Su Yuan outside the cave with a white phosphorus bomb, so they could only hold their breath and hide inside the cave. Snowfong, Snowfong, where the hell have you been? High Priest, Commander Snowfong has already died outside. A snow demon crawled over and explained with a face full of grief and indignation. You, take those who are still conscious, carry everyone back, and hide in the tunnel. There were originally more than 400 snow demons in the cave. A white phosphorus bomb killed more than 70 snow demons, and more than 50 were knocked out by tear gas. At this point, only a little over 300 people were struggling to hold on, many of them burned by the splashed white phosphorus, and they were walking with difficulty while clutching their wounds. The high priest dared not gamble on whether the creatures on the mountain still possessed those terrifying attack methods, and after a moment's thought, he ordered everyone to retreat back into the depths of the cave. This is going to be difficult. At the mountaintop, Su Yuan frowned. This was going to be difficult to deal with. Even if they used a drone to drop tear gas in, the snow demon high priest would blow it out with the wind. The sensor crystal continued to move forward in the direction the snow demon had fled. The tunnel was not dark, and as they went deeper, more and more blue stones were embedded in the rock walls. However, the distance of the sensing crystal had reached its limit. Su Yuan watched as the figures of several snow demons in the distance gradually disappeared, and his view could no longer move forward. The narrow and long tunnel, however, gave Su Yuan an excellent plan. Bright light illuminated the snow fairies' figures. In front of them was a vast cave, almost entirely composed of blue stones, where countless items collected by the snow fairies were piled up. However, the cave inside was clearly not large enough to accommodate more than 300 people. Some people were even crammed into the tunnel. The crowded environment and the smell of burning made many snow demons look somewhat disappointed and fearful. But more than anything, they felt frustrated. That attack, like fire from the heavens, killed more than 70 of them in a single blow. High Priest, are we going to hide here forever? After a moment of silence, one of the snow demons asked the high priest inside the cave, even if you're not killed here, you'll starve to death and turn into crystal cores. It's too torturous. Wait until those guys leave, or come down here to die. The high priest's face was grim. He found several precious items wrapped up in the pile of supplies and placed them in his palm. As long as those people got close, he could kill them with a single blow. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not just charge out? We'll protect you. As long as we charge out, we can kill those guys. The high priest shook his head and said calmly, No, the team I sent to capture the Starfall Blesser is about to return. The high priest's expression changed drastically when those people were mentioned, because his senses told him that his people were outside, on the mountaintop opposite the cave. Judging from this, the snow demons he sent out were already dead and had been taken back to the valley by the people outside. Just then, another commotion came from outside the tunnel. A drone flew in again, wobbling, with something hanging below it once more. Call out. A familiar sound rang out, and a small missile hanging below flew directly toward the tunnel, its burning tail fins making everyone feel uneasy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The high priest reacted immediately, raising his jeweled staff high and forcefully changing the missile's direction, slamming it into the rock wall beside him. Boom! The violent explosion caused the cave to collapse. Su Yuan silently watched the situation below. The explosion even buried his drone in the rubble. This is going to be difficult to explain to Fox 9. Either she has to find the wreckage and repair it, or she'll have to spend tens of thousands of points to buy her another one. After glancing at the remaining points, Su Yuan abandoned the idea of launching a second attack, packed up his belongings, and woke up the few people around him who were still in a daze. Let's go down and take a look. That's it. This battle was fought so casually. They were just standing here when the enemy's village exploded on its own. The three of them were completely dumbfounded when they heard the loud explosion inside the cave. Of course, these are the weapons used in the War of the Gods. The previous ones were just for performing tricks. Indeed, in the past, no matter how well one mastered swordsmanship or saber techniques, it was not as good as spearmanship or artillery skills. A spear is fast from 7 paces away and accurate and fast within 7 paces. Juggling, is it a kind of acrobatic performance? Lion looked at the long sword in his hand with some disappointment. His belief was shattered. If he were the snow demon in the cave, how many blows could he withstand with his skills? He would probably have been burned to death in the flames when the first white phosphorus bomb came down. Even if he survived by chance thanks to the breakthrough he gained, he would probably be seriously injured. Just kidding. Actually, these are also very important. We can't use the gods' weapons forever. Once we use them all up, we'll all have to go out and find food for a while. Su Yuan realized that he had gone too far with his words. Before the industrial age, the main forms of warfare were still bows and arrows and swords. The missiles and guns in his hands could only be used as the final killing weapons. Otherwise, this snow demon tribe of only a few hundred people had already cost him a lot of points, even after he had the advantage of discovering and surrounding them first. What if there are wars involving tens of thousands of people in the future? Wouldn't all the points I've accumulated over the years be wiped out in one fell swoop? Heavens, are the gods unwilling to provide us with food? As the four talked, they mounted the great frost and rode down the mountain. Fox 9, hearing that the gods were unwilling to provide food, nervously grabbed Su Yuan's arm. Normally, what she looks forward to most is the small snacks that Su Yuan suddenly feeds her. They are delicious and flavorful, and she feels full of energy all day after eating them, but the amount is a bit small. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's about equivalent exchange, you know? Equivalent exchange? Su Yuan thought for a moment and explained. It means you go to trade with other tribes, exchanging your tribe's surplus meat for the other tribe's surplus salt. In this process, both parties will first estimate the value of their own items. For example, my meat is worth 10 shells, while your salt is worth 20 shells. At this point, if I want to exchange for your salt, I must exchange 10 shells for the meat I trade, and then exchange another 10 shells for other items. Once I have 20 shells, I can exchange them for your salt. Anyway, it won't be long before I reform the tribe's economic model, so I might as well share some knowledge with Red Fox and Fox 9 now, so they can understand it in advance. Chapter 3:12, Did you actually see through my identity? The same goes for me and the gods. I exchange some things that I don't need for something that the gods have in their hands, which I call currency, or you could say money. Then, once I've saved up some coins, I can use them to trade with the gods for food and other things, such as the weapon I just used. Of the three, Fox 9 was the first to understand, and said with a look of surprise, So it's because we just ran out of coins, which is why we couldn't exchange food with the gods anymore. As long as I'm not going to never be able to taste the food of the gods again. Su Yuan rubbed her ear and laughed. That's right. So we'll have to rely on Lion to protect us later, otherwise we'll have to go and collect salt and hunt on our own when we run out of money. And those blue bath gels, body scrubbers, shampoo, and massage oils, I guess we won't be able to replace them anytime soon. This was just to scare the three of them. As someone who was as steady as a rock, how could he use up all his points at once? Although he had lost 1,000,000 points, he could still support the tribe for a year or two without any problem. Then don't use that god's weapon. I'll deal with them. And give me one of de Shuang's beef tendon noodles too. Upon hearing that there would be no good food or massage/bath to come, Lion's forehead was filled with the power of runes, and with a look of resignation, it reached out its hand to Su Yuan. Are you sure? Su Yuan exchanged a strand of beef tendon noodles for a piece of noodle. Sure took a deep breath, took a bite, and stuffed the entire strand of beef tendon noodles into her mouth. It still tastes as good as ever, even better than the food I usually eat. It's just that after chewing it a few times, it's still perfectly fine. Lion looked at the approaching cave entrance, hardened its heart, and raised its head. Huh, don't just swallow it like that. A minute later, de Shuang led everyone to the cave entrance at the bottom of the valley. After a violent explosion inside, glowing blue stones were revealed in the rock wall, illuminating the cave brightly. Blue obsidian. It is formed in the rock crevices of canyons where hurricanes converge. When it is polished by the wind, It absorbs a small amount of elements, and its surface will reveal a blue light that lasts for a long time. This thing, isn't it just a tool that allows Wu Ying to slack off? The task assigned to Wu Ying is not yet completed, and now they have discovered the ever-burning blue obsidian. If Wu Ying finds out, she will definitely throw a tantrum and demand that her workload be reduced. Detection. Unlocked directly. With so many blue gemstones in the cave, Su Yuan picked one up and unlocked it without hesitation. Bluestone float, 1,000 points. Note: floats made with obsidian powder can be attached to fishing lines or fish traps to attract small fish. Wow, it's actually a very useful item. Su Yuan's face lit up with surprise. Now he wouldn't go home empty-handed. Let's go in and take a look. Su Yuan closed the shop panel and took out the rifle from the storage necklace. Just in case, he also prepared 120 bullets in the necklace, so that even if the people inside were not all dead, he could easily deal with them. The environment inside the cave was extremely harsh, just like the problem he and Red Fox had when they considered building a tribe in the flame-pattern iron mine cave. The foul mixed smell made Su Yuan unable to resist exchanging for several masks for everyone to wear. Under the dim light, the structure of the cave can be clearly seen. Seeing it with your own eyes is much more realistic than sensing it through the crystal. The towering ceiling is adorned with countless blue obsidian stones. Some stones were polished into various shapes and placed in the cave. There were many animal skeletons on the ground, and weapons they had plundered and made were placed in the corners. Be careful. Run away immediately if anything goes wrong. Red Fox and Fox 9 did not dismount, but sat on Frost's back. Su Yuan gripped his rifle tightly, watching the tunnel entrance covered by rubble warily. As Su Yuan walked through the cave, he considered using another missile to completely destroy it. However, firstly, he couldn't investigate why the snow demon had captured the Red Fox, and secondly, the tunnel was already buried by rubble, so another missile would only clear away the rubble outside. Just as he approached and was about to use the sensing crystal to continue his investigation, a violent commotion erupted from the rubble, and countless stones flew everywhere. The Red Fox immediately raised its witch's staff from behind, and the stones flying towards them instantly coalesced into a ball, which it then hurled at the snow demon rushing out of the tunnel. It really was you, you damned beast men. Inside the tunnel, the high priest slowly emerged from a group of blood-soaked snow demons. Even the snow demon had been badly injured in the earlier explosion, its body covered in wounds of all sizes. The snow demon high priest. You are the Starfall Blessers. The high priest immediately sensed the snow demon crystal core hanging in the animal skin pouch on the side of the Great Frost, which was the same team it had sent to capture the Starfall Blessed ones. The Starfall Blesser? You mean me? Su Yuan pointed to himself, looking at the high priest with some shock. Starfall proved that he had fallen from the outside world into this alien world like a star. Blessing meant that he had received the system's blessing. This person is so clever. No, they must have been investigating me from the very beginning. Perhaps the snow demon was actually related to me. What are you? Damn it. Su Yuan's face darkened. Without using his gun, he hurled 2 fireballs at the high priest, but they were deflected by the wind and landed on the snow demon beside him the moment they got close. Su Yuan's fireballs were no longer as powerful as they used to be. The fireballs devoured bodies, burning 2 snow demons into crystal cores. The remaining snow demons reacted and hid behind piles of rubble. What are you talking about? The Starfall Blesser? That one, of course, is a cub blessed by the stars. Am I right, little fox? The snow demon high priest's gaze locked onto the red fox sitting on the back of the frost demon. The red fox's gaze also sharpened, and after staring at the high priest's appearance, its expression changed slightly. You are the snow demon who attacked our tribe. Su Yuan turned to look at the red fox, then glanced at the high priest. Was the Starfall Blesser that this guy was talking about the red fox? That's right. A genius with all elements is the kind of talent a protagonist would have in a novel. His clansmen being captured and him being forced to become a wanderer is the kind of treatment a protagonist should receive. It's a pity we didn't catch you back then, but your witches should be long gone by now. Su Yuan led Shirshir back to Shuang's side, staring at the high priest while curiously asking the red fox, "Does this guy know you?" "Yes, more than 10 years ago, it led a team to attack our tribe, intending to capture me, but it was driven away by Granny Shui." They started capturing red foxes more than a decade ago? There must be a secret. The snow granny mentioned by the red foxes has passed away, and now perhaps only the high priest knows about this. Su Yuan temporarily abandoned the idea of evacuation or bombarding the area with rockets, and looked at the high priest with a smile. "High priest, before arresting my people, you should at least explain the reason." "Huh, you cunning beast men, I can tell you, because she is the Starfall Blesser, who can bring me unparalleled power to rule the entire world. Damn, another person who's gone mad. A snow demon high priest and a sea monster king. Why are the leaders of this demon race all so mentally unstable? You can't possibly want to be like the Siren King and possess the Red Fox's body, can you? Su Yuan raised the gun in his hand. If that were the case, then don't blame him for his merciless bullets. Chapter 3:13 Possession like this. 4 Huaisu 11's Big Healthcare, plus 1/2. Are you mistaken? We're just ordinary people. Su Yuan stopped Shir, who wanted to rush up and kill them. He had to play the weak card for a while and get some information out of them first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get anything out of them under the barrage of fire. Ordinary people? Ha ha ha. An ordinary person couldn't have killed so many of my people with a single spell, and an ordinary person couldn't have nearly killed me with a single spell. Is it possible that I did both of these things? Su Yuan fell silent for a moment. So it had mistaken the previous attacks for witchcraft cast by the Red Fox. Wasn't my Red Fox a sweet, soft, and adorable little fox who only knew how to cuddle and act cute? Although Red Fox is a genius of all elements, she is not very strong. After all, she only knows 3 witchcraft moves, 2 of which she learned from the tribe's Old Witch and Granny Snow. The remaining fire magic was something she learned from a shaman of another tribe at great expense, since fire would prevent people from getting cold and allow them to eat cooked food. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. Tell me, why is the Red Fox called the Blessed One of the Fallen Stars? What do you know about that? The high priest opposite him was clearly not in a good mental state. After trying to get information out of him for a long time, Su Yuan lost patience and pointed his gun at him. As long as the body is still there, we can always ask your soul later. The aura of death returned. The high priest's eyes narrowed, and he turned his gaze from the Red Fox to Su Yuan, his tone filled with resentment. It was you just now. Tell me if you don't want to die, what exactly do you know? Upon hearing this, the high priest chuckled mockingly. It seems you know nothing at all, truly. Nonsense, if I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. Seeing that guy grinning sinisterly, Su Yuan interrupted him and cursed. Then I'll tell you. The Star-Blessed One is someone chosen by the gods from fallen stars, possessing unparalleled power and talent. So it really was going to be a possession attempt. Su Yuan's expression hardened, and he immediately exchanged for a bottle of purification syrup. Through the sea monster king in the underwater tomb, he learned that the skill of possession existed in this world, but the methods were not quite like those described in the cultivation world. After the explanation, the high priest did not rush forward. Instead, he waved his hand, and the snow demons behind him grabbed their weapons and approached Su Yuan and the others. So as long as I devour her alive, I will possess unparalleled power and become the demon god of this world. Attack. Except for the Starfall Blessed One, the rest are irrelevant, dead or alive. Damn, I never expected this kind of possession. Su Yuan tossed the syrup back into the gem space, then switched to his gun again, firing a burst of bullets in an instant. The wind rises. The bullet was deflected halfway by the wind and shot to both sides. Although it only deviated slightly, it prevented the charging snow demons from suffering many casualties. Wind blade. Flame shield. The wind didn't stop, but continued to condense into invisible blades that shot towards Su Yuan, but were blocked by the fire shield released by the Red Fox before they could get close. The fire shield shattered instantly, but the wind blades were also dispersed. Compared to the lion's wind, which could only swirl around its body, the high priest's wind was clearly more terrifying. Su Yuan knew its power as soon as he heard it shout out the incantation. In an instant, he pulled out the guardian orb and smashed it on the ground. The flame barrier absorbed the continuously released wind blades, and its power was even more fierce and brutal than the Snake Man warrior's previous attack. The barrier quickly became very dim and would shatter in no time. Prepare to retreat. Seeing this, Su Yuan decided not to continue fighting. Knowing the other party's purpose was enough. He would kill all these guys when Black Sheep and the others returned. We must get out of here before we get surrounded. Even with missiles, if this guy manages to steer them towards us, we'll be buried alive by the weapons he himself has fired. No need, I want to try. Su Yuan, can you ask the gods for another one of those weapons? Just one is enough. Lion gritted her teeth, knowing there was a risk involved, but still managed to hold back Su Yuan, who wanted to leave. Which one do you want? That long, black thing that can shoot out a small arrow with a bang. Long and black, and it can shoot. Su Yuan cleared his mind of all distractions and immediately realized what it meant. All right, Fox 9, you take these guardian orbs. Smash one as soon as the barrier disappears. Unexpectedly, one day he would use the 7,000-point guardian orb as a disposable item. Su Yuan exchanged 5 orbs and gave them to Hu Jiao, then immediately turned around and pulled out a sniper rifle. Aim the gun at the other side and pull the trigger. At this distance, there's no need for much aiming. Su Yuan gave a general explanation of how to use it. The sound of breaking glass came from behind him, but he ignored it. A wall of fire stood in front of him, blocking the snow demon that was rushing towards him. I see. After loading a bullet, Lion raised the sniper rifle with one hand, aiming it at the high priest as if drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. Runes appeared on his forehead, and the flow of energy gathered on the weapon. Bang! The bullet was enveloped by the aura emanating from her body. The high priest frowned, and the surrounding wind tried to blow away the aura that Lion had wrapped around the bullet. But just as she cut off the aura emanating from Lion's body, the bullet was already in front of her. The shot didn't hit its head, but its shoulder blade exploded, causing its arm holding the staff to fall off. The intense pain made its face contort in agony. Damn it, wind-type warrior. While warriors cannot freely unleash elements like wizards, they can transform the awakened power within their bodies into elements and gather them into their weapons. If it were an ordinary bow and arrow, it would probably have been redirected by the high priest's more powerful wind, but this is a sniper rifle bullet. Even without wind element, it can only deviate from the firing direction. In an instant, it reacted immediately, took out a ball of blue snow from its hand, and pressed it onto the severed arm. The bleeding stopped, and it picked up the staff with the other arm. He muttered incantations, and soon after shouting, "Wind construct," the surrounding rubble and the snow flying outside the cave formed a black and white wall in the wind. The bullet that pierced its arm was picked up by the wind, and it tried to shoot it back at Su Yuan. Call out. This time, however, it was not facing bullets, but an incendiary bomb. That damned wind was still blocking it, so the high priest hurriedly cut off the wind that was locking the incendiary bomb around it, and a wind blade slashed at the incendiary bomb. Bang! However, the wind blade still exploded when it struck the bullet, scattering the metallic incendiary agent around it. This time, the combustion was even more intense, with the scorching molten metal seeping into the flesh and burning it. Even if the skin is cut off, the burning pain still has to be endured. With just one shot, the snow demon that rushed up was wiped out. Of course, Su Yuan also felt a bit of a headache. This shot not only wiped out the snow demon, but also took away a large portion of his points. Amidst the rubble burial, the high priest tried to get up and grab his staff, but Shir was even faster, returning the transmitter to Su Yuan and using his toe to hook up the long sword on the ground. As the high priest reached for his staff, a long sword flew out without mercy and severed his other arm. Now, can we have a proper chat? Of course, if you don't want to talk, I can ask your spirit. Su Yuan changed his mind about running away and walked calmly through the flames to stand in front of it. Damn, it's so hot. Chapter 314 is finished. We can't get out. Plus 2 halves for Huai Su Shir es massage. Seeing that the flames around him had not yet been extinguished, he quickly retreated to the back. Despite losing its arm, the high priest tried to move to bite the staff, but Su Yuan wouldn't give it the chance. A fire shield around him blocked the scorching flames on the ground. He picked up the jeweled staff, ignoring the system notification in his ear, and turned to look at the high priest. Let me go, and I'll tell you about the Starfall Blesser. The high priest tried to lower his head to pick up the thing hidden at his waist, but a blade was pressed against his chin. The cold touch made its expression change. Now all the snow demons in Snow Demon Valley have been killed, and the other side knows that snow demons can be resurrected, so they may try every means to deal with them. For example, if someone is tied to a giant rock and sinks to the bottom of the sea, even if they are resurrected, they will die immediately, and it is unknown when a new snow demon will be born before they can be rescued. I thought you weren't afraid of death, and that you'd be pretty stubborn. Su Yuan put the staff back into his storage necklace and looked at the snow demon high priest crawling on the ground with a hint of mockery, saying, I definitely won't let you go, but if you just tell me, I won't care about your resurrection. As expected, the other party knew that the snow demon would be resurrected. The high priest's expression changed, but he still began to explain. Actually, I'm not quite sure either. The old priest told me before he died that the one who bestows the blessing of the star is what it said. 20 years ago, it said that the gods bestowed a star upon the Snowfield. The star fell and gave birth to a child, who is the Starfall Blesser. Xingxing had a baby. Do you think I'm stupid? Red Fox had told her personally that both she and Fox 9 had a mother, although she was almost forgotten in her memory, but she was definitely not a child born from a star. That's what the old priest told me. It tried to snatch the child, but was repelled by the shaman of that tribe. The Red Fox and the others also came up from behind. The red fox whispered in Su Yuan's ear. The elders in the tribe have also mentioned this matter. It was Man and Shirshir's mother who organized the tribe to kill a lot of snow demons. So the old priest also told you the news that those who consume the Starfall blessing can gain supreme power? The high priest nodded, but looking at its appearance, Su Yuan felt that something was being kept from him. However, after thinking for a moment, he still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to treat it as just a rumor. As long as the high priest died completely, no one would know about this news. Fine, then go die. As Su Yuan raised a fireball in his hand, just as the snow demon high priest was calmly accepting death, he sensed that the number of crystal cores on Great Frost's waist was a bit off. Its expression changed drastically, and it kicked off the pile of rubble. The fireball struck the pile of rocks, but missed it. Wait a minute. Why is one of the snow demon crystal cores you brought missing? In addition, one of the snow demons from the desolate Snowfield was missing, and all the snow demons who went to the icy Snowfield to search for the Starfall Blesser have also disappeared. Its expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to terror as it looked at Su Yuan. You killed them all. Let's do it. Since you want me dead, then you won't live either. Are there other methods? Su Yuan dared not hesitate. With a wave of his arm, several fire snakes flew towards the high priest. Lion also sprang into action, quickly forcing the high priest into a dead end. The high priest ignored them completely, bent down, grabbed something, and ran towards the cave entrance. The wind surged again, and blades of wind sliced through the rubble above the cave entrance. The fire snake instantly devoured its body, and the lion's horse-slaying saber severed its head. Boom! A violent tremor erupted, and Su Yuan arrived beside everyone. Fox 9 reacted swiftly, shattering the protective orb, and the flame barrier rose again to protect everyone. After the tremor, more blue obsidian stones were exposed around the cave, and the cave became brighter. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Su Yuan finally saw the high priest's method of mutual destruction. The huge rocks buried the cave entrance. If an ordinary person wanted to clear these rocks from the cave entrance, they would probably have starved to death inside. However, even without activating the level 2 shop, Su Yuan could clear away all the stones and leave using only the food from the level 1 shop. Moreover, he could also call the Star Tribe through the sound transmission conch. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're buried here. We're going to starve to death in this cave. Ugh. Before Fox 9 could finish her mournful cry, a steaming hot steamed bun was immediately stuffed into her mouth. It's so soft and fluffy. It tastes so good. Su Yuan, didn't you say you were out of money? There is money everywhere here, and even the gods like the crystal cores of these snow demons. That's great, let's chew. But how do we get out? No rush, Su Yuan shook his head. There are many ways to get out. The more dangerous way is to blast your way out. The more wasteful way is to get a hydraulic breaker, and the safest way is to get a chisel. So he'll put his plans to go out on hold for now and ask about the Starfall Blesser again. Red Fox, use your magic staff to make this guy's ghost rise and answer the questions. He changed to another bottle of emergency enhancement potion and takoyaki to restore magic power. Hai Ling was stronger than Chi Hu, and even waking up the snow demon's soul was a bit difficult for her. He was worried that Chi Hu's internal witch power wouldn't be able to hold on. Red Fox understood Su Yuan's meaning, drank the potion in one gulp, and used his staff to cast the soul dialogue on the high priest's crystal core. His witch power dropped rapidly, and he hurriedly wolfed down the string of still steaming dumplings. Finally, when the magical power was exhausted once again, a phantom appeared from the crystal core. My first question is, what did you lie to me about before? Instead of asking questions directly, he examined what was missing from the high priest's previous statement. Something felt off about the story. For example, the claim that a star gave birth to a red fox could not convince him at all. The high priest's spirit paused, then spoke. The old priest was not defeated by the warriors of that beast tribe, nor was she a child born of the stars. Sure enough, this lewd-looking guy was still deceiving me even in his dying moments. If I hadn't been able to ask his spirit, he probably would have kept this information hidden even after he died. So, the remaining 2 questions need careful consideration. The red fox is definitely not a child born from the stars, so she must have been born from her mother. This question can be skipped. As for who defeated that old priest, just ask the elders of the Star Tribe who were once red foxes. Su Yuan pondered for a while before asking. Second question, did you really capture the red fox just to eat her? If you want to eat the red fox, why keep her alive every time? You could just kill her and bring the body back. Unexpectedly, the high priest actually nodded this time. Red Fox frowned and took a few steps back. Even when captured, the beastmen and the divinely gifted race only used them as laborers. If someone dares to eat it, it means they've lived long enough. Even the snow demons are no exception. Even though they believe they do not belong to either the beastmen or the divinely gifted races, they still cannot escape this ironclad rule. Chapter 315, Am I a Child Born of Stars? After nodding, the question was not over. The high priest continued, Before we eat her, we need to use the Starfall Stone. Fallen Star Stone. Is that the star that fell into the snowfield? It seems that the high priest's entire cover-up was for this fallen star, intending to hide it until it is resurrected and retrieve it again. This time, Su Yuan took even longer to think about it than before. He remained silent for a long time before finally deciding to ask where the Starfall Stone was. The high priest answered with great difficulty this time, his face contorted with pain, his fingers trembling as he reached into the ruins, the very tunnel that Su Yuan had destroyed with his missiles. After answering the question, the high priest's spirit immediately dissipated, and the crystal core, symbolizing resurrection, split in two. However, to prevent it from having a chance to revive, Su Yuan still picked it up and recycled it into the system, so that it was definitely dead. Phew, finally done. Now I can finally focus on developing my character. If we keep fighting, we won't get any more points. Looking at the remaining 600,000 points, Su Yuan thought to himself, War is truly a battle where the sound of cannons brings in a fortune. The missiles listed in the shop were priced at varying levels, but even the cheapest ones cost over 100,000 points. Just those 2 incendiary bombs and 1 missile have cost him 2 or 300,000 points. Add to that the smaller costs like drones, bullets, and guardian orbs, and the total cost is more than when he attacked the Mugwang tribe. No, there are also those orcs. Oh right, and the people from the netherworld that Mugwang mentioned. It would be fine if that guy didn't come looking for trouble. The orcs are currently still searching for me in the icy wilderness, trying to use Mugwang's name to blackmail me into trading some supplies for them. News spread slowly in primitive societies, but it shouldn't be long before they also learn that Mugwang has been defeated by them. One must always be wary of others, especially since the hatred between orcs and the divine race runs deep, so one must always be on guard against them. As for the person from the netherworld, let him go if he wants to find a divine gift. The artifact that can change the temperature of the 4 seasons is not very tempting to him. Moreover, the land of death is not an easy place to go. Without the items from the system shop, even if Su Yuan became a great witch, he would not dare to approach it casually. According to Long Ping's usual explanation, there is no snow in the land of death. If you want to drink water, you can only dig up some ice crystals that have frozen on the walls and dead trees. Put them in your mouth and let them melt slowly to quench your thirst. Food, water, shelter, warmth, and almost every other problem will arise when entering the land of death. This is why Mugwang didn't just want to set a trap for the people of the netherworld. She also needs a group of people to produce a large amount of supplies to enter the land of death and search for traces of the divine gifts in the vast ice plains. Forget it, we'll see when the time comes. At worst, I'll just hoard more points. If a real fight breaks out, I'll blow up your volcano. Su Yuan temporarily put aside his plans and summoned the 3 members of the Red Fox clan. Fox 9, you follow Red Fox to collect the snow demon crystal cores from the ruins. Lion, Big Frost, you 2 come and help me clear these ruins. Of course, the crystal cores couldn't be wasted. Handing them over to the system shop would not only earn them some points, but also completely wipe these guys out. After hearing this, Fox 9 immediately jumped off Frost's back. She patted her chest as if to say, I'll take care of this, and said, Sister, let me help you clean the stones too. I'll take care of collecting the crystal cores. Before anyone could stop him, he ran over with his short legs to collect the crystal cores on the ground. Let's begin. Once we find that falling star stone, we'll head back. After resting for a while and recovering some of its magical power, the Red Fox began to use its stone condensing spell to collect the pebbles on the ground and throw them aside. Lion, standing nearby, moved swiftly, swinging his shovel until it was almost smoking as he shoveled the pile of rocks and soil behind him. Since the tunnel had been blasted open by the high priest before, but the subsequent fighting caused the rubble above to cover the entrance, the 3 of them managed to dig a narrow opening in the tunnel in no time. Besides the scattered stones, you can also see some crystal cores scattered on the ground inside the blue obsidian. All the snow demons who survived the missile attack on the tunnel were outside. None of them were hiding here. Su Yuan called to Fox 9 outside, and the 4 of them walked towards the tunnel together. The cave was very bright, and Su Yuan collected the blue obsidian stones scattered on the ground into his storage necklace along the way. Before long, the tunnel became increasingly bright and spacious. Inside the small cave, besides some meat and fruit, there were also many strange and unusual items. Deep inside, on a stone platform hangs a necklace made of stones. It looks very ordinary, as if it were stones picked up casually from the ground, and its appearance is not even as precious as blue obsidian. Aren't those meteorites from the Red Fox tribe before? The one blessed by the falling star, so it must be someone who was hit by a meteorite. Su Yuan remembered the meteorite fragment he had picked up earlier. He had been so busy after unlocking the level 2 shop that he forgot to check it. Oh, sister, this is the necklace Mom gave me. Fox 9 also got excited and quickly ran over to pick up the necklace. Looking at the familiar necklace, there was a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. The necklace your mother gave you? Yes, my mom and the others disappeared when I was born, but they left me a necklace. When I was little, my older sister thought the necklace was pretty and tricked me into taking it. But how did it end up here? Red Fox was a little embarrassed, blushing at the memory of tricking his sister out of the necklace when they were children, but he still explained, I was ignorant when I was little, but I almost forgot about it. I didn't expect the snow demon to steal it. She had been attacked by a snow demon before, but was driven away by the tribe's adults. Perhaps the necklace was stolen by the snow demon at that time, etc. Red Fox's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that it was around that time that his younger sister fell seriously ill and never seemed to grow up again. In addition, there was the Starfall Blesser that the High Priest had mentioned. Su Yuan also realized the problem. How did the High Priest determine the recipient of the Starfall Blessing? If it was based on the necklace, and that necklace was something Red Fox tricked into giving to Fox 9, wouldn't that mean? You are the Starfall Blesser captured by the Snow Demon. Huh. Fox 9 was also stunned for a moment, her ears twitching as she asked somewhat uncertainly, Am I a child born from the stars? Born my foot. A fox can't just spring out of a rock. At most, a monkey will. But Xiaoyu has a mother too, and her mother is still in the tribe. Su Yuan didn't continue explaining the question of whether a monkey could spring from a stone. Instead, he stepped forward to use the system's identification function to check the stone's origin. But the moment he stepped forward, the stone necklace in Fox 9's hand suddenly burst forth with an astonishing light. The dazzling light made Su Yuan feel uneasy, and he immediately pounced over to snatch the necklace. Chapter 316 No. How come you can all transform? A painful cry came from the white light. Red Fox and Lion were also very anxious and immediately ran towards Fox 9. The white light came and went quickly, its radiance dimming. With a series of tearing sounds, the white animal hide fell to the ground and turned into pieces of cloth. The scene before him made Su Yuan's nose immediately burn. Seeing that her hand hadn't grasped the necklace and was instead resting in an inappropriate place, she quickly pulled it back. Fox 9, are you alright? Red Fox also raised its head blankly, looking at Fox 9, who was a head taller than itself, its eyes full of astonishment. It's okay. Fox 9 tilted her head, showing no sign of pain, but instead looked at the shrunken figures with curiosity. Why are you shouting if there's nothing wrong? Su Yuan stuffed 2 crumpled pieces of paper into his nose, looked at Hu Jiao's height, which was as tall as Shi, and roared speechlessly. The shout just now almost made him think something terrible had happened. Because my clothes were too tight just now, they're making my body hurt. Hey, am I growing up already? Fox 9 also noticed the changes in herself. She used to have to look up at Su Yuan and her sister, but now she could look down at them. Their long, bare legs were even taller than hers before. And the size of her body, although covered by the animal skin hanging around her neck, made her feel its weight. Even the slightest movement caused it to sway violently. Besides getting bigger, have there been any other changes? Fox 9 closed her eyes and felt many different colored orbs of light appear in her lower abdomen. She then told the others about it. Su Yuan and Red Fox exchanged a glance. Fox 9 didn't know about the elements within a wizard's body, but the two of them did. Red Fox, give the staff to Fox 9, let's go out and try. The cave was too narrow, and if it collapsed, it would be difficult to get out. Su Yuan found a piece of clothing in the system shop that was about the same size as Shi's and gave it to Hu Jiao. He then collected all the Snow Fairy's treasured supplies into the storage necklace, except for one Snow Fairy crystal core with a crack, which he couldn't store. Is this the old priest's crystal core? If it can't be stored in the space stone yet, it proves that this thing is still alive. The old thing in the crystal core is still alive. Should we eliminate it completely? Su Yuan pondered for a moment, and only when the Red Foxes outside called him did he decide to put the things in his pocket, so that he could ask them about their mother after the Red Foxes revived. As for the threat, it's just a snow demon. Judging from its cracked state, by the time it revives, my system will probably have already reached level 3. Besides, now that I have the crystal core, Su Yuan can decide how it wants to revive. When they came outside, Red Fox had already begun to teach Fox 9 about witchcraft. Su Yuan immediately told her the moves from the book of basic fire spirit magic. Then I'll give it a try. Fox 9 felt a little nervous. Such a big, mature woman with such a soft and sweet appearance was quite unique in the Star Tribe. He had seen the aloof lion, the domineering Xian Ku, and the gentle black sheep, but now he finally saw the soft and sweet Fox 9. Her intelligent and beautiful face was taut, and her bare feet were gripping the ground tightly. The earth's veins ignite the fire, lava flames rise, and the flames melt. She pointed her staff at the ruins of the cave entrance outside, but there was still no response after she shouted. Her tense little face froze for a moment, and then she immediately lowered her head in disappointment. What? I thought I'd become a witch too, but it turns out. Su Yuan was about to comfort her, but as soon as he took a step, a fierce flame rose from the ground. The towering pillar of fire frightened Shuang so much that she picked up Su Yuan and ran away. He had used the flame lava spell before, but compared to the giant pillar of flame covering the cave entrance, Su Yuan could only raise a pillar of flame as thick as a large tree from the ground. Turns out the Red Fox isn't the main character. You're the hidden protagonist. Before Su Yuan could say anything more, Hu Jio's body emitted another ray of light, instantly transforming her large body into a tiny bean curd, and the oversized dress enveloped her completely. How come one or two of the beast girls in my tribe can transform? It's one thing for Pan Yu to be able to transform. After all, she's just a bit taller and bigger, not too outrageous compared to her original self. However, the difference between Fox 9's transformation and his appearance was too great. He couldn't even find a piece of clothing that could fit a small fox who was about 1.4 meters tall, and also fit a fox who was more than 2 meters tall. Hey, how come I've turned back again? Fox 9 was somewhat dissatisfied with her small body. She took the necklace off her neck and shook it, but this time the necklace seemed to have been drained dry and did not react at all. We're probably out of energy. Let's head back. By the way, Fox 9, can I take a look at this Starfall stone necklace? It's useless anyway, so I'll take it. When she was little, she used this necklace to prove that her mother existed. She cried for a long time after the Red Fox took it away. However, as she grew up, her memory of her mother, as described by her elders, became increasingly vague. So this necklace isn't that important anymore. Fox 9 stepped forward to hand the necklace to Su Yuan, but she tripped over her clothes as soon as she took a step. Fortunately, Su Yuan was not far away and caught her. I'll find you a specially made outfit another day. With clothes that come in different sizes, it's really impossible to have anything suitable. Even the Hulk knows to wear pants that can be made to fit different sizes, just in case they don't pass inspection during battle. The four climbed onto the back of the frost and flew directly over the remaining lava at the cave entrance, leaving the cave. They had originally planned to blow it up, but now the cave entrance has been completely shaved away by Yan Rong, and even the mountain above the cave entrance has been completely opened up by Hu Jio's move. On the way, Su Yuan took the stone necklace in his hand and examined it, ignoring the notification sound in his ear. Stellar core remnant crystal, the core of a dead star, fragmented over a long period in space, can activate the body's potential, energy recovery and progress. Fragments of a star's core? Su Yuan cursed inwardly. This thing would be considered a legendary material in the game, but it looks just like an ordinary stone. Moreover, according to the star core remnant crystal, it seems that Red Fox's mastery of all elements was not innate. It was probably because he tricked Fox 9 out of her necklace that his potential was gradually activated. As for Fox 9, he didn't understand. Logically speaking, Fox 9, who had been wearing it since childhood, should have become a genius of all elements. How could he have become someone who never grew up? Surely she can't really be a child born from a star core, right? Now that Su Yuan has read the introduction, his firm belief that a fox can't spring from a stone has begun to waver. If the star core next door can produce humans, it should be normal for a fox to be born in this star core, right? This is ridiculous. How could Fox 9 possibly be born from such a small piece of star core? Su Yuan returned the necklace to Hu Jio. He planned to go back and check if the meteorite he had found earlier was also a fragment of a star core crystal. If not, he would have to spend points to replicate the necklace to unlock special items. After all, it was a memento left to her by her mother. If it were to disappear completely like this, even if Fox 9 didn't seem to care on the surface, she would still feel a little reluctant in her heart. Wait, how many transaction points is this necklace worth? 100,000. Chapter 317 Strange Bugs Beyond the Fragments of a Dead Star. The return journey took more than twice as long, and after about 10 days, Su Yuan and his companions returned to the tribe. Black Sheep and the others were still on their way. Nothing important had happened in the conch shell. Mu Guang was already tightly bound, and Tiger Hunter was guarding her. Even if she has the strongest control ability, as long as she cannot control the awakened warrior, Xiao Man can easily keep an eye on her now that she is tied up. De Shuang, you should go and get some rest. Back at the tribe, everyone cheered and ran over. Fox 9 didn't linger at the entrance. She dashed into the tribe and found Cat Knight and the others, telling them about her transformation in the Snow Demon Cave. Upon hearing that little Fox 9 had grown as tall as Lion, Cat Knight simply couldn't believe it. One betrayer moon was already enough to make her jealous, and now there was another little Fox 9. No, I have to ask Su Yuan myself how to grow bigger. I'm so glad you're all alright. Inside the tribe's gate, Man rushed over and hugged the red fox. Man looked much better after taking a bath than before, and her previously dark green hair had become lighter in color. Several unfamiliar figures caught up from behind, their bodies thin, but their faces were filled with joy as they looked at the red fox. Okay, I haven't eaten properly all day. Let me go get something to eat first. Red Fox released Man and led Su Yuan to the Red Fox tribe members. He smiled easily and said, "From now on, there will be no more Red Fox tribe. This is our new leader, and also our highest shaman, Su Yuan. This is Man, Lei Yin." She also introduced Su Yuan to the Red Fox tribe members she had rescued earlier. He knew Man, and he had heard the name Lei Yin a few times before. Su Yuan looked at the red figure with two hard horns on its head, a pair of small ears hanging down on both sides, and a taut chest. Its figure was very magnificent and imposing, and even though it was wearing the largest clothes in the tribe, they were still tight. The little face, covered in mud, was curiously looking at him. "Sister Yin, didn't I tell you to remember to take a shower?" Seeing that Lei Yin was still dirty, Red Fox walked up to him with a stern face and spoke seriously. "Sorry, I forgot. That's really powerful." Lei Yin pointed to the blast furnace behind the bridge not far away, or more accurately, the ironware placed next to the blast furnace. Among the messy weapons were a few that Su Yuan had previously exchanged in the shop. These were far more exquisite than the ironware forged by hand in the blast furnace. In her eyes, they were like divine artifacts, but after studying them for more than 10 days, she still couldn't figure out how they were forged. "Right? That was Su Yuan's doing," Lion said calmly from the side, but her eyes still lit up with joy when she heard Su Yuan being praised by Lei Yin. All right, we'll look into that another day. Everyone, let's go eat first." It was evening, and Su Yuan, who had only eaten some biscuits and bread in the morning, was feeling a bit hungry. The group headed towards the interior of the tribe. During the time he led the warriors away, the tribe did not stop. The houses were almost finished being built, but it was still not enough, as more people would be coming later. The simple one-story wooden houses were no longer sufficient for this tribe of thousands of people, and this seaside tribe could not accommodate the daily meals, training, forging, and many other activities of several thousand people. It seems that in addition to expansion, we must also find a suitable place to develop the city as soon as possible. Su Yuan's ideal location is near the Wangshui Mountains. The temperature there is indeed better than in the barren Snowfield, and the species are much more abundant, making planting easier. The desolate Snowfield is, after all, desolate. Even if there are plants and animals that struggle to survive in this place, they are nothing compared to the Wangshui Mountains. But if we go to such a far place, wouldn't we have to abandon our base by the sea? Everyone had only just finished setting this up, so leaving now would be a waste of all the effort they had put in, especially considering the long journey to the Wangshui Mountains with some elderly people and children involved. The Star Tribe of today is no longer the small group of 100 or so people it once was, but one that allows elderly people and children with slow legs to ride on the backs of snow-yak beasts. After pondering for a long time without finding a good solution, Su Yuan decided to first see if there was a solution among the newly unlocked batch of special goods. Most importantly, he could now learn spatial magic. If one of them had a teleportation spell, wouldn't that solve the problem? After quickly finishing dinner, Su Yuan returned to the wooden house and lay down. Sure Mao Yi and the others wanted to catch up with their former clansmen, while Hulai Pan Yu and the others had not yet returned. I'll have the energy to check these things properly tonight. Back in the cabin, he retrieved the meteorite he had found earlier and a piece of insect remains. Both items were obtained long ago when he was still in the icy snowfields. However, these two items could not be unlocked as special goods in the level 1 shop, so Su Yuan stored them separately in the house. Rare item detected, Star Core Fragment. Tradable for 20,000 points, or 2,000 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Stellar Core Fragment. a fragment of the core of a dead star that has broken apart due to long-term decay in space and has become useless after falling to Earth. Although this thing looks somewhat like the star core remnant crystal necklace in Fox 9's hand, the difference of just one word on the description panel represents a five-fold difference. Unlock. Star core originium, 10,000 points. Note, contains a large amount of energy. That's it. Then tell me what its function was. Su Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at the few words floating above the note. Apart from the note containing a large amount of energy, it was as if nothing else was mentioned. However, the system did not answer this question, so its specific function can only be guessed by the user. Another item that the Level 1 mall couldn't analyze was the insect corpse found in the spaceship. Su Yuan picked up the palm-sized fragment of the corpse. However, the identification function still cannot identify this thing. Your system shop level is insufficient. Please upgrade before trading this special item. This made Su Yuan frown. Even the core of a dead star could be traded in the Level 2 shop, but this insect was just a fragment of a corpse and still needed to be upgraded in the shop. What on earth is this thing? Recalling the insect that hid under the skeleton and tried to attack him, even though it had been trapped in that place for who knows how many years, it still had the breath to cut through his cut-resistant gloves. Could it be that these insects are the reason why those extraterrestrial spaceships crashed on this planet? Su Yuan had previously thought that they were just creatures cultivated in the spaceship's medical bay, which escaped and attacked the humans in the medical bay due to the spaceship's crash. But if the technology in the spaceship can unlock even fragments of a dead star, how could something cultivated be of a higher level than a dead star? Since there was no clue at the moment, Su Yuan carefully put the items back into his storage necklace, then opened the system shop and redeemed the space magic book worth 100,000 points. This is a spatial magic book worth 100,000. This can't even be called a magic book anymore. Those few thin sheets of paper. If it weren't for the words Complete Guide to Basic Magic of the Spirit of Space, written in Chinese characters on the cover, I wouldn't even know when it was used to wipe my butt. Chapter 318, Taking Too Big a Step can easily lead to trouble. The book's title page still features introductions to the names of several spatial spells. Spatial Leap, Spatial Cutting, Spatial Teleportation Array, Spatial Folding, Spatial Storage. No, I already have a storage necklace. Why am I getting another storage space? 100,000 points for 5 spells, which is equivalent to one spell costing 20,000 points. Su Yuan's face immediately fell as he realized he had spent 20,000 points to buy a duplicate item. Fortunately, the space teleportation array he most desired was also present, so he no longer needed to worry about choosing a location to build the city. In the future, just like in the novels and anime we've read before, we can build a teleportation hall between each base city to facilitate everyone's rapid movement between different locations. Does this mean we won't need to research and build trains and high-speed railways anymore? Su Yuan immediately shook his head upon thinking of this. The development of the Level 3 mall follows 2 lines. One of them will definitely reach the steam age like Earth. In the future, the Level 4 mall may very well reach the electronic information age. Therefore, it is still necessary to study the train. Moreover, space teleportation arrays are not as perfect as imagined. They cannot be considered a substitute for trains and high-speed rails. Rather, they can be said to complement each other rather than replace each other. Forget it. Let's think about it after the city is built. These things aren't something we need to consider right now. After exchanging for the space magic book, he naturally couldn't skimp on the money for potions. He hadn't exchanged for space magic before because he lacked space potions. Gulp, gulp. Wow, this apple flavor is really strong. So Su Yuan immediately exchanged for a bottle of apple-flavored space spirit drink. This time, when he drank it, he clearly felt something different in his body. Beside the powerful fire element in his lower abdomen, a faint silver wisp appeared, even fainter than the water element beside it, but it was slowly growing. After all, this wasn't his first time studying elements, so he immediately followed the incantation in the Book of Spatial Magic and condensed spatial elements at his fingertips. Space storage, activate. A crack appeared in the space in front of him, drawn by a silver glowing fingertip. The space inside was pitch black, but the size of the crack was transmitted to Su Yuan's mind through the fingertip. The interior space is slightly larger than the storage necklace obtained from Mu Guang's head, but not by much, about 7 cubic meters, the size of a small truck bed. The sensation in his fingertips was still providing feedback. As the spatial elements within his body expanded, the space inside also expanded. When it expanded to 10 cubic meters, the space stopped, and the spatial element within it was like a piece of money that had been borrowed, unable to operate at all. Only when the space in front of you is closed off can that part of the spatial elements be activated. I see, I see. After trying spatial storage, Su Yuan then tried a few other moves. The spatial cutting move, as its name suggests, gathers spatial elements in his hand and condenses them into a blade. This thing is even more terrifying than wind blades or ice spikes. Even riot shields or iron shields cannot withstand it. As long as it touches the silver light in his hand, it will be cut in half. However, this move not only consumes a lot of elemental power, but it also cannot cut into deeper objects, because the spatial elements are condensed into a blade in his hand, and his arm is not as thin as a blade. It will still get stuck outside, which creates a risk that if you use too much force, your arm will get stuck inside. The most important spatial teleportation array goes without saying. The last few pages are basically dedicated to it, and the complex circuit diagrams gave him a bit of a headache. Never mind, I'll learn it slowly later. Fortunately, the remaining spatial folding did not involve folding two spaces together to create a jump, otherwise he would have really cursed the system. Su Yuan tried it out. Simply put, it was about folding a space to enter a mirror space where he could neither be attacked nor be attacked. The elemental power consumed was no less than that of cutting space. As for the last one, Su Yuan looked at the remaining spatial elemental power and tried to use it. Breaking boundaries, spatial leap. As his figure was enveloped by a layer of silver spatial elements, Su Yuan felt light and airy. His surrounding perspective was constantly expanding, somewhat like the perspective of a sensing crystal, continuously magnifying from the small wooden house as the center. He was a little confused about what was going on and tried to touch the view in front of him. In an instant, the figure in the wooden house disappeared, and Su Yuan felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he had been transported to the sky. Yeah, holy crap. Huge splashes of water erupted. The feeling of weightlessness ended, and he felt as if he had landed on a ball of cotton. His vision blurred, and he gripped the ground in front of him, trying to prop himself up. Oh, a soft, delicate voice came from in front of him, and Su Yuan immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly wiped the water droplets from his eyes and saw Lei Yin staring blankly at the strange fruit he had used to wash his body, his eyes looking at the suddenly appearing figure with confusion. Which? You're taking a bath too. The other beast girls around also heard the noise and came to his side. Su Yuan couldn't hold on any longer and quickly let go of his hand and climbed out of the stream. Cough, cough, cough. I'm here to investigate this stream. I plan to divert the water to the tribe to create a hot spring pool. Seeing the claw marks in front of Lei Yin, Su Yuan immediately looked away. In a normal world, he would probably have been arrested as a pervert. Hot spring. That's great. Even though we have a protective artifact to keep us warm, the stream water is still too cold to wash in. Yes, and I've been so busy lately. I sweat every day, and then I have to climb up to rinse off with cold water. Upon hearing that Su Yuan was going to recreate the hot spring pool in the ice and snow plains, everyone cheered excitedly. Only Lei Yin and the beast girl who had not followed Su Yuan in the ice and snow plains were still somewhat puzzled. Okay, I've investigated and figured it out. You guys continue washing. I won't disturb you. I'll head back now. Which, do you want to wash together? I heard from the Red Fox that you killed quite a few snow demons in Snow Demon Valley. It must be very dirty. Since we're all here, let's all take a shower together. Just as Su Yuan was about to climb ashore, everyone surrounded him, grabbed him, and dragged him back into the water. Hey, don't pull my pants. The next morning, Su Yuan quietly pulled his arm out from under the Red Fox's neck, but when he tried to get away, he found a mermaid still hanging in front of him, sleeping soundly on his chest with snot bubbling from her nose. Last night, there was almost an epic 1 against more than 1,000 fight, but thankfully he held back, otherwise he'd probably still be soaking in the water right now. Things must proceed step by step. Now, fighting 2 or 3 people at once is no longer a problem, but fighting more than 10 at once, including many powerful awakened warriors, is a different story. That step was taken a bit too big, and it's very easy to tear your balls. Breaking boundaries, spatial leap. He quietly cast a spatial teleportation spell, and his figure instantly appeared outside. His previous mistake made him realize the correct way to use spatial teleportation. As a beginner, his field of vision can only gradually expand from himself until it reaches the upper limit of his own spatial elements, after which he can jump within this area. Su Yuan's current territory is roughly the area of the Star Tribe, extending as far as the beach below. A glass of apple juice in the morning, so refreshing. After finishing a bottle of space spirit drink, Su Yuan stretched his arms. With Mu Guang, the biggest hidden danger, eliminated, he could now focus on the development of the tribe. The most urgent and important thing right now is to earn points. Chapter 319 Large-Scale Infrastructure Development. Alright, Fox 9, here's your stuff back. Since there was still some time before Black Sheep and the others returned, Su Yuan finally decided to replicate Fox 9's necklace. After all, 100,000 points isn't a lot. He traded all the valuable items from Maguang and the Snow Demon tribe to the system and even made an extra profit. As the system took away the identical necklace in his hand, a bottle-like item appeared on the special items page. Star Core Source Injection Activator, 100,000 points. Note: after injection, it activates the body's potential permanently and significantly increasing overall physical fitness and unlocking a new ability. Multiple injections are ineffective. Holy crap. Looking at the price of 100,000 points and the description in the notes, Su Yuan's eyes widened like saucers, and he couldn't wait to redeem them immediately. If he hadn't defeated Mu Guang, he might have already redeemed it. But after calming down, he gave up on exchanging them. Although he had enough points left to exchange for a few more, the war was over, and the most important thing now was to develop the tribe. The development of the Star Tribe territory is also proceeding in an orderly manner. The number of houses has reached the current minimum requirement, which can basically ensure that 2 to 3 people can live in one house without feeling too crowded. However, these houses are not enough, and more people will join in the future, so Su Yuan is also planning a new area, expanding the original territory into the forest that was previously cut down. In addition to building houses, Su Yuan began infrastructure construction in the tribe, planning a planting area in another relatively remote open space. The red light that once protected the Star Tribe now radiates warmth in this area. The dark earth on the ground has been turned over, and Shui Ro is leading a group of bewildered beast girls to plant crops. Several special houses were built in a corner, and the beast girls could be seen going in and out of them from time to time. This is the toilet that the tribe expanded. Originally, the beast girls did not have the habit of using toilets. In the past, the tribe would just find a deserted place in the wild to relieve themselves. However, to prevent himself from accidentally stepping on something while walking at night, Su Yuan added this rule: everyone must use these designated toilets. Otherwise, even in the frigid snowfields, the sanitation of thousands of people could turn the entire tribe into a stinking, swampy village. Chief Su Yuan. Well, Lingling, you don't need to look after those two anymore. I'm giving you a new task. Su Yuan arrived at the place where the prisoners were being held. Compared to Mu Guang, who used such a large cave to hold hundreds of people, he only had 2 prisoners, who were now locked in a small wooden hut, and they seemed quite relaxed. Ling Ling was sitting in the room sharpening her iron dagger when she saw Su Yuan come in and greeted him happily. Really? That's great. Actually, after watching over them for so long, I'm quite reluctant to let them go. Ling Ling stopped cheering midway through, cautiously glancing out the window. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her mother farming with Shui Ro. All right, Mu Guang has already been captured. What's the use of watching the 2 of them? I'll have Mao Yi take some people up the mountain to dig up some bamboo to bring water to the tribe later. We still need to build a hot spring, but it doesn't have to be as small as before, only able to accommodate about 10 people. This time, we need to build a pool that can comfortably hold 30 or 40 people. There are also suitable locations. Next to this tribal camp, there are many broken rock walls, some of which are the size of a hot spring pool, and with a little processing, the stream above can be diverted below. However, rocks are not as easy to dig as soil. Specifically, a pit more than a meter deep needs to be dug out from the hard rock ground. Of course, this can be left to the beast girl who is good at civil engineering. Fortunately, there were a few earth elemental shamans among the tribes I had joined before, which was perfect for mining rocks. So I'll really go then? Go ahead, go ahead. Once everything was settled, Ling Ling ran happily towards the outside. It was so boring being locked up in this little house. The 2 of them wouldn't talk to her, even though Su Yuan hadn't asked her to stay. However, Ling Ling's mother was the kind of beast girl who knew how to be very grateful. After being rescued by Su Yuan, she had been working hard and dedicating herself to the tribe. Naturally, she wouldn't let her child slack off all day. So during this time, she was practically in seclusion, spending her days staring at each other in the house with Yanhua and Yanduo. Ling Ling left the house, but the other 2 people in the cabin stared intently at Su Yuan, their terrified eyes revealing helplessness and disbelief. Impossible. How could the divine shaman Maguang have failed? Sister, he's trying to trick us into surrendering. Don't believe him. Su Yuan turned to look at the 2 of them. Although they had been half-starved, he hadn't expected to have gained some weight. His exposed lower abdomen was no longer as flat as before. Hey, they seem to be eating well lately. Why would I lie to you? They'll be back in a couple of days. He stepped forward and pinched Yen Duo's stomach. The abs that once symbolized a fit body had disappeared, and a layer of fair, tender flesh could be pinched out with a slight touch, which felt very comfortable to the touch. Let go? Ha ha ha. His hand moved down to her waist, tickling her sore spot, and making her burst into laughter, a laughter tinged with sadness, her big eyes laughing while tears streamed down her face. You really cried? Su Yuan scratched her a few more times, and Yin Duo's crying made Manhwa cry too. The two of them stopped saying anything harsh and just sat there with big tears streaming down their faces. We've known each other for a long time. Once Mu Guang and the others are brought back, I'll release you. You can go wherever you want. Kill them? There's no need. He's not a ruthless person. Otherwise, he would have killed them both from the start. Now that Mu Guang has become his prisoner, these two are no longer a threat. Moreover, the Star Tribe has many high-level awakened warriors, so even if they were to go out and form a tribe, they could easily do so. Defeating Su Yuan would be a pipe dream, not to mention that he possesses even more terrifying weapons. No, we're not going anywhere. Will you kill the shaman of bathing light? The two sisters looked at Su Yuan. This person's mystery and power were unbelievable. When they first met, there was only Xian Ku, a high-level awakened warrior. Now, witnessing firsthand how this man's tribe has developed to such an extent, with seemingly inexhaustible food supplies and a strong sense of unity, their resolve has been shaken. Kill her? We'll see. Su Yuan casually brushed it off, saying there were too many mysterious things about Mu Guang, and he would have to investigate them thoroughly when he got back, including what she knew about the netherworld. And regarding the celestial realm, were the snow fairies people really sent to the celestial world by a vine? A living Mu Guang is much more useful than a dead Mu Guang, but there are also more risks involved. If only we could unlock a special item to control her, then we wouldn't have to worry about her constantly scheming against us. No, please, don't kill the shaman of the bathing light. The two wanted to get to Su Yuan, but their bodies were tightly bound, so they could only move like caterpillars, their little heads struggling to kowtow. As long as you release. No, don't kill the god of light. We are willing to submit to you. Chapter 320. Baby, you are a sweet and soft little baby. Su Yuan did not answer the two sisters and left the cabin with a look of disappointment and despair in his eyes. With nothing else to do, Su Yuan saw Lu Shi feeding the baby, of course, feeding Lu Yun little by little with yak milk. Her body was severely depleted before, and she has only been in the Star Tribe for a little over a month. Her body is not yet able to support nursing Lu Yun, and she needs to recover for a while longer. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Lu Shi smiled, her complexion much better than before. Lu Lingwu was still teasing Xiao Lu Yun beside her. Ah, little Lu Yun, you're such a sweet and soft little baby. Open your mouth. Ah, just one more sip. Lu Ling, is the experiment on the enchanted weapon finished? You're still teasing Lu Yun here. Lu Ling, who was teasing the little guy, was startled and quickly looked up at Su Yuan to explain. Chief, I just finished trying out that enchanted weapon. It's the same problem as before. It almost always becomes ineffective after one use, and we have to replenish the magic power. Once this was mentioned, Lu Ling began to talk at length. Previously, Su Yuan had given several shamans in the tribe an idea to carve totems on the weapons used by the warriors. Since the witch's staff uses totems to channel witch power into gems for release, why can't we also carve totems on weapons to store witch power in them, like sea spirits? However, this problem is quite complicated. During the time Su Yuan was away, several shamans in the tribe tried it several times, and Hai Ling also participated in the experiment. The current problem is that the magic power is consumed too much, and the weapons in hand are like disposable items, completely depleting the stored magic power with just one attack. Here, take this and try it out. Su Yuan tossed a star course source stone to Lu Ling. He wasn't quite sure what it was used for, so he figured it would be better to let Lu Ling and the others experiment with it first, and maybe they could figure out how to use it. This thing, Lu Ling took the star course source stone. It seemed to contain a huge amount of energy in that small piece. She immediately stood up and held the source stone tightly in her hand. Sister Lu Shi, I have to go now. I'll come back to see Xiao Lu Yun later. Before Lu Shi could react, Lu Ling's original position had been taken by Su Yuan, who was now looking at the little one in her arms with the same smile. Little Lu Yun, come and try this. Su Yuan redeemed a strip of vegetable puree for baby food from the system shop, and the green puree wrapped in oil paper was slowly squeezed out. The little guy was also very excited, spitting out the animal milk in his mouth and biting into the vegetable puree with his little mouth that didn't even have 2 teeth yet. Unlike her listless appearance when she first arrived, Lu Yun is now full of energy, her small hands gripping Su Yuan's arm. Sister Lu Shi, how's your recovery going lately? Su Yuan did not act superior because of his status as the leader. Although Lu Shi looked delicate and petite, she was much older than him, so he also called her sister, like Lu Ling. Chief, I've almost recovered, but I still can't feed Xiaoyan properly, Lu Shi said with a wry smile. If she hadn't been brought back to the Star Tribe, Li Yun probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. Then eat more food and get well soon. By the way, some other tribes will be joining us soon, and some of them have babies. They might need your help when they arrive. Don't worry, I'm a mother too, and I certainly won't stand by and watch those mothers and children suffer. They're back. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Just as Su Yuan was discussing the men Black Sheep had brought, a fierce shout came from the watchtower guarding the gate in the distance. After more than 20 days, Black Sheep and her group finally returned with their people. Although they encountered some attacks from magical beasts along the way, they did not suffer any losses. Instead, it increased the team's food supplies. When they returned to the Star Tribe, the arrival of the large army caused the original Star Tribe members to come out and watch. Su Yuan also came out, and those familiar figures walked in front. Tiger Hunter had a figure on the iron rod in his hand, and Mu Guang was hanging high like a flag. The way she looked like a salted fish suggested that she had tried every possible way to escape along the way. However, Tiger Hunter knew how dangerous she was. If it weren't for her, Black Sheep which wouldn't have treated her tribe members so cruelly. So she kept her eyes glued to Mu Guang the whole way, almost as if she were sleeping with one eye open and the other closed. You're in high spirits. Welcome to my tribe. Mu Guang looked at him and sneered, saying in an icy tone, soon this won't be your tribe anymore. If you don't kill me, you'll be killed by your own people, you barbarian. Kill me, and you won't get the divine gift. In your current state, do you think you can compete with that person from the netherworld? What do you want? If you want to cooperate, don't treat me like a prisoner. Mu Guang was on the verge of a mental breakdown, unable to figure out Su Yuan's thoughts at all. One moment, he seemed to want to cooperate, and the next, he seemed to be unwilling to cooperate. Cooperation? The key isn't with you. As for the location of the divine gift, unfortunately, I also know it. So, what do you have to offer for our cooperation? Mu Guang's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at Su Yuan, trying to find a clue in his expression, but Su Yuan remained calm and composed, as if he really knew the location. How did you know? This is my secret, and I know even more about the location of the divine gift, its origin, and whether there are other things related to the divine gift in this snowfield. The so-called divine gift is nothing more than a product of alien technology, so Su Yuan was naturally at ease. As for its location, it was the Frost Sea Heart crystal that Hai Ling and the others had been searching for. I can take you to the heavens. Heaven? Su Yuan looked at her expression of great sacrifice and was speechless. It was just the development of civilization in the Middle Ages, but she made it sound like the world in the sky was so advanced and magnificent. However, upon closer reflection, if someone from a primitive society who lived by hunting and gathering suddenly stepped into a civilized land like the Middle Ages, it would indeed seem as if they had entered a divine realm. It's like an ancient person traveling to the modern era. Everything is unfamiliar and novel. Just as a primitive person looks at a medieval city wall, an ancient person looks at a modern skyscraper. No need for that. I'm not interested in the heavenly world, and it wouldn't be difficult for me to fly up there. Of course, Su Yuan's knowledge and experience extended far beyond what could be seen in primitive societies, so he was not interested in the so-called civilization and development of the heavenly world. However, once my city has grown and prospered, I can take people up there to see if all elves are as wicked as Guang. Chapter 321. Our tribe's food is pretty good. Impossible. You couldn't possibly have a way to get to the heavenly realm. Mu Guang was dragged to a place specifically for her detention. Although she was currently of no use, it did not mean she would be useless in the future. Keeping her around would simply mean having another mouth to feed. I'm waiting for you. Waiting for the day you'll come begging to me. Besides Mu Guang, there were many other wanderers and beast girls who had joined the Star Tribe behind the Black Sheep. Su Yuan roughly counted about 1,000 people, plus the more than 1,000 people in the tribe now. The Star Tribe, which originally had only a few dozen people, now has more than 2,000, making it a large tribe in the entire Snowfield. Black Sheep, tell me about the situation of the Guang tribe when you left. The rest of the people were assigned to the tribe. With over 1,000 more people, there would be over 1,000 more mouths to feed. Although the food problem was not a concern for the time being, preparations still needed to be made in advance. There must be at least one stable source to support the survival of 2,000 people, no, even more than 2,000, and the number will only increase in the future. The captured prisoners have all joined us. Some of the controlled shamans have chosen to leave, while others plan to remain in the original territory of the Mguang tribe for the time being. The Wanderers without shamans also joined us, but they said they still had some of their tribesmen in their group and hoped to bring them over as well. Yes, we can take them all. Su Yuan nodded. 2,000 or even 3,000 people might seem a bit crowded for this small territory built by the sea. However, in reality, there aren't that many people. As development gets on track and the tasks and work increase, even this number of people may not be enough. However, our tribe can no longer accommodate so many people. If there are any more, we will probably have to expand our territory further. Red Fox said worriedly from the side. The tribe is already at full capacity. If there are any more people, the tribe will become very crowded. I've also considered this. Let's leave it at this size for now. In a while, I'll take people to the Wangshua Mountains to find a new place to live. And here, they would have to expend a lot of energy to relocate their territory, and nowadays pregnant women and some elderly people in the tribe could not withstand the long journey of migration. The construction here will continue. I learned a new kind of magic from the gods, witchcraft that allows people to move quickly between two locations, so there is no need to relocate the territory. Does that mean we can immediately return to our camp in the icy wilderness? The beast girls beside him were quite excited, but after Su Yuan nodded, he said, "That's fine, but I plan to visit the Wangshua Mountains for the next territory. The icy snowfields are too cold, making hunting, planting, and gathering extremely difficult, so I don't plan to go there for the time being. It's only temporary." Su Yuan does plan to go back in the future, but he intends to turn it into an outpost to facilitate future travel to the land of death and the cave where the alien spaceship crashed. "When are we leaving?" Pan Yu came up behind Su Yuan, hooked her arms around his neck, and rubbed her furry ears against Su Yuan's face, looking very relaxed. She was overjoyed at the resounding victory that had defeated Mu Guang. On the way back, she would always smile proudly as she looked at Mu Guang, who was being hung up by the tiger hunter. The way he looked at Mu Guang was as if he were looking at a defeated opponent. Every time he accidentally passed by, he would snort coldly at Mu Guang. "No rush, let's focus on developing this territory by the sea first." With the arrival of an additional 1,000 people, the tribe will naturally encounter many problems. Therefore, Su Yuan plans to resolve the internal issues of the tribe first, and then find a new location to establish a new stronghold. "All right then, but when you leave this time, you must take me with you." Okay, I'll never forget you." Nicoya and the others are repairing water pipes and building a hot spring on the mountain. "Do you want to go and help them?" Pan Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded, releasing Su Yuan excitedly. "Those idiots definitely can't handle this. I'll go take a look." "Which? Something's wrong. It seems like there's a commotion at Mi Huan's place." Just as Su Yuan was about to continue discussing the development of the Star Tribe with Black Sheep and Red Fox, a little beast girl came running over, panting. "Mi Huan, what happened to them?" "I don't know. She seems to be arguing with a person with silver-white hair. That person is terrifying." Mi Huan's face turned pale with fright. "Could it be Silver Fantasy? Take me to see this." The little beast girl led Su Yuan and the others to the cliff by the sea, where onlookers gathered around, and even the mermaids in the underground lake nearby surfaced to listen to the gossip. "Silver Illusion Witch. I told you, the new leader saved our lives, and you want us to eat, stay, and then just leave? I can't do that. Can't do it? It's just some food. I'll just go and catch more. Living in someone else's tribe, what are you? A prisoner of war? Or a slave?" In front of Mi Huan, a silver-haired mature woman angrily rebuked her. "Captives? Slaves? Are captives fed? Are slaves provided with such warm shelter? When you were being controlled, you were single-mindedly trying to abandon your tribe. Back then, everyone was so hungry they could only eat tree bark. Now, with just one sentence, you're making everyone go back with you. Go back where? To continue eating tree bark? You? I'll tie you up even if it means taking you away with me." Silver Illusion frowned. This was the first time his proudest warrior, Mi Huan, had dared to contradict him so boldly. He immediately released some white mist from his staff towards Mi Huan. "You've gotten even stronger." Mi Huan's expression changed drastically. This white mist seemed harmless, but inhaling even a small amount was more terrifying than the biting cold mist. "Call." An arrow, whipping up a hurricane, dispersed the white mist. In Huan turned to look at Shur, who was drawing his bow behind Su Yuan. "To make a move in my tribe? Are you bound like Hima Guang?" "Which? Leader?" The beast girls around him bowed their heads respectfully. Su Yuan's usual amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression and an imposing aura as he walked in front of them. "Are you the leader of the Star Tribe?" Naturally, Yin Huan. If I remember correctly, you are also one of the witches controlled by Mu Guang. I was just careless for a moment. Give me back my people, and I'll give you back twice the amount of food they ate. As expected, this woman is not easy to talk to, but based on her terrifying witchcraft, Su Yuan has no intention of letting her go. You should know that this ability is even more terrifying than the props Su Yuan throws. In the future, when attacking other tribes, all that is needed is for Yin Huan to spit in the drinking water, and the entire tribe will be so excited that they will lose all sense of human and animal identity. Twice? Okay, let me calculate how much you need to pay back. Hiding among the crowd, the members of the Yuan tribe looked somewhat worried. The little beast girl Shueli tightly held Ji's hand. The two little ones were both mischievous little devils, but now they had become good friends. Your tribe has about 100 people, so I'll count it as 100. You stayed in my tribe for about 2 months, so I'll count it as 60 days. Su Yuan's lips curled into a smug smile. You think the food in my tribe is bad? You want to pay back double? I'll make you stay here and work hard to pay off your debt. Chapter 322. How can you guys eat so much? Taking this snow yak as an example, each person would need to eat about 4 pieces of meat the size of a palm every day. If 100 people ate like this for 60 days, that would amount to a total of 24,000 pieces of meat. Su Yuan didn't use other units of measurement, but instead used the number of pieces as an example. Upon hearing that there were only 24,000 palm-sized pieces of beast meat, Yin Huan nodded dismissively. Because there are usually various kinds of marine food, based on the average amount, it would be about 15 to 25 yaks, so I'll just say it's the meat of 20 yaks. Twice is roughly 40 heads. 40 wild beasts. I can give them to you in 20, 30 days. Yin Huan's expression changed slightly. He should have known better than to make such a boastful promise of twice the number of wild beasts. How can you guys eat so much? Yin Huan glared at Mi Huan and muttered a curse, but Mi Huan understood what Su Yuan meant. She forced a smile and explained helplessly. There's nothing I can do, the food was just too delicious, so I ate a little bit more than I should have. But this amount of food is no big deal for Silver Illusion Witch. It wasn't particularly difficult. Thanks to its unique toxicity, Silver Illusion was able to hunt more magical beasts than most tribes. However, the subsequent exertion caused her to break down. Don't rush, next is salt, that is, saltstone. Our tribe sprinkles saltstone powder on our food every day. 100 people for 60 days. Here, I'll count this jar as 10 of yours. You only need to return 20 jars of saltstone powder to me. 20 jars. Impossible. How could your tribe have so many saltstone crystals? Squeak. You two carry 2 cans and show them to Silver Illusion Witch. Okay. Zizi and Shueli quickly brought out 2 large jars of salt, which were filled to the brim with the snow-white salt. Yin Huan gently plucked some and put it in her mouth. The salty taste on her taste buds made her expression change drastically. The salty stone powder tasted exactly the same as the one she had taken from the solid ice drifting in the ocean, and even better. You really ate that much saltstone powder? Yin Huan stared at Mi Huan again, her eyes filled with murderous intent that seemed ready to strangle her. She had eaten 10 jars in just 60 days. Was she eating salted stone powder as her main meal? How can they all eat so much? Well, witch, don't even think about escaping. Leader Su Yuan defeated you, and more than 20 witches, including you, have been defeated. Shut up. I know. Su Yuan smiled smugly and looked at Yin Huan, who was on the verge of collapse, before continuing. All right, now that we've covered the saltstone powder, it's time for the water. We must repay the water. Yin Huan couldn't hold back any longer. If it weren't for the powerful aura emanating from Su Yuan and the black sheep group beside her, she probably would have taken hostages to threaten them. Of course, I'm just kidding. This snow water is completely unusable. We need a lot of it for washing clothes, cooking, and drinking. Just fill up 100 water tanks over there for me. 100 cylinders. You said it was twice as much. Are you trying to deny it? The murderous aura emanating from the surrounding warriors made her immediately pull her head back. Her own venom couldn't possibly attack so many people so quickly, especially with so many shamans nearby on guard. Fine, I'll return it. It's just water. It's not over yet. Yin Huan could no longer stand still. She rushed forward, glared at Su Yuan, and shouted angrily. How come there's still more? Of course, aren't these rooms uninhabited? Aren't clothes necessary? There are also bathing supplies, medicine for recovery from illness. Su Yuan rattled off a long string of words, and Yin Huan's eyes went from anger to shock, then to confusion, and finally to despair as she looked at him. By the way, if the debt isn't repaid, I won't release anyone, including you. Furthermore, you'll be responsible for all the expenses your tribe incurred during this period. It's roughly equivalent to returning a yak-sized prey every day and a half, plus 3 days worth of salt. Aye. In Huan took a few steps back in despair. Every day and a half, there was still a large beast. Every 3 days a jar of salt stone powder and other miscellaneous items. Stop talking. I'm willing to be your prisoner and slave. What a joke. Living in the snowy wilderness, an ordinary tribe might not be able to catch a large wild beast even in a month, let alone in a day and a half. There's also saltstone powder, a treasure extracted from ocean ice flows. You can only get a tiny bit, about the size of a fingernail, from an ice floe over 2 meters high, and you have to break the ice to get it. She could only return a full jar every 3 days. Even if her entire tribe of over 100 people didn't eat or drink and went to open ice every day, they still couldn't collect a full jar of salty stones in 3 days. She had originally planned to poison the animal water source to capture 60 magical beasts at once and return them to Su Yuan, but by the time she finished returning the saltstone powder, her meat consumption had increased again. After repaying the meat debt, you have to repay the water and other supplies over and over again. It's impossible to repay them all in this lifetime. I still like your stubbornness. Why don't you persevere a little longer? Swear to return all the resources your people have consumed. Or you could tie me up and threaten them to let you go. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked at her. In Huan did have this idea, but unfortunately, he lacked the strength, so he could only laugh awkwardly and say in a somewhat frustrated tone, "You are my great benefactor. How could I dare to do that? I'm giving you 2 choices. The first is to return all the supplies I mentioned earlier. I choose option 2. How can this ever be repaid? Even if you work your whole life without eating or going hungry, you still can't pay it off, not to mention that it will keep piling up over time. The second condition is that you swear to the gods that you will become my subordinate, obey all my orders, and never betray me, or you will be poisoned to death in agony." In primitive society, the concept of gods was highly valued. If such a solemn oath were made, and In Huan dared to break it, he would live in constant anxiety from then on. "I promise you, I am willing to become your prisoner, your slave. If I ever dare to disobey you, I will poison my body and die in agony. Why is your mind filled with nothing but prisoners and slaves? All right, the matter is resolved. Let's continue eating." Su Yuan clapped his hands. These beast girls who had just arrived in the Star Tribe hadn't eaten well, but now the soup simmering in the pot and the meat roasting over the fire were emitting a fragrant aroma. Silver illusion witch, you don't have to leave now, right? Mi Huan then came to In Huan's side with a smile. She would only tease In Huan like this when it was just the 2 of them. "Where are you going? I'm a slave now, get out of my way. Oh, and I almost forgot about how you poisoned me. Stop right there. This is a task assigned to me by leader Su Yuan. If you want trouble, go find the leader. This has nothing to do with me." The 2's playful fight brought this dramatic spectacle to an abrupt end, leaving the newly joined beast girls looking at the delicious roasted meat in their hands with expressions of worry. When they want to leave one day, will they have to return all these supplies? The barbecue in front of them felt like a shackle, tightly binding them. The smell of these shackles was so tempting that these beast girls, who hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, unconsciously raised their arms to their mouths. Her small, pink tongue unknowingly ended up licking the grilled meat. It's savory and delicious. Since you've already licked it, why not take a bite? When you bite into the meat, all your worries disappear. Why leave? Staying here is great. Wah, it's so delicious, I want to stay in the tribe forever. Chapter 323, Why Should I Pay Back What They Enjoyed? 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the Star Tribe's territory by the sea gradually improved, becoming much larger than before. The once dense forest has been replaced by rows of well-arranged houses, and in the distance, lush and tender green has appeared in the black soil, with seedlings breaking through the soil and growing vigorously. Several bridges connect several open spaces with broken walls not far away, where a hot spring pool, a smelting workshop, and a smoking room for drying meat have been built. The tribe's population has increased by another 600 or 700 from the previous 2,000. These are the original members of the Beast Girls who joined from the Maguang tribe. After choosing to join the Xingqian tribe, they went back to explore their former territory. In some territories, the divinely gifted people still struggle to survive, cautiously venturing out each day to search for wild fruits, which they then bring back to the Star Tribe. You can apply a little more force here. Yes, a little higher. In the hot spring pool, Su Yuan lay on a clamshell, with several beast girls massaging his back with their soft hands. After fighting for so long, it was time for him to enjoy himself. The clamshell wasn't very comfortable. I could lie on it for 10 minutes or so without any problem, but after a while, it started to bump against me and hurt. It's definitely not as comfortable as a soft bed. Ouch, that hurts so much. Maybe we should put a waterbed here. Su Yuan, how could you have fallen so low? In Huan, who was playing in the water nearby, noticed that Su Yuan looked unwell. She immediately ran over, massaged his shoulders, and asked with a friendly smile, "Chief, is there anything you need to tell me?" This thing is too hard. It's a bit uncomfortable to bump into. Ever since Su Yuan held her accountable for trying to leave, In Huan has been staying obediently in the tribe. However, what has driven her to despair is that Su Yuan has not let go of the score just because she has submitted. It has to be repaid. Upon hearing this news, In Huan felt as if the sky was falling. How could she possibly repay this debt? It seemed she could never pay it off in her lifetime. Fortunately, Su Yuan showed mercy, only requiring her to return the resources she had demanded as double compensation, and the subsequent costs would not be counted against her. Of course, even the initial costs were not something she could repay on her own. So this guy would hang around Su Yuan every day, trying to find ways to cancel the compensation. It was said that if he didn't pay, Su Yuan would drain the venom from her body to use for alchemy. Kneel? That's easy. Just lie on me and you won't kneel. Hey, this method is pretty good. Su Yuan looked up at In Huan, whose silver-white hair was wet with water and fell straight down her back. Because she was soaking in the hot spring, the magnificent scenery in front of her was revealed. They're a bit weaker than Lion and the others, but they shouldn't be underestimated. At least they won't hurt you from the fall. Are there any conditions? Of course, or you could cancel all my compensation claims. Just pretend I was talking nonsense before. Sure enough, a person's personality is determined by who they are facing. The domineering and imposing In Huan and Mi Huan's words turned into a little kitten in front of Su Yuan. Then I won't take it. Your request is too expensive. In Huan was so angry that her teeth itched. If she weren't outmatched, she would have already given Su Yuan a beating. However, I can give you a discount of half a jar of salt. Salt is actually salty stone powder. In Huan had already gotten used to the name used in the Star Tribe. As soon as she heard that half a jar of salt had been waived, she immediately helped Su Yuan up and obediently lay down. You can't go back on your word. Su Yuan stared blankly at the scene full of passion and spring, but a sly smile immediately appeared on his lips. What I said, of course, means it. Now you'd better lie down properly, so you don't bump into me. Don't worry, I've been eating very well lately, and I've gained a lot of weight. You're aware that you've been eating a bit too much lately. Su Yuan ignored her and lay down directly. Sure enough, the soft flesh was much more comfortable than the hard shell. If In Huan knew that she would take out the seawater purifier and harvest countless salts every day, she would be furious. The strange feeling and smell made In Huan's face turn slightly red, but she just thought it was from the steam and continued to lie there obediently. Su Yuan, who was in front of her, didn't seem afraid that she would poison him. He fell asleep after lying down for a while, his head resting on her collarbone, and his warm breath tickled her body. Sigh. Really, I wanted to be an excellent leader. How did I end up like this? In Huan sighed, her mother's words still echoing in her ears. Only by becoming the leader could she determine the survival and development of a tribe, instead of watching helplessly as the tribe perishes. Never mind, mother, perhaps I am also unable to lead the tribe onto the right path. Looking back on the past 2 months and the visible changes in the tribe, In Huan sighed helplessly. The tribe had perished because of a wrong decision made by the old chief. She was left all alone, exiled to this desolate snowfield. Don't bite me. In the evening, the hunting party returned to the tribe. Su Yuan stretched and looked at In Huan rubbing his body, glaring at him with dissatisfaction. What? I've already waived half a jar of salt for you. I'll reduce it by half a can. That half can is just for you to lean on. If you bite me, I'll have to reduce it by half a can. Bite you? When did I bite you? Su Yuan suddenly remembered tasting the delicious food in his dream. No wonder it felt so real. He immediately coughed twice and waved his hand, saying, No need. I'll give you a free can, okay? Great. Now we only need to return 19 cans. In 2 months, she hadn't collected a single jar, or rather, she had no intention of collecting them at all. Rather than struggling to hunt and gather resources, she thought it better to try to please Su Yuan and get these things waived. In this way, a single day can save you the salt that would take at least 1 or 2 months of hard work to collect. Anyway, she didn't plan to leave the Star Tribe. Now that she had become a member of the Star Tribe, why should she have to repay the resources consumed by other members of the tribe? The thought of how he toiled away every day collecting supplies while Mi Huan and the others enjoyed delicious food and warm homes made In Huan's fists clench. Which, A group of wanderers has arrived at the door, saying they want to trade something with us. A wanderer? Su Yuan immediately followed them to the outside of the tribe's gate, where a group of about 20 people were standing. Among them was a very large wild beast. It resembled a camel, but its body was covered in white fur. There was no one sitting between its two humps. Instead, two animal skin bags, filled with goods, hung on either side. The woman in the lead had two small, round white ears. Her body was wrapped in white animal skin. She held a bone club in one hand, and her other arm was stained with blood and tightly wrapped with leaves and animal skin. We are wanderers from the Shattered Ice Valley. We mean no harm, and simply wish to exchange some witchcraft medicine and salt stones with your tribe. Shattered Ice Valley? It's in that direction. It'll take about 30 days to get there. We used to live there, but suddenly a monster that could climb ashore appeared in the river. That guy was too strong, so we had no choice but to wander here with our men. Chapter 324. Isn't this the best location for me to build my city? The group was let in. There was no witch in the group, only the injured high-level awakened warrior. Of course, even if she hadn't been injured, she alone wouldn't have been able to defeat the entire Star Tribe. As the group entered the tribe, the warm red light dispelled the chill from their bodies. The nearby houses were quite novel, and they could vaguely see firelight in the distance, as well as green plants that could only be seen in the Wanshui Mountains. Honorable leader, my name is Lungshi, and I am the leader of these wanderers. Su Yuan, the leader of the Star Tribe. Su Yuan didn't hide anything and introduced himself generously, while curiously observing the beast girl, whose ears were small and cute, and whose beautiful hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She hid her tail inside her animal skin clothing, and it was difficult to tell what kind of beast girl she was just by looking at her ears. Chief Su Yuan, we would like to trade some salt stones and witchcraft medicine. If possible, could you cook all our beast meat with the fire of your tribe? The tribesmen behind him brought out 3 pieces of meat as tall as a person. Judging from their appearance, they should be 3 sheep, but their fur had been stripped off, leaving only their blood-stained bodies. These sheep were so large that the meat wasn't put in the camel skin bags, but was dragged along the back of the camels all the way. The meat was frozen stiff. Even if you grit your teeth and try to bite it off, you couldn't get a single piece. No wonder they chose to trade with the tribe. Okay, how do you plan to change it? Longshi pondered for a moment, then asked somewhat cautiously, would it be all right to exchange 2 sheep for half a seashell's worth of witchcraft potion, half a seashell's worth of salty stone, and the roasting of another sheep? So generous? That's almost 2/3 of his food. Su Yuan quickly realized that the preciousness of food was not as important as salt, much less as important as the witch medicine to heal his injuries. Judging from Longshi's expression, she would agree even if the price were raised further. However, Su Yuan didn't need her food. The tribe now had nearly 3,000 people. The daily food consumption is a considerable amount. Even 3 sheep would probably only be enough for Lion and her friends to have a decent meal. So Su Yuan shook his head. Compared to the mutton, he valued more what was in the animal skin bag. Is that not possible? Then, how about 2.5? We want to keep half to get through the night. Longshi's eyes were a little nervous, and she clenched her fists. The powerful aura around her told her that this was no ordinary tribe. Or rather, it's impossible for an ordinary tribe to have so many people. There were countless people gathered in 3 or 4 layers around, and many more figures were busy in the distance. Such a large tribe is able to function, so it's clear they're not lacking in food, but if his arm isn't treated soon. Longshi glanced at her arm, which was now completely numb. She could only move it slightly with all her might, and even that was excruciatingly painful, making it impossible for her to fight. I only want 1 sheep from you, but I need to see the supplies in your bags to see what I can trade. The bag? It just contains some small items I collected along the way. Even so, Longshi hurriedly had the beast girl behind her untie the animal skin bag and pour out all the contents. She wasn't worried at all that the other party would steal from her, or rather, since these were things that could be picked up easily on the street, there was no need for anyone to steal them. There was a whole bunch of colorful and strange things. Su Yuan glanced at them briefly, then focused his attention on Longshi's arm. Let me take a look at your arm first. Okay, thank you for your help. Su Yuan unwrapped the tightly packed animal hide and leaves, revealing a bloody, abnormally bent arm that made him frown. He had to admit, the beast girls in this world had incredibly strong bodies. They've already reached the bone, yet they can still calmly travel for dozens of days to trade with me. Fire healing. A flame was released from his hand and entered Longshi's arm. The flame frightened her so much that she almost ran away, but her shoulder was held, so she could only stand there obediently. The flames healed his injuries. Su Yuan's magic power was now much stronger than before, and the flame healing had repaired the places that had started to bleed from the movement. However, a piece of flesh had been torn open, and several bones inside were broken. Even flame healing couldn't quickly heal such a severe injury, so Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop. Besides the seashell ointment that stops bleeding and heals injuries, I also unlocked several special items in the loot, one of which is a medicine that can treat bone and flesh injuries. White Jade Broken Skin Rejuvenation Ointment, 6666. Note, this is a wound healing medicine. Applying it to the wound can quickly repair flesh, broken bones, and tendons. Do not get the wound wet for 3 days after application. The entire wound area must be covered with the medicine. Indeed, Su Yuan stared at it several times with wide eyes. The White Jade Bone Mending Ointment. Wasn't that the holy medicine for healing injuries from the martial arts novels he read in his previous life? Don't think that just because you changed black to white I won't recognize you. Be careful, it might hurt a little. No, it's okay, you can do it. She appeared calm, but the fear in her eyes still made her arms tremble slightly. Su Yuan applied the white ointment to the severed arm. The instructions on the medicine said to apply it evenly, so Su Yuan started from his fingers and applied it all the way up. They even smeared a lot of the exposed bone on it, like applying a thick layer of putty to the wound. This caused Shi to break out in a cold sweat from the pain, biting her lip tightly, and her eyes involuntarily became moist. Hang in there, it'll be alright once the wound is stitched up, White Rabbit. Here it comes. White Rabbit immediately came to Su Yuan's side with a medicine box. Nowadays, when tribesmen are injured, they will first go to White Rabbit for a checkup. Only if White Rabbit cannot solve the problem will they go to the shaman. Sew up her wound, then wrap it with this gauze. Leave professional matters to professionals. He was no longer as good as his little apprentice, White Rabbit, at suturing wounds, so the final suturing work was handed over to White Rabbit. Su Yuan took the water that the beast girl brought him and washed his hands. Then he asked Shi, "What is this broken ice valley you mentioned like? Where is it located?" "Shattered Ice Valley? It's over there, near the snow-gazing mountains. There's a particularly large river nearby, surrounded by huge mountains covered with trees. However, the valley itself is quite flat and wide, and many wild animals come to the river to drink water." Shi's attention was drawn to Su Yuan, and for a moment she forgot her pain, slowly explaining to Su Yuan the place where she used to live. "Is the plain wide? With mountains, trees, rivers, and plains, isn't this the perfect terrain for establishing a city outpost? It's quite spacious, but there are too many stones on it, so it's easy to trip and fall while walking there. Can you take me there?" Su Yuan immediately grabbed Shi's arm excitedly. "And the rocks are perfect natural city-building sites. Now I don't have to worry about where to build my city anymore." Shi didn't speak. Su Yuan looked at her ashen face and the cold sweat pouring down her forehead. He looked down at the wound he was holding and was so frightened that he quickly let go. Chapter 325 The Compass for Tracing the Origin. Your arm probably won't be fully healed anytime soon. Why don't you rest and recuperate at my tribe for a while? After bandaging Shi's arm, Su Yuan decided to leave them behind for the time being, as he still needed them to take him to the Shattered Ice Valley. So he led his people into the tribe. The sea breeze from afar helped to clear Shi's mind, which had been feeling dizzy from the pain. Not far away, the campfire was roasting mostly seafood. There were fish that were half a meter long and conches that were as big as heads. These were all caught by Hai Ling and her group. In order not to eat and drink for free in the Star Tribe, almost all the mermaids participated in fishing and hunting. "No, we'll leave after the transaction." Unexpectedly, Shi shook her head, her face showing some wariness and worry, and she forced herself to turn her head away from the barbecue. "Don't worry, I mean you no harm. We'll take care of your food and drink while you're here. I just need to wait until you're healed so you can take us to the Shattered Ice Valley." "Chief Su Yuan, there is not much food in the Shattered Ice Valley, and the fish in the river are probably not enough for your tribe to eat." Bingshi frowned and explained the situation of the Broken Ice Valley to Su Yuan in detail. If it was about food, there were far more fish on the beach than on the river. Although fish in the sea are difficult to catch, some will always be washed ashore during high tide. In addition, there are dense forests nearby. If Su Yuan's tribe had not been established here, she would have considered settling down. "I'm not after the food. All I need is for you to take me there once. Do you think I'm going to lie to you? Chief of Lingxi, although my words may not be pleasant, what do you have that's worth my plundering?" Su Yuan's words made Shi blush, but she was powerless to refute them. "Food. They don't lack food at all. Warriors? Anyone who happens to pass by is an awakened warrior, so there's no need to worry about a few of them. I understand. Please forgive my previous rudeness." She apologized, saying with a hint of helplessness, "We only recently became wanderers. The shaman lost his mind and killed many of our people, leaving only us to escape." Has he lost his mind? Could it be another problem caused by Mugwang before? Has her personality changed drastically, and she keeps thinking about going to the Wangshua Mountains to find a witch named Mugwang? Mugwang? No, that's not it. Oh well, let's stay in your tribe for a while. Once you've recovered from your injuries, we'll take you to the Shattered Ice Valley. She seemed to want to say something more, but suddenly sighed and changed the subject, making Su Yuan eager to know what to say. You should finish what you're saying. Isn't it just torturing people by only saying half of it? Let's eat first then. If others didn't want to talk, Su Yuan naturally couldn't force them to continue. It was almost time for dinner, and the fish and clam meat on the side were already emitting a fragrant aroma. Sister Lingxi, do we really have to stay here? After Su Yuan left, Shi led the rest of the tribesmen to sit around a campfire. One of the tribesmen asked with some concern, "Let's stay here for now. My hand is injured and I can't go hunting for a while. Xiaoyu, let's fill our stomachs first." Shi nodded to confirm this. Of the miscellaneous items she had dumped out earlier, Su Yuan picked up 3. The rest were worth some points, but they weren't rare items. Su Yuan looked at the 3 newly unlocked items, an enchanted longsword, a quiver, and a compass with a notch. Not bad, not bad. This thing is much more useful than the junk we got from Snow Demon Valley. Previously, the only rare item collected from the Snow Demon Cave was a cloak that could only protect against dust and sand. The key point is that this cloak is actually a magical item, and its enchantment effect is dust protection. No, what cloak can't keep out dust? As for what Mugwang provided, it wasn't very good either, or rather, Mugwang wasn't interested in these things and didn't collect them specifically. Apart from the white jade broken body ointment, the others were all medicines for restoring the body. The problem is that these medicines are a bit unorthodox. For example, they contain a supersized serving of French fries that will keep you full all day, and canned oranges that will enhance your eyesight at night. Su Yuan glanced at the enchanted weapon and then ignored it. The most important thing was the remaining 2 items. Vine Spirit Quiver, 5,000 points. Note, arrows placed in the quiver will be refined into paralyzing arrows. Shooting an enemy will cause a paralyzing effect. The quiver generates 3 Vine Spirit arrows daily. When an enemy is hit, the vines will explode, binding them and releasing paralyzing poison. Source Tracing Compass, 18,000. Note, placing an item in the center of the compass will activate the pointer to point to the nearest location of an item with the same attribute as the placed item after releasing magic. A quiver that generates and controls arrows, and a compass that tracks similar items. These 2 things are far more useful than any dust or sandproof magic cloak. However, it's not of much use now either. But I could find an opportunity to give one of the quivers to Husi. Su Yuan turned off the control panel and came to the side of Red Fox and the others. The aroma of food had already spread, and Red Fox, who was sitting by the campfire, ladled him a bowl of seafood soup. Have something to drink first. Are you planning to leave those wanderers in the tribe? Yes, I need them to take me to the Broken Ice Valley. Shattered Ice Valley. The people around him were all frowning and thinking about this place, but they didn't remember ever hearing about the Shattered Ice Valley. I'm here, Su Yuan. I've made what you asked for. The thing that Fox 9 had made a while ago has just been completed, and now the little guy is carrying a piece of wood to Su Yuan's side. You're here, have a seat. Fox 9 sat down next to Su Yuan and handed him the piece of wood. She had never understood its purpose. It was a collection of planks that looked neither like a box nor a barrel. Su Yuan, what's the use of this? Of course it works, let me show you. Su Yuan placed the low wooden table in front of him, and then put the bowl that was on the ground onto the table. Look, this way we don't have to put our bowls and food on the ground when we eat, which is both unsanitary and inconvenient. That's it. It's gone. Fox 9's expectant gaze turned somewhat disappointed. She had thought it would have some amazing use, but it turned out it was just for storing food. Su Yuan laughed at this, saying that tables and chairs would become commonplace sooner or later, since it was impossible to eat by the campfire forever, especially since everyone would eventually live in big cities. You can't exactly designate an area in the city for people to light fires and grill food. By the way, Su Yuan, there's something I need to tell you. While everyone was eating, Black Sheep suddenly stopped Su Yuan with a serious expression, put down his bowl, and said earnestly, "Recently, the tribe's population has increased, and some problems have arisen that require your attention." Chapter 326, Add an Egg. Due to the increase in the tribe's population, many people are unemployed, and some don't know what to do or what they should be doing. Although everyone is very diligent now, I'm worried. The tribe is still in the establishment stage. Basically, all the Beast Girls have suffered hardships to come to the Star Tribe, and they are bound by the rules set by Su Yuan, so there has been no slacking off or cheating. However, there is no guarantee that this kind of thing will not happen in the future. During this time, Black Sheep saw that the newly arrived Beast Girls were somewhat confused as they watched everyone busy, but they didn't know what to do. He also noticed the seriousness of this matter. Of course, she didn't make the decision herself, but told Su Yuan about it. Do you have any ideas? Su Yuan didn't speak immediately, but instead posed the question to Black Sheep, Red Fox, and the others. Everyone fell silent, and even the food placed in front of them didn't taste very appetizing. They frowned and fell into deep thought. How about we have some people work today and some rest, and then have another group work tomorrow while the first group rests? After thinking for a long time, it was Fox 9 who came up with a suggestion first. This idea was not bad, and it was quite applicable to some ordinary tribes, but it was not enough for Su Yuan. What if there are more people in the tribe in the future, and if someone is lazy and doesn't finish today's work, then tomorrow's people will have to do 2 days' work. Will everyone become lazy and leave the work to tomorrow's people? I don't know either. Su Yuan, do you have any ideas? Fox 9 sneaked over and hugged Su Yuan's arm. Feeling the calm touch, Su Yuan recalled the scene in the Snow Demon Cave. I don't know how to make Fox 9 transform into Big Fox 9 again. Speaking of which, how about I use some points to give Fox 9 a bottle of Star Core Source Essence Injection Activator? Since they're all made from the same source, using remnants of Star Cores, they might actually work and make Fox 9 bigger. However, the price of an activation potion, which costs 100,000 points per bottle, made Su Yuan's teeth ache. He decided to postpone exchanging for the activation potion until after he had finished building his city. Yes, there is, but it's hard to explain in a short time. Tomorrow, you should call everyone to gather at the beach. There is indeed a small square in the center of the tribe, which can accommodate a few hundred people, but it would be too crowded for nearly 3,000 people. It would be better to go directly to the wide beach by the sea. I can stand on the boulder and explain things clearly. By the way, after I finish informing you, call all the shamans over. I have something to entrust to you. Late at night, Su Yuan carefully wiped the sweat from Pan Yu and Mao Ye's foreheads. The two were already fast asleep, their lips still twitching unconsciously. I don't know what kind of conflict the two of them had, but they barged in late at night saying things like, "Let's have a competition, and whoever loses will be punished tomorrow." But now the two of them were no match for Su Yuan at all. Before the battle was even over, they both fainted from the shock. I can't eat anymore. I don't know what food the cat dreamed about in the night, but it kept its mouth tightly shut and curled up into a ball. Su Yuan carefully covered the two of them with the blanket, put on his clothes, and went outside. The cliff edge where he used to secretly play with Mao Yi had been expanded into the tribe's territory. When I arrived here, I could see a few sleepless night owls chatting. Can't you sleep either? Okay, you guys keep chatting. I'll go sit over there for a bit. Su Yuan found a quiet place and opened the system, transforming the tribe from a sharing economy era to a monetary economy era, a huge leap. It was so big it could even tear your balls, but he wasn't willing to start developing from bartering. All the beast girls in the tribe trusted him completely, so even if he told them that the currency could be exchanged for food, they would still choose to believe him. But it was precisely this trust that made him feel incredibly burdened. System, do you have any knowledge about currency? The money that talks, 300 points. Shells, the origins of human currency, 300 points. System points, a currency that you need to know how to use, 1 point. A comprehensive guide to the origins and development of currency, 1,000 points. What strange thing appeared inside? Fine, just exchange some knowledge about the origin and development of money for me, and then select some items that can be used as currency. After the exchange was confirmed, a lot of knowledge was poured into his mind, and it was even broken down and fed to him, so that Su Yuan immediately had a general idea of how to deal with the current situation of the tribe. 10,000 shells, wholesale price 5,000 points. 10,000 copper coins, wholesale price 10,000 points. 10,000 silver coins, wholesale price 50,000 points. 10,000 gold coins, wholesale price 100,000 points. 10,000 banknotes, wholesale price 8,000 points. Bitcoin X 10,000, wholesale price 100 points. System points 10,000, wholesale price 10,000 points. Su Yuan wasn't asking for currency, but rather for items that could be used as currency, which would be far too numerous, ranging from seashells to gold coins. Besides these, there were also the plastic game tokens from his previous life, which were priced similarly, but he wasn't very satisfied with any of them. If that doesn't work, let's issue it using the currency units from the game in my previous life. After searching for a long time, I found mostly items that were very easy to find, such as seashells, which could easily have their value artificially undermined if used as currency. It could be paper money or plastic game tokens, things that are hard to replicate. We can't expect to buy all our future currencies from the system, can we? After much deliberation, Su Yuan finally exchanged for 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin. In his previous life, these 3 items were basically used as currency in games and anime. The 3 coins were all very small, just like the 1 yuan coin from my previous life, only the size of a bottle cap, with nothing engraved on them, and were very smooth. System, can you carve something on it? Processing fee, 1,000 points. Okay, I need to grind the outer contour into a dense gear shape, but the gears can't be too sharp. On this side, write the 2 Chinese characters 4 stars, and on the other side, write 10 and 1 respectively, depending on whether it is a large or small copper coin. 1. As long as the size of the go pieces is used. 10. The size of the bottle cap is required. Oh, right, writing 2 Chinese characters on this side is too bland. Move the characters down a bit, and use 8 triangles to form a star shape on top. Processing fee, 5,000 points. The processing fee has increased 5-fold. And you're not even adding an egg. Chapter 327 Open the Door, Free Trade. The next morning, everyone in the tribe was summoned to the shore. The sheer number of thousands of people terrified the smaller magical beasts in the surrounding area, causing them to scatter in all directions. Even the pregnant beast girls and newborns of the entire tribe were brought over, and even Hai Yao and the others poked their heads out of the sea behind them. Only Da Huang and the others guarded the tribe. Not far away, Lung Shi was watching with her clansmen, but she did not participate. Su Yuan looked at the beautiful and lovely faces staring at him with curiosity, without the slightest fear. After everyone quieted down, he jumped onto a boulder. Hello, hello. With his megaphone amplifying his voice, Su Yuan tested it, and, finding no problems, smiled at the crowd and asked, "How have you all been doing in the tribe lately?" Excellent. Which, I have never eaten so much before. Yes, everyone is gathered together, so there's no need to worry about being attacked and robbed of food by orc tribes and wild beasts. Which, is it the orcs telling us to disband? Amidst the chatter, a beast girl who knew that the Snowfield did not allow the establishment of super large tribes spoke up with concern, but Su Yuan was not worried about this issue at all. Don't worry, those guys won't dare to cause us any trouble. Rules are only made for the weak. When someone becomes powerful enough that everyone fears them, the rules naturally become useless. Mu Guang's previous tribe also had 2,000 or 3,000 people, and there were many other tribes outside helping her complete her mission. Yet, those orcs still didn't warn her. No, it's not that no orcs went to warn her, but most of them died, so naturally no one else dared to risk their lives. I called you all here today not because of that, but because of something about our tribe. Su Yuan slowly told everyone about his plan, which he had been thinking about all night. It was difficult to get people to accept that they would have to spend money on food, clothing, housing, and transportation in the future, but it was necessary to implement it. Yesterday a shaman told me that the tribe's population is now too large. However, although the number of people in the tribe has increased, some people are working hard and busy, while others stay in the tribe all day long. We didn't slack off, we just didn't know what to do. The little beast girls were pale with fear, tears welling in their eyes, worried that they would be driven out of the tribe. Many wanderers were driven out of the tribe because of this. Once someone was deemed useless, they would be expelled. Red Fox and Black Sheep also frowned with some worry. If Su Yuan really had this plan, the tribe would probably be in a state of panic from now on. Don't worry, I know you are all very hardworking, and I won't kick you out. However, this problem needs to be solved. Otherwise, if people who work hard every day and people who slack off and play every day can eat the same food and get the same clothes, won't the busy people feel very unbalanced? These words did indeed elicit nods from some of the beast girls in the hunting parties. In the past, in the tribes, food was often in short supply, and they were given priority in receiving food. Secondly, there are the beast girls who handle logistics in the tribe, and lastly the elderly and children, so no one feels any imbalance. But the Star Tribe is different. Even if they don't hunt any prey, they can still collect some seafood on the beach, and the sea spirit can lead people to fish in the sea with fishing nets. The vegetation growing in that field also provided a food source. Even if things get really bad, there's always food that Su Yuan can redeem from the system shop, so food shortages never happen. Once basic needs are met, other thoughts start to emerge. So, for the sake of fairness for everyone, and to ensure that no one in the tribe slacks off, I have decided to change the way I govern the tribe." Everyone was a little nervous, but no one said a word. They just stared at Su Yuan quietly. "From now on, I will only provide you with the most basic food, which is 2 potatoes per meal. You will need to purchase other supplies with your own money." Coin. Su Yuan placed several large bags of copper coins in front of him. There were 60,000 small copper coins marked with the number 1, 3,000 large copper coins marked with the number 10, 100 small silver coins marked with the number 1, representing 100 copper coins, and 30 large silver coins marked with the number 10, representing 1,000 copper coins. This is the amount of currency he temporarily issues based on the number of tribe members, and he will adjust it later based on the currency circulation and changes in the number of tribe members. From now on, everyone will use these coins to exchange for supplies. For example, if you want to eat animal meat, you can buy 1 piece from the hunting team for the corresponding amount of coins. If you want to earn coins, you can make some things to sell to others. The first to react were the shamans and awakened warriors. Many of them had participated in bartering with other tribes and naturally understood the principle of this exchange. "Chief, is it that something called money was added to the barter system?" one of the shamans asked. "That's one way to put it. Then why can't we just let everyone barter?" Bartering can easily lead to many problems. For example, if you want to exchange for a pottery jar, but you don't have anything of equal value, would you be willing to exchange a magic staff for a pottery jar? "No, I don't want to." "Your magic staff is worth 100 clay pots. Would you like to exchange it for 100 clay pots?" The shaman, whose name was mentioned, blushed and hurriedly shook his head, saying, I don't want to either." "What do you think would be a good thing to exchange for their earthenware jar? A piece of animal meat? But what if she doesn't need animal meat?" The little beast girl was stunned by Su Yuan's question. Her mind started to freeze, and her eyes were flashing with golden light. If he continued to ask her questions, her brain's CPU would probably dry out and start smoking. Moreover, it's rare for a situation like, "I have what you need, and you have what I need" to occur. If everyone exchanges goods for money, and money can buy anything, then there's no need to worry, right? Amazing. Everyone looked puzzled but impressed, analyzing the meaning behind Su Yuan's words in their minds. After a moment, a beast girl timidly raised her hand and asked a question. "Chief, what if we don't know anything and can't earn any coins?" "There are many ways to make money. In the future, the hunting leaders will be changed to captains, and each captain will form his own hunting team. After the food hunted is sold, the money will be distributed reasonably among the team members. You can also earn coins by guarding the territory in the tribe every day. In addition, you can sell the pottery, wooden barrels, or delicious food you make to exchange for coins." Su Yuan pointed to the empty platform on the slope in the distance. The platform had been empty until now because he had planned to turn it into a trading center. From now on, everyone will trade in that place. They can trade the axes they made, the barrels they built, the wild fruits they gathered, and the food they hunted there. As for the price, trade is free, and everyone can analyze and decide for themselves based on the prices of the items I sell. Chapter 328. If you don't do a good job, you'll be eating potatoes every day. After explaining the trade and currency implementation, Su Yuan distributed the coins from the bag to everyone, though not all of them. Each person was given only 100 copper coins, 31 copper coins, and 17 copper coins as initial funds to help the tribe adapt to the new changes in the tribe. "You've arrived." Su Yuan summoned all the important people in the tribe. Dozens of people were crammed into the room, making it very crowded. He had no choice but to take everyone to the trading market platform he had mentioned earlier. Some beast girls who hadn't left were also watching nearby. Su Yuan didn't drive them away. On the contrary, letting them learn more about the subject would help the trade develop. "We need everyone's help today. Lion, Xi and Ku, Long, and the other captains, you can organize your own teams when you go hunting in the future. You don't need to give me the game you hunt. Of course, you can sell it to me if you want. Besides that, you can pay someone to dissect and dispose of the body, or you can sell the prey directly to the prey handlers." White Rabbit. I'm here. White Rabbit raised her hand in the crowd. Her timid appearance contrasted sharply with her tall and sexy figure. It was hard to imagine how she usually handled her prey with such a timid demeanor. "Do you want to help everyone and become a doctor? Or do you want to be in charge of butchering and processing the game?" Su Yuan didn't force her. Previously, the tribe didn't have enough people, so they had the skillful White Rabbit handle the prey. Now, seeing her weak appearance, he asked her a question first. I want to be a doctor who helps everyone. Although I don't know what a doctor is, saving people is much better than slaughtering prey. All right, from now on, if anyone gets injured or sick, you can charge for treatment based on the severity of the injury. I'll give you a medical book to study later." Nowadays, most of the beast girls in the tribe who followed him out of the icy snowfields know some Chinese characters, so a medical book by a barefoot doctor shouldn't be too much of a problem for White Rabbit. In this way, the task of slaughtering the prey had to be left to others. Why don't you leave this to me? As she was pondering, a beast girl awakened warrior raised her hand. Rinshi glared at her and muttered, "Xiao Luo, what's wrong with you? Didn't you promise to hunt with me?" "Sister Rinshi, I'm not very good at hunting. You guys run so fast every time, but I'm too big and I keep wobbling when I run, so I can't keep up with you at all." The beast girl named Xiaoluo helplessly lifted the magnificent behemoth in front of her. With such a large fruit on such a small body, she really couldn't run fast. Let alone run, she would probably lose her balance and fall if she walked too fast. "Then I'll leave it to you, Xiaoluo. Gather a group of people. You can buy the prey, process it, and sell it to other people, or you can collect money, process the prey, and return it to the hunting team." "Okay, I understand. Sister Rinshi, I won't go hunting with you anymore." Rinshi rubbed his head and then waved his hand at her. "Whatever you want, I'll go and hire someone else tomorrow." "Next is the financial matter, Red Fox. I'll leave this to you for now. From now on, you'll be in charge of the tribe's currency management, the daily circulation of money, and how much currency our management department has left." Transforming the tribe from a sharing economy model to a monetary economy model was not an easy task, and the group discussed it from morning till night. Furthermore, a management department was established, with a shaman appointed by Su Yuan to be responsible for various aspects, such as market supervision to prevent price gouging, resource coordination, and planning the amount of food needed by the tribe each month. The money distributed to the tribe's people was also given to everyone, but the food for today was still distributed uniformly. At night, everyone was filled with various emotions, looking forward to the arrival of a new day. Finally, it's done. Now no one will be slacking off, or at least no one will be openly slacking off. Su Yuan stretched, and everyone left the trading platform, returning to their own cabins with their respective tasks. The work had been assigned, and now it was time to see what tomorrow would bring. "What? Why are you assigning me tasks? I just finished making the streetlights you wanted." "You're the one who's slacking off, Wu Ying. If you do a good job, I'll give you a raise, and you can buy all the food I got from the gods. If you don't do a good job, I'll deduct your salary and make you eat potatoes every day." The laziest people in the tribe are not the ordinary beast girls, but the shamans. Since each shaman is the tribe's faith and spiritual symbol, they are basically responsible for issuing commands within the tribe. However, the Starry Sky tribe has dozens of shamans, and Su Yuan is not like Mu Guang, who, although ruling many tribes, has a clear division within them, with each tribe issuing orders to its own. So these shamans no longer had the job of giving orders, and instead spent their days aimlessly wandering around the tribe, especially referring to a certain beast girl whose buttocks glowed. Fine, I'll do it. I'll make tons of money. Then I'll eat all your stuff." Wu Ying snorted, turned around, and left the platform. The first step of the tribal reform has begun. Su Yuan was considering which aspects were not yet perfect. Since the monetary economy had already been promoted, the construction of the new city would have to be postponed for a while. Since Lungxi's injuries haven't healed yet, we should take this time to reform the tribe's economic model. When we arrive at the Shattered Ice Valley, we'll pay the tribe's beast girls to help build the new city, which will allow the currency to circulate better within the tribe. Su Yuan. As he was pondering, Su Yuan noticed that the white rabbit had returned, its body covered in white animal skin, with only its calves and half of its snow-white thighs showing. Her two slender arms were exposed on her upper body, and she was nervously hugging them, making her already budding figure even fuller and more voluptuous. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" The white rabbit shook its head, walked to Su Yuan's side, and the two sat down side by side on the ground, its rabbit ears drooping somewhat dejectedly. "Did I behave badly during the day? I should have been the one to handle the prey." She was still thinking about what happened during the day. With her timid nature, the white rabbit was prone to overthinking. Su Yuan rubbed her ears and lifted up her two long ears. "All right, it's not a big deal. There are so many people in the tribe. Just do what you like." But, there are no buts. Being a doctor is a very important job. Here's a book for you. Not all witches can cure witchcraft, and not all diseases can be cured by witchcraft. Moreover, the tribe will only grow larger in the future, so you have an even more important task, to learn medicine and treat the injured tribespeople, and to pass on your experience to other people who also like to save lives. Su Yuan, I haven't asked you this day yet. What are doctors and medical skills? Doctors are people who specialize in treating the injured. As for medical skills, they're like healing magic that anyone can learn. Healing magic. The white rabbit seemed very excited, hugging Su Yuan tightly, the fur on its ears tickling his neck. From now on, I will study medicine diligently and then help everyone. The white rabbit was very excited and turned her head to kiss him on the corner of his mouth. Su Yuan was also taken aback. Looking at that adorable smile, he hugged the white rabbit tightly. The big rabbit was the only beast girl among the group that he hadn't eaten, besides Little Fox 9. Before, I was just a nobody, working hard every day processing corpses and dissecting animal hides. Looking at those pert, pink ears and those beautiful red pupils, he couldn't help but press them against her again. The white rabbit's initial surprise turned into an unconscious embrace of Su Yuan's neck. This feeling seemed somewhat different from what the red fox sister had described. It took them a long time to separate. Su Yuan looked at her flushed face and smiled. Dr. White Rabbit, could you help me tonight? Chapter 329 Honey. Honey. In the early morning, the sunlight shone on the snow-covered plain, and everything was as ordinary as usual. Honeydew, honey rain, it's time to get up. Inside the cabin, a bear-eared girl got out of bed. Beside her slept two other beast girls with similar white bear ears. Hearing her call, they rolled over and pulled the blanket over their heads. Sister, I'm going to sleep a little longer. Sister, I want to sleep a little longer too. No, have you forgotten what the leader said yesterday? From now on, we'll have to buy everything we eat. Get up and think of something to sell to make money. But didn't the shaman give each of us 100 copper coins? The older sister, Millen, took out the copper coins wrapped in animal hide. The brass coins were engraved with exquisite patterns, and you could feel the outline of those patterns when you gently touched them. It's so beautiful. Get up. What are we going to do when we run out of money? Do you want to go hungry later? Su Yuan stipulated that each meal could be filled with 2 potatoes, which wouldn't starve them to death, but it was barely enough to fill their stomachs, and they would still get hungry by evening. Okay, let's get up. Stepping out of the cabin, everyone outside was already busy. On the first day, they were exchanging money for food and other supplies, which was something that no one quite understood or was used to. However, the most attractive place was the trading market, a platform not far from the tribal residential area, which was now surrounded by a crowd. Sister, we're dressed, let's go. The 2 younger sisters behind him were already dressed, wearing simple animal skin tops that covered their upper bodies and brown animal skin skirts that only reached their thighs. The 3 sisters were wanderers who had recently joined the tribe. When they first joined, they didn't even have clothes. They only had a tattered animal skin to cover their bodies. Later, in the Star Tribe, because it wasn't cold, they didn't even need the animal skin cloak that they always used to cover their bodies. It was only because of Su Yuan's request that they wore these 2 not-so-warm clothes. Wow, there are so many people. The 3 squeezed into the crowd. At first, there weren't many people selling things. Most of the stalls had the character Su on their signs and were displaying goods provided by Su Yuan for trading. Each item was categorized and packed in wooden crates or simply placed on the ground, with the corresponding price written in Chinese characters on them. Sister, this is so cheap. 2 potatoes only cost 1 copper coin. If each of them has 100 copper coins, they can eat 200 potatoes, said the younger sister, Milu, pointing to the large box of potatoes. Idiot. Potatoes will be distributed every day. Let's buy some tools and start making money. Millen patted her sister's head angrily and said that there were staff members distributing potatoes outside the trading market, and they were currently holding a notebook and recording the list of recipients. But what should we sell to make money? This question silenced the 3 women. Previously, they had always followed the shaman's instructions to work, and when they had no work, they would rest in the house or wander around the tribe. I've got it. Sister, why don't we go pick some snow frost honey? But we can't beat the frost bees. Last time I tried to escape, I almost got stung on the butt. Snow frost honey was a food supplement for the 3 sisters when they were wandering. The 3 sisters inherited the word honey from it and are very sensitive to snow frost honey and even any kind of honey, but they just can't deal with the swarm of frost bees. Why don't we ask the chief? Since there was no other way at the moment, the 3 of them got potatoes outside, roasted them simply, and finished breakfast before finding Su Yuan, who was busy with market planning. My lord. The 3 girls' soft yet cheerful voices called out to Su Yuan. After putting down what he was doing, Su Yuan looked at the 3 girls standing behind him. You are? Millen, Milu, and Milu? I'm your second sister, Honey. Su Yuan also remembered the 3 bear-eared girls, since they wandered around the tribe so naked. Because of the 3 of them, Su Yuan even made rules about their clothing. I remember you. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Here's the thing, we want to go outside and collect some snow honey, but the snow bees there are very scary. If you get stung, it will hurt for several days. I wanted to ask if you have any solutions. Snow frost honey? There's actually honey in the snowfield? Su Yuan's eyes flashed with interest. He had never tasted honey from this other world before. However, such a trivial matter was not worth his time. Fortunately, the three barriered sisters had this idea, so he could let them try it themselves. Are those frost bees very powerful? Amazing. They only poke people with their butts. If you get poked, it will swell up for days. You can warm the injured area with a torch and it will be fine, but it will hurt a lot. And if you get stung badly, it can hurt like hell. The three sisters, unsure how to describe the severity of the injury, told Su Yuan about their swelling and pain from the frost bee stings. Looking at it this way, it's similar to the bees in my previous life. So it's not very strong for this other world. The most important thing is that the temperature of the snowfield is very low. Obviously, it wouldn't work to collect honey in the early morning or late evening when the temperature is low in my previous life. You should cover the exposed parts of your bodies with animal hides, then find some tree bark, light it, and use the smoke to fumigate the beehive. Once the frost bees can't stand it and come out, quickly take the snow frost honey. If smoking doesn't work, don't push yourself. Come back to me then. Smoking was a method from his previous life. Su Yuan wasn't sure if he could use smoke to drive away these frost bees. If not, he would just wait for them to return and put on his silver armor to go and catch them. We understand. Thank you, witch. The three of them were about to put their plan into action when Su Yuan stopped them and said seriously, remember not to take all the snow frost honey. Leave half of each honeycomb inside. Otherwise, if you take all the honey, the bees will starve and die, and there won't be any snow frost honey for you next time you come. Wow, you're amazing. You know so much. The three sisters looked on with admiration. Of course, they had never finished digging before. Basically, as soon as they put their hands in, they were prepared to be chased by the frost bees. If they were even a step too slow, they would have to be prepared to scream in pain. All right, stop praising me. Take the money and buy some buckets and hire a soldier to come with you. It's too dangerous outside. Su Yuan looked at the three sisters with concern. Although the three sisters were barriered girls like shaman, they didn't have much fighting power, they were just a little stronger. In this other world, she can only be considered an ordinary beast girl. Also, let me see the snow frost honey you've collected. Okay, let's go then. The three of them hurriedly ran out. They now had 300 copper coins, enough to buy some animal hides to wear on their bodies, and they could also hire a warrior to accompany them. But who should we turn to? The three of them joined the Star Tribe as wanderers and were completely unfamiliar with the other members of the tribe. They were lost in confusion as they watched the crowds moving back and forth. What? 100 copper coins isn't even enough to fill our stomachs. Demand, let's go hunting. When we catch a big game, I'll come back and exchange it for money to buy honey. Hooray! Honey. Honey. Is chapter 330 snow frost honey that can conjure snowflakes? Could we pay you to come with us on a trip? After exchanging glances, the three sisters came up behind Xiaoman and greeted her. As if they had a telepathic connection, looking at each other's similar little ears, Xiaoman scratched her head and asked in confusion, where are you going? It's dangerous outside. We want to get some snow frost honey to sell, but the chief said we should pay a warrior to come with us, so it will be safer. What did you say? Snow frost honey. Is it the kind of snow frost honey that can turn into snowflakes? As soon as Mi Lin finished speaking, Xiaoman grabbed her hand and said excitedly, that's very hard to find. Do you know where you can find it? We're amazing. We can smell the honey nearby with just a sniff. Honey looked at the cheerful and enthusiastic Xiaoman and boldly stepped forward, saying with a proud expression, let's set off quickly then. I don't want your money, but could you share some of the snow frost honey with me when we get there? Okay, but should we call a few more companions? Xiaoman waved her hand and said, no need. Xiaoman is enough, and if all else fails, there's always Demand. Roar. Demand, who was standing nearby, could also understand what was being said. Hearing that there was honey, he sat down happily and patted his belly. He had been fed a few potatoes by himself early in the morning, and Demand felt that his bear life was a bit gloomy. Let's go. Let's go. If we're any later, Maoye will find out. Let me tell you, that guy is really mean. Last time Xiaoman won the competition, she wanted to eat honey. The four of them packed their gear and left the tribe with Damon. Millen sniffed the air and immediately pointed in a direction, her intuition telling her that the pleasant smell was there. The snow was heavier today, the weather was gloomy, and they didn't encounter any wild animals along the way. However, their purpose for this trip was not to hunt. While chatting along the way, they passed through the forest near the tribe and came to a new grove. Coo coo coo. The sounds of birds and animals could be heard in the woods. Following Millen's guidance, the group arrived at a brown tree trunk as thick as an adult's waist. This is it. Look, Millen exclaimed excitedly, pointing upwards. Above the tree trunk is a huge white beehive, where yellow and white frosty bees can be seen going in and out from time to time. It smells so good. I can smell honey too. Shaman twitched her nose and smelled a sweet fragrance, but she hesitated when she saw the frost bees. Damon, you're tough and thick-skinned. Why don't you lure those guys away, and then we can climb up and collect the snow frost honey? Roar. The man protested, saying that even with thick skin, being pricked would still hurt a lot. Sister Shaman, the chief, said we should burn some tree bark and dry grass, and then use the smoke to drive away the frost bees. Oh no, sister, we don't have any fire. Miyu suddenly realized something. They had forgotten to bring a ball of fire from the tribe. Fire? I have some. You have one. Shaman, are you a witch too? The three sisters looked at Shaman. They hadn't been in the Star Tribe for long. Only during the 2 months that Maguang had been captured. They were starving and, thanks to Millen's keen nose, they smelled the aroma of food being prepared in the Star Tribe. So when they were about to faint from hunger, they clung to Su Yuan's leg, hoping he would take the three sisters in. No, but Su Yuan taught us how to start a fire. It's very simple. Shaman patted her chest to show her confidence, and seeing that the three sisters still looked unsure, she immediately went to a smaller tree trunk. With a strong pull of his arm, he uprooted the tree trunk and tidied up the branches and twigs. Recalling Su Yuan's method of starting a fire by rubbing sticks together, he bent over and started fiddling with it. Shaman, is it really possible for ordinary people to perform fire magic? Su Yuan said this is not witchcraft, and everyone can learn it. It just takes a while. Look, there's already smoke here. Shaman's wooden stick was so stiff it almost left afterimages. After a while, a wisp of smoke rose from the wood chips in the groove, and a wisp of flame slowly rose from it. With a gentle breath, she held it up and blew on it, and the blazing flames ignited. For a moment, the three sisters beside her were stunned, their eyes filled with confusion. All right, all done, let's get started. Shaman placed the flame on the ground and tore off a large piece of bark from the uprooted tree trunk. The flame immediately emitted bluish smoke. Gulp. Millen, Shaman will use this to fumigate them later, and you guys go in and collect the snow frost honey. It wasn't that Shaman was afraid of being stung and was backing away. After all, once stung, the frost bees didn't care whether you stole honey or not. They would treat it as if you had stolen it, and if they encountered you, they would sting you. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist taking a bite right away, and before she had collected many, she would already be full. The group tightly bound pieces of animal hide to cover their exposed skin and also tightly covered their little heads, leaving only their small eyes showing. They then divided the work and began to extract the snow frost honey. Shaman carefully climbed up the tree trunk, holding the piece of bark that was emitting blue smoke high in one hand, and tremblingly placed it under the beehive. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid. After all, a sting would hurt a lot. The smoke was very thick, especially from the slightly damp brown bark. Wisps of smoke rose upwards, making the frost bees scatter uncomfortably. It works. Miling quick. Smoke enveloped the entire tree trunk. Millen endured the choking smoke as she climbed down, wrapped her legs around the trunk, and skillfully broke off a large chunk of snow frost honey with her hands. Compared to honey, this pale yellow snow frost honey has a layer of frost on top like snowflakes, and it feels very cold to the touch. Before Millen could feel it for long, she painfully put the first piece into the wooden bucket she had brought. Honey. Next, honey rain. Throw me the other bucket. If they didn't have tools before, they could have picked a piece and left, since the frost bees behind them had already launched a fierce attack, and if they didn't run away, they would just faint here. Now the blue smoke was getting thicker and thicker, and her hand had only been stung by a frost honey. So Millen simply filled the other buckets as well. The wooden buckets the four brought weren't particularly large. A piece could easily fill half a bucket. The fire on the bark had been extinguished for a while, and the smoke it released was getting smaller and smaller. The two quickly jumped down from the tree. The 4 buckets were filled with large chunks of snow frost honey. The frost bees above began to stir, but Shaman simply threw the bark into the fire. Thick smoke enveloped the 4 of them again. After getting down, Millen immediately licked the snow frost honey off her fingers. Several swollen patches appeared on the back of his hand, looking like a severely frost-bitten pig's trotter. This was what it looked like to be stung by a snow bee's stinger. If Su Yuan saw this, he would probably be furious with them. What do you mean by dying from pain? If you were stung on the head like that, you could easily go into shock and die. How can that be considered dying from pain? Chapter 331 Shaman said, "Don't mess with Shaman. Sister, are you alright?" After slightly easing their injuries, the group immediately left the woods. Once the smoke cleared and frost bees realized what was happening, They were in for a rough time. It's nothing. I just need to rest for a bit. Shaman looked at the buckets of snow frost honey hanging onto Man's body, then at Lin's hands that were swollen like pig's trotters, and said with some disappointment, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. I thought the snow bees wouldn't sting after being smoked, since the two of them were less than half a meter away from the hive, but I didn't expect that the snow bees hiding inside could still detect the little hands stealing honey. How about I share my bucket of snow frost honey with you guys? Just give it to Shaman and Damon to try. Looking at the bucket of snow frost honey, Shaman couldn't help but drool, but then she saw the injured Millen and realized that she hadn't done anything by coming along today. It's all right, it's actually quite good. Just a sting on the hand, and you get so much snow frost honey. Millen shook her head, looking unconcerned. In the past, we would get stung so badly that our faces would swell up just to steal a small piece of snow frost honey. Back then, we could only use that stolen piece of snow frost honey to exchange for a ball of fire from other tribes to heal it. Yes, fire is so precious. We stole the snow frost honey but barely tasted any of it. In the end, we had to use most of it to exchange for fire. Fire was a precious resource in primitive societies, and only some shamans who could perform fire magic could obtain it. Although Shaman had never experienced that kind of life. After all, the red fox knew fire magic. But she also knew this, and the small girl stood on tiptoe to pat Millen's head and comforted her. It's okay, you can have anything you want in the Star Tribe from now on. Shaman was very happy when she talked about this, and said with a proud face, Our leader is actually a very, very good person. As long as you are injured, he will carefully treat your wounds. And he's very easy to talk to. Once, Shaman really wanted to eat honey. Although the chief said it wasn't allowed, if you kneel in front of him and beg him, he'll give it to you. But I'll get a scolding from him afterwards. If Su Yuan found out, he would definitely spank her until her bottom was swollen. How could he be so easy to talk to? He was busy with something important with Chi who when Shaman pushed open the door and rushed in, crying that Mao Yi had stolen her food. At such a crucial moment, looking at the red fox in the quilt, and then at Shaman clinging tightly to his arm, he had no choice but to send her away with a piece of honey. Yes, we know that the leader is really, really good. The four barriered girls were discussing Su Yuan's affairs when suddenly, sparse sounds came from the nearby jungle. Roar! The man stopped and put down the buckets of snow frost honey he was carrying. Shaman also stopped chatting, took out the large hammer on his back, and stared at the other side. Smell? What a wonderful smell, boss, it's honey. I can smell it, shut your mouth. Boss, look, there's another bear over there. Now we've got our food. A dozen wolf girls dressed in silver animal skins emerged from the distant jungle and walked over. The leader was tall and carried a bone knife on her shoulder. However, her gaze remained fixed on a silver-eared wolf girl who was even shorter than Shaman. It's you. You know me? The wolf girl frowned as she looked at the group. Shaman's expression changed drastically, and the hammer in her hand trembled with fear. However, looking at the three Lin sisters beside her, she still mustered up her courage and stepped forward. What do you want? Let me tell you, if you bully Shaman, I'll tell the chief, and he'll definitely deal with you. Your chief is dealing with me? I've dealt with countless tribal chiefs. Hand over your snow frost honey, and I'll let you go. Boss, that shorty's hammer is pretty good too. Can I have it? The tall beast girl next to her set her sights on the iron hammer in Xiaoman's hand. Although she didn't know what material it was made of, it looked much better than her own bone knife. Go get it yourself. You can't leave everything to the boss. Yes, boss. A figure walked over, its tall stature blocking the light in front of Xiaoman. Xiaoman stood in front of Millen and the other two, holding a hammer horizontally in front of her chest. Little sister, I'll keep this big hammer for you. Dream on. I asked Sister Lei Yin to make this. Xiaoman made the first move, swinging her iron hammer towards the face of the figure opposite her. The moment the hammer and the bone knife collided, the bone knife broke. Such immense power, and this weapon is incredibly hard. Runes flashed above both of their heads. The wolf girl shook her arm, which was numb from the shock, and threw the bone knife that had broken in two with a single touch to the ground. I've already warned you once. My tribe is just around the corner. I'll capture you all then. Hee. Let's see if you have the ability. The wolf girl on the other side acted again. This time she was unarmed, and a pair of sharp claws reached out to grab Xiaoman. Her claws were blocked by the iron hammer, making a piercing scraping sound. Sizzle sizzle. Something's not right. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Xiaoman secretly took out a few spore bullets from her pocket and fired them. The white mist caused the frost-covered arm on the other side to pause. In that instant, the hammer changed direction and slammed down on her side. The white frost covering her body slowed her reaction by half a beat, and by the time she reacted, the hammer was already at her side. Bang! The hammer struck the wolf girl's arm, and before she could react, Shaman scratched a bloody gash on her chest with her claws. The slight deformity of her arm and the bloody scratches on her chest showed that she had been completely outmatched in the previous head-on confrontation. She covered her wound and looked at Shaman, with flesh and blood still embedded between her fingernails. At this moment, she followed the example of the tribal elders, such as Lion and Tiger Hunter, and licked the blood between her fingers with great domineering manner. "Oomph," Shaman said. "Don't mess with Shaman, or you'll get hurt." "Ugh, that smells awful. You think you're invincible just because you got a weird weapon?" The wolf girl opposite snapped her deformed arm back into place, trying to charge forward again, but was stopped by the small, silver-eared wolf girl beside her. "All right, you failed. Go back and stay there." "Boss, I..." After being glared at, the wolf girl obediently returned to the rear. The enemy in front of Shaman had changed to the wolf girl with silver ears and silver hair, and this person had a hole pierced in the wolf ear with a bone ring. "I know you bad guy who bullies us." "Bullying you? I've bullied too many tribes. She can't beat you, but if I make a move, you won't have a chance. Hand over the stuff." Shaman bit her lip. Of course she knew what the person opposite her was saying. It was she who drove the Red Fox tribe away from here. Shaman had witnessed her power when she was in the crowd back then. Behind them, Millen's swollen, bruised hands had not yet recovered. Those buckets of snow frost honey were treasures they had obtained through their injuries. Don't want. Chapter 332, No Good Juice for You. For Fishy's love of tomatoes, a bonus +1/2. If you can't beat me, just admit defeat. With this level of strength, you can't possibly defeat me. After playing around for a while, the silver-eared wolf girl easily dodged Shaman's swinging hammer, flashed behind her, and slapped Shaman's butt. Bang! With just one slap, Shaman was sent flying along with the large hammer in her hand. The hammer landed on the ground and was picked up by the silver-eared beast girl. "It's really good stuff. Considering you gave me the hammer, I'll leave you a bucket of snow frost honey. Take your things and let's go." "Boss, that bear." Hearing the conversation, Shaman propped herself up and stood in front of Damon, staring intently at her. Her voice was filled with anger as she said, "If you dare to take Damon away, our leader will definitely wipe you out. You are a high-level awakened warrior, but there are many people in our tribe who are stronger than you. You? A little brat. Your tribe is so strong that you send a little kid like you out to find food." The beast girl who had been scratched earlier looked disdainful. Silver Ear Wolf Girl pondered for a moment, then waved to the crowd. "We don't lack this little bit of meat. Don't forget the important matter. Take the food and let's go." Millen stood in front of her two younger sisters, watching as the group took away the 3 buckets of snow frost honey, and clenched her fists tightly. Once the crowd had left, they helped Shaman, who had been knocked to the ground, to her feet. The woman had been targeting people's buttocks during the fight, and Shaman was now unable to stand up. The man wasn't doing well either. Its strength was about the same as Shaman's, and it was being attacked by others. At this moment, it limped and put Shaman on its back and lay down. "Let's hurry and go back to find the chief." Achoo! At the Star Tribe, Su Yuan was investigating the market situation. Although there were some minor problems, it was generally better than he had expected. Everyone was trying to exchange resources with each other through copper coin trading. Although they didn't know how much to sell them for at first, they had a general idea of the prices of each item by looking at the prices Su Yuan sold. "Hey, what is this thing?" As Su Yuan strolled through the market, he suddenly spotted a beast girl sitting on the ground selling a type of fruit. The fruit was crystal clear and looked incredibly beautiful, like a giant gemstone. "Chief, this is a divinely bestowed fruit. Would you like one? I managed to find 3 outside, and they only cost 50 copper coins." God gives fruit. Su Yuan remembered. Wasn't this the divine fruit that could make beast girls pregnant? He used to be always worried when eating fruit, fearing that he might get pregnant by mistake like Tang Sanzang and Zhu Beiji in Journey to the West. So he would use the identification function to check the fruit before eating it. "I never expected to have the chance to see this thing in person today. Can I buy 2 God-given fruits?" The beast girl opposite frowned and explained with some concern. "Leader, actually 1 fruit is enough. Eating too many will cause problems." "Something went wrong?" "Yes, someone tried eating 2 or even 3 divine fruits before, and their stomachs got so bloated that if the shaman hadn't saved them, their stomachs probably would have burst." "Does eating 1 fruit result in giving birth to another?" "The logic behind this fruit is just too strange." "Don't worry, I'm not going to eat it. God is curious about everything, and I plan to offer it as a sacrifice to God. When in doubt, resort to theology." Upon hearing this, the beast girl opposite him immediately laughed happily and stuffed 2 fruits into Su Yuan's hands. If it's for God, then there's no need for money, Chief. This is a divine gift that God gave us, so you can have it. No, you have to pay. I only stipulated this yesterday. Are you going to make an exception for me? Here you go. Su Yuan took out 10 large copper coins from his storage gem and handed them to her. The little beast girl hesitated for a moment, but still accepted them. She respected their leader Su Yuan, who had saved them, more than any god. Rare item detected, life source fruit. Life source fruit, a fruit that grows from a tree infused with life source liquid. Consuming it grants a large amount of life source power and contains a unique genetic structure. No, what is that? Why is this involving genetics again? Could this divinely bestowed fruit also be related to alien technology? This conjecture is a bit too far-fetched. You should know that according to the Beast Girls, the fruit trees that grow divine fruits are all over the world, and there are even some plants in the sea that grow divine fruits. How could alien technology possibly possess such power to inject that life-giving fluid into the entire planet? If they truly had that ability, those alien spaceships wouldn't have perished on this planet. Fine, system, unlock it for me. Eating it is definitely out of the question. Even if he could obtain a large amount of life force, he really doesn't know if the special genetic structure behind it might modify his genes and make him pregnant. Unlocking it cost one item. The other is temporarily stored in the storage necklace. Life Source Liquid Beverage, watermelon flavor, 50,000 points. Note, this drink grants a large amount of life force. It can only be consumed once a month. That's much safer. Looking at the concise notes, Su Yuan felt much more at ease. Without those messy notes, he could drink it without worry. No, we still need to let the Beast Girls test it out first, since there's no Sun Wukong to fetch the abortion spring water to save him. After wandering around for a while, I realized that everyone was selling very ordinary things, including pottery they made themselves, woodenware they crafted, and seafood such as sea snails they collected from the beach. What truly broke him was Yin Huan, who, in order to pay off his debts, actually started selling the venom from his body. It was unclear where the venom was produced. To be honest, Su Yuan didn't dare to guess or want to know. He looked at the ceramic cup covered by the lid from afar and quietly moved aside to avoid being discovered by Yin Huan. Su Yuan, hey chief, come and see my venom. It only costs 10 copper coins. I just got it this morning. Selling it for such a low price. There must be something wrong. Run. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan activated his spatial teleportation and arrived at the residential area. The meeting room that had been planned early in the morning was being set up, and several tall beast girls were busy working on it, their foreheads covered in sweat. His muscles were very well developed, unlike the behemoths of his previous life, but they still looked powerful and beautiful. Most importantly, the sweat had soaked through the animal skin clothing, which was now hanging loosely on his body, giving Su Yuan, who was not far away, a good look. Su Yuan. Wow. Suddenly, a cry came from afar. Su Yuan turned his head and was hit in the head with a rocket. A figure in his arms was holding him and crying loudly. Shaman, what's wrong with you? Not far away, the 3 Millen sisters were carrying a bucket of snow frost honey and walking towards him. Behind them, Big Barbarian was limping, his fur covered in blood and dirt, and he looked like he was injured. We were bullied. They stole my hammer, stole the snow frost honey, and even planned to kill the barbarian and eat his flesh. The little head was lifted up, its eyes were bloodshot, tears were streaming down its face, and the sound of its wailing even attracted the attention of Lion and the others. I told you that our leader Su Yuan would catch you. But that person said, what leader Su Yuan? What leader Shui Yuan? Don't let her see you in the snowfield, or she'll rip your clothes off and give you a good spanking. She also said that if you dare to cause her trouble, you'll be in big trouble. Chapter 333 Spanking her, but it's just slapping my face, isn't it? Plus 2 halves for fish loves tomatoes. Why does this sound so familiar? Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't care. Xiao Man and the others had their things stolen and were even beaten up. Wasn't this a slap in his face? So he picked up Xiao Man, but when he touched her bottom, Xiao Man immediately cried out. Ouch, Su Yuan. The leader of that group even spanked me. I had to crawl back on my stomach. Wah. Alright, it's alright now. Let Lion lead a team to accompany you to bring those people back later. Su Yuan released a flame healing spell and rubbed her buttocks. This was quite a hard spanking. He didn't know what kind of perverse pleasure he had in liking to spank people's buttocks. Yeah. We need to bring a lot of men to capture her. I'm going to give her a good spanking. After a few minutes of healing, Xiaoman's injuries had recovered somewhat. When Shishir heard that Xiaoman had been bullied, he also picked up his weapon. Before he could leave the tribe, Mangsing followed him. Both are barriered girls. Mangsing especially likes his little sister Xiaoman. She has a cheerful and lively personality and always goes out with that big polar bear. I'll go help too. My men have all gone. How can I not go? Since Mangsing had arrived, Xin Kun naturally brought her people along as well. Me too, me too. I'll help you this once. I only need 50. No, 30 copper coins. How about that? The commotion grew louder and louder, and even Yin Huan joined in. Now, in order to pay off his debts, he was resorting to any means necessary. A great shaman had become a henchman for a few copper coins. Watching the ever-growing procession march out of the tribe, Su Yuan covered his forehead in exasperation. Stop right there. Stopping everyone, Su Yuan asked with a look of exasperation. Do you even know where they are? You just ran off like that? They're not idiots. They won't wait for you here. Now everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. When Xiaoman heard that she couldn't get revenge, her eyes immediately welled up with tears again. Lion, go and tell Shui Gugu to follow you. It flies high and can help you find people. The snow shadow owl has now broken through to the 3rd tier, and its flying speed is so fast that it leaves afterimages. However, it has also become quite fat due to being fed by the tribe. Lion immediately ran towards the nest that Snow Gugu had built on the wooden house. Su Yuan pondered for a while, then looked at Xiaoman and asked, Xiaoman, did you find anything on them? Even a hair or a drop of blood would do. Blood, is this enough? Xiaoman recalled the claw she had given that woman on the chest. She stretched out her finger, and there was still some congealed blood and skin tissue under her fingernail. System, can the origin tracking compass trace a person based on their blood? If we could use the tracking compass to find that group of people through their blood, it would be much easier. Everyone would just need to follow the direction of the pointer to find their trail. Cannot. However, the result was not good. Su Yuan looked at the system's reply, then grabbed Xiaoman's finger and carefully examined the residue inside. Besides flesh and blood, there were a few hairs stuck to the fingertips, but fortunately Xiaoman returned in time and didn't get rid of them. She carefully picked one off and examined it. The short, silvery hair wasn't hair or anything like that. As for the hair on other parts of her body, Xiaoman would have to be able to pluck it anyway. That means it must have been hair left from the animal skin clothes worn by that group of people. Surely you can identify a specific animal and its carcass based on its fur, right? Can. Seeing this, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged the tracking compass. It was a small black one with a hidden clasp on top. Pressing it brought out a hidden compartment inside. Next, simply insert the hair and then use magic to drive the compass. Su Yuan followed the instructions, and Shui Gugu was brought over by Shir. The white figure flew nimbly onto Su Yuan's shoulder. The little head nuzzled Su Yuan's face. Although it had suffered a considerable injury before, it had brought it a life of ease. It had no worries about food or drink and only needed to fly into the sky to report on the situation. This is so much better than before, when I had to constantly try to keep an eye on the fish hiding in the lake and also have to protect myself from attacks by other monsters and people. Lion, follow the direction of this pointer and let Snowball fly ahead to find people. Shui Gugu, you fly fast. Fly in the direction of the pointer. If you see a group of people wearing silver animal skins, immediately report to Lion. If it's a silver-tailed wolf, catch it and bring it back to the team. Su Yuan handed the compass to Shir and explained in detail. This thing can track the nearest similar items. I've already put the fur from the animal skin clothes those people were wearing into it. If you encounter a silver-tailed wolf, you should clean off its fur. And these weapons, you've seen them all. Don't be stingy when you're in danger. There are plenty of these. I understand, don't worry. Lion immediately took the compass and a small bag of weapons. At this time, the pointer had already begun to point outside the territory. Without lingering, everyone rushed towards the direction of the pointer. Are you all right? The group left the tribe in a grand procession. Su Yuan looked at the 3 sisters, who were holding a small wooden bucket and looked somewhat disappointed. It's all right. Those people only stole our snow frost honey. They didn't bully us. Chief, this is snow frost honey, look. Su Yuan took the bucket of snow frost honey. Its pale yellow color was very beautiful, and many snow frost flowers could be seen inside, as if amber containing a snowflake had been captured. What made him frown was that Miling's outstretched hand was swollen like a pig's trotter. What happened to your hand? Milin shrank back a little, but still stretched out her hand when she looked at Su Yuan and stammered. I got stung when I was taking out snow frost honey. Didn't I tell you to wrap your hands in animal hide? But it's such a waste for the snow frost honey to stick to the animal hide. It's just a few stings, it'll be fine. Su Yuan slapped his forehead. He had never expected Lin and the others to be so frugal, but he couldn't blame them. So he held the dark blue pig's trotter in his hand. The fiery red light covered it, and the swelling subsided somewhat in a short while, though it would still be difficult to return it to its original state. Tell me next time you go to collect snow frost honey. I have a medicine here that can be applied to your hands so that the frost bees can't sting you. Regarding the medicines and items in the system shop, once the tribe's currency circulates and everyone has money in their hands, he can also exchange some for everyone to purchase. After treating Milan's injuries, Su Yuan turned his attention back to the bucket of snow frost honey. He gently took a small piece with his finger and put it in his mouth. It was cool and sweet, even sweeter than the previous snow bamboo liquid. As it warmed in his mouth, it gradually melted into a viscous liquid. This tastes pretty good. This was Su Yuan's heartfelt praise. The taste was even more delicious than any pure wild honey, making it one of the top quality, all-natural delicacies he had tasted in this other world. It just lacks a bit of processing. Chief, how many copper coins should we sell this for? This piece should sell for 100 copper coins, right? The three sisters looked at him expectantly. This small bucket was indeed worth 100 copper coins, and it would even be worth selling for 200 or 300 copper coins. However, this was only the first day of their transaction, and they didn't have many copper coins on hand. Selling it directly like that would be very uneconomical. Go to the market and buy some fruit, a little of all kinds, and some thin wooden sticks for skewering meat. I'll teach you how to make a delicious dish. Su Yuan also considered this problem. If they were to sell it by the barrel, it would not only be unprofitable, but it would also be estimated that no one would be able to afford it in the short term. Okay, we'll be right back. Chapter 334 Candied Hawthorns. A string of candied hawthorns for 6 copper coins. The three were somewhat relieved of their grief at having their snow frost honey stolen, and they hurriedly ran to the trading market to buy a large bag of fruit and bamboo skewers with their remaining copper coins. These fruits were very fresh. They were wild fruits picked early in the morning by some of the tribe's beast women in the nearby woods. The price was very cheap, almost the same as potatoes, so sales were very good. It was almost afternoon, and these were probably all the fruit left in the market. Chief, what should we do next? The three sisters handed the wild fruit to Su Yuan, looking at him with confusion. They were clearly trying to sell snow frost honey, so why were they buying fruit instead? Now follow me. He led the three sisters to the hot spring. After the transaction rules were established, the hot spring also became a paid attraction. It wasn't expensive, only 2 copper coins per hour, and a little beast girl, instructed by Su Yuan, was there to keep track of the time and collect the fees. This wasn't Su Yuan doing it for money. He simply wanted to spread the trading model to all aspects of the tribe so that everyone could gradually get used to this way of life. In addition, this also helps maintain order while soaking in the hot spring. The tribe now has nearly 3,000 people, and this small hot spring pool simply cannot accommodate so many people. Some beast girls are soaking, but there will always be some who cannot. With the copper coin collection regulations in place, at least people won't be allowed to soak in there indefinitely. Otherwise, if they continue to soak comfortably, he was worried that these guys would develop giant-like features from the heat. Chief, would you like me to give you a massage? Which, I can't reach my tail. Could you help me clean it? Everyone was very enthusiastic when they saw Su Yuan, and they surrounded him, talking all at once. Their warm breath made the air on the snowy plain feel a bit warmer. All right, you guys go soak your drinks. I have something to do right now. I'll join you another day. Even seeing this scene repeatedly always stirred his emotions, but right now, business was more important. He patted the little guy hanging on his arm and then led the three of them, including Mi Lin, to a corner. Honey Rain, go over there and wash these fruits clean. Peel off the skins of the ones with skin and cut the larger ones into smaller pieces. Honey, string the fruits you've prepared for your sister together with small sticks, 3 small fruits on 1 stick. Millen, put this wooden bucket in the water, but be careful not to let any water get in. Su Yuan assigned the 3 of them a task, and the food they were to make was, of course, candied hawthorn, but it would be snow frost honey candied hawthorn. Snow frost honey, honey made by snow bees from nectar collected from flowers growing in the snowfield. It automatically solidifies when the temperature is too cold and melts into a liquid when the temperature rises. Long-term consumption can improve the skin and increase cold resistance. It's liquid when hot and solid when cold. Isn't that perfect for making candied hawthorn skewers? By the time the Honey Rain and Honeydew had finished stringing the fruit, the hot spring water had already melted the snow frost honey into liquid. Looking at the pale yellow liquid floating in the wooden tub, everyone soaking in the bath swallowed and moved closer. This smells so good. Can I have a bite? Idiot, the shaman said that everything from now on will be traded using copper coins. Su Yuan smiled faintly at them, pointed at Mi Lin and said, this is snow frost honey that Mi Lin and the others picked outside. Look, her hands are all swollen from being stung while picking the honey. Although Mi Lin's hand had recovered somewhat after Su Yuan's treatment, the redness and swelling, as well as the needle marks on the back of her hand, were still clearly visible. So once it's ready, you can go to the market to buy it. The skewered fruit was brought over. Su Yuan took the bunch of fruit skewers from Honeydew, dipped each skewer into the snow frost honey, and then waited for it to solidify before taking it out of the bucket. Okay, the candied hawthorn is now finished. Is it finished? The simple production process surprised everyone, especially the beast girls who knew about Su Yuan's candied fruit-making process, which took a whole day. From stomping the grapes to making grape jam and then boiling the grapes, every step is particularly troublesome. In the end, all you need to do is string the grapes together and roll them in snow frost honey. Millen, would you like to try a bite? Su Yuan placed the finished candied hawthorns in front of Mi Lin. The fruit, coated in frost and honey, had a golden hue, and you could smell its sweet aroma with a twitch of your nose. So she didn't refuse, and slightly opened her mouth to bite off a small red fruit. So sweet, so sour. The tartness of the fruit made Millen squint her eyes, but as the snow frost honey melted, the tartness was covered by the sweetness, and the two flavors intertwined, making her lick her lips. Delicious. Chief, you should try some. Su Yuan also took a bite of the second fruit. The fruit on each candied hawthorn skewer was random. This time it was a piece of white fruit that had been broken off. After biting through the sugar coating, the juice of the fruit immediately burst in his mouth. Chew, chew, chew. The taste is indeed quite good. Chew, chew, chew. The rest is up to you. As for the price, you can decide for yourselves, but you should carefully calculate the copper coins you will spend on buying the fruit, the sticks, and the snow frost honey you will pick. Don't end up losing money after you've sold everything. Su Yuan cannot decide the price for them. After all, this is part of free trade. If he sets the price, what's the difference from before? As for monopolistic practices like price gouging, that's not something a tribe in its early stages of development is worried about. In fact, he is the biggest monopolist, and he is the one who puts out the most goods for sale. Yes, we'll think about it carefully. Su Yuan handed the remaining candied hawthorn to Mi Lu and the others, his thoughts drifting to Xiao Man and the others who had left not long ago. It was originally just a small matter, but it has unexpectedly blown up so much. I wonder where those guys have run off to. Millen, can we buy a string of them? Yes, we want to try it too. After Su Yuan left, the group of beast girls who had been soaking in the hot spring also gathered around. Seeing the growing number of people, Mi Lin quickly shouted, "Everyone, don't push." The leader said we have to go to the trading market to sell things. We'll sell it there once it's ready. All right then, we'll head over there and wait for you. The three sisters breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the departing crowd. If Xue Shuangmi had accidentally bumped into the hot spring pool, she would have been doomed. Let's begin. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the market with a bunch of candied hawthorns. At this time, most people were busy working, and there weren't many people setting up stalls in the market. They found an open space and placed the candied hawthorns on a wooden board. There was still a lot of the honey in the bucket, but they only managed to string about 40 skewers of the fruit they bought. Selling candied hawthorns, six copper coins a string. This was what Su Yuan told them. To sell things, they had to shout it out loud so that people would come to buy them. However, it was the youngest sister, Miyu, who shouted it out. The price was also the result of the three of them discussing. Of course, they couldn't figure out how much to sell it for after discussing it for a long time, so they reduced the price of the candied fruit that Xue Rou made during the day by 1 copper coin. Miyu, your voice is too soft, let me do it. Seeing Miyu's stuttering voice, Milu pulled her away and then took a deep breath. Selling candied hawthorns. The chief taught us how to make them. Only 6 copper coins a skewer. Chapter 335. They can't possibly retaliate against me for a little honey, can they? Coo coo coo. Beside a stream, Xue Gugu flew back, carrying the carcass of a silver-tailed wolf. Sure looked at the pointer pointing in the direction of the silver-tailed wolf and nodded to Xian Ku. Burn it, but not in this direction. This is the third one already. Is Su Yuan's stuff really useful? Xian Ku scratched his head and sighed helplessly. He deftly picked up the silver-tailed wolf's corpse and instantly engulfed it in flames. Following the pointer, they wandered aimlessly, almost losing track of where they were. Along the way, they encountered nothing but silver-tailed wolves and their shed fur. Each time they find a spot, they burn the fur, which then points the pointer to the next location with silver-tailed wolf fur. It's better than having no clue at all. Silver-tailed wolves are rare in the snowy wilderness, so we should be able to pinpoint their whereabouts soon. Once the flames died down, the original silver-tailed wolf corpse was burned to a crisp, and the pointer immediately changed direction. Without hesitation, Everyone rushed towards the direction indicated by the pointer. Shuegugu, who was waiting nearby, once again took the lead, her figure quickly flying into the sky, her eyes looking down at the scenery below. In the group, Shaman rubbed her bottom, pouting angrily as she cursed. You wretched bastard. When I catch you, I'll give you a good spanking, so you won't be able to sit for a day. No, for 10 days. Boss, this honey tastes really good. It's so sweet. Do you want a bite? On the other side of the snowfield, a group of people were walking on the road. The beast girl who had been injured earlier scooped out a small piece from the bucket and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste made her wag her tail. Just take a bite, Sherlon. These are for the witch. Don't forget that the witch loves sweet things the most. There's still so much here. I'll just have a taste. Look, I got hurt and my clothes are all torn from fighting for honey. Have pity on me. Sherlon pointed to her chest with a pitiful expression. The clothes made of silver-tailed wolf skin were torn, and the scratches on her full chest were still oozing blood. Although her injured arm had been bent back, it was still swollen and bruised, making her look very disheveled. I don't want to expose your little scheme. Here, take this weapon. I'm not used to using it anyway. Go back and have the shaman apply some witch medicine to your wound. Thanks, boss. With great effort, Inya tossed the weapon to Sherlon beside her. It wasn't that she couldn't lift it, but rather that it was too strenuous for her small stature to wield such a large weapon. That sledgehammer, including the handle, was almost 2 meters long. I really don't know how that short, grumpy guy managed to swing it. Ha ha ha, it's so beautiful. Look at it. What is it made of? Bone. The weapon in hand made Sherlon shift her attention away from Xue Shuangmi. She used her good arm to swing the hammer with one hand. The hammer, which was quite large for Xiao Man, was just right for her. No way. It looks like it's made of some kind of stone. Look at the color. It's exactly the same as obsidian. Idiot. Dark sapphire isn't that hard at all. It'll break if you apply even a little force. Sister Sherlon, can I try it too? The crowd behind them chatted amongst themselves as they walked, their eyes filled with envy, occasionally touching the hammer with their hands. After walking for a short while, the group arrived at a spacious cave. There were only about 20 people inside, and they seemed more like a team than a tribe. There were no beast girls in the crowd who took care of daily life or were in charge of logistics. Each of them exuded a powerful aura and carried a weapon at their waist or on their back. There were still some wild animal carcasses on the ground, and the warriors were dissecting them with practiced ease. Which were back. Inside the cave, a tall, purple-furred fox girl opened her eyes to the sound of her call. She wore clothes woven from vines and animal skins. Her straight black hair shimmered with purple light, and the fur on her tail and ears was a mix of purple and white. Her face was much more mature than that of the red fox and the others. She had long, alluring fox eyes with a beauty mark under them. Although there was no cosmetics in primitive society, she had a light purple eyeliner at the corner of her eye. How's it going? Have those guys caught up with us yet? Inya waved her hand and said with a faint smile, Don't worry, they won't be able to find us since we've been changing our hiding places so frequently. By the way, we managed to steal some honey outside. The warriors behind her placed 3 buckets of snow frost honey in front of the witch. The sweetness of the honey brought her some joy, but the exquisite wooden buckets made Lei Yu frown. This workmanship doesn't seem like something a small tribe could produce. Have you offended a powerful local tribe? Just a kid riding a bear, probably only recently awakened, and he only has 3 ordinary divinely gifted people with no power by his side. He's probably just some small tribe out collecting honey. These words did not alleviate Lei Yu's worries. Instead, they made him even more uneasy. He said, How could such a small tribe possibly make this? Don't forget that woman is still chasing us with her men. If you provoke the local tribes again at this crucial moment and ruin the shaman's plans, you'll be in for a beating. The punishment Lei Yu mentioned made Inya and the warriors behind her flinch, but Inya still stepped forward and explained, Don't worry, Wu. We haven't revealed our location. Besides, with such heavy snow today, the footprints have long since disappeared. There's no way they could have found us. And besides, we didn't kill anyone. At most, we just stole some honey from them, and we even kept a bucket. At this point, Inya crossed her arms, looking confident. They can't possibly come after me for a little honey, can they? Even if they did, by the time they find this place, we'll already be gone. Which? Something's wrong. A divinely gifted tribe is heading towards us. Before she could finish speaking, the beast girl in charge of reconnaissance rushed in anxiously. Lei Yu's murderous gaze fell on Inya and the group of warriors behind her. Even Inya wisely shut her mouth. Damn it, she only stole some honey. Why is she so eager for revenge? How many of them are there? Where are they now? What is their strength? There are about 80 people, and they've reached our ambush position. Their strength. We dare not approach, but they seem to have pinpointed our location and will be here soon. Lei Yu glared angrily at Ingyu again, bent down, scooped out a small piece of snow frost honey, and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste made her feel that her injuries had healed a little. Hold these 3 buckets of honey, and don't move them for now. Follow my instructions later. Yes. Chapter 336. Whose little tribe has this kind of strength? Coo coo coo. In the sky, Shue Gugu flew down again, but this time it didn't carry anything. It pointed ahead with its wings and kept cooing. Is it a person? A hint of joy flashed across everyone's faces. If the pointer was pointing to a person, it was highly likely to be the group that had stolen Shaman and the others' honey earlier. Coo coo coo. Shue Gugu nodded, and her figure once again soared into the sky. Hey, let's hurry up and catch those guys so we can get back for dinner. It's already afternoon. She was in such a hurry when she left that she didn't bring any food with her, and now Xianku's stomach is starting to rumble in protest. Okay, everyone be careful, don't get ambushed by them. No sooner had she finished speaking than Xianku, who was walking in front, lost her footing and fell into the cave. Xianku, team leader. Everyone rushed over anxiously. Xianku poked half his head out of the cave, his eyes glazed over, and his expression was somewhat unusual. Mengsing was a little worried and reached out to pull Shinker out. Captain, are you alright? I'm going to beat those guys to a pulp. Xianku blushed and gritted her teeth as she crawled out of the hole. This trap was very similar to the one Su Yuan had taught them. The wooden spikes inside could easily pierce the feet of animals and people who stepped into the trap, but Xianku was wearing iron armor, so even when the wooden spikes were crushed, they couldn't pierce the iron armor. But when she thought of Su Yuan's previous criticisms, she felt ashamed. Just as Su Yuan had said, she was very easily impulsive. Alright, everyone be careful, there are probably a lot of traps set here. After Xianku got up, everyone continued to head in the direction where Shue Gugu had flown. The traps along the way were monotonous, with only some dug pits covered up. These very familiar traps were all too familiar to them. Everyone was wearing heavy armor. After stepping into several craters without sustaining any injuries, they stopped worrying and quickened their pace. So, were they scared off by the trap? Outside the cave, Lei Yu frowned. She didn't want to make too much noise, otherwise it would be troublesome if the people chasing them came looking for them. A petite beast girl jumped down from the top of the mountain wall, scratched her head, and shook her head somewhat uneasily. They stepped into the trap, but weren't injured, and now. In midair, a whooshing sound came towards them. A black shadow floated in Ingya's hand beside Lei Yu, immediately attaching to a wooden board next to her and quickly blocking in front of her. Bang! Cough cough. Such powerful strength. Ingya's expression changed drastically. The shadow on her arm disappeared, cracks appeared in the wooden plank, and the flying iron spikes slammed her against the rock wall. The violent impact made her cough uncontrollably. Boss! The others helped Shadow sprout up. The shadow shield disappeared, and the long, slender iron cone, about 1 meter long, fell to the ground, its sharp tip slightly bent from the violent impact. Is it them? A group of people dressed in silver armor emerged from the woods, and Xianku turned to look at Xiaoman. That's right. It was her. She stole my snow frost honey. She also took my weapon, spanked me, and insulted Chief Su Yuan. Xiaoman pointed at Ingya with a wronged expression and accused her of her crimes, spouting out every word she could think of, regardless of whether it was true or not. The look of utter grief on Ingya's face startled Lei Yudu. He turned to Ingya and asked, "You stole their weapons, spanked them, and insulted their leader?" "It was just a weird hammer. I hit her on the butt because that little dwarf had no flesh on her body, and I was afraid of hurting her bones, but I didn't do anything else." "You're the shorty." Su Yuan said. "Xiaoman just hasn't grown up yet. She'll grow taller if she eats more." "Hee, you're already an awakened warrior, but you're still so small. No matter how much you eat, you won't grow taller." The argument between the two drove Lei Yu to the brink of collapse, and she covered her head. Then she grabbed Ingya's ear, who was still arguing with her, and yelled, "Sometimes I wonder why the shaman made you come with me to complete the mission. Ingya, are you an idiot?" The fact that the enemy started fighting amongst themselves before they even made a move puzzled Lion and her friends. They didn't rush to attack, but simply watched them quietly. "Which, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time." "We were wrong too, Witch." Sherlan and the other warriors beside him also knelt down and handed the weapon to Lei Yu. "I'll deal with you later." Lei Yu picked up the weapon. It was very heavy, making it difficult for her to lift. However, this was not the time to covet the other party's weapon. A great shaman, 2 high-level awakened warriors, and a group of awakened warriors behind them. She had only stolen some snow frost honey, so naturally the other side wouldn't send all their warriors, but even these few made her feel somewhat uneasy. I am the shaman of the Leiyu tribe. I am deeply sorry that my people stole your things. These things have not been touched and are now being returned to you. Please forgive them this time. As she said this, she also displayed her aura. Although her side was missing a high-level awakened warrior, it was still uncertain who would win in a fight. After saying all that, she looked at the person opposite her. Shaman walked over arrogantly, took her snow frost honey and weapon, and then quickly returned to the team. Our shaman said he would take the person who insulted him back. I told you I never insulted you. Suddenly, she saw a lion take off his helmet. Her face immediately froze, and she pointed at her and shouted in terror. You are the leader of that fox tribe. Long time no see, Raider. Inya never expected to run into an old friend here. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Damn it. How could it be such a coincidence that she could run into someone in such a vast snowfield? If it really was them, then she had not only cursed their witch, but also bullied them. Inya immediately shut her mouth. What's going on here? Upon hearing the word plunderer, Leiyu's murderous gaze once again fell upon Inya. This was already the umpteenth time she had wanted to skin this guy alive. Well, you told us to find a secluded spot to hide, right? So I found a small tribe and drove them out. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, until Inya's head was almost buried in her barren chest. She takes people's food, steals their weapons, seizes their territory, and insults their tribal shaman. If she were the opposing shaman, she would want to skin Shadow but alive. Leiyu took a deep breath to suppress his anger, looked at the menacing crowd opposite him, and bowed his head to apologize to Inhuan. I apologize, High Priest of your tribe. My tribe's subordinates are brainless. Since things have come to this, please state your demands. Inhuan pointed to himself, looking completely bewildered, and said, It has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to capture you. The leader said he'd pay me 30 copper coins if I captured you. 30 copper coins, that's enough to pay off my debt for many days, she said, counting on her fingers. Even the great shaman wasn't the leader. Leiyu was startled and turned to look at Inya. The two exchanged glances. Inya didn't understand either. Wasn't she driving away a small tribe? What small tribe has this kind of strength? Chapter 337, Who said you have to inhale the poison to get sick? There's no need to say anything more. Our leader's demand is that you all be tied up and taken back. If you surrender, you'll suffer less. Leiyu sighed, looked at the lion standing in front of him, and tried to struggle one last time. Is there really no room for negotiation? We can provide whatever compensation you require. Keep those words to our leader. All right, since that's the case, don't blame me. Leiyu immediately shouted, and the staff in his hand released a dazzling electric current that made people involuntarily close their eyes. Shurshur and Xin immediately assumed a defensive stance, holding their weapons and shields in front of them. Let me show you my earth-shattering witchcraft. Emergency. Once the earth-shattering witchcraft was unleashed, the surrounding tribesmen, who seemed to have performed it dozens of times before, threw a few green fruits at Lion and the others, and then followed Leiyu and fled backward. Cough, cough, cough. These people are so despicable. The fruit exploded and turned into smoke. Everyone who accidentally inhaled it immediately started coughing. Lion held his breath. The light of the runes on his forehead flashed, and the surrounding air currents swirled away the smoke. The white lightning had dissipated, but the people who had been outside the cave had vanished. Chill. A crisp whistle rang out from her lips, and Gugu came to her side, with 2 tear gas canisters hanging from its paws. Throw this to that group of people, and remember to pull the tab. An ordinary eagle would certainly not be able to complete the air raid, but Gugu understands human speech, nodded, and immediately flew away into the distance. Even if that group of people ran as fast as they couldn't outrun Gugu high in the sky. Soon, the fleeing figures came into its view. Click. Suegigo bent down and used its beak to bite open the pull ring, then threw the tear gas like an airdrop at the group of people running in the snowfield. Which way do we run next? In the crowd, Inya carried a leather bundle on her back and followed closely beside Leiyu. At this moment, everyone was running around aimlessly, not knowing where they were going. Let's run. My presence just gave me away, and that woman will probably be here soon. Leiyu's expression returned to calm. Cursing Inya now was pointless. First, he needed to shake off his pursuers, then find a place to hide, and finally figure out a way to get back. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in the sky. At first, everyone thought it was some kind of bird or beast defecating in the sky. However, when it landed among the crowd, the same smoke made Inya and Leiyu subconsciously hold their breath. Bang! Sizzle sizzle. Lei Yu underestimated the effect of tear gas. Even if he held his breath, the smoke still caused his eyes to burn painfully. He couldn't hold his breath for long before the effect completely wore off. The pain intensified after inhaling the gas, and coughing and vomiting echoed throughout the tribe. Lei Yu looked terrible, although she wasn't as badly injured as the others. But her eyes were red, and her nostrils twitched as if she was about to sneeze at any moment. Call out. No way, not again. A familiar voice came from behind. Ingya's face turned ugly, and she unleashed her rune power. The black shadow blocked her way again. The spear paused for a few seconds under the shadow's shield, and then the man and shield were knocked to the ground. The sharp spear tip pierced through the shield, less than a centimeter from her face. Ingya, lying on the ground, swallowed hard, her body trembling, and stretched out her shaky arm to pull the spear from the wooden shield. The shadowy figure withdrew, and the wooden shield that had been bound with vines shattered into pieces. Lei Yu, who was about to continue his escape, immediately turned back, wanting to pull Ingya along. However, Ingya's legs were still a little weak at this moment, and a group of figures in the distance had already surrounded them. Keep running. Why did you stop? Xin-Ku flicked the spear with her toe, looked at the fallen Ingya, and a disdainful smile appeared on her lips. Under absolute crushing power, recklessness would only be praised as bravery. Now I can brag to Su Yuan all over again when I get back. Which? Ingya, having recovered from the near-death experience, glanced at Lei Yu, who was supporting her beside her. Lei Yu shook his head, then stood up and calmly said, We surrender, but you need to think carefully. There is a very powerful team chasing us. If you take us back, you must not hand us over to those people. Now that you're prisoners, and you're making demands, you'd better come back with us obediently. Just as Xin-Ku was about to step forward, Lei Yu emitted an electric current, and the crackling sound caused Xin-Ku to also activate her own lightning power. Although both possess lightning element, Xin-Ku is the lightning element power of an awakened warrior, while Lei Yu is the lightning element controlled by a shaman. The network of lightning enveloped the area, and bolts of lightning struck around them. The purple lightning made Xin-Ku and Sure frown, unsure whether the attack was real or not. Above the lightning net, a gradually expanding ball of lightning exuded a terrifying aura. Great shaman. This treacherous and cunning Lei Yu is actually a great sorcerer. If you release us, we'll personally go to your tribe to apologize after we complete our mission. Otherwise, if this lightning strikes, none of us will survive. Before she could finish speaking, a white mist suddenly emanated from the surroundings, much gentler than the white mist that had been cast from the sky before, like frost in a snowfield. It was fog again. Lei Yu immediately held her breath. The white fog was very peculiar. She didn't know where it came from. After it enveloped Lei Yu and the others, it disappeared completely, without explanation. Now you'd better behave yourself, or you'll suffer. My poison, although it won't kill you, is extremely torturous. Inhuan stepped out from the crowd, staring at Lei Yu with a smile. Great shaman, we have to ask Su Yuan for 100 copper coins. No, what if he tries to bargain? 50, my bottom line is 50 copper coins. She forgot that there was also a great witch on the other side, and a great witch with unknown moves. She was a little shocked and immediately waved her witch's staff to try to bring down the lightning ball. But a strange feeling suddenly made her pause, her body swaying slightly backward, as if her hands were holding a witch's staff. The things in front of her began to overlap. The surrounding soldiers also rolled around, their faces flushed, embracing each other, completely ignoring the enemy they were facing, now lost in a trance. I clearly didn't inhale any poison, so why is this fog so toxic? Lei Yu's face also began to turn red, and his ugly expression began to struggle. He felt as if an unnamed fire was being ignited in his heart. What kind of poison is this that is so strange? Who said you have to inhale it? After I became a great witch, this poison will affect you as long as it touches your skin. With her last shred of reason shattered, Lei Yu felt a burning heat all over her body. Her hands and feet were tightly bound, and she could only be dragged on the ground in great pain, her pupils already dilated. The snowflakes that landed on their bodies melted in just half a second from their hot, dry skin. In a daze, 30 or 40 people, including Ingya and Shirlan, had already been captured and taken to the Star Tribe. As night approached, red, white, and blue lights shone brightly in the village, making the village just as lively as during the day. On the contrary, the village presented a vibrant and bustling scene under the light. Chapter 338, please give me something too. Hooray for Zhou, who loves meat wontons, updating this chapter so much. +1. No, really not at all. At the trading market, Millen and her companions emptied the small wooden bucket, licking clean every last bit of snow frost honey inside, leaving the clean bucket looking as if it had been washed. Looking at the still enthusiastic crowd, the three of them nervously handed over the wooden bucket. After selling the 40-odd skewers today, some beast girls had used the fruits they had collected to exchange for candied hawthorns. So they used the remaining snow frost honey to make a new batch and sold it. Unfortunately, it couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the tribe members. Once the news of the candied hawthorn spread, many more people came to watch. So in the end, even the candied hawthorns they kept for themselves were sold, leaving only the last specially made one, which Miyu secretly wrapped in leaves. What a pity, I only ate one. It was sweet and sour, so delicious. Sister Millen, will there be more tomorrow? I have 40 copper coins left, and I want to buy candied hawthorns with them all tomorrow. I want one too. I want one too. Tomorrow, there will be some tomorrow. Let's do some more tomorrow. Looking at the expectant eyes in front of her, Mi-Lin gritted her teeth and agreed. However, with the protection Su Yuan mentioned, there shouldn't be too much risk this time. They just didn't know who attacked them this morning. We're back. From afar came Xiaoman's joyful cheers. The tribe's gate opened, and a group of people walked in. Lei Yu and the others, who had been captured, collapsed to the ground. If their hands and feet hadn't been tied, the scene would probably have been even more unbearable. Millen, Milu, Miu. Look, we've gotten Xue Shuangmi back, and they've been captured too. Snow Frost Honey. Everyone looked at Xiaoman excitedly, but due to the rules, everyone stayed very well and stood around the perimeter. Only the 3 Millen sisters came over. Thank you, Sister Xiaoman. Little Honey Rain ran up to Little Man with small steps, and the three of them looked happily at the buckets of snow frost honey that hadn't changed at all. According to the rules, I didn't protect you well. The snow frost honey was also retrieved by everyone together. This bucket is for Lion and Captain Xian Ku, and the remaining 2 buckets are back to you. Xiaoman said seriously as she distributed the items. Before she could finish speaking, a sweet aroma made her immediately stop distributing the ingredients, and her eyes locked onto the small golden ball peeking out from among the leaves. A bunch of 4 small fruits, all coated with pale yellow snow frost honey, was handed to Xiaoman by Miyu. Sister Xiaoman, please try it. What is this? Is it for me? Yes, this is the candied hawthorn that the witch taught us to make, using snow frost honey and wild fruits. No, I can't break Su Yuan's rules. I can't take it for free. Xiaoman still held back, swallowed hard, and refused. This isn't a bad rule. Xiaoman helped Millen and the others get back the snow frost honey that was stolen, so this is her reward. Such a lively commotion naturally attracted Su Yuan's attention. Seeing Xiaoman waving her hands, he walked over, rubbed her little round ears, and smiled. Well, okay then. Xiaoman accepted the candied hawthorn that Miyu had left for her, glanced at Su Yuan who was shaking his head, and put the candied hawthorn back to her mouth. The outer shell had solidified into a sugar coating after being left out for most of the day. A slight bite produced a crisp sound, followed by the sweet and sour taste of the fruit pulp blending with the snow frost honey. Moistened by warm saliva, the sugar coating transforms into a sweet syrup that completely blends with the fruit pulp. So delicious. Xiaoman felt that her bottom didn't hurt so much under the sweet nourishment. The fruit pulp and snow frost honey blended together in her mouth, and she even swallowed the pit. She ate 3 in a row, and when she had only 1 left, she remembered Daman. She greeted everyone and went to find Daman, who was injured and resting in his little nest. Su Yuan this. Lion and the others looked at the bucket of snow frost honey on the ground with some confusion. They had only wanted to avenge Xiaoman before, and had not thought about these things. Take this, it's their payment to you. Of course, if you don't know how to distribute it, you can sell it back to Millen and the others. They made quite a bit of money today. Yes, we made a lot of money today. Milla shook the thick money pouch at her waist and said happily, Don't look at me, you guys decide. I just want to go and have a fight. Lion glanced at Xian Ku, who didn't care about money or snow frost honey at all. She stretched and put her arm around Su Yuan's shoulder. Su Yuan, how about we have a one-on-one match tonight? I feel like I've gotten even stronger. You don't know, I just defeated that high-level awakened warrior with a single shot. You've got some nerve. Go take a shower and wait for me. It seems that the life force I replenished for her has made Xian Ku more confident. She even has the courage to talk about the one-on-one battles that Lion doesn't dare to do these days. I'll go then. Tonight I'm going to make you suffer a complete defeat. Little Lioness, how about we exchange it for money? You know I still owe that big bad guy a lot of copper coins. Inhuan slipped over from the side, held Lioness's hand, and asked hopefully. Even her way of addressing him became so affectionate. What about everyone? There wasn't enough snow frost honey to go around for everyone. If each person dug one piece, it would be gone. In the end, we discussed it with Lin and the others and decided to exchange it for copper coins to distribute among the people who participated in the capture. However, with so many people, each person only received 1 or 2 copper coins. No one minded, and they took the copper coins and scattered to different parts of the tribe. Huh? What's wrong with them? Su Yuan did not participate in the trade discussions. Instead, he came to the crowd and looked at the group of prisoners who were covered in sweat and whose faces were as red as if they had been steamed. Before he could get a few steps closer, a figure pounced on him. A head of black hair with a hint of flowing purple obscured his vision. Although the figure was bound, it kept moving towards Su Yuan. After Su Yuan helped her up, she kissed his face with her red lips again, and before he could react, she had smeared saliva all over his face. Leader, they have been poisoned by the silver illusion witch. Manxing, who was standing to the side, explained something to him. Su Yuan glanced at Yin Huan, who was dividing up copper coins in the distance, and immediately understood what was going on. Holy crap, this is the spring. Silver illusion. Quickly, cure the poison. Here it comes. 10 copper coins per person to cure the poison, and I've also caught the Great Witch on the other side for you. That should be at least 100 copper coins. Yin Huan approached Su Yuan with a greedy look on his face. His outstretched hand shrank back when a sharp gaze fixed on it, and his originally confident tone became somewhat hesitant. Well, 5 copper coins each. Would 80 copper coins be all right for me, great shaman? Su Yuan remained silent. Yin Huan, feeling somewhat flustered, stammered as she continued to offer a discount. 2 copper coins. 2 copper coins for the antidote. The great shaman will only charge you 50 copper coins. Is that all right? Seeing that Su Yuan had not yet reacted, Yin Huan immediately knelt down, grabbed Su Yuan's leg, and started crying, her snot and tears covering him. Please, please. Curing the poison also costs my magical power. Even a copper coin is money. Please give me some. Chapter 339. You repay kindness with enmity. Pay me money. Pay me what kind of money? Su Yuan knew exactly what this guy wanted to do with the money, so he gave a sly smile. I have something to ask you before I give you the money. Slurp. Go ahead and ask. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then pointed to Mi Huan in the distance, who was counting the copper coins in her hand. Today, she had also made some money using the venom in her body. However, the wide variety of goods in the market dazzled her, and before she knew it, she had bought a lot of things and spent almost all of her copper coins. You had such a big conflict with Mi Huan and the others before. Do you think they will willingly leave with you after you've made enough money? It wasn't my fault before. I was being controlled. So, where were you when they needed you most? When they faced life and death, hunger and cold? These words silenced Yin Huan. Her fingers dug into her palms, and her stubborn head drooped. The tears she had been holding back earlier flowed uncontrollably. Apologize to them. Copper coins are cold, but feelings are warm. Consider these as your reward for this mission. Share them with your people. Su Yuan exchanged some of the common snacks that the beast girls liked the most, which he had counted, and gave them to Yin Huan. He sighed with a compassionate expression on his face. I understand. I will apologize to them properly. Thank you. After I redeem them, I will establish my territory next to yours and protect your safety. You repay kindness with enmity. Fortunately, Su Yuan didn't have any good intentions. Even if Yin Huan gave these snacks to his people, everyone would know that it was Su Yuan who brought them out, since only Su Yuan could bring out such snacks. It's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to simplicity. If we were to go back to a life of irregular eating habits and only be able to eat raw meat and wild fruit every day, I believe very few people would be willing. Ugh, it's so hot. Suddenly, Lei Yu leaned closer again, the heat emanating from his body feeling like he was holding a branding iron. Hey, why don't you just cure them of the poison? The next day, Xianke limped out of the cabin with a dejected look on her face. She had underestimated Su Yuan's strength. She had almost fainted several times the night before, and every step she took was still aching. Just wait, I will definitely defeat you. I'll go ask Kong if he has any ideas later. Feeling the power within her body increase further, Xianke clenched her fist and swung it towards the wooden house. At the wooden house, Su Yuan happened to be dressed and came out, only to see Xianke withdrawing her arm and hurriedly fleeing. Her body recovered so quickly? It seems I underestimated Xianke's true strength. I must go all out next time. The Star Tribe was unusually busy early in the morning. Although a small number of people still didn't know what to do, there was a sense of underlying crisis compared to before. For example, the remaining copper coins were almost insufficient for them to continue buying the candied hawthorns made by Millen, so they couldn't get up early in the morning to leave them idle. This morning, the busiest business was at Millen's candied hawthorn stall, with a long queue of people surrounding them. The 3 buckets of shui shuang honey they collected last night were all used to make candied hawthorn. As for Shui Ro's shop, which was the busiest yesterday, it was closed today. After making candied fruit to try selling, she lost interest and is now researching her new culinary disaster, Snowfrost honey grilled fish. He strolled around the market, and suddenly, a stall selling a Scottish fold rabbit caught Su Yuan's attention. The little rabbit girl didn't know what she was selling. Her stall, which was covered with animal skins, was filled with all sorts of things, including wild fruits she had found in the wild and crystals that could be used for decoration. They were basically all things she had gathered in the wild. "Hello, how much is this?" "Only 5 copper coins. "Ah, it's the chief. This is for the chief." The little rabbit girl handed the white, jade-like stone to Su Yuan, and the moment he touched it, Su Yuan heard the system notification sound. Unexpectedly, with the advent of the monetary economy era, he actually gained something new. Suppressing his curiosity, Su Yuan took out 10 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the little rabbit girl. Although this item was worth more than 100 copper coins, that was in a future where magic and technology were flourishing. Now, its only use is to make witch wands and to admire it. "My lord, you've given me too much." The little rabbit girl was a bit flustered and hurriedly searched through her copper coins to hand them to Su Yuan. However, she had been too greedy last night and couldn't make change for the remaining 100 copper coins. "All right, this is very important. 100 copper coins is already very cheap. I need to use it to make something useful. But 100 copper coins is still too much." It was only the second day since the trading era began, and most of the little beast girl's transactions involved only a few to tens of copper coins, with very few items worth over 100 copper coins. "Then I'll buy you another piece of information. Can you tell me where you found this thing?" "This?" The little rabbit girl looked at the white stone slab for a moment, then explained to Su Yuan. "I think I found this on the beach, in that direction." "That direction?" Su Yuan looked in the direction the little rabbit girl was pointing. It was right by the coastline, and there was nothing particularly special about it from the top. "Yes, when the tide came in earlier, a lot of things in the sea were pushed ashore by the seawater, so I went to the beach with everyone and picked up some things. These are all things I picked up on the beach." The rare item that Su Yuan just bought, along with the other trinkets on the animal skin mat, were mostly things that had been washed ashore after the tide came in. High tide. He remembered that there had indeed been a high tide before, but they had encountered Man and the others who had almost lost their lives, as well as the tide claws that were charging towards the shore like zombies. Fortunately, Tide Claw's target wasn't the Star Tribe, otherwise these little beast girls would have been in danger. "It seems we need to strengthen the defenses along the coast and leave some soldiers on guard against any sea monsters that might suddenly come ashore. Never go out alone when the tide is coming in. We encountered a group of sea monsters that rushed ashore and tore people apart during a previous high tide. Those guys could tear off a piece of flesh in one bite." I understand. I definitely won't go alone." The little rabbit girl turned pale with fright, clutched her chest, and nodded fearfully. "All right, you can keep selling. I'm leaving now." After stroking the lop-eared rabbit's little ears and seeing the little rabbit's face turn red with embarrassment, Su Yuan left the market with his things, only then curiously looking at the small white board. It is about the size of a palm, very flat and smooth, and doesn't feel like a stone when you touch it. Fossilized umbrella of the deep-sea giant mother. Fragment of the umbrella bone of the ancient 7th-tier magical beast, the deep-sea giant mother. After millions of years of sedimentation, the magic power it contained has dissipated. Carrying it grants the ocean intimacy effect, providing a natural affinity bonus to marine creatures. Holy crap, a fossil of a 7th-tier magical beast. The last time I saw this thing was when it was a void ray that could reach the 9th rank as an adult. I never expected to witness another fragment of a top-tier magical beast. System: duplicate one, then use it to unlock new items. The rarity and carrying effect of this item made it worthwhile for Su Yuan to keep one, so he could only spend extra points to unlock the special item. Chapter 340, I'll let you go if you do me a small favor. Deep Sea Guardian's Heart, 69,999 points. Note: this necklace, made from a fossil of a deep-sea megafauna, permanently grants the wearer the ability to breathe underwater, doubles their swimming speed in the ocean, allows them to easily control low-level marine life, and provides immunity to deep-sea pressure. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed at the newly unlocked item from the system. He could only say that it was indeed a special item unlocked using the corpse of a top-tier magical beast. It had never disappointed him. However, he doesn't need this thing right now. The nearby sea area has been explored by Hai Ling and the others, and it's not something he can try alone in deeper places. After all, the ocean is their home ground. Even though they can breathe underwater and their swimming speed has doubled, they still can't move as freely as they do on land. Most importantly, his primary attack method, fire magic, cannot be used in the ocean. His only attack method is the spatial magic he recently learned. Chief, they're awake. Just as Su Yuan continued to investigate the market, Xiao Man came running over excitedly, her eagerness clearly indicating that she had something planned. You're awake? Take me to see a doctor. But can I take revenge myself? Before even taking any action, Xiao Man voiced her little thoughts. How do you plan to get revenge? Su Yuan asked curiously, seeing Xiao Man's gritted teeth. It was rare to see Xiao Man so angry. Give them a good spanking. Ouch, you little dwarf, you've gone too far. I only hit you a few times, and you've hit me so many times already. Stop hitting me, it hurts. In the area of the camp near the rock wall, dozens of wooden stakes held Lei Yu and his group, whom they had captured earlier. At this moment, Inya's small body was being pressed down by Xiao Man, whose little hand slapped down mercilessly. The loud slap and the pitiful wail frightened Sherlon, who was hanging nearby, so much that his face turned deathly pale. No stored food, no fixed territory, no logistics personnel. Tell me, where did you come from, and what is your purpose? Ignoring the wails beside him, Su Yuan lifted Lei Yu's chin, his pale purple eyes calmly scrutinizing him. Compared to her passionate and charming demeanor yesterday, the contrast of her current aloofness made Su Yuan feel somewhat uncomfortable, and his mind kept replaying yesterday's scenes. You are very smart. I think so too. Su Yuan's shamelessness left Lei Yu speechless. After a moment of silence, she asked, what do you want in return for letting us go? I'll let you go, but first answer my previous question. Release them? Release what? I'll be building a city in the Shattered Ice Valley soon, and these free laborers aren't supposed to work? Am I supposed to wait for them to do it themselves? Lei Yu sighed and said with some helplessness, my name is Lei Yu. I come from the Shinmong tribe in Linyuan Canyon. My purpose is to come to the Snowfield to find a divine medicine to help the shaman. Why are you all coming to the Snowfield looking for divine artifacts? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and brought his face close to Lei Yu's, his eyes fixed on Lei Yu's pale purple pupils. The Snowfield was considered a barren land in this magnificent other world. But so many people from other places have come here. One for the divine gift, another for the divine medicine. And there's also that bone shaman who fled here before. Plop. This interrogation made Lei Yu a little nervous. The two didn't speak to each other, and at a distance of less than a fist's width, they could only feel each other's breathing. Su Yuan could smell the sweat on Lei Yu's body. It wasn't particularly unpleasant, but it didn't have the strange and intoxicating smell of the red fox. It had a muddy smell of a forest after a heavy rain. Then what about those people you mentioned earlier who were chasing you? That's our enemy tribe. They learned that our shaman was seriously injured, and when they heard that we came to the Snowfield to find a magic medicine that could save the shaman, they naturally sent a group of people to hunt us down. If you can release us, I am willing to wait until the war is over and ask the shaman for some compensation for you. When the war ended, Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. By then, he would probably have already built the city. The Star Tribe was changing every day, and he couldn't wait until then. Moreover, he doesn't lack any compensation from that sorcerer. No need, I don't need your paltry compensation. Then you attacked my people and stole my things. If I hadn't used the tribe's most precious weapon, I probably wouldn't have been able to get those snow frost honeys back. Precious weapons? Lei Yu shuddered, remembering the two small black balls that had fallen from the sky yesterday. They were even more terrifying than the spore fruits they had brought to escape. Even holding their breath would burn their eyes and noses. I need to establish a new tribal territory in a while. All you need to do is help us build it, and then I will let you leave. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Lei Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he would have to pay some compensation, but it was just about building a tribal territory. This is a small matter. They don't need Su Yuan's people. Their group of 30-odd people can set it up in 5 or 6 days. However, she did not know that the tribal territory Su Yuan mentioned was a small city that could accommodate at least 50,000 people, which, in terms of size, was at least the size of more than 300 playgrounds from her previous life. This includes city walls, housing, infrastructure. With just over 30 of them, it's likely they won't be able to finish building it even by the time their tribal war ends. Seeing Lei Yu's smiling face, Su Yuan didn't expose her thoughts. He coughed lightly and said with a smile, "So our deal is done? After a while, you will come with me to the new place to set up your territory, and then I will let you go. One more thing. If the group that's chasing us comes looking for us, you can't hand us over to them, Lei Yu said nervously through gritted teeth. Certainly. These 30-odd people are not enough. If those guys don't know what's good for them, we'll capture them too and use them to build the city. It's settled then. By the gods, you can't go back on your word. By the gods above, any of us who go back on our word will be arrested by the divinely bestowed people of other tribes, tortured and whipped day and night, endlessly tormented. Such a vicious oath completely disarmed Lei Yu. These past few days she had been worried about being given to that wicked woman, but she never expected that the leader of the Snowfield would be so easy to talk to. You damn dwarf, just wait until our leader leads his men to defeat you, and I'll take your pants off and beat you too. I'll make you, your leader, and all of you beg me for mercy. The wailing from not far away grew even more intense. Lei Yu, who had been somewhat pleased, froze, and the twitching corners of her mouth revealed that she was not quite at peace with herself. Those eyes looked at Su Yuan in front of him, and the calm gaze shifted to Ingya's position, where she was lying on the ground with a look of gritted teeth. Damn it. I finally managed to reach an agreement with the other leader that I could leave once the new territory was built, and then I immediately heard a threatening voice from the other side. Shaman, if you make me bring Shadow Sprout out for training again, I'm going to defect to the other tribe. Master Wu, would you mind if I taught you a lesson, you unruly clansman? Please do as you please, but please, don't kill her. She lost her mother at a young age and was raised by me. Lei Yu turned her head, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Of course, I'm not a cruel person. Chapter 341 Seawater Separation and Storage. Su Yuan clapped his hands, looking at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. At this moment, Ingya was hanging on the wooden stake, crying softly. Even the slightest movement caused her to feel a tearing pain. Shaman, she's in your care from now on. You can release her when she's obedient. After reaching an agreement with Lei Yu, Su Yuan naturally stopped dwelling on the previous events. However, this brat who could use shadow abilities needed to be properly taught a lesson. Wow. Su Yuan, what was that thing you just used? It looked amazing. Shaman came to Su Yuan's side with anticipation. The thing that hit Ingya before made her shut her mouth in pain with just one hit, which was much better than her slapping. Here, take this. Su Yuan tossed the item in his hand to Shaman. This thing is nothing special. It's just a ruler that was often used to discipline students in my past life. A ruler that's only 1 centimeter wide, when wet, is no different from torture when used to hit someone's buttocks. He wouldn't dare to do this to an ordinary person, but this shadow imp has the strength of a high-level awakened warrior, and his seemingly weak body is stronger than some orcs. Chief Su Yuan, there is something I need to report to you. At noon, just as Su Yuan was about to check on Lung Shi's injuries, Hai Ling suddenly approached him, looking somewhat anxious. What's wrong? Are you leaving? Su Yuan frowned slightly. If Hai Ling left at this time, he really didn't have any items that could save her life. No, it's not that. Hai Yao is a bit slow. She can't seem to cast the witchcraft she's been learning lately. I might have to wait a while before I can leave. Stupid? Su Yuan secretly gave Hai Yao a thumbs up. She wasn't stupid. After absorbing the water elemental power of that sea monster king, her talent wasn't that bad. Perhaps she already knew that after she had mastered all the witchcraft, her mother would leave to search for the Frost Sea Heart Crystal in the Land of Death. What happened? Recently, the number of people in the tribe has increased, and the water level of that lake has dropped a bit. If this continues, the lake at the bottom of the cave may dry up in a year or two. This matter is indeed very important. Su Yuan almost forgot that the lake is independent and not connected to other places. The snowy wilderness rarely receives rainfall, and it only rains when the temperature is suitable and warms up. If it were a small tribe of dozens or hundreds of people, it would take more than 10 years to deplete the water supply. However, the Star Tribe not only has more than 2,000 people, but also has multiple places that require water, such as planting, cooking, and iron smelting. The consumption was naturally enormous. Even with the stream water diverted from the hot spring pool nearby, the total amount of water in the lake at the bottom of the cave was still decreasing. Su Yuan nodded and began to think of a solution. The area where the Star Tribe was located was not the downstream of the mountain stream. This hot spring was brought here by Mao Yi and the others through a forced digging of a canal. Therefore, the water flow is not large, and forcibly changing the direction of the stream would be a major undertaking. The second point is the waterfall in Suegigu's lair. The water flow there is large enough, but the distance is far. The only way is to lay underground pipes to bring the water over. The sheer scale of the project gave him a headache. Laying such a long pipeline while ensuring its tightness was a major challenge. Wait, this is the beach. Why would I worry about running out of water? Suddenly, Su Yuan realized that there wasn't a lot of water at the beach. Although it's unusable for drinking, or even for washing or smelting, it can be filtered. After living in this other world for so long, I really thought I had become a normal primitive man, and I'm actually having trouble with this problem. Hailing, go and tell Red Fox and Black Sheep to come to the beach. This matter needs to be handled properly. Su Yuan originally planned to sell the coral storage tanks that he had previously obtained, which could filter salt and water, to the Beast Girls. However, he couldn't keep providing coral storage tanks unless the Beast Girls could make them themselves. Secondly, few Beast Girls would be willing to buy it in the early stages, since fresh water in the tribe is provided for free. Although salt has now been included in the trading system, the price is not high, considering some old and weak Beast Girls. So after much thought, it was better to establish a department specifically responsible for collecting seawater daily and separating it from freshwater and salt. But this freshwater. When Red Fox and the others arrived at the beach, Su Yuan had already exchanged 11 coral storage tanks and placed them on the beach. The storage tanks, which were 1 meter tall and as big as a fat man, did not move at all under the waves. You've arrived. Su Yuan, what happened? The people who came were not only Red Fox and her group, but also many shamans who had joined the tribe. Of course, not all of them. Shamans like Wu Ying, who were lazy and unambitious, were probably called here to slack off as well. Su Yuan told everyone about the shrinking lake. They were all leaders of small tribes with a few hundred people, and even the largest tribe had only a couple hundred people. They had never encountered such a problem before. After all, in their previous lives, when they were thirsty they would grab some snow from the ground, and when they were hungry they would eat some raw meat and wild fruit. As for washing clothes, taking a bath, normally, only tribes with nearby water sources would find a river to wash themselves when they were itchy, but in the Star Tribe, thanks to Su Yuan's leadership, everyone fell in love with taking hot baths. How about we pipe the nearby water to the village? After Su Yuan finished explaining the problem, everyone shared their opinions. Amidst the cacophony of voices, he spotted the Red Fox, who was smiling at him. Red Fox, have you come up with a plan? Of course, isn't that the solution? If you didn't have a plan, you wouldn't have brought us to the beach. A sly glint flashed in the Red Fox's eyes as it approached Su Yuan and curiously looked at the neatly arranged coral storage tanks on the beach. Everyone then realized what was happening, shut their mouths, and came closer, their eyes scrutinizing these unfamiliar things. You can't hide anything from me. These are storage tanks that can separate seawater salt from fresh water. 10 of them are used to extract fresh water and salt daily. Su Yuan told everyone his plan, and then slowly said, the salt produced will still be sold to the tribe members at a low price, and the fresh water will be used for irrigation and stored for the tribe members as drinking water. As for the remaining one, you are responsible for analyzing it and seeing if we can make an exact copy ourselves. If the Beast Girls could replicate the exact same coral storage jar, then I wouldn't have to worry about the daily fresh water and salt supply in the tribe anymore. We understand. A hint of excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. This amazing device that could separate fresh water from salt had solved 2 major problems for survival. Alright, now I'll tell you how to use this. Su Yuan scooped up a bucket of seawater and poured it into the jar. The device was very easy to use. You just needed to pour clean seawater onto the top of the jar and wait for the fresh water to seep down. Once the salt pile above is also moistened with liquid, the water reservoir at the bottom of the tank can be removed. Chapter 342, Is This Your Ship? The tribe is changing every day. Since Su Yuan stopped supplying salt, the tribe's salt industry has also begun to develop. Not far from the sea, the wooden planks have reached the beach, making the downhill path very convenient. You can simply step on the flat planks to reach the sea. The beach was also designated as an area by the Star Tribe, responsible for the daily separation of seawater. Some hardworking Beast Girls were responsible for delivering the separated salt and water to the chief every day. The salary is less than that of the Beast Girl warriors who guard and patrol the territory, but the advantage is that it is easy and you can also pick up some seafood on the beach when the seawater separates. The sun was high in the sky. Inside the Star Tribe, Su Yuan walked out of the small wooden house. Xin-Ku was already fast asleep, so the hunting would probably have to be left to Kong. Upon arriving at her wooden house, they found a yellow-haired fox spirit directing Manxing and the others. Today, Manxing and the others had not brought their giant axes and hammers, but instead had brought fishing nets. Kong, are you guys going fishing? Lord Su Yuan, good morning. Su Yuan pinched her dejected face and said fiercely, that's not a good morning look on your face. Are you unhappy to see me? I'm happy, but I thought Sister Xin-Ku would win yesterday. I didn't expect her to lose. I've come up with so many ideas for her. So all those crazy ideas Xian had last night were yours, right? No wonder he felt that Xian was learning more and more things lately, even some of the moves that Mao Yi hadn't tried. You little vixen, believe me or not, I'll make you try working with Xian someday. Lord Su Yuan, I was wrong. My little body can't take it. After the teasing, Su Yuan stopped taking it to heart. In fact, these quirky ideas had given him quite a bit of novel enjoyment. Are you planning to go fishing at the beach? There aren't many fish left there. Fishing at the beach is one of the food sources for the Star Tribe. Many beast girls will go to the beach to catch a few fish to enjoy when the weather is nice. Also, Hai Ling and her friends would go into the nearshore area to catch some fish to sell, so the fish in the nearshore area were not as plentiful as when they first arrived. We plan to go fishing in that sea. That way we'll have a better catch. Kong pointed to the distant coastline. That area was blocked by mountain walls, and there was no beach below, only dark seawater. To get there, one would have to spend a whole day crossing mountains and valleys to get around it. Alternatively, you could swim across the mountain wall from the sea. Of course, Hong Shuang and the others could also carry people and swing across the mountain wall using spider silk, but that would be a bit of a waste for the spiders. Are you planning to cross that mountain? Of course, no, it's that far. By the time everyone gets there, it will already be dark. Su Yuan's face darkened. Looking at the cunning fox's mysterious expression, he grabbed her ear and hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me you're planning to have everyone swim across." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Chief, let go. My ear's going to fall off. The little fox, its ears grabbed, dared not continue its cryptic charade. After escaping Su Yuan's clutches, it rubbed its ears and explained, "Xiao Jiao and I previously researched and discovered that thing you mentioned that can float on water. It's called boat. Yes, we've developed a boat, and we tested it out yesterday. All you need to do is paddle with a plank to get the boat moving. It won't take long to paddle from here to there." He was surprised that the two little foxes had figured out the ship before he had even started researching it. He looked around the empty space with some curiosity. "Where's your boat? Can I take a look?" "The boat? The boat is at the seaside. Xiao Jiao and Hai Yao are testing how long the boat can swim. Come on, take me to see it too." Since there was nothing else to do today, Su Yuan grabbed Kong and immediately ran towards the beach, with Manxing and the others following behind after getting their gear ready. At the beach, the weather was nice today, with the sun shining on the sand. Many beast girls were walking barefoot on the beach, their white, lotus-like calves covered in sand after they had untied their leggings. Amidst laughter and chatter, they picked up some more seafood and put it into a small wooden bucket. Not far from the beach, Fox 9 was lying on a boat, using her two little arms to paddle along a plank. But after a few strokes, the boat was still spinning in place. "Fox 9, how about I get down and push you around? I feel so dizzy from all this spinning." Hai Yao, sitting next to her, felt a little dizzy. The wooden boat beneath them was very unruly, either being washed back to shore by the waves or spinning in circles like it was now. "No, if I let you push it, it wouldn't be a boat." In Su Yuan's explanation, a boat is an object that can float on the sea and is propelled forward by a person sitting on it paddling. If we're going to have Hai Yao and the others propel us underwater, we might as well ride them out to sea. It must be the wrong direction. I'll try it again when I come back. Seeing that the wooden boat beneath her was still spinning, Hu Jiao immediately changed direction. However, in the instant she started paddling, the boat braked suddenly, causing her to fall into the water. "Oh no, Hai Yao, help me. I can't swim." Hai Yao, on the boat, fell silent as she watched Hu Jiao being lifted up. She saw that the back of her neck was being pulled up, and a figure was staring at her with a helpless expression. "Stop howling. The water here isn't even up to your chest." Su Yuan put Hu Jiao down again. Looking at the seawater that barely reached her chest, Hu Jiao felt a little embarrassed, but she immediately rushed over and hugged Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, come quickly and help me see why the boat won't move. Is this your ship?" Su Yuan looked at the wooden plank where Hai Yao was sitting. Several pieces of wood were bound together with spider silk to form a small plank of about a few square meters, with a small piece of wood on top used as a paddle. "Yeah, Sora, you guys are ready?" Kong was followed by Manxing and the others. Everyone was looking at the wooden boat floating in the shallow water. Kong looked at the wooden boat with some worry and asked, "Xiao Jiao, is it still not working?" "Okay, of course it will work, Su Yuan. I think the ship I made will be fine." The little fox stared at Su Yuan with her bright, watery eyes, filled with anticipation but also a hint of worry, because she had been studying it all day but still couldn't figure out how to make the boat move according to her wishes. This wooden boat was created by her by combining the principles explained by Su Yuan with the driftwood that Mao Yi had found floating on the water when she went to the underwater tomb. However, Su Yuan did not go against his conscience. Although it was just a raft, it was essentially a precursor to a ship and could be used for short-distance sea travel. It is indeed feasible, but firstly, it is too shallow here, and if the boat touches the land, it will be difficult to move. Su Yuan placed the small piece of wood from the boat on the sea surface, letting it drift with the current as the seawater rippled. Then it was placed on the beach, and only by pushing it hard could the wooden piece move on the sand. Secondly, if you only move in one direction, it will only have the thrust from that side, so it will only rotate to the other side. Therefore, you have to move in both directions at the same time. Chapter 343: The First Step Towards the Sea. Following Su Yuan's instructions, Hu Jiu climbed back onto the raft. She and Hai Yao each took one side and tried to paddle. After a few strokes, the raft slowly began to move forward. It moved. It moved. It's actually moving. Looking at the excited cheering crowd, Su Yuan stroked his chin, feeling that something was missing. That's right. A raft can't always rely on manpower, and it's also missing a sail. The tribe's civilization had not yet reached the level of weaving cloth. Only the spider girls like Hong Shuang could weave some fishing nets with spider silk, but sails did not necessarily have to be made of cloth. This thing can also be made from animal hides, and it's not difficult to make. Su Yuan was too lazy to waste time making it himself, so he immediately exchanged for an animal hide sail in the shop. Fox 9, you're back. The two men struggled to paddle the wooden planks and finally brought the raft back to shore. By then, they were both exhausted and covered in sweat. Secure this to the top, and if there's wind, it can help you move forward. Wind? Is it the wind that propels the boat forward? Fox 9 reacted very quickly and excitedly explained. I remember now. Many tribes built animal hide territories, and when the wind blows, the animal hides and the wooden sticks that hold them in place will be blown away. The little fox was quite clever. She figured out how to use the sail by observing things she usually saw. So Su Yuan didn't explain further and handed the sail to her. Secure this securely. Let's set off together. Chief, are you coming along too? Everyone was a little worried, especially Kong. If Su Yuan encountered danger or came back with some injuries, she was afraid Xin Ku would scold her to death. It's your first time at sea. I'm worried. If the boat capsizes and so many people fall, Hai Yao won't be able to save them. Now that he has unlocked an underwater breathing device with unlimited duration, Su Yuan is not worried about suffocating after falling into the water. He can also exchange for items to deal with any danger he encounters. But we've already bought a potion that allows us to breathe underwater. A magical potion for underwater breathing? Su Yuan looked at them in confusion until Kong took out a small bamboo tube, which contained the Cod King fish instant powder that he had previously sold within the tribe. He immediately realized that he would occasionally exchange some of the cheaper and more useful items from the system shop for his people to use, including Cod King fish instant powder that could breathe underwater, as well as many other items. Even the Snow Serpent elixir, which increases the probability of awakening, is available for sale. Can you swim? What if you fall into the water and get eaten by a passing monster? I have mastered spatial magic, so I can lead everyone to safety if we encounter danger. It's no secret that he knows spatial magic. Since the first time he used it, it landed in the place where the beast girls were bathing. Well, alright then, but should I ask Sister Xin Ku to come along? Alright, Xin Ku is probably too weak to walk right now. Grab your things, and let's go. Just as he was about to jump onto the boat, Fox 9 grabbed his arm tightly, her stubborn expression insistent as she shouted. No, my sister told me that you must be safe. You're worried about my safety now? Su Yuan lifted Hu Jiu up, and seeing that she was clinging to him tightly and refusing to let go, he could only helplessly rub his temples. Alright, then I'll have a high-level awakened warrior come along, okay? Lioness and the others have all gone hunting. Those who can come to the beach to collect seafood are mostly beast girls of average strength. Calling a high-level shaman is easy, but right now, it's high-level awakened warriors. Suddenly, Su Yuan saw a white figure in the distance picking up fish, shrimp, and shells on the sea. It was all alone, bending over and picking them up by itself. Why is this guy picking up seashells? Since they're all high-level awakened warriors anyway, she'll do. Su Yuan got rid of the fox pendant and came to the beach not far away. The figure saw him and stood up quietly, greeting him calmly. Leader, Snowy Lover, why didn't you go hunting? Shuemi shook her head and showed the wooden bucket to Su Yuan. It's good to collect some seashells here. After the Maguang tribe was defeated by Su Yuan, Shuemi did not choose to leave, nor did she choose to rescue Maguang. Su Yuan and Mu Guang, two different sorcerers, gave her the same hope, both able to take her to the heavenly realm. Now she didn't know who to believe. After pondering for half a month, she finally decided to give up and live quietly in the Star Tribe. In any case, Given the current strength of the Star Tribe, she had no way to rescue the people. Until recently, the reforms forced her to break free from her stagnation and go out to collect fruits or seafood to earn copper coins for a living. What's so great about it? Here's a task for you. Come with us on a sea voyage, and we'll share some of the catch with you later. Su Yuan grabbed her arm and handed the small wooden bucket containing some fish and shrimp to a nearby beast girl, while Shuemi was led to the raft. Can snow fans join in too? Yes. Kong and Mangsing had seen this woman before. She usually stayed by Muguang's side and rarely interacted with others, even after coming to the Star Tribe. She was always alone. That's good. Let's go. Let's set off quickly. The group boarded the ship. Besides Su Yuan, Kong, Hai Yao, and Shuemi, there was also Hu Jiao, who kept pestering them to join. The rest were all warriors from Xian Ku's team. With 4 awakened warriors, 1 advanced awakened warrior, plus the 2 witches Su Yuan and Hai Yao, and the 2 burdens Kong and Hu Jiao, they should have no problem dealing with most situations. When the 9 people stepped onto the raft, which was originally fully above the water, submerged by half. Although it was a bit crowded, fortunately there was no sign of the raft sinking. Let's go. The sails were hoisted, a cold wind blew by, and the raft slowly floated out to sea. The beast girls gathered around and excitedly discussed the group of people standing on the logs and heading into the distance. Su Yuan waved to them to indicate that he was all right, adjusted the sail, and swam towards another beach separated by the mountain wall. Snowy fan, do the wings on your back allow you to fly? On the ship, Su Yuan looked at Shuemi, who was simply wrapped in her chest with her wings exposed, and asked with interest. Last time, she fluttered up to me in an instant. Everyone looked at her with curiosity. A divinely gifted person with wings to fly was someone they had never seen before in the Snowfield. I can, but I can only fly at low altitudes for a short while. Otherwise, I would have flown into the sky long ago. Shuemi flapped her wings, and her figure slowly left the raft and took flight. She only rose a few meters before landing back on the raft, her expression turning somewhat helpless and disappointed. If she could fly, she would have flown directly onto the vines and gone to the heavens with her mother and the others. Chapter 344 2 Different Approaches to Battle. Wow, this boat is shaking so much. As they left the nearshore area, the waves began to surge, causing the people who were standing on the boat to shake violently. Su Yuan quickly pulled everyone down to sit. The small beast girl nestled in the big guy's arms, and then the group hugged each other tightly. Mangsing, I'm having trouble breathing. The swaying of the raft made everyone afraid of falling. Mangsing clung tightly to Kong, and the muffled sound from his arms made Su Yuan quickly pull him out. He was worried that if he held him any longer, Mangsing's imposing figure would suffocate Kong in his arms. Hai Yao, turn the sails around and swim towards the shore. The cliff wasn't particularly long. After a short while, the raft passed through the coastal cliff that cut across the 2 beaches, and a similarly dark beach appeared in the distance. This beach is extremely short, with the seawater only 1 or 2 meters away from the rocky cliffs. A single wave can crash directly onto the rocks above. The ice floes floating on the sea always make a loud noise when they hit the rock walls. You guys cast the net, I'll go down and check. If there's any danger, Shuemi will protect everyone. Have Hai Yao notify me. Su Yuan used spatial teleportation to instantly arrive at the narrow shore. If it weren't for wanting to test the raft made by Hu Jiao and the others, he could have gotten here quickly using teleportation. This coastline is much higher than the coastline where they built their tribe. The rock walls, nearly 4 or 5 meters high, are covered with white stones that shimmer brilliantly in the sunlight. Could it also be a rare item? The dazzling light was naturally noticed by Su Yuan, who went to the rock wall and broke off a piece of white crystal. He was a little disappointed that there were no system notifications in his ears, but he was immediately stunned when he looked at the crystal. Sandstone clusters, crystals formed by the long-term impact of seawater on sandstone. When fully mixed with water, they can form a highly adhesive mortar that will solidify again if left to stand for a long time. Before they even set off to build the city, the first raw material had already appeared here. Originally, Su Yuan had planned to exchange for cement materials in the system shop if he couldn't find them in the Shattered Ice Valley. In retrospect, this has saved a significant amount of points for raw materials. Looking from a distance, the rock face here is covered with sandstone crystal clusters, which should be enough to act as an adhesive. We could have some of our clansmen collect some of these sandstone crystal clusters and take them back with us. While it's no longer needed for building cities, it can still be used to improve this star outpost by the sea, for example, by constructing wells or adding it to clay to create more durable blast furnaces. This coastline not only features sandstone clusters, but also bears traces of birds and animals in the dense snow-covered forest above. Because the Star Tribe had almost completely cut down the forests in another area, many birds and animals had to migrate to this area to live. Su Yuan casually picked a yellow fruit with a somewhat hard outer skin. Following the system's instructions, he peeled off the skin to reveal the snow-white flesh inside. It's a bit like an orange, divided into several segments, and very juicy. Just a squeeze, and a lot of glistening liquid flows out from the cracks. This tastes quite good. I'll have Chef Shuero research how to cook it another day. Just as he was marveling at the deliciousness and juiciness of this fruit he had never tried before, a dark shadow darted out from behind him, its claws gleaming coldly as they slapped towards Su Yuan's head. With a slash of its claws, the figure that had been standing in front of it vanished instantly. Just as the black monster was wondering what was going on, a piece of yellow fruit peel was thrown down from the tree towards it. Title Flat Cunning Beast, a Tier 3 Peak Magical Beast, a solitary magical beast with thick hide and flesh. It likes to ambush enemies from the shore, using its claws and teeth to attack others. It can also compress liquid in its mouth to attack enemies from a distance. When seriously injured, it will escape into the sea. A Peak Tier 3 Magical Beast. That means it's almost ready to break through to become an advanced awakened warrior. Su Yuan had a better understanding of the situation. Although he didn't have the kind of technique where runes emanated from the foreheads of Lioness and Exine Ku, his physical strength had reached a level close to that of a high-level awakened warrior. Judging from his solo challenge and victory over Exine Ku, he is probably only one element away from becoming a so-called advanced awakened warrior. He needs to unleash elemental power. However, no matter how much he supplements now, he can't cross that gap. Of course, he's not worried about this. After all, even if he breaks through to become an advanced awakened warrior, does that mean he'll be the one going to the battlefield? There are many more high-level awakened warriors like this in his tribe. Awoo! The cunning beast below, feeling provoked, angrily slapped the tree trunk where Su Yuan was, the violent slapping sound making the entire tree creak. Fortunately, they were still some distance from the sea. Su Yuan glanced at the women fishing in the distance and chose not to disturb them. Even if he couldn't defeat a peak 3rd-tier magical beast, he could escape using spatial magic. If things got really bad, he could even pull out the equalizer of all beings to have a proper talk with the beast. Giggle. Seeing that Su Yuan was still standing motionless on the tree, the cunning beast was furious and began to thrash itself with the fishtail-like part of its back. This guy looks really strange. Upon seeing the fishtail, Su Yuan jumped onto another tree trunk in amazement. This cunning beast had limbs covered in scales and 2 tufts of whiskers on its face. With its large, upright teeth, it resembles a seal, but it has limbs and is much more agile than a seal. Seeing Su Yuan jump to the other side so easily, the cunning beast became even angrier. It opened its mouth and spat out a water arrow. The foul-smelling liquid pierced through the tree trunk behind Su Yuan, forcing him down as well. Flames gathered in his fist, and he punched the cunning beast in the face. The flames only burned off its whiskers, and the beast tumbled several times before getting back up. As expected, they have thick skin and tough flesh. After sighing, Su Yuan didn't rush to make a move. He felt the energy surging in his body was released from that punch, unlike the special nighttime battle he had with Exine Keishi and the others. That was just a release that went straight down, which was very comfortable, but it did not improve oneself at all. But in this battle, the magic power in his body turned into flames, and with each punch, he felt his body's power increase. Of course, if Su Yuan had to choose between the 2 types of combat, he would definitely choose the first one. There are many ways to become powerful, but there is only one way to achieve true comfort from the soul. The cunning beast stared at the human in front of it, burning its whiskers and contorting its face in a ferocious grin. Its 2 5 or 6 centimeter long sharp teeth lunged at Su Yuan. The teeth were embedded in the tree trunk behind Su Yuan. Su Yuan, who had leaped to the top of its head, landed instantly and threw another punch at its head. A fiery serpent coiled around his fist, which gleamed with a cold light. At Su Yuan's knuckles, a brass knuckle covered in spikes was deeply embedded in the flesh of the beast's head. Bang! Chapter 345 Gravity. Breakthrough Success. In the woods filled with scattered snowflakes, every now and then a clump of snow hanging from the trees would fall to the ground. Hoo-ha-hoo-ha. Su Yuan was covered in sweat. His previous clothes had been torn and thrown on the ground. At this moment, he was only wearing a pair of shorts that reached his knees to cover his body. His muscles were covered in mud and sawdust, and his intense body heat caused wisps of white smoke to rise from his body. Almost there, just a little bit more. Although he didn't understand what a breakthrough was, he always felt that there was a thin film sticking to his body, and he felt that he was always just a little bit short of tearing it off. Gulp, gulp. The cunning beast opposite it got up from the ground again. Many of the scales on its limbs had fallen off. Its original gray-brown body was stained black with blood, and one of its 2 long teeth was broken off. However, these were mostly superficial injuries. In order to break through, Su Yuan did not use a weapon that could kill with one blow, but instead wore brass knuckles and slowly wore it down. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, covered in sweat and with his chest heaving violently, looked as if he had reached his limit. And because he had drunk quite a few potions and drinks, the only potion left that could provide life force was the last one, the Space Spirit drink, which cost 10,000 points. If you can't break through today, you can start your journey. After swallowing his drink in one gulp, Su Yuan charged forward again. This time, the fist he swung felt much lighter, as if he had only lightly swung it, but suddenly it also felt extremely heavy. The surrounding snowflakes were pressed to the ground, and the originally loose snow on the ground sank further into the ground. The moment the fist knuckle duster touched the cunning beast's claws, the already somewhat broken claws were instantly shattered, and the cunning beast's left forelimb was smashed off without any resistance. Awoo! The cunning beast, sent flying, crashed violently into the cliff behind it, shaking off some of the rubble. The noise made the people fishing in the distance glance towards the forest. Sister Shuemi, can you go and see Su Yuan? Fox 9 asked, tugging at Shuemi's arm with some concern. Okay, let's move the boat a little closer first. Shuemi calculated the distance to the shore and took out the short blade hidden at her waist. Just as the raft was being rowed, a large black shadow darted out from the distant forest. Su Yuan's arrogant laughter behind it spurred it to run even faster, limping as it prepared to plunge into the sea. Gravity. Su Yuan felt that his body was stronger than before. His originally tired body seemed to be filled with power, as if he had a final burst of energy. With a wave of his arm, the huge gravity emanating from his body pressed the cunning beast's body to the ground. I guess I've advanced to the level of an advanced awakened warrior, but this gravity, I guess it's more like the spatial elemental force I'm controlling. I never expected that after learning spatial magic, I would now be able to advance and awaken the ability to control spatial gravity as a warrior. Those 30,000 points were well spent. The cunning beast in the distance was not dead yet. It slapped its tail against the ground, and with the pressure of gravity, it thrashed into the air, trying to escape back into the sea by swinging its fish tail. Space. Su Yuan wanted to give chase, but the depletion of his energy caused his legs to give way and he collapsed to the ground. Forget it, let it go. We've been training with it for so long. Consider it a life we saved. Since he had escaped, he was too lazy to continue chasing him in the sea, as the creature with the fish tail was even more troublesome down below. Click! Just as he slowly walked to the edge of the cliff, the snow on the raft stirred, and his figure appeared in midair like lightning. The black iron blade that he had just saved up to buy pierced the cunning beast's eye. Before the beast could even land, she returned to the raft. Blood flowed from the empty eye socket as the beast crashed into the sea, splashing bloody water before floating back to the surface, its remaining eye filled with despair. So strong. The beast girls around her stared in shock at Shuemi wiping her blade. Even Su Yuan was startled. When she charged at him, none of them had been able to react in time. If she had been determined to kill herself, she probably would have already started her life anew. Now, Shuemi has become stronger again, or rather, with the nourishment from the flesh and blood of various magical beasts, she has regained her original strength. Su Yuan, are you alright? After the initial shock, everyone looked at Su Yuan on the cliff edge with some concern. He was naked in the heavy snow, and the white smoke emanating from his body was as thick as if he were cooking over a fire. It's alright. Come on up and pick some fruit. The fruit that grows here tastes pretty good. Su Yuan opened the system shop and bought a few skewers of takoyaki and some original flavor takoyaki. He was exhausted from the battle, but he had successfully entered the rank of advanced awakened warrior. I just don't know why I don't have that strange rune on my forehead. You can't just look down on someone because they're from out of town, right? No, you should say they're aliens. After resting for a while, everyone climbed ashore. The cliff was quite high, so Su Yuan lowered a rope to pull them up, leaving only Mangsing to guard the boat and the fish and shrimp they had caught. Su Yuan, are you really alright? What just happened? When they came up, everyone saw that Su Yuan looked exhausted and was covered in sweat and mud. Fox 9 rushed over in a panic to check on Su Yuan's body. It's alright, don't you trust me? Don't forget I have a lot of magical artifacts. Fox 9 was so concerned that she forgot about the weapons Su Yuan possessed that could be traded, enough to raise the entire forest to the ground. I just fought that third-tier magical beast, and I've broken through to become an advanced awakened warrior. You've broken through? Huh. When did you become an awakened warrior? And why isn't there any light on your forehead? The little fox brushed away the hair stuck to Su Yuan's forehead. There was no runic light on his forehead, only sticky sweat. I don't know either. I've been an awakened warrior for a long time, but I still can't make my forehead shine. He didn't know why either, and could only assume that he was an outsider and that his physical constitution was different from that of the beast girls of the divine race. Otherwise, after being in another world for so long, besides the lack of rune light on his forehead, his companions, Lion Cat Knight and the others, have still not gotten pregnant. Surely it's not that I have some kind of infertility disease. What ability did the leader awaken? Everyone crowded around, looking at Su Yuan with anticipation. Even the usually calm and collected Xuemi was eagerly listening from the side. Gravity. Gravity. Fox 9 exclaimed in shock, then asked in confusion, what is gravity? Every time, he looked shocked. Fox 9 provides plenty of emotional value, but couldn't he ask for clarification before being shocked? That's it. Su Yuan felt that his physical strength and magic power had recovered somewhat. He drew upon the non-existent rune light, and the gravity around him slowly increased. The snow was pushed down, and the beast girls standing beside him all knelt down. Only Snow Fan remained standing. However, her face was also full of astonishment. Under such pressure, she had no chance at all to flap her wings and fly, or rather, she would fall immediately as soon as she took flight. Such incredible ability. Chapter 346 Damn. The price has to be lowered. In a cave near a desolate snowfield. Damn beasts, shaman, those guys are treating us like wild animals. At this moment, a group of fox people were gnawing on raw meat. The fox shaman, expressionless, frowned as he looked at the snowy sky outside the cave. I was overthinking it. I thought they were just saying the opposite of what they meant, but it turns out those guys really didn't stay in the icy wilderness. The fox man behind him gritted his teeth and asked with some doubt, could it be that those strange beasts have left the snowfield? Those foreign beast men in the mountains are not easy to deal with. Leave? Perhaps. Orcs are human too, driven by self-interest. If that beastman shaman hands over a large amount of food to those foreign orcs, do you think they'll let them go? Damn it, we're all orcs, but those guys don't treat us like our own kind at all. The fox shaman ignored its complaints and smiled as it looked at the black dots appearing in the snow. I'm finally back. A moment later, the black spot grew larger and larger, and soon a fox person covered in snow ran in. Shaman, how's the investigation going? The foxman's expression was very serious as he said earnestly, the Maguang tribe has vanished. All the people and everything inside has disappeared without a trace. Disappeared? Another one has disappeared. Now even the shaman of the fox spirits couldn't sit still. The shaman of the icy snowfield had disappeared, and now the shaman of the Wangshui Mountains had also vanished. This was simply too bizarre. Nothing was left behind. There wasn't even a piece of wood left. We searched for ages under the snow, and this was the only thing we found. The fox person handed a small black bottle to the shaman. The bottle was exquisitely crafted. He held it to his nose and sniffed it. The slightly pungent smell made him frown. They started fighting. That group didn't leave the snowfield. The shaman's face was very serious. It was too fast. He hadn't expected that they would be completely defeated by Mu Guang after only going to the icy snowfield. The tribe had been robbed of even a single piece of wood. Continue the investigation and find out where those people are hiding. Be careful not to expose yourself. After picking some fruit in the woods, the group paddled back to the tribe on a raft. Mengsing's large net of fish and shrimp drew a crowd of envious onlookers. Such a bountiful catch of fish and shrimp was rare in the nearshore waters. Normally, collecting even a bucketful was considered a great feast. Chief, did you go fishing in the sea? What a feast. This will surely sell for a lot of copper coins. They have my favorite giant clamshells. Chief, can we go fishing in the sea together? Amidst the cacophony of voices, Su Yuan picked up a megaphone and shouted, everyone, don't crowd, line up and listen to me. He was quite authoritative. At his command, everyone stood obediently in front of him, looking at him expectantly. This is a raft, a wooden boat that Fox 9 and the others made. It's still dangerous right now. Once it's finished, everyone can buy a boat or rent one for a day. Rent? What's that? Now that the tribe has just begun to understand the concept of buying and selling, they don't quite understand the concept of renting. So Su Yuan continued to explain. Renting means paying a very low price to borrow something from someone else, and you have to return it when the time is up. You also have to compensate for any damage caused during the use of the item. Of course, it's up to you to set the price. The most important thing is that going to sea is dangerous. Either buy some potions that allow you to breathe underwater, or invite a mermaid to accompany you on your voyage. There were no particularly powerful magical beasts in the nearby waters. Su Yuan was quite certain of this. After all, Hai Ling and the others had caught quite a few fish and shrimp in the area over the past few months. The powerful magical beasts were mostly dealt with by the people sent by the Star Tribe, and some clever creatures also chose to leave the nearby sea area, leaving behind a large number of ordinary creatures such as fish and shrimp. Just in case, Su Yuan still explained the rules to everyone. Moving around at sea is not as easy as on land. Few of the beast girls who had just entered the sea would be able to stay upright and not fall into the water. Fox 9, Kong, here's the blueprint for you. Reinforce the sides of your ship, like this will do. You two can study it slowly. What he gave to Hu Jio and Kong was a small ancient wooden boat. It wasn't too difficult to make, and it combined the manufacturing techniques he had taught Hu Jio before with the unique properties of the materials from another world. With the intelligence of these two little foxes, they will surely be able to figure it out. After explaining everything, Su Yuan immediately returned to the tribe. He was covered in sweat from the fight and felt weak all over. All he wanted to do was soak in the hot spring. When we arrived at the hot spring pool, there were a few beast girls happily playing in the water. With the payment rules in place, it wasn't as crowded as before. Everyone came here to soak because they were tired. Of course, there's also the very leisurely salted fish, who's squinting its eyes and almost submerged in the pool. Wu Ying, aren't you going to go sell your night lights anymore? Feeling her exposed belly being pinched and rubbed, Wu Ying angrily opened her eyes and slapped away Su Yuan's outstretched hand. That's all your fault. Give me back the money I earned from my previous work, and now you've brought back that blue glowing stone, so nobody's buying my stuff anymore. As the one who suffered losses in the tribal reforms, Wu Ying looked at Su Yuan angrily, as if she wanted to strangle him, but when she thought that she couldn't beat him, she turned her head away in anger. Su Yuan wasn't angry when his belly was slapped away. He immediately reached out again. Such a soft and chubby belly was rare, especially since Wu Ying had gained a lot of weight in the Star Tribe. It felt even more comfortable to rub it. I used those stones to build streetlights for the tribe. Could you make a small night light that everyone can use to find their way? After all, it's not as bright outside as inside the tribe. When he brought the blue obsidian back, he didn't think much about it, and forgot that there was a laborer in the tribe he had arranged to work hard making a night light. After Wu Ying had lit up most of the tribe, the Star Tribe underwent a currency reform. Unlike the black sheep, who are able to work, she, as a witch, has to rely on the white firefly for sustenance, lighting up a few stones every day to sell at the market. I'm shivering with rage. I am a witch. A noble witch. Don't be angry. Give me a massage, and I'll pay you 20 copper coins. Su Yuan took out 2 large copper coins from his storage space and tossed them to Wu Ying's chest. 2 large copper coins. How many stones would I need to sell, and how many candied hawthorns could I buy? 20 copper coins. Wu Ying picked up the copper coins in front of her and did some mental calculations. 1 string of candied hawthorns cost 6 copper coins, 2 strings would cost 12, 3 strings, 18. It seemed that she could only afford to buy 3 strings of candied hawthorns. No, at least 30. 30 it is. Damn, that's too low. I should have just asked for 50 copper coins. Wu Ying gritted her teeth, looked at Su Yuan lying on the clam shell, and obediently walked over, sat on Su Yuan's back with her little bottom, and vigorously rubbed his back with both arms. Ever since everyone started seeing Nicoya massaging Su Yuan at the hot springs, most of them have learned a little bit of massage techniques, especially those like Akihiko, who already knew some. However, whether they are skilled or not is another matter. For example, Wu Ying was kneading dough on Su Yuan's back, her knuckles turning white from the force, and she kept muttering to herself, I'll crush you, you stingy bastard. Buying too. I just wanted a few candied hawthorns, and she wouldn't buy me any. I'm a witch, you know. Chapter 347. Are you about to die? Chief Su Yuan, I feel I have fully recovered. We can set off now. After recuperating in the Star Tribe for almost a month, Lung Shi still asked to leave. In fact, if it weren't for wanting to stay a little longer with her little girls, she would have recovered 10 days ago. These past few days, having arrived in this new and exciting place, they've finally experienced what life is all about. During the day, they fish and go beachcombing with the people of the Star Tribe, and at night they soak in hot springs and play games. People no longer need to worry about food, nor do they need to hide to avoid being attacked by other tribes or monsters. It's a pity they don't belong here. Are you fully recovered? Su Yuan lifted her arm to take a look. The hideous wound had long since turned into a faint white scar. Lung Shi's skin was very fair, so the scar would disappear completely in no time. Let's set off then. Do you want to use up all the copper coins you have? After all, these copper coins won't be of any use after we leave. Copper coins only circulate within the star tribe. Outsiders don't recognize these small, round coins. Lungshi shook her head and said, no need. We bought some food and salt. We can use the remaining copper coins next time. She didn't really want to leave the star tribe, but the thought of her previous tribe pierced her relaxed heart, which is why she chose to leave. She knew that if she didn't speak up, Su Yuan wouldn't send them away. This place called Xingqian could no longer be called a tribe, and she didn't know what it was. In short, it's no longer the tribe she knew it to be. Very well, the gates to the stars will always be open to you. Su Yuan didn't pay any attention. After giving a few instructions, he crossed several suspension bridges and arrived at an open area, which was the closest area to the market and the coast. The bridge had been left and used after Fox 9 and the others built it, and Su Yuan hadn't allowed anyone else to approach it. Now it could finally be put to good use. A spatial teleportation array is a two-way anchor point magic. You have to create one array here and then create another array in another place. Recalling his research over this period, he realized that the space teleportation array was not as convenient as he had imagined. In addition to having to create identical anchor points at both locations, it also required an energy supply array. This energy can take any form, such as the sorcery of a shaman or the runic power of an awakened warrior, but you can't expect him or any beast girl to act as a human generator. Fortunately, I had previously unlocked an item that provides a huge amount of energy for 10,000 points through the star core, so the matter of the human-powered generator can be put on hold. Hopefully the energy consumption won't be too high. A star core origin stone that costs 10,000 points isn't cheap. Su Yuan squatted down and slowly began to carve the circular array with a carving knife. The array was very complex, and he also had to circulate the spatial elements within his body to inject them into the carving process. Fortunately, he had practiced many times before, so he easily carved a dense and complex teleportation array pattern on the ground. After Lung Shi and the others were already in the distance, the 5-star core source stones were placed in the array pattern according to their special positions. All you need to do is carve the same spatial teleportation array again, and then place the star core source stone in the same position to open a two-way teleportation array. Teleportation is also very simple. Just stand above and wait for the energy of the 5-star core source stones to start activating the spatial elements of the magic circle, and then you will be teleported to the other side. Red Fox, from now on, no one is allowed to approach this magic circle, and no one is allowed to touch it. After completing the project, Su Yuan wiped away his sweat and handed over the matter of the magic array to Red Fox, as this spatial teleportation array was crucial to whether he could teleport back. If it gets damaged by someone, he'll have to spend months getting back, and then another few months getting back to the Broken Ice Valley, which would be incredibly agonizing. Don't worry, I'll have someone keep an eye on me at all times. Well, I plan to go to the Shattered Ice Valley with Lung Shi and the others next. The development of the tribe will depend on you. Now that the tribe is on the right track, he doesn't need to handle many things anymore, and minor problems can be solved through the shamans. The only major problem is that some beast girls with nowhere else to go have been joining the Star Tribe, making it increasingly crowded, and expansion is now necessary. Further ahead, the steep uphill roads made habitability impossible. The only options were to expand towards the coast or establish new territories in new places. Let's pack our things and set off. Accompanying Su Yuan were Shirshir's team, Long's small team, and Pan Yu, a group of more than 30 people, plus Lung Shi and her own team. As for Lei Yu and his group of prisoners, Su Yuan did not choose to bring them out. It would be easier for them to control them if they remained in the tribe. Just as he was leading everyone to leave, Shuemi suddenly appeared beside him. Since their last time adrift at sea, her attitude had become much warmer and gentler than before. Upon seeing Su Yuan, she suppressed her smile and spoke softly. Mu Guangwu heard that you were leaving and asked me to call you over. What's that guy up to now? Su Yuan eventually stopped the group and went alone to the wooden house where Mu Guang was being held, where Ling Ling was still guarding her. After being released, the two sisters, Yanhua and Yinduo, earned money in the tribe every day and used copper coins to buy some delicious food for Mu Guang. Hey, you look great. You've gained weight recently. Su Yuan sat down next to Mu Guang before she could speak and pinched the tender flesh on Mu Guang's stomach with his fingers. Savage, you're leaving? Suppressing her irritation and disgust, Mu Guang stared at him with a slight frown. After being locked up for several months, Mu Guang's attitude was no longer as arrogant as before, and after being touched by Su Yuan for a long time, he seemed to have a desensitization reaction and no longer resisted as before. Over the past few months, She had failed to make Su Yuan beg her, and her pride and the dignity of looking down on everyone were gradually shattered. What? Are you planning to take control of my tribe after I leave? Seeing that Mu Guang's attitude had improved, Su Yuan became even more audacious, pulling her close and teasing her pointed, elfin ears. He wasn't worried about control at all. The tribe had stockpiled some purification syrup, and most importantly, nearly 2,000 or 3,000 people in the tribe no longer obeyed any shaman. Unless Mu Guang can control Su Yuan, all she will face is the pain of her soul being burned. Let go. The touch on her ear made Mu Guang blush. She tried to struggle, but couldn't get away. In a short while, she was panting heavily, and her eyes began to look hazy and watery. Is it that serious? I didn't have this much of a reaction when I touched Mao Yi and the other's ears. Seeing that something was wrong with Mu Guang, Su Yuan quickly let go of her hand. In just a short while, his body was covered with Mu Guang's sweat. Hoo-ha hoo-ha. After catching his breath, Mu Guang came to his senses, glared at Su Yuan, and continued, I don't have much time left. I want to make a new deal with you. Are you dying? You're the one who's about to die. Chapter 348. You're the one who's about to die? Then what did you mean by not much time left? Mu Guang took a deep breath, regained his composure, and forced himself to sit up from beside Su Yuan, staring at him as he said, Not only do I not have much time left, but you don't have much time left either. Thump. Hiss. Damn barbarian, why did you hit me? Stop beating around the bush. What are you trying to say? Mu Guang closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time before saying, Can you really go to the heavenly realm? This was her last bargaining chip. She didn't know what other way she could make a deal with Su Yuan. Of course, isn't it just flying? Want to fly into the sky? That's easy, isn't it? Fly? Ha! This time, Mu Guang smiled very happily, his eyes filled with excitement. Before she could even chuckle twice, Su Yuan immediately stuck his finger into her throat, abruptly stopping her cheerful laughter. Ugh, filthy, barbaric, tui. She could accept Su Yuan touching her at will, since it wasn't her own body anyway, but she couldn't accept licking the fingers of a person from the lower realm. That was a matter of dignity. If you laugh again, I'm leaving. Halt. Do you think being able to fly means you can go to the heavens? There are plenty of barbarians among you from the lower realms who can fly. Have you ever seen them go to the heavens? Sorry, I've never seen anyone who can fly. Could you introduce me to a few? A flying beast girl. If I could tame her, she would be much more useful than Snowball. Come to think of it, he has never tried soaring through the sky before. If you agree to our deal and give me a copy of the artifact, I will control an entire flying tribe for you. Tell me what you were laughing about before. You can fly but can't go to the heavens. Of course you can't go. The heavenly realm is not like your lower realm. Even if you can fly, you can only reach some desolate floating islands. Entering the heavenly realm is not that simple. Sky Island. Is the so-called celestial realm just a floating island? Su Yuan looked out the window. Thick clouds obscured the sky, but he had never seen any floating islands or even small black dots in his memory. This completely piqued his curiosity, and he quickly asked, Then the celestial realm you mentioned is also a floating island? Do you remember the 7 queens of the heavens I told you about? The 7 queens control the 7 largest sky islands, and each sky island is a part of the heavens. Without the queen's blessing, it is absolutely impossible to enter one. I see. Then why do I have to go to their celestial realm? Can't I just find a desolate sky island and build my own celestial realm? A long-lost silence fell over the air. Mu Guang also realized that Yin Hua and Yin Duo had told her that the person in front of her was extremely powerful and could trade various items with an unknown god. The two sisters have witnessed the entire tribe grow from a few dozen people to 3,000 people today. The lack of food, clothing, and other necessities they faced during that time seemed to be no problem at all. They simply waved their hands, and those things appeared out of thin air. I can make the Queen of Dawn's most important subordinate your slave. Finally, they reached a point that interested them. Su Yuan looked at her and asked, How can you, in your current state, make a queen's subordinate my slave? In my current state, you promise me I'll make her your slave. She's very powerful and has mastered a lot of knowledge about the celestial realm. Feeling that he didn't have enough bargaining chips, Mu Guang saw Su Yuan frowning and quickly moved closer to add to his offer, saying, I can also find a way to send you into the heavenly realm of the Dawn Queen. If we cooperate and we take care of her, you will be the king of the Dawn Heaven, and I will not interfere. Then what is your purpose? Is it just to obtain a divine gift? This scheme is completely disproportionate to her efforts. If the divine gift were a Dragon Ball that could grant wishes, then her actions would be understandable. But it's just a machine that changes the temperature and weather. Mu Guang lowered his eyes and explained, I obtained the divine gift and made a deal with another queen to rescue Queen Yueshi. It seems the celestial realm isn't as peaceful as he imagined. Are you truly one of Queen Moon's people? Of course, after Queen Moonlight was captured, the entire Moonlight Heaven became ruins. Only I was still hiding in the Queen's castle with some people, planning to rescue her. Su Yuan didn't ask any further questions. The Heavenly War was too early for him to understand, and even if he knew, it wouldn't make any difference. However, there is one that is not early at all. When are you going to give me the Queen of Dawn's people? And will she find out? It's possible anytime. Even if she finds out, it won't make a difference. Going up is difficult, and coming down isn't easy either, especially for the stronger the person, the less likely they are to leave that barrier. Since that's the case, I promised you, I will give you a share of the divine gift. We can discuss the transaction when I return. Su Yuan couldn't refuse to exchange some points for an elven slave with great strength and a lot of knowledge about magic. The so-called divine gift was probably a technological product left behind by an alien starship. By the time he has the strength to go to the celestial realm, the system will probably have already reached the 4th level of the shop, and the weather-changing machine will probably have appeared in the system shop as well. Mu Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she was captured, cooperating with Su Yuan was the best plan she could think of these past few days, provided that Su Yuan would agree. Then you'd better be careful. Those ugly creatures from the netherworld are about to appear. The passage is in the crater of the burning Frost Peak. You want the divine gift to save Queen Moonlight, so what do those people from the netherworld do with it? Mu Guang explained. It is said that the environment of the netherworld is harsh. Those people steal the divine gifts from the Snowfield in order to change the environment of the netherworld. They are not only found in the Snowfield, but also in other places. Other places? There is one in the Forest of Healing Spirits, and another in the Azure Ocean. I don't know about the others. Now that the two have formed a cooperative relationship, Mu Guang has told Su Yuan everything about the divine gift without reservation. Then why don't you go to those 2 places to get the divine gifts? I can't defeat the Forest of Healing, and I can't find the Azure Ocean. The only information I have is about the divine gifts in this Snowfield. It seems there was more than one extraterrestrial spaceship that crashed on this primitive planet. Su Yuan was a little puzzled. Even the expired culture medium here in the Snowfield could modify the genes of orcs. Judging from Mu Guang's tone, those places seem to be fine. What else do you want to know? I can help you with the matter of the netherworld. Just release me and let these primitive people transfer their energy to me. I can then use a magic array to capture them before they come out. Let you go? I'll even transfer energy to you, and then I'll give you the staff to cast a magic circle. Seeing the suspicious look in his eyes, Mu Guang gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, saying, Now that we've reached an agreement, I won't target you anymore. And as I've already said, we don't have much time left. Are you really going to die soon? You're the one who's about to die. Chapter 349 Portable Teleportation Array. Goodbye. After discussing with Mu Guang for a long time, under her resentful gaze, Su Yuan left the tribe. Of course, Mu Guang was still not released and remained lying in the wooden house like a lazy bum, waiting for Su Yuan to return. Su Yuan didn't give her a definite answer about the Frost Peak volcano either, saying he would consider it when he returned. After all, the world is vast, and expanding the tribe is the most important thing right now. Outside the camp gate, the tribe's people beside Lung, she waved to the beast girl outside the gate of the Starry Sky tribe, their eyes filled with reluctance. For the sake of convenience, the snow camel she had captured earlier was left here for the time being. All right, we'll be back in the future. Your Cold Creek chief still has plenty of copper coins in his pocket. Seeing them looking back every few steps, Su Yuan patted their heads and laughed. If it weren't for Lung Shi's request, he would have let these little ones stay in the tribe for the time being. Can we really come back? Of course, you are welcome to come anytime, but we plan to build a larger tribe in the Shattered Ice Valley, so you can also come to the Shattered Ice Valley to find us. The little guy looked puzzled, scratched his head, and asked, Then you don't want this place anymore? Of course not. Have you forgotten what they called me? Godly shaman. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously, then mounted to Xuan. The shadow of the tribe behind him grew smaller and smaller, while the snowfield in front of him became more and more open. Splash. After traveling for half a month, the group passed through a dense forest and arrived at a flowing river valley. The river water was clear and icy cold, flowing downstream along an irregular channel. It will take about 10 more days to reach our destination. Lung Shi squatted down and reached out to touch the icy river water, feeling a little nervous. The monster that attacked them had only been repelled, not killed. However, upon seeing Su Yuan and his group beside him, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's rest here for the night. Su Yuan looked up at the sky. It was getting dark, and the road down the mountain in the distance was very steep. It would be easy to fall down the mountain in the dark. Let's go look for prey nearby. Then let's go collect firewood. Everyone got busy, and Su Yuan found a rock by the river to sit down, opened the system, and looked at the white line that had appeared on the map. Based on this distance, the shattered ice valley should be here. He roughly gestured with his fingers, indicating that the location of the shattered ice valley was about 500 kilometers away from the starry sky, tribe by the sea. This location is closer to the tribe that Mu Guang once established, about 300 kilometers away. 500 kilometers. I wonder how much energy it takes to teleport once. Having not seen the people of the Star Tribe for almost half a month, Su Yuan also felt a little missing them. Usually, only Red Fox would report on the tribe's situation through the conch shell. Another wanderer joined the tribe, and Fox 9 and Kong built a super big ship, but it was so big that they couldn't row it at all. The increase in numbers prompted Red Fox and her group to decide to continue expanding, resulting in many more buildings appearing on the nearby beaches. However, due to Su Yuan's orders, they were still some distance from the sea. How about I set up a teleportation array here and try it out? Su Yuan was somewhat tempted. A spatial teleportation array wasn't troublesome, and it didn't consume much spatial element. As for points, even if the teleportation array was filled with star core source stones, it wouldn't cost much. Without further ado, while everyone was busy setting up the temporary camp, Su Yuan exchanged a round wooden board from the system shop and then used a dagger to carve and draw on it. Su Yuan, what are you doing? After a while, Mao Ye and the others returned with a pile of wood, while Shishir dragged the corpse of a giant magical beast behind him. I'll carve a teleportation array and see if I can teleport back. Limited by his previous thinking, he had always believed that teleportation arrays could only be carved on the ground. Now he realized that since the flow of elements was only on those carved patterns, why not use a movable wooden plate? In this way, in the future, as long as someone takes the magic disc made from the teleportation array to another place, he can teleport over long distances. Are we going back now? Mao Yu was a little disappointed. They had only been playing for less than a month, and now they had to go back. It's not about going back, it's about testing how well the teleportation array works. I'll go back and check on everyone, then teleport back later. Then I want to go back too. I picked a lot of fruits I've never seen before on the way. I can ask Millen to make me candied hawthorns. I want to go back too. I miss the black sheep witch. The two little ones dropped the wood they were holding and ran to Su Yuan's side, hugging his arm tightly. It was unclear whether they really wanted to go back or were just curious about the spatial teleportation array. Then you two let go of me first. Lion, I'm leaving this place to you for now. We'll be right back after we go back. If there's anything urgent, just stand on this magic circle and you'll be teleported there too. Okay, don't worry, leave this to me. Carving on the wooden board was much simpler than carving on the ground. After several star core stones were embedded in their respective positions, a silvery white light emanated from them. However, since Su Yuan's sculpture was only big enough for one person to stand on, the two little guys hung on him, one in front and one behind. Su Yuan, quickly support my bottom. I'm about to fall. The three of them stood on the magic circle. Su Yuan was also a little nervous. As the view in front of him turned into a white blur, when he could see clearly again, they were back in the tribe. At this moment, everyone was preparing dinner. Looking at the well-organized camp, Su Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that so much had changed in just half a month. Chief, you're back. The sharp-eyed beast girl immediately spotted the three people standing not far away and waved at Su Yuan while holding food in her hand. Many people put down their food and gathered around. Although everyone knew the purpose of the things Su Yuan had carved, they were still quite shocked to see it being passed around in person. Su Yuan. Red Fox ran over and happily hugged Su Yuan. Cat Knight, who was in front of her, blushed from being squeezed by the two of them and quickly broke free and jumped down. Why did you come back so soon? We're almost at the Shattered Ice Valley, so I thought I'd come back and take a look since I had nothing else to do. Su Yuan kissed her, then turned to look at the teleportation array behind him. The star core source stones, which served as the energy source, had not consumed much energy, and the 5 source stones were still full of energy. You must not have eaten well on this journey. Let's eat something first. It was lunchtime, and Red Fox quickly pulled Su Yuan to the dining area, which was the most shocking thing for Su Yuan. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged on the wooden floor. The small stools were filled with beast girls, who, just like before, had placed food on the table and were now eating with smiles on their faces. The animal skin clothes they were wearing, and the primeval forest scenery behind them, made it look like a film crew having dinner. If this place weren't so small, I was planning to have everyone sit down and eat together, but some people actually bought small tables that were made and went back inside to eat. Some people plan to wait until everyone else has finished eating before they come to eat. Su Yuan nodded, understanding the reason. The wooden house he built wasn't very big. Even some beast girls with legs longer than his life were cramped sleeping inside, let alone eating. Don't worry, we'll be at the Shattered Ice Valley in about 10 days. After a while, recruit some strong tribesmen and issue a notice in the name of the chief to establish a new territory. Chapter 350 Shattered Ice Valley. The group made it downhill for the last 10 days or so without incident. As they looked at the plains that were getting closer and closer, Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The river flowed downstream, converging into a wide river with surging currents. Many wild animals bent down to drink from the river. In the distance, several mountain peaks covered with dense forests stand all around, and the plain below, as Lungshi had described, is flat and open, with many pebbles of different sizes scattered among the snow and green grass. It's just ahead. Our former tribe was at the foot of that mountain. When talking about her tribe, Longshi's eyes showed a hint of melancholy, but she quickly cheered up. Be extremely careful. That river monster usually hides in the water and only pounces when its prey isn't paying attention. Before she could finish speaking, a violent roar suddenly came from the river in the distance. A wild boar on the bank was being tightly bitten by the monster in the river. After rolling around a few times, the boar's head was completely bitten off. That's it. Lungshi seemed very agitated, and Su Yuan quickly grabbed her arm to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, by the time you go down it will have already left, and you're no match for it anyway." Although it was quite far away, Su Yuan had already clearly seen the guy's figure through the binoculars. With short limbs, a tail covered in scales, and a back covered in bone spurs, it was nearly 3 meters long, resembling a mutated crocodile. Unfortunately, at this distance, I could only see an outline and couldn't use the identification function. As the wild boar on the shore was killed, all the other creatures fled and scattered. After biting the wild boar, it jumped back into the water. You're right, I was too hasty. Be extremely careful when we go down. That thing is not only incredibly strong, but it also shoots poisonous stingers from its back. That's how the shaman and the other tribesmen were. Longshi bit her lip and clenched her fists tightly. If Wu hadn't ignored everyone's advice and left this place, none of them would have gotten into trouble. Su Yuan gently patted her shoulder at her sad expression. The magical beasts in this world are full of all sorts of strange abilities, like the mother claw they had faced before, the molten fire lizard, and the demon salamander that was trapped and died in the cave. If it weren't for his system and the ability to analyze the monster's abilities through the identification function, the Star Tribe would probably still be a small tribe struggling in the icy snowfields. Many of the beast girls he knew in the tribe would also die. We're planning to go there next. What are your plans? Us. Now that it was time to part ways, Lungshi felt lost. Should she return to the Shattered Ice Valley? Although Su Yuan and the others were able to kill the monster, she was afraid that if she closed her eyes, she would see the image of the witch and her people being poisoned to death. Why don't you go to the beach? There's a waterfall near our tribe. You can build some wooden houses there and live there. You can also collect supplies to sell in our tribe. It just so happens that your snow camels are still at our tribe's disposal, aren't they? Although the waterfall is not well hidden and is easily attacked by magical beasts that come to drink, it provides fresh water resources and allows people to catch fish in the lake. The surrounding area is still a forest, which is much better than the Icebreaker Valley. As for danger, Su Yuan sells a lot of special items from the system in the market, including various items worth less than 10,000 points, such as the Guardian Orb. Well, alright then, thank you for taking us into your tribe in exchange for supplies. Rather than wandering aimlessly, she decided to stay near the Star Tribe. This was her intention. She wanted to find a safe haven near the Star Tribe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept the copper coins circulating in the Star Tribe in her possession. Just go directly through the teleportation array. Once you get to the Star Tribe, ask Red Fox. She will have someone take you to that waterfall. A single teleportation over a distance of 500 kilometers consumes approximately 0.5% of the energy of 1-star core source stone. Based on the energy of 5-star core source stones, it can support the teleportation of about 1,000 people. Of course, this doesn't mean that teleportation consumes little energy. Su Yuan tried using his own magic power to teleport, and after teleporting about 20 people, his magic power was completely drained. No, let them go back first. I want to kill that monster before I go back. Longshi harbored a deep resentment, but she chose to flee for the survival of the remaining members of her clan. Now that she had the opportunity to take revenge, she naturally wouldn't leave. Alright, little guy, When you get back, lead everyone to stay put and wait for your Cold Creek leader to return victorious. Yes, yes, we'll wait patiently. After Lungshi's people left, Su Yuan led the fully equipped group towards the Shattered Ice Valley. As they descended the hillside, the plains in front of them allowed them to move even faster. The surrounding wild beasts were frightened by Su Yuan and his group's imposing presence and scattered in all directions. The blood in the river was washed away and returned to normal. Cat Knight returned to the tribe and informed the 5 shamans that 200 warriors should come and scout the area thoroughly. If any powerful magical beasts are found, kill them and bring them back. Shaman, take some men and investigate that cave. Report back to me if you find anything. Lion, Pan Yu, Lungshi, come with me to lure that monster out. Faced with this unfamiliar environment, Su Yuan naturally wouldn't settle down and start preparing for construction so easily. Not only did he have to deal with the monster in the river, but anyone in the vicinity who was no longer at the level of a wild beast could not survive. The group arrived at the riverbank, where the blood of the wild boar that had been killed earlier still lingered on the bank, and the strong smell of blood made Su Yuan frown. The river is very wide, about 20 meters wide, and the river is so fast that its depth is unknown. It is formed by the convergence of various tributaries from above, and then flows along the river into the distance. How can we lure that guy out? Su Yuan stared at the river in front of him, lost in thought. Based on the information Longxi had given him, this guy was powerful but also very cunning. He would even resort to sneak attacks to kill a wild boar. If we just stand here, the monster definitely won't appear. Leader Su Yuan, that monster is very vengeful. I injured it before, and as long as I'm here, it will definitely come out to take revenge. Cold Creek, unable to sense the monster's presence in the river, offered its own suggestion. No, that thing isn't stupid, and this place is too close to the river. Even if we get here, it will have already escaped. As Su Yuan spoke, he bent down and carefully searched the place where he had hunted the wild boar. In addition to the messy soil and wild boar blood, there were also a few pieces of white debris lying in the soil. Found it. These white fragments were exactly the same as the white bone spurs on the back of the monster he had seen through the binoculars earlier. Venomous crocodile horn. The white horn on the back of the venomous crocodile contains toxins. Upon contact with the body, it spreads through the bloodstream to the nervous system, causing paralysis of the limbs and difficulty breathing. Chapter 351 Hunting the Venomous Crocodile. Su Yuan carefully placed the horned crocodile's keratin into the origin tracking compass. As energy was injected into his body, the pointer began to swing. After several shakes, the pointer locked onto the direction to his right, and the angle didn't deviate too far, indicating that the crocodile was still hiding below the river. One by one, figures emerged from the teleportation array behind him. Upon seeing Xian Ku, who carried a long spear on his shoulder like Sun Wukong, he immediately had a good idea. Xian Ku, Shuemi, come and help me out. Hearing the calls, the two immediately came to Su Yuan's side. Xian Ku's keen sense of smell detected a hint of blood, and she frowned as she asked, "Are you injured?" "It's the blood of a wild beast. There's a monster hiding in this river, and we plan to get it out. This river will be the main waterway of the city in the future." Su Yuan does not intend to use firearms to destroy the riverbed, so the only solution he can think of at the moment is to use some primitive methods. "Snowflake, can you fly over here? The river is over 20 meters wide and extremely swift. If you fall in, you're likely to become prey for the venomous crocodile." "No problem." Shuemi nodded, and Su Yuan handed her the compass. Now that they knew the horizontal position of the poisonous crocodile, they only needed to determine its vertical position to pinpoint its exact location on the riverbed. After hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Shuemi immediately took the compass, flapped her transparent wings, and flew into the air with a push of her feet. Her frail wings could not support her flying in the sky for long, and her figure gradually slid down, her eyes fixed on the pointer of the compass in her hand. Finally, just as she was about to reach the other side of the river, the compass needle changed direction by 180 degrees. "It's there." Xian Ku. Beside her, Xian Ku was already prepared. The iron awl with a rope attached to it crackled with electricity. At Su Yuan's command, she aimed it at the spot Shuemi pointed to. Sizzle. Bang. The iron cone exploded into the river like a cannonball, splashing water everywhere. The loud noise drew the attention of the soldiers who had rushed over and surrounded Su Yuan. Crackling sound. After Xian Ku threw the iron spike down, the rope instantly taut, and streams of blood seeped into the river. Although they were quickly washed away by the river, they were still clearly visible. The rope was taut, and Xian Ku held the end tightly. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. Everyone pull it up. Su Yuan wasn't worried about the rope breaking. This rope was the dynamo rope that bound Yanhua and Yin Duo. If that venomous crocodile had a pulling force of over 10 tons, then he would ignore what Su Yuan said and start firing directly at them later. The rope won't break, but the iron spike might not stay stuck in the monster's flesh forever. If it breaks free during the thrashing, it won't be so easy to catch it next time. The people around him also grabbed the rope, and with a burst of strength, a figure leaped out of the river. Well, Su Yuan instantly recognized the figure, which roared with a ferocious mouth wide open in midair. After searching for a while, its eyes locked onto Lung Shi, who was holding onto the rope below, and it wanted to bite her to death. Get down. While its figure was still flying in midair, a powerful force of gravity slammed it to the ground. The crocodile tried to get up, but it felt as if a boulder was pressing down on it. Those around him were also suffering. Su Yuan had not mastered gravity to the point of being able to control it precisely, and the leaking pressure caused everyone to sit on the ground. Su Yuan stared at the venomous crocodile, the iron spike stuck in its tail. Xian Ku's attack had embedded half of the iron spike into its flesh. Spatial cutting. The pressure from all sides was relieved, and just as the crocodile reacted and prepared to shoot out the venomous spikes on its back, an invisible silver energy attached itself to the long sword that Su Yuan swung, severing all the flesh and venomous spikes from its back. Gah! Pain stimulated its nerves, and blood and venom began to seep from its back. Realizing it couldn't win, the crocodile immediately lunged into the river. However, the iron spike on its tail had not yet been removed. After Su Yuan cut off its most reliable poisonous stinger, he threw the spear that Xian Ku was carrying on its back to Lung Shi. You can deal with your enemies yourself. Thank you. A tear welled up in Lung Shi's eyes. She took the spear and went behind the struggling crocodile. The claws and the cracks in its teeth were the injuries she had inflicted earlier. The other party also broke one of her arms. If she hadn't met Su Yuan, she probably wouldn't have recovered by now and would have been dragging her injured arm, leading her people to hide in a cave and struggle to survive. Mother, your arbitrary actions have caused heavy casualties to our tribe. As a member of our tribe, I despise your arrogant nature, but as your child, you will always be my dearest mother. The crocodile in front of it realized it couldn't break free and tried to turn around and bite Cold Creek, but the rope on its tail was getting tighter and tighter, causing its hind legs to lift off the ground. But just as it was about to turn around and bite the man, the sight of death and the lightning flashing on its legs shattered its last hope. Without further hesitation, Lung Shi aimed her spear at the crocodile's eye, piercing through the egg-sized eyeball before it could even react. The spear pierced its eyeball, and Lung Shi kicked it on the head to stop it. The spear tip slowly embedded itself into the crocodile's eye socket and pushed forward. Finally, after the spear pierced through its jaws, the crocodile's struggling body gradually stopped, its remaining eye staring blankly ahead. Lung Shi released her spear and knelt in front of the crocodile's corpse. The sudden release of her pent-up frustration and hatred left her feeling lost and helpless. All right, you should go back now. Don't forget those little guys are still waiting for you. Su Yuan stepped forward and helped her up. Hearing the group of little ones still in the Star Tribe, Lung Shi's empty eyes snapped back to reality. Thank you so much. We will live by the waterfall you mentioned from now on. If your tribe is ever in danger, we will certainly not flee alone. You can't handle a situation that even I find dangerous. You should go back and rest first. Lung Shi's face turned red. Thinking about her own meager strength, she wished she could take back what she had said earlier. So she didn't say anything more, and after saying goodbye, she immediately lowered her head and returned to the Star Tribe. As more and more people arrived at the crushed ice valley, they were all very happy to look at this vast plain. Su Yuan first retrieved the carcass of the poisonous crocodile. Unfortunately, there was no indication of any rare items, but it did provide a lot of points, making up for the lack of transactions he hadn't completed that day. In the distant mountains, the warriors who had been sent out earlier returned one after another. Several teams dragged the corpses of some monsters in their hands, and their iron armor was covered with blood. With the first problem of reaching the shattered ice valley completely solved, it's time to plan how to build a city. Chapter 352. You're trying to fool me with something that's already out there. System, can you design a set of blueprints for me? Unable to provide. Add more money. Loading. Personalized city design map. 18,888 points. Only a little over 10,000 points. Let's trade. As Su Yuan finalized the deal, a scene of city construction in a snowstorm appeared in his memory, and the system also thoughtfully gave him a book of design blueprints. He felt a strange familiarity with the city's appearance, a tall city wall built around a hillside, and fertile plains outside the city filled with abundant crops. A silvery white moat surrounds the city, and its water is channeled into the city. The slowly flowing water can be seen in the recesses of some corners. Inside the city, ancient wooden houses rise from the vast plains. According to the system, this is the commercial center, the closest to the outside world, which facilitates trade with other tribes entering the city. As the largest region, it not only handles trade, but also houses military camps used for training and workshops for smelting and forging. Further in are steps made of bluestone. This higher area is the residential area, with houses built around the hillside above. Finally, there is the most luxurious conference hall and his residence at the top of the hill, located in the center of the city. Standing high above, one can see all the scenery of the city below. At the top of the mountain, there is a ladder leading to an underground cave, where all the precious items are stored. Dead memories began to assault Su Yuan. His fingers, gripping the design book, turned white as he asked angrily, "System, isn't this Wytron from the Elder Scrolls? You're trying to fool me with something that's already out there. This is not a ready-made map. It has been scanned and improved. A redesign will cost 188,888. Well, the dead memories weren't too aggressive. Su Yuan had already forgotten some of the city buildings he used to play with the Elder Scrolls when he was a kid. If it weren't for those familiar house plans, he probably wouldn't have been able to recognize them. Forget it, it's less than 20,000 points anyway. It's not impossible to build a city like Whiterun here. Su Yuan ignored the nearly 200,000 yuan design fee and immediately closed the system panel. Since he had made up his mind, he would not change it. However, he wanted to build a new city that was more solid and more beautiful than Baiman City. The first thing to do is to remove the city walls built of bluestone and replace them with cement. Su Yuan, everyone's here. About 600 or 700 people arrived through the portal behind them, but not all of them were warriors. Some petite and clever beast girls also joined them. Fox 9 approached Su Yuan and curiously surveyed this new world, with several massive mountain ranges in the distance obscuring the valley. Blue stones were scattered all over the ground, the largest of which was more frightening than a giant barbarian, while the smallest was no bigger than her toe. Where are Lei Yu and the others? Did you bring them? Now that we've finally managed to recruit these laborers, it's time for them to put their skills to good use. Them? They should have been brought here by long. Wait, where are they? Looking back across the entire plain, Hujio couldn't see any trace of Lei Yu and the others, and frowned in confusion. Suddenly, another figure appeared in the teleportation array. After looking around in a panic, he immediately ran towards Su Yuan. "Chief, it's terrible. A woman with big wings has come to our tribe and is trying to forcibly take away those prisoners." A woman with big wings? Capturing prisoners? Su Yuan's expression turned solemn as he recalled the enemy Lei Yu had mentioned, never expecting it to be a flying beast girl. It's unclear whether she's a beast girl who can truly soar freely in the sky, or a beast girl like Yukimi who can only glide briefly in the air. Is anyone hurt? No, there were only a few of them. They tried to kidnap someone and run away, but Sister Fox shot through their wings and caught one of them. The little guy proudly wagged its tail. The scene earlier had terrified the flying creatures, and the two sides were still locked in a stalemate. The shaman on the other side wants to see our leader, and now the Red Fox shaman has asked me to call you over to preside over the meeting. Unfortunately, they came to cause trouble just when he was about to start building the city. Su Yuan frowned and handed the plan to Hujio. Take a good look first, then arrange for everyone to go and collect some wood and stones from the vicinity. I'll come back and teach you after I've dealt with things over there. The most urgent task is to deal with those people first. As for building the city, we need to get the beast girls to collect the most needed wood and stone first. Leave it to me. The little fox's mind was no longer on this. After receiving the design blueprints from Su Yuan, she hugged them tightly with shining eyes and nodded in agreement. However, once opened, the pair of intelligent little eyes became quite dull, and the fox fur on its head stood up in a tuft. She spent more than 10 minutes looking at the first page. I don't understand it at all. No, I have to find Kong. He always claims to have done the most work on shipbuilding and is the smartest fox in the tribe. I don't believe you can understand this stuff. As the white light dissipated, Su Yuan returned to the Star Tribe by the sea. People gathered around him in the center of the camp, while several winged beast girls looked down from the sky with grim expressions. Hand over our people, or I guarantee your tribe will suffer a catastrophe. The woman in the lead had a pair of white feathered wings that resembled Shuegugus, and her long golden hair made her look just like a legendary angel. However, this angel was also dressed in white animal skins, and his somewhat worn iron sword was pointed directly at the crowd below, his eyes gloomy as he looked at his wounded and captured people. Are these people also from the celestial realm? Why are their wings a bit different from Mugwang's? Su Yuan observed from a distance and frowned when he noticed the black iron weapons in the hands of the group. Why were the people from the heavenly realm so annoying? One after another, they would come after the other, as if the old ones would appear after the young ones were beaten. Hand over the people? Then return the people you stole first, or I guarantee you won't leave here alive. Black Sheep walked out coldly, his eyes fixed on the group of invaders in the sky, behind whom two people were holding a wingless beast girl. Su Yuan remembered clearly that it was Sherlan from the Leiyu tribe, who was tall and sexy, but usually a bit silly. Damn it, do you really think your tiny tribe can stand against us? The winged beast woman gripped her staff tightly, intending to attack Ren Shi, who was holding her people captive. However, upon seeing the arrow emitting a dark green light in Huxi's hand, she immediately flapped her wings and rose several meters into the air. It was those strange arrows that captured them. Before the arrows even finished hitting their wings, they transformed into vines that paralyzed their bodies and tightly bound their wings. This resulted in them losing a warrior to the Star Tribe before they could even capture Leiyu. It wouldn't be difficult for our small tribe to wipe you out. Chapter 353. Why are there sorcerers everywhere? Su Yuan's arrival cleared a path through the crowd. In midair, the winged shaman frowned, his eyes fixed anxiously on the ground below. He has no magical power, nor is he an awakened warrior. I don't like talking with my head up, so please come down. The sky was not his advantageous battlefield at the moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yuan activated the spatial power within his body, and the immense pressure caused everyone around him to kneel on one knee. As for the winged people in the sky, they were in an even worse state. Their wings seemed to be filled with lead, and even with their faces flushed red, they could only flap them a couple of times. So, apart from the leader of the shaman, everyone else fell to the ground. Sherlan also fell heavily, landing on a winged person. Ouch! Stone Indigo. At this moment, Ingya, who was behind Su Yuan, rushed in front of him. Her black shadow condensed on the rope that had once bound her and threw it at Sherlan. The rope seemed to come alive. It fell in front of Sherlan, looped around her, and pulled her back. The surrounding winged people tried to stop them, but even raising their hands required great effort, and they could only watch as the person was dragged away. Court death. The winged witch above turned pale. Only now did she realize that this guy, who had no witch power, had a strange ability to restrain them. She gritted her teeth and hurriedly took out a fruit from her chest and ate it. The staff in his hand emitted an even stronger green light, and with the flapping of his wings, several thick green vines emerged from under the wooden floor, intending to entangle Su Yuan. Flame shield. The blazing flames transformed into a shield around Su Yuan, turning the vines to charcoal upon contact. The wisps of smoke made the winged sorcerer in midair seem even more anxious as he attacked. As the green light from the witch's staff in his hand grew stronger, even the leaves on the trees near the tribe swirled into a tornado, and those fragile green leaves could now scratch cracks in the stone walls. Su Yuan also stared intently at his opponent. This move was considered extremely powerful among the great witches, and even the black sheep might not be a match for it. Looking at the wooden tables and benches around him, which were all rolled up and messed up, his expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, don't ruin my house. Put off your witchcraft, or I'll kill them. Judging from her previous behavior, this winged human shaman would not abandon her companions, so she would certainly not watch them die in front of her. You dare. No sooner had he finished speaking than a short knife was placed against the neck of the winged human on the ground. The tornado stopped abruptly, and the leaves fell to the ground. Su Yuan looked at the other party's face, which was as black as charcoal, and knew that he had won this confrontation. In the instant the other party was distracted, Su Yuan murmured and his figure began to flicker, instantly appearing on the back of the winged human shaman. He held her chest armrest tightly with one hand to steady himself, while with the other hand he pressed a short knife against the skin of her neck. I said I don't like talking with my head up. How about we go downstairs and talk? When a shaman is in close combat, he is basically powerless to resist, except for those like Xian Ku who are skilled in both magic and martial arts. That's why he boldly flashed behind his opponent. After his wings were blocked, they stopped flapping, and the two figures fell to the ground. Su Yuan sat on her back, looking at the winged witch whose face was covered in mud. He calmly pulled the witch's staff from his hand. Such crude iron smelting methods. The staff is made of iron, but its dark and somewhat curved shape looks rather ugly. There is a polished totem on the top of the staff, making it look pitted and uneven. The system did not notify him of any rare items, so Su Yuan put them back into his storage space and wiped the mud off his hands onto the snow-white wings beneath him. Tie them up too, and remember to tie up their wings as well, so they don't fly away. With just 2 casual moves, he took down one of the great shamans. Lei Yu, who was kneeling not far away, stared wide-eyed. His enemy, who had been chasing him all the way, had been captured just like that. No wonder they sent one of their high-ranking shamans to eliminate them all. If they had gone themselves, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape that cave. What kind of witchcraft was that? It was amazing. At this moment, Su Yuan also came back. Lei Yu was very excited when she saw him and wanted to stand up and grab his arm, but her head was pressed down. She's a prisoner of war. Don't forget your prisoners of war too. Get your men here and get ready to go over there and move bricks. Prisoners? Ha ha ha. The winged shaman who was being tied up behind him suddenly laughed out loud, his face covered in mud as he stared at Lei Yu and said, I thought you had hired some help, but it turns out you've become someone else's prisoner. Huh, as if you're not one Qingyu. The two started bickering as soon as they met. The winged which was named Qingyu, which didn't surprise Su Yuan. The name suited her well. Although her feathers were white, her abilities were probably related to the wood element. Ha ha ha, just wait, Lei Yu. If the divine witch can't get what she wants, she will definitely send a large number of warriors to crush them. You are just temporarily tied up here. He really is a damn sorcerer. Long, go and bring Mu Guang here. Qingyu's gaze shifted from Lei Yu to Su Yuan. Her previous arrogant expression vanished, and she calmly addressed Su Yuan, saying, Hand them over to me, and our Xunyuan tribe will grant you anything you ask for. Give it to you? If I give it to you, who will build it for me? Wait, are you from the Kambara tribe? Kambara village. Why does it feel so familiar? Chief, Mu Guang has brought him here. Behind her, Long carried Mu Guang over. Seeing the chaos in the tribe, she roughly understood what was going on. Just as she was about to ask Su Yuan, she was suddenly thrown to the ground. You damned barbarian. Upon meeting her, Su Yuan immediately uttered these 2 harmless insults. He ignored her and pulled Long aside to whisper a question in her ear. Long, which tribe did your ancestors come from? The Xinyuan tribe. It is said to be a tribe in a plain over the Wangshua Mountains. There really is a Kambara tribe. At first, Su Yuan didn't take it to heart, treating it merely as a legend passed down from his ancestors. When he met Mu Guang, he only had a fleeting suspicion. Now that sorcerer has sent another team to the Snowfield, and the worst part is that I just happened to run into them. I've already hidden by the sea, yet I still managed to encounter something like this. Since that's the case, let's make the best of it. Su Yuan nodded, went back to the back, and picked up Mu Guang, who was glaring at him with gritted teeth. Those winged people said they came from a large tribe on the plains, and that they were also under the command of the shaman. Could they be people from the heavens? By the way, don't reveal that you're from the celestial realm. I don't want to cause any more trouble. He is currently busy building a city. After the city is completed, he will set up an expedition team to go to the Wangshua Mountains to find news about Chihu and her mother. He also plans to start the age of exploration on the coast. Where would they find the time to go searching for some divine gift with these idle celestial beings? Chapter 354, Xinyuan Tribe. Mu Guang turned his head to look at Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked with a hint of disdain, What are you sorcerers called? You are not worthy to know. Long, boil a bucket of water. I'm going to scald off the feathers on their wings to make Orlan-style roasted chicken wings. Xiao Chui. Our divine shamans are called Xiao Chui divine shamans. Xiao Chui? I'm Xiao Fong instead, Su Yuan retorted, adding that even Mu Guang's name sounded better. However, Mu Guang narrowed his eyes and began to think, immediately setting a goal in his mind. It is the Owl family under the Queen of Crystal, and Owl Quinn is the most powerful member of the Owl family. This time, it was the Queen who was still alive, and the divine sorcerer who still existed in the heavens. Su Yuan immediately whispered in Mu Guang's ear, Who is more powerful, you or that Xiao Chui? Each has my own strengths. I'm good at controlling people, but Xiao Chui can not only fly, but is also skilled at brewing potions. Got it, you can't beat her, right? This completely enraged Mu Guang, who wanted to grab Su Yuan by the neck to explain, but apart from wriggling a couple of times, he could only move his fingers and grit his teeth to explain. How could I possibly lose to her? As long as I control the people around her, I can completely control her life and death when she's not paying attention. The explanation was somewhat weak, and Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her disdainfully, saying, Come on, if you were that powerful, you wouldn't have lost your country. No, you wouldn't have lost the heavenly realm. Forget about saving your queen. You could be the queen yourself. Sometimes, you can tell if someone wants to kill you just by looking into their eyes. Mu Guang gritted her teeth and stared fiercely at Su Yuan, her bound chest heaving violently. All right, that's all for you. Go back and rest. You barbarian from the lower realm. You have no idea of the power of the celestial realm. Don't come looking for me again unless it's absolutely necessary. Mu Guang didn't want to talk to Su Yuan anymore, so she let someone take her back. Having learned about the situation of the Xinyuan tribe, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that queen from the heavenly realm, there was no need to worry too much about the others. Although he had been teasing Mu Guang, he was also watching her actions. His previous words were not just her stubborn excuses. As for Xiao Chui being able to fly, even if you can fly, do you think you can outfly my missile? You've discussed it, haven't you? As long as you hand them over to me, you can make any demands you want. Food, salt, clothing, we can provide as much as you want. Wait, that's not right. The people of the Xinyuan tribe are following the orders of the shaman to find the divine gift. What does that have to do with capturing Lei Yu and the others? Su Yuan remembered that Lei Yu told him that they went to the Snowfield to find a divine medicine to treat the injuries of the tribal shaman. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have any connection with Lei Yu and Qing Yu, right? His gaze fell on Lei Yu, who had just been freed behind him. Lei Yu also felt his gaze and smiled guiltily when he looked up. Well, let's go move bricks first. The others can go, but you stay here. I knew this guy was talking nonsense, but I didn't expect that none of it was true. He even said he was looking for magic medicine for shamans. He really thinks he's a fool and is trying to fool me. Lei Yu, who was called back, froze for a moment and mechanically turned her head to look at Su Yuan, who was smiling at her. You're the Azure Feather Witch, right? Your orders as a divine shaman are to capture these guys. On the other side, Qing Yu, who was being held down, glanced at Lei Yu, pondered for a moment, and then said, Yes. I need a reason, otherwise none of you can leave here. The divine sorcerer has found the divine gift located in the Forest of Healing, but he needs something called a key. Their gazes fell on Lei Yu. At this moment, Lei Yu wished he could bite Qing Yu, who was chasing him, to death, but he could only grit his teeth and say firmly, I will not give the key to any of you. The divine light shaman is old and needs a divine object to be reborn. If I give it to you, the divine light tribe will be completely swallowed up. Just because of that. Then why did you come to the Snowfield? Damn it, I thought they came for the divine treasures of the land of death, but it turns out they chased us all the way here. No, Lei Yu obviously came to the Snowfield with a plan. I can entrust my fate to others, but I cannot entrust the fate of the tribe to others. The key is not with me now. If you kill me, none of us will get the key. This is really a headache. Su Yuan rubbed his head. He decided to put aside the spirit healing forest and the Divine Plains tribe for the time being. They were so far away, why bother thinking about them? As long as this group of people cannot leave, news about this place will not leak out. As for letting both groups go and fight it out themselves? In fact, Su Yuan was also curious about the artifact they mentioned that could give older people a new lease on life. If he hadn't known that alien spaceships existed on this primitive planet, he probably wouldn't have believed it. However, the divine gift of the Forest of Healing may very well be the remains of an alien spaceship, and what allows people to be reborn may very well be some kind of technology from that planet. You can stay here from now on. They can go and carry bricks. Su Yuan actually wanted Mu Guang to control the two of them, but he didn't trust Mu Guang. The two sides were not partners, but rather victor and prisoner. It's very easy for someone to stab you in the back, so rather than letting Mu Guang control them and then develop suspicions, it's better to be suspicious now. Dealing with them is much easier than dealing with Mu Guang. Long, that Birdman, the Winged Man, is also from the Xinyuan tribe. After taking these people away, Su Yuan didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he found Long and told her what had happened. Kamiyuan tribe? This can be considered her family lineage, but Long grew up in the deadly land of the Snowfield, eating moss and mushrooms from the bottom of caves and drinking water made from melted ice. I can't say I have no feelings for the Kambara tribe, but it's mostly just curiosity after hearing about it from the older generation of the tribe. Do you have any news about the Kambara tribe? He didn't trust Qing Yu, Lei Yu, or Maguang much. Instead of them, he might as well ask Long, whom he trusted the most. Yes, when we were little, the shaman told us that the Xinyuan tribe had two leaders, who were twin sisters. Since the shaman was the older sister, the tribe was named after her. The two sisters are named Kambara and Kamaya. Long nodded and continued. The two shamans were in charge of the tribe's internal governance and external hunting respectively. At that time, because both of them were great shamans, the tribe grew very quickly. However, one day, a sorceress appeared in the sky. She claimed to be a messenger from the divine realm, coming to find a divine gift. Whoever helped her obtain the divine gift would be granted eternal life. Then the god priest sent our ancestors to the Snowfield. In fact, it wasn't just our group. The god priest sent a total of 4 teams to various parts of the world. It seems that the people from the heavens knew roughly where the divine gift was back then, but I don't know why she couldn't come to find it herself like Mugwang did. As for why the 2 sisters, Xinyuan and Shinmong, separated, this seems to have happened after Long and her ancestors left the Xinyuan tribe. These stories are from many years ago, and it's already quite remarkable that Long knows them. Su Yuan didn't ask any further questions. Some things would become clear naturally when the time was right. Just as he was about to return to the Shattered Ice Valley to continue building the city, Long grabbed his arm. Chapter 355, All Beast Girls Under My Control. Su Yuan, I would like to ask you for a favor. Long cast aside the last trace of feeling she had for the Xinyuan tribe and said to Su Yuan with a serious expression, I want to take some people back to capture the tribesmen from the land of death. The Xinyuan tribe belongs to our ancestors, but not to us. If those stubborn old folks continue like this, they will kill everyone sooner or later. Over the past 2 years, Long had long since given up the last shred of respect for her former tribe. If it weren't for the fact that the Star Tribe had been busy with currency reform and other matters, she would have asked Su Yuan to let her go back and capture people long ago. However, today, the Xinyuan tribe sent people again, which made Long boldly bring it up with Su Yuan. Okay, after I explain the situation at the Shattered Ice Valley, I will take people to the land of death. It's too dangerous for you to go. Su Yuan tugged at Long's anxious face. Even though she was a mother, her face was as white and tender as tofu. It blushed as soon as she was pinched. You forgot, with my current strength, even Xian Cook can't beat me. What danger could there be? It's extremely cold there. You could freeze to death, and it's very difficult to find food. Long spoke softer and softer, as if these problems were not problems for Su Yuan. There was a protective magic orb for the cold, and there was also that ginger tea that made him immune to the cold. As for food, that's not a problem at all. Even if Su Yuan went alone, he wouldn't lack food. All right, don't worry about this. I'll handle it. His trip to the land of death wasn't just about bringing all the people of the Long tribe out. More importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to see the spaceship that had crashed there. Long and her tribe have been searching for decades. It's impossible that they couldn't find it in the first place. Either the spaceship crashed into the sea, in which case they would never have been able to find it. Or it might be like the spaceship he visited before, with its doors tightly shut and no way to get in. With the tools of this primitive society, trying to forcibly break open the spaceship's hull is probably a pipe dream. But just because they can't doesn't mean Su Yuan can't. If he's lucky this time, and it's really because of the gate problem instead of falling into the sea, he might be able to directly obtain that so-called divine gift. After dealing with things here, Su Yuan returned to the Shattered Ice Valley, where everyone had already piled up tree trunks and boulders on the plain. Fox 9 and Kong, the 2 little foxes, were flipping through the design book with their bottoms sticking out, but right now they were still staring at the overall design drawing on the first page. The magnificent city captivated them, and they would point to a spot and speculate about it, or argue about it because of their differing opinions. Did you 2 understand it? Su Yuan approached the 2 foxes and picked up the design book. No, but the houses up there are so beautiful. Sora shook her head decisively, but her eyes were full of light. Su Yuan, do we really want to build such a large territory? Fox 9 gestured, but no matter how she described it, she couldn't quite understand how big the city in the drawing was. Of course, the tribe will have more than just us in the future. Many more people will join, so we built it bigger in advance so that we won't need to expand it later. But if there are too many of them, it will provoke an attack from those orcs. The 2 explained with some concern. Due to the scarcity of food in the Snowfield, large tribes are not allowed to exist in one area. If someone discovers that there are so many of us, won't they gather together and attack us? Su Yuan had heard about this before, but now that he had unlocked the level 2 shop, he was more confident. Even if all those orcs were berserkers or bone-crushing warriors, how many missiles could they withstand? The city isn't even finished yet, and you're already worried about this. Your task now is to understand the blueprints. I'll be leaving the tribe in a few days, and the construction here will be your responsibility. Leave. Su Yuan didn't tell the 2 of them about going to the land of death. After giving them a perfunctory answer, he began to plan the construction. After all, the system only gave him a design blueprint. As for the actual plan and design, he still needed to do the planning and design himself. The original plan was to first build a place to live for the recruited beast girls, and then expand it into a temporary base to collect resources and build a city while living there. However, now that we have a space teleportation array, we can return to the seaside via the teleportation array. The temporary base can be simple, as long as we can keep everyone warm. First, get the cement out, then have the earth elemental shaman compact the soil beneath the city. No, that won't work. We'll need to build a cement processing workshop and a brick kiln first. The first time building a city gave Su Yuan a huge headache. There were just too many things to do. Fortunately, he had the help of the shaman profession. Otherwise, many things would have given him even more trouble. Fox 9, Kong, you two go and lead people to make a few kills, the more the better. After preparing the basics, Su Yuan immediately began inspecting the stones after giving his instructions. Its bluish-green exterior is dotted with white veins, making it look like a gemstone, though dull and lackluster, and it's found all over the valley. It's not a rare find. Frost rock, extremely hard yet possessing a degree of toughness, it can withstand extreme weather erosion and reduce damage caused by magic. Once damaged, it can be repaired and hardened using water elements. Good news. They found an excellent building material. They don't even need to calcine raw materials. They can make cement simply by grinding cold rock and sandstone crystal clusters they found on the beach into powder. The bad news is that this thing is extremely hard. How am I supposed to grind it into powder? Could it be that we really need to exchange for a large grinding machine? Su Yuan shook his head. This method wouldn't work. It would be fine if we were building a small tribe or small houses. But this is about building a city. Even if the machines were smoking, they wouldn't be able to supply enough power, not to mention that he simply doesn't have that much electricity to provide. Forget it, let's ask everyone. If that doesn't work, we'll have to think of other ways. Su Yuan gave up on thinking about it alone. There was no particularly good solution to this problem in his shop. Either it would cost a lot of points, or it would be impossible to grind it into powder. So he went into the crowd, where everyone was collecting clay. After hearing about Su Yuan's difficulties, a little beast girl excitedly raised her hand. Before Su Yuan could even ask her, several more beast girls raised their hands. Chief, is it enough to just turn these stones into powder? Yes, whatever the method, as long as these stones are ground into a powder like salt, it will work. However, the amount needed is very large, so the method of slowly grinding them by hand is out of the question. Su Yuan had assumed their method involved manual grinding, which was why he had raised his hand. However, after he explained the situation, the beast girls still did not lower their hands. My lord, we have a plan. We can do it too. We witches are capable of it. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Su Yuan smiled with emotion. Truly, all the beast girls in the world are now under my control. Chapter 356 Witch. We've been tricked. Chief, we shamans can turn pebbles into large rocks, and we can also turn stones into powder. My lord, our witchcraft can shatter anything. As expected, he had underestimated these beast girls. Several beast girls were called over based on everyone's recommendations. Su Yuan remembered one of them very well, especially her sister, whom he also remembered very well. Dear Bells. Chief, I heard you're in trouble. What can I do for you? The antler-wearing girl smiled and greeted Su Yuan, holding a witch's staff in her hand, a newly made staff that had only recently been created. As for the old one, Su Yuan had already put them into the system for recycling. The system recycling function is a second-hand item recycling function. He would put old witch wands that he didn't use and broken weapons into the system for recycling. Cough, cough. Dear Bell, can you turn these stones into powder? About the size of salt will be enough. Change. Lu Ling tilted her head and came to the cold rock. The witch's staff in her hand emitted a golden light. As the golden light shot out, it hit the boulder and instantly shattered into countless tiny fragments. This isn't even powder, huh? Before Su Yuan could finish questioning, Lu Ling stepped forward and gently stepped on a piece of debris, which easily turned into a bluish-green powder. Su Yuan recalled the scene when he was attacked by Lu Ling by the waterfall. If he hadn't thrown his shield quickly enough, his hand would probably have been pierced and cracked. He didn't think his hand was harder than a stone. This gold element magic is absolutely terrifying. As it turned out, he had underestimated the shamans who had joined his tribe and usually just had them handle some administrative matters, just like the Red Fox. However, there was a reason for this. When they were brought to the Star Tribe, the territory by the sea had already been largely completed, and there wasn't much room left for construction. That's why they underestimated these naturally gifted earth and wood bodies. Besides the Deer Bell, 3 other witches arrived. 2 of them were earth elementals who could not only crush the cold rocks, but also easily control the shape of the powder. That's great. We don't need bricklayers anymore. They can handle the job without any problems. Very good. Now I'm giving you a task. Turn all the cold rocks and sandstone crystal clusters here into powder. Remember to keep the two powders separate. With the cement issue resolved, everything became much easier. According to the design specifications, all that was needed was to first plan the city's boundaries, and then begin laying the foundation to complete the city walls. However, he still needs to experiment with the ratio of cold rock and sandstone crystal clusters, something he has to do himself using the controlled variable method. Hongshuang, take some little spider girls and use their spider silk to plan the route around here. Based on these blueprints, start by planning the area of the city wall. Throughout the day, everyone was busy in the Shattered Ice Valley. After receiving orders, Red Frost instructed the little spider girls to start spinning spider silk according to the blueprints. The laborers who were then brought in, the free labor force of the Leiyu tribe and the tribesmen hired by Su Yuan with copper coins, dug the foundation from behind the spider silk. In the distance, the others had also set up several temporary large houses made of wood. These houses were built using trees collected during the day, but unlike the previous camp, they did not have a triangular roof to prevent snow from piling up. Approximately 50% cold rock powder, 10% sandstone crystal clusters, a 5-to-1 ratio. After more than 10 attempts, he finally found that when he mixed 5 parts cold rock powder with 1 part sandstone crystal cluster powder, the grayish-blue powder looked exactly like the cement he had seen before. Next, he spread the cement onto some gravel, and the small pieces of cold rock and cement were used to make a slab the size of a notebook. The board is grayish-blue and about a finger's thickness. A light tap produces a dull sound, and even when Su Yuan increases the force, the sound only becomes louder. It should have succeeded. He then tried scratching it with a knife, and when he saw that he could only make a few white marks, a smile finally appeared on his face. The biggest problem was solved, and the next step was urban planning. As dusk fell, bonfires were lit on the plain. The foundation for the planned city wall had been dug, and all that was needed to complete the first step was to fill it in with cement mixed with fragments of cold rock the next day. The campfire at night was surrounded by recruited beast girls. Although they were a little tired, they had smiles on their faces because not only was the food free, but they also receive copper coins every day. Of course, while some are happy, others are sad. Inya wiped the sweat from her brow, looked at the spider silk that covered the vast plain, and laid down on the ground in despair. We've been tricked. This isn't about building a new territory, it's about exhausting us to death here. Chew, chew, chew. Boss, this meat tastes really good. And this is so soft and tender. Who made it? Eat. Eat. All you ever do is eat. Fine. Eat up. Eat more. Finish that guy's food. Unable to fight back or escape, Inya channeled her grief and anger into her appetite, taking a bite of the roasted meat in her hand, as if it were flesh from the body of a bad guy who had spanked her. Chew, this tastes really good. That night, Su Yuan did not leave, but slept with everyone in the newly built communal room. There was only a layer of animal skin mats on the ground, but they were not very comfortable. Because his entire body wasn't touching the ground, his head was resting on some beast girl's body. The soft touch was even more comfortable than a pillow, and he was covered by a fluffy big tail, which could not only be covered but also touched. Ouch, you're pressing down on my leg. My tail? Who's grabbing my tail? Ha ha ha, it tickles so much. Stop tickling my feet. Amidst the noise, the first night in the Shattered Ice Valley passed safely, and before dawn the next day, everyone was busy again. Some continued to improve the temporary housing, others built kills, and still others brought ingredients from the Star Tribe to prepare breakfast. Fox 9, Kong, have someone mix these powders together in a ratio of 5 buckets of blue powder, 1 bucket of white powder, and 1.5 buckets of water, then mix them with some gravel and pour them into those pits. The foundation work for the city wall will be completed soon. Su Yuan handed everything over to Hu Jiao and the others, while he went inside to arrange for Hong Shuang and the others to plan the city's layout. The houses in the system design drawings resemble medieval wooden longhouses. Although they look alright, they take up a lot of space. Since we already have cement, there's no need to build a wooden house like this. If we were to do it, we should at least build some 5-story residential buildings like in my previous life. Here, fence off these areas. We'll have everyone dig a big pit later. And here, first dig a tunnel, all the way out of the city. Chapter 357 Substitutes for Star Core Origin Stones. Before we knew it, more than a month had passed. The construction of the Shattered Ice Valley was not as difficult as imagined. In many aspects, not only did the Beast Girls help, but many difficulties could also be solved using the unique items of this world. The outer high wall has been built, a magnificent gray-blue wall carved with strange patterns, and Star Core source stones are embedded in the watchtower above. I'm so smart, I even thought of that. A month hadn't left much of a difference on Su Yuan, except that Mao Yi had dragged him to get his stubble shaved off. At this moment, looking at the patterns on the high wall that emitted a faint glow, a smug smile appeared on his face. During this period, he had almost brought over most of the tribe's shamans to help with the construction of this city wall. These patterns are the work of everyone, and also Su Yuan's sudden inspiration when building the city wall, which was to replicate the energy circuits carved on the witch's staff onto the city wall. The patterns carved by these beast girls are totems designed to strengthen the magic staff and prevent it from being destroyed by powerful magic or attacks. As for the energy source, it relies on the space teleportation array carved by Su Yuan, placing the star core source stone in the highest observation platform, like a gem on the top of a witch's staff. It can be said that this city wall is like countless giant witch staffs, but no one can pick them up or make them work. The magical energy circuit is more than 10 meters long. Even if the black sheep and the others are drained, the magical energy can probably only climb half the height of the city wall. Therefore, the city wall magic staff can only be driven by the star core source stone. With the city walls completed, the current work underway is on the internal underground infrastructure, including the city's water system for drainage, water supply, water diversion, and water storage. For the pipelines, Su Yuan planned to use ceramic pipes made by adding cold rock powder to the clay, which greatly increased their strength while also making them corrosion-resistant and heat-resistant. Once the city's infrastructure is in place and the houses are built, a portion of the increasingly overcrowded Star Tribe can move to this new city to live. Besides the internal construction, the outer moat has also been dug. A branch of the river not far away flows around the city wall, and the only way to enter the city is through the large bridge in the middle. Chief, the teleportation magic array's power is gone again. While Su Yuan was busy, a little beast girl from a nearby temporary settlement ran over, her face and hands dirty, looking like a refugee who had fled from somewhere. It's gone again? I want to go back and soak in a hot spring, but the teleportation array isn't working. Seeing the little kitten-like face staring at him, Su Yuan rubbed his messy hair and said helplessly, "All right, I'll be right there." The consumption of star core source stones is too great. Although I can support it now, I can't possibly use points to make every function of every teleportation array, city wall, and foundation work in the future, can I? It seems we really need to be self-sufficient in everything, but how do we achieve that? Everything else was easy. He could make food, salt, fresh water, clothes, and even sugar, oil, soap, and other items when resources became more abundant. But energy is not something he's familiar with, and he wasn't taught about it in his previous life either. He thought of the flame pattern iron ore, which should contain fire energy. Unfortunately, since the blazing flame crystal was gone, the fire element in those iron ores had probably dissipated. How about we try using a compass? Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. Although Star Core origin stones are special items unlocked by the system, the origin tracking compass describes items with the same attributes. Doesn't this mean we can track down the locations of other energy-containing rocks? Without hesitation, Su Yuan did not immediately go to the teleportation array to replenish the Star Core source stones. Instead, he had someone take out the Star Core source stones that were embedded in the city wall. Upon arriving at the settlement where the teleportation array was located, he found many beast girls already waiting, their large eyes fixed on him. "Please wait a moment, everyone. I have something I need to verify. I'll let you all go back once I've finished." Okay. One by one, they obediently agreed like children. Su Yuan took down the stones that had run out of energy and used his own transmitted magical power to teleport himself back to the seaside. Repeating the previous steps, all the stones were returned to the storage space. After ensuring that not a single Star Core stone was leaked out, he took out his compass and placed a small fragment of a Star Core stone into the central groove. As the magical power was infused, the compass began to spin. In anticipation, the pointer gradually stopped, pointing straight in one direction. Su Yuan looked up and saw that the direction was the icy snowfield they had come from. Could it be one of those meteorites where Red Fox and the others live? Although they are all Star Cores, those things have no energy left. No, I still have to go and check. If it really were those Star Core fragments, he would go there and collect all the stones. But the compass wasn't pointing to Star Core fragments, so there's hope for a substitute. His biggest worry was that such a thing simply didn't exist in this world. Otherwise, even if he searched high and low, he would never be able to find a substitute for the Star Core source stone. After making sure they remembered the directions, Su Yuan replaced the stones with a new batch and sent everyone back to the seaside tribe. The tribe was bustling in the early morning. Even though more than 1,000 people had been sent to the Broken Ice Valley, nearly 3,000 people still live there. It seems that word has spread around the desolate Snowfield that there is a divinely gifted tribe by the sea, welcoming any member of the divinely gifted tribe to join. And they were not slaves or prisoners. As long as they worked hard, they could eat delicious food, wear soft clothes, and live in warm houses. Although it is unknown who spread the word, the matter gradually escalated as more and more people joined in, and some orcs also came to cause trouble. However, after several brainless orc squads were wiped out, these guys didn't dare to come back. Compared to the previous slaughter of an invading orc tribe by the Magwang tribe, the Xingqian tribe was even more terrifying. Before they could even enter the gate or see the figures clearly, more than half of the orcs who came were already dead or wounded. The subsequent peace without orcish disturbances gave hope to the struggling small tribes of the God-given race nearby, who then joined in. Black Sheep, I'm going to the land of death next. I'll leave the city building here to you for now. Back in the tribe, Su Yuan found Chi Hu and several other shamans researching how to combine totems and formations. Upon hearing this, Chi Hu stood up somewhat uneasily. Why are we suddenly going to the land of death? Since they were going on a long trip, they decided to do both things at the same time. Su Yuan told everyone about Long and the serious energy consumption problem. The energy source is located in the direction of the land of death, and Long's previous tribe was also in the land of death, both in the same direction. It's even possible that the energy stone is also in the land of death. Well, then you must be very careful. Have Xian Ku and Shir go with you. Oh, and also take Bai Ying and Rin Shi with you. Call Yin Huan too. She has special strength and can deal with the others. Chapter 358 Planning of Various Departments. Alright, I'll decide who to bring later. Don't forget, I can use the teleportation array to escape if there's any danger. I'm here this time to assign you tasks. Su Yuan pulled Red Fox down to sit, then stood in front of everyone and began to give instructions. Black Sheep, you are in charge of building a city in the Shattered Ice Valley. Isn't the deer bell over there? She was busy cleaning and didn't have time. At this moment, in the Shattered Ice Valley, a deer-antlered girl with a face covered in dust sneezed, and the mountain of cold rocks in front of her made her forehead break out in a cold sweat. Why did I come here to suffer for a few copper coins? I've already handed over the pipeline issue to Kong and Hujiao. Right now, you need to pave the ground with cement and repair the buildings in the commercial area with cement as well. The buildings in the commercial area aren't that complicated, requiring several floors. That can be left to the Beast Girls. However, the 4- or 5-story residential buildings are much more complex. I'm afraid I'll have to come back myself to be able to set it up. However, according to Su Yuan's calculations, even if the ground and commercial areas are built, it will probably take 3 or 4 months. He won't need that long to get to the land of death. Because once he has dealt with Long's former tribe, he can use a teleportation array to bring everyone back. Red Fox, I'm still leaving this place to you. Be careful of the orcs' movements during this time. Have everyone investigate the area. They definitely won't let us develop peacefully like this. Some time ago, the orcs' attacks suddenly stopped. He didn't believe that they had chickened out and dared not attack again. He just waited there for the God-given race to grow stronger and stronger in the Snowfield. I understand. We've already sent people to investigate the area, and they've discovered quite a few small tribes of the God-given race. If they want to join, bring them back. If they don't, we don't need to worry about them. Perhaps the news of the destruction of the Magwang tribe had spread throughout the snowfields, and some tribes that usually hid gradually began to emerge, but there was no need for him to deal with these personally. Currently, the Star Tribe has over 4,000 people, which is more than enough to build a city. Once the city in the Shattered Ice Valley is completed, it is estimated that 3,000 people from the Seaside Tribe will be dispersed to develop in the city. And Jin Luo, you will still be in charge of the market, and you will also open an exchange center outside the tribe's gate to trade goods with other tribes. Other tribes that want to trade with us can do so temporarily at this exchange. If they want to enter a tribe to trade, they can exchange their goods for copper coins at the exchange. No more than 10 people from a tribe can enter. Also remember, the outside exchanges can only trade food, fresh water, salt, and animal hides. The Star Tribe has established rules for copper coin transactions, and bartering is rarely seen anymore, but this is limited to the Star Tribe. Others outside don't recognize his currency, but this can be dealt with gradually. To get them to accept it, he needs to let them know that only currency can be used to enter the Star Tribe to buy more and better things. Yes, don't worry about it. Leave it to me. Xiao Luo will definitely make the market better and better. Jin Luo was a shaman who had recently joined the Star Tribe. He had heard that there was a tribe by the sea that could trade fruits and animal hides for salt stones, so he brought some supplies with him to the Star Tribe to trade. At that time, Su Yuan didn't have so many rules, so when Jin Luo entered the market, he couldn't move and brought the entire tribe to join in. During this time, Su Yuan also thought highly of her. She followed Red Fox in managing the tribe, and her talent in market transactions was stronger than others. She could keep a clear record of almost every transaction. I have a terrible little quirk. Don't you dare hoard copper coins on your bed. That bed is for sleeping, not for piling up copper coins. I just want to sleep on these hard things. That's still not allowed. The copper coin you gave me last time smelled strongly of saliva. If she continues to act so recklessly, who knows how tainted my copper coins will become. And Juha. The tribe's responsibilities were divided into commerce, military, agriculture and animal husbandry, fishing, hunting, industry, handicrafts, forestry, and medicine. Fisheries are managed by the beast girls who go out fishing. Industry is managed by Lei Yin, who is in charge of the tribe's iron smelting and forging, and handicrafts are managed by Shui Ro, mainly the production of animal hides, pottery, clothing, and the like. Furthermore, they are currently creating a garment woven from the colorful silk spun from the abdomen of the first-tier magical beast, Starfeather Moth, and the person in charge is Red Frost, who was the first to become a weaving master. However, the production of silk thread is extremely limited, and Hong Shuang is still experimenting with it. As for the remaining industries, forestry is basically logging, and before coal mines were discovered, firewood and charcoal could be used as temporary substitutes. Meanwhile, the pharmaceutical industry developed slowly. The White Rabbit planned to emulate Shinnong's tasting of hundreds of herbs, using the method of tasting to collect and identify the effects of some plants in the Snowfield. But of course, Su Yuan stopped it. If he has the ability to identify plants, why would he risk relying on human intervention to distinguish them? Having explained everything clearly, Su Yuan felt relieved. Since he had chosen to trust them, he wouldn't worry about them not doing a good job. So he immediately arranged for the people to go to the Land of Death. Long and we can go together. The Land of Death is not a safe place, so ordinary warriors don't need to be taken. The remaining 20-odd people are all awakened warriors. Based on Long's comparison, this team configuration would have no problem taking down the opponent. Not to mention that Su Yuan could also temporarily summon a large number of people through the teleportation array to launch a fierce attack. It was already afternoon, and Su Yuan, having finished his business, took a rare stroll back to the market. The area seemed to have expanded considerably, filled with beast girls sitting on chairs or on the ground. The roads inside were neatly and orderly planned, with white spider webs clearly dividing the ground, and each stall had a gap of about 2 people's width between them. Would you like to see the cage I made? It can be used to catch small animals. Chief, this is the stone-grilled fish I made. Would you like to try some? My lord. Commerce has energized the beast girls. It can be said that he had never seen so many strange and unusual things before. Apart from some that he had seen before, there were some that he did not know what they were. Lucy. Su Yuan declined everyone's kind offer, but while walking around, he spotted an old acquaintance. Her previously barren and emaciated appearance has changed dramatically. Now, Lucy's complexion is rosy, and her dry, yellow hair has regained its color. She is holding a little one in her arms and sitting behind a table. Good afternoon, Chief Su Yuan. Lucy also greeted him, and the little guy sensed Su Yuan's arrival, stretching out his 2 little arms and calling out, yeah to him. Now, Lucy no longer had the same wariness and fear as before, and gently handed the little guy over to Su Yuan. Xiao Lu Yun has become much rounder than before, and her hair is now thicker. She is staring at him with a big smile, with only her little head showing under the white fur animal skin, making her look very cute. Suddenly, Xiao Lu Yun's expression froze. Her previous cheerful expression turned into a tight purse of her lips, and her 2 little hands gripped Su Yuan's arm tightly. Sister Lu Shi, why did Lu Yun suddenly? Just as Su Yuan was starting to panic, a warm current came from his arm. Xiao Lu Yun's brows relaxed, and her pursed lips burst into laughter again. Holy crap! Chapter 359 Holy crap. Gold dropped. Lu Shi blushed immediately after Xiao Lu Yun peed, and quickly picked up the little one and apologized repeatedly. Chief Su Yuan, please wait here for a moment. I'll go get you some clothes. Remember to change Xiao Lu Yun's clothes too. They're all wet. Su Yuan didn't care about this little thing and didn't argue with the little guy. Seeing Lu Shi leaving in a hurry, he quickly called out, before weaving clothes, there were no diapers or anything like that. Everyone used the softest fur of wild animals to make clothes to wrap the babies, just enough to keep them warm. Su Yuan couldn't change this in the short term, He could only wait for Hong Shuang and the others to finish making the fabric as soon as possible. Ha! After urinating, Lu Yun regained her composure and reached out to grab him with a hearty laugh. Oh you, last time I fed you animal milk, and you repaid kindness with evil by peeing all over my arm. If you're naughty like this again, I'll spank you. He pinched Lu Yun's bouncy cheeks with his fingers, and the little one didn't cry or fuss. She seemed to think it was a teething toy, turned her head and bit Su Yuan's finger and started sucking on it. Lu Shi was in a hurry to leave, so Su Yuan had no choice but to sit down in front of her stall. There were many bamboo tubes on the table, filled with milky white liquid, and decorated with some green leaves. Is it for drinking? Sniff. Su Yuan smelled the milky aroma, picked up a cup, and took a sip. The mellow flavor was mixed with the sweetness of honey, which masked the fishy smell that animal milk should have. It tasted much better than the milk he had drunk before. When Lu Shi brought over a jar of water and clothes, he had already finished a cup, put down the bamboo tube, stood up, and said with a smile, Lu Shi, your honey animal milk tastes good. How much is a cup? Huh? Animal milk? Lu Shi was taken aback, then, seeing the empty bamboo tube, explained, this isn't animal milk. I figured I couldn't just take the tribe's food for free, so I came up with a way to earn some money myself. If you like to drink it, I'll just charge you 5 copper coins. Lu Shi also knew that the tribe was changing its original way of life, and the rule of trade applied to everyone, including Su Yuan himself, so she took back her offer to give you a drink. However, Su Yuan didn't care about the copper coins at this moment. Instead, he looked at the honey beast milk in the bamboo tube. No wonder the taste was different. He never expected that his words would come true. Ahem, all right, here's 10 copper coins, take it. With Lu Shi's help, he cleaned his arms and changed his clothes. Little Lu Yun was also wrapped in a new animal skin. When she was carried away, she clung to Su Yuan's arm with some reluctance. After leaving Lu Shi's stall, the lively atmosphere around us intensified in the evening. Many hunting teams that had gone out returned to their tribes, and items arrived at the market through trade. There were vendors selling meat, wild fruits, and various kinds of honey, nuts, and mushrooms. The market was bustling and crowded with people under the still setting sun. Of course, during this time, he also discovered a lot of problems. The main issue was the pricing, which left the beast girls somewhat confused. For example, the price of meat for the same 10 copper coins could not be determined because of the different cuts of meat. Wait, as expected, such a big problem has been overlooked. Fruits come in different sizes, and the weight of meat varies depending on the part of the animal. Watching the beast girl selling meat frantically cutting up the fresh beast meat in front of her, Su Yuan silently noted down the problem. Electronic scales are clearly unsuitable. The tribe has not even reached the level of the steam age. No, not even the medieval level. So using electrical appliances is obviously impossible. As for other weighing methods, Su Yuan immediately thought of the steelyard scales that the old people used to use when he went to sell vegetables with adults when he was a child. They were not complicated to make and the materials could be found locally. However, there must be a standard weight to define the weight of the lever scale, and a scale to determine the position of each mark. If that doesn't work, we can exchange for a few different sizes in the system shop and have Jean Luo bring people to make some replicas. Su Yuan was too lazy to study any size or weight standards. He would just take the existing ones and replicate them. As long as the weights he made could be balanced on the balance scale and the ones in the system store, he would consider it a qualified new weight. Thinking about this, a new problem arose. How to get the beast girls to recognize and use units of weight. Leave it to Red Fox and the others. Once the city is established, immediately open a school to spread writing and knowledge. For now, the only option is to have Jean Luo make a steelyard balance and use the scale lines to calculate weight, so that the market trading problem can be solved first. Su Yuan, are you here to buy something too? Would you like to see the treasure that Gigi found? As he walked and pondered, Su Yuan had already circled back to the market entrance. The little tomcat, Zizi, was sitting on the ground with 2 other little friends, and a bunch of strange little trinkets were laid out on a fur rug in front of them. Little Totoro, where did you get all these strange and unusual things from? Since receiving the reward last time, Zizi has become very diligent, especially after Hujio was captured by Su Yuan to direct the city building work, and no one was supervising her studies. She spent her days wandering around the tribe with several little beast girls. Every day, they can dig up or find some strange things to sell at the market. Although most of them don't sell, she uses the money to buy some delicious treats for her friends whenever she sells just one item. Don't worry, this time it was Squeaky who got Gray to take us out, but that big bad guy still wants to charge us 2 copper coins. Yes, I still remember the lesson I learned from getting a spanking last time. Su Yuan nodded reassuredly, then squatted down in front of the ZZ shop to examine the novel gadgets. I don't know where they were dug up from, but there are some strangely shaped stones, but they are all ordinary stones, as well as animal bones that have been buried for a long time, and some moss growing in the crevices. Rare item detected, dead star-patterned wheat seeds. Tradable for 3,000 points, or 300 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Dead seeds. Su Yuan immediately noticed a tiny black dot among the large pile of items. It was stuck to a white stone covered in dirt. It looks like the plant seeds that Gigi and the others picked up while digging for rocks. I never expected that Gigi and the others would actually find a rare item by sheer chance. Su Yuan sighed. It wasn't that there were few rare items in the snowfield, but rather that many had been buried by the heavy snow. Unlock new products. What could a withered seed unlock? Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop to check. Star-pattern wheat seeds can be saved for seed 300,000 points. Star-pattern wheat seeds cannot be saved for planting 300 points. Note, star-pattern wheat seeds grow at high altitudes with fresh air and abundant sunshine. They can accelerate growth under starlight at night. When there is no starlight, they will actively release a faint starlight to repel nearby insects. They taste delicious, and long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness and improve magical sensitivity. Holy crap, I got my money back. Chapter 360, all the bad ideas in his head are poured out here. Gold. What gold? Isn't this white? Seeing Su Yuan's excited reaction, Zizi also curiously came over to examine the stone. It's all right, this stone is quite pretty. I'll buy it for 50 copper coins. 50. Oh my god, we can buy so much delicious food. Zizi's eyes almost turned into copper coins as she jumped up with anticipation. Boss Squeak, didn't you say you'd use the copper coins to buy bows and arrows and take everyone hunting? Wow. The little beast girl behind him revealed Zizi's intentions. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan also turned his attention away from the seed and stared at Zizi with a death stare. Hee. Gigi immediately let go of her friend's hand, looked up at Su Yuan with a sullen expression, and couldn't even think of an excuse for the time being. I knew it. Buying bows and arrows is fine, but you must go out hunting with Gray or Little Barbarian and those other awakened warriors. A group of tiny creatures, barely taller than a wild animal's thigh, wanted to go hunting. Su Yuan was worried they would be kicked away with a single kick, so he gave them another serious warning. But every time they charge us 2 copper coins for ash. Su Yuan, looking rather pathetic, lightly tapped Gigi's head and scolded. Idiot, if you told Hui that you'd found something that could make a lot of money, wouldn't she have gone with you for free? Collecting 2 copper coins wasted a whole day. It seems that Gray was just teasing Zizi, or perhaps helping Long look after Zizi. Su Yuan didn't tell Gigi about this. Instead, he came up with a wicked idea. Right, but what if we don't find that thing that makes a lot of money? If you can't find it, just say, it's right here. Maybe it was carried away by a monster. Wouldn't that make her continue following you around searching for treasure? If you can't find it today, look again tomorrow. If you find it, give her some copper coins. If you can't find it, just say you don't have any money now and we'll give her the money when you find it. Su Yuan suppressed a laugh and silently wished her well. In a couple of days, when Long is not around, Gigi will probably be handed over to Hui to look after. If they find it, that'll be good. If they don't, I bet Hui will have to spank Gigi. Wow, Su Yuan, you're so smart. Gigi, remember this. If you find it, I'll give you 2 copper coins. If you don't, just say you'll look again tomorrow. Well, now that they've found it, they're probably going to get beaten up anyway. The simple day passed just like that. The next morning, Red Fox brought some shamans to see Su Yuan off. With the storage necklaces, everyone's load became much lighter. Each person only carried their own weapon, and the rest of their food, clothing, and water were stored in the storage necklaces. There were 2 in total, both kept with Xian Ku, who was the team supply officer on this long journey. Outside the gate, the group mounted the snow wolves. Apart from Big Fool and the other snow wolves were captured in the desolate snowfield. Compared to other wild beasts, wolves are easier for the Star Tribe to tame, because there is a frosty moon wolf in the tribe that has broken through to the 4th tier. The abundant nutrition of the Star Tribe enabled Great Frost to successfully break through to the 4th rank. Now, all it takes is for him to walk up to these snow wolves and make them obediently submit. In addition, the food inside the tribe is good, and these dozens of snow wolves are almost trained like dogs. They don't even need to be kept in captivity in the tribe. As long as they see bones or meat thrown on the ground, they will pounce on them. Of course, they dared not touch the things on the table. After all, although they were not magical beasts, They were more spiritual than the dogs in their previous lives, and they all obeyed the rules after being warned by the Shuang. All right, I'll leave the tribe's affairs to you. If anything happens, use the communication conch shell to contact me. I'll be back right away. Yes, you all must be very careful. This time, Xian Ku and Shi, along with a team of awakened warriors, accompanied Su Yuan. Bai Ying and Ren Qi, along with other high-level awakened warriors, were left behind to guard the tribe. The tribe's population is slowly growing, and the news is gradually spreading throughout the entire snowy wilderness. Even some tribes near the Wangshui Mountains will travel a long way to trade. Su Yuan was worried that the orcs who had suddenly become quiet not long ago were up to some kind of conspiracy, so he only brought Xian Ku and Shi, two high-level awakened warriors, and only Xian Ku as a shaman. The teleportation array within the tribe was still functioning, and the compass was now pointing in the direction of the rear. Su Yuan ignored it and continued forward in the direction indicated yesterday. Upon arriving at the site of the fallen star core, they made a special check to make sure the pointer hadn't deviated from the direction of the star tribe behind them before they breathed a sigh of relief. This proves that the direction previously pointed was not towards these meteorites, but towards something unknown ahead. On the first day, the group had already reached the boundless glacier. The vast ocean in the distance reminded him of the underwater breathing apparatus he had just acquired. I wonder what kind of scenery lies beneath this sea, and what kind of scenery the dream coral sea that Hai Ling and the others mentioned is. The ocean that once connected the bottom of the frozen lake only made him feel the tranquility and solitude of the seabed. But the ocean is not just about that. When he is no longer limited to breathing, he may be able to feel a more magnificent view. But not now and not here. Perhaps one day I can go to the Dream Coral Sea and see the dreamy ocean that Haiyao talked about? Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, patted De Shuang's head, and quickened his pace. He needed to find a sheltered place to put down the teleportation array and rest for the night. A frozen, snowy plain. Achu Fei, shall we go back? It's so cold here. In a small wooden cabin, AFI lay leisurely on the wooden bed, while Shui Lu rubbed her hands and sighed helplessly beside her. Are you tired or cold? This little cabin is much better than the tree hole you used to sleep in. With her lie exposed, Shui Lu couldn't hold back any longer and plopped down on the bed, complaining, the desolate snowfield isn't as dangerous as you say. Nothing is convenient here. What's inconvenient? AFI propped herself up in bed and looked at Shui Lu. Sure enough, she had returned to her lazy self. Although it always made people angry, it was at least much better than the Shui Lu who was always thinking about others. There's no way to trade for fire with other tribes. Didn't I teach everyone how to make fire? There are still so many trees here. Why do we need to trade fire with other tribes? Shui Lu, when an Un and I went to trade with other tribes before, did you secretly trade other things behind our backs? These words seemed to strike a chord with Shui Lu. She wagged her tail and stood up, waving her hands hastily as she said, I didn't. Okay, I traded some of the fruit I cultivated for a little bit of dried meat. Damn it, you didn't even tell me. No wonder you were secretly hiding in the tree hole eating something all that time. No, I only traded a little bit, and I finished eating it on the way back. After the playful fight, AFI lay back on the bed with a bit of helplessness, staring blankly at the wooden object above her head and murmuring to herself. Sigh, when will you ever grow up? Seeing that Afei looked preoccupied, Shui Lu leaned closer and asked curiously, grown up? I'm actually older than Afei. That's not what I meant. You. Never mind. I'm going hunting with an N. Looking at Shui Lu's innocent appearance, Afei recalled Su Yuan's appearance. If she hadn't stayed in the Star Tribe, she wouldn't even know that flames could be released by ordinary people. I wonder how he is. Chapter 361 Snow Willow Tribe. We're finally back. When I left, I thought it would be a long time before I came back. Now, only about a year later, I'm back here. Looking at the snow-covered forest in the distance, I even felt a little nostalgic for the little wooden cabin in the icy snowfield, and for the laughter and joy we shared when we played rugby together in the open space. Perhaps once the new city is built, I can organize another rugby match. This time, there will be enough people, and the teams won't just be a few like Linus's before. Beside him, Xian Ku and Shi, the beast girls who had followed him in the icy snowfield, also felt a little nostalgic. The familiar snow forest still bore traces of their hunting. Let's go back to the camp and rest for the night. We can repair the damaged wooden house and put a teleportation array here later. Okay, let's go back quickly. I hid a lot of things in the house when I left. Xian Ku became somewhat excited. When she left, she hadn't taken everything with her. She had left some less important items in a few of the better preserved wooden houses. The group hurried into the snow forest. In the distance, where the snow forest should have been peaceful, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Several little beast girls were hunting a magical beast with white fur. Why is someone here? The icy snowfield is not like the desolate snowfield. During the 2 years Su Yuan spent here, he only encountered Long, who had escaped from the land of death, Hong Shuang, who was struggling to survive in a cave, and Hai Ling, who came specifically to search for treasure. One can imagine how difficult the living conditions were in this place. I never imagined that after I left, the remaining few log cabins would be taken over by others. The group of people in the distance were very weak. Only one of them, a short girl with animal ears, had the power of an awakened warrior. The rest were just ordinary beast girls. The magical beast possessed the strength of a high-level 3rd tier, making it stronger than the beast-eared girls. Even if they attacked together, the group of beast girls would have a hard time defeating it. Lion, help them out. Su Yuan wasn't angry that they were just a few weak beast girls. He had abandoned this camp in the first place, so it was understandable that they sought refuge here. Su Yuan had this intention when he left, so he did not destroy the remaining buildings in the camp. Beside him, Lion drew the bow and arrow from his back. The arrow swirled up the snow on the ground, creating a tornado that instantly pierced the monster that had raised its front hooves. Below it, a little beast girl closed her eyes in fear. The monster pressing down on her from above filled her with despair, but the expected tearing pain did not materialize. So heavy. Wait, am I not dead? Xiaoyi, are you alright? Her companions moved the corpse off her. Xiaoyi below was just frightened, and the blood on her body was just from the monster's belly. Anin checked it over, and then breathed a sigh of relief, taking back the fruit ball she was about to throw. It was something she had finally managed to get from AFI. Since the last incident, AFI has somehow learned a new way of eating, and she's been using the fruit balls she used for self-defense to sprinkle on meat. Even though my mouth felt numb, it tasted pretty good. The monsters have been dealt with, but an even greater crisis is looming. Anin looked serious as she watched a group approaching from afar. It wasn't orcs, which made her feel a little more at ease. However, the snow wolves beneath those people made them take a few steps back in fear, especially the lead demonic wolf, whose imposing aura made everyone breathless. Big Frost, keep them quiet. The Shuang glanced back with its wolf eyes, and the other snow wolves immediately quieted down. Thank you for your help. After the wolf pack calmed down, Anin's complexion returned to normal. Realizing that these snow wolves were the group's mounts, she stepped forward and thanked them. Little one, are you their leader? Su Yuan looked at these little guys. Their eyes didn't look as confused as those of wanderers, but what normal tribe would come to this godforsaken place to establish territory? We are not wanderers. That area enclosed by the logs in front is our tribe's territory. It seems I've really been usurped. A smile crept onto Su Yuan's lips. In any case, the house I left behind can serve as their refuge. That's a good thing, I suppose. Could you please take us to your tribe to rest? We've been traveling for a long time. Anin looked at this strange group with some vigilance. The dozens of people behind her were awakened warriors just like herself, but she couldn't even see through the people in front of her. Then come with us. Some things inside are broken. If you want to rest, you'll have to squeeze in. Anin and several little beast girls carried the corpses and led the way. Xinku walked over and said with some dissatisfaction, "What's going on? This is clearly the camp we built." All right, it was already no man's land when we left. But I still have some things in my room. They won't secretly take them from me, will they? Xinku sighed, looking at the approaching camp with some worry. What else did you leave here? It's not some ceramic dried fish like Nicoya, is it? Mao Yi didn't come this time. She wanted to be the pirate king with Hai Yao and Hu Si. She was reluctant to leave when she first left, but now that she has a new home, she has almost forgotten about the icy snowfield. Hearing that Su Yuan was going back to the icy snowfields, he lost all interest. Compared to that, it was much more interesting to sail the seas and become the Pirate King, a ship named after Su Yuan. No, but I made an extra empty sugar figurine and hid it in the house. I look at it every day and it reminds me of the empty one. Thinking of the candied fruit figurine, Xinku licked her lips. Anyway, Kong and everyone else have already come back, so this is a good time to come back and eat the candied fruit. Throw it away. It's been sitting there for a year. The commotion behind her made Anin glance over, feeling both wary and worried. Such a terrifying group couldn't possibly be a group of wanderers. So what is their purpose in coming to the icy and snowy plains? Could this be the turmoil AFI was talking about in the desolate snowfield? Even such a powerful team has fled to the icy snowfield. What exactly happened in the desolate snowfield? Lost in thought, the group returned to the tribe's interior. The camp, which had been in complete disarray, had been repaired, though the new wooden houses were rather hastily built. The wooden fence that had been smashed open was repaired, and the hot spring outlet became the drinking water place for these beast girls. We've arrived. This is our tribe. You wait a moment while I go and call our shaman out. After thinking for a moment, Anin decided that she needed to discuss this matter with the Fae. Xuelu Wu had just broken free from control and knew nothing about what had happened before. Besides, calling her out wouldn't do any good. Anin immediately found AFI, who was supervising the growth of the snow willow plants in the vegetable garden. When they arrived, they discovered that there were many frozen plant roots and stems in this small vegetable garden. However, after being watered, it was revived by Xuelu's witchcraft and is now lush and green, with some unripe fruits growing on it. AFI, I'm so tired, let's do it tomorrow. No way. If you want to eat it, you have to work for it yourself. It's impossible to wait for it to grow on its own in this cold weather. Oh, little plant, can't you grow up on your own? Chapter 362, a very familiar method of hiding things. AFI, Snow Willow Witch. Anin, did you catch your prey? Upon hearing the voice behind her, Xuelu immediately dispelled the spell and ran to Anin, asking excitedly. Yes, it's a very strong magical beast. Xiao Yu is almost injured. Someone is injured? Take me to see them quickly. Upon hearing that a member of her tribe was injured, Xuelu lost her previous lazy demeanor and hurriedly pulled Anin up. Snow Willow Witch, don't worry, a team from the God-given clan saved us, but they are currently outside the camp and plan to rest in our tribe for the night. Xuelu didn't have so many thoughts on this, and immediately nodded and said, then let's quickly arrange a place for them to rest, and we should also bring the monster's corpse to entertain them. AFI, you know fire magic, go and start a fire. AFI nodded, but secretly gave Anin a look, and the two immediately went to a corner. That team is very powerful. Even the most ordinary warriors are intermediate awakened warriors, and each of them rides a magical snow wolf. There are also 3 whose auras I can't sense. He's probably a high-level awakened warrior. More than 30 awakened warriors. And 3 advanced awakened warriors. AFI felt like the sky was falling. With that many numbers, they could probably take down Su Yuan, let alone them. She thought of Su Yuan. Even the Star Tribe back then wasn't this terrifying, was it? Are you sure they're just here to rest for one night? That's what they said. I'm thinking, should we take everyone and run away under the cover of night? AFI shook her head. Even if they were asleep, it would be absolutely impossible for them to escape from so many awakened warriors, unless they were so stupid that they didn't even know how to have someone keep watch. Let me show myself first. I hope they really mean no harm. Damn it. We've already escaped to the frozen wilderness. How could we still encounter danger? The two arrived at the camp gate and saw Xuelu being held by a figure. A Fae felt as if the sky had fallen. No wonder Xuelu had suddenly disappeared before. But when she got closer, she felt as if the sky hadn't fallen. The familiar figures made her wave her arms excitedly and shout. Su Yuan, and Long, Xi and Ku, and Sure. AFI. Su Yuan patted the little beast girl's head in his arms. The little one was not afraid of strangers at all. Her little nose was very sensitive. She came closer when she smelled the food on Su Yuan. His adorable appearance made him unable to resist picking him up and feeding him some snacks. AFI, they are good people, and they gave me lots of delicious food. Xuelu looked like a squirrel, with chubby cheeks and a small piece of smoked jerky in her hand. Seeing Xuelu's appearance, a Fae felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, the person who came was Su Yuan, and all her worries disappeared. She immediately pulled in and outside the camp. Su Yuan, why did you return to the ice and snow plains? I was about to ask you the same thing. Why did you come to the icy and snowy plains? I looked for you for ages, and you ended up at the campsite we used to set up. You guys built this? AFI immediately realized that besides Mu Guang, only Su Yuan knew how to build a wooden house, and Su Yuan happened to be living in the icy snowfield at that time. Tell me honestly, what were you doing running around in the snow and ice before? Su Yuan was quite happy to see the hero who had helped him defeat Mu Guang again, and he tugged at her cat ears and laughed. Ouch, ouch, stop grabbing my ears. When I heard you were going to fight, I took Xuelu Wu and the others and hid in the icy snowfield. You don't need to hide this far, do you? Why is it all like the end of the world? All I did was fight a battle with the Muguang tribe. You don't understand. Sai, come in first, and I'll explain it to you slowly. Seeing Su Yuan still standing unharmed before her, Mu Guang must have been defeated. She felt a little happy that the woman had been defeated. At the same time, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because this way, Xuelu wouldn't have to worry about being caught again. The group returned to the camp, where the melted snow had piled up again, its haphazard appearance causing Su Yuan to frown. AFI, didn't I give you a guardian orb? Why is the snow piled up so high here? Stop talking. We were chased by the Maguang tribe when we escaped here. We already used that guardian orb you gave me. AFI sighed helplessly. We only have a small group of people, mostly ordinary folks. We can't possibly beat them. Honestly, we've run so far. How did those guys find us? The group arrived at the camp. Several little beast girls were making a fire by rubbing sticks together next to the wooden house. Wisps of smoke rose from the pile of wood chips, which made Su Yuan smile knowingly. It seems that AFI wasn't just eating and drinking all day in the Star Tribe. She has also learned some of these important things. That's why we hid in the icy snowfield. Whether you defeat Mu Guang or Mu Guang defeats you, the snowfield is very likely to descend into chaos. Su Yuan and Afei found a place to sit down, and with a light tap of his finger, the firewood piled on the ground burst into flames. If things get chaotic, who told you that? It's not like anyone said it. But since you don't want this place anymore, why don't you let us hide here for a while? AFI's idea of this place became even stronger after Su Yuan told her that they had built the camp. In her opinion, if someone as capable as Su Yuan would choose this place to establish a tribe, then this place must have its advantages. Besides the stream that comes from the sky, there must be other benefits that she doesn't know about. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this particular place. You can stay here. I'll give you these things. Tell me in detail why things got messy. Su Yuan gave Afei a new guardian orb. It was essential for her to live peacefully in the icy wilderness. Then I'll have to tell you all about it. She quickly hid the magic orb in her hand, and AFI shifted her position to Su Yuan's side to explain, didn't you say before that Mu Guang's actions weren't for saving the world? Based on her previous trip to Frost Peak and her investigation in the Maguang tribe, it's very likely she's looking for something, and there will definitely be many people trying to steal it. And if neither of you can beat the other that time, she will definitely continue to capture people in the snowfield to make the tribe stronger. Even if you defeat her, those orcs will not let you continue to grow stronger, and then another great battle will be inevitable. With so many wars, our Shuelu tribe is just a small tribe of 20 people. We can't withstand your torment. Anyway, we were hiding from the Maguang tribe at the time, so I just led everyone here to hide first. AFI's analysis was so logical that even Su Yuan couldn't help but stare at her, seriously suspecting that this guy might have been possessed by something, like the Siren King back then. AFI. You can't take back what you've given away. Seeing Su Yuan's strange look, AFI immediately stuffed the guardian orb into her clothes and hugged it tightly. Now I can be sure I haven't been possessed. Even the way I hide things is exactly the same as before. Chapter 363. After many twists and turns, we've returned here. No, I mean you've really become clever. You've become clever now? I've always been clever, okay? Afei rolled her eyes at him. It was Su Yuan who spread rumors like this back then, making her so embarrassed that she tore a pair of shoes. All right, you've always been very clever. Don't worry about the snowfield. I've already captured Mu Guang, and those orcs can't beat me. He wouldn't have dared to say that before the secondary store was available. Now, who would play Clash of Clans with you? If he really got pushed too far, Su Yuan would just pull out rockets and incendiary bombs to cover the area, just like he had done with the snow demon before. He really didn't believe that any carbon-based life form could withstand it. Even if the king of beasts came, it wouldn't work. Don't say anything more. Anyway, you promised me, so we'll stay here. AFI remained unmoved and warmed her hands by the burning campfire. Aren't you afraid of starving to death here? If Su Yuan hadn't had the system shop where he could exchange points for some food to tide him over, the Star Tribe wouldn't have been able to survive so peacefully in the icy wilderness. It was common for Lion and her friends to return empty-handed from hunting trips. The tribe's main food source was always fish from the frozen lake and various potatoes and sweet potatoes obtained from the system shop. We don't have as many people as your tribe. Usually, an inn leads people to hunt in the vicinity, but our main food is the fruit that the snow willow shaman cultivates. By the way, your tribe is so big, you wouldn't steal our fruit, would you? AFI stared at Su Yuan with a suspicious look. Steal your head, my foot. This place used to be my territory. What kind of fruit haven't I eaten around here? You know what? I've never actually eaten this fruit before. It's quite sweet. A few minutes later, Su Yuan held a huge red fruit, his mouth full of red juice, a taste he had never experienced before. He had no idea how these strange fruits grew in the field he had cultivated. He hadn't noticed them when he planted them. Wah, you said you wouldn't steal it. AFI, looking like she was about to cry, grabbed Su Yuan's arm. Even with the help of the snow willow witch, the giant red fruit would take 10 days to half a month to grow, and the yield was extremely low. All right, here's one of your fruits. Don't be so stingy. Back in our tribe, there were no restrictions on what you could eat. Then you can eat it. A fae abandoned her submissive, bullied demeanor. She had indeed indulged in a few days of gluttony and revelry in the Star Tribe, almost to the point of bursting from overeating. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you go back to the ice and snow plains after defeating Mugwang? After the little farce, the two sat back down. Lioness and the others had already started preparing dinner in the camp, while the little beast girls from the Snow Willow tribe watched the newcomers from their side. Hey, I almost forgot. We're here to find some kind of energy stone, and while we're at it, we'll go to the land of death and capture some people. Looking for stones? Arresting people? What kind of nonsense is this? AFI looked confused as Su Yuan suddenly produced a round object and started fiddling with it. The direction has changed? Su Yuan frowned as he examined the compass in his hand. The needle wasn't pointing in the opposite direction to the starry sky tribe by the sea, but rather, looking up at the towering mountain wall, he seemed to have guessed something. Lion, Shinka, come up the mountain with me. Long, you lead everyone to continue preparing dinner at the camp. Das Wang, distribute this meat to the wolf cubs. After assigning the tasks, Su Yuan hurriedly led Shirshir and Xian Ku up the mountain. Behind them, a Fei's eyes darted around, and Sue Shue, who had been sitting on her bottom, immediately followed. Hey, wait for me. The four of them quickly followed the direction of the pointer to a cave. This cave was not unfamiliar. It was the place where Hong Shuang had trapped the cave stone demon salamander. Even after all this time, the charred marks on the ground remain, and much of the black charcoal is covered by the snow outside. The cave is filled with deathly silence. So the pointer was pointing here after all. Su Yuan walked into the cave with the compass in his hand, and stopped only when he reached the spot where the demonic salamander had been bound. The compass needle in his hand kept spinning erratically during his ascent up the mountain. If it wasn't a problem with the compass, then it could only mean that the entire mountain was filled with traces of energy stones. As for the location, AFI, help me dig up the floor of this cave. Su Yuan exchanged several pickaxes from the system shop. Xian Ku took them and smashed them hard against the ground, then pried a huge rock aside. This is much better than a machine. In fact, a machine isn't even as efficient as the pickaxe that Xian Ku is wielding. The four of them dug down into the ground together. The rocks in the cave were not hard, and in just over half an hour, they had dug a huge pit. Click! Suddenly, Xian Ku loosened his grip on the pickaxe, and the rocks beneath his feet began to shake violently. The falling rocks and the hole dug by the pickaxe made Su Yuan feel uneasy. Hold me. He immediately took out a crimson cloak from his storage space. Shirshir and Xian Ku hugged Su Yuan from the front and back, while a Fei, like a cat, quickly climbed onto his neck. The tail was so frightened that its fur stood on end, and it clung tightly to Su Yuan's head with both arms. The rocks beneath their feet collapsed instantly, and the cloak behind them slowed their fall considerably. However, the cloak was clearly not enough to support the weight of four people. In the darkness, the four of them fell heavily to the ground, and Su Yuan only felt a soft sensation under his buttocks. Hey, it doesn't hurt. In the darkness, AFI reached down and touched herself. Of course you're not in pain. You're all sitting on me. Xian Ku, who was beneath him, felt like her buttocks were about to split open. The three of them quickly got up, and Su Yuan lit a ball of flame in his hand, illuminating the surrounding environment. Purple crystals were embedded between the rocks, their density even more exaggerated than the blue obsidian he had seen in the Snow Demon Valley before, and in some places they were even a single piece of crystal. These amethysts shone brilliantly in the firelight, looking incredibly beautiful and alluring. Amethystite, formed from ordinary rocks nourished by the energy of the mountain's veins over a long period. Amethystite is formed through sedimentation and storage of stable energy. So this is where I was all this time. Su Yuan extinguished the flames and examined the purple crystals with his flashlight. Although they were somewhat different from the star core source stones, the feeling they gave him was exactly the same. Are these the purple stones you're looking for? AFI joined in, secretly hiding the pickaxe she had been given earlier behind her back. This treasure was sharper than her weapon. It could even crack open rocks. Surely a tribal chief as powerful as Su Yuan wouldn't even look at such a little thing? Yes, with these purple-veined gemstones, we can teleport between here and the snowy wasteland at any time. What? You managed to get here in an instant? Chapter 364, so this is just to coax a child. What? You're not welcoming me. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked at a Fei with a playful smile. He immediately guessed what the girl was thinking. Welcome, of course you're welcome. I'm just curious how you managed to get here from the snowy wasteland in an instant. AFI smiled awkwardly. As for welcoming? Welcome my ass. What if we attract some terrifying guys? The strongest warrior in the Snow Willow tribe, and is only a mid-level awakened warrior. As for Xuelu, besides being able to cultivate plants, her combat power is not even as good as that of an ordinary person. That short guy with a weapon can only knock someone's knee. However, now that her fate was in someone else's hands, AFI could only scratch her head and awkwardly say welcome. You don't need to worry about that. Now that we've found the item, let's go back and call Red Fox and the others for a small meeting. Oh, and you should also invite your Snow Willow witches along. Unexpectedly, he actually completed the task of finding energy minerals here. Su Yuan revised his plan and informed AFI. Just tell me what's wrong now. There's no need to look for Xuelu Wu. She's very busy every day. Why are you so wary? We've worked together before, so it's not a bad thing. I won't send you to the snowy wilderness. Su Yuan immediately grabbed her ear. Perhaps a Fei was frightened by Mu Guang's control over Xuelu, and she was worried when she heard that Su Yuan was also looking for Xuelu. All right then, but I have to join in too. Let me hear what you're discussing. Fine, I'll let you listen in from the side, okay? Seeing that Su Yuan agreed so readily, a Fei felt a little embarrassed, so she didn't swat away the hand that was fiddling with her ears and let him scratch it. However, the technique was too skillful. The fingertips brushed against the soft downy hair inside her ears, making her feel itchy. So how do we get up there now? The four of them looked up at the hole above them. They had already dug quite deep when they fell, and with the distance they had fallen, the hole looked very narrow. Xin Ku and Shir had tried to climb up before, but the purple-veined brilliant stones around them were too smooth and could not support them to climb up. Let's go inside the cave and see if there's another way out. This underground cave was rather strange. Su Yuan didn't leave immediately, but planned to follow the cave out to take a look, hoping to find even rarer treasures. If you have a solution, why don't we go outside? It's so dark and scary in here. A Fei understood the meaning behind Su Yuan's words and hesitated, grabbing his arm. What? AFI, are you scared? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Xin Ku tucked AFI under her arm, and the group walked into the narrow cave. As you go further down, apart from patches of amethystite, even ordinary rocks are hard to find, and the surrounding air has a stuffy, foul smell. After walking for about 10 minutes, several forked roads appeared in front of us, and a white pelt remained on the ground. Stone salamander shed skin. The shed skin of an adult stone salamander is tough and elastic, and can be made into leather armor that reduces physical damage. So that cave stone salamander came out from here. No wonder Hong Shuang and the others had no idea where that thing came from. Su Yuan recalled what Hong Shuang had said before, and how she had wondered where that cave stone salamander could have come from in such a cold and snowy plain. However, this thing is no longer of any use to him. The pelt of a third-tier low-level magical beast can probably only be exchanged for some points. Which of the 4 lanes, 2 up, 1 middle, and 1 down, would you choose? After Su Yuan finished asking, AFI, who was trapped, pointed to the lower passage without hesitation and hurriedly said, Down, down, down. Let's go down there. All right, let's go upstairs. Hey, then why did you even ask us? Su Yuan teased a Fei, then looked at Shir and Xin Ku. As for splitting up, let's forget about it. In TV shows and anime, this is usually the prelude to trouble. Let's go down then. We can see how much of this purple ore is underground. After thinking for a while, Lioness agreed to the downward choice, understanding the importance of this purple ore to the tribe. Beside her, Xin Ku didn't object. Seeing that both of them had chosen to leave, she immediately led a Fei inside. The cave entrance became even more dazzling as they descended, and the purple-veined pyroxene completely obscured the ordinary rocks. In the purple passage, the tunnel the 4 were walking through became narrower and narrower. It's so hot, and my chest feels so stuffy. After walking for a while, AFI's face flushed slightly, and she was breathing heavily. Su Yuan also felt suffocated. The 4 of them were already some distance from the cave entrance. The oxygen circulation here was very poor, and they estimated that they would suffocate here soon. I regret it. Maybe we should go back. At this moment, AFI felt that every breath was very difficult. She didn't understand why, but she knew that this would not happen if she returned to the previous cave entrance. No rush. Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop to look for oxygen tanks, but before he could click to place an order, Xin Ku grabbed his arm and pointed ahead seriously, saying, There's a sound. Sound. The 4 of them held their breath, and only their heartbeats could be heard in the tunnel. But if they listened carefully, they could hear some noises below and a relatively clear voice humming. Let's go take a look. The oxygen in the amethyst tunnel could last for a while longer. Su Yuan shone his flashlight forward and led Sure and the others downwards. The closer they got, the more they could hear those sounds. Humph, humph, humph. The voice sounded like a delicate, nasal humming, making Su Yuan wonder if it was a cave spirit. He also produced a protective orb to save his life. However, as the sound gradually became clearer, the passage in front of them came to an end. Purple-veined brilliant stones were piled up haphazardly on the rock wall in front of them, and the sound they had heard earlier came from that rock wall. Su Yuan, have we encountered the legendary cave demon? Cave fairy? What kind of monster is that? Su Yuan asked, looking at AFI, whose face was pale. Neither Lion nor Xin showed any doubt. They also shook their tails in a bit of panic, seemingly having heard of the cave fairy that AFI had mentioned. My mother used to say when I was little that you shouldn't peek into the narrow crevice at the deepest part of a cave, or a cave demon would grab a child and eat them. So it's just a folk tale to fool children. Chapter 365 Let's Men Girl. Su Yuan really thought it was some kind of underground fairy from a Western fantasy world, and that if he caught it, he could put it in the tribe as an exhibit. It turned out to be just a scary legend used by adults to coax children not to misbehave. Xin smash down the wall in front of you. Instead of wasting oxygen by making wild guesses here, Su Yuan decided to smash the rock wall and see for himself. In addition to the protective magic orb he had prepared, he also had a flashbang in his hand. Huh? Oh, don't worry. When we encounter the cave fairy, I'll protect you. Watching Xin stammering and muttering to herself, Su Yuan rubbed his temples in exasperation. Just how terrifying were the cave fairy legends that these beast girls had heard about when they were kids. Fortunately, unlike a child like AFI, she took a few deep breaths, raised her iron pickaxe, and swung it forward heavily. The sharp iron pickaxe instantly pierced through the rock wall, made of purple pyroxene. Bang! Crash! As she withdrew her pickaxe, the entire purple-veined pyroxene rock wall collapsed instantly, and a bright beam of light shone on their faces, turning their previous humming into a scream. Oh no, AFI? Unin, a cave fairy has attacked me. Come save me. A familiar call rang out, and Lion used her gust of wind to clear away the dust in front of them, revealing a cave in front of the four. Around the cave were some stockpiled food items, and beneath them, a figure was struggling frantically in a pile of rubble. He was still holding a fruit in his hand, his dusty and dirty appearance overshadowed by the rubble from the rock wall that Xin had smashed earlier. This is the cave fairy you're afraid of? Looking at Shui Lu's miserable appearance, Su Yuan turned to look at the three people behind him, a smile he couldn't suppress curving up slightly on his lips. The three people behind him turned their heads away in perfect unison, their faces flushed red, not daring to look at Su Yuan. They had just been so frightened by Shui Lu stealing food that they had lost their tempers. Hey, AFI, how did you guys come out of the cave? I thought it was a cave fairy. 10 minutes later, the group returned to the tribe. Shui Lu sat beside them, a smile on her dirty face, happily eating a piece of roasted animal meat. It turns out this passage connects to this cave at the foot of the mountain. That's really bizarre. If it weren't for the search for energy stones, he probably would have stayed here his whole life and never imagined that there was a cave that had emerged from the cave right next to his tribe. Judging from the size of the tunnel and the shed skin left at the intersection, it is very likely that this tunnel was dug by the cave stone salamander, but before they established the Star Tribe. Sigh, if we had known about this tunnel back then, we wouldn't have gone through all that trouble to build the rope ladder. Su Yuan, Shui Lu happens to be here. What do you need to say? After finishing her dinner quickly, Afei decided to take the initiative to ask about Su Yuan's suggestion, since she would have to bring it up sooner or later anyway, and she was there anyway. Well, to put it simply, I hope your tribe can help me mine these purple-veined gemstones here and take them to the Star Tribe. I will pay you with coins that you can use for transactions within the Star Tribe. Coin. When AFI left, the Star Tribe had not yet carried out currency reform, so they did not understand what money was. It is a trade commodity that can be used to buy anything within our tribe. For example, if you have meat and I have salt, and neither of us knows how much to give to the other, we use a special stone as an intermediary. What are they babbling about? Not to mention Shui Lu. Even Afei was a little confused, but she immediately blinked and smiled. I believe that such a great leader as Su Yuan wouldn't deceive our little tribe, right? Snow Willow Witch, we can agree to this. But Fei, digging rocks is so tiring, and I can't carry such heavy rocks. Besides, we have to transport them so far away. The thought of having to direct people to get busy again made Shui Lu feel tired. In our tribe, you can buy any kind of food, including savory grilled fish, sweet honey-coated hawthorn skewers, and fruit juices and wines made from fruit. AFI, We can agree. Now we don't have to worry about food. The first point was considered a successful collaboration, but before it ended, AFI added another condition. Some of the houses in this area had been destroyed in the previous battle, and she hoped that Su Yuan could teach them how to build houses. No problem. I'll go back and tell Red Fox and the others that they'll send some people to teach you how to build wooden houses tomorrow. Afei was quite clever at this moment. She didn't need Su Yuan's help to build it. Instead, she asked to teach them so that they would have warm houses to live in if they ran away in the future. After a brief discussion, Su Yuan returned to the small wooden house that used to belong to him, which now belonged to Afei. This is my room. You're not going to try and share a bed with me, are you? It's not impossible. Besides, this should be my room, since I built this house. Sit down, Chief. Please sit down. You must be tired from digging stones. Let me massage your shoulders. She had carefully chosen this room, and if Su Yuan took it back, she would not only have to change rooms to sleep in, but even the dried meat she hid under the animal skin blanket would be discovered. After thinking for a second, she immediately took Su Yuan's arm with a friendly expression and pulled him to the bedside. She then knelt down behind him and began massaging his shoulders and back. Not bad. You've reached 7/10 of Maya's level. A little more effort and you'll be even better. I'll squeeze you to death. AFI muttered to herself, but still obediently increased the pressure. Inside the room, both of them were busy. Su Yuan took out a wooden board and skillfully carved the patterns of a space teleportation array with a carving knife. What is this thing you drew? Her hands were getting a little sore from kneading, so AFI leaned her head on her shoulder and looked at the very complicated magic circle pattern, asking a question with a hint of curiosity in her heart. The teleportation array will allow people here to be teleported to the Star Tribe immediately after completion, or allow people from the Star Tribe to be teleported here immediately. Su Yuan didn't hide anything. Although Afei usually didn't say many nice things, she was very reliable when it mattered. She could naturally distinguish the importance of things related to magic arrays. That's amazing. Could you teach me? I'll learn it once I master it. Once she learns how to run away, it will be much easier. She knows how far away Su Yuan's Star Tribe, which he established by the sea, is from here. If this teleportation array is real, wouldn't it be possible to make a few more and then use them to escape danger between different camps? Want to learn? This is witchcraft, and you're not even a witch. You'd better help me mine properly, and you'll get your share of the benefits. Chapter 366, Awaiting a Flourishing Market. Alright, you go to sleep now. You can keep this for now, just don't lose it. The spatial teleportation array is a two-way channel. The two previously carved arrays were interconnected, but this one cannot be used to teleport to those two previous arrays. Fortunately, Su Yuan had become familiar with spatial teleportation magic through his training during this period, so he prepared an extra teleportation array in advance before leaving, with the aim of finding energy ore. Su Yuan patted the wood chips off his body and placed the teleportation array plate next to Afei's bed. The one embedded on top was no longer a star core source stone, but a purple-veined radiant stone that he had just brought out of the cave. I'll get rid of you so you can never come back. Seeing Su Yuan step onto the teleportation array, AFI made a face, but still cautiously approached the array. As the light and shadow flickered, just as she was wondering how Su Yuan had returned to the Star Tribe in an instant, the figure in front of her vanished in a flash of white light. Wow, how amazing! It was around 9 p.m. in the Star Tribe. The tribe did not have a curfew, and there were still quite a few night owls playing around in the territory. Through continuous construction and development, this Star Tribe by the sea has become increasingly complete and rich, and the original muddy ground has been replaced with bluestone and wooden planks. Some wooden sticks could be seen standing along the road, with a shiny stone hanging above them, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. In Su Yuan's words, this territory by the sea is no longer a barbaric tribe, but more like a seaside town, a dreamlike town full of fantasy and beauty. Next to the previous teleportation array, another teleportation array appeared, but just like before, it was blocked by a warning line made of red frost spider silk. Coax. A soft sound rang out from the array, and the shimmering star core source stone, along with the flowing light in the patterns, symbolized the activation of this teleportation array. Inside the formation, Su Yuan rubbed his eyes and looked at the familiar world of lights before him. In the short time he had been away, the tribe had undergone some significant changes. The road paved with cement in an alternate world is almost finished, and some of the previously crowded wooden houses have been demolished to make the whole place more aesthetically pleasing. Su Yuan stepped out of the teleportation array. Along the way, he could see some little beast girls lying under the streetlights, with mosquitoes flying around them, causing their tightly closed brows to furrow slightly. He subconsciously stretched out his arm and waved it in midair, but it had no effect whatsoever except to scare him. Instead, it caused a few more small red spots to appear on her fair and tender arms. I didn't expect there to be mosquitoes in such a cold snowfield. I forgot to ask Jean Luo to sell some mosquito and insect repellent. Su Yuan looked at the furrowed brows, patted his forehead, and realized that most of the system products he had sold before were food and some special items. The decision to launch a system for selling goods was the result of much deliberation. He had previously worried that the beast girls in the tribe would become dependent on it, but now that the economy has reached the era of currency, this problem is no longer an issue. Firstly, selling in small batches can improve the tribe's quality of life, and secondly, it can broaden the horizons of these beast girls in primitive society. With limited sales, there will always be some beast girls that can't be bought. As a result, one or two of them will choose to research how to make them, and in the future, even better local products may be created based on the system's products. After all, some beast girls have already started selling candied fruit, and various products for grooming and cleaning have also been seen being sold in the market. This market is already showing signs of flourishing, and all it needs now is a vibrant spring to fully unleash its potential. Red Fox. Su Yuan arrived at his wooden house, where slivers of white light shone through the cracks. He pushed open the door and saw the red fox lying on the table, a glistening saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. Upon hearing the door open, the fox's ears twitched, and it immediately sat up from its slumped position on the table, looking towards the door. Su Yuan, you're back. Why are you sleeping here? Su Yuan walked in and hugged the big fox. The familiar scent made him bury his head in it. After embracing for more than 10 minutes, he slowly let go of his arms. On the table was a notebook he had prepared beforehand, with a damp corner, densely covered with text and numbers. Zhuanqiu's handwriting was even neater than that of Su Yuan, a pure Chinese, and every stroke was filled with plans for the future of the tribe. Oh no, how did it get so wet? Red Fox also saw the notebook's miserable state, took it with a pained expression, smelled the familiar scent on it, and touched the sticky feeling at the corner of her mouth, immediately blushing. What a pity, there were so many left unused, and then, I just used them all up with my saliva. Who told you to stay up so late? There's always more to do. There are so many people in the tribe who can work together to complete the mission. Don't put all the burden on yourself. Compared to Su Yuan, who was a hands-off manager, Chi Hu was much busier, as she was in charge of almost all the affairs of the tribe. Fortunately, she had the help of Black Sheep, Deer Bell, and the other witches. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed long ago by herself. But these tasks are really important. Trading with other tribes, sailing out to sea, collecting more materials needed for city construction, and investigating the orcs' whereabouts. Seeing the Red Fox listing a whole bunch of things, Su Yuan immediately picked her up, and they fell onto the bed, the important notebook falling to the floor. My notebook. We'll clean up tomorrow. Get a good rest tonight. Su Yuan immediately covered the Red Fox's mouth. He hadn't teased the big fox for a month and missed it. He immediately reached out and pressed the switch on the fox's body. For a moment, the lights inside the room flickered with restless shadows. So you found a stone to replace the energy stone, and that's why you rushed back? In the early morning, the two embraced, the red fox with fur stuck to its forehead, its head pressed against Su Yuan's chest as it listened intently to his recounting of its experiences over the past few days. Guess where we found those energy stones? The red fox's eyes darted around, and a faint smile immediately appeared on its lips as it said, I guess it's in the icy snowfields, the place we used to live in. Wow, so smart. Could it be that he has some kind of mind-reading ability? Su Yuan's astonished expression made Red Fox burst out laughing. He shifted his body upwards and leaned on Su Yuan's shoulder as he explained. Hara, if you want me to guess, it must be in a place I know. When you left, you said you wanted to cross the icy snowfield to go to the land of death. I don't know anything about the land of death, and all I know about the ice and snow plains is the territory of the tribe we were in back then, so I don't have any other answer besides that. Su Yuan's astonished expression turned into admiration. He hadn't expected that a single word he guessed would lead her to think of so much, so he immediately picked up the red fox. My fox is so smart. Let me give him a kiss. All right, get up now after the kiss. Don't you have something important to tell me? No rush. There are more important things to do now. Chapter 367. This is just too outrageous. Boss Mianxiang, will they really let us join? In the desolate snowfield, some distance from the Star Tribe by the sea, a group of about 30 or 40 people were trudging along with difficulty. The snow on the ground wasn't thick, but they walked with great difficulty, as if they might fall at any moment. The leader of the divinely gifted tribesmen had long, straight gray hair that reached his waist, 2 gray hats on either side of his head, and 2 thick, white beast teeth extending from either side of his neck. The girl had a beautiful face, but her eyes were somewhat vacant. She sighed helplessly after hearing the question from her clansman behind her. You. I've already told you not to just focus on eating all the time, but to secretly observe how other people process animal meat and make animal skin clothing. But Sister Mianxiang, you didn't learn it either, did you? Every time you made us learn, you secretly fell asleep. Shut up. Boss is thinking about how they made it. What do you know? We're here. Remember this. When you see their leader, go up to her and hug her and cry. The beast girl behind her hesitated for a moment, then tugged at Mianxiang's arm and said, Boss, maybe we should just forget about it. I feel a little embarrassed. Shameful? Which is more important, eating or being embarrassed? Have a meal. Then hurry up. The group quickly arrived at the gate of the Star Tribe. A simple shed was set up next to the wooden gate, where some beast girls, still covered in snow, were trading various items. Wow, so many people. Wow, so much food. Their gazes fell upon the beast girls lining up outside the gate, the mountains of food and clothing, and the barrels of salt. A high-level awakened warrior sat nearby, idly fiddling with his long, white hair. However, the aura emanating from him kept everyone else from having any other thoughts. What they said is true. This tribe really can trade a lot of goods. Little you, look inside that gate. The gates of the Star Tribe were not closed, and looking inside, one could see beast girls carrying various supplies in and out. Maybe we should leave. This tribe is just 2. Upon arriving at the Star Tribe and seeing its bustling scenery, the beast girl named a Yu hesitated. It seemed that besides being strong and eating a lot, she and her companions had no other abilities. No, eating a lot is not a skill at all. Now that we're here, stop talking and follow me. The arrival of this group attracted Bai Ying, who was in charge of guarding the transaction. The girl in the lead looked quite ordinary, while the beast girl next to her, who was shorter, had strength that fluctuated between intermediate and advanced awakened warriors. It seems like he's about to break through. He's probably just waiting for the right opportunity. Are you here to make a deal? No, we want to join the tribe. Oh, a wanderer. Bai Ying glanced at everyone. The 2 people in front of her only had a few pieces of animal skin clothing to cover their bodies, while the tribesmen behind her were in even worse shape, with only some tattered animal skins tied around their bodies. He looked exactly like a homeless person, and a homeless person living a very miserable life. No, I'm a witch, but... However, she was not a shaman at all. The old shaman of the Mianxiang tribe had passed away early, so no one taught her witchcraft, and she didn't even have a shaman's tablet or a shaman's staff. If the old witch hadn't said she was already a witch, even she herself would have doubted whether she was a witch. TSK, never mind, come with me. Our leader is back, and I need to report your situation to him. A shaman, and a tribe member who was about to become a high-level awakened warrior. Bai Ying looked at the tribesmen behind Mianxiang. Each of them was tall and strong. They had walked here from the desolate Snowfield without suffering any frostbite. It doesn't look like what you'd expect from an ordinary tribe. Okay, thank you for your help. Bai Ying rarely sees such a shy and timid witch, but she's still much better than her own witch, Wu Ying. Thinking of this, Bai Ying sighed helplessly. The shamans of other tribes had all started developing their tribes with Su Yuan, but Wu Ying was doing the opposite, making the tribespeople who had followed her since childhood collect all sorts of resources. Every day, I would go to the market, arrange the goods, and then lie down and fall asleep right there in the market. Moreover, Wu Ying somehow learned that they were responsible for collecting the materials, while she was responsible for sales, and that this division of labor would make things less tiring. Sigh, I'm so tired. Bai Ying led the group to the outside of the meeting cabin. She knocked on the door, and the lively discussion inside suddenly stopped. Hey, Shuero, go open the door. Su Yuan rubbed his temples. This morning's meeting had run into trouble. The city's construction was at a critical stage, and there was no way to free up manpower. Mining was something that some of the weaker beast girls couldn't do. As for sending a group of awakened warriors to mine, Su Yuan rejected the suggestion. He was worried about what the orc tribe was plotting, and after hearing AFI's explanation, he became even more concerned about the tribe. Once he goes to the land of death to find Long's old tribe, he probably won't have time to deal with things here, so the awakened warriors must stay in the tribe and keep an eye on the surroundings. Chief, a tribe of the God-given race wants to join us, including a shaman and a leader who is close to becoming a high-level awakened warrior. Witches and high-level awakened warriors. This configuration surprised Su Yuan as well. Most of the beast girls he had previously joined were wanderers or members of relatively weak tribes. The strongest tribe was only a group with 5 intermediate awakened warriors. Their shaman had gone missing, so they had to bring the rest of their tribesmen to join them. You guys keep thinking of a solution. I'll go out and take a look. Su Yuan left the conference hall and immediately saw the group of weathered beast girls and those magnificent figures. Honestly, he had never seen such a terrifying scene. Every single person in this tribe was larger than he had ever seen before, especially the gray-haired girl in front of him. He seriously doubted that these beast girls would fall over after taking just a few steps. Their center of gravity was just too unbalanced. You are elephant mothers? Su Yuan noticed their fan-shaped ears on their heads and the protruding ivory on both sides. Fortunately, they didn't protrude from their noses, otherwise it would have been too disgusting to look at. Wow, great leader, please take us in. We haven't eaten for 3 days. No, 10 days. She was worried about being too embarrassed, but when she saw the prosperity inside the Star Tribe, before Mianxiang could react, a Yu flew over and hugged Su Yuan's leg. Because of the large movement, the already thin animal hide was instantly ripped off, and Su Yuan felt his thigh being squeezed tightly, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This is just too outrageous. Chapter 368 The Elephant Maiden Tribe joins the mining frenzy. You stand up and speak first. Su Yuan was worried that if this guy jumped up and hugged him, he would suffocate, so he quickly pulled him up. Your Excellency, does this mean you agree? Those teary-eyed looks. This is a tribe with witches and those about to become high-level awakened warriors. And none of the people behind you seem weak and helpless. Su Yuan picked up the beast girl who was clinging to his leg and lifted the strip of animal skin that had fallen to her lower abdomen. Why would a shaman and an awakened warrior suddenly decide to join our tribe with your abilities? Finding a warm cave and hunting some magical beasts should be easy, right? Now that the war is over, apart from the nomads, very few tribes are willing to completely integrate their tribes into other tribes, especially a tribe that can survive independently. Oui. The girl in front of him immediately lowered her head, looking ashamed and hesitant. Mianxiang sighed. Sure enough, she couldn't just brush it off like that. So she pulled her aside and stepped forward to slowly explain to Su Yuan. Alas, the reason we want to join other tribes is precisely because we can't catch prey and don't know how to make animal hides or butcher carcasses. It's just that no tribe welcomes us. Instead of hiding it, I'd better explain it to you properly, otherwise I'll be kicked out sooner or later. Speaking of being kicked out, not only Mianxiang, but also the others following behind her felt somewhat disappointed, as this wasn't the first time they had been kicked out. Can't catch the prey? Even awakened warriors can't catch the prey. Even before Cat Knight awakened, she could catch some wild beasts or low-level magical beasts. These elephant girls don't seem like they can't catch magical beasts. Because of this, Mianxiang lifted the magnificent object in front of her and explained with a melancholy expression. We are bound like this. If we run too fast, we will fall because we are too heavy. If we walk too slowly, we will not be able to catch prey. Everyone is very strong, but if we can't catch prey, there is nothing we can do. So that's the reason. Su Yuan had considered many possibilities beforehand, such as whether they had some hidden injuries or whether they were under some kind of curse. But even if he racked his brains, he would never have imagined that this was the reason. Well, you guys really have had a lot of trouble. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly, and he gave an awkward smile. A hint of nervousness appeared in Mianxiang's eyes. Such a prosperous tribe might offer them a chance. Can't walk fast, but has great strength. The Star Tribe has no shortage of hunting beast girls, and their food sources are no longer limited to the wild beasts running on the land. Suddenly, he remembered the problem he had encountered before. Mining wasn't a job that required running around, and it was perfect for these strong beast girls. But could that tunnel even accommodate them? Su Yuan gestured to the group, indicating that as long as 2 or 3 people weren't crammed together, the tunnel wouldn't be blocked. However, to be on the safe side, they should be given some clothes to lighten their load. I approve of your joining, and I have a job for you. Agreed. Mianxiang and Iyu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. Before being informed, they would at most live in fear and anxiety in the tribe for a period of time, learning some dissection and crafting skills, and then wait to be driven out. But this time, the reason was explained before the result was obtained, proving that they were useful. Chief, what is our job? Seeing Mianxiang approaching, and knowing that the animal hide was not enough to cover her up, she immediately said, First task, you will follow Baying to change your clothes. Yes, we understand. The first thing they did was change into warm and comfortable clothes, before anyone could even react. The clothes were tight, What would be considered normal clothing for Xi and Ku and the others felt somewhat restrictive on these people. However, they felt a sense of pleasure as they walked without the violent swaying they had experienced before. After changing their clothes, the group returned to Su Yuan. At this point, Su Yuan called a halt to the meeting, saying that since a solution had already been found, there was no need to waste Chi Hu and the others' time. You've changed? Let me explain our tribe's rules first. You'll have to pay for these clothes. First of all, the Star Tribe doesn't need lazy people or rebellious individuals. Everything must be earned through your own efforts. Therefore, you need to work to earn copper coins to trade for resources. Su Yuan explained the rules of the tribe after the reform to everyone. The beast girls who usually joined would also be explained, but it was by Ing and the other hosts who explained them. This time it was his turn to host, so he explained everything to Mianxiang and the others from beginning to end. Simply put, we need to earn copper coins by working or selling things, and then use those copper coins to exchange for various foods and other items in the market? Yes, that's about right. Mianxiang took a deep breath. Now she didn't have to worry about being driven away by the tribe. Since Su Yuan was willing to let them join, there must be work they could do. Chief, what is our job? Simple. I've discovered a very important stone that grows in an underground mine. It requires a strong person to go in and dig it out. This job couldn't be simpler. It was just moving some stones. Mianxiang agreed without hesitation. Then come with me. Besides you, there's another tribe that will be going mining together. Is there another tribe? Mianxiang clenched her fists and looked at the crowd behind her. Everyone's eyes were focused on each other, and their thoughts were clear. They absolutely could not let that tribe outshine them. I believe that tribe also wanted to join the Star Tribe, and was assigned to this mission by the kind-hearted leader Su Yuan. With various thoughts in mind, the group arrived at the icy Snowfield through the teleportation array. When the temperature in the air suddenly dropped, the elephant girls immediately sensed that something was wrong. Here it is. Don't worry about the icy Snowfield. If you want to go back, just use this teleportation array. Su Yuan recarved a huge stone slab teleportation array in the camp, while the smaller wooden plank teleportation array was placed in AFI's hut as a backup array. Ice, a snowy wasteland. This is actually a snowy wasteland. How amazing, Boss Mianxiang. We've arrived in the icy snowfield in the blink of an eye. This incredible scene left everyone stunned, until they saw another tribe emerge from the side and snapped out of their daze. This is our competitor. Wait, why is it so small? Chapter 369, Slacking Off, isn't the same as being lazy. I've already discussed it with Inan and Xuelu Wu. We'll follow your arrangements, but we also need to join the mining for food. Afei told Inan and Xuelu about Su Yuan's plan. Xuelu rarely made decisions on her own, while Inan agreed after analyzing the pros and cons. After all, they weren't Su Yuan. They were probably still in the Maguang tribe, not knowing who they were fighting for or who they were sacrificing for. Of course you'll get your share, but let me make this clear first. We're paid according to our work. The more you do, the more you earn. If you slack off, you won't make any money. Upon hearing this, Fei blushed immediately and quickly denied it, saying, Who? Who slacked off? I never slacked off. At most, she had eaten it. Fei muttered to herself. She wondered what grudge she had against Su Yuan. Based on her habit of taking out dried fish to play with when she was being lazy, she associated slacking off with being lazy. Okay, I believe you. Let's go. Call everyone from your tribe over here. Mining is a big deal, especially mining in caves. Su Yuan was unwilling to risk casualties for saving a few points, so he gathered all the people involved in the mining together. At this time, AFI and Mianxiang told all the tribespeople about this, and everyone was pleasantly surprised, as they could exchange some stones for food and supplies. On the day Su Yuan left, many beast girls from the Snow Willow tribe entered the tunnel through a nearby cave. The purple ore was like an ocean, and even if they dug for more than 10 years, they would not be able to empty it. Alright, next I will distribute baskets for collecting ore, as well as safety helmets. You must wear your helmets before entering the cave. The protection doesn't need to be too elaborate. This is another world. As long as the person isn't hit on the head by a piece of ore and die instantly, he can rescue them. Su Yuan distributed brand new safety helmets, sturdy baskets, and pickaxes, even though he could currently rely on the system to create a modern, high-tech assembly line. However, firstly, electricity cannot be supplied, and even with solar power, the required points would be enormous. Secondly, this would leave a large number of beast girls without work. For example, the newly joined Mianxiang and her friends will probably only be able to sit there and count stones for the rest of their tasks. Please prepare these 3 items. A hat to protect you in case of danger, and this button in your hand is an alarm. Press it immediately if you encounter danger, and everyone will come to your rescue as soon as they hear the sound. As for this basket, it's used to carry ore. Every time it's full, we go there to record the contents. For the next few days, we'll be paying wages every night. Mianxiang and the others had just joined the tribe, so they had to be paid copper coins according to the number of days they joined. Otherwise, if they were paid by the month, they would only be able to do the hardest work this month and eat potatoes every day. All right, let's get to work while we still have some time. I'll be here for the rest of the day, so feel free to ask me any questions. With the mission clearly explained, it was time to continue on the road. Su Yuan planned to stay here for another night and set off for the land of death the next morning. Yes, the bustling work atmosphere was so great that even Su Yuan couldn't resist joining them inside the cave. The elephant women who joined seemed worried about being driven away, so they worked very hard. However, the enormous object in front of them still hindered their work. Fortunately, mining is not like hunting. When they struck the amethyst with their pickaxes, a large piece immediately fell off. In less than 10 minutes, the group of elephant girls, whose strength and size were equally enormous, had finished mining a basket of ore and handed it over to the beast girls arranged outside. My little darling, I'm entrusting this task of recording things to you. Please don't make any mistakes. The beast girl who came to take notes was arranged by Jean Luo. He didn't know her name, but he usually called petite beast girls little cutie and tall beast girls big pretty. Leave it to me, chief. The little cutie was holding a brand new notebook. Su Yuan remembered the one that Red Fox had before. It seemed that he would have to figure out how to use paper as soon as possible. In just one afternoon, a large open space in the underground cave where the Star Tribe stored supplies was filled with purple-veined gemstones, enough to last a month. All right, let's stop here. This is about the time we can rest. Everyone, please keep your pickaxes and baskets safe. We'll go there to settle our wages. As dusk fell, he pointed to the setting sun and addressed everyone. It was around 6 p.m. when Su Yuan called everyone to a halt. He wasn't some heartless boss. The tribe's development was for the sake of giving the beast girls a better life. The busy beast girls also stopped, and AFI walked out of the cave looking disheveled. To prove that she hadn't slacked off, she had really worked all day. Finally finished, I'm exhausted. She kept saying she was tired, but not a single drop of sweat fell from her forehead. As an awakened warrior, her physique was stronger than that of ordinary beast girls. So how could she possibly sweat from mining a little, or? However, this workload is indeed the largest she has had in a period of time. Yours, 50 copper coins. Yours, 48 copper coins. The teleportation array was settling today's wages. Mianxiang brushed the stone fragments off her body and saw a Fei, who was wagging her tail and waiting for her turn to be paid. This seems to be the leader of the other tribe that the chief mentioned, right? She had been worried about being driven away because of the existence of another tribe, but she gave up the idea after seeing the cave full of purple ore. Even if they dig for more than 10 years, it would be difficult to empty out the purple-veined pyroxene in this mountain. Dozens more people wouldn't make much difference. Your wages for today are 70 copper coins. Mianxiang took the 7 large copper coins marked with the number 10 from her hand. She couldn't understand them, but she knew that these copper coins could be exchanged for food. She had been hungry all day, and around noon she was eager to prove herself. She, along with Aue and the tribespeople, had barely eaten all day. Gurgle. Just then, AFI turned her head and bounced back before she could take a step, causing AFI to frown and look ahead. My God, it's huge. Hey, aren't you the tribal shaman who just joined? My name is AFI. AFI didn't have much resistance to the tribe Su Yuan had summoned. When they met, she knew that these seemingly strong and enormous beast girls were actually quite guileless. Moreover, she remembered that this witch possessed an excellent spell that allowed her to slack off. Befriending her now might allow her to slack off while mining in the future. Wait, why did I have to say slacking off myself? Slacking off isn't the same as being lazy. That despicable Su Yuan. From now on, I'll also tell you that your favorite thing to do is to be lazy. Chapter 370, Is this still the star tribe I've ever seen? AFI, let me treat you to some food today. After chatting for a while, Mianxiang felt much better after learning that a Fei had not joined the Star Tribe, but was helping the Star Tribe with its work. The two returned to the Star Tribe through the teleportation array. The tribe was brightly lit, and the bright lights illuminated the entire territory as if it were daytime. The presence of numerous magical beasts nearby gazed at this conspicuous place from afar, but they only glanced at it a few times before immediately leaving. Even some magical beasts in the sea only peeked out from the calm surface of the water. Near the shore, several wooden boats were moored, bearing traces of blood washed away by the sea, and fragments of the entrails of sea monsters remained in the corners. These sea monsters glanced at it a few times, but eventually dived down and left this dangerous area. Come and see. Fresh grilled squid. Candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn. Delicious candied hawthorn. Anyone interested in a long sword made by grinding the bones of a third-tier magical beast into powder and smelting it with molten iron? Fresh milk. Freshly squeezed milk, still warm. The market was bustling in the evening, and after so long, people were no longer sitting quietly waiting for customers as they used to. A cacophony of hawking cries filled the air, and the lively scene stunned Mianxiang, who had just joined, as well as a fae, who had been teleported there. My God, how long has it been? Is this still the star tribe I've seen before? If it weren't for the underground lake in the distance, she probably wouldn't have been able to tell that this was the star tribe, with its neat and orderly houses and clean and tidy roads. In the distance, the hot spring pool was filled with people, all lying quietly in the water enjoying their comfort. Nearby, a beast girl was playing liar's cards around a wooden table, her face showing a mixture of joy and frustration. The brightest part of the market was on the other side, where various vendors' cries attracted the beast girls to mingle among them. Seeing all sorts of items, they couldn't help but buy some to take a look. Sleeping incense witch, let's go take a look too. Okay. You, why don't you take everyone to buy some food first? The two walked in with excitement, as did a Yu and the other beast girls who had been teleported from the icy Snowfield. I have never seen any tribe so lively at night, or even more so than during the day. Of course, all of this was Su Yuan's idea. During the day, everyone was busy working, going out hunting, making animal hides, gathering fruits and vegetables, and even fishing like the Pirate King. Furthermore, most of the beast girls established new cities in the Shattered Ice Valley, and only return in the evening to stroll through the market, soak in the hot springs, and enjoy their rest. Hello, how much is this fruit? Mianxiang could only walk halfway before she could go no further. Seeing the various fruits displayed in the wooden bucket, her hungry stomach began to protest. These? The small ones are 1 copper coin each, and the large ones are 2 copper coins each. Would you like some? They're delicious. The shop owner was a cat-eared girl who smiled and picked up the fruit when she saw a customer. This was the harvest she had made after a busy day in the desolate snowfield. I want 10 small ones. Is that the copper coin? Mianxiang immediately paid with a large copper coin. Su Yuan had explained the face value of each coin, so the transaction was not difficult. The beast girls just lacked this knowledge, which did not mean they were stupid. So the transaction went without much surprise, and soon Mianxiang walked into the market with a big pile of fruit on her face and a big smile on her face. This is so delicious, and this is so sweet. This grilled meat tastes pretty good too. Hello, how much is this? The elephant girls who had just joined during the day quickly adapted to the rhythm of the star tribe. One by one, they left the market carrying piles of delicious food, and many of them had already spent all the copper coins they had just earned. However, the smile on his face grew even wider. He didn't receive any disdain from the tribe, nor did he gnaw on the unpalatable bones anymore. He just wanted to eat the shredded meat stuck in the crevices. No more being homeless and unsure of where to go. What's wrong? Are you having trouble adjusting? Su Yuan also ate some freshly made otherworldly delicacies. Seeing Mianxiang gazing at the sky in the corner, he patted her on the shoulder. Leader. Mianxiang shook her head, but quickly nodded and said, That's true. I was always worried and afraid of being abandoned by other tribes. I'm not really like a shaman at all. Let's go take a bath together and relax. Su Yuan interrupted her, pointing to the hot spring pool not far away. He had discovered the wounds on Mianxiang's body and even on the beast girls who had followed her during the day. These wounds weren't frostbite. Their plump, fleshy thighs didn't look like they could be frostbitten by a little cold. However, because they had difficulty moving, they were still searching for food along the way. So the exposed skin was covered with scratches and scars from wild animal attacks. The wounds were not deep and had already scabbed over. To Mianxiang's astonishment, the two arrived at the hot spring pool. When she untied the animal skin, the other beast girls stared wide-eyed and instinctively leaned against the edge of the pool, submerging their necks in the water. This scale is outrageous. Compared to many witches, I am actually more like an ordinary person who knows a little witchcraft. The two returned to their previous topic. Mianxiang lowered her head, not seeing the hot spring clearly, and immediately turned her head to look at the side. The hot spring, which was emitting steam, actually had a faint blue hue. With the nourishment and recovery provided by the spring water, her wounds are slowly healing. Since you know witchcraft, that is a power bestowed upon you by heaven. Don't underestimate yourself. That is, don't look down on yourself. By the way, Mianxiang, do you know any witchcraft? Mianxiang nodded, stretched her arm out of the water, and said, I used to learn a great strength spell, but I lost the spell card. I was thinking of trading for a new one with another tribe. But I and my people can't even get enough to eat, let alone trade for a new witch's talisman. A power-enhancing magic? What kind of elemental magic is this? Su Yuan frowned, somewhat curious about the elemental classification of this magic. Or perhaps this magic has no elements at all. Here, try this on me. Driven by curiosity, Su Yuan immediately handed a witch's staff to Mianxiang. A look of surprise flashed across her face, but she quickly nodded seriously, grasped the staff with both hands, and held it close to her chest. As he murmured, a green light entered Su Yuan's body along with the staff. Instantly, Su Yuan felt a new green element within his body. It seemed to have entered every part of his cells like a life force, but it was slowly dissipating over time. This witchcraft is quite powerful. Chapter 371. I wasn't talking about this life or death battle. This wasn't Su Yuan deliberately praising him. At this moment, having received the blessing, he felt his body brimming with immense power, as if he could send the barbarian flying with a single punch. Of all the witchcraft he had ever seen, he only remembered that the berserk spell of the pigmen tribe had this effect. However, the berserk spell was more bloody and savage, and the person being cast on would completely lose their mind and ignore pain and injuries. The old witch died young and didn't teach me anything, so all I know is this one witchcraft, which I even learned by stealing. However, we were discovered later and driven out. Seeing the dejected expression, Su Yuan cupped water in his hands and placed it on Mianxiang's ears. The warm spring water washed over the huge ears, which were not rough and felt soft to the touch. All right, once you join us, you won't have to worry about being kicked out, as long as it doesn't violate the rules. Su Yuan patiently comforted her, but he didn't say the last sentence aloud. He just silently thought to himself, some things don't necessarily need to be said. He rinsed her gray hair with clean water. The Star Tribe did not yet have laws, but he had set some regulations based on the laws of his previous life and the tribe's situation. Boss Mianxiang. Witch, where are you? The shouts of a you and the others echoed from the tribe. At this moment, Mianxiang had fallen asleep on Su Yuan's shoulder, her little face flushed red from the steam, and she was snoring softly. Mianxiang, it's time to get up. If you don't go back soon, Ayu and the others will worry about you. Ayu. It was nearly 10 p.m. by then, and the liveliness in the tribe had subsided somewhat, with the atmosphere returning to its previous nighttime state. The only difference was that the beast girls lying under the lights had a strange, pungent scent that kept the buzzing mosquitoes far away. Su Yuan. Red Fox wasn't here tonight. The tribe had an extra ordeal, so she went back to her little cabin. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to work properly if she stayed with Su Yuan for a while. Tiger Hunter suddenly walked in from outside the door, his face looking rather pale, and he had many wounds on his body. Are you injured? Hunting a 4th-tier magical beast during the day? Hey, my ears. Whether it was Lion, Tiger Hunter, or the beast girls, they were all afraid of having their ears grabbed. Looking at Su Yuan, whose face was as black as charcoal, Tiger Hunter did not dare to resist and was pulled to the bedside. You're a real tiger, aren't you? You dare to charge at any prey, huh? What? Have you been possessed by Xianku? Or are you getting cocky because you think you have a new weapon? One incomprehensible word after another came out of Su Yuan's mouth, and the Tiger Hunter, who was originally as timid as a cat, lowered his head and waited to be scolded. After cursing for about 10 minutes, Su Yuan's mouth was also dry, and the red flame in his hand began to heal the wounds on Tiger Hunter's body. The injuries weren't too serious. Many of the scratches were just minor cuts that left bloody scars. However, it's estimated that her suit of armor is pretty much ruined. Tell me, why did you suddenly decide to hunt 4th-tier magical beasts? 4th-tier magical beasts possess at least the abilities of advanced awakened warriors, and each one has powerful abilities to varying degrees, such as the shark's silent hunting methods in the ocean. If it weren't for the equipment he provided, Su Yuan was truly worried that Tiger Hunter wouldn't be able to return. I feel like I'm about to break through, and I want to experience a life or death battle. Are you about to break through? Su Yuan could tell from Hu Lai's evasive eyes that she was lying. Her ear was pulled again, this time without any mercy, and even a few hairs were pulled out. I was wrong. Please punish me. It was that trick again. Su Yuan saw Tiger Hunter about to take off her animal skin clothes and kneel down, so he immediately grabbed her by the ear and stood up, lifting her up as well. Just lie down and relax. Su Yuan unbuttoned his clothes, revealing skin covered in wounds of all sizes. In addition to claw marks, there were also some circular wounds that looked like he had been hit by an oversized bullet. This wound is much more serious than a scratch. Blood is still seeping from some areas. What kind of wound is this? Su Yuan placed his palm on her lower abdomen, and the wound, which was seeping blood, was rapidly healing under his flame healing, soon growing tender pink and white flesh. It must have been caused by that water spear lizard too. Under questioning, Tiger Hunter confessed to everything that had happened during the day. After they finished hunting during the day, they found a 4th-level adult water spear lizard by a stream. In addition to its usual attacks, this lizard can also shoot out stored water through the shell on its back. The power was so great that it could pierce through tree trunks. If Tiger Hunter hadn't been wearing iron armor today, his abdomen would probably have been pierced through. These wounds were inflicted by Tiger Hunter when he sent Pan Yu back to the tribe while he hid to hunt the water spear lizard. The result was a crushing defeat, but the water spear lizard was not far from unscathed either. She chopped off one of its claws, and it was unable to chase her. It could only howl helplessly by the stream, wounded. Why would you go hunting a 4th-tier magical beast for no reason? I really feel like I'm about to break through, so I'm going to give it a try. This time, the lie seemed more natural than before, but when she looked at Su Yuan with a calm face, her eyes still unconsciously darted away. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. Of course, he knew Tiger Hunter's competitive spirit. Lion had broken through for so long, but she was still only an intermediate awakened warrior. This time, only 2 high-level awakened warriors, Shirshir and Xian Ku, were invited to the land of death. As a warrior who had followed Su Yuan for a long time, she was not even qualified to join the team. So during the time Su Yuan was away, she seemed to be possessed by a demon, and this morning, desire controlled her brain, causing her to rush up and fight that 4th-tier magical beast. Am I really useless? Lion is clearly younger than me, but now I'm not even qualified to spar with her. Hey, don't pull my ear. Are you upset because I didn't send you to the land of death this time? No. See, you're lying again. Your brain is evolving into Xian Ku's. If I wanted to call for powerful people, why don't I call all the high-level awakened warriors in the tribe? Rinchi Bai Ying and the others are high-level awakened warriors too, right? This time, those following Su Yuan were mostly beast girls who, in addition to hunting and fighting, also possessed other skills, such as building snow huts, disposing of corpses, and conducting reconnaissance. As for Xian Ku, that girl forced herself to join the tribe while clamoring to avenge Long Long had taken good care of her when she first joined. Alas, but the fact remains that I have never been able to become a high-level awakened warrior. However, this life-or-death battle has taught me a lot. As he spoke, Tiger Hunter became more and more energetic, regaining his previous arrogance, completely unaware of Su Yuan's face turning as black as charcoal. I'm here to ask you for a bottle of the awakening elixir I gave to Pan Yu. I need to recover from my injuries tomorrow, so I can go talk to that guy. Ears. Su Yuan released her ear and placed several large bottles of various potions he had redeemed from the system on the bedside table. You've learned a lot, haven't you? Tonight, I'll show you what a life-or-death battle truly is. A life-or-death battle? Wait, that's not the life-or-death battle I was talking about. Chapter 372, I'll study it further. The next day at noon, peace returned to the tribes, and everyone was busy with their own affairs. The liveliness of the evening contrasted sharply with the quietness of the present moment. All right, I've applied the medicine. From now on, this arm must not get wet. It will recover in 3 days. Well, I'll take 10 copper coins from you. The White Rabbit set up a small table outside her hut, which was piled high with medicinal herbs. Many of the slightly injured beast girls lined up or watched from the sidelines. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of heat emanated from somewhere in the tribe, causing all the busy beast girls to stop and focus their attention on a small hut. Who has broken through to the advanced awakened warrior level? Early in the morning, Bai Ying was holding a piece of grilled octopus leg she had just bought. She looked at the warm current flowing through her body with surprise, which dispelled much of the cold wind of the Snowfield. Ha. This truly is a battle to the death. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, which had long since dried. The blanket beneath him was soaked, and he could feel the sticky sweat on his body with every movement. Stop squatting. Go to the icy snowfield and tell Lion and the others to rest for another day and set off again tomorrow. Also, don't tell anyone. Hee, then I won't bother you anymore. Mao Yi slipped out with a smile. She had planned to come find Su Yuan this morning, but the life-or-death battle looked too terrifying, so she only dared to hide far away outside the door and peek through the crack. So, what elemental abilities did you gain? Beside him, Tiger Hunter's face was even paler, but his usually serious face was now grinning foolishly, making one think he had been possessed by some silly fellow. Tiger Hunter snapped out of his daze, enduring the aches and pains throughout his body as he propped himself up. At that moment, a blazing fire was burning within him. Flame. I have obtained the power of flame. Flames do match the properties of the fire spirit potion, but Su Yuan also knew that the elemental power he gained from breaking through to become an advanced awakened warrior might not be the same as the elemental power of the potion he took. Perhaps Tiger Hunter and Lioness only absorbed the original power of the potion, while the elemental power was purified by Su Yuan and entered into their own bodies. Bear! As Tiger Hunter clenched her fist, a ball of flame rose from it. So hot, yet it did not burn her body. I'll go out and give it a try. As soon as she stood up, the soreness and pain in her body made her legs buckle, and she immediately collapsed. The ball of flame also dissipated in the air, and her entire body crashed onto Su Yuan. Ouch, my back. You should rest for a day and deal with that water spear lizard tomorrow. Su Yuan rubbed his aching back from being shoved down and angrily dragged Tiger Hunter off. Having just gone through a life-or-death battle, this guy wasn't going to rest and was planning to go on another real life-or-death battle. Shut up, close your eyes, and don't move. The camp in the icy wilderness has been rebuilt and is even larger than before, but compared to the bustling seaside tribes, there are only wooden huts for people to rest. Yes, there's also a small plot of land planted by Shui Lu Wu, but Su Yuan picked most of the vegetables and fruits. In a corner of the tribe, there was a lot of purple-veined gemstones. After the elephant girls dug them out, they were recorded and stored together, and then the other beast girls carried them back to the underground cave. Is everything packed up? Su Yuan rested for a day and a night. Before dawn the next day, Tiger Hunter left the tribe with his weapons, and Su Yuan also woke up early and came to the icy snowfield. Yes, we've replenished the food, and we've also brought some water to store in the gem. Xinke held up the storage gem in her hand and shook it in front of Su Yuan, a meaningful smile on her face. Water? What do you need water for? Su Yuan asked curiously as he took the storage gem. Once you reach the land of death, there will be no more snow. Everything will be covered in ice crystals. To get water, you will have to break the ice and put it in your mouth to melt it. Long walked over from the side, carrying some simple luggage on her back. It's all covered in solid ice. The road ahead won't be easy to travel. Just as Su Yuan was pondering how to proceed with the plan for the land of death, Xinke quietly came to his side and nudged him with her arm. By the way, wasn't Tiger Hunter the one who broke through to advanced awakened warrior yesterday? What? You want to fight her and see who's stronger? Su Yuan looked at her strange smile and, somewhat puzzled, climbed onto De Shuang's back. The group mounted their snow wolves again. The former Star Tribe, now the Snow Willow Tribe, had arranged for a group of Beast Girl warriors, along with Mianxiang and her powerful miners. Even if attacked by monsters or orcs, they can hold out for a while, and then the Star Tribe will send out a large force to kill the attacking enemies via the space teleportation array. Fight. She's only been awakened for a few days. If I hit her, I'd be bullying her. And who am I? I am a peerless genius who combines the qualities of a sorcerer and an awakened warrior. At this point, Xinke's mouth stretched almost to his ears, and he brandished his spear in the air, the interplay of electricity and flames creating bursts of explosions. Hey, hey, hey! This startled the big fool beneath her, causing him to clutch his head, while the unsuspecting Xinke slammed her head into the snow. Peerless genius, do you want me to help you pull it out? Ha ha ha. Even Lion couldn't help but laugh at this sight. Everyone tried their best to suppress their laughter as they watched Xinke crawl out of the snow. I was the one teasing you. How did it become you bullying me? Xinke angrily brushed the snow off her head, but quickly regained her excitement. She quietly pulled Desha to Su Yuan's side and nimbly jumped onto Deshuang's back. Tell me about your fight yesterday. Who won and who lost? Why are you curious about this? Is it because you've never won before and are worried that someone else is better than you and will beat me first? This really hit Xinke where it hurt. Her face flushed as she argued. How? How could that be? I can't beat you just because my method is wrong. I've already asked Black Sheep. Wait for me to study it some more. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She could have gained a lot by asking Mao Yi or Pan Yu, but out of so many people, she asked someone who had no practical experience. Hey, what are you laughing at? Just wait, Black Sheep said that once I learn it, I'll definitely be able to beat you. I believe in you. Ha, you can definitely beat me. Keep it up, and go talk to Black Sheep more often. Ha ha ha. Achoo, why have I been sneezing all day? Could it be like Su Yuan said, that someone is talking about me? Black Sheep, who was brewing medicine in a small wooden cabin by the sea, sneezed several times in a row, splashing the potion on the table in front of her. She had to put down the potion in her hand and began to mutter to herself. No, I have to ask Inhuan again today what moves those beastmen she poisoned had shown, otherwise I won't have anything to teach Xan Keed next time. Chapter 373, What's a Wolf Doing Ice Skating? Phew, is this the land of death? It's so flat. After walking for about half a month, the snowfield and forest in front of us disappeared without a trace, leaving only solid ice, white ice blocks, and a few withered trees frozen into ice sculptures. A cold mist swirled in the distance, obscuring this vast white world. A trickle of water still flows through the glaciers we've seen before, but the environment here is suffocating, as if we've been trapped in a deathly white cage. Yes, if you walk a little further ahead, you will see a frozen snow mountain, where the tribe I used to live is located. A trace of memory flashed in Long's eyes. It wasn't easy to escape from here back then. Not only her, but even Gigi fell countless times here. Knowing what had happened, the little guy didn't shed a single tear, even though his bottom was numb from the fall. Instead, he resolutely followed everyone and ran outside. Now, returning here once again, Long couldn't help but close her eyes, her mind still vividly recalling the scene of everyone escaping together a few years ago. Some of those who followed her now live peacefully in the Star Tribe, while others were captured and taken back to cover for them. But what she is very proud of is that none of those who followed her died. On the contrary, everyone is living a very happy life. The cold wind blowing from the icy plains ahead brought Long back to her senses, and she frowned. Only a few years had passed, and the temperature here had dropped again. Fortunately, they were all wearing the warmest clothes of the Star Tribe. His body was tightly wrapped up, with only his eyes showing. A warm red light emanated from the backpack on Su Yuan's back, warding off the cold. But she began to worry. Had everyone in the land of death held on? I must bring you this happiness, Wu. Wrong is wrong. We are not pebbles for any tribe to explore, but independent individuals. We also have our own lives. Ouch! The joy in her heart was shattered by a cry of alarm. Long looked to her side and saw Xian Ke stumble and fall on the solid ice of the land of death. The hard ice made her feel like her buttocks were about to be shattered into pieces. She struggled to get up, but after only a few seconds, she lost her balance and fell down again. Su Yuan, help me. Su Yuan looked helpless and went over to drag the person back. The appearance of these solid ice blocks was simply too irregular. He squatted down to observe the ice blocks carefully and could only see a pitch-black area underneath. The area separating it from the icy snowfield is a black landmass covered by snow, with the solid ice and the land seemingly separated by a line. Could this place have been an ocean before? Only the ocean can explain why the fracture here is so clear. But what kind of great force could freeze such a vast sea into ice? Could it be a magic weapon that regulates temperature? Su Yuan, are we going to have to crawl over here? Long, how did you guys get out of there? Xian Ke tentatively stretched out one foot, but the animal hide shoes made of leather made it impossible to stand firmly on them. It was even more slippery than the snowy path leading up the mountain. The only good thing was that it wasn't a slope, so she wouldn't fall back down. We stumbled and fell all the way here. When we couldn't walk anymore, we crawled with our claws. Back then, Squeak even carried a piece of animal bone with him and chiseled our way here. Although Long smiled as she spoke, only those who escaped with her knew the hardships they had endured. However, when we go out in the tribe, the shaman will give us some yellow vines. We can barely walk on the ice field by tying the vines to our feet. Xian Ke tried several more times, but seeing that she couldn't stand firmly on it no matter what, she had no choice but to sit down on the ground in frustration, looking at the endless ice field and sighing. But we don't have any yellow vines now. Are we going to have to crawl forward too? Big fool, can you walk around up there? Hearing Xian Ke's question, the big fool beneath her carried her to the ice field. The fur on its paws and paw pads increased the friction, making it easier for them to walk on the ice than for humans. Bang! However, with a person on their backs, they couldn't keep their balance. After a few steps, they stumbled and fell down, and the wolf and the person crawled back in a sorry state. Su Yuan, do you have any other ideas? I don't want to crawl. Su Yuan certainly didn't want to crawl over on the ground, but the non-slip shoes and trekking poles he had exchanged earlier were all left in the tribe. Since they weren't worth many points anyway, he quietly opened the system store and looked at the pairs of non-slip sports shoes, as well as some shoes with steel spikes or rubber covering the soles of the feet. Wearing these shoes, walking steadily on the ice field was naturally no problem, but when he saw a pair of peculiar boots at the very bottom, a smug smile appeared on his lips. Of course there is, and it allows you to move very fast on ice. even faster than on flat ground. Really? Quick, let me see it. Xianku immediately got up from the ground, hugged Su Yuan's leg, and looked at him with anticipation. Here you go, but you have to master the technique, or you'll fall down before you even get on. Su Yuan took out a pair of yellow, modernly crafted shoes. The heavy shoes had a pair of sharp blades underneath, which were ice skates for skating. Are you sure? This thing can stand on it. You're not still holding a grudge about me teasing you before, are you? Fine, you can tease me back then. Do whatever you want tonight. Ahem. I'm not kidding you. I'll try it first, you guys wait here. Before climbing the snow-capped mountain in his previous life, Su Yuan had not only learned to ski, but also practiced ice skating. However, the indoor ice rink was not as vast as this ice field, and he had to be careful not to bump into other people in the crowded area. Here, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. You could even slide around with your eyes closed for several minutes without bumping into anything. Be careful, don't fall. Amid everyone's worries, Su Yuan put on his skates and stood on the ice field. His leg muscles hadn't forgotten how to glide, and as his body began to sway, he quickly glided towards the distance of the ice field. Its speed started slowly but gradually increased to the speed of flying on the ground. Its figure moved freely across the ice field, circling several times before returning. Wow, that's amazing. Su Yuan, I want to try it too. I believe in you now, let me try it out. Not only Xianku, but also Shir and Long had eyes full of anticipation, but their personalities prevented them from so openly pulling Su Yuan to shout. All right, one pair each. Go up slowly and don't stray too far from here. We'll continue once we've gotten used to it. It was just a pair of ice skates, and it didn't cost many points. Su Yuan redeemed a pair for everyone and distributed them to each of the beast girls. Woof, 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 woof. No, why are you all crowding around? It's not like you can't walk on it. After the beast girls received their ice skates, Big Fool and the others surrounded them again. Their dazed eyes prompted Su Yuan to give them a sharp rap on the head. What's a wolf doing ice skating? Chapter 374 Are you going to drug me again? Su Yuan, how do I move this? Oh, the first time they ice skated was on such a vast ice field. Xianku and her friends were very nervous as they stepped onto the ice. The fall they had imagined did not happen. Their taut legs were on the blades. Actually, the blades on the ice skates aren't as sharp as blades. Otherwise, they would probably have fallen before even starting to skate. It's just that Xianku and the others had never seen skates with blades on them before. Seeing Su Yuan gliding freely on the ice, Xianku was somewhat tempted and began to move slowly like a penguin. Stop dawdling and be bolder. It's just a fall on your butt. You have plenty of flesh on your butt, so it won't hurt. It only hurts when you fall because you have a lot of flesh. Let me try it slowly first. Su Yuan immediately slid over and grabbed Xianku's arm. With his help, the two slowly started moving forward. The increased speed made the usually bold Xianku nervous instead. My legs started to tremble, and I forgot even the basics of walking. In my haste, both legs twisted forward at the same time. Hey, don't pull me. Ouch, my butt. Mastering the gliding technique wasn't difficult, especially on this vast ice field. After about 20 minutes, everyone got used to the thrill of gliding on the ice. Ha 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 ha. Hurry up and catch up with me. The snow wolf behind them suffered, unable to keep up with Lion and Shinko at all. Afraid of losing them, it could only stumble and fall along the way. Su Yuan, why don't you set up a teleportation array here too? We can go back here to ice skate when we get back. Xianku became bolder and bolder as she skated, no longer showing the trembling demeanor she had before. She skated towards Su Yuan from a distance and suddenly stopped, kicking up some ice shards onto Su Yuan. Stop talking nonsense. We're almost at Long's former tribe. Remember to take off your shoes when you leave the ice. These shoes can only slide on ice. Don't worry, of course I know. But don't forget about setting up the teleportation array. I'm bringing Kong and Mangsing to play here later. I had considered placing a teleportation array here when I came. Firstly, it would allow me to quickly bring the beast girl back from the land of death, and secondly, it would make investigating the divine artifact much easier. As for the location, it will naturally be deep inside the cave where Long and the others once stayed. It can also serve as a temporary camp or a storage point for the purple-patterned gemstones. The purple-veined brilliant stones on that mountain in the icy snowfield could certainly not be contained in the two small lake-bottom caves where the red fox once lived. Su Yuan, the Xuesu tribe is just ahead, the tribe I used to belong to. The current leader is the Xuesu witch, a great witch with. They hadn't traveled far across the ice field. After about a day, towering, solitary mountains came into view. Just as I thought, this is indeed an ocean. Su Yuan stopped and looked at the towering mountains standing alone on the ice field in the distance. On these isolated islands, One could still see some dense crops frozen in ice crystals. Compared to the bottomless, black abyss-like ice field, the ground near these mountain peaks is much clearer, and the features of the land can be seen beneath the ice. Watch out. Someone's there. Suddenly, Lion appeared in front of Su Yuan, its eyes fixed on the island where two small figures were chiseling at the ice with bones, but they seemed to have noticed their arrival. The figures looked somewhat flustered, and one of them immediately jogged towards the cave not far away. Su Yuan, should I go and bring them here? It's too late, Long. Those were your former clansmen. Long also slid over from the side. Her gaze slightly narrowed, then she pursed her lips and nodded. Yes, it's Little Pine Branch, the little guy who grew up following me around. Chief, please don't hurt them. Long bit her lip and said nervously. Of course she knew that fighting would inevitably lead to injury, but Xiaosongzi and the others had no fighting ability at all, and they were forced to stay in this godforsaken place. Longbi and the others had more courage, daring to resist and escape, while Songji and the other beast girls could only obediently follow the shaman's orders and struggle in this desolate place. Don't worry, you and Gray will hide outside with the guardian orb and not be discovered by them. Leave the rest to us. Su Yuan immediately had an idea, but the premise was that Long and Hui, who had escaped from the Xuesu tribe, could not be discovered by them. Believe me. Seeing Long's hesitant eyes, he immediately stepped forward and gently hugged her. The warm feeling reminded Long of when she first met Su Yuan. It was because she chose to believe in him that she dared to lead the few escaped people of her clan to follow Su Yuan away. So his hesitant gaze immediately became very firm. He nodded, let go of Su Yuan, and pulled Hui to hide in another corner of the island. Remember this later. We are just a wandering tribe that has been chased here. We plan to rest in their cave for one night, and, as a token of our gratitude, we are willing to share the food we brought with them. Xine Ku, remember to tone down your aura. Don't scare them. I get it. Are you going to charm them again? And then, ouch. How could such an authoritative and aloof face emit such a lewd laugh? Su Yuan's face darkened, and he flicked her on the head before leading the rest of the group to the island. Who are you? The little beast girl named Songji raised the bone knife in her hand. Her clothes were thick, but very worn. Her thin body and some frostbite wounds could be seen from her exposed arms. In this godforsaken place, we're starving and freezing. It would be a miracle if we could even grow up. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, coughed lightly, and slowly explained, we are a tribe that fled from outside, and we've gotten lost here. Escape? Yes, a terrifying witch has appeared in the Wangshui Mountains. She is capturing witches and awakened warriors everywhere. We had no choice but to flee to the ice and snow plains. Unexpectedly, they chased us to the ice and snow plains, so we had no choice but to flee here. The little beast girl was also simple-minded and had never seen lies and deception before. Her vigilance relaxed a little, and she put away the bone dagger in her hand and explained, this is a land of death. If you go any further in, you won't see anything. So don't go any further. You can't see anything at all. If you go any further down there, you'll be covered in white fog. There's nothing around but ice. You can also pick some leaves and bark from the dead trees at the foot of those hills. Once you get there, you'll just have to wait to starve to death. While they were chatting, a group of people emerged from a cave not far away. The leader was a young woman who looked to be in her early 30s, but her white hair and wrinkles around her eyes suggested that she was probably older than she appeared. Snowy which they are. Chapter 375 Perfect for a good night's sleep after eating. Songji ran to the person's side and quietly told her all of Su Yuan's explanation of the origin. So you're the ones who fled here. Leave now. This place isn't suitable for you. Xuesu didn't try to stop her. She glanced at everyone and immediately turned to leave. Her deep expression made Su Yuan frown slightly, and he immediately called out to her. Sorceress Xuesu, it is now dark. Could you allow us to rest in the cave for the night? We are willing to offer you some of the food we have with us. Su Yuan took the backpack, which was full of roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes. However, as he reached in, he also took out some meat from his storage gem. Is this fruit and meat? The tribesmen behind Xuesu stared longingly at the piece of beast meat. Meat was a rare sight in the land of death. With a bit of luck, they might find frozen rats in some caves or fish frozen on a shallow layer of ice. If you're unlucky, you can only pry open the hard ice and pick up some wild grass on the island and fruit that has been frozen for who knows how long. Which? All eyes were on Xuesu. It would be a lie to say they didn't want to eat. Long-term hunger and malnutrition made their bodies unable to resist the temptation of meat. Come in, rest for one night, and then leave immediately. Xuesu's expression remained unchanged. She glanced at Su Yuan, and then led her people back to the cave. The little beast girls beside her would occasionally turn their heads to look at Su Yuan's backpack. I won't need to say anything more later, right? Don't worry, I'm very skilled at it. Once I've drugged her, I'll act immediately. Xin Ku was an old hand. From being drugged by Su Yuan at the beginning to attacking the drugged enemy later, she naturally understood Su Yuan's meaning without needing to say more. The group followed them into the cave, which was much warmer than the frigid ice field outside. Some small, dirty beast girls were gathered around the campfire. Not far away, several equally thin trees were planted on the ground, but fortunately they had not been frozen to death. Some unripe fruits were growing on them, and their poor nutrition could be seen from their withered yellow leaves. Hello, my name is Songji. Songji, who was the first to see Su Yuan and the others, came to their side and greeted everyone. The smile on her face was much more sincere than Xue Su's unpredictable expression. Perhaps from birth until now, the only people she has ever met are those in her tribe, and the only world she has ever seen is that desolate white expanse outside. My name is Su Yuan, and this is Xin Ku, Lion. Su Yuan, with a kind expression, followed them into the tribe without any hurry. Everyone's eyes were drawn to them, their curious gazes undisguised. Could you please let us have a taste of that meat? We haven't had any meat in ages. Yes. The last time was when Zizi found a snow mouse in a cave far away in the mountains, and it smelled so good. As soon as he entered the cave, before he could even get anxious, the beast girls, having heard the news, became impatient and surrounded him. Fortunately, they weren't so eager as to try and steal it. Xue Su, who was not far away, returned to her seat and began carving something on the wall with a stone in her hand, ignoring what was happening here. Don't rush, everyone will get some. Lion, you make the soup, put the potatoes and meat in. Su Yuan handed the backpack to Shir, and at the same time, his fingers grasped Shir's hand and placed a few pills in her palm. Although they could forcefully capture everyone back, some injuries would be inevitable. Considering Long's previous request, Su Yuan decided to use this more troublesome method. This way, these little guys can have a good meal and a peaceful sleep. Yes, don't worry. Shir calmly clutched the medicine in her hand. After Su Yuan explained the matter to them, he quietly came to Xue Su's side, where there was a cave within a cave. Inside the hole blocked by wooden sticks, leaned a beast woman with equally silver hair. Her animal skin was tattered and dirty, and she was leaning against the wall with her head hanging down, making it impossible to see her face. May I have a word with the shaman of your tribe? Su Yuan's words did not make Xue Su turn around. She just continued to carve on the wall with the sharp stone, her tone very calm. What do you want to talk about? This place is perpetually dark, and the vast ice plains offer no food or water. Why would you choose to establish a tribe in such a desolate place? We dare not leave the land where our ancestors lived, violating their rules. This statement was a mix of truth and falsehood, and Su Yuan didn't intend to extract any information from the other party. He simply wanted to lower their guard and continued the conversation. Our ancestral land. How many people can remain in our ancestral land? If we hadn't been driven and hunted here, we would probably still be living in the place where our ancestors lived. Xue Su paused in her carving, her fingers gripping the stone turning slightly white. After a moment of silence, the carving resumed. But she could no longer say anything, and continued to carve her magnificent work, a picture that almost covered the entire rock face, with her head down. Only the one in the cave within the cave opened its eyes. What is this guy drawing? Seeing that the other party ignored him, Su Yuan didn't continue talking. He looked up and curiously examined the picture. Xue Su looked down at the wooden board in her hands from time to time while she was carving. The drawing is winding and spiraling, with many parts circled and marked with an X, and some lines intertwined within it. Its artistry is comparable to Su Yuan's hand-drawn map of the icy and snowy plains. It seems they haven't given up yet, and plan to continue searching for that divine gift. Judging from the map's coverage, they had explored the entire land of death. Su Yuan silently opened the map, and the unlocked areas were almost identical to those drawn by Xue Su. The circled areas were islands, and one of the solid circles was the cave where I was. I had explored almost all the other areas. However, even if she explores for another 100 years, it will probably be difficult to find it, because that thing is not on land at all. The meal is ready. Pine Branch ran over happily. In the distance, several earthenware pots were set up on the campfire, and the potatoes and beast meat stewing inside were bubbling away. The beast girls who were busy or resting all gathered around. I'm not hungry yet, you guys. Xue Su shook her head, and just as she was about to continue drawing the map, a bowl of steaming hot meat soup was placed in front of her. Have something to eat. It's a way of thanking you for taking us in for the night. We would have frozen to death if we hadn't found a cave here. The aroma of the broth wafted into Shue Su's nostrils, causing her to stop her painting. Her body conveyed a craving that she couldn't refuse, and she subconsciously took the broth, swallowing hard as she watched the steam rise from it. Try it. This soup is delicious. It's getting late, so you can have a good night's sleep after you finish eating. Chapter 376, A Sip of Soup to Warm Up? This soup is poisoned. Shue Su finally couldn't bear the long-term vegetarian diet anymore. After tasting a large bowl of soup, she looked at the tribespeople falling one by one around her, her calm face filled with terror. Why? This should be our first time meeting, right? Clinging to her last shred of sanity, she stared at the figure crouching in front of her, gritting her teeth as she tried to memorize that face. Of course it's the first time we've met. Don't worry, I just want you to get a good night's sleep. Su Yuan watched as she slowly closed her eyes, then immediately looked to the other side. At this moment, Xian Ku was binding the two people with ropes. One of them was holding a witch's staff and looked younger than Shue Su. The staff was still glowing, but before it could unleash any magic, Xian Ku snatched it away. Go and call Long and the others over. This is all taken care of. Once again, they easily won over the beast girls with their naivety, but this tactic is not easy to use in ordinary tribes. Only beast girls from the Snowfowl tribe, who live in desolate lands and eat nothing but grass roots and tree bark, would be unable to resist their bodies' cravings and share their food with everyone. No, there's still one person who hasn't tasted it yet. Suddenly, stones rose from the ground, enveloping Su Yuan. The brown stones coalesced into thorny chains that trapped him within. Release them, or you won't be leaving this cave today. Inside that cramped cave, the white-haired beast woman held a witch's staff in one hand, her haggard and emaciated face filled with determination, her eyes staring at the crowd with vigilance and threat. I never imagined that the most capable person would be locked up here. Su Yuan sensed the powerful witch power and touched the sharp stone spikes with his fingers. He had silently created a net around himself, and the opponent's strength was not much different from that of a great witch. What do you want? There's no food or animal hides here. You won't get anything useful except by capturing them. You'll just have more mouths to feed. What a coincidence. They are exactly what I'm after, Su Yuan said with a smile. You, Yinhe witch. Outside, Long's call made the beast girl in the prison turn her head. The familiar voice and the familiar appearance made Yinhe Wu pause for a moment, and then her gaze fell on Su Yuan. So that's how it is. What a clever scheme. I didn't expect Long to bring you all back here, and even set a trap for Shue Su to fall into. Yinhe Wu, leader Su Yuan, and the others aren't bad people. The prison cell that had confined Su Yuan was released. Long looked at the dissipating stone cell and immediately went to the cave entrance to easily break apart the wooden pieces. This thing couldn't hold a person at all. If Yinhe wanted to leave, he could easily do so, but he has been imprisoned inside for so many years, becoming a symbol of the Shue Su vigilant tribe. Long, I'll leave this to you. I'll go study that picture. Yinhe, who was helped out by Long, never took her eyes off Su Yuan. The two stared at each other for a while, and Su Yuan had no idea what these old beast women were thinking. They looked so mysterious. So he bid farewell to the crowd and came to the rock wall map that Shue Su had carved. He had only glanced at it a few times before, and it was not clear in the dim firelight. Now that he was closer and looked at it with a flashlight, he could see the details of the map clearly. Although it was still as abstract as his map of the icy and snowy plains, the level of detail was completely different. Over hundreds of years, through the efforts of several generations, relying on human eyes, they painstakingly drew a map step by step in this desolate land of death. It was naturally much more detailed than the simple map that Su Yuan had only been on the road for a few months. Upon closer inspection, one can discover that in addition to the previously marked islands, there are some strangely shaped objects, which cannot be described in writing and can only be guessed from the abstract images. Could there be monsters in this godforsaken place too? Of course, this is also a place that Shue Su has always wanted to investigate. After Long's explanation, Yinhe Wu also relaxed her guard. Those powerful warriors did not harm their people, but only tied up some of the unconscious warriors. Yinhe arrived at the mural, ran his fingers over the map that the tribe had spent decades or even centuries investigating and carving, and pointed to the key marked location. This was discovered a few years ago. At that time, Xiao Kuei almost didn't make it back alive. There was a strange thing there. Shue Su thought it was a gift from the gods, so she planned to take people to find it. But I stopped her. Even Xiao Kuei almost lost her life. Sending more people would just be sending them to their deaths. Xiao Kuei is a high-level awakened warrior in her tribe, and also the tribe's hunting leader. Even she felt a deadly threat just from a glance at her. The others probably froze to death on the ice field before they even arrived. In order to stop her from leading everyone to their deaths, I temporarily stalled her and let Long lead the others to escape, but unfortunately only a dozen or so managed to get away. However, Xuesu dared not mention this matter again, fearing that I would escape with my men again. Her fingers traced the mural depicting 2 pairs of horns, and she continued explaining with a hint of helplessness and weariness. She gave the tribe 3 years. If they haven't found the divine gift anywhere else in 3 years, then... I see. The doubt between Su Yuan's brows dissipated, and he finally understood why Long and the others had suddenly led people to escape. Rather than die in vain, it was better to escape and have a chance of survival. What's in that place? Even a high-level awakened warrior almost died there. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan also stepped forward and carefully touched the picture of the horned monster. Such creatures would not exist in this place. Even if one had strong cold resistance, they would starve to death here. A deer. A huge deer shadow, somewhat like the Deerman tribe among the beastmen. Xiao Kuei said she only saw it from afar behind the mountain, and the surrounding cold air froze her arm, causing wounds. The deer clan. Are there really living creatures? Su Yuan shook his head. Rather than believing it was a living creature, he preferred to believe it was an immortal being like a snow demon. However, none of this concerned him. At worst, he could take Xian Ku and the others to see it after he finished dealing with this matter. While the others were afraid of the strange cold current, he wasn't too worried. What will the chief do with us next? Will he let us go? Or will he take us back to the tribe? After answering Su Yuan's question, Yanhe suddenly asked a question, looking at Long and Hui who were busy in the distance. The 2 of them had smiles on their faces and gently picked up the clansman who was sleeping on the ground. When she looked at Su Yuan again, the worry in her eyes had disappeared, and she smiled calmly. How should we treat you? How about you have some soup first to warm yourselves up? Chapter 377, So Happy. Did you find money? As the new teleportation array appeared, figures emerged, and everyone gathered around to watch the crowd emerge from it. Chief. The chief is back. Su Yuan walked ahead, while Long and the other warriors carried the unconscious people back. Su Yuan left the teleportation array of the Land of Death in the previous cave. He hadn't yet explored the divine gift, and there was also the matter of the deer man. He always felt it was anything but simple, and perhaps he could go and take a look once he was fully prepared. Long. Yanhe, I'm leaving them in your care. Let me know when they wake up. Yes, Chief. Yanhe nodded, her eyes filled with amazement as she gazed at the bustling and vibrant tribe. The long-lost warmth made her take off the heavy, tattered animal skin she was wearing. The body was wrapped in only 2 remaining animal hides, and the exposed arms, legs, and lower abdomen were extremely thin. If even the shaman was like this, the others were probably in the same boat. Su Yuan overestimated the strength of the Xuesu tribe. The abilities of advanced awakened warriors require energy in their bodies to sustain them, which means they need to be well fed. Otherwise, Yanhua and Yinduo would have broken free and escaped long ago. Judging from this, Xiao Kuei, as a high-level awakened warrior, probably can't exert as much power as Mao Yi and Pan Yu, who have only been awakened for about 2 years. As for Yanhe and the other witches, it's estimated that releasing just a few spells would exhaust all their magical power. Eat more food. Long tell Red Fox to put the expenses of the Snow Fairy tribe on my tab first. The tribe's rules cannot be broken, but the newly arrived Xuesu tribe members are penniless, and Yanhe has no way to earn money for the time being, so he has to do psychological work for Xuesu and the others. Su Yuan, leave them to me. Hui and I have saved up some money, enough to take care of everyone. Long, who is usually calm and composed as a mother, was like a child at this moment, with a happy smile on her face. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, the heavy weight on her heart was finally lifted. Consumption? Well, Wu, let me tell you, it's actually the rule of the Star Tribe. No one can eat and drink for free. Everyone needs to earn coins, and then use those coins to trade for the supplies they need. Su Yuan had to rush to the Shattered Ice Valley, while Long brought Yanhe Wu to the trading market. It was afternoon, and some hunters had returned, while some beast girls were displaying their goods in the market. This rule is really good. This way, not only will there be no lazy people, but it will also reduce the problem of food distribution. Yanhe was far more experienced than the average shaman. He immediately saw several advantages of this system. Those who slacked off could barely survive on the resources they received, so those who wanted to improve their quality of life needed to work. The issue of dietary restrictions among different types of the God-given race has also been well resolved, since in the past, They ate whatever they hunted. Even for the bullhorn girl, when everyone in the tribe was eating beef, she either had to go hungry or eat with everyone else. Sister Long, would you like a skewer of candied hawthorns? Long brought Yinha to Millen's shop. The variety of desserts in the tribe was increasing, and their stall was no longer as crowded as before. However, business is quite good every day, which has led the three little ones to buy a set of special equipment for collecting honey. Little Millen, give me 2 skewers of candied hawthorns. Which try this. It's delicious. Long bought 2 skewers, handing one to Yinha. Her expectant look was completely different from her usual calm demeanor, leaving the 3 sisters, Millen and Milu, stunned. Millen, did Sister Long find some money on the ground today? I think right. This tastes really good. The long-lost sweetness made Yinha sigh with nostalgia. The last time she tasted it was when she was a child and found a fruit on a fruit tree. The sweetness from the relatively well-preserved fruit pulp lingered in her memory for a long time. She remembers chewing it for a long time until the pulp lost its flavor before swallowing it. Right, Mom, do you want to come and see what we just... Oh, Yinha woo. The two were strolling through the market when suddenly, a squeaky exclamation interrupted them. The little Totoro ran over and hugged Yinha's leg. Yinha woo, I miss you so much. Squeak, I miss you so much. Have you gotten fat lately? I can't even carry you anymore. Yinha smiled happily and picked up Gigi. The little tomcat was a bit fatter than when it stole Su Yuan's snake meat soup, and its chubby little face was very cute. No, Mom recently made Gigi drink animal milk. Su Yuan said it would make me grow taller, and I should have grown taller. Yes, he has grown quite a bit taller. Seeing Long and Gigi living so happily in the Star Tribe, Yinha felt much better. She herself was born in that dark cave. I spend most of my life in caves, and the only scenery I've ever seen is the desolate ice field. The most delicious food I eat is a bowl of meat soup stewed in a coconut shell. The old shaman often said that we could only return after fulfilling the tribe's mission and finding the legendary divine gift, but I often wondered, why should we go back? The 3 of them, 2 adults and 1 child, walked along the road. Yinha visited this bustling tribe, lively, youthful, and full of vitality, unlike the Shuisu tribe, which was full of gloom and decay in the cave. We were born and raised on the snowy plains. What do we have to do with the Xinyuan tribe that our ancestors spoke of? To me, the descriptions of the Xinyuan tribe by my ancestors, the vast green grasslands, the dense forests, and the babbling brooks, are actually not as good as the little cave where I was born. And the ice fields nearby, when we were little, Shuesu, Baiyu, and I would sit on animal skins and push each other around. Perhaps it was seeing Gigi's genuine smile that Yinha started talking more, his rambling filled with nostalgia for his past life. Which, we recently captured a group of people from the Xinyuan tribe. They must also be here to find the divine gift. They've sent them again? Could it be that the Xinyuan tribe has another shaman? Yinha frowned. She had no feelings for the Xinyuan tribe, which her ancestors longed to return to. She neither yearned for it nor hated it. Would you like to see them? No need. From now on, we have no connection with the Xinyuan tribe, understand? Yinha shook his head and refused. I will persuade Shuesu and Baiyu. For now, don't tell them about the people from the Xinyuan tribe, especially Shuesu. Yes, I understand. The 2 women looked at Gigi in Yinha's arms. Gigi's big eyes were staring at them, and it nodded heavily after being noticed. Don't worry, Squeak won't tell. Chapter 378, True Flame Fist. This is a headache. How do I fix this water pump? In the evening, Su Yuan returned to the seaside from the broken ice valley. During this time, the construction of the city did not encounter any major problems, and the outer city wall had been completed. The internal foundation has been completed. Currently, the construction of the building is being overseen by 2 junior engineers, Kong and Hujio. Without modern technology and craftsmanship, Su Yuan's requirement is for a 5-story ordinary residential building. That wasn't difficult, but the problem was that he wanted to be able to pump the underground water into the house through pipes, just like in his previous life, and then discharge it to a special treatment facility through pipes. The latter is easy to solve, but the former is very difficult, unless he can exchange dozens of sets of special water pumps in the system store. This is something Su Yuan doesn't want to see. Everything in this city is built by the beast girls themselves, and he doesn't want to have to rely on the system at this point. Su Yuan. As the sun set, everyone gradually returned to the tribe. Su Yuan saw Pan Yu following Tiger Hunter, with the beast girls dragging a huge monster carcass behind them. Look, this is a 4th-tier magical beast that I hunted down with the tiger hunting captain. Aren't I amazing? You were cheering us on as we hunted the 4th-tier magical beast, weren't you? He still doesn't know the strength of the Moon Rebel? Although he is outstanding among awakened warriors, he is still a distance away from being a high-level awakened warrior. When Su Yuan pointed it out, Pan Yu blushed and stomped her feet, complaining, "I wasn't cheering from the sidelines." "What? I managed to sneak up on it too." "Okay, but be careful next time. Don't push yourself and get hurt." Su Yuan rubbed her furry ears and looked at the 3-meter-long giant lizard behind him. After Tiger Hunter broke through to the advanced awakened warrior level, he prepared to go back for revenge, but the guy wasn't there at all. After searching for so long, they finally found the guy's lair. This time, Tiger Hunter led a few people to its lair to have a real battle to the death with this guy again. On one side was a Tiger Hunter who had broken through to the advanced awakening warrior level and recovered from his injuries. On the other side was a water spear lizard who had lost a forelimb and was still recovering from his injuries. The outcome was predictable. "So, have you developed your own moves yet?" Su Yuan continued to rub Pan Yu's little head, making her beautiful hair all messy. Then he looked at Hu Lai, and a smile suddenly appeared on his calm face. He nodded and said, "Well, during these recent battles, I've discovered that the flame within my body is incredibly powerful. And then I saw you use a flame fist move, so you really became Fire Fist Ace?" "Fire Fist Ace? Let me demonstrate for you outside." Tiger Hunter couldn't understand Su Yuan's words. After thinking for a moment, he led Su Yuan and Pan Yu to a snowy area on the outskirts of the city, where a boulder about 2 meters tall stood in front of them. Su Yuan watched as the flames that erupted from Tiger Hunter's body instantly merged into his skin, turning his originally fair skin as red as if it were congested with blood, and the veins beneath his skin became prominent. She looked exactly like someone who had activated Super Saiyan, with scorching heat emanating from her body, even blowing her hair back in the wind. Flame Fist. This Flame Fist move is different from Su Yuan's pseudo-Flame Fist, where flames are wrapped around his arms. As the fist is thrown, streaks of fire emanate from his skin. When the fist slammed into the rock, it produced a violent sound, shattering the 2-meter-tall boulder into pieces. Then, as if attacked from within, it exploded once more. Looking at the rubble scattered on the ground, Su Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. Holy crap! Pan Yu had seen Tiger Hunter use this move before, so he didn't seem too surprised. But Su Yuan was different. He was wide-eyed at the sight of such a ferocious attack. This is the true Flame Fist. If you used flames to wrap around your arm, you could at most create a dent, but he created the crater with his bare hands, which had nothing to do with the flames. Essentially, Su Yuan's fire techniques are all magic. Even in close combat, they are close combat magic, unlike the techniques of awakened warriors, except for his mutated awakened ability. That's roughly it. I can transform the awakened power in my body into flames and spread them to my limbs and the entire body. Then I can concentrate it in my fist and become extremely powerful. Tiger Hunter was quite satisfied with his move, swinging his fist in midair, and the sound of air exploding could be heard with each punch and kick. However, the energy expenditure is also enormous, and you will feel very weak afterward, and you will also feel extremely thirsty. After demonstrating for a few minutes, Tiger Hunter extinguished the flames. His complexion wasn't too bad, except his lips were chapped and his skin had lost its moist and shiny appearance. Su Yuan immediately handed them a jar of water, then led Tiger Hunter and Rebel Moon back to the tribe. In the hot spring, the three of them snuggled together, enjoying the long-lost comfort. Since Mianxiang and the others had recently joined them, there were more people soaking in the hot spring than before. And most of these activities take place in the evening, which is the time when they are exhausted from their busy work and return to their tribe to rest. After a hard day's work, they can enjoy a relaxing soak in the hot springs, which has become the daily routine for these beast girls who are miners and hunting team members. As a result, many beast girls will have to wait until the next morning when there are fewer people to soak in the water. However, this matter has been handed over to an earth elemental shaman, who recently used the cement he developed to create a new hot spring pool. Both hot spring pools are built using water flowing down from the stream above. Long, Yinha, let's go soak in the hot springs together. Many people were still eating outside and wouldn't be coming to soak in the hot springs for a while. Su Yuan greeted the two people who were walking over. Come on, it's my treat today. Su Yuan, I'm still here. Little Zizi poked her head out from behind Yinha. She was overjoyed to hear that all her friends had come to the Star Tribe. She had completely forgotten about her own stall. You, little brat, go to that new pool over there. There are witchcraft medicines there to help you strengthen your bones and improve your physique. Squeaky isn't a little kid anymore. I'm ignoring you. Squeak pouted, turned her head, and ran towards the newly opened hot spring pool. With improved physical fitness, she would be able to go hunting with her mother and Gray sooner. Long smiled slightly and helped Yinha into the hot spring pool. The warm and comfortable feeling made Yinha breathe a long sigh of relief, as if he had expelled all the stale air from his body. How is it? This hot spring is comfortable, isn't it? I usually have them add some medicine to relieve fatigue and heal injuries, and change it once a day. The five of them huddled together in a corner and started chatting. Long introduced Tiger Hunt and Rebel Moon to Yin-He. Upon hearing that the other party was a high-level awakened warrior and a mid-level awakened warrior, Yin-He's eyelids twitched. Awakened warriors are everywhere, as if the shamans and awakened warriors in this tribe are worthless. Long has introduced countless of them along the way today. Chapter 379 Natural Water Pump? I see. You've had a tough journey. I didn't expect you to encounter so many things in just a few years. As the group chatted more and more beast girls gathered around to listen to Su Yuan recount his experiences along the way. Fortunately, everyone is still here. Although there are injuries and pain, no one has left us. Su Yuan leaned against Hu Lai and sighed. Along the way, in order to protect everyone's safety, he had been trying to increase his points almost every day. Fortunately, the system's requirements are not particularly demanding. Any item can be exchanged for points, starting from tens or hundreds of points at the beginning, and now items can be exchanged for thousands or tens of thousands of points. The fact that we have been able to develop so steadily to this point is not only due to everyone's hard work, but also thanks to the system's assistance. Yes, no one has left us. Chief, something's wrong. Someone's injured. Just then, a panicked voice called out from outside, and a little beast girl with a blood-covered face came to Su Yuan's side. What happened? How badly are you injured? Su Yuan quickly got up and walked out of the hot spring pool. Fortunately, he was still wearing a pair of pants, which prevented him from making a fool of himself. It happened. It was a bang, and then thud, Finn's shoulder was bleeding profusely. The little beast girl was panting heavily as she explained the situation with great difficulty, frantically demonstrating with her hands, but at least she understood the extent of the injuries. They all quickly got up, but Su Yuan stopped them and reassured them. It's all right. You can continue soaking. I'll go check on things. This. Long and Hu Lai exchanged a glance, looking at Su Yuan, who was leaving with some hesitation. Pan Yu, on the other hand, was very calm, looking at the two people standing in front of her, with water droplets dripping from her body onto her face. So she could only wipe away the water droplets and sigh. All right, neither of you knows healing magic or medicine like the White Rabbit. What good will you do there? Upon hearing this, the two fell silent instantly, obediently sat back in the pool, and finally sighed helplessly. By the way, Tiger Hunter, I heard that you went through a life-or-death battle when you broke through to the advanced awakened warrior level. Could you tell me about your experience? I also feel like I'm about to break through myself recently. Since they couldn't help much, the two sat back down and started chatting again. When they heard about breaking through to the advanced awakened warrior level, Tiger Hunter's face showed some lingering fear and a flush. It was indeed a life-or-death battle. If you want to try it, try to prepare in advance. Also, be sure to drink as little water as possible, or better yet, don't drink any at all. Drink less water? On the other side, Su Yuan also arrived at the White Rabbit hut. There was a beast girl lying on the ground with blood all over her shoulder blade, but it didn't look too serious. But White Rabbit hadn't treated this injury much. In some places, the bone was exposed. Simply stitching up the wound wasn't enough, so she was pounding herbs. White Rabbit, let me do it. This wound is too serious. Su Yuan pulled the White Rabbit back, placed his palm on the wound, and used fire healing to stop the bleeding. What just happened? The beast girl lying on the ground opened her eyes when she heard the question. Her face was a little pale, but it didn't seem to affect her much. Just now, we were dealing with that corpse when, unexpectedly, a water spear suddenly shot out from the carapace on the back of that monster's body. Before I could react, it pierced my body. Chief, I'm sorry. What have you done wrong? Get some rest, White Rabbit. Apply this ointment to her wound, then stitch it up and bandage it with herbs and spider silk. The herbs that the White Rabbit has been collecting these days have been examined by Su Yuan's identification function. The little rabbit has a thick notebook in which Su Yuan records the effects of each herb she has discovered. As for the spider silk, it was a business idea conceived by the little spider girls like Red Blaze and Blue Sand. In the absence of cloth, the spider silk they produced possessed extremely strong toughness and comfort. Aside from being a bit clingy, they are much more useful than animal hides. They are usually used by animal girls as a substitute for ropes, and White Rabbit also buys some to bandage wounds. Where's the carcass of that water spear lizard? Take me to see it. This was the first time he had ever encountered a magical beast that could still harm people even after it died. He had originally planned to soak in the hot spring and see if this fourth-tier magical beast could produce any rare items. Now is a good time to come and check it out in advance. Su Yuan followed the beast girls to the beach not far away. At this time, many people were gathered in one place dealing with corpses. The corpse of the water spear lizard was placed aside. This is it. Chief, please be very careful. When you press it, a water spear will spray out from that spot. The water spear lizard's carcass had already been half decomposed. Su Yuan touched each of the carcasses with his hand, and only when he touched the carapace did the system notification sound. Spinal press lizard's carapace. The spinal press lizard's carapace contains a pouch on its back. It draws water from its tail and stores it in a pouch inside the carapace, allowing it to survive for up to 3 years without drinking. When threatened, it will compress the pouch and expel a water jet. This thing is interesting. It can still spray water jets even after it dies? Is it some kind of muscle reflex? But once the shell is peeled off, there are no muscles left. So where does the muscle instinctive reaction come from? Su Yuan moved the item to a more distant location and pressed his finger firmly on the spot the beast girl had mentioned earlier. A water jet instantly shot out from it. The speed was so fast that the beast girls couldn't react in time. The water arrow flew into the air before turning into water droplets and slowly falling down. Pressing it again, there was still no water inside the shell. Only some air was expelled. Following the system's instructions, Su Yuan located the tail that was drawing water. A thin, yellow tail was stuck to the lizard's large tail, but it had now been peeled off. When the little tail was placed in the water, the thing instinctively began to draw water from the source, and soon filled the sack in its carapace. And because it had lost control, it continued to draw water without restraint even after it was full. The sight of water flowing on one side and being pumped on the other reminded him of something. Water pump. Isn't this a natural water pump? All you need to do is build a huge barrel on the top of the apartment building. Install this thing on the barrel, and it can continuously draw water from the ground below to replenish the barrel. Although it was quite troublesome to figure out how to make this thing, at least he had an idea for the time being. And Su Yuan no longer needed to spend hundreds of thousands or millions of points to buy water pumps, generators, and a bunch of other things. Furthermore, it requires frequent refueling and ongoing maintenance, among other follow-up work. Looking at the natural water pump in his hand, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with joy. This was the best alternative at present, and there was no rush to replace it when civilization developed further. However, further research is needed. Such a short tail certainly cannot reach the underground lake water, and it is unknown how long this creature's biological instinct can be maintained. Looks like we'll have to get Black Sheep and the others to study this thing. Chapter 380, it's your turn to make the decision. As the first rays of morning sunlight shone on her face, Shuesu opened her eyes, but the long-awaited sunshine made her squint again. Wait, sunlight. She opened her eyes instantly, the scene from the cave replaying in her mind, her memories of being. Oh, you're awake? A familiar voice came from the side. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 old acquaintances standing beside her, their eyes fixed on her. Yinhe and Long? So it was you. Seeing her gritted teeth, Su Yuan figured that there was no point in saying anything since he was the bad guy, so he glanced at the 2 people beside him. Why don't you 2 explain? Which? After some hesitation, Long stepped forward and told Shuesu everything that had happened after they left. However, unlike Yinhe, she was filled with a desire to fulfill her ancestors' wishes. Have you finished? A traitor is a traitor. For generations, we have strived for the divine gift that our ancestors sought. If you back down now, how will I face the old witch after you die? Long's face turned deathly pale, and she didn't know how to continue speaking, her hands clenched into fists. If you don't back down, you won't be able to explain yourselves after you die, because you will never know where the divine gift is, and even if you do know, you won't be able to get it. Su Yuan grabbed Long's arm and pulled her aside, then went to Shuesu and looked at her, saying something. Hehehe, what can you believe from the words of a liar who only knows how to deceive? Shuesu is overthinking things. If you hadn't promised Long not to harm you, do you think your warriors could have defeated us? Xian Ku, sure, Bai Ying, Rinshi, Yanhua, Yin Duo. One by one, figures arrived at his call. The aura of advanced awakened warriors emanating from them made Shuesu's eyes widen. Didn't the old shaman say that advanced awakened warriors were quite rare? How is this possible? Do you understand? You guys look malnourished, and you're no match for me. I just don't want to cause any injuries. When Su Yuan first heard Long tell about their tribe, he was just an ordinary wanderer with 5 other people, including Mao Yi. A tribe with 3 shamans and 1 high-level awakened warrior was something he could hardly imagine at the time. But things are very different now. Shuesu and the others have only been exploring that desolate ice plain that they have explored countless times over the past 3 years, while Su Yuan has developed from the icy snow plain all the way to the desolate snow plain. The Star Tribe, which once numbered only 30 or 40 people, has now grown to 3 or 4,000, with countless awakened warriors among them. Humph, I have nothing to say to you. There's not much to say. How about we talk about divine gifts? Before coming, Long had asked him for help. Shuesu had raised them since they were little, and if possible, she hoped that Su Yuan could change Shuesu's stubborn mind. Most importantly, Shuesu's abilities are also quite extraordinary. In addition to being a witch, she also learned about the art of witchcraft and medicine making from her mother, the previous witch. The fruit trees in the tribal cave that bear divinely bestowed fruit were cultivated by her using a magical potion she concocted herself, a potion that allows tree roots to grow into rocks. You also want to compete for it? Shuesu looked at him with a slight narrowing of her eyes. No, I'm not interested in that stuff right now, and I can even provide you with some information for free. Su Yuan loosened the ropes binding Shuesu. Within the Star Tribe, even the shaman Lei Yu and the others couldn't escape, unless it was a birdman like Qing Yu. First, the giant deer that Xiao Kuei saw was not a divine gift. As for what it was, I don't know either, but I will investigate it myself in a while. Secondly, the divine gift is in the land of death, but not on the ice plains. This is impossible. Shuesu was rubbing her wrist, which had been marked with red welts, when she heard this and exclaimed in shock. How is it impossible? You know yourself that your ancestors have been searching for so long, probably throughout the entire land of death, but they still haven't been able to find it. Even with a human search, hundreds of years would be enough to traverse the entire Snowfield, and the icy plains of that land of death can be known from the map Shuesu drew on the rock wall. Even if they continued to walk deeper into the land of death, at most they would only cross the ice plains to reach a new world beyond the snow plains, just like leaving the Wangshui Mountains. As for where it will go, Su Yuan doesn't know. Perhaps it will return to the sea, or perhaps it will appear on the other side of the map given by the system, just like on Earth. Then, where will it be? Shuesu took a few steps back in a panic, muttering to herself with vacant eyes. At the bottom of the deep sea, there is a mermaid tribe in our tribe. They went there to search for it, but it was too dangerous there. If they were not careful, they would freeze to death forever at the bottom of the sea. With people like you, even if you knew, you would have no chance of getting it. You would all just drown at the bottom of the sea. Each word felt like a sharp knife piercing Shuesu's heart, making her face even paler. All her efforts over the past half of her life seemed like a futile and useless endeavor. Let me give you one last piece of information. The divine gift is locked in a space somewhere on the seabed. You can never get in without the key. But don't worry, we don't have that key either. The key. Although Shuesu didn't know what the key was, she understood the meaning behind those words. Even if she risked her life to jump into the sea, she would not be able to obtain the divine gift. If you don't believe me, you can go back to the Xinyuan tribe now. They are hunting down the Shinmong tribe because the key is on them. She had only ever heard the word divine light from the old witch. Instantly, all her strength seemed to drain away, and she collapsed to the ground. I'm tired, you can all leave. Witch? Long wanted to say something, but Su Yuan grabbed her arm and pulled her away. Then he looked at his friend who had grown up with him and sighed helplessly. Shuesu, you are serious and stubborn. When you were a child, you ran away for more than half a month after arguing with the leader. When we found you, you had already fainted in a cave. Do you remember the scar on your arm? That's from back then. Because of this personality, out of the 3 of us, the chief entrusted the entire tribe to you. Bai Yu is gentle, while I've always been the most unconventional one. Although the leader didn't say it, she spent all the resources she had accumulated over a long period of time and went alone to the Wangshui Mountains to obtain the witch medicine to heal you. Those were the supplies she had accumulated in preparation for venturing deep into the land of death to find divine gifts, and she exchanged them all for a wooden board inscribed with healing potions. Yinhe witnessed all of this when she was a child. At that time, she did not know why the leader only taught Shuesu to make witch medicine. Now she understands that it was so that Shuesu could make witch medicine for her after she grew old and left to alleviate her incurable injuries. Now, you are the chief of the tribe, and it's your turn to make decisions for everyone. Chapter 381, let's go to sea to relax and unwind. Wow. The sound of crying came from afar. Su Yuan grabbed Long's hand and led her to the seaside. Her nervous and anxious palms were already very wet and hot, making him feel as if he were holding a piece of freshly made tofu. Don't worry, even if she insists on her own ideas, I won't let her go back. At worst, I'll let her stay peacefully in the tribe, and I'll take care of her. No, Su Yuan. If Xue Suwu remains stubborn, I will take care of her myself. The two walked along the beach. The coastline directly below the Star Tribe had been largely developed, with wooden docks spanning the sea and boats hanging along the sides. Fishing has now become an industry in the Star Tribe. Several boats are moored at the 4 simple docks, of which only one was originally developed by Fox 9 and her team. The others were made by some skilled animal girls in the tribe, who learned from Fox 9 and the others. These were all ordinary fishing boats, with long and narrow hulls, pointed ends, and a leather sail on top. How about we go boating on the sea to relax? Seeing that Long was not in a good mood, Su Yuan pointed to the sea. It was relatively calm today. There was a fishing boat that had not yet set sail, which was moored at the dock and rocking with the waves. Okay, I'll listen to you. Long nodded. Sweetie, can we borrow this empty boat? Each of these boats is guarded by a beast girl. A little beast girl, about the same size as Squeak, is fishing with a small fishing rod, but the bucket next to her is still empty. Su Yuan walked over, patted her head, and asked, you scared all my fish away. Chief, you can use them anytime you want. The little beast girl was angrily glaring at the frightened fish when she turned her head and saw Su Yuan. Her expression instantly changed, and she greeted him happily. Here, this is for you. It tastes pretty good. Su Yuan was too lazy to exchange some copper coins with the system, so he exchanged them for a piece of chocolate and handed it to the little guy. The diets of beast girls and humans are not much different, and this was not the first time they had eaten chocolate. I remember when Gigi and the others received the snack gift pack, the chocolates inside were divided into tiny pieces, about the size of a fingernail, to share and enjoy. Wow, it's that sweet mud. Well, I didn't explain it back then, but this stuff does indeed look like a lump of mud when it melts. The two untied the spider silk binding the boat and boarded the small fishing boat. They barely had to row. The sea breeze lifted the sails and carried them out to sea. Although there was no warm sunshine and seagulls flying in the sky, the cool sea breeze and the ice floes floating on the sea had a unique charm, and leaning against the side of the boat was quite enjoyable. Su Yuan, I asked about the life or death battle for tiger hunters breaking through to become advanced awakened warriors. The topic suddenly shifted from Xue Su to this. Su Yuan's lips twitched. What kind of life or death battle was that? But he did break through, perhaps because of those bottles of potions. I didn't understand before either. I didn't understand why you often took Red Fox and Lion to the hot springs in the mountains. I didn't understand why I always saw Cat Night and Betrayal Moon when I looked for you. But after all these years of you bringing me out here, I've come to understand things more or less. This time, I also want to try to break through. Is that okay? Those clear eyes looked at Su Yuan, which made Su Yuan swallow hard. After giving birth to Gigi, Long's figure was no different from Shishir's. She didn't even have a single scar on her body, but she possessed an aura unique to her and Lu Shi, making people want to hold her tightly in their arms. Be careful, don't capsize the boat. The waves on the sea began to surge, violently rocking the small fishing boat. A red glow emanated from the boat, bringing a sense of warmth to the surroundings. The animal hide sails were not lowered. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yuan picked up the limp Long, who was still a little short of breaking through. Or rather, she didn't experience such a life or death battle. It was just that as evening approached, the two of them covered each other with a blanket and embraced again, feeling the stars in the sky begin to twinkle in the twilight. Next time, I'll definitely hold on next time. The energy surging through her body made Long feel stronger than before, and her complexion was rosy. However, she still felt that she was just a little bit away from breaking through. All right, Tiger Hunter is already used to it. This is your first attempt at breaking through. If you just persevere a little longer next time, you'll definitely succeed. Boom! A violent tremor brought their attention back to the outside world. Su Yuan propped himself up, and the once vast sea had turned into a cluster of islands and reefs. The white sand beach and the lush green forest in the distance made Su Yuan frown. System, open the map. On the map, I am already some distance away from the Star Tribe, which is the island that was previously out of sight, where I could only glimpse a small outline from the black shadows. Now, that outline has transformed into a massive island, where the temperature is slightly higher than in the desolate Snowfield, but still not exactly warm. I never expected there to be land here. Long also looked at the quiet island with great surprise. Sparse white snowflakes were scattered in the island's forest, and some crabs were leisurely crawling on the white sand beach. Even upon seeing Su Yuan and his companion arrive, they showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they stared at these two unfamiliar creatures with their tiny, beady eyes. Su Yuan, Should we go back and tell Red Fox and the others first? Long was worried about Su Yuan's safety, so she grabbed his arm and asked him. The place was too peaceful, which made her feel uneasy. No rush, let's go inside and take a look. I'm scared. Long was still a little hesitant, sitting on the boat and holding his arm. Don't worry, I brought this with me. If we encounter any danger, we can just teleport back and then call for help. Su Yuan gave her a reassuring look and took out a teleportation array from his storage necklace. This small teleportation array was connected to his cabin. It wasn't a public teleportation array, but rather his private teleportation array for his own convenience in quickly returning to the tribe. All right then, but you'll have to stay behind me for a while. When it came to Su Yuan's personal safety, Long acted like an adult, speaking very seriously, as if to say that he wouldn't allow Su Yuan to go unless he agreed. Fine, I'll let you stand in front, but can you still walk? Long tried to stand up, but the discomfort and pain still made her frown. She hadn't felt this much pain before, so why was it hurting now? It's okay, I can walk. Come on, your brows are practically furrowed. Don't try to hold it in. Lie down first, I'll heal you. Su Yuan pulled her back to the ship, placed his palm on her lower abdomen, and the blazing flames transformed into pure healing energy to repair her injuries. The gradually easing comfort caused Long's brows to slowly relax. Chapter 382 Aliens look like this too? Are you feeling better now? Okay, it's all right now. Let's go. Long's face was flushed. The strange feeling was too wonderful. At this moment, her mind was filled with memories of the previous scene. Taking a deep breath, she jumped off the fishing boat, and the two of them dragged the small wooden boat ashore to prevent it from being swept back into the sea by the waves. Then, one after the other, the two men, gripping their weapons tightly, walked into the forest. The supplies here are so plentiful. The forest seemed untouched by logging. The trees were laden with fruit, and even some half-eaten fruit lay carelessly discarded on the ground. The forest was very quiet. The snowflakes were blocked by the leaves above, and the already dark sky became even darker. Su Yuan had no choice but to take out his flashlight and shine it forward. A beam of white light shot out from the dark forest, and it seemed as if a monster might leap out of the bushes on either side at any moment, prompting Su Yuan to take out the guardian orb once again. At the same time, he was holding the sensing crystal in his other hand. The passive and vigilant feeling he had been in earlier made him very uncomfortable, but now that he could sense his surroundings through the crystal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Long walked ahead, and, seeing Su Yuan close his eyes, took the initiative to link arms with him, her eyes also watching ahead warily. Wait, Long, go that way. As they were walking, Su Yuan immediately called out to Long and pointed in another direction. Under the illumination of the guardian orb, he saw something very strange. The two changed direction, their flashlights shining ahead, while Su Yuan kept a close watch on their surroundings. Hiss! Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the jungle like lightning, but was instantly pressed to the ground by gravity when it reached Su Yuan. Then, Long, who was in front of him, swiftly cut it in two. Ignore it. It was just a small, first-tier snake. Su Yuan didn't even bother to collect its corpse. He led Long forward, and, after passing through the dense forest, a small clearing appeared before them. Under the lights, the area was mostly buried in snow, but a few things were still exposed, such as tent. With a serious expression, Su Yuan retrieved the sensing crystal after confirming that there was no danger nearby. After stepping into the open space, a fire barrier melted the accumulated snow, revealing the original scene of the Snowfield. This was a makeshift camp. There were no corpses, only a blue tent, a campfire that had been extinguished for who knows how many years, and some rotten food. Shining a flashlight carefully, I saw a scattered box on the ground. It looked like someone had intended to take it, but encountered some danger and fled in panic before they could grab it. Su Yuan approached and stroked the tent with his hand. He wondered how many years had passed, yet this thing was still erected in this place, along with the scattered box on the ground. The box was filled with clothes, many of which were scattered on the ground. From the small white garment hanging on the edge of the box, one could tell that the owner was a woman. This belongs to those aliens. Aside from the celestial realm, all Su Yuan knew about this other world were the alien spaceships, and the civilization of the celestial realm wouldn't be capable of producing clothing of such quality. Especially that white lace undergarment. Su Yuan had checked Mu Guang, and she wasn't wearing that kind of clothing, or rather, that kind of thing didn't exist in the other world. Beast girls have a different physique than ordinary people. Even old beast girls like Yinhe and Shuesu don't have sagging problems. Why would someone be in such a hurry to take away just a few pieces of clothing? Su Yuan opened the small box. Inside were some brightly colored dresses, as well as long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts. Nothing particularly special, until he found a photograph at the bottom, which was exceptionally well-preserved. It showed a woman leaning against a man with a child in their arms. Both of them had Eastern features, were handsome and beautiful, and had perfect figures, like big stars in movies. Behind them was a high-tech city view. These are the aliens? They look exactly like Earthlings. If he hadn't transmigrated to this other world and discovered the alien spaceship, he would have thought it was a photo drawn by AI, as the two people's appearances were flawless. Su Yuan, is this one of your clansmen? Long also came over from the side and saw that the person in the photo looked extremely similar to Su Yuan, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. I don't know either. Although they are all human, they are not from the same planet, so they cannot be considered as a race. Su Yuan put away the photos, and the scattered clothes were also put into the storage necklace. These clothes, which had not decayed for thousands of years, might be worth studying. Besides these, there were some scattered items in the tent, a few canned foods, but only the cans remained, and a few fist-sized capsules, which had already been opened and were empty. There was also an unlocked toolbox next to the tent. Daggers, hammers, axes. It seems these aliens also use some of the most primitive tools. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The more complex something is, the easier it is to break down, the higher the repair cost will be, and it also requires an energy supply. When it crashes into the primitive world, these primitive things are much more useful than any high technology. Moreover, these things were not simple. Su Yuan picked up the dagger, which was still sharp even after so long. He lightly scratched a small groove on the gravel next to him. And those axes and hammers, though seemingly light, were more powerful than the items he bought in the system shop. Good stuff, I'll take it. Su Yuan stored all the useful items from the tent into his storage necklace. Just as he was considering which tent was of good quality, Long, who was guarding outside, grabbed Su Yuan's leg and pulled him out of the tent. Su Yuan, there's movement over there. Something's sneaking over here. Long's senses were exceptionally sharp. Although her surroundings were filled with bushes and thickets, her ears still picked up a rapid, faint running sound. Su Yuan dared not be careless and immediately took out his sensing crystal, while throwing a burning rod in the direction Long pointed. Bang! Run! The incendiary stick was extinguished the instant it lit. Su Yuan's expression changed drastically as he watched the fleeting figure. Without saying a word, he grabbed Long and ran away into the distance. Long, you carry me and run. I'll deal with it. Previously, only the head of that guy was illuminated by the burning rod, but the head alone was 1 or 2 meters long. Its ferocious maw opened and swallowed the burning rod. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, the monster seemed to have realized that it had been discovered by Su Yuan and no longer concealed its movements. A violent noise rang out in the forest, and under the flashlight beam, giant trees were easily knocked down. Roar! In the woods, a dark shadow lunged forward, its gaping maw snapping at the two men. Get down on your knees. Chapter 383. This monster's strength is just too unfair. Gravity caused the monster that had pounced on them to fall to the ground instantly. Its gaping maw tried to open again, but Su Yuan and the others were already getting further and further away from it. Quick, get back to the shore. This guy's tough. Su Yuan was sweating profusely. Looking at the description in the appraisal function, he didn't even think about taking out the teleportation array. Teleportation would take a certain amount of time, and by the time he stood on it, the monster would probably already be right in front of him. The only way now is to escape back to the sea and use underwater breathing to hide in the ocean. Shadowy Beetle, a Tier 5, low-level adult magical beast. Its body is covered in purple rock armor, providing strong defense and stealth. It can also unleash powerful force, reducing its own movement and weight when attacking prey. It has a long, sticky tongue in its mouth used to capture prey. This is unbelievable. What's going on with this island? Besides the aliens that crash-landed, there's also a 5th-tier magical beast. The gravity only delayed the landing for a few seconds before the giant beetle got back up. Fire Serpent Coil. Su Yuan, who was being carried on Long's back, did not hesitate. He immediately summoned a fire snake and attacked the Yuyanjija beetle. The guy opposite did not intend to use his long tongue to lift the two of them up. The serpentine head formed from flames vanished instantly upon impacting the purple rock armor, causing no damage whatsoever. Instead, it fueled the monster's ferocity. Is the fire completely harmless? After being chased for a while, Su Yuan's expression calmed down a bit. Although the other party was running very fast, once they caught up with him, they would be pressed to the ground by gravity. The thick layer of purple rock armor behind it was too heavy, which became Su Yuan's only way to deal with it. Of course, it can also use spatial cutting, which can cut through any opponent's defenses, but you have to get close to it to use spatial cutting. Su Yuan didn't think he could kill a 5th-tier giant beast in close combat. Roar! Finally, the repeated falls angered the beetle, and cracks began to appear on its purple rock armor, with streaks of purple light filling the dull purple rock armor on its back. Space jump. He had clearly seen the notes and prompts. Seeing the beetle burst its armor, Su Yuan immediately used his teleportation ability, flipped over, and grabbed Long in front of him. The two of them flashed to a distance the moment they pounced. Let's go back first. After evading the pursuit, Su Yuan noticed that the opponent's figure had grown quite far away, and he considered using the teleportation array again. Just as the two were about to retreat, the giant shadow in the distance suddenly flashed and pounced over again. The rock armor on his body shone with a dazzling light, and his figure leaped up several times to arrive behind the two. Holy crap! That burst of power is way too unfair. Su Yuan immediately put away the magic array plate and hurriedly fled with Long. He thought that the giant insect's strong defense would affect their speed, but its speed after the burst was faster than any magical beast he had encountered before. Su Yuan, I'll hold it off. You teleport back first. Long looked at the nether rock beetle chasing after them, her eyes determined as she tried to break free from Su Yuan's grasp. Stop talking nonsense. It can't kill us. If he really wanted to survive, he could wear down his opponent. At this moment, Su Yuan began chanting a spell, and the two figures began to flicker as if they had lost their rhythm. Space folding. As the beetle pounced on them again from behind, their figures seemed to become projections as the giant jaws bit through them. Mud and snow flew everywhere. Just as the beetle began to chew on the two corpses, it saw that the people who should have been in its mouth had actually walked up to it. The two people and the insect stared at each other, and even the insect was stunned for a moment before reacting and biting Su Yuan again. Hey, over here. Su Yuan was hesitating whether to leave when a woman's voice came from afar. Turning his head, he saw that they had already run up the mountain on the island. In the distant cave, a figure waved at the two of them, seemingly terrified of the beetle. When the beetle turned to look at her, it shrank back. Let's go take a look. With a cave, things would be much easier. Su Yuan grabbed Long and hurriedly ran towards the cave. The magic power consumed by spatial folding was a bit frightening. They estimated that it would be completely depleted in a little while. Although the dark rock beetle was furious, it was helpless. Neither its claws nor its sharp teeth could harm Su Yuan and Long. It was as if the two sides were from different worlds. It followed him all the way to the cave, but Su Yuan still didn't unfurl his folded form. He drank a potion and looked at the girl hiding in the cave. My first thought was that it was the alien that had crashed before, but I quickly dismissed the idea, not to mention how many years ago that person had crashed here. Even the longest-lived creature cannot hide in this cave forever. Roar! Outside the cave entrance, the beetle glared angrily at the three people inside. How many times had this happened? Every time, its prey would hide in this damned cave. Enraged, it crashed into the cave entrance, which was about 2 meters wide and could not contain it. The sharp horns on both sides of its head were stuck outside, and only its sharp teeth blocked the entrance. Step back, watch out for its tongue. Su Yuan shouted at the girl hiding in the cave. The beetle opened its huge mouth, and foul-smelling saliva splattered out, from which a red tongue shot out. However, it only stretched out about a meter before reaching its limit. Seeing that it was still 5 or 6 meters away from Su Yuan and the others, it desperately tried to rush in. Is this what the system meant by long tongue? For the average person, a 1-meter-long tongue is indeed long, but for this giant beetle, its tongue looks like a pink caterpillar growing from its body. Don't worry, that guy's tongue is broken. It can't get in here. The girl behind him seemed used to it, and returned to the corner to sit down. She didn't seem afraid of the beetles at the entrance of the hole at all, and picked up the fruit beside her and started eating it. Su Yuan. Long was a little worried and tugged at Su Yuan's arm, implying that now was the time to go back, as there were terrifying beetles outside and the guy inside was unknown. Don't worry, she's also a member of the divinely gifted race, Su Yuan explained, pointing behind the girl. Behind the girl was a snake-scale tail like Man-Man's, only not as thick as Man-Man's. It was long and emerald green, and to Su Yuan, it looked more like a lizard's tail. Hey, how did you guys get here? I was about to ask you that too. You're not from this place, are you? With that 5th-tier magical beast on the island, the local residents of this godforsaken place would probably be almost all dead by now. He naturally didn't believe that the other party could live here so peacefully. You're quite clever. My name is Lee, and I just came here from the Snowfields a while ago. The girl greeted the two of them and tossed a fruit in front of them. She seemed quite innocent, even willing to share her food at a time like this. My name is Su Yuan, and this is Long. We also came from the Snowfield. Su Yuan deactivated the spatial folding state, and the two arrived beside the girl. However, when he shone his flashlight into the cave, his expression froze. Chapter 384 Holy crap. A chameleon. Among that pile of abandoned things, a skeleton lay in the center, seemingly having remained there for who knows how many years. Don't be afraid, it's just a skeleton. Li thought Su Yuan was scared, so she explained from the side. However, Su Yuan ignored her, walked closer to the skeleton, and squatted down. Next to the skeleton were some technological products, including several empty capsules and a backpack. Everything inside was emptied out. There were so many random things that even Su Yuan had never seen before. Plasma Arc Energy Pistol Type 1. A high-energy plasma arc energy pistol with excellent conductivity, capable of unleashing powerful firepower instantly in close-quarters combat. Each charge allows for the release of 7 rounds before the energy is depleted. Holographic Recorder. Memory Weaver. Records information, images, and sound and projects them holographically. Energy depleted. So the high-tech products that weren't in the previous camp were brought here? But even with all these things, the alien who fell here was still trapped and died. Could it be that beetle? Su Yuan turned around and looked at the beetle with some surprise. The break in the tongue was man-made, but it must have been too long ago, as only the tender flesh at the breakpoint could be seen. If this beetle were to actually trap a person to death, then it would have a rather long lifespan. Hey, what are you looking at? I've searched everything here. There's no food. Seeing Su Yuan rummaging through the pile of trash, Li came over, somewhat puzzled, and explained that she had already searched through the entire pile and there was nothing useful left. However, for Su Yuan, these things were all very precious and important items. As soon as he held them in his hands, he began to inquire about them from the system. System, can we analyze the knowledge behind the creation of these alien technological artifacts? Can. There was quite a lot of debris on the ground. In addition to the arc energy pistol and holographic projection, there was also a small environmental scanner strapped to the wrist of this skeleton. This device is used to scan the air composition of the surrounding environment, as well as to scan and detect the properties of many items such as water, soil, and fruit. In such an unfamiliar environment, this thing is extremely useful, as it can detect whether unknown fruits and water sources are poisonous. Unfortunately, this thing is out of energy too. Roar. After trying a few times, the beetle outside gave up. With a roar, it withdrew its head from the hole and left. However, Li still explained to Su Yuan and Long. Don't rush out. That guy is cunning. Last time I went out, it was squatting nearby. Luckily, its eyesight isn't good, so it didn't notice me and ran back. Li, how long ago did you arrive at this place? Why does it look so familiar? Perhaps it was because she hadn't met someone she could talk to in a long time. Li didn't hold back at all and leaned back against the wall, saying, "It was a long time ago, probably a few months ago. But actually I'm not very familiar with this place either. Not long after I arrived, I was chased into this cave by that big monster." Su Yuan was puzzled and asked, "Hidden here for months? Where did you get those fruits?" "Oh, of course I picked these myself secretly in the middle of the night, since that idiot can't see me at night." To demonstrate to Su Yuan and Long, Li stood up and stripped off her animal skin completely. This caught Su Yuan off guard. Just as he was about to call her back, he found that Li was gradually disappearing from his sight. No, it can't be said to have disappeared. Rather, its skin surface changed, turning brown like the rock wall. If it weren't for the bright light of the flashlight, he would have had a hard time noticing it. Holy crap. Chameleon, no mystique. Impressive, right? I sneak out at night when it can't spot me, pick some fruit, and then hide back in. Li deactivated the color change, and the cold wind outside made her shiver. She quickly put on her animal skin clothes. Then why didn't you take the opportunity to escape? Long's soul-searching question silenced Li. She looked out of the cave and sighed sadly. Don't even mention it. The plank that brought me here is gone. Otherwise I would have gone back long ago. It was clearly placed on the beach. How could it suddenly disappear? A board? What kind of board could transport someone to such a distant island? The plank you're talking about isn't that long and wide, and it has a piece of animal hide hanging on it, is it? You've seen it? Has it come back? No, not at all. Su Yuan finally understood how this guy got to the island. The first raft-shaped wooden boat that he and Hu Jio and the others had made together had disappeared. I thought Fox 9 and the others had thrown it away after making a real wooden boat, but I didn't expect this guy to take it. No, to steal it. He glared at Li with ill intent. This guy's stealth abilities were too strong. What if he managed to sneak into his storage cave in the middle of the night like this? Forget it. The important things are all in the storage necklace, which is hidden in Su Yuan's house. Anyway, the cave only contains some ordinary supplies like dried meat and animal hides. She's so small, she can't carry much. Sigh, now I'm completely stuck. I should have known better than to listen to them and come to this place. They even said it was a divine instruction, but it's like the divine instruction for me to come here to die? Honestly, a divine oracle? And related to gods again? Su Yuan's expression turned slightly serious. The matter involving gods was very likely that it was about those aliens. Could it be that some of them were still alive? Li, can you tell me more about the oracle? We can't escape anyway. He gave Long a look, and the two of them were perfectly in sync, then looked at Li with curiosity. Yes, we can't escape anyway, unless we can find that piece of wood floating on the sea and then slowly swim back. I found the oracle in the Illusionary Sound Island region. Li is not from the Snowfield. From her answer, we can tell that her tribe is even more remote than the forest on the other side of the Wanshua Mountains where Lei Yu and the others live. It was an endless sea, and the Illusionary Sound Island was the sacred place revered by all the beast girls in that sea. Below it lies a pitch-black sea, where, according to legend, the knowledge possessed by the gods resides. Those who enter this divinely given tribe may gain access to this knowledge. Li accidentally found a divine music box and received many fragmented words inside, the most important of which was, what did that ethereal voice say? Take this to the returning star. What's inside the returning star? And what else have I always been? Although the words were spoken intermittently, Su Yuan understood them. Wangui, the name of an alien spaceship, and the black card that Li took out from her chest. Key. Chapter 385 The Sea Filled with Melodic Songs. Identity Key. A high-level key for identity authentication, which can open authorized starship rooms. Unexpectedly, the key that Lei Yu couldn't get out of his mouth has now appeared before his eyes so plainly. The back of the black card is frosted, while the front shines brightly under the light. Adding to the fragmented words Li had overheard earlier, it's no wonder she believed it was divine guidance. I thought the place mentioned by the oracle would contain a brand new divine melody, but I didn't expect that besides the skeleton, there's only the big guy outside. Not only did I not gain anything, but I can't even go back now. Ugh, what bad luck. It must have been those damned little clam spirits who tricked me. They were so wicked to win against me. Divine music and rhythm? Realizing that Su Yuan and the others were not from the Illusionary Sound Island region, Li explained, there are various melodies or songs that we found in the Black Sea region. Anyway, we have nothing to do now, so I can sing them for you. La la la. So it was singing, but the singing was quite beautiful. The girl's delicate voice, combined with the melodious tune, conveyed a unique, joyful emotion. It just doesn't quite fit the current situation of being trapped. How was it? It sounded good, right? It's a pity I'm not a mermaid, nor one of those little clam spirits, so my singing just sounds good. The Illusionary Sound Island. What a magical place. If Su Yuan is not mistaken, then the so-called Black Sea should be another crashed alien spaceship. The music and story songs that have been leaked are probably the culture of that planet. Su Yuan nodded. Li's singing was indeed good, but his mind wasn't on that right now. Seeing her about to put the identity key back, he quickly asked, Li, can you give me that card? In exchange, I have some new divine melodies. You also have the divine melody. That's wonderful. Since this thing is useless anyway, I'll give it to you. Upon hearing that Su Yuan possessed the divine melody, Li quickly grabbed his arm. Su Yuan silently accepted the key card. He had thought it would take a lot of persuasion to trick Lei Yu, but it turned out to be quite easy. All he needed was an MP3 player. System, send me an MP3 file that records 1,000. No, send me one that only records 10 songs. Nothing catchy pop songs or trashy songs. I had originally planned to just get an MP3 player with over 1,000 songs, but then I thought that I might also go to the Illusionary Sound Island, where they revere songs and rhythms so much that I might be able to use these things to exchange for other items with them. Here, just press this once, press it again, and it will stop. Also, wear this on your ear, and only you will be able to hear the divine melodies it sings. Su Yuan handed the MP3 player to Li, who took it carefully with an expression of amazement, and, with Su Yuan's help, put the earphones on. She pressed the play button, and a soft melody began to play, a tune she had never heard before. Wow, this is amazing. It's even more amazing than the divine melody box we found before. It can only be listened to by me, so I don't have to worry about those little clam spirits eavesdropping. That so-called divine music box is probably something like a holographic projector. In terms of technology, it certainly can't compare to an MP3 player, but it's a different story in the eyes of these primitive beast girls. Thank you. You're a good person. I've decided to find a way to help you escape. Li reluctantly pressed pause, then carefully stuffed it into her clothes, wiggled her small breasts to make sure it wouldn't fall off, before walking towards Su Yuan. Do you have a way to escape? Li tightened her little face and said in a serious tone, I've been planning these past few days that as long as we cut down some trees and tie them together like the planks we used to make, we can escape this island. Su Yuan thought it was some kind of scheme, but it turned out to be about making a new plank. However, this was not as simple as Li had said, as the wood in this world was not all the same. Some pieces of wood have insufficient buoyancy and will sink immediately when placed in water, while others, though seemingly light, will absorb water and slowly sink. Secondly, Li didn't have any tools at all. She couldn't possibly dig up a tree with her bare hands, could she? This isn't my world, where you can just throw a few punches and uproot a tree. By the time she solves these problems and builds the raft, the dark rock beetle will probably have lost patience. Roar! Suddenly, the beetle outside roared again, its running sound heavy. Su Yuan used the sensing crystal to look and saw that the creature was actually carrying a tree branch and charging towards them. That menacing look of theirs suggests they've given up on eating the group and want to kill them outright. Get out of here quickly. That guy's planning to kill us. Su Yuan didn't have time to explain to Li. He immediately took out the teleportation array disc, then pulled Li, who was still in a daze, over, and the three of them stood directly in the center of the teleportation array. He stored everything else in the cave into his storage necklace, leaving only the skeleton still quietly leaning against the mountain wall, returning to its original solitude and desolation. Fine, I've taken so many of your things. Consider this one last thing I'm doing for you. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly stepped out of the teleportation array and put the entire skeleton back into the necklace. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps approached, and the beetle placed the wood on the ground. Then, angrily, it used its head to push the wood into the hole. In a flash of light, only the array plate remained in the hole. When the beetle finally chewed out the wood, it found the cave completely empty, without even a trace of blood. Roar! Damn it, I messed it up. In Su Yuan's cabin in the Star Tribe, he watched angrily as the teleportation array's light dimmed, indicating that another array was either damaged or had not yet been created, making teleportation impossible. However, those few purple-veined gemstones should not be damaged. They just wasted a small amount of his spatial elemental power. We'll find a chance to get rid of it. The island wasn't too far from the Star Tribe by the sea. Fortunately, the dark rock beetle couldn't swim, so it had been trapped on the island. Perhaps I could use this to get rid of it. We're back already? Li was still a little dazed. One second she saw a huge tree trunk piercing into a cave, and the next she found herself in a house. Of course, now that you've left that awful place, why don't you rest and recuperate at our tribe for a while? You tribe? Li was stunned, looking at Su Yuan, then glancing at Long. Leader, are you inside? Wait, Night Spell Witch. Chapter 386. What about using aliases in primitive society? Huanming stared blankly at the very familiar figure in front of her, completely forgetting what she originally wanted to tell Su Yuan, and pointed at Li with a look of utter disbelief. Night Dream Witch, what are you doing here? Little Dream. Su Yuan glanced back and forth between the two. Could this guy be the Night Dream, which that Huanming mentioned abandoning them? Wait a minute, isn't this guy called Li? Phew. How could you take all the food we collected with you when you left? We've been collecting that for so long. Xiao Huanming's expression instantly turned pitiful, and Su Yuan looked at Li with a shocked expression. How could someone do something like this? No wonder when Su Yuan asked them if they wanted to join him, these little beast girls chose to join without hesitation. If they had a leader like him, they would probably have run away even faster. The situation is special. The situation is special. Besides, didn't I take you to that lakeside cave? There are enough fish for you to eat. Li scratched her head awkwardly, looking so guilty that cold sweat was almost dripping from her forehead. I don't care. You have to return all the food you stole to us, leader. She is the witch we followed before, named Night Dream. Su Yuan looked at Li again, only to see her lower her head even more awkwardly, stammering as she explained. When you're out and about, you have to conceal your true identity, right? You're trying to hide something. Do you think this is some kind of martial arts world? In this primitive society where there's very little communication between tribes, who would know if you gave your real name? Your knowledge was also discovered in the Black Sea? Yes, I found a divine souvenir box. The voice inside tells me that long ago, there was a person who used his own name when committing a crime, and then his enemies came knocking on his door. Wow, what a classic novel style. Su Yuan's lips twitched. These aliens seem to enjoy reading novels too. Upon hearing what Li said, Su Yuan immediately thought of something else. Back when he was in the underwater tomb, the Sea King also talked about supreme knowledge, divine messengers, and that abstract, bloodline soul-stealing technique. Could this Black Sea be the Black Abyss Sea that the Sea King spoke of? If that's the case, then when the Siren King said that only those who possessed the identity of a divine messenger could enter the ruins of the gods, he was referring to a place that could only be entered by those who possessed the key. So these so-called divine music boxes, or the Siren King's bloodline soul-stealing technique, are probably just the parts of that alien spaceship that were destroyed in the crash, and the knowledge they spread is only related to these cultural and entertainment aspects. Perhaps the real knowledge related to development lies inside that spaceship, and the key is in our hands. No, Su Yuan remembered what Li had said before. This key was the key to the Wangwei starship, but what crashed in the Black Sea might not necessarily be the Wangwei. I don't care, you have to give it back to us. We've been saving it up for so long, and we even thought you were a good witch. We never expected you to just abandon us like this. Huanming held onto Li's arm tightly, refusing to let go. The little girl stared at Li with a stubborn look on her face. It seemed that the previous abandonment had deeply wounded her pure and fragile heart, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. But I really can't take you to the place I'm going to. Li cast a pleading look at Su Yuan. Previously, she was preoccupied with figuring out how to get to the location indicated by the beacon, but after seeing that it was a vast ocean, she had no choice but to find a way to get there on her own. Bringing along such a bunch of burdens is such a waste of time, and she doesn't want to slowly lead and develop a tribe here. She still has to go back to the illusionary Sound Island after she gets what she wants. I have nothing on me, please spare me. This is the only fruit I have left, do you want it? Li handed Huanming a fruit she was still carrying. The little one wasn't afraid at all, took it in her hand, and took a bite as if she wanted to get revenge on Li for abandoning them. Ugh, it's so sour. Huanming stared at Li as she chewed a few bites. The bittersweet feeling of doubting life made her feel as if she had been poisoned by herself, and everything in front of her turned bluish. Tui, tui, tui. After spitting out the fruit, she glared at Li with tears streaming down her face, looking as if to say, I'm going to make you feel guilty. Li once again turned her pleading gaze to Su Yuan, her helpless expression making Su Yuan laugh. All right, Huanming, she really doesn't have anything left, but how about we let her work in the tribe to earn money and compensate you with that? Well, let's leave it at that then. But I need to calculate how many copper coins Night Dream Witch owes us. The dried meat is worth 10 copper coins, and the thorny fruit is worth 5 copper coins. No, it should be 7 copper coins. The price of the fruit seems to have gone up recently. Xiao Huanming went to calculate her losses. After seeing her leave, Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped onto Su Yuan's bed, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Phew, we're finally saved. This little guy was even more difficult to deal with than that big worm from before. Isn't that because you stole their food? Aren't you afraid they'll starve to death in the snow? What? I brought them here and only took a little bit of food. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a smile, and said, really, just a little bit? Of course, there's only one thing. Well, you know I wanted to go to that island. I was planning to just find a piece of wood and float there, so I was going to prepare some food to eat while swimming to that island. But I didn't expect that before I could find any wood that could float on the sea, I would find a plank made by someone, which was much more useful than wood. Wait a minute, who made this? Let's rule out naturally occurring things first, then it can only be. Li turned her head in despair to look at Su Yuan, who had a half smile on his face, and asked guiltily, that thing, you didn't make it, did you? Congratulations, you got it right. Now you not only owe Huanming and the others food, but you also owe me a wooden boat. How do you plan to pay me back? Seeing the increasing sweat on Li's forehead, Su Yuan stopped teasing her and chuckled. All right, I was just teasing you. You don't have to return the wooden boat, but remember to make up for the food for Huanming and the others. Otherwise I won't be able to handle them if they start crying again. Let's rest here for a while and go back when we're ready. Su Yuan also had an idea. If he gave Li a teleportation array disc when she returned to the illusionary Sound Island, wouldn't he be able to go directly to that sea area without having to travel to find it? No, I can't owe you anything. You've already given me a very magical divine song box, so I'll give you this divine song box. It still contains the divine oracle from before. Feeling somewhat guilty, Li pulled out a small cube from her animal skin clothes. It was hard to imagine how these things had been stuffed inside her clothes. Chapter 387 whose dashcam is designed like a Rubik's Cube? A holographic projection? Yours even has electricity. Electricity? Li was somewhat confused. Su Yuan quickly explained. So, this thing of yours can still be used? Logically, these things should have run out of power by now. The holographic recorder on the skeleton he found earlier had already exhausted its energy. Otherwise, he could still watch what happened on that island. It's usable, but I guess I won't be able to use it many times. But this is all I have on me. Lee lowered her head in shame. Apart from this item, all she had on her was that incredibly sour wild fruit. All right, I'll take the things. Long, help Lee find a place to rest. Nowadays, the Star Tribe doesn't have enough houses, so most of the Beast Girls live in 2s and 3s in the same house, but most of them are family members or partners. Lee suddenly joined the group and could only temporarily live with the other Beast Girls. Su Yuan, then let Lee live with me for the time being. There's only Zizi in my room, and there's still plenty of space for me to sleep at night. That works too. Su Yuan nodded. Anyway, Long might not sleep in her own room later, so it's good that someone will go and keep Gigi company. Long took Lee to visit the tribe, and during their free time, Su Yuan took out the holographic projector that Lee had just given him. The item shows signs of wear and tear, feels very cold to the touch, and is small, resembling a Rubik's Cube, with a delicate little button on top. As he pressed the button, the Rubik's Cube emitted a blue glow that enveloped his wooden house. Not far away, a phantom purple figure flickered and appeared in front of him. Honey, I'm so glad to hear you're safe. We crashed in the ocean, and it's amazing. We found some half-human, half-fish creatures that look like our ancestors. Haha, they're so ugly. And they can't talk. Su Yuan recognized the man in the picture. He was the same man from the photo that was hidden in the pile of clothes. Su Yuan looked puzzled as he gazed at the man in the projection, holding the machine. Judging from the environment behind him, their situation was not as relaxed as he had described. An endless ocean, spaceships that have long since sunk into the sea, some people just floating on the surface, and many more corpses wearing blue protective suits. This language. What puzzled him wasn't the corpses, but the man's words. Although his accent was different, he could miraculously understand it, and it was the same as what the Beast Girls were saying. When Su Yuan first transmigrated to this world, he only thought it was thanks to the system that he could understand the language of this world, so all he heard was Chinese. But now, the man in the projection had an awkward accent, but he was still speaking in a language that he could understand, as well as in some characters that he could roughly read. Damn, could this be a spaceship from Earth? Have I run into someone from my hometown? And how come my fellow villager has already developed a starship behind my back? Just as he was about to learn something else, the Rubik's Cube stopped playing and returned to its original calm state. Huh, that's it. Holographic recorder, spinning case, designed based on a Rubik's Cube. It can record information, images, and sounds and project them holographically. Different rotations result in different content being played. Remaining energy, 1%. It really is a Rubik's Cube. Su Yuan was starting to lose his composure. Who designed a holographic recorder like this? If someone just randomly combined different devices to record something, wouldn't it be impossible to restore the original recording later? It seems that Lee also knows how to use this holographic recorder, otherwise the Rubik's Cube wouldn't have turned to this segment recorded when it just fell into the sea. He tried to turn the Rubik's Cube, pressing the button after each turn. Most of the time there was no response, but a few times the video or audio played. The main character in the records is mostly that man, but sometimes you can see other humans living with him. Although everyone speaks in a relaxed tone, there is always a trace of sorrow on their faces. Darling, I've built a ship, and I will definitely. Haha. Look, I haven't forgotten a single bit of what I learned when I was young. Hey, happy birthday, baby. Today should be your 3rd year since you were born. I haven't named you yet, but I want to celebrate this important day with you. Darling, I've located your location. I'll come find you. My dear, if you find my remains, take this to the Wangue ship. On the Wangue ship, I've always been. After wandering around for a while, Su Yuan finally found the message that Lee had mentioned. It was mysterious, but combined with the previous messages, Su Yuan had a general idea of what it was. Looking towards the return of the ship. Are there children there? Or assets they took with them when they left their home planet? Or what is it that allowed them to survive, or even leave this planet? Su Yuan pondered for a moment and ruled out the latter 2 possibilities. Perhaps the child in the Wangue ship was their child. After all, judging from the many photos taken before, this person was just an ordinary person. The records contain no information about starships or interstellar travel. Aside from sharing news of the crash with his wife, they were mostly about his longing for his child. It looks like he died on the way. Wait, I remember Lee said she found this Rubik's Cube in the Black Sea. Could it be that this person died in the Black Sea? Su Yuan frowned. All the previous photos indicated that the man intended to come looking for his wife, but Lee said that this thing was found in the Black Sea. His doubts led him to continue solving the Rubik's Cube, but much of the information recorded was still useless. The story begins with him expressing his longing on the spaceship and then moves on to his plan to search for the woman's whereabouts. Then it was just a series of replays and blanks, which made Su Yuan so angry that he almost threw the thing to the ground. What kind of kind designer would design this thing to be a Rubik's Cube? Moreover, it's a 3x3 Rubik's Cube. In terms of permutations and combinations, there are tens or hundreds of billions of possibilities. Even if you let him arrange them slowly, he might not be able to arrange them all even when he's 70 or 80 years old, not to mention that this thing only has 1% of its battery left. Perhaps we should restore it to its original shape? Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. What is the purpose of playing with a Rubik's Cube? It is to scramble it and then restore it to its original state. Fortunately, the color of this Rubik's Cube is not a sticker or dye, but a crystal clear colored crystal, so it can still be distinguished even after so long. With a plan in mind, Su Yuan immediately took the holographic recorder in his hand and examined it carefully. The 6 different patterns dazzled him. At this point, an even more important problem arose. By the way, how do you solve a Rubik's Cube again? Chapter 388 is finished. I had some terrible teammates. Su Yuan spent some points to buy a booklet on magic restoration from the system store and followed the tutorials inside to restore the holographic memory device step by step. Click. When he pressed play, he looked at what was in front of him with some nervousness. Perhaps he had guessed wrong, or perhaps it was just some unimportant information. Forget it. What does it have to do with me? Even if people in primitive societies discovered these alien technologies, they probably would have a hard time mastering them. Even if a primitive man got his hands on a sniper rifle, he would at most treat it as a slightly harder stick. This is the difference in time. As Su Yuan waited with bated breath, a figure gradually appeared before him. It was still the same man, but this time he was alone, staring blankly at the recorder. To any fellow countrymen who may have reached this place, I am Karen, the sole survivor of the Shur. The sole survivor? Weren't there still more than a dozen people before? Su Yuan looked at the expression on his face, which showed even more sadness and despair than before. We failed. Those damned bugs didn't die at all. They hid an hour, but I've sealed them off. If you manage to arrive, please note, under no circumstances should you open it. I'm leaving. I have my children and my wife. I need to go find them. I will leave this recorder outside the gate. I hope you will find it when you come in. I have seen the real sky, felt the real wind, and seen the real sea. Before leaving, I dreamed of setting foot in countless such worlds. Now, I have no regrets. The scene ended, and so did the holographic recorder, its last 1% of energy exhausted by Su Yuan. Insect. Su Yuan's expression turned solemn. He immediately recalled the insects he had encountered when exploring the alien spaceship in the icy snowfield. Even in his weakened state, the insects were still able to cut through his gloves. Could those insects in the Black Sea still be alive? If that's the case, then these alien spaceships aren't very safe. The terror of those insects is such that even these aliens with interstellar travel capabilities can't deal with them. This is troublesome. He had thought he had transmigrated into a primitive society full of magic and fighting spirit, but these random and chaotic things that had suddenly appeared were giving him a headache. Most importantly, could there be these insects on the spaceship in the land of death? No, we need to develop faster and find a way to break through to the 3rd or even 4th level of the mall. The guns and missiles in the 2nd level mall are simply not enough to solve this level of crisis. Bang bang bang. Su Yuan, come and eat. Sister Long said you haven't eaten all afternoon, so I made your favorite spicy octopus paste. Just as Su Yuan was pondering a solution, Mao Yi ran up to Su Yuan's door and banged on it anxiously, interrupting his thoughts. Forget it, there's plenty of time. These people probably won't be able to open those spaceships anytime soon. Of the 3 key cards I know of, one is with me, one is with Lei Yu, and the other is with those people in the netherworld. We absolutely cannot let her leave now. Not many people knew that Su Yuan and Long had gone to the island in the sea today, and Long was not the kind of person who liked to chat and brag like Mao Yi. At this moment, only the little beast girl who lent Su Yuan the boat was looking at him with teary eyes. Her pitiful appearance made Su Yuan helplessly cover his head. Little cutie, sell the boat to me, and give this to you to give to everyone. It should fetch a good price. As the leader, he naturally couldn't break the rules he had set, and he also felt remorse for bullying such a cute little beast girl. So he casually exchanged for a shark tooth blade, an enchanted weapon that he had been reluctant to spend 4,000 points to exchange for back then, but now it was less expensive to Su Yuan than a few sets of bullets. However, for the beast girls in the tribe, this dagger, which can easily cut through the enemy's defenses and even the hardest tortoise shell cannot withstand, is simply a divine artifact. There are only 3 or 4 in the entire tribe. The first one to own it was Cat Knight. The one she exchanged when she saved Hai Ling, and the others was given to her by Su Yuan. The rest were items that Su Yuan had taken out to sell as commodities some time ago, and they were priced much higher than a wooden boat. Thank you, Chief. You're a good person. The little guy's expression changed so quickly that even Su Yuan couldn't react in time. He picked up the dagger and immediately broke into a happy smile, his snot practically bubbling out of his nose. You cunning little devil, Red Fox, inform everyone later that there is a 5th-tier magical beast on an island not far from us. If you see the island while fishing, do not go up there easily. Su Yuan sat back down at the wooden table. Red Fox, carrying some fresh food, came to his side and, after hearing about this, frowned and asked, "Which island did you go to today?" "Oh no, there's a murderous aura." The casual question made Su Yuan break out in a cold sweat. He quickly shook his head and denied it, saying, "Of course not. I told Long and me after I saved Li at the beach." After saying that, he quickly winked at Long and Li. Long wasn't very good at lying, so she could only fill her mouth with food and nod her head hurriedly. Yeah, that monster chased me all the way to the beach. You have no idea how scary it was. It almost swung us out with its tongue." "Did you get dragged out?" Red Fox looked at Su Yuan with a smile. "Oh no, I have a terrible teammate." Su Yuan immediately hugged the Red Fox to his arms, gently stroking the small white fur in the fox's ears with his fingers and blowing warm air into the other ear with his nose. With each breath, one could smell the fragrance, which grew stronger and more pronounced, while simultaneously feeling the Red Fox's body temperature gradually rise. "I'm sorry, Okay, I'm not actually blaming you." Red Fox's eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Su Yuan and bit her lip as she explained, "I'm just worried about you, worried that one day you'll suddenly disappear. It's not just me, but also Black Sheep, Deer Bell, and the others. None of us can lead the tribe forward. You have to understand that the reason why people from these different tribes live together is because of you. If you were to disappear one day, I'm afraid that in the not-too-distant future, we would all be separated again and return to the way we were before." To be honest, Su Yuan had never considered this point. The overall development of the tribe was done by Red Fox and Black Sheep, and even ordinary beast girls like Shui Ro and Fox 9 did more work than he did. "I understand, let's go." Su Yuan gently picked up the Red Fox and said, feeling somewhat moved, "Hey, Su Yuan, aren't you going to eat? Let's go back to the room to eat." "Let's eat in the room? Is there more delicious food in the room?" Li scratched her head as she watched the departing figure, but her mind immediately turned to the feast in front of her. This grilled meat is still the best. Chapter 389 Jelly version gets a major upgrade. The morning sunlight shone through the cracks in the house onto my face. "I'm so hungry." Su Yuan opened his sleepy eyes, felt the protest from his stomach, and quickly redeemed a piece of bread from the system shop. Without even washing up, he stuffed it into his mouth in a few bites. Red Fox had left long ago. During the tribe's development, there were too many things to do. Basically, she and the other shamans who managed the tribe, such as Black Sheep, had hardly stopped. They not only had to deal with some internal disputes, but also with external trade conflicts. Recently, as the Star Tribe's reputation has grown, many tribes have come to know that there is a super tribe of divine beings on the shore of the desolate Snowfield that trades goods with other tribes. Most importantly, it has survived all this time without being destroyed by the orc tribes and still stands intact on the beach. In a short time, more and more tribes flocked to the Star Tribe to trade, and even Cold Creek, which had established its territory at the waterfall not far away, was discovered, and the number of magical beasts harassing them in the forest decreased sharply. They all became goods in the hands of those who came to trade. "I have a lot to do too." Su Yuan ate a piece of bread and lay down again, staring at the wooden ceiling in deep thought. Suddenly, he got up and took out the notebook from the wooden box in the corner. "Let me think. I've already completed most of the tasks I set out to do before." Many previously set tasks were crossed out in the notebook, including the main quest to defeat Mu Guang, improve physical fitness, and take on both Lion and Tiger Hunter in one go, as well as a series of side quests. All that's left is the long-term mission of developing the tribe and searching for rare items. No, we need to redefine some tasks. Su Yuan turned to a new page and wrote down all the problems he was currently facing. Task 1, make paper. Task 2, investigate the people from the ghost realm in the crater. Mission 3, the mysterious deer shadow in the land of death and the gift from the gods. After completing task 3, Su Yuan frowned and crossed out the divine gift. Now that he knew about the terrifying insects in the spaceship, he was afraid he would be doomed if he wasn't properly prepared. We need to tell Mu Guang about this and try to get some benefits out of her. There's no such thing as a free lunch. After crossing out the part about the divine gift, Su Yuan continued writing. Mission 4. Eliminate the Tier 5 magical beasts on the island in the sea and find the wreckage of the crashed spaceship. If that woman crashed on the island, her spaceship was probably nearby. Consider it a thank you gift for helping her to be buried. Su Yuan thought of the skeleton in the storage necklace. He would have to find a secluded place to bury it later. The primitive people of this world did not have the custom of burial, and they would accidentally dig her up and throw her on the ground, so it had to be a quiet and remote place. Main quest. Build and govern the city to alleviate pressure on the coastal territory, leave the Snowfield, and explore a new world. Long-term mission. Develop your tribe, collect rare items, unlock the Tier 3 shop, and expand the map's visible area. Su Yuan put down his pen and looked at the planned tasks with great satisfaction. 3 of the side quests involved combat, so it seemed necessary to strengthen the tribe's warriors. That's about it. We'll talk about the rest later. Right now, there's a very important side quest that we absolutely must complete. Have a meal. After putting the notebook back in the box, Su Yuan quickly changed his clothes and went to the small market. Without caring what was being sold, he bought a few delicious-smelling foods and returned to his hut. In the morning, the tribe was rather quiet. The construction of the city had reached a critical moment, and Fox 9 and Kong recruited a lot of beast girls to help. Long and Shirshir also left the tribe early to hunt in the wild. Only some beast girls without combat power were making handicrafts in the tribe. Slap, slap. In a corner outside the tribe, Su Yuan dug through the frozen soil and buried the skeleton there. It wasn't far from the tribe, and there was a huge rock next to it. Ordinary people wouldn't go to another tribe to dig up their bones for no reason. Although I don't know which star system you are from, Earth people believe in the importance of burial. If you are indeed people from the future Earth, then it is in accordance with tradition. The grave had no tombstone, nor any symbolic planks. It was simply buried deep in black soil. After handling the funeral arrangements, Su Yuan returned to the tribe. He had been away for so long and hadn't even had a few days of rest. Yesterday, he was unfortunately chased by a 5th-tier magical beast. In broad daylight, he arrived at the hot spring pool, intending to wash off the sweat that the red fox had left all over him the night before. Let me investigate. The previous jelly was a product developed by combining snow serpent elixir with blue spirit beverage. What if I process it further? Sitting in the hot spring, Su Yuan noticed a lump of jelly in the corner and had a good idea. He immediately took out a portion of jelly that he had made earlier. The blue patterned jelly looked delicious and remained unchanged even after being left out for a while. What should we add as the second item? The special shop had many medicines to enhance the body. After browsing through them, I finally took out a bottle of emergency enhancement potion. This thing can enhance the body and mental strength in a short time and accelerate the body's recovery efficiency. If combined with jelly, which requires long soaking time to improve physical condition, it might be possible to create an even better jelly. Without further ado, Su Yuan immediately took out a bottle of potion, placed the 2 items on either side, and then waited for the finished product to be produced. After a slight vibration, the machine ejected a smaller piece of jelly, the same color as before, except that the blue stripes had turned green. Unknown Gel Solid 2.0, a green-veined, transparent gel solid that has been refined a second time. It secretes a green liquid on its surface and can be placed in water. Long-term soaking will slightly enhance physical and mental qualities, increase the success rate of awakening, and accelerate injury recovery. Note: soaking for more than 3 hours at a time can cause muscle illusion symptoms, making it impossible to control the intensity of the massage, and the duration of this effect is 10 times the soaking time. It really works. Looking at the 2.0 version of the gel solid, Su Yuan's face lit up with joy, although it was not quite the same as what he had hoped for, which was to permanently enhance the body's recovery efficiency. However, the rest of the items combine the advantages of both, and the disadvantages are not as severe as those of the emergency enhancement potion. Keep going, keep going. Su Yuan took out another gel jelly, this time a whale crystal jelly to enhance magical abilities, and placed the 2 jelly pieces on either side. This time, the jelly was smaller, but its transparent color had completely turned into a deep blue. Unknown Gel Solid 3.0, a blue gel solid refined twice. It secretes a blue liquid on its surface. It can be placed in water. Long-term soaking will slightly enhance physical and mental qualities, increase the success rate of awakening, and increase magical affinity. It also enhances magical comprehension during soaking. Note: soaking for more than 1 hour at a time will induce drowsiness, lasting for 10 times the soaking time. Chapter 390 Slime. In the following days, Su Yuan did not rush to go out. The construction of the city in the Shattered Ice Valley had reached a critical stage. The houses were almost completed, and now only the city lord's building where he was located remained. Fox 9 and Kong might not be able to build those iconic buildings. Many things would require Su Yuan to handle them personally. Besides overseeing city construction, Su Yuan's biggest task during this period was researching versions of the gel jelly, progressing from version 2.0 all the way to version 19.0. There were many failed attempts along the way, some of which had a negative effect, others were completely negated, and still others turned into a disgusting lump of mud. If this were placed in a hot spring pool, probably no one would dare to soak in it. The successful versions, with their various beneficial effects, were recorded in a notebook, and through analysis and comparison, the best performing version was selected. Unknown Gel Solid 20.0. A golden gel solid refined twice. It can be placed in water to change the water quality. Long-term soaking will slowly enhance overall attributes, accelerate recovery efficiency, increase the success rate of awakening, and increase magical affinity. Note: massage all parts of the body during soaking to help the body absorb nutrients more quickly. Finally, there are no more side effects, but this note. Su Yuan looked at the note entry. Although the optimized essential oil used this time required more points, its effects were much better than other versions of the jelly gel. As for massage, at worst, we can have teacher Nicoya teach some beast girls at the hot springs, which could become a type of job for the tribe in the future. That's right. More and more people are joining the tribe these days, and many of them don't know how to earn copper coins. This job is suitable for some of them. Massage does not require going out to gather or hunt, so it does not require strong combat skills, nor does it require any delicate work skills, so it does not require proficiency in various handicrafts. All you need is strength, soft hands, and soft legs too. No, I won't trouble teacher Nicoya with this task. I, Su, have been well versed in massage for several years, so it's not too much for me to personally teach some beast girl techniques. Let's use up this last chance of the day while we still have time. Seeing that the fusion device had one last chance today, Su Yuan took out the last piece of jelly gel from the storage necklace, but this time he didn't know what to add. Everything that could be used in the special shop has been used up, and all the items with special effects in the warehouse have also been used up. How about we try this thing? Su Yuan took out a fruit that he had kept in his storage necklace. The fruit was so alluring and beautiful that it made one want to take a bite. He simply held it far away, not daring to taste it at all. The divine fruit. Its effects are unknown, but it can make members of the divinely gifted clan pregnant. If you combine it with jelly gel, wouldn't it create a hot spring that can make people pregnant? It's somewhat similar to the mother-child river in the Women's Kingdom in Journey to the West. However, it is also a good thing for the tribe, as the divinely bestowed fruit is not something that is commonplace, and there is no basis for finding it. It might appear among a thriving fruit tree, or it might be born on an old tree that is about to die. If this hot spring pool that can produce offspring could give birth, it would also solve the dilemma of some beast girls who want to breed, but have been unable to find the divine fruit for a long time. As for myself, I don't know why, but even the earliest cat knight hasn't made any moves. I can still eat and run every day. To figure out this problem, we need to continue to develop technology for research. It's just a waste of a divinely bestowed fruit anyway. Let's give it a try. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment, but finally put the fruit and jelly gel into the machine. This time the machine ran for longer than before. After waiting for a while, he saw an identical jelly gel appear. No change. It can't be said that there were no changes. Su Yuan took the jelly out of the machine. After being fused, the blue jelly was somewhat different from before. It felt cool and refreshing in his hand. Rather than being a lump of jelly, this thing, after being fused together, feels more like a lump of cool clay that can be molded into any other shape. Oh! Suddenly, a soft, delicate voice came from nearby. Su Yuan immediately looked around, but there was no one else around except him. The closest little beast girl was at least 10 meters away. Yo-yo! The sound was quite clear. Su Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned his gaze to the ball of blue jelly in his hand. At this moment, it began to wriggle, as if it were alive, and completely enveloped Su Yuan's right hand in its blue color, but it was pulled off before it could reach his arm. Unknown Gel Life Form. A special life form refined through a special process. It has no fixed form and can ingest and decompose any inanimate object to replenish its energy. Effects. When placed on a wound, it can quickly heal the wound. When placed on the body, it can reduce soreness and fatigue and improve physical fitness. When placed on the head, It can increase mental strength and improve mental recovery efficiency. Note: using items with energy can accelerate growth. Slime, slime, yo-yo. The little guy seemed to like him quite a bit. After being pulled down, he climbed up his palm, trying his best to climb onto his arm. It wasn't until Su Yuan touched the white fur coat he was wearing and saw that a hole had been swallowed up in the fabric of his own clothes that Su Yuan realized what was happening. The little thing wasn't fond of him, but rather hungry. Its anxious expression suggested it wanted to eat Su Yuan's clothes. System, give me a spicy shark burger. Since they can eat any inanimate object, they should be able to eat human food as well, right? Su Yuan handed the hamburger to the little slime, who was very excited and immediately moved his body to the shark burger, slowly covering the shark burger in Su Yuan's palm. The object in his hand slowly disappeared, and in just over 10 seconds, the bowl-sized shark burger was digested into pure energy. Yo! After completely digesting the shark fortress, the little slime was very excited. It jumped towards Su Yuan, slowly floated in midair, and then immediately stuck to his face. The wet, slippery body covered Su Yuan's face, and its scent was very pleasant, as if he had applied a fragrant face mask. However, Su Yuan wasn't going to let the little guy suffocate him, so he immediately pulled it off his face. I always felt that this fantasy world of swords and magic was missing something, but now I finally understand. There are elves and beast girls, so how could there be no slimes? Yo! The little guy also let out a soft yo-yo, seemingly confirming Su Yuan's statement that his body could be shaped into any form when being pulled. But since you're someone I created, I won't treat you like a monster for grinding experience. From now on, you'll be my pet, and your name will be. He took out the Great Frost for the Snow Wolf and the Snowfield Giant Bear. The Great Frost was always bad at naming things, and he stared at the blue slime for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good name. Fine, since your body is blue, I'll call you Little Blue from now on. Chapter 391. Names with the character Ying. Ing sounds so nice. Su Yuan, why did you put the hot spring jelly on your head? After studying it for a while, the little guy seemed a bit sleepy. Using the levitation effect of the spicy shark burger, it flew directly onto Su Yuan's head and perched there. This isn't jelly, it's a little thing I made. Cat Knight looked terrified, took a few steps back, and said incredulously, "Ew, you had a child? When did you have a child? Ouch. It's a pet, a pet. What are you thinking about all day?" Su Yuan said with a dark face, giving her a hard flick on the head. "I was thinking about you." Mao Yi clutched her head in pain, but when she heard Su Yuan's question, she walked over with a grin and poked Xiaolan, who was sleeping on Su Yuan's head, with her finger. "It's so soft and cute, can I touch it?" "Go ahead and pet it, but be careful not to wake it up." Mao Yi carefully held Xiaolan in her palm, and the cool sensation made her unable to resist squeezing it. "Won't it bite me when it wakes up?" As the soft jelly slowly swallowed her hand, Mao Yi grabbed Su Yuan in a panic and cried out for help. "It bit me. My hand is going to be swallowed." The panicked noise attracted the attention of Pan Yu, who was preparing to go hunting with Tiger Hunter. She discovered that Mao Ye's hand was stuck to a blob of blue jelly, and she was shaking it in a panic. "Su Yuan, has Mao Yi gone mad? Why is she fighting with a piece of jelly that's soaking in a hot spring?" "It's not jelly, it's a pet I created. Also, stop shaking it, it won't eat people. This little guy only eats things that don't have any life signs." Little Blue was woken up by Cat Knight. Seeing this stranger, it immediately hopped over to Su Yuan's side. However, the eyes drawn with blue patterns were staring at Mao Yi, and its body began to change. The original round shape extended and quickly condensed into a chibi-style figure. Its appearance was still changing. To the astonishment of the three, the little guy transformed into Nicoya, a tiny creature as cute as a figurine. Yo-yo. Unfortunately, it still couldn't speak. Its figure moved slightly, mimicking Nicoya, and immediately reverted to its previous jelly-like form. Wow, that's amazing. It can even transform into Nicoya's appearance. Pan Yu stared wide-eyed at the sight of the jelly, which was so magical, and immediately called out to the black sheep who was discussing things with Tiger Hunter behind her. "Black Sheep Witch, Tiger Hunter's sister. Come and see the child that Su Yuan created." "Child! Child!" Su Yuan covered his face in despair, forgetting that there was no concept of pets in primitive society. Of course, De Shuang and the others could not be considered true pets either. Black Sheep and Tiger Hunter trotted over in surprise, then fell into deep thought upon seeing the blob of blue jelly on Su Yuan's arm. Don't listen to her about her child. This is a life form I created using divine fruit and gel. Seeing the strange look in Black Sheep's eyes, Su Yuan quickly explained that Black Sheep and Red Fox both knew about the bioenergy extraction and fusion device. Not only did they know about it, but they would also borrow it from the Black Sheep when making witchcraft potions. Even the gel jelly used for hot spring baths was made by someone they arranged, so after hearing Su Yuan's explanation, she immediately understood the whole story. That thing is really amazing. Not only can it be used to make magical potions, but it can also create life forms. And this little guy has so many other functions. Black Sheep grabbed Little Blue. The little guy seemed to be hungry again after transforming, so he climbed onto Black Sheep's wrist and started eating the sleeve. Little guy, this is a piece of clothing that Tiger Hunter gave me. You can't eat it. Seeing Little Blue crawl onto her wrist, Black Sheep immediately grabbed it, pondered for a moment, and took out a piece of purple-veined gemstone from her storage necklace. The energy-filled stone attracted Little Blue, and it no longer wanted to eat the clothes. When it saw the stone being offered to it, it immediately pounced on it and swallowed the amethyst. Does this little guy have a name? Black Sheep looked at the little guy with some affection. As a life born from the same divinely bestowed fruit, she felt an innate sense of closeness to him. Yes, I just got it. Look at it. It's all blue. So isn't it a perfect name for Little Blue? After saying that, Su Yuan raised his head as if he were very good at naming things. However, everyone looked at Su Yuan with astonishment, and the scene fell silent instantly, with only Pan Yu muttering to herself. What? Who names someone based on their body color? She's a girl born from a divinely bestowed fruit. After all, a girl? Su Yuan looked Xiaolan up and down, but couldn't tell that she was a girl. However, it was undeniable that all those born from the divine fruit were girls. However, he had objections regarding the naming, pointing at the Black Sheep and arguing. Red Fox, the Black Sheep and the others all use colors for their names, right? I think Little Blue sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Ahem. Actually, Black Sheep was the name given to me by the old shaman of my tribe. She was over 100 years old at the time. Does this imply that you named yourself like a centenarian? Then would you please trouble the clever Black Sheep, which to give her a name? Or perhaps you could come to my room tonight and teach me how to name her. Looking at Su Yuan's gritted teeth, Black Sheep blinked and smiled. Of course, don't close the door too tightly at night, or you'll wake up other people. I wonder if Lord Su Yuan can handle it. Hiss. Who says foxes seduce people? This Black Sheep with goat horns is even more seductive than a red fox. As the Black Sheep approached, it pressed its chest against his body and blew hot air into his ear. Isn't this the same tactic I usually use to deal with Red Fox in Betraying Moon? She was using all my words. How about we name her Blue Firefly? Blue Firefly? What a nice name. Which Firefly? Another head popped out from behind Tiger Hunter. The lazy-looking head belonged to Wu Ying. She had changed into thin clothes in broad daylight and was carrying some hot spring bathing tools. It seemed she was planning to take a bath early in the morning. I saw you guys from far away trying to name a lump of jelly. Big Blue and Little Blue are no good names. Look at my name. Wu Ying pointed to herself with a proud look. White Firefly, Wu Ying, Blue Firefly, Red Firefly, Snow Firefly, Flowing Firefly. What beautiful names with the character Firefly in them. So, Lady Wu Ying, whose name sounds lovely, what are you planning to do this time? Have you finished arranging for you and Bai Ying to compile a list of the names of the tribes that came to the Starry Sky tribe for trade? Haha, I was just about to go, but I have to go now. You guys continue. Under the sharp gazes of Black Sheep and Su Yuan, Wu Ying immediately put away her bathing tools and ran back to the house, leaving only the 5 people to continue naming the little slime. Chapter 392 Professional Massage Training Course begins. After discussing it for a long time, they finally came up with a new name for the little slime after it had eaten its fill and fallen asleep. Then let's call her Lan Ying. Naming is so tiring. I never want to name someone again. Tiger Hunter and Rebel Moon led their warriors away to hunt, and Black Sheep rubbed Blue Firefly before going back to his work, leaving only Cat Knight and Su Yuan behind. Cat Knight, go and recruit 20 people who are strong and have flexible hands and feet. Oh, and most importantly, they should all be unemployed and not earn much copper coins. With nothing else to do, Su Yuan told Mao Yi about his plans. He would train for a while during the day and should be able to start work tonight. The task was handed over to Nicoya. All that remained was figuring out what to do with the little guy. Yo! After eating a piece of purple-veined brilliance, Lan Ying stuck to Su Yuan's head with great satisfaction. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Lan Ying was a little heavier than before. Although being a slime's owner doesn't actually involve scooping poop, but just feeding them some food every day. But Su Yuan held the little blue firefly in his palm. He thought that if he let such a powerless little creature follow him, it might just be turned into blue firefly jam with a simple scrape in a future battle. No, she's still too young. We need to find someone who doesn't go hunting or fighting to take care of her. His mind raced, and Su Yuan immediately thought of a figure, a soft-spoken face that seemed to have never left his side since he moved the tribe to the seaside. White Rabbit. The White Rabbit was quite relaxed during the day and was currently changing the bandages for several injured beast girls. Judging from the healing effect of those wounds, they would be fully recovered soon. Su Yuan, are you going to soak in the hot springs? Oh, it moved. When White Rabbit saw Su Yuan holding a ball of jelly, she thought Su Yuan had come to invite her to go to the hot springs. However, Lan Ying, who was resting in Su Yuan's arms, seemed a little dissatisfied with being held. She twisted her body and climbed onto Su Yuan's arm, looking as if she wanted to swallow Su Yuan's arm. Don't be nervous, she's a creature I created, using the divinely bestowed fruit. Su Yuan told the White Rabbit about Lan Ying's origins, and even the beast girls who were changing medicines looked at the cute little thing with great curiosity. I see, that's really amazing. Having learned about Lan Ying's background, the White Rabbit felt much closer to the little one and touched her body with her little hand. The spider silk on the beast girl's arm in front of the White Rabbit had just been removed, and the wound, covered with herbs, was still oozing traces of blood. Little guy, wake up, help him recover. It was a good opportunity to check on Lan Ying's healing effect, so Su Yuan patted her head and lifted her onto his injured arm. Don't be afraid, she won't hurt you. The injured beast girl nodded, her eyes filled with trust in Su Yuan, so she didn't back down at all, but instead looked at her arm with curiosity. Lan Ying seemed to sense the wound, and her body slowly enveloped the injured arm, gradually absorbing the blood and herbs and transforming them into pure energy. Then it began to repair the injured area. The recovery speed was even faster than Su Yuan's flame healing. In no time, the scratch that was originally more than 10 centimeters long turned into tender white skin. The little blue firefly bubbled up inside her body with some satisfaction, then immediately jumped back. By the way, she's still too young. I plan to leave her in your care. You just need to feed her some purple gemstones every day. She has quite a few abilities. She can heal wounds, relieve fatigue, and boost her energy. Maybe if you take her with you, you can become a witch someday. Witch, don't worry about her. Leave her to me. With her around, everyone's injuries will heal faster. I will definitely take good care of her. The White Rabbit patted its chest and took Blue Firefly into its hands. The little guy wasn't afraid of strangers. After being woken up, it continued to imitate others. Looking at the figure holding it, it immediately turned into a little white rabbit. Yo-yo. So cute. Blue Firefly, can you become me? Me too. Me too. Over here, Maya also found 20 beast girls. There have been many people joining the tribe recently, although most of the strong beast girls have gone to the Shattered Ice Valley to participate in city construction. However, some newcomers, looking at the magnificent city, were afraid of making mistakes, so they could only do what they were good at, such as picking up things in the wild to sell at the market. Upon seeing these colorful beast girls, Su Yuan greeted them warmly and stood in front of them, smiling as he asked, "How have you all been doing in the tribe lately?" "Our leader, thank you for taking us in. We've had a wonderful time." These were heartfelt words, and the beast girls all smiled, especially since the original sharing economy model had been changed in the Star Tribe. This also provided a way of life for these beast girls who were not good at fighting or delicate work. The daily flow of people in the tribe told them that as long as they put in the effort, they would reap the rewards. Whether it's wild fruits, animal meat, or beautiful stones and shells, as long as you're willing to search and collect, you'll reap the rewards. Moreover, even without income, they wouldn't starve. They could still go to the warehouse at the bottom of the cave to get potatoes and sweet potatoes to fill their stomachs every day. I have a new job for you. You can decide the working hours and salary yourself. The job is to massage the beast girls' bodies. Anyone want to sign up? Massage. The word massage is not unfamiliar in the Star Tribe. Words like salary and job, which are unheard of outside, are also frequently heard within the tribe. Chief, are there really people willing to pay for a massage? Everyone was tempted. Finding a stable job was something many people longed for. With a job, they would no longer be dispensable members of the tribe. But we've never paid for massages before. We're all good friends who massage each other while soaking in the hot springs. Of course, massage is not just a simple matter of someone pressing a button on someone's body. It involves a lot of knowledge. A good massage therapist can relieve fatigue and improve physical condition. There's a lot of knowledge involved here. In fact, the massages he and the Red Fox had done together, as well as the massage techniques he taught Nicoya, were just for fun. The purpose, of course, was to allow the optimized essential oils to penetrate the body more deeply. However, nowadays, if we're going to do this, we need to do it more professionally, so that improving the physical fitness of beast girls can also become a job. Chapter 393 Leader. Do we need to learn this too? Next, you will watch my demonstration. Su Yuan had experienced massage before, but he had never learned it. Fortunately, the system also had professional massage knowledge stored in it. After redeeming the knowledge, he immediately led everyone to the hot spring to practice. Cat Night. Change your clothes and lie on the seashell to demonstrate. The two know each other inside and out, are intimately familiar with each other, and are very suitable as a demonstration material. Oh, then you can come. The group arrived at the hot spring. It was early morning, so there weren't many people there. Only a little beast girl in charge of collecting fees was also crowding around, watching. Su Yuan looked at the cat lying down, cleared his mind of all the distracting thoughts, stretched his knuckles, and then went behind her, applying some of the optimization oil that he hadn't used up when he was blending the gel. First, in this position, don't use brute force. Use the base of your fingers to exert force, and rotate in a circle like this. His palm pressed on Nikoya's trapezius muscle. The physical characteristics of beast girls are somewhat different from those of humans. No matter how strong they are, they don't have particularly exaggerated muscles. But you can only feel the density of their muscles when you press on them. You can't squeeze them at all without any strength. When they are taut, they feel like a piece of iron covered with leather. Smack! Su Yuan looked at Mao Yi, who seemed a little nervous, and patted her on the back, saying seriously, "Relax, you're all tense." I understand." Nikoya's face flushed slightly. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves. For some reason, she found that this time she felt a little different from before. Each press of her fingertips made her feel a tingling sensation throughout her body, and the fatigue she had accumulated from being the Pirate King a few days ago eased considerably. "Chief, do we have to learn this too?" The students watching Nikoya gradually relax looked on in surprise, almost ready to take out their notebooks to record this step. No need for that." Su Yuan realized he was being taught, so he immediately returned his hand to the trapezius muscle and began massaging while explaining. "Remember, when you're working, make sure your nails are neatly trimmed, otherwise they can easily scratch your skin. Also, try not to let your nails scratch your skin while massaging." After pressing the trapezius muscle enough, Su Yuan's fingers gradually moved downwards, all the way to Mao Ye's back, leaving no wounds on her fair skin. Her two collarbones were protruding, but not as noticeably as they were back in the icy wilderness. All that time of eating meat and fish had made Mao Yi a bit plumper. In addition to pressing with your fingers, you can also rub these large areas with your palm, trying to use the softest part of your palm. You can also use your feet to press on the back, but the other person needs to think that you don't have enough strength in your hands before they can step on your back to massage it. Looking at Mao Ye's slender waist, Su Yuan hesitated. If he stepped on her, wouldn't she cry out in pain? "Cat Knight, can you handle my weight?" "Don't worry, I can carry you and run without any problem. It's just stepping on my back, don't worry about it." Seeing that Mao Ye said that, Su Yuan felt relieved. Although she looked thin, her physique as an awakened warrior was no less than that of some strong beast girls. So he climbed directly onto the seashell and stepped onto it according to the moves he remembered. I must say, the massage was very comfortable, but massaging a beautiful girl was quite an experience. Remember, you must massage your entire body, from head to toe, every part of it. I plan to open another hot spring pool, the liquid in which can increase the chances of becoming an awakened warrior or a shaman. However, you have to massage every part of the body, so this job is hard work, but you can also earn a lot of money. If you feel it's too hard and want to quit, that's fine too. This job is temporarily set at 20 people, and we will add more if needed later. So don't feel pressured. Su Yuan scooped up Mao Yi, who had collapsed into a puddle of liquid. She had already fallen asleep, her body radiating a dazzling glow. "Shaolin, I'll give you another batch of jelly for hot springs later. Please price it according to my instructions for the different hot spring pools. This place is still too small." Su Yuan looked at the small place with only 2 hot spring pools and realized that it was impossible to expand it into a large bathhouse with more than a dozen different therapeutic effects. Perhaps such a large public bathhouse can only be built after the city in the Ice Valley is completed. Here, we can only build 3 hot spring pools in rotation. One is the low-priced area, where the hot springs therapeutic effects are to improve physical condition and recover from injuries and fatigue. The mid-priced area, on the other hand, is to enhance mental strength and increase the chance of awakening. Finally, there is the advanced session where massage is required to achieve a higher therapeutic effect. The jelly used is only the unknown gel solid 20.0 version. After all, it consumes tens of thousands of points of optimized essential oil. This way, Everyone won't be crowded in the same hot spring pool, and Su Yuan won't have to constantly replenish his medicine. Sigh, if only Black Sheep and the others could make something with a similar effect using local materials from primitive society. After teaching the massage techniques to the beast girls, Su Yuan carried Mao Yi back to the house. She was fast asleep, and he didn't disturb her or wake her. It seems that these days, the only things the tribe still relies on him to exchange for in the system shop, besides the jelly used for hot springs, are the papers needed for daily records. If we're free tomorrow, could we lead everyone to figure out how to make paper again? The snow crystal bamboo they brought was already mature, growing in a felled forest not far from the tribe, and its growth was quite astonishing. The bamboo forest on the snowy mountain has also started to grow again. Normally, the liquid from these snow crystal bamboos is collected by the beast girls and sold as food, while the bamboo stalks are trimmed into bamboo tubes to be used as cups. As for using them as toilet paper to wipe one's bottom, Su Yuan hasn't taught everyone this technique yet. People usually go to the wild to collect some leaves to sell in the market. As for what to do when there are no leaves, Su Yuan didn't know. After all, he wasn't a pervert who would peep into the toilet. It's decided then. Call Fox 9 back tomorrow to help with the production. Let AFI take over for now. She just stays in her room all day doing nothing. She needs to come out and get some exercise. AFI, who used to say she didn't want to go back to the desolate Snowfield, is now all talk and no action. She spends all her time running around the market selling pepper powder made from snow willow that has been ripened too quickly. This stuff has a slightly numbing taste, adding a new flavor to foods like grilled meat, which makes it very popular with many beast girls, so it's basically in short supply. As a result, every time this guy finished selling his stuff, he would buy a huge amount of food and then sneak back to his little hut to laze around and sleep with Shui Lu and the other person. Chapter 394. No. Why should you break through first? At night, the setting sun shines on the beach, coating the black sand with a warm amber light, and the undulating waves reflect that dazzling light. Another day has passed. Su Yuan sat on the edge of the cliff beside the hot spring pool, gazing at the sunset view, finding it hard to believe that he had actually been in this magnificent alien world for almost 3 years. The tribe's development is progressing step by step under his plan, but he hasn't left this snowfield yet, and seems to have almost adapted to the cold weather. We're back. In the distance, the shouts of a hunting party could be heard outside the gate, and several beast girls covered in sweat appeared one after another from the teleportation array. They walked into the tribe chatting and laughing. During the day, Su Yuan exchanged some knowledge about papermaking and also learned a bit about pen making. After all, he couldn't just make the paper and then have to exchange for the pens himself. There are 3 simple types of pens: charcoal pencils, brushes, and quill pens. Charcoal pencils do not require ink, but they are easy to break, and if you want to add a pen handle, you have to measure the thickness. As for calligraphy brushes and quill pens, they need to be paired with ink. Making ink is quite simple in this other world, and Su Yuan also has an idea. That's about enough. After waiting for a while, when everyone had finished eating and arrived at the hot spring pool, Su Yuan stood up, cleared his throat, and attracted everyone's attention. Ahem. Everyone look at me. I have something to announce. Everyone had already seen him, and upon hearing Su Yuan's words, they immediately stopped in their tracks, quietly waiting for Su Yuan to announce what he was about to say. Today, the hot spring pool is offering massage services, and we've also developed a range of hot spring jellies with different effects. Su Yuan told everyone what had happened during the day, including the massage therapists, the hot spring pools at different prices, and the massage service that could awaken people and make them become witches. If becoming an awakened warrior can be achieved through rare and precious fruits or magical potions, then becoming a sorcerer can only be described as a gift from the gods. My lord, is it truly possible to become a shaman? Some of the beast girls looked at Su Yuan with great surprise, as if they wanted him to confirm the authenticity of the news. Su Yuan nodded without hesitation. The beast girls thought that the witch was just a magician who had awakened magic. Wasn't the effect of that batch of gel, which increased mental power and elemental affinity, the necessary path to becoming a magician? However, to become an awakened warrior or a witch, one must soak in the newly built hot spring, and must have a professional masseur to help massage the whole body to effectively absorb the witch medicine in the hot spring. Next to the recently completed number 2 hot spring pool, a new one was temporarily built during the day. It is smaller than the previous 2, and the stream flowing from it is also smaller than the previous 2. There were also 20 newly trained massage therapists standing nervously to the side, this being the first time they had been watched by so many people since joining the tribe. All right, I've finished announcing what I wanted to say. You can continue, but remember not to crowd. Anyone who causes trouble will get 20 slaps on the buttocks. Yes, we definitely won't cause any trouble. Everyone fearfully covered their backs with their hands. Ever since Mei was publicly beaten, everyone had witnessed this humiliating and painful punishment. After Su Yuan left, everyone rushed over anxiously, pulling the massage therapist Su Yuan had just trained, and tried to squeeze into the innermost hot spring pool. Line up, or I'll give you a good spanking with this paddle. The toll collector, Shaolin, patted the small wooden board in her hand with a serious expression. The small board actually intimidated the tall beast girls. She walked through the crowd to the new pool. The chief said to add this in, and just change the water once every morning. She took out a piece of gel jelly from the storage necklace Su Yuan had given her. It smelled very nice and felt sticky on her hand. All right, only 12 people can come in at a time. Please come in order, but you need to pay first. Also, Sister Shueisha and the others need to pay their copper coins first. Su Yuan, who was in the distance, nodded. Shaolin was also a witch and a water element witch at that, but her strength, well, she was just a mascot, like Shuelu. The only magic she knew was manipulating water, but it had no killing power. If thrown at an enemy, it would only soak them to the bone. Becoming a hot spring manager is now in line with her profession. She is responsible for changing the water every day. She only needs to divert the water to the farming area and wait for the new stream water to fill the hot spring pool. Fox 9, come here for a moment. There's something important that needs your help tomorrow. Come on, Crimson Blaze, Green Ears, it's finally our turn. I thought that because of the high price, this new hot spring pool wouldn't be too crowded, but I was surprised to find that there was a long queue, and the other 2 hot spring pools were also packed with people. The 3 Spider Sisters, having finished their city building work with their mother Red Frost, immediately wanted to try out the hot spring pool that Su Yuan had mentioned, which would allow them to become awakened warriors and witches. Let me tell you, I have a feeling I might become an awakened warrior soon. Lansha was overjoyed. After excitedly handing over the copper coins, she lay down on a giant clamshell, her spider legs slowly retracting into a ball. Sister Lansha, you've said this almost 30 times already. You've been saying it for dozens of days now. The 2 sisters behind her, while taking off their clothes, mercilessly exposed her lie. However, Lansha didn't care at all. After lying down, she snorted and retorted, "Humph, what do you know? I haven't had time to experience life and death battles because I've been busy helping leader Su Yuan build that big house. But this time, after absorbing all this pool of witchcraft medicine, I will definitely break through." The beast girls behind him had already started massaging them. Although Lansha and the others had different body structures, Su Yuan had mentioned it during their previous training. Rinse and massage each spider leg with the hot spring water on its back, just enough to allow the medicinal liquid to penetrate into it. At this moment, the beast girl behind Lansha followed Su Yuan's example and pressed her fingers on Lansha's shoulder blade. The slow and deep force instantly relieved her fatigue. This feels so good. I'll think about breakthroughs later. Feeling the rhythmic massage on her back, Lansha gave up on the idea of seriously absorbing the witch potion, slowly closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep with the light and heavy pressure. Boom! Suddenly, a noise beside her interrupted her sleep. Lansha turned her head and looked over, her sleepy eyes widening instantly. A dazzling light emanated from Hongqi's body, and a peculiar rune slowly condensed on his forehead, gradually solidifying. All the beast girls around him stopped what they were doing. I've really become an awakened warrior? No? Why was it you, Crimson Blaze, who became an awakened warrior first? Lansha's mournful wails instantly attracted the entire tribe to gather around, and in no time, this hot spring became known as the Awakening Pool among the beast girls of the Starry Sky tribe. Chapter 395 AFI is a good cat. The Red Awakening event has boosted the popularity of the Awakening Hot Spring Pool to a new level, with many people enjoying massages there even during the day. This made things tough for the 20 beast girls who were giving massages. Every day, the moment they opened their eyes, they were giving massages, and their arms were so tired that they could barely lift them. At dawn, Su Yuan dragged Fei out of bed. It's so early in the morning. Can't a person get some sleep? Why did you wake me up again? At this moment, in the Star Tribe, AFI angrily bit into a piece of meat, her eyes filled with resentment as she stared at Su Yuan, who was slowly sipping a sip of snow crystal bamboo liquid. I have a mission for you to make a lot of money. Make big money, more than I make selling this stuff. AFI chuckled and took the peppercorns out of her bosom, tossing them around. She had earned quite a few copper coins from these, and now she wouldn't eat any beast meat unless it was specially prepared with honey. Of course, no, but I can pay you with something else, like a chair that you can lie down in very comfortably. Chair. There are also many chairs in the Star Tribe, which have been upgraded from the first generation of four-legged stools with a board to the current chairs with backrests. AFI didn't know that there were chairs that could be reclined comfortably, and she frowned as she pondered this matter. Tell me what it is about first. It's simple, just help me build a city in the Shattered Ice Valley. I'm not going. AFI didn't even turn her head before intending to leave, but after only a few steps, she squeezed her thighs together, her face flushed, and turned to look at the tail that had been stretched straight. Let go. Let go, why are you pulling my tail? You haven't finished speaking yet. Even after you tell me, I still won't go. That place is exhausting. Anin had worked at the Ice Valley a few times before, and each time she was exhausted and covered in sweat, even though she was carrying a lot of food. But with her intelligence and wit, wouldn't earning some copper coins be a simple matter? What's tiring? I'm giving you a very easy job. All you need to do is supervise the construction work. Really, just overseeing the construction work? AFI was somewhat suspicious, but she stopped running away and looked at Su Yuan cautiously. Of course not. Otherwise Hu Jio and Kong would be exhausted every day, and after taking a shower, they would just lie in bed. Recently, even Hu Jio has been coming to visit Su Yuan much less often. The main task is the construction of new water pumps. Currently, Black Sheep and her team have made progress in creating water pumps from underground to the roof of their houses using the carapaces of water spear lizards. Tiger Hunter and Xin Ku also hunted down many water spear lizards in the wild using the same compass. So during this period, Su Yuan had Kong and Hu Jiu lead people up and down 5 floors every day. In addition to installing a huge water storage tank on the roof, they also had to build water pipes leading to each household. The complexity of this project was no less than that of building this building. After teaching them some knowledge about things like spiral wooden valves from the blueprints, Su Yuan became a hands-off manager. Rather than having these clever beast girls combine magic and otherworldly artifacts to build a more novel city, rather than having them create an authentic architectural style from his previous life under his own direction. I think someone as smart as AFI would be able to handle this job very easily, right? With a look of complete trust in his eyes, Su Yuan patted Fei's shoulder heavily. Then, show me the reward first. AFI hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed, though of course not because of Su Yuan's praise. The kitten was simply particularly curious about the chair it could lie on. Here you go. This is a chair unique to the entire tribe. No one can refuse it. No one in the entire tribe is lazier than AFI, so the allure of this chair is only greater for AFI, Su Yuan said, pointing to the wooden recliner he had redeemed. Why don't you try lying down? Okay, but if you feel uncomfortable, you'll have to pay me with copper coins. AFI nodded and immediately lay down on the chair as Su Yuan instructed, resting her head on the soft cushion and staring blankly at the sky. In an instant, the whole world seemed to slow down. She swayed her body comfortably, and the slight swaying made her feel as if she were back in her mother's arms. Meow. This feels so good. When she was little, her mother would hold her and rock her like this. AFI couldn't help but cry out, and her eyelids began to droop. Hey, wake up. Are you going to agree or not? Seeing her like this, Su Yuan knew that the plan was feasible. This stuff was just as tempting to Fei as honey was to Shaman. I've agreed. Don't worry. Leave the Broken Ice Valley mission to me. I guarantee I'll complete it. AFI jumped up from the chair with great ease, and upon seeing the precious chair, she readily agreed. Before Su Yuan could even speak, she immediately grabbed the chair and slipped back to the Snow Willow tribe. Don't forget to find some time in the Shattered Ice Valley later to take a look at the design plans. However, Su Yuan did not stop him. He waved to the distance and ran to find Hu Jio. Although AFI is a bit lazy, she has principles and never breaks her promises. She's a lazy cat, but she's also a good cat. Su Yuan, I brought the tree bark I collected before. Are we going to make something new? After luring Fei over, Su Yuan approached Hu Jio, and Hong Shuang was also brought along, with a bunch of white spider silk on Hong Shuang's back. These are all spider silks that he arranged for the little spider girls to spit out last night, which Su Yuan used to test materials to increase the toughness of paper. Pretty much, but it's not anything new. It's just the paper you usually use. Paper? Aren't there still some in the warehouse? Su Yuan pinched her little cheek and scolded. Silly girl, I got that from the gods. Remember, never rely on anyone else for anything. What if one day the gods no longer want to trade with us? I understand. Once we learn how to make paper, we won't need to make deals with the gods anymore. Fox 9 nodded heavily, looking at Su Yuan with a serious expression. Although she usually used paper, even the exquisite notebooks that Su Yuan had exchanged for but they never considered where paper came from, simply believing that only gods could make it. Alright, first call some people to peel off the black outer part of these tree barks, leaving only the white part inside. Also, cut those snow crystal bamboos into small pieces. Papermaking is actually very complex. Yesterday, Su Yuan spent a whole day thinking about how to modify and optimize the papermaking process he had acquired. Under normal processes, either the paper is not tough enough, or what is produced is not paper at all. Some processes also take more than half a year. If I were to transmigrate to another world and still have to follow the textbook, my thinking would be too rigid. So he modified some of the raw materials and processing methods based on his current understanding of the local natural products of snow. Chapter 396 Paper and Pen. Before long, a large iron pot was set up in the tribe. It was made by Lei Yan. In addition to the iron pot, there were also iron spatulas and iron ladles. All that was missing was Su Yuan to teach them a few dishes. The peeled bark and bamboo were thrown into a large pot. In addition to these, Su Yuan also set up several other pots, some of which contained glowing moss. Or perhaps it incorporated the super tough spider silk spun by spider girls like Red Frost, as well as various other materials that he believed would be helpful for papermaking, based on his identification abilities. There were also some water elemental sorcerers nearby, using sorcery to control the boiling water in the iron pot and destroy the plant fibers inside. He also prepared some thickeners similar to sandstone crystal clusters during the preparation process. The aroma emanating from pots of tree bark and bamboo strips attracted the attention of many beast girls in the tribe, who watched with curiosity as Su Yuan cooked a pile of inedible food. "Chief, are we cooking?" Among the onlookers, a little beast girl poked her head out with some confusion and asked Su Yuan a question. "Of course not, little lotus seedling. Do you want to eat tree bark?" "No, tree bark tastes awful. I ate it once before, and my stomach ached for a long time." The little guy shrank back in fear, but his eyes kept watching the movements in the large pots. The commotion even drew the attention of the busy black sheep and red fox, who walked over to Su Yuan and looked at him with puzzled expressions as he boiled tree bark. "Su Yuan, are you making some kind of witchcraft potion?" In Black Sheep's memory, these strange and unusual things were only added when she brewed witchcraft potions, and then they were made into a large, indescribable lump. No, this is papermaking. Perfect timing. You two are here, come and help out." Su Yuan looked at them with the same eyes he would give an old witch concocting medicine, and quickly grabbed the two of them to use as tools. After steaming for about 4 or 5 hours, some of the witch's magical power was exhausted. Now, they found a place to sit and munched on the takoyaki that Su Yuan had prepared for them. That's about it. Next is hammering. "Shaman, you guys bring those wooden stakes over." Su Yuan used a stick to scoop the plant fibers out of the pot. After this round of steaming and boiling, they had become soft and shapeless. Nearby, Shaman and the others brought over some wooden stakes, each hollowed out in the middle, and a large wooden mallet that Su Yuan had specially prepared. "All right, here's your next task. Pound these bark pieces until they're crushed into a muddy mass." Fox 9, Red Fox, Black Sheep. When they're pounding later, you guys add these things in. Add a little bit every now and then, and keep a record of which wooden stake each one is placed in. If the pulp is simply pounded and then scooped out, the resulting paper is likely to not hold together or fall apart when squeezed. Therefore, Su Yuan plans to add the otherworldly adhesive he had prepared beforehand when making the pulp. Sandstone crystal clusters have a strong adhesive effect when mixed with water, as can be seen in cement. The excellent properties of cement today are inseparable from this substance. Other unusual materials were also ground into powder and added to it. Finally, as the sunlight began to turn yellow, the pulp was completed. Meanwhile, Hong Shuang finished making 10 paper-making screens using spider silk and bamboo strips. Watch my movements. Use this paper curtain to swish it around inside until a layer of paper film forms on the surface. Su Yuan instructed people to put the pulp into several wooden buckets, and following the method he remembered, he placed the paper-making screen into them, which quickly solidified into a paper film. The effect was much better than he had expected. This bucket contained sandstone crystal clusters, and the paper film was formed almost before the water had completely drained. Gently remove it. The paper film is very sticky, and you can feel a gritty texture when you touch it closely. The surface is also very white, which may be related to the snow crystal bamboo. However, Su Yuan frowned. This stuff was too sticky. If he squeezed the water out later, the paper would probably turn into a brick. Fox 9, go to the warehouse and get me a piece of gelatinous fruit. Just in case, Su Yuan arranged for Hu Jiao to fetch a piece of gelatinous fruit, which was usually used by the beast girls as a grooming tool. The effect is to apply a layer of sticky substance, making the hair smoother and preventing it from sticking together after drying. After processing each pool of paper film, a total of more than 1,000 sheets of paper made from 10 different materials, they were piled high on wooden boards. Press. At Su Yuan's command, the 10 stacks of paper sheets were squeezed out of the remaining water by 2 wooden boards. The beast girls were quite strong, and they only opened the wooden boards after they could squeeze out no more water. The paper pressed inside was easily peeled off with a gentle tear. The paper was snow white and thin, and it fluttered slightly in his hand when the wind blew. All that's left is to dry them. Red Fox and Black Sheep, it's up to you. Separate these sheets of paper one by one and hang them up to dry like clothes. Let the shaman use fire to bake them. Fox 9, come with me to make a pen. The drying process was much simpler. Su Yuan handed the task over to Chi Hu and the others, and prepared the necessary tools to work with the paper with Hu Jiao. Pen. Moreover, this time he chose a calligraphy brush again. Although charcoal pencils are convenient, they are picky about the paper, and he couldn't think of a solution for protecting the pencil lead in the pen casing. A calligraphy brush only requires a handle and a tuft of animal hair. In this other world full of beast girls and beast men, animal hair is not hard to find. As for ink, Su Yuan found a piece of charcoal, ground it into powder, added some water and sandstone crystal cluster powder, and soon the clump of charcoal powder became a small black ball under the adhesion of the sandstone crystal cluster. This does resemble an ink block. However, this thing wasn't an ink block made from soot, so Su Yuan wasn't too sure about its effects, but at least it was usable. Ordinary toner particles are too large, and even when written on paper, they will fall off after drying, causing the ink to fade. However, the sandstone crystal cluster powder added in the middle has extremely strong adhesion after drying. If the two are balanced, toner can perhaps also be used to replace smoke powder, which would greatly reduce the workload. Fox 9, have you finished with your calligraphy brush? Su Yuan used flames to dry the ink block in his hand, turning the previously sticky ink block into a square ink brick, from which not a single speck of powder could be scraped off even with force. As expected of a material used as an adhesive for cement, it's sticky and hard enough. Okay, see if this works for you. Fox 9 approached Su Yuan with a white-haired calligraphy brush in hand. The small tuft of white hair was so soft that Su Yuan couldn't help but glance at Fox 9's buttocks. You wouldn't. I didn't use my own fur. This is a snow fox's tail fur that I plucked from the warehouse. Fox 9 immediately understood Su Yuan's look and denied it. Her face flushed. Isn't that still just foxtail fur? Chapter 397, I also have 100 homemade dishes. How is it? In the evening, everyone who had gone out returned to the tribe. Su Yuan looked at the papers that had been baked by the flames. The 10 types of paper were different colors and shapes. Some sheets of paper emitted tiny starlight, which was very noticeable in the dim evening light, while others emitted a faint fluorescence, making them look quite unique. There are also some papers that are like some white papers from the previous life, without a single impurity in sight, but when you touch them, they don't feel like a piece of paper, but more like a piece of silk. Amidst the anticipation of Hu Jiao and the others, Su Yuan selected a piece of white paper made from a mixture of tree bark, spider silk, and sandstone crystal cluster powder. He pulled on it forcefully. It was extremely tough, stretching like a plastic bag. Su Yuan nodded with some satisfaction. At least it was resilient enough that it wouldn't break into pieces when folded. Even if it wasn't suitable for calligraphy brushes, it could be used for charcoal pencils. At the very least, its toughness makes it usable as paper for wiping your bottom. I'll give it a try. Su Yuan ground the prepared ink block in a ceramic bowl to produce some black ink, then dipped a foxtail brush in it, and wrote the character "Dop" on a piece of paper. The ink spread quickly, forming a blotchy mess, and the bleeding was quite severe. The paper's ink absorption was poor, making it unsuitable as paper for calligraphy brushes. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly. Next, I tried a few more types of paper. One of them was a light yellow paper that felt very smooth. When the characters were written on it, they were clear and distinct, and the ink solidified immediately before it spread. The handwriting is just rather ugly. No problem. From now on we'll assign people to make paper based on these types. Su Yuan ordered 4 types of paper. One was the yellow paper he had previously agreed on, which was suitable for writing calligraphy. Another was white paper, which was suitable for charcoal pencils. The remaining type requires simple materials, with only common raw materials added during the process. This type of paper is relatively soft and can be used as toilet paper. As for the last one, it was white in color, smooth to the touch, and the paper exuded a faint energy halo. Su Yuan pondered for a while and decided to use it to try making something similar to a magic scroll. Just like the ice spike scroll that was unlocked in the system shop a long time ago, anyone, whether a witch or an ordinary person, can unleash witchcraft simply by tearing it open. If this thing were made, it would surely be a hot commodity in the market. After all, who hasn't dreamed of becoming a magician who controls the elements and can summon wind and rain? And did you write down the instructions for making the brush and ink? After Su Yuan finished, he handed the task over to Hu Jiu again. With Hu Jiu's wisdom and command ability, it wouldn't be long before a group of professional papermaking workers were trained. Don't worry, I've already memorized it. Fox 9 patted his head and said excitedly, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll entrust the matter of the Shattered Ice Valley to AFI in your place. But there aren't many people left in the tribe who can handle this matter." The red fox, standing nearby, poured cold water on the situation. She walked over and said helplessly, "Aside from the elderly and children who couldn't walk, most of the rest went to the Shattered Ice Valley. Some went to mine, some to hunt, some to guard the area." Red Fox's busy work these days has not been in vain. She has compiled statistics on the work of almost everyone in the tribe. The tribe now has about 4,000 people, which has long exceeded the capacity of this small territory by the sea. Some people have already set up new camps in the Shattered Ice Valley. These are basically the beast girls who were among the first to participate in the city's construction. Now, the city's construction naturally cannot stop. The hunters are mostly awakened warriors, so using them for papermaking is a bit of a waste. According to Red Fox's statistics, it is estimated that only some little beast girls can help. Whether it's helping or causing trouble, we'll have to wait and see. So, it seems we really are short-staffed after all. When they defeated Mu Guang, the presence of over 2,000 people caused Red Fox to worry about overcrowding. At that time, Su Yuan was concerned about the possibility of not having enough manpower. "We've temporarily halted one hunting party, and many tribes are now coming to trade with us, so food isn't an urgent matter. By the way, let me advertise that our tribe is recruiting. Don't worry if your tribe can't find anything to trade with us. As long as you come to our tribe and complete the work, you can get copper coins to exchange for food." Su Yuan pondered for a moment and then handed his plan to Red Fox. There were still many tribes outside that had not joined him, and the manpower of these tribes could also be considered a resource. As for the concern about the secret formula for papermaking being leaked, Su Yuan didn't care much about that. In a primitive society, what would be the point of these beast girls or beast men stealing the secret formula for papermaking? For them, this thing couldn't fill their stomachs, nor could it be used to kill enemies. Its only use was that it was slightly better than leaves for wiping their bottoms. "Okay, I'll tell Wu Ying tomorrow that she'll be in charge of external transactions this month." The finished paper was stored in the warehouse. Su Yuan followed Chi Hu and the others to the dining table, where Shui Ro had already served a very special dish. "Quickly try these. My latest creations. This one's a sweet, deep sea color, and this one's a fierce, salt and pepper pork chop." The dish in front of him was a huge improvement over the previous dark and mushy mess. Su Yuan looked at Shui Ro with excitement. The abundance of raw materials during this period had allowed this chef to come up with many creative ideas. Now, she has filled a notebook with the recipes she has researched, making her a true master chef of the Star Tribe. "Then I'll give it a try." Smelling the aroma of the food, and noting that its color was much better than the dark, mushy soup it had been before, Su Yuan immediately picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of the fragrant soup. It has a warm and sweet taste, and you can scoop out some black and white pearls from the pale yellow soup. It's more like a bowl of milk tea or pearl milk tea than a soup. "Sister Shuero, what are these little pearls?" "Oh, the black ones are the monster's eyeballs, and the white ones are the monster's eggs." Shuero looked horrified, which almost made Hujo spit out the soup. He stared in fear at the black eyeballs in the bowl. Why is Shuero, who is usually so gentle and peaceful, acting like a child and joking around? Su Yuan bit into a black pearl. The soup was sweet, probably shoe-edging bamboo liquid or honey. These pearls have a slightly sweet and sour flavor, which goes quite well with the soup. If you replace the bowl with a cup, you could open a milk tea shop. "Sister Shuero, don't scare Fox 9. Be careful, she might spit all the food in your face later." "Okay, this won't scare you. This is the pit of a rime fruit. I cooked it for a while and found that it tastes pretty good. The white ones are sweet, and the black ones are sour." Looking at Su Yuan's satisfied expression, Shuero smiled and said that today was the day she successfully researched 100 dishes. She never thought that she, who used to gnaw on tree bark and eat vines, could have such a wonderful life. "Once that magnificent city is built, I can use these 100 dishes to open the small restaurant that Su Yuan mentioned, earn money every day, and then research new dishes. Of course, But that soup is made by boiling rat blood and the flesh of rock worms from the bottom of the cave. Puff. Chapter 398 from the Underground World? Chief, Mu Guang says he wants to see you. As dawn broke, Su Yuan rubbed his groggy head. He had made a breakthrough last night, boldly challenging 4 people at once. The small wooden house was a mess, and now the 5 figures were piled up in a heap. Although Bai Tu and Hai Yao were 2 of the weaker competitors among the 4, his victory against all 4 greatly boosted his confidence. The noisy shouts outside woke Su Yuan up. Seeing the tired-looking Bai Tu and the other 3, he gently moved aside and used spatial teleportation to arrive at the door. She quickly dressed and went outside. The person who came in was Ling Ling, who looked like she hadn't eaten yet and was munching on a potato in her hand. Why did she contact me? I don't know. She's usually so aloof. She never talks to me. Even Yanhua and Yan Duo used to chat with me. Honestly, isn't she bored? This wasn't indifference. It was probably that Mu Guang disdained speaking to these primitive tribes in the region. Su Yuan rubbed Ling Ling's head without explaining. It's okay. You go eat. I'll go find her myself. When he arrived at Mu Guang's room, it seemed she was already waiting for him. This time she was much calmer, leaning against the wall while waiting for him, though a small piece of sweet potato still clung to the corner of her mouth. What do you want? Su Yuan walked in and, quite unceremoniously, went to Mu Guang's side, shaved off a piece of sweet potato, and tasted it. It's quite soft and chewy. Did you just finish eating? Mu Guang seemed immune to his rudeness and asked seriously, when are you going to the Eye of Vulcan? I asked the goddess of star orbit, and those guys from the netherworld are coming up. The underworld? Su Yuan remembered this matter. He had put it aside before because his interests did not conflict with those people. In fact, if Mu Guang hadn't threatened the Red Fox tribe members who had saved him and hadn't clashed with him back then, he wouldn't have had any conflict of interest with Mu Guang. How strong are they? His strength is very strong. Mu Guang's expression changed as she recalled the last battle. It was because she couldn't win that the key was stolen. If it weren't for the other item burning quickly, the information would probably have been revealed to the other party. Wow, that's impressive. Let me know when it's going to appear. What do you mean? If you think you can defeat those people and that damned potion just because you defeated me, then you're dreaming. Mu Guang frowned slightly, looking at Su Yuan with some dissatisfaction. The two had reached an agreement before, but she had no idea what this guy was thinking. I never intended to defeat those people. You know, it's much better to have more friends than more enemies. I'm not like you, randomly grabbing people and incurring everyone's wrath. You? I was just trying to stop that guy. Once I'm ready, I'll get the key and the artifact, and then I'll release them. Mu Guang's expression changed, but he still tried to argue his way out of it. Release them? And then what? The tribesmen are already dead, the territory has become a wasteland, and some people have even lost their lives as soon as they entered the land of death. The shaman of the bathing light is truly kind-hearted. After releasing them, he let them return to their tribe and, seeing the ruins and devastation, fall into deep remorse and await their death. The silence was long. Mu Guang bit her lip, and a trickle of bright red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but she still sat there, staring blankly ahead, seemingly oblivious to the pain. I have done all I can. In any case, sacrifice is necessary to save the queen. She is your queen, but not mine, nor theirs. Su Yuan was also somewhat angry. His arrogant attitude and disdain for life had deeply penetrated the hearts of these celestial spirits. Perhaps in their eyes, those who died in primitive society were just larger ants. Listen, our deal will remain the same. I'll help you replicate a divine artifact, and you'll go to the celestial realm to gather all the knowledge about alchemy, magic, creation, and humanities and hand it over to me. For him, the only purpose of the light was to allow him to learn about the latest knowledge about this world in advance, even though the celestial realm was just a medieval-level civilization to him. It may contain some magical elements, but the overall level of civilization development will not be very high. However, this knowledge was especially important for this primitive society, and this was the first time Su Yuan and Mu Guang confirmed the content of their cooperation. Okay, I promise you, I will try to gather the knowledge you need during this time. The conversation between the two ended unhappily. After finalizing the deal, Su Yuan left the cabin, leaving Mu Guang alone leaning against the headboard, staring at the closed wooden door and falling into deep thought once again. Your Majesty, was I really wrong? But you don't have time, and neither do we. This time. Hey, do you want some potatoes? They're freshly baked. Outside the door, Ling Ling slipped back in, holding 2 potatoes in her hands. They were steaming hot, and her 2 little cheeks were bulging out, her face beaming with a wide smile. The last time I saw that smile was at the Queen's banquet, when she was very happy to announce her good news to everyone. Unfortunately, we still haven't received that good news. Thanks. On the way back, Su Yuan kept thinking about the netherworld. If the heavenly world is the celestial realm, then could the people of the netherworld come from underground? To emerge from a volcano, one's strength is probably unimaginable. And what is the other party's identity? An orc? A god-given race? Or perhaps a demon? Regardless of their identity, we should refrain from conflict with them for the time being. If they are intelligent races, we can even use information about the location of the divinely bestowed object to exchange for a chance to replicate it. So the current task is to wait for Mu Guang to inform him of the arrival time of those people, and then discuss the cooperation with that group of people. Su Yuan is not confident that he can enter the sea of the land of death unscathed to find the alien spaceship. In addition to the strange jellyfish, there is also the strange insect mentioned in the previous projection. Rather than taking the risk myself, I'd rather let those people go, and all I need to do is offer a little help and a way to prevent them from breaking the contract. Xi Ku, sure, pack your things and come with me to the land of death. Oh, and have Gigi go and call Xiao Kuei. Su Yuan stretched his back and called out to Shir and Xi Ku, who were preparing to go hunting. Long was still lying in the wooden house, so he could only ask Gigi to call for help. Now that I've agreed to Mu Guang's request, I need to earn more points. Technological products that can control the 4 seasons and temperature probably won't be cheap. Moreover, to prevent the people of the netherworld from going back on their word, one must have enough points and more powerful special goods to deal with them. Now, apart from the 5th-tier magical beasts on that island, only the mysterious deer shadow in the land of death remains. Chapter 399 Mysterious Deer Shadow on the Ice Plain. Chief Su Yuan. Before Xi Ku and the others arrived, Hai Ling came first. She looked hesitant, and after pacing back and forth for a while, she finally came over. What's wrong? It's like this. Now that Hai Yao has become a qualified witch, I plan to leave here to find Frost Sea Heart Crystal, and I hope you can take care of her. Hai Ling took a deep breath, her attitude becoming extremely resolute. Even if she was reluctant to leave this place, she could not forget her territory that had been invaded and her people who had been captured. Are you really planning to leave? Su Yuan was also somewhat reluctant. Of course, he couldn't stop Hai Ling, since he had brought the remaining members of his clan from afar to this icy land for the purpose of obtaining the Frost Sea Heart Crystal. However, the alien spaceship in the land of death is definitely not something Hai Ling can handle, even though she is about to break through to the Great Witch level. How about we stay a little longer? I have a plan here, which might be related to Frost Sea Heart Crystal. If he could make Hai Tong calm down, he could simply spend some more points to replicate another item. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan told her about his idea of cooperating with the people of the netherworld. However, Hai Ling shook her head after hearing this and said very sincerely, "Everything has its own price. This is what you told me. Hai Ling tribe already owes you too much." Hai Ling also knew about the news that Su Yuan obtained the supplies from the gods through a transaction. The cost of replicating a Frost Sea Heart Crystal was probably a price that she could hardly repay. "Sai, I knew I couldn't stop you. How about this? I'll give you some life-saving items. Take them into the land of death, and if you encounter any danger, just use the teleportation array to come back immediately, okay?" Seeing Hai Ling hesitate and seem about to refuse, Su Yuan quickly covered her mouth with his hand and hurriedly said, "It's not like I'm letting you take it for free. You have to promise me one thing, and that will be your reward. Don't refuse. If you refuse this, I'll just tie you up in the tribe and release you after the things are taken by others. I don't want Hai Yao to be sad there every day." Hai Ling could only nod, both amused and exasperated. She never imagined that she would be kidnapped for this reason. "Then tell me, whatever you're looking for, I can find it for you." Su Yuan shook his head and said, "This time it's not about finding anything. I need you to bring a teleportation array with you when you return to the Dream Coral Sea. You know what it's for. Are you planning to go to the Dream Coral Sea? Naturally, if you succeed in obtaining the Frost Sea Heart Crystal this time, give it to me to make a replica. If you fail, take the teleportation array back, and I will send people to help you reclaim your territory." He had actually considered this matter for a long time, until the deep-sea guardian heart that appeared before, which could breathe underwater permanently. Although it cost a lot of points, its effects were extremely powerful. Not only are they more familiar with underwater movement than mermaids, but they can even control some low-level marine creatures, making them more than capable of dealing with a tribe in the ocean. Moreover, battles are not simply about picking up weapons and attacking the enemy tribe. Su Yuan also has many ways to resolve the enemy tribe without bloodshed. There's no room for discussion on this. Otherwise, you'll end up like Mu Guang, and Hai Yao is quite willing to take care of you. Seeing that Hai Ling was still hesitant, Su Yuan gave her no choice at all and nodded hard while holding her head. All right, since you've agreed, go back and prepare. I plan to go to the land of death to see the mysterious deer shadow that Xiao Kuei discovered earlier. A deer shadow? Wasn't it said that there wasn't even a blade of grass in the land of death? How did that deer survive there? Hai Ling also became puzzled. Seeing Shi and Xian Ku walking over with weapons, she asked Su Yuan, "Why don't I come with you and take a look? It'll be a good opportunity to familiarize myself with the land of death." "Okay, but you'd better find an excuse to leave with Hai Yao. Otherwise I won't be able to comfort her when she cries." "Hai Yao, she will grow up." This time, the group consisted of only Shi, Xian Ku, Hai Ling, who joined temporarily, and their guide Xiao Kuei. Although Su Yuan knew the location of the deer shadow from Xue Su's murals, the ice plains of the land of death were so vast that having a guide who had been there before would make things easier. Su Yuan looked at the people who had all arrived, then glanced at his little wooden house. Red Fox is still asleep in his room at this hour. Fortunately, the main focus of our firepower last night was on Red Fox. Otherwise, we would be worried that he would have entered the land of death again if he woke up now. From now on, follow my orders in all actions, especially you, Xian Ku. Don't rush in as soon as you see the enemy. Xian Ku, who was called out, immediately retorted, "Oh dear, I haven't been so reckless in a long time. Don't worry, I won't go if you guys don't. Right, Lion?" The two exchanged a glance, and Su Yuan had no idea what they were thinking. Ever since their failed attempt to duo Q against Su Yuan, their relationship had improved considerably. The two of them are often seen together, whispering and discussing something all day long. "Let's go, Xiao Kuei. This time, I'll trouble you to lead the way." Xiao Kuei is a short, petite beast girl, somewhat similar to Mi Huan, but much gentler in personality. It's estimated that she'll still be this tall even after breaking through to become a high-level awakened warrior, likely due to malnutrition from a young age. However, the fact that Xiao Kuei was able to break through to the advanced awakened warrior level under such difficult conditions shows that her talent is extraordinary. The four of them used a teleportation array to return to the cave they had visited before. The cave was now deserted, with not a single living creature in sight. Torn animal hides were scattered on the ground, and the few small trees were frozen solid because no one was taking care of them. The sudden drop in temperature prompted Su Yuan to immediately take out the guardian orb. I saw it in that direction before. It was standing there motionless, and when I got closer, a lot of white mist would suddenly appear. Xiao Kuei recalled the previous scene and pointed in that direction. That direction leads deep into the land of death. The group put on ice skates. Hai Ling and Xiao Kuei tried these novel skates for the first time, and it took them some effort to learn how to use them. As for Xian Ku, she was already very skilled and was gliding freely on the ice field. The exhilarating feeling of speed made her glide faster, her figure fluttering across the icy plain like a butterfly on ice. "Chief, it's just ahead. Once we go around that mountain, we'll see the giant deer monster." After gliding for about 3 hours, Xiao Kuei quickened her pace from behind and came to Su Yuan's side to explain. A frozen island appeared before them, and the temperature around it was indeed different from before, with a thin layer of white mist floating in the air. So he quickly called out to Xian Ku, who was speeding ahead. "Xian Ku, slow down, we're almost there." Chapter 400, standing there like a wandering boss. The four stopped on an ice field shrouded in a light, white mist. Gazing into the distance, they finally spotted the shadow of the giant deer that Xiao Kuei had mentioned. It looked terrifying under the sunlight, standing 4 or 5 meters tall with huge horns on its head, but its lower body was like that of an orc, with normal hands and feet. "You all keep watch around. I'll use the crystal to get closer and take a look." Su Yuan immediately took out the sensing crystal, and after his mental energy seeped into it, he immediately moved towards the figure. Previously, from a distance, he could only see a dark outline under the sunlight. Now, upon closer inspection, he could finally see clearly that the figure was indeed a deer man and possessed a powerful aura, with a physique even more robust than that of the great barbarian. However, the head had long since become a skeleton, and a faint blue light could be seen emanating from the empty eye sockets. "Dead? No, it's not dead." Su Yuan frowned and approached it, immediately launching an appraisal. Frost Crystal Puppet, Frosty Horn, a mid-tier 5th-tier puppet monster, an orc warrior who has lost his mind after being devoured by the Frost Sea Heart Crystal, and is currently increasing his strength by absorbing Frost Sea energy. A puppet monster. Frost Sea Heart Crystal. Su Yuan's eyes widened immediately. After disconnecting the sensing crystal, he was completely astonished, not expecting that his previous guess was completely wrong. I initially thought that Frost Sea Crystal was just a different name Hai Ling and her friends used for a technological product in their alien spaceship. Now it seems that such a thing really exists, and its name is exactly the same as Hailing's prediction, except that its location is beyond Hailing's expectations. Even if Hailing searched the entire ICC, she would not be able to find the so-called Frost Sea Heart Crystal, just as Xue Su and the others would not be able to find the divine gift after searching the entire ICC. Hailing, how did you find out about the Frost Sea Heart Crystal before? Hailing was taken aback by the sudden change in question, but she still patiently explained to Su Yuan. I found a strange black cube in the Abyss Sea before, and it was this cube that told me this. Strange black cubes, not for divination? Could it be some kind of projector or something? But how would those aliens know about products native to this planet? Surely this thing isn't a technological product brought by those aliens? Divination? Chief Su Yuan, I don't know divination. It's probably just something Hai Yao spread. That's quite possible. Hai Yao, the little mermaid, has a cheerful personality and loves to chat with others. The key is that the information she shares is different from what you hear. About 50% of the information you get from her is untrue. He was worried that Hai Yao would spread the word about him taking him to the beach for hand-to-hand combat training, so he made up an excuse. Hai Yao exaggerated it into Su Yuan training her so that she could become a genius who could cultivate both magic and martial arts like Xian Ku. That night, he was surrounded by a group of beast girls and almost didn't make it out alive. Chief Su Yuan, why are you asking this? Seeing Hai Ling's puzzled expression, Su Yuan took a deep breath and said somewhat helplessly, you don't need to go looking for the Frost Sea Heart Crystal anymore. Huh? But Before Hailing could finish her anxious explanation, he pointed in that direction, his tone grave. That over there is indeed an orc, but he's already dead. Dead? Let's go check it out. Upon hearing that it was a dead person, Xian Ku immediately tried to skate over to check, but Su Yuan grabbed her by the tail and pulled her back as soon as she skated. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The pull almost ripped Xian Ku's tail off. Su Yuan pulled her back, and before she could complain, he gave her a sharp rap on the forehead. I told you not to be impulsive. That guy isn't completely dead. The Frost Sea Heart Crystal that Hai Ling is looking for is right there, but... He handed the sensing crystal to Hai Ling and said seriously, that guy has become a puppet of Frost Sea Heart Crystal, and he has at least the strength of a mid-level 5th rank. 5th rank. According to the level gradient that Su Yuan marked for them, Shir immediately realized that this was a level even stronger than that of a high-level awakened warrior. She had never even heard of a warrior of this level. 5th tier? 1st tier is a regular warrior. 2nd tier is a beginner awakened warrior. 3rd tier is a mid-level awakened warrior. 4th tier is a high-level awakened warrior. 5th tier? What was 5th tier again? Xian Ku was counting on her fingers, and when she got to the 5th rank, she froze on the spot. She had grown up in the Snowfield and had never heard of what the 5th rank was. Another tier 5 monster, and it's even a level higher than the beetle on the island. Su Yuan pondered with a somewhat solemn expression. At this moment, Hai Ling also withdrew from the sensing crystal, her face somewhat somber. That blue hue was exactly the same as the one she had seen in the black cube. It was even more dazzling, but undeniably, this was the Frost Sea Heart Crystal she had been searching for. She didn't know what to say. Go fight. Don't be ridiculous. She was already struggling to deal with a 4th-tier magical beast, let alone the 5th-tier magical creature Su Yuan mentioned. Before they saw it, they could still hold on to a sliver of hope that they could find a way to get through the swarm of frost jellyfish and find the Frost Sea Heart Crystal. Now, 5th-tier orcs. Don't worry, I have a plan. We'll discuss it when we get back to the tribe. The guy standing there was as scary as a boss in a ghostly state. Su Yuan didn't dare to provoke him, so he grabbed Hai Ling's arm and comforted her. The group quietly arrived at the frozen island. Although there were no caves, the forest that had turned into ice crystals served as a natural shelter, and he placed the teleportation array there. When they returned to the tribe, the Star Tribe had already started a new day. It was rare to see their chief up so early, so everyone gathered around to greet him. The group went to the meeting hall and found a table to sit down. Because the territory of the seaside tribe was small, the meeting hall was built in this way, covering an area of about 7 or 8 wooden houses. The meeting room was furnished with small tables, and a wooden crate nearby was piled high with notebooks that had been used for writing. At this moment, not only were they present in the meeting room, but Black Sheep also put down his notes and came over to join in the fun. So, is it time for us to get ready to do it? Xian Ku was quite excited after sitting down. If he could kill a 5th-tier monster, wouldn't he be able to brag to others, or even define a new level of strength for a high-level awakened warrior? Let's call him the warrior of Xian. Damn it, that guy is both dead and immortal, even harder to deal with than ordinary magical beasts. Su Yuan glared at her. In reality, unlike in a game where you can see health bars, they might fight for a long time without the other side losing a single drop of health. We must come up with a way to deal with it. Otherwise, sending more people will just be sending them to their deaths. Has something happened? Black Sheep, who was watching the scene unfold, was a little confused. Hearing the conversation between the group, he asked them a question. It's like this, Shuesu and the others discovered a strange deer man figure in the land of death, and we went to investigate this morning.